Chapter 1. The Company's Authority. The summer in Tianfu City is stifling, akin to a vast hot pot. The surrounding mountains serve as the walls of this cauldron, effectively blocking the breeze, while the city simmers in a wave of heat. Thick clouds loom overhead like a lid, yet a beam of sunlight penetrates the glass of an office building, illuminating a young man on the second floor, bespectacled and engrossed in research on his computer. On the screen, news is broadcasting. Archaeological breakthrough. A new burial pit has been discovered near the tomb of the first emperor. Inside, layers upon layers of disc-shaped patterns. Even more astonishing is the black stone used to construct the pit, its surface smooth and gleaming as if coated in oil. Lao Lu, what are you looking at? The meeting has started. The boss is back from his trip and might join us in the conference room. Someone calls out. I'm coming. The bespectacled young man wearily lifts his head and closes the webpage. Of course, he is not actually called Lao Lu. His surname is Zhou, and his given name is Lu. His father bestowed this name in hopes that his future would be as carefree as a Saturday. Little did he anticipate the unpredictability of life. As Zhou Lu rises, he recalls his father's drunken ramblings. The statutory holiday Saturday. Nevertheless, the number 6 is quite auspicious. He remembers his father, flushed and boisterous after a drink. Zhou Lu manages to suppress the urge to share the irony of his nickname with him. Shaking his head to dispel the memories, he yawns and rubs his eyes, dragging his weary body toward the conference room alongside his colleagues. Once a crowd gathers, gossip inevitably ensues. Hey, have you heard? The boss had a wonderful time with the client. What made it so enjoyable? The eager crowd immediately inquires. He'll tell you a secret. This time the client treated our boss to the Ross Grand Wheel. Huffed. The surrounding individuals scoffed at this revelation. You really don't know anything, do you? Have you ever seen how the Ross Grand Wheel operates? He glanced around, ensuring he was among rough men, before lowering his voice conspiratorially. The Ross Grand Wheel is filled with beautiful. You know what I mean. Instantly, some caught on, chuckling. We don't understand. The gossipmonger first looked disdainfully at those pretending ignorance. Then, with a flourish, he mimicked a scene from a movie, depicting plush toys and teddy bears shaking at the cash register. When the wheel stops, the boss gets rewards. Hee. At this, Zhou Lu and those around him immediately grasped the implication, bursting into laughter and playful banter. However, there was always that one innocent soul, full of curiosity, who asked, what kind of beautiful things are on the wheel? You ought to clarify. What rewards? Big red envelopes? Ha, what a little cutie. What are you thinking? What else could it be? What beautiful things could possibly be on the wheel? Colorful squares. What rewards? A mouthful of spit, perhaps? You weirdo. How disgusting. Haha. The group devolved into chaotic playfulness. In the conference room, Zhou Lu slumped in his chair, every bone in his body weary from the relentless grind. Meanwhile, the company's administrative supervisor, Yang Yanyan, stood on stage, radiating energy as she announced new regulations. The back door will be locked. From now on, everyone must enter and exit through the front door. Yang Jia, the back door is a safety exit. Someone timidly raised their hand. Yang Yanyan interrupted, unyielding. We will operate by the rules. If you have objections, follow the procedure after the meeting. She rapped the table. Additionally, the rooftop is off limits from now on. It is unsafe. Yang Jia, the rooftop is only 2 stories high. People often smoke up there. If you have objections, follow the rules. After the meeting, go through the proper channels. Yang Yanyan fixed her gaze, her smile contrasting sharply with the iciness in her eyes. Gardening on the rooftop is also suspended. It's hard to clean. The glass doors will be locked, she added. Zhou Lu frowned at this, while the women to his right grew anxious, whispering among themselves, what will happen to my flowers? I spent money on them. My succulents just got repotted. Let's take them home after work. It's better than throwing them in the trash. Yang Yanyan then dropped another bombshell. Attendance rules have changed. Time from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. will now count as meal break, a benefit from the company. Therefore, the end of the workday is pushed back to 10 p.m. The conference room erupted into a cacophony. To Zhou Liu's left sat team leader Lu Dazhuang, a towering figure, his brow furrowed as he fretted over his receding hairline. Unable to hold back, Zhou Lu leaned in. Dazhuang, is Yang Jia the administrative supervisor or the HR manager? Does she oversee attendance too? Lu Dazhuang rolled his eyes, with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, it's a small company. Administrative and HR roles are indistinguishable. She's the overall manager. Just then, a soft knock announced the entrance of a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. The previously imposing Yang Yanyan sprang to attention, her demeanor transforming as she welcomed the man to the head seat with a radiant smile. The newcomer was the company's owner, surnamed Liu, known for mingling with employees on the rooftop to share a smoke. It was said that he occasionally took key staff members out for in-depth exchanges at KTV. Zhou Lu mused quietly that this might be one reason why the technically skilled Liu Dazhuang remained at this modest company. Boss Liu cleared his throat, weariness evident in his voice. Thank you all for your hard work. I just got off the plane and took a couple of smokes on the rooftop to catch my breath. He then shifted the topic with a smile. Hey, the flowers on our rooftop are thriving. Truly beautiful. Everyone put in effort. It's a pleasure to behold. Zhou Lu pretended to jot notes, his hands suspended in midair. Suddenly, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. To the right, a colleague was engrossed in nose-picking, likely tugging at a stubborn nasal hair. A sharp intake of breath pierced the stillness, echoing loudly in the quiet conference room. In an instant, everyone seemed to snap to attention, their gazes fixated on Yang Yanyan, whose expression had stiffened. Boss Liu appeared bewildered, blinking in confusion as he turned his gaze toward Yang Yanyan. Yang Yanyan's mouth twitched momentarily before she plastered on a professional smile, her voice saccharine. It's wonderful that the boss likes it. Our administrative department is currently preparing a budget proposal to purchase the finest seeds and fertilizers to upgrade the rooftop garden. When the time comes, we will need your signature for approval. Boss Liu nodded thoughtfully, a smile forming on his lips as he chose not to delve deeper. He began discussing the requirements from the client. The Qin and Han Dynasty's project team has heavier burdens now. This time, the partners insisted on incorporating several trending gameplay elements, which must be implemented before the next milestone. The artistic workload will double, but quality cannot falter. Everyone should gather more information on Qin and Han artifacts and architectural data. Let's put in the extra effort. We'll get through this. The company will not shortchange those who contribute. Zhou Lu closed his eyes, mentally translating, overtime, no extra pay. Having graduated 6 years ago, he had remained at this company, transitioning from ambitious development work to outsourced assembly line tasks, with workloads piling high yet wages stagnating. On Saturday, an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. These maddening people and circumstances. This suffocating conference room. Should I resign and leave this place? Perhaps venture along the coast? Or should I embark on an impromptu journey, a carefree escape? Suddenly, the daylight outside dimmed, and an unannounced torrential downpour began to pour down. Saturday turned to gaze out at the hazy curtain of rain. The rooftops of distant buildings rose and fell in the rain, outlining the cold, oppressive skyline of the city, while the more distant outlines faded into the mist. The rain fell indiscriminately, indifferent to age or gender, to virtue or vice. It descended upon all alike. This mercilessness, in a way, is fair. Yet, one feels vastly different after being drenched. The rain of Tianfu stirred Saturday's sentimental side. At this moment, however, the summer deluge in Guangming District, Chang'an City, left the newly appointed archaeological team leader, Lu Zongxian, feeling cold and irate. He stood in the rain wearing a raincoat, the fierce wind whipping the rain against his face painfully. Gazing at the disheveled archaeological site, he cursed the heavens for their poor timing. He yanked off the misaligned hood, his short, graying hair instantly soaked and clinging to his forehead, cold water trickling down into his neck. A group of similarly raincoat individuals trudged through the downpour, some stepping deeply, others shallowly. The leader, a man in thick glasses, soaked to the skin, approached Lu Zongxian with a strained voice. Professor, you're here. This rain is too heavy. He awkwardly wiped his glasses. Thank you for coming. You worked hard to get here. Stop with the pleasantries. Lu Zongxian wiped his face, his gaze sharply cutting across the site. How did I instruct you to protect the excavation site? Report the situation immediately. Professor, no one anticipated that beneath the Art Academy's playground, connected to the adjacent distance learning college in the residential area, lay a vast burial pit from the Qin dynasty. It started with road construction. A collapse revealed a bit of black stone, and everyone thought it was just ordinary rock. Then they discovered the ground was entirely filled with these bizarre black stones. Someone, out of curiosity, began digging and uncovered a large hole, thus realizing it was likely a burial pit. This is in the city center. Word spread instantly, and overnight, treasure hunters and onlookers flocked here, turning the site into a chaotic mess. We had no choice but to request the local government to intervene to maintain order and urgently called you here to oversee the situation. And now, this damn torrential rain has hit us this morning. Before he could finish, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced through the curtain of rain. A fleet of police cars and military trucks rushed in, quickly establishing a cordon to seal off the street. A loudspeaker blared through the wind and rain. Emergency evacuation. Everyone must leave immediately. Repeat. Watching the scene being forcibly controlled, Lu Zongxian's tense expression softened slightly. He swiftly pulled out a waterproof pouch from his raincoat and handed it to the man. This is my appointment letter. Professor, you remain so professional. Listen, Lu Zongxian interrupted decisively. Add 2 statements to the broadcast, television, and evacuation notices. Anyone who takes anything from here must return it. Establish a collection point. For items returned voluntarily, certificates of recognition shall be issued, along with a reward of 50 yuan. The middle-aged man's hand trembled slightly as he accepted the document. The group behind him exchanged furtive glances and subtly stepped back, almost pushing the middle-aged man forward. For a moment, it seemed as though he was the only one they relied upon. Chapter 2. The world is vast. I wish to explore. If a place makes one feel uncomfortable, there is no need to endure it. Like many others, Saturday decisively decided to resign. Early the next morning, Saturday arrived at his workstation well ahead of time, waiting for team leader Lu Dazhuang while distractedly scrolling through positive energy videos on his phone. News flash. Firmly maintaining the position of the world's second-largest economy. A rare celestial event. A conjunction of 7 stars and a solar eclipse will occur simultaneously. As soon as team leader Lu Dazhuang entered the office, Saturday wasted no time and directly approached him to submit his resignation letter. Dazhuang, I wish to resign. Please assist me in processing this. I would like my resignation certificate as soon as possible. What? Lu Dazhuang looked utterly bewildered. Lu, this is rather sudden. There were no signs at all. He stood up, familiarly wrapping an arm around Saturday's shoulders, lowering his voice. Are you joking with me? Is the pressure too much lately? How about I accompany you to the internet CAF after work? Relax a bit? Saturday remained silent, staring at him expressionlessly. Lu Dazhuang felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Lowering his voice further, he said, Hey, I'm not a pretty girl. Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite intimidating. All right, tonight, let's pull an all-nighter at the internet CAF. They'll keep you company. Saturday still said nothing, appearing somewhat exasperated. Lu Dazhuang continued, They'll top up your account. You play DPS, they'll play support. They'll bring cigarettes. You can have mine tonight. Let's add 2 bottles of guojiao, iced red tea. The large ones, ice cold. We don't need to share a bottle. How about this? You can have both. But I'll treat you to instant noodles. They'll arrange for braised eggs and sausages. Isn't that enough, brother? Saturday felt a headache coming on. Dazhuang, I'm not joking. Before he could finish, Lu Dazhuang interrupted with gritted teeth. Let's go get foot massages. They'll treat. By the way, which number did you order last time? Startled, Saturday immediately held Lu Dazhuang's arm in a plea. Dazhuang, my dear brother, please stop. I really am resigning, and I have no other intentions. Is that not enough to sway you? Are you serious? Lu Dazhuang asked, now convinced, taking the resignation letter. So urgent. Have you found a new job? Come on, let's get through the process. I'm resigning without another job lined up. Saturday felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Dazhuang paused, stopping in his tracks. You really are something. All right. Youth is capital. Unlike me, at over 40, burdened with a mortgage and family responsibilities. He gestured for Saturday to follow. What are your plans now? I plan to explore along the coast, but before that, I intend to spend a few days in Chang'an to unwind. Upon hearing unwind, Lu Dazhuang straightened his back, giving a nod. Unwind. Sounds good. Venturing to the coast is also nice. Unlike me, if I get eliminated, I'll have to look for security work at Lucky 3 Treasures. Saturday chuckled. Haha, Dazhuang, with the current security team, you might find it hard to fit in. Why? Lu Dazhuang raised a brow in confusion. Nowadays, security personnel are mostly older gentlemen, the kind that collapses at a mere touch. When trouble arises, a row of elderly men will just fall to the ground, and the opposition will have to back down, or even beg for mercy. Hey, with your physique, Dazhuang, it might be tough. Lu Dazhuang shook his head, laughing and scolding him. You're quite the character. I didn't misname you. Let's hurry and finish the process. I can't allow this troublemaker to linger around. After the laughter, the resignation certificate was swiftly obtained. As Saturday stepped out of the company's doors, he glanced back with a soft sigh, realizing there was truly nothing to miss. Team leader Lu Dazhuang's joking attempts to retain him included many words, yet he never mentioned a raise. Saturday quickly returned to his residence to pack his belongings. The sheer simplicity was astonishing for toiletry items. He possessed merely a towel and a toothbrush. Without hesitation, he promptly purchased a high-speed train ticket online for that day to Chang'an. Free from work-related worries, Saturday felt liberated in the city of Chang'an. The ancient capital, steeped in history, boasts magnificent structures such as the city walls, the giant wild goose pagoda, and the bell and drum towers, each resonating with tales of the past. He even purchased a set of hanfu, indulging in the experience of a dashing young gentleman. The pièce de résistance, of course, was a visit to the eighth wonder of the world, the Terracotta Army. Having reserved tickets in advance, he hailed a ride-sharing car early on Saturday morning. At the pickup point, a young couple entered the back seat, the wife admonishing her husband, burdened with bags, "You must treat your wife well. A man who dotes on his wife will enjoy good fortune. A man who neglects his wife will find his career faltering, his health failing, and his old age woeful." He cast a sympathetic glance at the husband and quickly closed the car door. The driver, noticing his hanfu attire as he settled into the front seat, chuckled. "Ah, young people certainly know how to have fun." He continued, "Those visiting Chang'an often dress in this manner. I admire their spirit. Just the other day, I picked up two fellows clad in Ming armor, gleaming like generals guarding the city walls." He too smiled, playfully tapping the terracotta army window decoration. "Sir, entering the capital with armor unannounced is quite the crime. You might even be considered an accomplice." The driver laughed heartily, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, my memory fails me. Young man, your appointment to see the terracotta army must be early, right?" The news reported a new burial pit discovery. "I passed by yesterday, and the excavation equipment was already set up, surrounded by cameras." With a conspiratorial wink, he said, "Since it's on the way, shall I take you for a peek?" Naturally, he had no objections to the detour. The journey grew somewhat tedious, prompting him to pull out his phone and scroll through videos. The conjunction of the 7 stars, accompanied by a solar eclipse, will commence at 10:15 today. Astronomers, do not miss this event. Artifacts found at the site belong to the state. Owners, please return them promptly. Certificates and a reward of 50 yuan will be issued. Upon hearing this, the driver erupted in laughter. "Haha, 50 yuan. He tilted his head towards him. "Hey, young man, do you think they realize what they're saying?" He chuckled. "In the information age, there's nothing novel to be found. Do you think they can guess if others know what they are doing?" The driver laughed heartily. "Wait. The place I'm taking you to is where that video mentioned. Nature calls once we arrive. I need to take care of it. Young man, why not explore around, and we can meet up in half an hour?" Checking the time on his phone, he replied, "No rush. It seems we won't be able to enter, so it's perfect for watching the eclipse. However, sir, you better hurry, you might miss the eclipse." This remark elicited another round of laughter from the driver. Upon reaching the excavation site, a cordon was indeed in place, forcing him to wander nearby. A crowd gathered at the entrance. He climbed to a slightly elevated spot to peer in, but the area was covered with plastic sheeting, rendering it impossible to see anything clearly. Not wanting to press his luck, he found a nearby CAF with a spacious view. Being a weekday morning, the establishment was relatively empty. Under the sunshade outside, an elderly man and a young girl sat, sipping coffee and donning sunglasses, clearly waiting for the eclipse as well. He ordered a coffee and politely inquired before taking a seat under the umbrella, putting on his sunglasses and occasionally glancing skyward. Just then, a spirited young man with brightly dyed hair approached, wrapped in a long trench coat despite the summer heat. "Hey buddy, wanna buy something?" The young man grinned at him. Both the elderly man and the girl beside him were taken aback. Hey, don't misunderstand." The young man suddenly flung open his coat, revealing an inner lining adorned with pendants and trinkets of various sorts. Seeing his speechlessness, the young man remained undeterred and enthusiastically continued, "Friend, come choose. For instance, this black stone pendant has quite the history. You know about the Emperor Qin's burial pit, right? Let me let you in on a secret. These are treasures from within." To facilitate his selection, the young man even removed his coat and draped it over the table. The elderly man, intrigued, took off his sunglasses to take a look. He chuckled, "You really know how to exaggerate. The new pit yields either bronze artifacts or large, unique black stones. Yours are just small trinkets, poorly crafted imitations." "Oh my dear." The young man looked slightly deflated. "If you don't understand, just stay quiet." The girl beside the elderly man chimed in. "Umph. My grandfather is a professor in archaeology, a mentor, renowned. Are you trying to show off your skills in front of him?" Faced with her sarcastic remarks, the young man turned back to him, somewhat dejected, and continued to pitch his wares. "Friend, Consider me unlucky. 100 yuan each. Take your pick. You must be here for tourism, right? A souvenir would pair perfectly with your hanfu. Your photos will be splendid. He nodded with a smile, not saying much, as he truly wished to purchase a keepsake. He picked up a semi-transparent crystal-encased black stone pendant, scanned the payment, and did not haggle. The girl muttered beside him, "At most, it's worth 50. The young man, visibly annoyed, deliberately gave him a thumbs up. "Friend, you're so straightforward. I'll even throw in a beautiful tassel for free." This last remark was clearly aimed at the girl. With joy in his heart, he attached the black stone pendant to his belt. At that moment, the clock struck 10:15. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's starting! It's starting!" He quickly looked up to see a small notch appearing at the edge of the sun, as if it had been gently bitten. The notch rapidly expanded, and the daylight dimmed at an observable pace, as if twilight had suddenly arrived. Distant mountains blurred, and the shadows of trees danced. The uneasy calls of returning birds filled the air. He hastily raised his phone to capture the moment, holding his breath in awe. Just then, an immense force surged from his waist. The black stone pendant he had just secured began to vibrate violently, tugging at his belt, and suddenly floated about 10 inches in front of his chest. It seemed as if the pendant desperately sought to break free and fly toward the direction of the ruins, yet it was firmly tethered by his belt. He could no longer focus on the solar eclipse. His gaze was locked onto the pendant. The seemingly chaotic patterns on its surface began to pulse as if alive, radiating a mysterious and dazzling golden aura. Almost instinctively, he reached out with a fingertip to touch it. Buzz! A surge of indescribable, overwhelming power erupted. An invisible shockwave exploded outward from him. The sunshade, tables, chairs, and even the elderly man, the girl, and the brightly colored young man nearby were sent tumbling backward as if struck by a giant hand, all exclaiming in shock. Chapter 3. A touch of defiance in the sky. Suddenly, the black stone pendant erupted with a brilliant light. A surge of golden radiance instantly enveloped Saturday. The luminosity was as warm as the sun, yet carried an ineffable primordial force. Saturday felt his body lighten, drawn into a sea of pure golden light. Within this ocean of light, a colossal spectral scroll loomed, its outline obscured, yet imposing against the starry sky. At its center lay the silhouette of a dilapidated palace. Boom! Deep within the excavation site, the 7 overlapping black stone discs began to rotate violently. The stone surface lit up with a web-like pattern of silver lines, flowing as if alive. Surprisingly, the intricate and enigmatic markings resonated faintly with the designs on the pendant that floated before Saturday as chest. Buzz! A terrifying, irresistible gravitational force erupted from the heart of the burial pit's relics. Swathed in golden light, Saturday transformed into a blinding beam, piercing through the very fabric of the heavens, ascending towards the relics above. The column of light solidified, reaching from the ground to the sky, one end anchored deep within the relics, the other piercing the devoured sun. The clouds above, as if summoned, spiraled and coiled around this golden pillar. As the radiance diminished, Saturday found himself suspended in midair above the excavation site. This miraculous scene left the elder, the young girl, and the colorful-haired youth in sheer astonishment. The colorful-haired youth, with a sudden shift in his gaze, lunged towards a trench coat in the corner. He seized it and dashed away. The elder, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his senses and excitedly pursued him. "Young man, wait, how much do you have? I'll take it all. Name your price." The youth, not glancing back, retorted, "Do you take me for a fool?" The elder, having pursued only a few steps, was soon out of breath and urgently called to the still-dazed girl. "Hurry, Fei Fei, catch him." Responding to the name Fei Fei, the girl snapped to attention, launching herself like an arrow in pursuit of the colorful-haired youth. Although youthful, the boy's steps faltered, and despite his sweat-drenched brow, he could not shake off the girl trailing closely behind him. The sun was obscured, casting the sky into a dim twilight, revealing a faintly luminous corona, both magnificent and eerie. The tremors beneath intensified. The crowd surged forth from the relics like a startled swarm of ants, creating chaos in their wake. A fleet of police cars and armed forces swiftly arrived, establishing control and directing evacuations. Officers, officials, and military personnel congregated, engaged in fervent discussions, while reports were relayed and individuals hurried away. At that moment, Fei Fei finally caught up to the colorful-haired youth at the excavation entrance. delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. The elder, gasping for breath, soon followed. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of those gathered at the relic excavation entrance. Several officers approached, demanding, "What are you doing? This area is now dangerous." The elder quickly explained, "That young man in the sky. I know him. I am a senior expert dispatched to study the burial pit relics." He directed his gaze towards the arriving Lu Zongxian. "Director Lu can attest to my credentials. This is Professor Hu, an expert in ancient texts and the lead researcher on the relic inscriptions." Lu Zongxian first gestured to the officer, indicating that he would handle the matter. He then anxiously inquired of the elderly man, "Old Hu, do you truly know that person in the sky?" Taking a breath, Professor Hu hastily shook his head. "I merely sat at the same table in Asif. He appears to be a tourist, and I do not even know his name." However, Professor Hu pointed at the colorful-haired young man on the ground. "That person in the sky made a purchase from him. We should be able to trace the information." Lu Zongxian immediately instructed those nearby, "Quick, take him down and investigate." Professor Hu stepped forward, adding urgently, "Be cautious of the items within the trench coat." The young man in the sky only ascended after purchasing a pendant from it. Everyone quickly and carefully seized the trench coat for examination, revealing only a collection of trinkets and souvenirs, none of which seemed significant. The group exchanged uncertain glances, ultimately deciding to escort the incessantly muttering young man and the contents of the trench coat away. Lu Zongxian swiftly analyzed the situation. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to the magic or unknown technology depicted in films. It could be teleportation or some perilous ritual. If he disappears, and we cannot locate him, it would be a grave loss for the nation. Should it be a dangerous ritual, the consequences could be even more dire. I recommend employing firearms to attempt to bring down the suspect. Professor Hu was both astonished and anxious. "Wait, old Lu, you are mistaken. The young man in the sky is likely just a tourist, not a criminal. Are you advocating for the loss of innocent life?" "Calm down, old Hu." Lu Zongxian pointed toward the heavens. "This individual's identity is unknown and involves uncertainties. Should this escalate into a greater threat, the repercussions would be unpredictable. We cannot permit this." Professor Hu vehemently opposed, and a heated argument ensued. At that moment, a brand new bus approached, escorted by traffic officers. An official disembarked, surrounded by aides. The official, with graying hair and a crisp shirt, hurriedly reviewed documents while gesturing for the crowd to refrain from approaching him. One of his aides, presumably a secretary, stepped forward to introduce, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Li Dakong, the chairman of the municipal government. I am his secretary, surnamed Jean." He gestured towards the phenomenon in the sky. "The news has spread. The entire city has witnessed it. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously, and the chairman has come to the scene. Where is the excavation team? What is the current situation?" Lu Zongxian promptly stepped forward to summarize the circumstances, including his recommendation to use firearms in the ensuing controversy. At that moment, a soldier rushed in to salute and presented a document pouch to the officer. The officer swiftly perused the contents and waved the documents in his hand. "The Military Intelligence Department has confirmed that the person in the sky is named Zhou Lu. His background appears ordinary. All records of his birth, education, and employment are documented here, with no criminal history. My orders are to ensure the safety of the scene. As for the use of firearms, I require an updated directive from my direct superior." The officer intended to pass the intelligence to Li Dakong, but seeing him engrossed in his papers, decisively turned to hand it to Secretary Jean, saluting before stepping aside. Li Dakong lifted his gaze. Casting a deep look at the departing officer, subtly shook his head at Secretary Jean and resumed his focus on the documents. Secretary Jean, understanding the gravity of the situation, folded the intelligence and inquired of Lu Zongxian, "What is the likelihood of transmission or a perilous ritual occurring?" Lu Zongxian hesitated momentarily, but steadfastly maintained his stance. "We lack pertinent knowledge, yet the anomalies are unmistakable. We cannot dismiss it. Immediate intervention is essential." After whispering with Li Dakong, Secretary Jean declared, "Let us proceed with your approach. For the safety of the populace, utilize the sniper rifle to neutralize the anomaly." He raised a hand to halt the anxious Professor Hu, stating, "Professor Hu, this is an excavation site, not a scholarly institution." Secretary Jean then turned to the burly officer beside him. "The military's municipal hall has no jurisdiction here. Surely the police answer to the municipal hall? I recall that the SWAT team has procured sniper equipment. Correct, Director Chi? The burly officer appeared momentarily taken aback, muttering softly, "Sniper rifle." As if suddenly realizing, Chi Tongwei immediately saluted in response. The SWAT team on site should indeed be equipped with sniper rifles. I will retrieve one forthwith. The target's altitude is estimated to be no more than 400 meters. I am confident in my aim. Allow me to undertake this task. If I can access a higher vantage point, my accuracy will be even greater. Secretary Jean shook his head, stating, "Time is too pressing. It will be too late to reach the rooftop." Director Chi returned swiftly and target the suspect in the sky, Saturday. After Chi Tongwei hastily departed, Professor Hu appeared eager to voice his thoughts, prompting a frown from Secretary Jean. "Bring Professor Hu to the detention center." As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Zongxian gasped in alarm, urgently imploring Secretary Jean in a hushed tone, "Stop. Hold on. Professor Hu must not be moved." All of us present, upon encountering Professor Hu's son, would be compelled to salute. Though spoken softly, the revelation astonished everyone. Li Dakong quickly raised his head, abandoning his documents to sternly reprimand Secretary Jean. "This is absurd. We should escort Professor Hu to a guest house in the city for rest." He then turned to Professor Hu with a smile, explaining, "Professor Hu, you see, we are currently addressing an emergency." He gestured toward the sky. At this moment, no one can ascertain whether this is some form of ritual that poses a danger to the public. Professor Hu appeared somewhat troubled, unsure of how to respond. "Professor Hu, it seems difficult to find a solution that satisfies all parties." Li Dakong's expression grew resolutely firm. "However, as the governing official, I cannot remain inactive. I must make responsible decisions for the safety of all citizens' lives and property." He implored, "Please, Professor Hu, take some rest. I shall visit to apologize another day." Li Dakong gestured behind him. "Secretary Jean, please use my vehicle to escort Professor Hu." Secretary Jean promptly stepped forward with courtesy. "Professor Hu, this way, please." As he watched Professor Hu depart, Li Dakong reiterated to Lu Zongxian his intention to personally apologize to Professor Hu's family when they are all present. Lu Zongxian understood and nodded with a smile. At 10:25, the pendant before Saturday in the sky trembled violently, erupting with a thunderous explosion. A tumultuous golden mist, visible only on Saturdays, erupted violently. A fierce shockwave seemed to hurl him from his very being. As the explosive golden mist enveloped him, he was abruptly drawn back. In the dizzying whirl, Zhou Lu was horrified to discover he had transformed into a translucent shade of pale blue. "Do not be deceived by appearances." A commanding voice resounded in Zhou Lu's mind. Before him hovered a figure of soft gold, middle-aged, adorned with a crown, jewels swaying gently, exuding an innate imperial authority. Zhou Lu was so taken aback he could barely speak. A deity? A specter? Instinctively, he pinched his thigh, only for his fingers to pass through the semi-transparent, softly glowing blue knee. "I am Ing Zheng." The figure flickered, the voice intermittent. "The first emperor? Is it your pendant? A soul artifact?" Soul artifact indeed, seemed apartment. The golden figure gazed upwards at the sun, soon to be obscured. "It is fate," he declared, raising his arm with a flourish. A massive, tattered scroll, radiating golden light, slowly coalesced before them. With a wave of his hand, the scroll spun and merged into Zhou Lu's pale blue form. In an instant, his hands shimmered with a golden glow. Zhou Lu exclaimed, "My skin is upgraded." He looked up to meet the disdainful, condescending gaze of the figure and hurriedly clarified, "I misspoke." As the scroll detached, the golden figure flickered more intensely, rapidly fading into the air, leaving only echoes behind. "Fate," he intoned. 10:27 a.m. on the ground. Several buses formed a square encampment, shielding them from prying eyes. Chi Tongwei swiftly assembled a sniper rifle. Li Dakong, no longer preoccupied with documents, surveyed the surroundings. Deep in thought, Hu Lao's words held some merit. "Chi, do you think you could aim only for the suspect's limbs, sparing his life? However, do not carry the weight of guilt. The interpretation of legal statutes rests with the court. I will ensure Dean Shun provides the necessary legal basis for this operation." Chi Tongwei paused, nodded silently. He set the sniper rifle atop a wooden crate, aiming at the sky. Strangely, through the scope, neither the pale blue nor golden figure was visible, only Zhou Lu's physical form, suspended motionless in the air. 10:29 a.m. The sun was on the brink of total eclipse. Chi Tongwei pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet roared toward Zhou Lu. In the air, Zhou Lu suddenly felt an explosion of blood mist erupt from his right thigh. A searing pain, emanating from his very soul, detonated within him, causing him to wail in agony. Yet, those on the ground could see nothing but Zhou Lu's body floating, utterly still. Continue. Aim for the left leg. Gumanda lidakan. Gritting his teeth, Chi Tongwei squeezed the trigger once more. The bullet shot forth at the precise moment. 10:30 a.m. The sun was completely engulfed, plunging the world into total darkness. Outside the atmosphere, the 7 stars aligned perfectly in a straight line at that very instant. The celestial beam of light erupted in the pitch-black expanse, radiating a dazzling brilliance that threatened to blind. The clouds encircling the column were instantly dispersed. In a fleeting moment, the radiant beam abruptly contracted, transforming into an exceedingly slender ray, which, along with Saturday, vanished swiftly from the realm of existence. Within the remnants, the 7 black stone discs shattered completely, the tremors subsiding. At the precise moment the light vanished, in the capital city, an elderly man poring over bamboo slips suddenly raised his gaze toward Chang'an. How could the forsaken formations of our ancestors resonate with such intense fluctuations amid the end of the Dharma? Deep within the Ileo Mountains, a stone-carved Taoist priest abruptly opened his eyes, his murky gaze piercing sharply toward Chang'an. Across the globe, in New Jersey, midnight. A slumbering, portly old man with a white beard stirred uneasily. By the window, beneath the starlit sky, a gentle breeze stirred, sending pages scattering from a desk, save for a single blank sheet, which remained steadfastly still, as if pinned down. Chapter 4. What is the price? The morning light glimmered like molten gold, casting an amber hue upon the icy peaks of the horizon. Beneath the low-hanging canopy of the sky, a silvery ribbon-like river meandered through the desolate frozen soil, flowing toward the distant iron-gray sea. Near the estuary, humble wooden cottages clustered together, forming a quaint town. On a low hill at the town's edge stood a rugged stone fortress, silently overseeing the bustling streets below, where wisps of smoke heralded the dawn of life. Yet, within the shadows of the fortress's wooden walls, another form of vitality lay hidden. A small brownish-gray mouse cautiously emerged from a crevice, sniffing the scent of flour, and deftly descended to the ground, swiftly seizing a crumb of rye bread from the corner. The gentle sounds of its kin echoed from the wooden beams above, as pairs of eyes sparkled like black pearls in the dimness. The little mouse, clutching its prize, scampered up the stairs, poised to slip back into the crevice. Suddenly, from a distance, the iron gate creaked open with a soft sound. Startled, its ears perked up, but it was already too late. Whoosh! A stone sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. Before the echo faded, a perfectly rounded stone, propelled by a vigorous gust, struck its tiny head with precision. Squeak! A chilling cry reverberated, causing the wooden boards of the roof to tremble and countless specks of dust to drift down. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings fell eerily silent. This was the storage attic adjacent to the castle kitchen. A sliver of morning light broke through a small gap in the wooden walls, barely illuminating the dim room. A small boy, clad in leather armor and draped in a tailored bearskin cloak, stepped into the morning light, his small leather boots making soft thuds. Above his furry collar, thick, silky silver-gray hair framed his face, with blue-gray eyes reflecting the fragmented sunlight, beautiful and vibrant. In his right hand, he held a wooden slingshot made of 3 rubber bands, while his left hand hovered near his mouth, exhaling a puff of misty, white breath. Indeed, this young lad was Saturday. In the beginning, a tumultuous upheaval that appeared grandiose to others, from his own perspective, was merely a fleeting darkness. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself reborn into an unfamiliar world. The little mouse, which had met its unfortunate fate, was diminutive in size, reminiscent of the mice from his past life in the granary of his northeastern ancestral home. Its body, no larger than a walnut, was covered in bits of straw, resembling a lively ball of fluff. Had this been before his extraordinary journey, such a sight would have undoubtedly melted the hearts of many young ladies, leading to reproaches aimed at him for his ruthlessness. He approached, one hand wielding a slingshot while the other grasped the unfortunate little creature, and gazed up at the tranquil attic. He sighed, contemplating that it would be challenging to yield any further rewards at this moment. It was not that he intentionally sought to harm these adorable beings. As a reborn traveler, how could he lack the customary golden finger? This was the mysterious fragment of a scroll that had integrated with his being prior to his transmigration. The 72 fragments of earthly calamity. Reborn as an infant and rendered immobile in a state of drowsiness, he could only delve into the mysteries of this enigmatic scroll. Through his explorations, he was astonished to discover that with a mere thought, his consciousness could enter its depths. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the legendary 72 Techniques of Earthly Calamity, which contained the essence of various rules and powers, truly celestial sorcery. Within the scroll, these 72 techniques manifested as 72 secret palaces of calamity. The walls of these palaces bore engravings of various related arcane arts. However, these palaces and their techniques were fragmented and dim, requiring spiritual energy for restoration and illumination. Drifting within the 72 fragments were shards of memory, which he surmised were remnants of its former host's experiences. The fragments revealed that the scroll had, due to some unforeseen event, become lost on the Blue Star. Revered as a sacred object by tribes wielding stone spears, some sought to study and restore it. Yet the severe depletion of spiritual energy on the Blue Star rendered their efforts futile. Eventually, it fell into the hands of a group who called themselves Chi Refiners. Yet they were equally powerless. In desperation, the Chi Refiners resolved to collaborate with the Emperor Qin, who had unified the realm, presenting the scroll to His Majesty. Unfortunately, the scroll was far too damaged. Even the Emperor could not perform miracles in a land devoid of spiritual energy. However, fortune smiled upon them when the Imperial Seal, crafted from the He Sure Bai, astonishingly activated the soul-capturing palace within the scroll. Surplus energy even allowed the Emperor to restore the devouring technique within the soul-capturing palace, enabling the consumption of living souls into its domain. Remarkably, the soul-capturing palace could transmute these souls into spiritual energy and store it as well. All beings possess a soul, from birds to beasts, each varying in strength, with humans exhibiting the most formidable souls. Perhaps this is why the laws of Qin were so draconian. Though there was no widespread slaughter, the regime subtly employed severe laws to continuously supply the scroll with living souls. However, the depletion of spiritual energy on Blue Star has become exceedingly dire, and merely relying on the devouring of souls to restore the fragment is but a drop in the ocean. The Chi Refiners, dependent on the Qin Empire, have clandestinely sought a peculiar black stone. Under the guise of constructing tombs, they have surreptitiously erected a mysterious array of unknown origin, aspiring to harness the enigmatic fragment and the power of the stars to ascend to the fabled celestial realm. In truth, they harbor no certainty. Yet with the spiritual energy of Blue Star on the brink of total extinction, the Chi Refiners have no choice but to stake everything on this gamble. Throughout this endeavor, the alluring secret arts within the Soul Capture Palace have proven irresistible. Ultimately, the Emperor managed to extract a considerable amount of soul energy, restoring a specific secret art within the palace, Soul Division. The Soul Division technique involves severing fragments of the host's soul and embedding them within a sacred artifact. Even if the host is far removed, they can still perceive the surroundings of the fragments. However, excessive division of the soul fragments can severely harm the primary soul, leading to weakness or, in dire cases, mental collapse and death. This peril rendered Zhou Lu hesitant to employ the Soul Division technique. The geocentric 72 fragments is, in itself, a sacred artifact. The confident First Emperor, coupled with the dwindling spiritual energy of Blue Star, found even the Chi Refiners reliant upon him, thus deeming it unnecessary to carry the fragment at all times. The Emperor utilized the Soul Division technique, detaching a shard of his own soul and attaching it to the fragment. He secretly crafted it into a black stone pendant, which he kept within the court or among the military, aiding him in maintaining control over the situation. Whether generals were abroad or the Emperor was on a tour, this pendant served to intimidate the world. The will of heaven is inscrutable. None could have anticipated that after the Emperor's 5th expedition, he would vanish without a trace. The pendant left in the court could no longer sense the primary soul, helplessly observing as the power-hungry ministers returned and hastily buried the Emperor's relic in the accompanying tomb. It was not until the eve of Zhou Lu's crossing that this pendant unexpectedly resurfaced. Perhaps this was what the Golden Spectre had alluded to, the will of heaven. Holding a lifeless mouse, Zhou Lu silently recited Devour. From the mouse's lifeless form, a pale green orb of light emerged and swiftly entered his body. Closing his eyes and concentrating, his consciousness followed the orb, descending into the fragment. The orb first merged into the soul capture palace, transforming into a wisp of spiritual energy, which Zhou Lu directly infused into the swordsmanship hall among the 72 halls of geocentric power. Unlike the other dim halls, the swordsmanship hall was nearing restoration, emanating a faint glow. Reborn as a child, Zhou Lu found himself temporarily incapable of preying upon birds and beasts. As for human lives, friends of the Changsha people knew this was a formidable challenge. In this unfamiliar world, Zhou Lu could only rely on capturing small creatures like mice to extract soul energy. In this realm of rebirth, it seemed as though a modicum of spiritual energy existed between heaven and earth. The geocentric 72 fragments had also become somewhat animated. Remarkably, it can independently absorb the ethereal energy from the heavens and the earth, gradually enhancing the physique of Zhou Lu. After sufficient absorption, the fragmented scroll surprisingly initiates the repair and illumination of a secret hall of the Earth Sha. However, this process consumes a full 6 years and is entirely capricious. The hall that has been illuminated is the water entry hall among the 72 secret halls of Earth Sha. The vast amount of spiritual energy required for the powerful secret techniques within the hall is beyond discussion. The techniques of the water entry hall primarily concern underwater combat and survival methods, enabling Zhou Lu to navigate through water with the ease of fish. Yet this is not an immediate necessity. It would be imprudent to assume the role of the Sea King at this moment. Opting to actively repair and illuminate the swordsmanship hall was a carefully considered decision by Zhou Lu. The swordsmanship hall not only offers mastery of exquisite sword techniques, but also conceals the legendary Sword Immortal's sword control technique. Naturally, the spiritual energy required for the repair varies significantly among the techniques within the hall, and Zhou Lu dares not imagine the colossal amount necessary to restore the complete sword control technique. However, he can at least commence the repair of its prerequisite technique, sword manipulation. Moreover, the techniques within the swordsmanship hall are remarkably discreet. In this seemingly medieval world, Zhou Lu cannot afford to appear too extraordinary. The castle's little mice have nearly been hunted to extinction, with the remaining ones hiding in such obscurity that they are exceedingly difficult to locate. Perhaps it is time to consider alternative methods. Chapter 5. The Winter Sun. Upon exiting the attic, Zhou Lu soon passed by a standalone wooden cabin. Smoke was rising from its roof, and numerous servants were bustling in and out of the cabin, diligently preparing food for the castle. Many eyes drifted toward Zhou Lu. Not all were gazing at him, as some were fixated on the slingshot and the small mouse he carried, wearing amused expressions. A nearby maid had already smiled and slightly bowed in greeting. "Good morning, young Master Dick." A bolder male servant, not even setting down the wooden bucket in his hands, grinned and bowed as well. "Salutations, Mouse Slayer Lord Dick." The maid, who had previously greeted him, promptly extracted a long piece of dark bread from a nearby basket and playfully tapped the head of the bowing male servant several times with it. Surprisingly, the dark bread remained intact as she scolded him. "Your mouth is like a foul fish from a muddy ditch. All you know is that young Master Dick has a good temper. You have no decency whatsoever." Nevertheless, the smile on her face was impossible to suppress. Their playful banter elicited laughter from those nearby, adding a touch of joy to their busy routine. Dick Castark, that is the new identity Zhou Lu now holds. He is the third child of the Castark family, the lord of this land. Above him are an elder brother and sister, and below him are a younger brother and sister. In terms of male heirs, he is the second son of the family. The Castark family, he recalls having seen the Game of Thrones series in his past life. In the north, the guardianship of the Stark family is said to reside in the eastern stronghold of Carhold. Yet, curiously, the castle in which he finds himself is situated beyond the wall, in the lands beyond. Despite the haze that has clouded many details of his memory, he distinctly recalls that the region north of the wall is perpetually frozen, a realm overrun by wildlings. What noble lands could possibly exist here? Perhaps the Stark family motto, "Winter is coming," often appended with a reference to eternal Carhold. conceals deeper truths. Dick, Dick. The urgent calls jolted him from his reverie. Before him rushed a plump little figure draped in a fuzzy cloak, with hair ashen and gray. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Dick, reaching out with a chubby hand for the slingshot clutched in Dick's grasp. But Dick was quicker. In that fleeting moment, he raised the slingshot high to evade the reaching hand, while his left hand deftly thrust a small mouse into the outstretched palm of his brother. This impudent little chub was none other than Dick's younger brother, Torrhen Karstark. At this moment, Torrhen stood momentarily stunned, his withdrawn hand instinctively squeezing as realization dawned upon him. With an exclamation of surprise, he furiously discarded the mouse and turned to confront Dick. However, upon meeting Dick's expressionless gaze, he instinctively recoiled. "Let's converse amicably, or I shall have to discipline you." Dick's tone was flat yet effective. Torrhen, a comical sight with his suppressed rage, gazed longingly at the slingshot. Ultimately, his face flushed as he timidly extended his hand, murmuring, "Brother, may I play with the slingshot?" Dick did not refuse, handing over the slingshot without hesitation. The moment it was in his grasp, Torrhen sprang to life, turning to dash away with the slingshot held aloft. Yet Dick, with swift reflexes, seized his cloak, effortlessly lifting the little chub off the ground, rendering him unable to flee. Dick had no intention of extracting gratitude from Torrhen. He knew his reckless brother all too well. Without a stern warning, the slingshot would likely vanish without a trace. "Let it be clear," Dick stated succinctly, fixing Torrhen with a steady gaze. "If you break the slingshot, I shall discipline you. You know that when I do, no one will intervene." Seeing the suspended Torrhen nodding in a comical manner, Dick finally set him down. Torrhen, with his little legs propelling him towards the castle hall, appeared less exuberant than before. Dick chose not to pursue further conversation with him. Instead, turning to observe the approaching figures, a tall, beautiful young woman accompanied by a little girl even smaller than Torrhen. The child's short legs hindered the young woman's speed, but they soon arrived at Dick's side. "Duchess, good morning," Dick greeted the young woman. Hardly had the words left his lips when the little girl, bubbling with excitement, broke free from the young woman's hand and, giggling, raced towards him. The small head dove into Dick's embrace, calling out repeatedly in a sweet, childish voice, "Brother, Dick, brother, Dick." Dick hastily and gently lifted his youngest sister, Jenica Stark. "Dick, let us go. Dinner is ready," a melodious voice chimed, akin to a clear spring in the woods. The speaker was the beautiful young lady, Anna Stark, Dick's aunt. She stood tall and graceful, her oval face framed by a pair of clear, warm brown eyes sparkling with kindness. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her lips naturally exuded a healthy rosy hue. Her skin was delicate and smooth, radiating a warm, jade-like glow even amidst the harsh cold of the outer lands. Anna also possessed a cascade of glossy, chestnut brown hair, thick and flowing, a trait inherited from the lineage of Dick's father and uncles. In contrast, Dick and his siblings had inherited their mother's silvery hair, albeit lacking its lustrous sheen, appearing slightly grayish. As they traversed the path, they encountered servants and family knights, who bowed and made way for them. Several young knights, though their heads were bowed, could not conceal their furtive glances at Aunt Anna, their admiration flickering in their eyes. Dick glanced at his aunt's lovely visage. Truth be told, having traversed the online realms in his previous life, he had encountered countless faces altered by the art of photo editing, yet few could rival his aunt's beauty. She was still in her youth, not yet fully blossomed. It was likely that she would become even more astonishing in the future. Reflecting on her age, he was reminded of his elder brother, Roger Stark, who was the same age as Aunt Anna, prompting Dick to marvel at the vigor of his grandfather. The castle was modest. They arrived swiftly. As the grand doors of the hall opened, a cacophony of sound rushed forth. In the center of the hall, a dozen long-haired, robust men sat on either side of two wooden long tables. They were the family knights. The servants bustled about, busy with their tasks. The inner floor of the hall was slightly elevated, creating a small platform where another long table was set, designated for the lord's family. The early arriving plump boy, Torrhen, was excitedly waving his slingshot and beckoning to them. Dick settled his sister onto a stool before taking his place at the long table. Adorning the wall of the hall was the massive banner of House Stark, displaying a white sunburst star against a black backdrop. Seated beneath, it was the Lord, Dick's father, Carlin Stark. Even while seated, his robust frame exuded a bear-like presence, with wild brown hair and a thick beard enhancing his imposing demeanor. Beside Carlin sat Dick's mother, Helena Stark, her long, bright silver hair far more radiant than the grayish strands of Dick and his siblings. On Helena's forehead was a simplified, diamond-shaped eagle totem painted in blue, a symbol of her maternal lineage, a powerful tribe from beyond the mountains. At that moment, Dick's father, Count Carlin, rose to his feet, his rugged voice resonating through the hall. "Gentlemen," he called, and the once boisterous hall fell abruptly silent. "The blazing sun has dispelled the wintry snow, and in 3 days, when the sun rises, we shall embark on our journey northward. My loyal knights, prepare the soldiers." He then raised his cup and proclaimed, "Drink heartily." Immediately, he tilted his head back and drained the contents of his goblet. Everyone raised their cups in response. However, the boisterous knights responded in a cacophony. Some shouted, "Drink up," while others called out, "To you." There was even a cheer for Anna. This left Dick raising an eyebrow in bemusement. He gestured to a servant standing nearby. The servant understood instantly, swiftly wringing out a damp cloth from a basin and presenting it to him. Dick methodically wiped his hands, insisting the servant fetch him a fresh cloth. He also compelled his reluctant brother, Torin, sitting beside him, to do the same. After all, having encountered a little mouse that morning, the ingrained habit of washing hands before meals had become instinctual. Dick's actions immediately drew the scorn of his sister, Lyanna Stark. "Oh, the mouse-taker truly is noble. Even eating requires such formalities." Just as she prepared to deliver another jab, she noticed their elder brother, Roger Stark, frowning at her, signaling her to remain silent. Lyanna begrudgingly picked up her knife and fork, stabbing at the smoked meat on her plate in frustration, muttering under her breath, "Smoked meat, smoked meat. Every day it's smoked meat." Roger paid her no mind and turned his contemplative gaze toward Dick. The fare on the table was indeed simple and monotonous: smoked meat and bread, with nearly half being dark bread. The presence of dark bread, even on the Lord's table, evidenced the Stark family's lack of wealth. Besides that, there was salt, broth, and some rather murky wine. Dick ate slowly, aware of his need to grow, to gain sustenance and energy. Those around him assumed he lacked childhood memories. Yet, Dick vividly recalled that night when Uncle Tony, accompanied by Aunt Anna and Sister Lyanna, fled with him through the perilous Shadow Forest, ultimately reaching the family stronghold of Winterfell, the very castle they now occupied. Later, a raven brought dreadful news. The family stronghold, Castle Horn, had fallen, with his uncle slain and grandfather perishing in flames. Many family members taken captive. It was uncertain whether the enemy, having successfully annexed vast territories, needed time to consolidate or if there were other reasons for their inaction. The flames of war had not crossed the expansive Shadow Forest. Now, Father Carlin had become the head of House Stark and had attained the title of Count, with new siblings added to the family. Previously, when Father Carlin occasionally became enraged after drinking, he would vehemently denounce the traitors, revealing the identity of the enemy leader. Astonishingly, it was his grandfather's cousin, his father's kin, also a Stark, who had betrayed the family. Even more perplexing was their abandonment of the family name, opting instead for the title, House Silas. Dick had considered inquiring for more detailed information, but alas, parents across any realm seem to share a common trait. In the face of children's inquiries, the response is invariably, "You will understand when you grow up." Roger, the elder brother, certainly knows the truth, yet he has followed his father since childhood, emulating the adult mannerisms, and can only offer Dick the usual platitudes reserved for children. As for Sister Lysana, she was raised in the indulgence of their grandfather, her demeanor quite haughty, prompting Dick to disregard her entirely. The exquisitely beautiful Aunt Anna once caught Dick's innocent curiosity, but his naive question brought her to tears, for she is the youngest daughter of their grandfather. Since that incident, Dick has refrained from broaching the subject with her again. At this moment, the rugged voice of Count Karen echoed once more, this time addressing his eldest son, Roger. "I have summoned my brother, Tony Karstark, to oversee the transfer of castle guard duties. Tony shall return to the castle before sunset tomorrow, at the latest. Not only have I recalled him, but I have also ordered the withdrawal of 8 knights and at least 200 soldiers from several outposts and fortresses." Karen raised his goblet and took a hearty swig of wine, continuing, "The northern tribes are numerous, and there are no nobles there. Everything is settled by strength. Bandits roam at night, and your mother and I must venture north with these 10 knights and soldiers from the castle. The castle's defenses shall be reinforced by the capable young men that Tony brings back. Consult with Tony often. He is trustworthy. We shall return as swiftly as possible." The Count's voice deepened, laden with an undeniable gravity. "Remember, never forget Castle Carhold, nor the harshness of winter and the brightness of the sun. We believe you will be a good lord in the future, taking care of your younger siblings. This is the charge from your mother, Helena." Roger Karstark nodded solemnly in agreement. The lord and lady were setting forth to the maternal lineage of Dick's mother, Helena, the Falcon clan, with the intent of seeking aid from Dick's grandfather. The black crows flying from the south of the Ghost Shadow forest carried with them the scent of smoke. The time for the Karstark family to prepare was dwindling. They urgently required reinforcements to brace for the impending resurgence of war. Chapter 6. Courteously delivering knowledge to be candid. Having been steeped in the lavish experiences of the past life within the gourmet empire, the daily consumption of smoked meat has grown quite tiresome. Observing the salt within the ceramic jar, the uneven gray-brown powder mixed with granules bore a bitter taste. However, Dick remained unfazed. His appetite was nearing that of an adult. The strength of his body, enhanced by the 72 remnants of the Earthly Fiend, possessed a vigor surpassing that of a typical adult. Dick! Without lifting his head, Dick recognized the voice of the chubby Torrin returning. Torrin burst into the hall, slingshot in hand, plopping down onto an empty chair at the long table. "Dick, are you heading to the training grounds? Take me with you. I want to be a knight." Dick finished the last piece of smoked meat on his plate, then took the damp cloth offered by a servant to wipe his mouth and hands. He did not notice the plump child and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Where is Aunt? Were you and your sister not supposed to be playing with her?" The girls had all followed the maid, off to engage with the elderly woman for needlework. Torrin brandished his slingshot, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Boys should wield swords. Dick, having finished wiping his hands, acted with lightning speed, swiftly snatching the slingshot from Torrin's grip and tucking it into his belt. Seizing the moment while the plump child was momentarily distracted, he grasped Torrin's greasy hand and vigorously wiped it with the damp cloth he had just used. Torrin struggled to retract his hand, but Dick easily pinned him down with one hand. "What do you mean by old woman?" "That is the instructress, a nun devoted to the 7 gods." Having finished, Dick shoved the plump child away. "Do not call her that again, or I shall teach you a lesson. Go play." Although Torrin could not comprehend the reasoning, he understood well that Dick's punches could be quite painful. After all, they were brothers, and Dick sighed. He truly cared for his family, especially in this era of scarce medical resources, as his past experiences had instilled in him the significance of hygiene. He had indeed tried to impart the values of cleanliness to his family, yet the results were meager. Just look at his father, Count Carlin. Earlier, during dinner, the lord had habitually reached into his trousers, scratching, before nonchalantly lifting his goblet to drink deeply. One of his fingers even dipped into the wine. Dick found it utterly perplexing. In the novels he had read in his past life, even the most absurd protagonists had listeners. They even taught physics and biology to the ancients. Yet here he was, forced to rely on his fist to care for his siblings and compel them to maintain hygiene. Regrettably, in such an environment, the impact was minimal. At the rear of the castle lay a training ground, half the size of a football field, adorned with an array of weapons on racks. Yet, the presence of people on the field was sparse, revealing the dire straits of the Stark family's knights. Dick strode directly towards the children's table, separated by a fence, and lifted the heaviest wooden sword from the rack. After a brief stretch, he settled into position, raising the sword above his head and chopping down repeatedly. After 100 strikes, a burly, bald elder clad in armor approached, nodding in satisfaction. He was Dick's instructor. Dick promptly ceased his actions, greeting him respectfully. "Good morning, granduncle." The instructor was in fact a Stark as well, Rod Stark. "Serious," the elder immediately chastised. "Though you have been in training for a short time, I have already instructed you. The training ground is a battlefield. There are no granduncles on the battlefield, only instructors. Call me Instructor Rod." "Yes, Instructor Rod." Dick quickly corrected himself. The instructor's expression softened slightly as he began to instruct. Each person's hand size, arm length, arm thickness, height, and weight differ. The sword is an extension of the body. Subtle variations in the body can lead to vastly different outcomes when extended. Do not mimic other stances. Just remember this. Shatter your enemy. Strike with all your strength. Strike with precision. Keep chopping. If I do not call for a halt, You shall not stop. Subsequently, Coach Rod turned abruptly towards the fence, bellowing at a group of young knights who were giggling and loitering. What are you staring at? You little brats. Get back to your training. Have you forgotten how I single-handedly made you cry for your mothers during your training? The onlookers immediately scattered. Coach Rod spat contemptuously and muttered under his breath, "A bunch of spineless cowards." Following this, there were no dramatic encounters reminiscent of novels or films involving the Lord's Son. Coach Rod did not allow Dick to practice any flamboyant techniques. Aside from brief pauses, Dick was engaged in a singular repetitive action, lifting the sword, striking, and then lifting the sword again to strike. With his enhanced physique and a weapon suitable for a child, Dick completed the training with ease, the monotony overshadowed by his fervent desire to grow stronger. Coach Rod was greatly impressed and decided to adjust his training regimen. In this medieval-like world, lunch was not a necessity and was more commonly found among the upper echelons of society. When it did occur, it was much simpler than breakfast or dinner. Typically, the castle provided only salt, bread, and fresh water for midday sustenance. If one felt hungry, they often resorted to the kitchen to procure something to tide them over. Thus, the hall was not set for a midday feast. In the afternoon, a scholar would arrive at the castle to instruct Dick in the common tongue of Westeros. Based on past experience, he anticipated that the scholar would arrive in approximately 2 hours, equivalent to a duration in his previous life. Yes, even in a different world, lessons remained a necessity. However, unlike in his former life, now the scholar would respectfully bring knowledge to the noble offspring. Dick swiftly consumed his modest lunch and then set into motion a long-conceived plan to sneak out of the castle. Given the meager yield of hunting within the castle, he thought it prudent to seek his fortune outside. Of course, he was not reckless. Being still young, he had no intention of plunging alone into the chaotic medieval town. As for asking his father, Count Karen, to arrange for someone to accompany him on his hunt for little mice, forget it. The Count's temper seemed rather unpleasant. Dick's destination was the September of the Seven, nestled at the foot of the hill on which the castle stood. Firstly, he had visited it numerous times with his family, making the surroundings relatively familiar. Secondly, the nuns and monks there were acquainted with him, ensuring a measure of safety. Most importantly, the scholar who was to instruct him resided at the abbey. What better reason to greet his teacher? As Dick stealthily climbed the tower, descended the castle walls, and traversed down the hill, he immediately spotted his prey a mere 10 paces away. The mice outside the castle were evidently oblivious to the exterminator's fearsome reputation, appearing plump and sluggish. Without hesitation, Dick raised a slingshot and began to shoot. Amidst the shrill cries of the unfortunate creatures, he continued to reap fresh souls. After circling the outer walls of the monastery, he finally stepped inside with great satisfaction. In this brief period, he had hunted more than 20 adorable souls, a far more bountiful harvest than that within the castle. The nuns and monks in the monastery quickly took notice of him. A few immediately turned and rushed towards the church, undoubtedly to report to the bishop of this Seven Gods monastery. Dick had no intention of concealing his actions. He continued to search for prey with his slingshot in hand. Soon after, a figure emerged from the church, moving briskly and even with a hint of urgency. It was not the bishop as he had presumed. It was the bachelor Viscadoan who was scheduled to teach Dick the common tongue of Westeros that afternoon. The middle-aged bachelor, clad in a thick gray robe, quickened his pace upon seeing that Dick was alone. And Dick could even see beads of sweat forming on his balding Mediterranean head. As Viscadoan approached, he anxiously glanced over Dick's shoulder and inquired, "Child, are you alone? Where are your guards?" Dick, with a cheerful grin, tucked the slingshot behind his waist and bowed slightly. "Teacher, I came early to welcome you. Is that all right?" "I told no one." Viscadoan looked at Dick's antics in disbelief. Did the guards truly allow you, a mere child, to wander out alone? However, Dick pretended not to hear and, in a child's manner, changed the subject. "Teacher, where are the bishop and the old bachelor? Shouldn't I pay my respects? They have gone to the Frost-Cold River. A poor soul has fallen in and needs assistance." Viscadoan ceased his inquiries and hurriedly led Dick back to their quarters, seizing 2 hefty tomes before swiftly making his way toward the castle. Chapter 7. You will get used to it when Viscadoan and Dick appeared at the castle gates. A stir ensued. Several guards, clad in leather armor and dozing with their spears, nearly dropped their weapons upon catching sight of Dick. "By the gods! Is that Dick? Young Master Dick!" they exclaimed. "Good heavens! who saw the young master slip out. The shouts rippled through the air like stones cast into water. Soon, more soldiers surged forth, accompanied by 2 burly knights clad in iron armor and crimson cloaks that billowed as they rushed. In an instant, the gates were firmly blocked. The 2 knights approached with hawk-like gazes, scrutinizing Dick from head to toe, confirming beyond doubt that this child was indeed the Lord's second son, Dick. They exchanged swift glances, and one of them immediately grasped the hilt of his sword, turning without a word to hasten towards the Lord's keep, clearly eager to report to the Count. The other knight remained, his towering frame blocking the entrance as he gestured for Viscadoin and Dick to enter the castle. Once inside, the remaining knight furrowed his brow. "Young master, how did you manage to leave the castle?" The incredulity in his tone was nearly palpable. Dick maintained his innocent and naive demeanor, innocently blinking his large eyes as he matter-of-factly reiterated, "Why, we simply went outside, my lord." This statement left the knight momentarily speechless. A lump of frustration lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to express his ire. He could only irritably wave his hand, summoning a passing servant. "You, accompany the scholar and young Master Dick to the library. Do not stray a step. Keep a vigilant eye." As Dick dutifully followed Scholar Viss out, he distinctly heard the knight's cold voice behind him. "All guards on duty, step forward and stand at attention." He silently apologized to the unfortunate soldiers who were about to face the consequences. There was no choice. Dick needed everyone to gradually acclimate to his elusive abilities. The library of the Kashtark family resembled more of a cluttered attic than a sanctuary of books. Dust-laden walls bore witness to the sparse rows of rudimentary wooden shelves, which housed a meager collection of parchment scrolls and a few tomes. Dick and Scholar Viss settled around a large, scarred wooden table in the center of the library. No sooner had the scholar's posterior touched the chair than his previously gentle and benevolent countenance morphed into an unprecedented seriousness. "Child, you have always been so astute and sensible. I cannot fathom why you would engage in such reckless behavior today. You are still too young, perhaps unaware of the perils of sneaking out of the castle alone. Promise me there shall not be a next time." Dick's mind was as clear as day. The secret of the 72 remnants of the Earthly Fiend must not be disclosed to anyone, not even a soul. He understood all too well the depths of the world's treachery, having seen it portrayed in television dramas. Yet, he wore a pure smile upon his face, slightly smug as he shifted the topic. "Master, I have completely mastered the writing of the common tongue of Westeros. I have read the chronicles of Westeros in its entirety." The scholar's serious expression was instantly replaced with astonishment, his eyes filled with skepticism, as if Dick had claimed the sun was made of cheese. "What? That cannot be true. Child, that book." Dick swiftly rose, plucking a blank piece of parchment from the shelf, reaching up to retrieve the weighty tome, its cover nearly disintegrating from age. He then took up a quill, returned to his seat across from the scholar, and positioned his paper and pen, his face calm and confident. "Master, feel free to open the chronicles at any page and select a passage. I shall transcribe it for your review." Scholar Viss hesitantly accepted the book, stiffly leafing through its yellowed, frayed pages. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped the book shut. "Tell me, child, have you truly read it all? Memorized it? Can you transcribe? Then try writing about the founding of the Citadel. Precision is not required. Simply elucidate the background and consequences." Without hesitation, Dick began to write. The nib, dipped in ink, deftly flicking droplets, began to inscribe upon the coarse parchment with the fluidity of flowing clouds and waters. The academy is situated in the old town at the southwestern corner of the continent of Westeros, gradually evolving into an academic center following the conquest by the Undulls. The script of the common tongue in Westeros, in Dick's view, bore a striking resemblance to the Latin alphabet of his former life. Whether this was a boon bestowed by his translocation or an enhancement from the fragment, his memory had become remarkably acute. 2 years prior, he had already mastered this language and its script, achieving a proficiency that surpassed his previous life, where the absence of an input method rendered him forgetful of characters. The meager collection of books in the library had long since been worn to tatters. Previously, he had concealed his talents to avoid drawing too much attention. However, now, with his family facing peril, Dick was desperate to uncover the truth. Moreover, why did the current narrative starkly contrast with his recollections? The teacher before him was undoubtedly the most suitable person to question. Dick wrote with fervor, his handwriting neat and fluid. The scholar of the academy grew increasingly astonished, his shock transforming into an uncontrollable delight. Unable to contain himself, he approached Dick, bending down to observe closely. "Enough, child, that will suffice." Finally, after Dick had filled a substantial portion of the parchment, the scholar interjected. He picked up the parchment, his fingers gliding over the ink. Such neatness. This hardly resembles a child's writing. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he murmured to himself, "When I taught writing before, how could it have been so unrefined?" Although his voice was low, Dick caught the remark and raised an eyebrow, pondering how he could explain that he had been gaming the system to avoid detection. "Scholar, you see, I have not deceived you, have I?" Dick paused, gesturing toward the chronicles. "However, I have noticed that the chronicles of Westeros only records from the Dawn Age through the Heroic Age to the Baratheon dynasty. Is there no further information? Is it documented in other texts?" The expression of the scholar became somewhat strained. His gaze flickered, awkwardly avoiding Dick's eyes, his voice vague. "Child, perhaps it would be more prudent to discuss this matter at a later time. Tell him, Viscount." A voice, as thunderous as winter's thunder, resonated suddenly at the entrance of a library. Dick's father, Count Carlin Stark, whose massive frame nearly filled the doorway, cast a shadow that instantly engulfed the already dim light of the attic. His deep voice, imbued with an undeniable authority befitting a lord, resonated with the weight of iron striking an anvil. "Since I have entrusted you with the education of my bloodline, there shall be no reservations." The heavy boots thudded against the wooden floor with a dull sound, sharp eyes sweeping over the scholar's pale countenance. Count Carlin's voice grew colder and more piercing, each syllable dripping with frost, the despicable treachery of scholars betraying their oaths. Chapter 8. Power is indeed the cornerstone of authority. Count Carlin Stark, with his bear-like physique, strode into the library, and shadows instantly enveloped the entire room. Following Count Carlin was Dick's elder brother, Roger Carr Stark, who was gripping a squirming, pudgy little boy. None other than Dick's younger brother, Torrin Carr Stark. Count Carlin first turned to Dick, his weathered face breaking into a commendatory grin. "Young lad, I hear you slipped out of the castle. Well done." He let out a hearty laugh that reverberated through the cramped attic. "But you still lag behind me a bit. I succeeded at 6, no 5. And then there was silence. No foreseen warnings or reprimands. Rather, his smile bore a hint of encouragement. Yet in the next moment, the warmth on Count Carlon's face vanished like the winter's chill, freezing instantly. He turned to Master Viscount, his gaze as sharp as ice. "Viscount, tell me." His voice was deep and resonant like a hidden current beneath the frozen earth. "In all of Westeros today, aside from the eaves of House Hightower, how many families dare or are willing to offer you scholar's sanctuary?" His words struck like ice shards, piercing Master Viscount. The scholar hastily stood, bowing almost double, cold sweat glistening on his bald forehead. "My lord, the misunderstanding regarding scholars runs deep." He raised his head, his voice trembling as he explained. "Not all scholars have yielded to Hightower." Count Carlon's voice suddenly escalated, booming through the attic like a furious thunderclap, shaking dust from the shelves. "But all scholars hail from Old Town. Hightower's Old Town." He stepped forward, his massive frame exuding an oppressive force, locking eyes with the scholar, each word pronounced with deliberate weight, each syllable striking like hail. "Those curs aided Hightower in consuming the entire Bay of Crabs, seizing the Westerlands like ravenous wolves, invading the Riverlands. They have even extended their claws into Dorne Sands. This is a complete betrayal of ancient oaths." Count Carlon's gaze seemed capable of piercing through the scholar. "Traitors," he growled from deep within his throat. "All deserve death." Master Viscount felt as if he were being targeted by an enraged ice bear, his legs turning to jelly, the parchment in his hands crumpling under the pressure. He bowed deeply once more, unable to meet Count Carlon's fiery, wrathful eyes. Meanwhile, Dick suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. What had he just heard? This was entirely at odds with the plot of the television series. This was undoubtedly a monumental secret. His curiosity blazed like wildfire, igniting a restless yearning within him. Seeing this, Roger, Dick's elder brother, stepped forward earnestly to diffuse the tension. "Master need not be anxious. Father refers to those scholars in the South who have betrayed their oaths and serve as pawns, not you or Master Valentine." Count Karen let out a heavy grunt, his chest heaving violently for a moment before he managed to suppress the surging anger within him. "Very well," he said in a gruff tone, still somewhat rigid. though his ire seemed to have diminished. I know you, and that decrepit old man Valentine. Unlike the sycophants of the Hightower clan in the south, his fingers, robust as the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, pointed towards Bachelor Weiss. Though you hold no position within the castle, you shall continue to enjoy the protection of House Stark. With that, he stretched out his large hand and hoisted the fidgeting Tauren, who was casting his eyes about in a frenzy, up to Bachelor Weiss. My lady and I are preparing to march north. And this lad, Count Karen shook this squirming little chub in his grasp. Tauren cannot be left to his own devices. Starting tomorrow, he will study with you every afternoon alongside Dick. Teach him well, and do not allow him to become a mere barbarian who knows only how to wield a sword. At your command, my lord. I shall obey your will. Bachelor Weiss responded with a sense of relief, his voice trembling almost uncontrollably. Count Karen grunted in acknowledgement, casually tossing the still wriggling Tauren into Roger's arms as he turned to depart with the two men. As his massive form rotated, he muttered to Roger, I never noticed before, but this lad Tauren is a handful, just like you were in your youth. Keep a close watch on him. As for Dick, the Count's voice echoed from the corridor outside, gradually fading away. He is a source of peace, quiet, unambitious, and unobtrusive. Had it not been for someone's report of his escape from the castle, the heavy footsteps faded at the end of the hallway. Dick could only see the silhouette of his elder brother Roger leading Tauren out, along with Roger's hand delivering 3 resounding taps upon Tauren's head. Dick withdrew his gaze and returned to his chair, his eyes shining brightly, akin to searchlights aimed at the visibly unsettled Bachelor Weiss, filled to the brim with curiosity. Bachelor Weiss sighed deeply, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat glistening on his bald forehead before finally diverting his gaze from the empty doorway. Noticing Dick's eager expression, brimming with the desire to unearth all secrets, he wearily settled back into his chair and sighed once more. Child, the scholar said with a bittersweet smile, his voice hoarse from the recent events. You heard everything that was just said. I'm certain you are filled with questions and are bursting with curiosity, are you not? Fear not, for the Count has commanded that I shall not withhold anything from you. Bachelor Weiss picked up the wrinkled parchment, nearly torn to shreds from his grip, and cautiously attempted to smooth out the deep creases, his gaze unfocused and wandering. Where shall I begin? He murmured, as if attempting to organize his disordered thoughts. I believe, first and foremost, I must offer you my apologies, Dick. He lifted his gaze, sincerity etched in his eyes. The reason is that he once again picked up the weathered tome, Chronicles of Westeros. Child, you are astute. Having perused this book, you must have noticed the details regarding scholars. They don metal rings that symbolize their knowledge. The greater their accomplishments, the more rings they possess. Just like my mentor, Valentine Johnson, the dying old man the Lord mentioned earlier. You have seen him before. He adorned 6 metal rings, a testament to his lifetime of learning. Then, the scholar, with a tinge of self-deprecation and profound bitterness, gestured to the emptiness of the robe draped across his chest. As for me, he paused, his voice descending to a somber tone. You see, I possess none, Dick. I have never crossed the threshold of the Citadel. Hence, I have not undertaken any examinations, let alone earn the metal rings that signify scholarly status. Strictly speaking, I am not a true scholar. I was merely a student taken in by my teacher out of compassion long ago. Though my teacher has tacitly permitted others to call me scholar, I'm ultimately not a true learned man. He gazed candidly at Dick. My expertise does not lie in historical knowledge. What captivates me and what I excel in is the craft of devising instruments and pondering the principles of nature's workings. As he spoke, a flicker of unwillingness and yearning glimmered in his eyes. I am confident that if given the opportunity to undergo examinations of the Citadel, I could secure at least 3 rings. Alchemy, astronomy, mechanics, these are my true passions. His expression contorted in profound anguish. The Citadel, a repository of boundless knowledge. Child, knowledge is power to me. True power. Yet I fear I may never have the chance to behold that vast sea of knowledge. Witnessing the profound pain etched on the scholar's face, Dick felt a jolt within his heart. The familiar phrase knowledge is power suddenly bore a fresh, weighty significance. To the scholar, knowledge is power. To the knight, valor and martial prowess embody power. To the merchant, wealth represents power. Each individual seeks their own form of power, yearning for more, for greater strength. and power is indeed the cornerstone of authority. The Old Town Citadel stands as the heart of knowledge, education, and scholarship in the realm of Westeros. For the scholar, it is the golden finger he has longed for, a treasure that may forever remain just beyond his reach. Eventually, the scholar emerged from that tide of sorrow, his tone becoming somewhat lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. The Chronicles of Westeros records history. While the intricate details of that history I have gleaned only through hearsay, grasping merely the broad outlines, I cannot impart to you absolute truths, which is why I chose to sidestep your question earlier. I owe you an apology. The scholar reiterated his contrition once more. Dick sat upright, his posture impeccably straight as he gazed at the somewhat embarrassed scholar, his tone sincere and earnest. Sir, you need not feel any guilt regarding this matter. As long as you have imparted knowledge to me and guided my understanding of this world, you shall forever be a respected scholar in my eyes. The youth's gaze was both clear and resolute. I am eager to learn about the history that follows the Chronicles of Westeros and what truly transpired with the scholars. Why do you fear that there may be no opportunity for me to visit the Citadel? Please consider it a storytelling session. I genuinely wish to know. A fervent light sparkled in Dick's eyes, a glow so intense it seemed almost ablaze. Master Weiss furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time, seemingly organizing his thoughts and determining how best to approach the subject. He could not merely begin with the betrayal of the scholars as mentioned by the Earl. At last, he spoke, his voice imbued with the gravity of recounting ancient legends. We must commence with the downfall of the Baratheon dynasty. That tempest ravaged the entirety of Westeros. Chapter 9. Legends and Rumors Within the Library of Winterfell. The voice of Viscounting resonated slowly and clearly. In the year 302 of the Age of Aegon, approximately a century ago, Queen Daenerys Targaryen laid siege to King's Landing. She commanded her dragon to incinerate the Red Keep, leaving much of the city in ruins. Amidst the desolation of the Red Keep, she briefly occupied the Iron Throne before vanishing alongside her dragon. Regarding her fate, opinions diverge. Some assert she was slain by Jon Snow, a bastard of the North, while others claim to have witnessed her departure upon the dragon's back. In any case, the formidable Dragon Queen disappeared without a trace, and even the Iron Throne was melted down to molten iron. Whether this marks the successful restoration of the Targaryen dynasty or its utter failure remains ambiguous. A wave of disappointment washed over Dick's heart. The narrative described by the scholar closely mirrored the conclusion of the television series Game of Thrones. A century ago, it seemed he had arrived in this time far too late to be a prophet. Following the Queen's disappearance, her forces disbanded. In the aftermath of the turmoil, the remaining Great Lords convened in King's Landing, jointly electing Bran Stark as the new king of the Six Kingdoms. He, a cripple, was referred to as Bran the Broken. Master Weiss finally smoothed the parchment he had crumpled. Why Six Kingdoms, you may ask? Because the North declared its independence, and Bran the Broken's sister, Sansa Stark, became the Queen of the North. By this time, the Stark family nominally ruled all of Westeros, thus establishing the Stark dynasty. Or so it would seem. The scholar's tone was tinged with uncertainty. Dick found himself at a loss for words. Sir, what do you mean by or so it would seem? Chaos descended swiftly. Master Weiss replied gravely. The Targaryens had dragons. The Baratheons had alliances, yet the Stark household, within a few years, saw Westeros descend into utter disarray. There were neither sufficiently esteemed rulers nor records meticulously kept of those bloody days. All that is known is that thereafter, relentless warfare ensued across the land. Master Weiss instinctively countered, can this truly be considered a dynasty? In contrast, the North seems relatively stable, merely embroiled in a perpetual conflict with the Vale. Is there a dispute between the North and the Vale? Dick inquired, astonished. Observing the scholar's confusion, he hastily elaborated. The chronicles state that the North and the Vale are steadfast allies. Master Viss blinked, clearly aware of the underlying reasons. The conflict originated when the Vale's nobility demanded the Northern Queen fulfill the promises of the Bastards' War. After their request for land was denied, they dispatched troops to forcibly invade the Sisters' Isles and White Harbor. Since that time, the hostilities between the two regions have never truly ceased. When discussing the Bastards' War, one must mention its victor, Jon Snow. Most believe him to be the illegitimate son of Ned Stark. The scholar pivoted the conversation, sharing rumors that the disappearance of the Dragon Queen was orchestrated by him. However, Her loyal followers did not slay him, but instead compelled him to don black and venture beyond the wall. This has led many to speculate that the Dragon Queen may still be alive. Dick silently scoffed, recalling how in the television series, she was killed by Jon. A conclusion that left many viewers enraged. Jon Snow, once the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, donned black once more, garnering the allegiance of numerous Night's Watch members. He had previously assisted wildlings in fleeing from the army of the dead, and many of them followed him back beyond the wall. Master Viss hesitated momentarily. There are numerous legends and accounts regarding the army of the dead throughout the north. Yet, some now express skepticism, as there is no tangible evidence of White Walkers or Whites, leading them to believe it might be a fabrication concocted by the Dragon Queen in collusion with the North to bolster support for a Targaryen restoration. Noticing Dick's lack of reaction, Master Viss provided a more detailed explanation. The chronicles depict the North as a harsh land, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. While it is said that the White Walkers and Whites originate from the lands of eternal winter to the north of the wall, the text includes descriptions of these creatures. "Child, are you not afraid?" But Dick responded, "That is merely what old crones tell children." Yet in his heart, he mused, though the series' conclusion was rushed, the Whites had been thoroughly vanquished, reduced to ash. Rather than fret over what has turned to dust, it is more prudent to contemplate the potential existence of gods in this world. Do not be hasty in your judgments, Master Viss admonished. Not all written accounts are true, nor are all legends false. Following the collapse of the wall, the climate beyond it gradually began to resemble that of the north, no longer perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. The scholar continued, explaining that Jon Snow garnered a multitude of followers beyond the wall, ultimately becoming its de facto ruler. Later, when turmoil erupted in the south, the Northern Queen unexpectedly declared her acceptance of fealty from the south, bestowing the title of Protector of the South upon Jon Snow and granting him a ducal title. Jon Snow accepted this and participated in the delineation of territories. Your ancestor was one of the recipients of titles at that time, a topic I shall elaborate on later. The scholar's expression grew serious. Now, let us discuss the matter that has infuriated Count Carlin, a truth I cannot conceal, the betrayal of the scholar. After the collapse of the Targaryen dynasty, Westeros was engulfed in a prolonged period of warfare, leaving nearly every house battered and bruised, yet the Hightower family emerged relatively unscathed. No one anticipated their deep-seated concealment. Perhaps they had been amassing power in the shadows of dragons since the Targaryen era. The nobles had long grown accustomed to the service of scholars, most of whom hailed from the Hightower's domain, Old Town. The scholars wore expressions of bitter resignation, despite the Citadel's self-proclamation of being crownless and unblooded, emphasizing neutrality. The scholars had sworn fealty to various lords. However, as chaos ensued, many scholars exploited the Lord's reliance on ravens for communication to clandestinely assist the Hightowers. It is crucial to understand that during that time, the training of ravens and the transmission of messages were entirely under the scholars' control. Suddenly, Dick was struck by a revelation. The great houses had entrusted their lifelines of intelligence to these outsiders. To his recollection, there seemed to be no oversight. This was tantamount to courting disaster in wartime. Observing Dick's dawning comprehension, Scholar Weiss nodded painfully. Have you deduced it? Initially, the Hightower family seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil, expelling the Highgarden's proxy lord, Boron, and occupying Highgarden and the Reach. At that juncture, no one suspected the scholars until they effortlessly captured Casterly Rock and advanced into the Riverlands, their forces swiftly approaching King's Landing. It was then that everyone realized the scholars were using the Raven network to relay information to the Hightowers, disrupting the course of battle. The voice of the scholar grew filled with righteous indignation. From that moment onward, scholars became pariahs in Westeros. Yet not all scholars were traitors. Many, driven from their homes by furious lords, resolutely refused to bow to the Hightower-controlled citadel in the south, choosing instead to bear the weight of infamy and embark on a perilous flight northward. We swear by the name of heart and learning, we are no traitors. Scholar Weiss fell silent, his emotions tumultuous. Dick quickly rose to pour half a glass of wine and handed it to him. Weiss trembled as he accepted it. Taking a sip, after a prolonged silence, he let out a deep sigh. The Lord already harbored a deep loathing for traitors, and we carry this stigma of traitor. It is no wonder the Lord is filled with such wrath. There is a terrifying rumor regarding the Hightowers on the battlefield. A monstrous creature resembling a great bird has appeared, not as massive or ferocious as a dragon, yet capable of carrying a person aloft. The scholar set down his cup, his expression grave. Additionally, there is an uncertain rumor. On the battlefield between the Hightowers and Dorne, a black dragon emerged, destroying the Hightower fleet. Some claim that the dragon belonged to the Free Cities, while others assert that the black dragon is none other than Drogon. They believe this to be evidence that the Dragon Queen is not dead. Yet, the black dragon has only appeared once. That is about all I know. Many details elude me. Scholar Weiss drained his cup and took a moment to compose himself. Compared to these fragmented tidbits about Westeros, I am quite familiar with matters pertaining to your family. Child, would you like to hear about it? Perhaps you already know? Dick eagerly shook his head, only to shift to a vigorous nod. I wish to hear, teacher. Scholar Weiss nodded, his voice low and solemn. The Winter Sun is your family's tongue. The Karstarks are a branch of House Stark from Winterfell. Over a millennium ago, they were granted the lordship of Karhold for their ancestors' valor in quelling a rebellion. However, during the latter days of the Baratheon dynasty, your family came perilously close to annihilation. This calamity stemmed from their 2 acts of loyalty to their liege. The scholar spoke with a hint of sorrow. After the death of the usurper Robert Baratheon, Westeros was engulfed in the turmoil of the War of the Five Kings. The Karstarks answered their lord's call twice, rallying their forces southward, which led to immense sacrifices for your family. At that time, the Earl of Karhold, Haryon Karstark, was captured, and his 2 brothers perished in battle. The consecutive grief of losing his sons drove the aging Earl to madness. The scholar's tone grew grave. In a fit of rage, the old Earl executed 2 young Lannister captives in the Riverlands, which ultimately resulted in his execution by his own liege. Consequently, the army that accompanied the old Earl southward also rebelled against the northern forces. This was a grave error on the part of House Stark. It constituted the deepest betrayal of a loyal vassal. With the Lord of Karhold gone and the heir Haryon imprisoned in the south with no news, the territory swiftly descended into chaos. The scholar's voice turned icy. It was not until after the War of the Bastards that Jon Snow married the surviving daughter of the Earl of Karhold, Alis Karstark, to the Wildling leader, Tormund Giantsbane. This effectively rewarded the Wildling house with Karhold and its lands. Jon Snow carries the blood of the Starks within him. This is a blatant betrayal of the loyal vassals by House Stark. Many northern nobles who had followed Stark southward suffered devastating losses. However, Queen Sansa and Duke Jon not only failed to aid these families in reclaiming their fortunes, but also stood by, even allowing their subordinates to seize their estates. Short-sighted Starks. The scholar offered this critique. They did not foresee that those loyal captives, after the Lannisters' defeat, would endure countless hardships to return to the north. Among them was the rightful heir of House Karstark, Haryon Karstark. Dick's tone turned frigid, laced with certainty. The seized lands surely have not been returned? Naturally, the scholar shrugged, bitterness lacing his mocking tone. Why would one relinquish such a bountiful prize? The north at that time was akin to a feast amid chaos. Thus, Dick's voice carried a chill. Queen Sansa's sudden announcement to accept fealty from the south and appoint Jon Snow as duke was, in truth, a stratagem to dispatch my ancestors and other returning troubles to the desolate lands beyond. How cunning. The scholar nodded deeply. Young one, you have always been perceptive, eternal remembering of Karhold. Each generation of Karstarks has strived to reclaim their ancestral lands. Alas, there are exceptions. At the Stony Shore, a faction has taken root. They were once vassals of the Karstarks and are even a branch of your family. Yet they have suddenly revolted. They have seized the lands of Hornvale and Hornhold, managed by your kin for generations. Now they lie just south of the haunted forest, their eyes fixed upon the north. The traitors most despised by your father are those who have forsaken their bloodline, the petty individuals who self-appoint themselves as the Sellers family. Dick murmured, I understand. As for the comforting words spoken by Bachelor Weiss regarding Count Karen's assured victory and the reclaiming of Horn Fortress, Dick could no longer absorb them. A profound sense of urgency gripped him. Setting aside the potential existence of gods, the ephemeral dragons of the south, and the colossal birds capable of carrying humans, the impending war igniting within his family compelled him to take action. Yet, Dick's fingers clenched tightly beneath the table. His youth was an exasperating impediment. Chapter 10. This is not your concern, or mine. Dick was uncertain whether the nights in all castles resembled the current atmosphere of Everwinter Fortress. Outside the iron bars, the flickering torchlight danced through the darkness, casting distorted shadows upon the cold stone walls. The air was thick with a mingled sense of burning firewood, the chill of stone, and an unpleasant odor emanating from the thick fur blanket beneath him. The slate floor exuded a penetrating coldness, but compared to the warmth of the fur, the unpleasant smell was somewhat bearable. The conversations of the day had left Dick tossing and turning, unable to find slumber for quite some time. With no better alternatives, he was fortunate that time was still on his side. Possessing the 72 remnants of the Earthly Fiend scroll was his greatest reliance. The endeavor of hunting the souls must persist and even expand its scope. The Rat Killer Dick? That title mattered little. As dawn broke, Dick scattered black breadcrumbs in several locations around the castle, even mixing in some finely chopped smoked meat. Unfortunately, after a round, the results of the hunt were still dismally meager. He could only place his hopes on what lay beyond the castle walls. In the training grounds, after breakfast, Coach Rod altered the training regimen. He procured a sturdy wooden shield with a thick metal edging and signaled for Dick to engage in a practical sparring match with a large wooden sword from the previous day. As Rod parried, he instructed Dick on the techniques of force and angle. To Dick, this was far more exhilarating than swinging his sword at the air. He felt a surge of excitement as he raised the wooden sword, striking the shield with resounding thuds. The tremendous noise attracted a number of onlookers in the training arena, sporadic cheers erupting in response. That was a splendid strike. Suddenly, a deep voice of commendation resonated from outside the training grounds. A tall, formidable man with brown hair and a thick beard approached. Clad in black chainmail and draped in a heavy black bear pelt, he strode towards the pair engaged in practice. Hearing the praise, both participants ceased their actions. Indeed, it was impressive, yet it lacked a certain ferocity. Coach Rod's voice was steady as he remarked, "Go meet your uncle. He appreciates your bravery, young lad." He paused. "That'll be all for today. Remember to eat well tomorrow." With that, he turned to depart, though his hand, hidden behind a shield, trembled slightly. The armored giant was none other than Dick's uncle, Tonica Stark. Dick courteously expressed his gratitude in the direction of Rod as he put away the training sword, excitedly rushing towards Tonica. This was indeed his savior. The gratitude Dick harbored for the flight from danger with his 2-year-old self was not easily forgotten. Tony Stark, appearing somewhat travel-worn yet vibrant, exclaimed, "You've grown taller. Young lad, I hear you slipped out of the castle. Well done. Ha ha." He laughed heartily, giving Dick's shoulder a hearty pat. "Cool, me. Let's see the gifts I have brought for you little ones." Before they even entered the castle's grand hall, Dick could hear the exuberant cries of little chubby Torrhen Stark. There he was, adorned with a gilded wooden helmet and brandishing a gilded wooden sword, bouncing on the long table in the hall, mimicking the charge of a knight. His sister, Lysana Stark, anxiously tried to shoo him away, fearing he might topple the open jewelry box on the table, which sparkled with a myriad of gemstones. Their aunt, Anna Stark, cradled her sister, Jenica Stark, nearby, smiling as she plucked at a harp-like instrument. With Dick's elder brother and parents absent, the children felt emboldened. Little Torrhen jumped in front of Dick, proudly boasting, shouting childish declarations of "I am a knight, and a brave knight." Although Dick was not particularly anticipating a gift, he scanned the hall for any new items and could not help but cast an inquiring glance at his uncle. "Where's mine? I thought you could hold out." Tony laughed, scooping Dick up under his arm and striding outside. "Come with me. I assure you will love it. Put me down." The adult's embrace filled Dick with a sense of embarrassment. This, however, prompted a resounding slap on his backside from his uncle. "Behave yourself." Once outside the grand hall, Tony hoisted Dick onto his broad shoulders, laughing heartily. "Embarrassed, are we? I played with those bear eggs of yours many a time. What is there to be ashamed of?" With that, he strode purposefully towards the castle gates. They encountered numerous soldiers and knights along the way, more than usual, many appearing weary from travel. Groups of armed men rested against the walls, rising to salute as they passed. "Are these soldiers returning with you, uncle?" Dick inquired. "Will their return affect the defenses at the front?" Tony, taken aback, chuckled. Little Dick has truly grown, worrying about the front lines. "Fear not. The ruffians from the south won't be upon us so swiftly. You just focus on growing strong, and soon your uncle will take you to battle." As they stepped out of the castle gates, 2 soldiers stood waiting with horses. Tony waved them off, continuing to carry Dick as the soldiers hurriedly followed with the steeds. Outside the castle, the main road, a winding path of dirt mixed with gravel, was riddled with deep ruts. On either side, knights and soldiers resided, surrounded by fences or low walls. The wooden homes, though not exquisite, were more respectable than the dilapidated structures further back. The main road lay desolate, with only an inn that doubled as a tavern seeing occasional visitors, adding to the emptiness. The sun melted away the lingering snow, rendering the path exceedingly muddy. Tony remained indifferent, allowing mud to splatter onto his boots and his cloak to become speckled. Dick, perched upon his uncle's shoulder, failed to notice the fleeting seriousness that crossed Tony's face. As he surveyed the surroundings, Dick inquired, "Uncle, are we leaving the castle? You have just returned. Shouldn't you be discussing the change of guards with Father? He mentioned that he and Mother are departing at dawn tomorrow." Sometimes, a child's keen intellect can be a double-edged sword. Tony chuckled, patting Dick's leg as he walked. "The change of guards concerns your elder brother and my brother, not you or me. I hear you snuck out of the castle. Well done. Far better than what your father and I managed in our youth. The Rat Catcher? What a splendid title. A passion for hunting is commendable. When you are older, I shall take you to hunt bears, wolves, and those true beasts of the wild." As he spoke, Tony turned toward the grand wooden gate. A servant had been waiting and promptly opened the door upon their arrival. Tony set Dick down, and in the courtyard stood a beautiful woman. However, Dick's attention was immediately captivated by a magnificent steed being groomed by a nearby servant. The horse stood like a statue of obsidian, its proud head lowered, adorned with a flowing black mane. Its legs were as straight as columns, its tail gently sweeping the grass, ears twitching, and bright eyes gleaming with vitality. Tony, too preoccupied to regard Dick, laughed heartily and strode towards the woman with open arms, exclaiming, "My darling, have you missed me?" The woman met him with a radiant smile, embracing him, though a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. What began as a tender moment took an unexpected turn as Tony, in front of everyone, leaned down and passionately kissed the woman, prompting her to squirm in protest. This scene finally drew Dick's gaze away from the horse. "Ouch!" Tony cried, doubling over and clutching his groin, muttering coarse remarks about finishing the job tonight. Dick rolled his eyes, thinking the lady's knee had been rather lenient. "Huh, is that all you've got?" The formidable woman retaliated with a swift kick to Tony's calf, then smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, smiling and nodding at Dick. "Hello, Dick. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Juliet Christie." "Delighted to meet you, Lady Christie," Dick replied politely. As Tony regained his composure, he leaned in with a playful wink. "Perhaps I should call you Baroness?" Alas, the poor Baron was betrayed by traitors from the south. May the seven gods curse those scoundrels. He jovially wrapped an arm around Lady Christie's waist and raised an eyebrow at Dick. "You must understand, my dear boy. Your uncle cannot abide seeing beautiful ladies alone and forsaken. Someone must attend to them, mustn't they?" Dick, utterly exasperated, rolled his eyes. "So, dear uncle, which of the seven gods has guided you to attend to this lady?" Tony's eyes sparkled with mischief as he clapped his hands and cheekily replied, "Indeed, Dick, you're astute. It is the seven gods who have led me to take refuge in Juliet's household, and by extension, attend to a few matters." Dick, uninterested, walked directly towards the black horse. Tony hastened to follow, patting the horse's back with a sense of pride. "Do you like your gift, Dick? Such a robust Highland mare is hard to find. Your uncle has spent a considerable sum to procure her. She is a mare, a true lady, so you must treat her with the courtesy she deserves." Observing her, one could easily tell she was a recently tamed wild horse, and the trainer must have been exceptionally skilled. As he touched the saddle, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to Mrs. Christie. "Didn't I ask you to prepare a beautiful saddle this morning? Why is it still this old, shabby piece?" Tony tugged at the worn leather reins, a hint of reproach in his voice. "Such rags are unworthy of a fine horse." Mrs. Christie sighed. "Tony, you rushed off to the castle with the horse, leaving it to the servants. How could I manage to inform you?" She paused, her tone growing somber. "The supplies in Everwinter are increasingly scarce. While timber and food are manageable, other essentials are in short supply. This is your house, Stark's northern stronghold, and there aren't many craftsmen available. The pelts we hunt cannot be processed properly. We used to rely on support from the south, particularly from Hornvale, but now that it has fallen, we are lacking in everything. Rope, fabric, even iron goods are beginning to dwindle. Those damn traitors. Sooner or later, I shall have their skins." Tony angrily slapped the saddle, causing the horse to snort loudly. "What of those boastful merchants who claim to be adventurous. Are they unwilling to come? Mrs. Christie shook her head. The outlook is not optimistic. The Frostflow River is narrower than the Horn River and remains frozen for much of the year, making it impossible to construct a large dock. They still unload their goods at the mouth of the Horn River, at most arranging for a few small boats to come to the Frostflow. And the prices have more than doubled. Those greedy scoundrels. Tony spat vehemently. It was then that Dick truly realized the dire circumstances beyond the castle's walls. In recent years, he had often complained about castle life, never considering the hardships that lay outside. Chapter 11. A Golden Dragon After Leaving Mrs. Christie's Home. Tony Stark once again admired the sleek black stallion that Dick was riding. The trainer must be extraordinarily skilled. This majestic stallion possesses smooth, powerful muscle lines. Yet at this moment, it moved steadily and gently along the muddy main road. This time, Tony did not refuse the reins offered by a soldier. He mounted his horse and rode alongside Dick. "My boy, you shall surely become a fine knight. Ride her well, and remember to bond with the lady each day. Uncle, her name shall never be Lady." Dick protested, displeased. "Ha! Young Dick is growing up," Tony Stark exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "You still do not understand the charms of women. But fear not." He lowered his voice and winked at Dick. "Your uncle will take you to the realm of tenderness, so you may truly comprehend." A roguish laugh escaped him, leaving Dick momentarily speechless. As they passed the tavern that also served as an inn, Tony's throat constricted. He dismounted and grasped the reins of Dick's steed. "I must indulge in a couple of drinks to reward my belly. Dick, you may return to the castle first." Dick could not help but mock. "My dear uncle, you truly dote on your nephew, taking him out without a thought of bringing him back? Just a few steps more. And haven't you arranged for 2 strapping lads to accompany you?" Tony gestured to the 2 soldiers trailing behind to follow Dick, saying, "You see, Uncle hasn't neglected you." After retorting, Tony lowered his voice and raised an eyebrow at Dick. "Don't think I didn't see young Rod trembling under little Dick's blows on the training ground. Truly the spawn of Karen." He chuckled, patting the sleek black horse beneath Dick, urging it forward, while he himself led the horse, turning towards the tavern. Dick quickly tightened the reins with care, controlling the horse. The steed did not move swiftly, prompting the 2 soldiers to remain on foot, flanking him on either side. In truth, Dick had ridden horses in the castle since childhood, albeit without formal training. The rough men of the castle delighted in tossing him and little Tubby, Torin, onto horseback for amusement. Thus, Torin had always boasted, "I am a knight, a mighty knight." Having not ventured far, the castle gates soon came into view. Suddenly, at a fork in the main path, 2 figures, one large and one small, burst forth, appearing quite disheveled. Dick quickly pulled on the reins, signaling the horse to halt, and the 2 soldiers swiftly stepped forward to assist. This abrupt turn of events did not startle the black horse. Instead of stopping, the robust stallion seemed invigorated, carrying Dick onward while dragging the 2 soldiers along. Finally coming to a stop before the 2 fallen figures on the main road. Before him were 2 individuals swathed in somewhat soiled animal skins, a youth and a child. Their expressions were tense as they turned to glance anxiously down the alley behind them. The black horse tossed its head, snorted loudly, and affectionately leaned its neck towards the 2 who were helping each other to rise. Observing this, Dick began to form a suspicion. The soldiers, momentarily stumbling as they were tugged by the horse, uttered a few curses, 2 wildlings and mongrels, and were about to approach the children to administer a lesson when Dick intervened. He signaled for the soldiers to loosen the reins, allowing the horse to circle around the disheveled pair. Following the anxious gazes of the 2, Dick caught a glimpse of several shadowy figures darting away in the alley, and he mused to himself, could this perhaps lead to a dramatic confrontation? However, events did not unfold as Dick had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to Dick's noble attire, or perhaps the townsfolk, familiar with the lineage of Count Karen, recognized him. Or maybe it was the imposing presence of the soldiers accompanying him. The figures in the alley swiftly vanished, as if they had never existed. Only then did the boy and child, wrapped in animal skins, exhale in relief. But upon turning to see Dick upon his horse and the grim-faced soldiers, their anxiety resurfaced. The older youth instinctively shielded the child behind him, nervously inching towards the roadside while hastily bowing. "Forgive us, my lord." The black horse, evidently familiar with these 2, was puzzled by their demeanor and, eager for attention, followed closely behind them, its head persistently nudging forward. Observing the two individuals who yearned to approach the horse, yet hesitated, Dick found it somewhat amusing. All right, enough of the pretense. Your attempts at eye exercise to touch the bridge of your nose are far less convincing than the both of you. Ignoring their evident confusion at his teasing, he focused on the majestic black horse beneath him, which he found difficult to draw away from. Indeed, he had developed quite an affection for the robust steed, and his interest grew. He pointed at the horse and inquired, "Do you recognize it?" The boy hesitated, but the younger child could no longer contain himself and shouted towards the black horse, his accent peculiar. Dick did not catch it clearly and mistook it for Abiao. Abiao? A splendid name, though it requires some alteration. Dick grinned, feeling a sense of mischievous delight. From now on, it shall be called Sangbiao. Without concern for whether they understood, he leaned down to tease the child. What do you think of Sangbiao? It's called Abiao, not Sangbiao, the child retorted, puffing up in indignation, only to be firmly pushed behind by the older boy. With his head bowed, the boy respectfully addressed Dick. Sir, Sangbiao is quite good. Of course it is, but I am not. Dick, having acquired the steed, felt his enthusiasm quickly dissipate due to the boy's bashful demeanor. I have been awaiting your response. Dick pointed again at the black horse and asked, Do you recognize it? Internally resolved, he decided that if the boy continued to appear shy and unresponsive, he would have the soldiers escort them away and ride off himself. The boy stole a glance at the increasingly impatient Dick and the soldier who had been watching them intently, managing a wry smile. Sir, it is true. It once belonged to us, but it no longer does. It has been sold. Seemingly relieved, he cautiously reached out to stroke the large head that had been nudging against him. The horse finally acknowledged him, letting out a few joyful snorts and ceasing its circling around the two. Dick also patted the horse's neck, remarking, This is a fine horse, and also the best gift I have received today. You do not appear to be city children. What are your names? Sam, sir. Just call me Sam. This is my brother Cody. We hail from the tribe across Frosty River. The boy kept his head lowered. Quite a sum you must have received for it. Dick gestured towards the alleyway. Otherwise, no one would be pursuing you. Sam glanced again at Dick and the soldier. Sir, I do not wish to deceive you. 1 gold dragon. Pardon? How much? What did my uncle offer? Dick blurted out, incredulous, thinking his uncle far too unscrupulous. Even without understanding the market prices of this world, the exchange of 1 gold dragon for a fine horse was utterly implausible. Your uncle is? Sam hesitated. Dick gestured towards the tavern entrance. As they looked, they saw Tony Stark preparing to enter the tavern. Sometimes, events align in the most fortuitous manner. Just then, a waitress in an apron emerged from the tavern, cradling a small wooden tub. As Tony passed by, he suddenly slapped her ample backside with the gloves he had just removed. The piercing scream of the maid and Tony's hearty laughter resonated through the streets. Dick shrugged, stating, As you can see, that is my dear uncle. Sam, initially taken aback, quickly shook his head. He had encountered the gentleman earlier that morning, but it was not he, the uncle, who had purchased the horse. Observing Dick's confusion, he continued to elucidate. This morning, your uncle passed swiftly through the town's market, accompanied by numerous knights and soldiers, without pausing. It was another gentleman who left the group to buy the horse. Dick remained astonished by the steed's low price. So, that gentleman acquired this magnificent horse for merely 1 gold dragon? He inquired, incredulous. Sam, lowering his gaze, spoke with a hint of bitterness, and my father's life, along with mine and Cody's. Sir, that is the true worth of this horse. Dick was taken aback. He had never anticipated such circumstances. He had assumed that the fine horse would fetch a high price and thought that those pursuing them were merely after a substantial sum. They chase you merely for this 1 gold dragon? Dick even doubted Sam's honesty. A soldier nearby could not help but interject softly, attempting to convey to Dick the peril of 2 wild children entering the city with a gold dragon. Young master, it is evident they are from the wild tribes, unaccompanied by an adult. Gradually, Dick began to comprehend, steering the conversation elsewhere. What brings you into the city? You mentioned your father. Why is he not with you? Sam candidly revealed, We hail from the Wild Horse tribe, a small clan that has been shattered by hostile tribes. Sir, the disbandment is not of much consequence. Cody and I originally had a tribe to take us in. However, my father sustained severe injuries. His right hand is rendered useless, and he now limps. No tribe is willing to shelter him. We were reluctant to part ways, and after much effort, we managed to catch this black horse on the plains, hoping to exchange it for food in Everwinter City. But now, Sam's expression grew troubled. I had to leave my father resting outside the city while Cody and I sought work. Although feeling sympathy for their plight, Dick touched the black horse. However, this horse is a gift from my uncle. I cannot part with it. Your predicament is not of my uncle's making, and I have no money to spare. He spread his hands, admitting that in the castle over the years, he indeed had no need for coin. Sam and Cody, hearing this, felt unable to respond, their faces still etched with bitterness, when suddenly Dick's tone shifted to one of cheer. However, if you're seeking work, I may be able to assist. I believe you would be quite capable as grooms. While Sam and Cody were filled with surprise, the two soldiers hastily sought to intervene. Young Master Dick, there are wildlings from outside the city, my lord the Count. I know, fret not. I will speak with my father, of course. With my lord the Count's consent. With that, Dick winked at Sam and Cody. Come now, let us fetch your father. Overjoyed, Sam and Cody immediately bowed in gratitude, eager to lead the way to retrieve their father. The two soldiers exchanged wry smiles and attempted to dissuade Dick. Master Dick, if we were in the city, we would be more than happy to accompany you, they awkwardly explained. We are under the orders of Lord Tony to escort you back to the castle, not out of the city. Why don't you return to the castle first? One soldier gestured towards the castle gate in the distance. It's not far. The dangers outside differ greatly from those within the city. It is prudent to return to the castle and gather some assistance before venturing out, as peril could arise at any moment. My apologies for my oversight, and I thank you both, steadfast warriors, for your counsel. Dick promptly acquiesced. He also noted a detail. Although the route back to the castle was short, the two soldiers, while seemingly casual, continually positioned themselves between him and his brother Sam. Upon returning to the castle, Dick did not enter. A knight took the initiative to inform Count Karen of their arrival. Having decided to take in the two wild men, Dick felt not only sympathy for their plight and a desire to find a good groom for his beloved steed, but also a yearning for the opportunity to venture beyond the city walls. What of his youth? He was undeterred by the dangers outside. In this lifetime, he could be considered a member of the privileged class. With a suitable excuse, he knew he could secure the company of a knight or soldier for his excursion. Chapter 12. Not for your pity on the road to the Lord of Everwinter. Mud and slush splashed beneath the hooves of the horses. The entourage surrounded Dick as they advanced, with Sam and Cody, clad in filthy animal hides, leading the way. Just as Dick had surmised, as long as he did not resort to the childish pretext of hunting mice, his father, Count Karen, would undoubtedly send someone to accompany him outside the city. This time, he was joined by one of the most reliable sword and shield bearers of the Count, Sir Painbrown. The knight silently rode beside Dick, his hand resting instinctively on the hilt of his sword, his gaze steadily surveying the surroundings. Only when Dick became overly curious and began to look around excessively did he slightly tighten the reins. For Dick, this was a rare opportunity for observation. Apart from a vague memory of a childhood escape while swaddled in blankets, he had never truly set foot beyond the gates of Everwinter. Now, his hunting grounds would need to expand. As the party crossed the drawbridge, Dick pulled up his horse to glance back. Shadows moved atop the city walls. Soldiers adjusting their pikes, likely preparing for a changing guard. His parents were set to depart northward the following day. As they progressed along the banks of the frost-cold river, a hastily enclosed camp came into view, bordered by wooden fences. Dilapidated tents and low wooden shanties were scattered about. This was the market beyond the city. Sir Pain, Dick reined in his horse and pointed towards the river. Why is there no bridge across the frost-cold river? The river was not wide, with only a few small boats drifting aimlessly. Near the shallows, several figures were seen fishing with harpoons, ice shards flying about. Pain shook his head, his voice deep as stone. There is no bridge across the entire frost-cold river. Long ago, there were many disputes with the various wild tribes across the river. Eventually, both sides agreed. The southern bank belongs to House Stark, while the northern bank is the sacred land granted to the old gods' tribes. Thus, no bridge was ever built. He spoke succinctly and then urged his horse forward a couple of paces. Ahead, Sam and Cody suddenly accelerated, charging towards a gaunt figure at the entrance of the camp. The man was limping through the heap of clutter, his frozen, purplish hands futilely rummaging through the tattered fabric. Upon spotting Sam and Cody, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, only to be extinguished as he caught sight of Pain and the soldiers on horseback behind them, his complexion paling in an instant. He abruptly seized a nailed wooden plank from the debris, gripping it tightly, a desperate, beast-like ferocity mingling with despair in his gaze. Sir Payne, with his left hand silently resting on the hilt of his sword, raised his right hand slightly, signaling the soldiers behind him to halt. He reined in his horse, the corners of his mouth curving into an almost imperceptible smile, a testament to his seasoned familiarity with tumultuous times. Dick urged his horse forward to stand alongside Sir Payne, observing as Sam and Cody anxiously gestured and explained to the gaunt figure. Mournfully. The emaciated man discarded the wooden plank, grasped his two sons, and knelt heavily in the mud before Dick's horse. He then produced a jagged flint from his cloak, drawing it sharply across the palms of his and his son's right hands. Blood immediately welled up, dripping onto the cold, muddy ground. The three of them lifted their heads, their eyes fiercely fixed on Dick's face, their voices hoarse yet resolute as granite. By the old gods, we swear on the flesh and souls of Saya, Sam, and Cody, that this man before us shall be our master, to whom we shall serve for all our days. May the ice wolves gnaw upon the bones of the traitor. May the stones of the river weigh heavily upon his soul. May the flesh dissolve, and may there be no peace for eternity. At the utterance of flesh dissolve, Dick instinctively ran his fingers over the worn leather edge of the saddle. A fleeting discomfort, born of the civilized world's aversion to such sanguinary rites, flickered across his mind. Yet his expression remained impassive, maintaining a calmness that belied his youth. As they completed their oath, Sir Payne had quietly edged his horse aside. Once the vow was sealed, he spoke, his tones still unvarnished. Master Dick, this is a declaration of fealty to you. You may choose to accept or reject it. The Earl has received numerous tribal pledges, most of whom now hunt on the other side of the river. Fearing Dick might not fully grasp the implications, Sir Payne elaborated. Though the northern bank is a permanent domain bestowed upon the tribe by the old gods, those who have declared fealty naturally receive the blessings of the old gods and enjoy the bounties of the north. Dick nodded, inhaling deeply to quell the tumult within. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to mimic the lordly tone from the tales he remembered. I accept your oath. There shall be provisions for you among my food, and a place for you beneath my roof. Witnessed by the seven gods, joy erupted instantaneously across the faces of the trio. They scrambled to their feet, heads bowed, humbly and eagerly trailing at the rear of the procession. Sir Payne murmured aside, no heart tree, no chapel, yet this oath holds true. A glance at the trio revealed the wariness that had quietly lessened. In this harsh, frigid land, oaths were never trifles. Dick offered a wry smile, the weight of unspoken thoughts hanging in the air. The gravity of the moment seemed excessive, especially since this had yet to receive the Earl's approval. His initial intent had simply been to find a suitable previous owner for his beloved horse, a horseman praised by his uncle. At first, he had felt confident in persuading his father, but now uncertainty gnawed at him. Dick returned to the castle, yet he remained oblivious to the two knights perched upon the battlements, their expressions dark and foreboding. Father, I've seen those 3 wild men. They appear to have been brought back by young Master Dick. Merely a few wild men. They are not worth our concern. Upon returning to the castle, Count Karen and Lady Helena were directing the servants and soldiers in packing provisions, saddles, and rations. Dick approached his father, accompanied by 3 anxious tribal wild men, gesturing to explain the situation. His mother, Helena, discerned his tension and embraced him with a smile, saying, Child, do not forget from whence I hail. This is not a matter of great significance. Count Karen waved his hand dismissively, since you have promised to take them under your wing. Arrange for them as you see fit. I will ensure that 3 servants are assigned in the stables. After a moment of reflection, he leaned closer to Dick and cautioned softly, when you present yourself to those 3 tribal wild men, remember they are still destitute savages. You, my child, approach them with knights and soldiers to assist, but you must understand that they acknowledge you as their master not out of pity, but because you are stark. Observing the 3 Saya men devouring coarse black bread and meat soup ravenously, Dick instructed a servant to take them to wash and settle in. He fully comprehended that the sympathy of the weak bore no weight. He also did not forget his own advantage, the tome of the 72 demons. The monks and nuns near the monastery had grown accustomed, perhaps even numb, to seeing Dick alone wielding his slingshot in fierce combat. The whispers of the rat slayer from Dick fluttered away on the breeze, and he chose to feign ignorance. When Viscount approached him, the initial panic on his face had given way to resignation. He nodded at the smiling Dick. Let us return to the fortress. Torrhen is on the verge of turning the parchment into a sieve. The guards at the castle gates were thrown into a flurry upon Dick's return. He scoffed silently, thinking that these guards lacked the composure of the monks. Yet he understood that their duty was to protect, and they could not allow the defenses to be breached easily. At the table, Torrhen was laboriously applying an ink-stained quill to the parchment. Noticing Dick idly perusing a scroll he had long since memorized, Scholar Vis decided to scratch his gleaming bald head and sighed. Dick, I know you have read every book here. You are astute, learning at an astonishing pace. He gestured dramatically towards Dick, so swiftly that I can hardly keep up. Today, I shall attempt to answer some of your questions, but do not make them too perplexing. The scholar winked at Dick. You know, your teacher has his limitations. Dick's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Teacher, do not the monks and nuns vow to serve the 7 gods? Why do I see them chopping wood and tanning hides, so perpetually busy? When I accompanied my father before, I do not recall witnessing this. The scholar breathed a sigh of relief. This was a question he could address. Even the blacksmith of the 7 gods must wield a hammer. Otherwise, his furnace would grow cold. We mortals cannot afford to be lazier than the divine, can we? I remain uncertain about the sincerity of their vows to serve the 7 gods. After all, many scholars have sworn loyalty to their lords, and among those who make such oaths, deceit is prevalent. Scholar Weiss shook his head, reflecting. Nevertheless, the monks and nuns must clothe and feed themselves. If they do not labor, shall they merely consume the wind? Dick nodded in agreement. The hides they tan, do they exchange them for supplies? Perhaps elsewhere they could barter. Scholar Weiss offered a wry smile. Yet in Winterfell, there exists a scarcity of all things. This place was originally the stronghold of your House Stark in the north, where trade is scant. The entire city of Winterfell serves the Winter Castle, including the monastery. They are tanning leather for your family's hunting party. And House Stark provides shelter, sustenance, and necessities for all. I believe I have heard similar sentiments. Dick murmured, even fabric, belts, ropes, and iron are in short supply. The library fell into silence, save for the sound of Torrhen's quill scratching the paper, resembling the movement of crawling insects. Master, Dick's gaze fell upon the scholar's hands. Roughened from years of wielding tools, you once mentioned your proficiency in crafting instruments, did you not? Vague recollections of survival videos from a previous life swirled in his mind, and several rudimentary, yet practical ideas began to take shape. Of course, Scholar Weiss's face briefly illuminated with the pride of craftsman, only to furrow his brow again. The new blacksmith shop and the production of bows are in high demand, but the bowstrings, made from sinew, require a soaking period of 30 days. The iron must be heated until red to be forged, and the same applies to the bows. The principles are evident, yet the timeline, alas. Dick refrained from further commentary. He pulled a blank piece of parchment from the table and retrieved a simple wooden caliper from the wall. Leaning over the desk to begin sketching, he first outlined the contours of belts of various lengths, adding holes and buckles. Given a shortage of ropes, treated belts might serve as an emergency substitute. Then he recalled a method from the videos, using resilient vine bark to weave ropes. A flood of ideas surged forth. The scratching of his quill against the parchment harmonized softly with Torrhen's disgruntled murmurs, resonating gently in the still air of the library. Chapter 13. Strive on, brother. As the remnants of night began to fade, a chill seeped into every crevice of Winter Castle. Count Carlin stood beneath the imposing archway, his dark cloak wrapped tightly around him. His light brown eyes gazed intently at the flickering torches in the courtyard, the dancing flames illuminating his taut jawline. Behind the Count, Lady Helena was enveloped in a luxurious white wolf cloak, her silvery hair contrasting beautifully against it. The faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes could not diminish her elegance, as her gaze lingered over her husband's broad shoulders. Resting on the steps of the castle hall, there, her 5 children silently watched their parents depart. Nearby, a warhorse occasionally exhaled puffs of steam, its iron hooves striking the cold stone floor. The sound startled a few birds perched atop the tower, sending them fluttering towards the dawn-lit sky. Count Carlin turned, gently assisting Helena onto the white northern steed. He then mounted with agility, tightened the reins, and raised his hand decisively. Let us depart. 10 knights clad in chainmail swiftly followed suit. The Earl and Countess rode forth, their steeds galloping swiftly into the brightening dawn, followed closely by the knights. As Dick and his companions ascended the castle walls to gaze beyond, They beheld the ranks of soldiers and supply wagons forming a procession, trailing after the banners of their lord and lady. "Fear not, children. This is but a fleeting farewell," consoled Uncle Tonka Stark as he approached the walls, affectionately ruffling the pouty head of little Torrin. "In due time, you shall await your gifts, ha ha ha." The departure of their parents left Dick feeling melancholic, while his elder brother, Roger Stark, was a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. His anxiety stemmed from assuming the role of acting lord for the first time, while his excitement arose from a desire to prove his worth. As Dick trained under the guidance of Master Rod, the training grounds felt particularly desolate. Most of the knights stationed at the castle were gathered around Roger, inspecting the defenses of Winterfell and Wintertown. At noon, a feast was laid out in the castle hall to reward the knights who remained. Roger Stark occupied his father's imposing lordly chair, receiving the toasts of those present with solemnity. He proved to be exceptionally diligent, working alongside Uncle Tonka daily to manage the affairs of the Winter Domain. Soon, he issued a proclamation announcing that he would preside over the territorial court in the castle hall in place of Count Carlin. This undoubtedly represented the essence of lordly authority, wielded to settle disputes and punish crimes. However, Count Carlin himself had shown little enthusiasm for such matters, preferring to delegate them to his subordinate knights. The news spread like wildfire throughout Wintertown and its surrounding villages. In the afternoon, the lessons of Bachelor Vis were suspended, as he was summoned alongside the Bishop of the Seven Gods to provide counsel for the impending territorial court. Ever industrious, Roger did not forget about his family. Upon returning from a patrol, he brought back a wandering minstrel who had traveled from the south. Every few days, the minstrel would perform in the hall for his younger siblings. With a charming tongue and captivating performances, he delighted the children. However, due to Roger's relentless diligence, Dick found himself with ample free time. Lacking interest in the minstrel's verses, he chose to sneak out of the castle to hunt, and during this period, he was met with considerable success. As the preparations for the territorial court concluded, the day of the official hearing arrived. Dick deliberately refrained from slipping out of the castle. His curiosity piqued as he had never witnessed a true court session, wondering if it would be as contentious as depicted in films. His sister, Lyanna Stark, showed no interest in the court proceedings, eagerly leading her younger siblings to the back hall to watch the minstrel perform. In contrast, their beautiful aunt, Anna Stark, was discreetly escorted by 3 young knights to a prime position in the hall, even having a chair brought for her. Seeing this, Dick rolled his eyes and unceremoniously squeezed in beside Aunt Anna, plopping down onto the chair that had been intended for her. The knight who had moved the chair was quite astute, promptly procuring another. He courteously invited Anna to sit, while he stood tall, positioning himself just perfectly to shield half of her place. The other 2 knights quickly followed suit, standing resolutely before Anna and Dick, each exhibiting a posture of grandeur, inhaling deeply and flexing their abdomens in an effort to display their might. As Dick silently lamented the situation, Roger Carr Stark sat solemnly upon his father's lordly chair, flanked by a bachelor and a bishop. Uncle Tony Carr Stark, accompanied by several knights, forcefully pushed open the heavy oak doors of the hall, ushering in the clamorous voices of the vassals. Approximately 30 to 40 subjects entered in a steady stream, guided by the soldiers, suggesting they had undergone a preliminary selection outside the castle. The knights promptly divided into 2 groups to maintain order. Roger, seated in the high chair, wore a serious expression, while the armored knights stood silently by, exuding a palpable air of intimidation that quickly hushed the murmuring crowd. The vassals, heads bowed, could not resist stealing glances, their eyes darting cautiously with a mixture of reverence and curiosity throughout the imposing hall. Not long into the proceedings, Dick felt his eyelids growing heavy, stifling yawns beside his Aunt Anna, who seemed thoroughly engrossed. The cases being adjudicated were largely trivial: lost items, debts unpaid, and numerous instances of brawling. What nearly caused Dick to lose his composure was the frequent disputes over who had emerged victorious in these altercations. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, none were willing to concede defeat. Even more perplexing for him was the nonchalant demeanor of the knights, soldiers, and vassals present, as if such behavior were perfectly normal. His elder brother Roger listened intently to the statements, stroking his chin in contemplation before solemnly declaring the victor. In Dick's previous life, such matters would have been adjudicated as mutual combat. Just as Dick contemplated slipping away from the hall, a fisherman, his skin weathered by the sea breeze, burst into the center, dragging a young girl with swollen eyes and trembling shoulders. He glared at the young hunter, who was being escorted forward by two soldiers. The fisherman removed his greasy old hat and fell to his knees upon the cold floor, addressing Roger, who sat in the high-backed oak chair, his voice quivering with rage. "Merciful Lord, your loyal subjects extend their most humble respect. I implore you to intervene on my behalf." He pointed vehemently at the young hunter, who knelt beside him, his neck flushed with indignation. "It is this beast. He has sullied my daughter's purity." "I did not," the hunter retorted, his neck stiff, yet his gaze darted towards the weeping girl. "We are truly in love. I swear." "You lie." The fisherman trembled with fury, his rough finger jabbing at the hunter. "You have a wife at home," he anxiously explained to those around. "He is indeed a deceiver." This constituted a grave offense. Roger furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with the bachelor and bishop beside him. His gaze shifted to the weeping girl kneeling beside their father, in the presence of the old and new gods. "My lady, tell me," Roger's voice softened, imbued with undeniable authority, "do you wish to accuse this hunter of violating your will?" The girl's frail shoulders trembled violently as she buried her head lower, almost curling into herself, desperately shaking her head in silence. Roger Castark's thick brows knitted together in a frown. The fisherman, growing increasingly anxious, knelt and began to explain. "O merciful Lord, I caught this beast red-handed in my daughter's own chamber. The neighbors witnessed it all and can testify. I would never dare deceive you." Roger did not respond immediately to the fisherman, his gaze fixed on the weeping girl. "Listen, if your father's accusations hold any truth, this hunter shall face severe punishment. He will be castrated and immediately banished from the territory, never to return. I ask you one final time, do you concur with your father's claims?" The girl suddenly lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her eyes brimming with fear and pleading. She shook her head frantically, crying out to her father, "Please, father, don't." Dick observed keenly. This was no mere coercion, but rather a case of two lovers caught in the act. The solemn atmosphere of the hall shifted subtly, as many began to wear expressions of intrigue and amusement, whispers buzzing anew. The fisherman, utterly frantic, repeated his accusations in a dry voice, until he was so enraged by his daughter's betrayal that he struck her across the face, the sharp sound echoing painfully in the hall. Roger, seated in authority, rubbed his temples, clearly pained. He quelled the murmurs. "Enough." Turning to the fisherman, his tone conveyed finality, under the watchful eyes of the old and new gods. "The facts are unmistakable. Your daughter acted of her own volition." He paused, casting his gaze over the kneeling hunter and the sobbing girl, his voice growing cold. "And this hunter, already married, knowingly engaged in an affair with your daughter. This is indeed infidelity." The term infidelity struck the audience like a stone thrown into water, and the discussion surged, many nodding in agreement. Roger's voice rose once more. "Infidelity is a grave moral transgression. It is an affront to the gods and the laws of our land." He explained to the fishermen, "Both shall be stripped of their garments and bound to the pillar of shame in the town square, publicly receiving 20 lashes. No, no, my lord, my daughter is innocent." The fisherman was utterly flustered, stumbling over his words. Dick's elder brother interjected, "Punish this hunter severely, but look at your daughter. She is unwilling. Do you not wish for due punishment for these moral offenders?" He glanced between the fisherman, the despairing girl, and the hunter, who hesitated to offer comfort. Finally, he raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Very well. What sort of mercy do you seek?" The fisherman's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he ground his teeth and shouted, "This beast must compensate me, a substantial sum, for my daughter's future marriage." Seemingly unsatisfied, he added, "And his wife. She must spend a night in my home. No, 2 nights. That is only fair." "What? 2 nights in his home?" After a brief silence, the hall erupted into chaos. First came suppressed snickers, followed by a tidal wave of laughter. Knights slapped their thighs and pounded their armored chests, the cacophony of uproarious laughter and coughs intertwining. Dick gazed at the absurd scene before him, astonished by the sheer ridiculousness of it all. Roger, seated in the high chair, was equally amused by the outrageous demands, his hearty laughter drowning out much of the surrounding chuckles. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to compose himself, waving his hand in a gesture for silence. The buzzing discussions and lingering laughter gradually subsided. Ultimately, Roger decreed that the hunter must compensate the fisherman with enough game or furs to fill his daughter's room before the next winter snowfall. As for the demands of the previous night, they were conveniently forgotten. In this world of territorial courts, Dick had witnessed the true nature of law. There existed no formal regulations, for the Lord was the law. Whether to impose harsh penalties or grant leniency rested solely upon the Lord's whims. Even if the bishop and some others appeared discontent with the leniency shown towards moral transgressions, none dared to voice their dissent. The people around had grown accustomed to it. Chapter 14. Surprised, the morning chill hung in the air like an unawakened specter, reluctantly entwining itself around the frigid stone walls of Everwinter Castle. Dick Karstark, armed with his slingshot, habitually ventured into the dim, damp corners of the castle, the back door of the kitchen, the corner of the storeroom, the entrance to the old wine cellar. He meticulously scattered crushed black breadcrumbs and a smattering of dried meat, the favorite bait of the mice, marking his unwavering hunting ritual. However, when Dick confidently returned to the first baiting point, he found it utterly devoid of remnants, not even a crumb left behind. In its place stood a rather sizable gray and white dog, with a semblance of a wolf. It boasted a pair of striking blue eyes and an utterly foolish expression, resembling a dumb husky. At that moment, it was eagerly licking the stone cracks with its damp, elongated tongue, as if it wished to scrape the very ground clean for a taste. Dick's irritation flared. Had his painstakingly set trap become this fool's breakfast? He raised his foot and gave a light kick to the dog's furry behind. Howl! The dog, as if its tail had been stepped on, tucked its tail between its legs, ears drooping, and bolted away from Dick like a flash of lightning. Infuriated, Dick chased around the corner, only to find the foolish dog circling his elder brother, Roger Karstark, nuzzling against his leg and emitting a pitiful whine, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Roger, clad in leather armor and a thick woolen cloak, bore his signature smile that suggested he had everything under control, while petting the dog's head in a soothing manner. He beckoned to Dick. "What is the matter, Dick?" He crouched down, ruffling the dog's fur, his eyes glinting with mischief. "From now on, those little nuisances around the castle need not trouble you, the master of rodents, to handle them personally." Dick scoffed in annoyance, muttering, "A dog catching mice. What a meddlesome affair." "What did you say?" Roger asked, unable to hear clearly, his brow furrowing. Dick quickly cleared his throat, suppressing his frustration. "I said, brother, if we were to catch mice. It must be a cat. Cats are the true bane of mice. Why should this foolish dog be involved?" He gestured disdainfully at the still whining dog. To Dick's surprise, rather than being angered, Roger's eyes sparkled with delight. With a resounding clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Indeed, the cat has been brought for you." It was at this moment that Dick noticed the servant standing behind Roger, cradling a wooden box. The servant promptly stepped forward as Roger carefully lifted the lid, revealing a bundle of fluffy fur within. It was a plump little kitten, adorned with a coat of soft golden fur that resembled wisps of clouds, save for its snow-white belly. The kitten, seemingly just awakened, gazed at Dick with its round, amber eyes, filled with innocence and trepidation. Its tiny pink nose twitched slightly, and a tuft of light-colored fur perked up at the tips of its ears, lending it an air of cleverness. Dick found himself utterly frozen. He glanced at the innocent kitten in the box, then at the foolish dog wagging its tail like a windmill by his brother's feet, and finally met Roger's proud expression that seemed to say, "Aren't you impressed by my thoughtful arrangement?" At a loss for words, Dick was unable to respond. Unfazed by his stupor, Roger thrust the wooden box into his arms. "Here you go, especially chosen for you. Take good care of it." He patted Dick's shoulder with a firm hand, declaring, "The title of Mauser is unworthy of the Stark name, Dick. A knight's glory lies on the battlefield, not in the depths of a mousehole." With that, Roger whistled, and the foolish dog immediately followed him. The pair, accompanied by the servant, swiftly disappeared into the castle's shadowy archways. The cold wind whipped against Dick's face, accompanied by icy mist particles. Holding the wooden box, he stood motionless, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Life had become unbearable. Suddenly, the little kitten tilted its head, its large amber eyes gazing at him with curiosity, as its tiny paws gently clawed at the box's wall. It seemed that Dick was destined to disappoint his brother. His reputation as the Mauser was likely known not just within the castle, but also beyond its walls. The mice within the castle had already dwindled due to his relentless efforts, and now, with that keen-nosed foolish dog around, their traces were even harder to find. The bait he set was consistently licked clean by the dog. Damn that stupid dog, Dick fumed, feeling compelled to continually expand his hunting grounds. The vicinity of the monastery? Insufficient. Recently, 2 guard dogs had been added there, perpetually roaming and scaring the mice into hiding. Thus, he had no choice but to venture further afield, into unfamiliar streets. Each time he slipped away, he used the pretense of going to fetch Master Vis. This excuse had grown stale from overuse, and even he felt it lacked sincerity. Yet he was too lazy to devise a new one. As expected, upon completing his hunt and stepping into the monastery, he found Master Vis waiting in the shadows of Stone Pillar. The scholar raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping from Dick's face to the slingshot at his waist, clearly implying, "Have you gone to fetch me again? What did you catch today?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Dick was about to speak when Master Vis interjected, his voice carrying a hint of mystery. "Dick, I have completed the design you drew last time." Design? Dick was taken aback, suddenly recalling the cutting template for a belt he had sketched days prior. Master Vis beckoned him to follow, leading him through the corridor to a spacious room. Upon opening the door, a mingling scent of wood and leather assailed his senses. It was a workshop adorned with an array of tools, and several tables were set up by the windows. In the center of the room, a square table was adorned with Dick's blueprints, accompanied by a wooden model that exceeded the dimensions of his drawings. "This is crafted according to your vision," Bachelor Weiss remarked as he patted the model. Dick's eyes sparkled with delight. The model was perfectly square, polished to a smooth sheen, embodying precisely the caliper shape he envisioned. The details were even more exquisite than those in his drawings. "Bachelor, you truly created it," he exclaimed, eagerly seizing the model and inspecting it from every angle, utterly enchanted. Yet having a model was not sufficient. Its practicality needed to be tested. Bachelor Weiss observed him with a smile playing upon his lips. He called out to a passing young monk, "Please assist us by fetching a piece of tan leather scrap, just enough to fashion a belt." The monk swiftly returned with a substantial piece of deep brown, uniform leather. Dick carefully spread the leather across the table, pressing the wooden mold onto it to secure it in place. He took the small knife handed to him by Bachelor Weiss and steadily cut along the grooves of the model's edge. The crisp sound of the knife slicing through the leather resonated in the air. When he removed the mold, the edges of the leather were straight and smooth, the angles precise as if measured with a ruler. "It's perfect, Master," Dick exclaimed, gripping the piece of leather with uncontainable joy. With this tool, crafting belts would be swift and flawless. The frustration from days spent in vain attempts to catch mice was washed away by the immense delight brought forth by the new tool. As he gazed at the wooden mold and the leather in his hands, a sudden idea sparked within him. "Master, could we create several more of these wooden molds and ask the nuns and monks of the abbey to assist in crafting belts? If we punch holes at intervals and add buckles, they would surely be worth far more than selling the leather in whole pieces." Bachelor Weiss stroked his beard, pondering. "That matter requires the bishop's consent. I cannot decide on my own." He then shifted his tone. "However, have you considered who to sell them to?" This question made Dick scratch his head, a figure suddenly flashing through his mind. Chapter 15. In your name beneath the frost-bitten river, the low wooden houses were clustered together, forming the perpetually frigid city of Everwinter. The snow atop the roofs had melted, yet the cold remained piercing, exhaling mist with each breath. On this day, Dick Castax stealthily slipped out of the castle for a hunt. Instead of heading to the usual abbey, he wandered near the abode of his uncle's old acquaintance, Mrs. Christie. He recalled her from their last visit, where she had eloquently discussed the scarcity of resources and the challenges of trade within the territory. Perhaps she could be of assistance. Dusting himself off, Dick approached the house with a small courtyard belonging to Mrs. Christie. He hesitated, contemplating whether to present a formal greeting as seen in dramas, only to remember that such customs might not be prevalent in this quasi-medieval Western setting. Shaking off the thought, he smiled broadly and knocked on the courtyard door. The maid who answered recognized him, her face lighting up in surprise. "Young Master Dick, please come in," she exclaimed, hastily leading the way while calling out, "Quickly, inform the lady that young Master Dick has arrived." Soon, from the second floor of the adjacent two-story wooden house, Mrs. Christie's voice echoed with curiosity. "Dick?" Dick looked up. "Beaming, madam, it is I. Good afternoon." Lady Christie descended the creaky wooden staircase with an air of tranquility. clad in a deep green woolen dress. Her curious gaze scrutinized Dick, evoking memories of their brief previous encounter, making her solitary approach seem somewhat audacious. His cheeks flushed slightly as he resolved to address the matter directly. "Madam," he cleared his throat. "Last time you mentioned the scarcity of resources in Winterhold and the challenges in trade. It left quite an impression on me. Today, I wish to inquire about a few matters." Lady Christie smiled knowingly and gestured towards the newly arranged table and chairs in the corner of the courtyard. She summoned a servant to bring forth warm honeyed water and bread. "Please, sit, Dick, and speak at your leisure." Dick refrained from touching the food, leaning forward with a sense of urgency. "Madam, are you engaged in trade? I could supply some goods, specifically belts." Lady Christie stifled a laugh. "Young master, you are still quite young, already dreaming of earning golden dragons?" She regarded him with a warm smile. "Moreover, the trade of Winterhold and the entire domain is actually overseen by your mother, Lady Helena Stark. I am merely assisting her with some specific tasks." "My mother?" Dick's eyes widened in astonishment, for he had been unaware of this. "Yes, dear child. If you seek golden dragons, wait until your mother returns and simply speak to her. Not for money." Dick quickly shook his head. "I have a way to produce a batch of sturdy belts. Perhaps it could alleviate some of the supply issues faced by the domain. However," he shrugged, "but I'm too young. I don't understand how to sell, to whom, or for how much." "I see." Lady Christie's smile faded as she straightened her posture, adopting a merchant's scrutinizing expression. "How many are you considering?" "Never mind. We shall take whatever you have. If the quantity is substantial, I shall promptly visit your brother Roger at the castle to discuss it." "Well," Dick scratched his head, "I'm not certain yet. I need to consult the bishop to see how many monks and nuns can assist with the production." Lady Christie regarded Dick with admiration, her eyes gleaming. To think that someone so young is already concerned about the welfare of the domain. "You are indeed a thoughtful Stark." She rose. "Come, my young master. Where are we going?" Dick asked, momentarily taken aback. "To the monastery, of course," Lady Christie replied with a smile. "Let us see what my little adult can orchestrate. Additionally, I shall greet the scholar and the bishop." The two made their way to the workshop of Scholar Viscodo within the monastery. At that moment, two nuns were busy using wooden molds to press and swiftly cut the leather into belts, their movements far more adept and rapid than Dick's. Scholar Viscodo was nearby, attaching simple wooden buckles to the completed belts. An elderly man stood beside him, nodding in approval, dressed in a heavy dark brown robe, adorned with a seven-pointed star necklace. He exuded a solemn dignity. It was none other than the Bishop of Winterhold, Norm Morrison. As Dick and Lady Christie entered the room, everyone within turned to offer friendly gazes. "Look, Dick has arrived, along with Lady Christie." Bishop Morrison greeted them with a smile. Bachelor Weiss rose, warmly gesturing for them to approach. Mrs. Christie walked directly to the table adorned with freshly crafted leather belts. She picked one up, scrutinizing it closely, pulling gently with both hands, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Indeed, quite sturdy. Her gaze then shifted to the neatly arranged pile of belts nearby, and she inquired, "Approximately when did production commence for this quantity?" She mentally calculated the output, pondering whether it could meet the demands of the territory. The two nuns had begun crafting earlier that morning. Bachelor Weiss set down the belt he was assembling and smiled at Dick, explaining, "My child, while I suggested you consult the bishop, I could hardly wait. Bishop Morrison happens to be at the monastery, so I invited him to see if your ideas are feasible." Bishop Morrison, beaming, picked up an assembled belt and praised Dick. "What a clever child. This method is simple yet remarkably effective and swift." As he spoke, he examined the belt from every angle, his eyes filled with admiration. Hearing this, Dick mentally applauded various video creators from his previous life. However, he nervously glanced at Mrs. Christie, who was deep in thought. After all, she was the expert in facilitating trade activities for the territory, and her opinion was paramount. Mrs. Christie turned to Dick, smiling. "The belts are commendable. However, to satisfy the territory's needs at the current production rate, we will need to add at least 8 more hands." Bishop Morrison's expression faltered as he lamented, "The monastery has other pressing tasks. We simply cannot spare the manpower." He spread his hands apologetically. Mrs. Christie furrowed her brow slightly, tapping her fingers thoughtfully on the table. "We could seek assistance from Fort Everwinter. I will speak to Dick's elder brother. He should be able to arrange for a few servants to help. Would this make the arrangement feasible? Afterward, we can leave the matter in your capable hands." Dick did not wish to remain entangled in these affairs for long. While it was commendable to strategize for the family, his primary focus must remain on training and repairing the 72 remnants of the Earthly Fiend. Mrs. Christie, Bachelor Weiss, and Bishop Morrison exchanged knowing glances, their eyes conveying unspoken understanding. It was Bachelor Weiss, as Dick's mentor, who first broke the silence. His tone measured. "Dick, you are still quite young. Some matters may elude your understanding, and you must be present often. Moreover, this undertaking must be conducted in your name for it to proceed smoothly." Upon hearing this, Dick understood all too well. He had merely traversed into a younger form, his intellect not that of a child. Power, after all, holds the same essence in any realm. Furthermore, on the day his brother Roger presided over the territorial court, he recognized that in this medieval-like domain, the Lord's word constituted law, absolute authority. Chapter 16. The breaking point. The monastery of Everwinter stood still in the morning light, emerald vines creeping up the ancient stone walls, while the bell tower's spire pierced through the enveloping mist. The biting wind swept across the cobblestone path outside the monastery. As Dick Castark tightened his bearskin cloak around him, his boots crunching on the icy surface with a crisp echo, two soldiers, clad in leather armor and wielding long swords, shadowed him closely, providing vigilant protection. Passing through the weathered archway of the monastery, a pungent odor of tanned leather assaulted his senses. This spacious workshop had been specially arranged for him by his elder brother, Roger. Overjoyed after examining the samples of belts brought by Lady Christie, Roger generously dispatched 10 servants from the castle to labor here. Consequently, Dick's daily morning hunts transformed into inspections of the workshop as it was operated in his name. Roger had also thoughtfully assigned 2 guards to accompany him. In his former life, as merely one among many beasts of burden, Dick had never imagined that owning a workshop could be so effortless. With merely a design sketched and an idea proposed, those around him instinctively rallied to assist in its realization. For the first time, he genuinely savored a taste of power, not due to his reincarnation, but stemming from the strength of the surname Castark. His father Karen, brother Roger, and even his uncle Tony, all members of the Castark family, were united in their endeavor to uphold their lineage. This strength now became strikingly tangible. The daily operations of the workshop did not require Dick's direct involvement. He merely needed to convey the castle's needs. If belts could be made, perhaps leather armor could also be crafted, or at least the damaged armor could be repaired. He communicated these requirements to the workshop and returned with news of the materials they lacked: ropes, fabrics, threads, and so forth. Completing this communication sufficed. Ideas from his past life occasionally flickered in Dick's mind, blending with survival techniques he had once witnessed, sparking new notions. However, there was no rush. The hunts at the castle and monastery had become unsatisfactory due to the interference of a few meddlesome, foolish dogs. Resigned, Dick abandoned that pursuit. Now, the monastery and main road no longer sufficed. He began to explore the various narrow alleys that branched off from the main thoroughfare. The environment here was considerably harsher. Low wooden shanties were crammed together. The roadway was uneven, and sewage flowed freely. A faint, unpleasant odor caused him to frown, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely an illusion or if the alleys, being narrower than the main road, were indeed more populated. The inhabitants of the alley were clad in coarse garments, their expressions lacking in cheer, yet they fared much better than the 3 wild tribesmen he had encountered previously. It was evident that the people here did not recognize Dick. Nevertheless, there was an abundance of charming souls in this locale. Dick could sense that the swordsmanship temple within the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiends was nearing completion. Thus, he paid little heed to the dismal surroundings. Dick's presence in the filthy alleys became increasingly frequent. Initially, he attracted some furtive, ill-intentioned glances. However, on one occasion, a patrolling guard spotted him and immediately requested his return to the castle with utmost respect. This scene was witnessed by many, and soon, the piercing gazes dissipated. The gazes of those around him transformed into a mixture of reverence and clarity, distant smiles of flattery forming, yet none dared to approach. However, Dick had no intention of paying heed to the guards. He whimsically behaved like a mischievous rogue, darting through the alleys with his slingshot in hand. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. A squad of fully armed patrolmen, panting heavily, chased after a noble lad, scurrying through the narrow streets. It was only when a guard, bearing news for the castle, arrived with a night that Dick settled down. The knights within the castle were mostly of noble lineage, far from the illiterate and coarse soldiers. They served the house of Karstark, but their allegiance, sworn upon their iron swords, belonged to his father, Count Karen, and the heir, Roger, rather than this younger son. These noble knights, under the banner of protecting the safety of Karstark as progeny, acted with a boldness that far surpassed that of mere soldiers. Should Dick continue to feign ignorance and mischief? Encountering a short-tempered knight could lead to him receiving a public thrashing. Dick grimaced. He had no desire to be yanked and torn like a mere chick before the multitude of onlookers. Thus, he obediently followed the knight and the patrol back to the castle. On that day, Dick once again slipped from the castle, seeking prey with his slingshot in the town's alleys. Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream shattered the heavy silence. The mouse he had been tracking bolted in fright, on the verge of disappearing just a few paces away. In a frenzy, Dick shot, but missed. Curse be the luck. He muttered a low curse, anger igniting within him. That accursed scream. Following the unpleasant echo, he hastily rounded a cluttered corner. The sight before him drew a frown. For adolescent boys surrounded an extraordinarily rotund figure. This figure squatted on the ground like a small hillock, clad in a heavily patched coarse linen garment and tattered fur. The multitude of footprints and stains on his attire was glaringly conspicuous. Despite his youthful visage, he was exceptionally tall and corpulent. He steadfastly shielded a curled-up girl behind him with one stout arm and broad back while clutching a round, board-like object tightly in the other, desperately trying to press it against his chest. No matter how the surrounding boys jabbed at his torso with sticks, struck his head, or even leapt to kick him, he merely responded with a foolish grin, mumbling incoherently, no, no. With each strike of the stick, his hefty body quivered slightly, yet he neither flinched nor retaliated, repeating his monotonous laughter and syllables. At that moment, one of the boys revealed a malicious grin. He used a stick to lift a piece of filthy, indistinguishable rag from the foul-smelling sewage beside him and, seizing the opportunity while No was grinning foolishly with his mouth agape, he lunged to shove it inside. Ugh! The rag failed to enter, instead splattering a wave of filth and dirty water all over No, drenching him from head to face. The mischievous boy, thwarted in his antics, seethed with indignation, and along with his companions, relentlessly jabbed him with sticks, their laughter echoing as they kicked at him playfully. The girl behind Anor, appearing slightly older than Dick, began to scream in terror, clutching her head. Her cries drew the attention of passers-by at the alley's entrance, but their expressions revealed no shock. They merely cast fleeting glances before hastily departing, as if accustomed to such scenes. The term bullying suddenly surged in Dick's mind, a chilling reminder from his past life that weighed heavily upon his chest. Among the four bullies, a leader, adorned in exquisite leather armor and draped in a thick fur cloak, had just finished kicking Anor when he turned around. His gaze swept over the alley and collided directly with Dick's. "Dick?" he exclaimed in surprise, but an unmistakable sneer soon crept across his youthful yet haughty visage. "Ah, look who has arrived. Our esteemed rat slayer. Dick graces us with his presence." His voice echoed through the narrow passage, elongated in mockery. The other three boys halted their actions, joining in the derision, their eyes gleaming with mockery. "Ha, you probably don't recognize me. I am Eli Brown, the eldest son of Sir Payne Brown, who serves Count Karen." Eli shrugged exaggeratedly at Dick. "What's this? Our noble rat slayer is interested in such amusement. Alas, we wouldn't want to play with the rat slayer. Off you go to your castle to catch some mice." Ha. Dick's hand tightened silently around his slingshot, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Eli noticed this, and the contempt on his face deepened. "What's the matter? Upset?" he sneered. "Oh, I'm not afraid of you, Dick." He feigned nonchalance, spreading his hands. "But I must admit, I wouldn't dare to truly harm you." Eli glanced again at the screaming girl, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I wouldn't treat you like this trash. At most, I'd give you a beating, and you'd only end up facing a whipping from my father. After all, it's not like you haven't been whipped before." With that, Eli mockingly gestured as if to invite Dick forward, almost uttering the words "get lost." Chapter 17. No more endurance in the afternoon of Everwinter City. A ray of sunlight struggled to pierce the leaden clouds, bestowing a modicum of warmth upon the frigid air. Yet, Dick's heart remained cold and heavy. The instinct to retreat, ingrained from his former life, urged him to turn away. Mind your own business, he told himself. Restoring the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends is the priority. Others were second-generation heirs. Why provoke him? Before he could finish his thoughts, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. Nonsense! Dick roared internally. In this place, I am the paramount second-generation heir. Why should I avoid confrontation? Just as Dick was about to turn away, Eli Brown and his companions were on the verge of laughter. However, Dick's movements were as swift as lightning. With seemingly departing footsteps executing a swift turn, the figure instantly faced them once more. This abrupt turn of events rendered the triumphant expressions on Eli and his companions' faces frozen in sheer astonishment. Even more bewildering was the fact that Dick afforded them no time to react. With a sudden flourish of his right hand, he hurled the slingshot, crafted from resilient oak and 3 strips of cowhide, high into the narrow expanse of the sky above. What? The group of ruffians instinctively looked up, their gazes ensnared by the airborne object. In that fleeting moment, as their attention was drawn skyward, Dick sprang into action. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, he propelled himself upward with a powerful push from his left foot, targeting the nearest fool who was cluelessly gazing upwards. Harnessing the momentum, Dick's right foot shot up like lightning, landing squarely upon the unfortunate fellow's upturned face. A muffled grunt accompanied the sharp crack of breaking bone, rendering the ruffian incapable of even a scream as he was sent tumbling backward like a discarded sack. This was precisely the leverage Dick sought. Rather than retracting his right foot from the victim's face, he thrust it down with renewed vigor. Utilizing the recoil, he leaped into the air, agilely propelling himself towards the adjacent brick wall. His movements flowed with the grace of a wildcat. With pinpoint accuracy, his feet struck the coarse surface, rebounding with increased speed and an astute angle, completing a dazzling rotation midair. The force of his spin surged into Dick's right leg, transforming into a fierce horizontal strike. Bang! The resounding impact echoed. This kick, akin to a heavy oak club, struck forcefully against the back of another ruffian's head, who had just begun to lower his gaze from the sky. The unfortunate soul emitted no sound, as the immense force caused his head to plunge downward abruptly. With a splat, his entire face was thrust into the fetid black sludge pooling in the alley. The muck splattered as Dick landed silently, his movements devoid of any delay. He didn't even spare a glance at the unfortunate soul whose head was now submerged in the filth. In the very instant his feet touched the ground, Dick's left hand shot out like an eagle's talon, precisely grasping the wrist of the third ruffian, who still clutched a hefty wooden stick and was similarly gazing skyward in oblivion. Go! Dick commanded in a low tone, his arm unleashing an astounding force, yanking the ruffian towards him. The stick-wielding thug felt an irresistible surge of power, pain shooting through his wrist as his body was involuntarily pulled forward, his balance lost in an instant. This was precisely the moment Dick sought. As the ruffian stumbled forward, Dick's left foot shot out like lightning, delivering a crushing kick to the shin. The excruciating pain caused the thug to relinquish his weapon with a cry, the wooden stick slipping from his grasp. Dick's left hand relaxed its grip, while his right leg propelled forward with renewed force. The fellow resembled a discarded rag doll, screaming as he was hurled out, crashing heavily onto the pile of debris at the alley's entrance, stirring up a cloud of dust and murky water. At that moment, Dick had firmly caught the coarse wooden stick, still radiating warmth, with his left hand. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the tip of the stick, slicing through the air with a whoosh, precisely against the throat of Eli Brown, who had just returned his gaze, his face drained of color, and his eyes now filled with terror. The chilling touch of the stick sent a shiver through Eli's body. His wide eyes reflected horror as he futilely opened and closed his mouth. Why you? Dick's expression was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He had no interest in hearing the other's ramblings. The instant Eli uttered his first fractured syllable, Dick's left hand, still gripping the wooden stick, suddenly relaxed without warning. With a clattering sound, the stick fell to the ground of the alley. Eli was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected action, his gaze instinctively following the descending stick. In that very moment, Dick's right hand, which had just released the slingshot, shot up like lightning, flawlessly catching the oak slingshot that spiraled down from the air. The fluidity of his movement suggested it had been rehearsed countless times. Meanwhile, as he released the stick, Dick's left hand had already formed a tight fist. the knuckles whitening from a buildup of force. Utilizing the slight inertia of his forward momentum, Dick twisted his waist and turned his hips, channeling power into his left arm. A clean and decisive punch, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, struck Eli Brown squarely on his detestable right cheek. A shrill, piercing scream shattered the brief silence of the alley. Eli felt as though his cheekbone had been struck by a hammer. Stars exploded before his eyes, and the agonizing pain overwhelmed all consciousness. He clutched his face, his body collapsing as if bereft of bones, softly sinking backward to crash heavily against the damp, decaying wooden wall of the alley, producing a muffled thud before crumpling to the ground with only pained moans remaining. The alley was left with only the sound of dripping sewage and the echoes of suffering. Dick cast no glance at the sprawled-out failure on the ground, merely weighing the unadorned oak slingshot in his hand. The pouch of the slingshot swayed slightly, as if the swift battle that had just transpired was but a trivial amusement. A surge of exhilaration welled up within Dick. It was simply delightful. This sensation far exceeded that of an adult's strength. It was contained within the agile and supple body of a child. Each time he scaled the castle walls to slip out, each time he had to restrain himself during practice with Coach Rod, he felt this peculiar thrill. Today, however, dealing with these bullies was somewhat akin to the strong oppressing the weak. But who cared? The thrill was all that mattered. Ah, look, that chubby boy, seemingly forever dazed with a silly grin, was still repeating himself, as if introducing his name, or perhaps greeting Dick. The girl behind him, though still in the pose of cradling her head in her hands, was completely overtaken by astonishment, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Dick approached them, endeavoring to soften his tone. "It's all right, get up. Anno. The response came in the form of Anno's characteristic, carefree grin. However, Anno clumsily retrieved an object from his pocket to show Dick, a circular wooden board. It was only then that Dick discerned it was a makeshift creation, awkwardly pieced together from scraps, reasonably round, with crude lines drawn in the shape of a shield. Rather than resembling a shield, it bore a closer resemblance to a pot lid, pitifully simplistic, a stark contrast to the splendid knightly toy shields owned by Dick's brother, Torin. Dick's gaze traversed between Anno's dirt-streaked yet radiantly innocent face and the meticulously clean shield he held in his hands. The girl behind him, though soiled, wore old clothes that were kept remarkably clean. An indescribable emotion lodged in Dick's throat. His fingers tightened unconsciously around the slingshot, the knuckles whitening from the pressure, the rough wooden handle digging into his palm. Just then, a commotion arose from the shadowy corner of the wall. Eli Brown, the very person he had just admonished, was clutching his swollen, throbbing right cheek with one hand, while the other awkwardly supported himself against the rough wooden wall, swaying unsteadily as he stood. His face was a chaotic mix of dirt, blood, and humiliated rage. "Despicable wretch," Eli shouted hoarsely, spitting blood and saliva. "You cowardly rat, only capable of ambush." He abruptly released his grip on his face, trembling as he pointed at Dick. "Come at me openly. I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare face me head-on?" Wham! The words "face-off" were still rolling in his throat when a cold stone projectile whizzed past his scalp, crashing violently against the wooden wall behind him. A wooden plank splintered with a resounding crack. Wood chips scattered, leaving a gruesome, gaping hole. Eli's voice faltered, the last syllable dying in his throat, morphing into meaningless mumbling. His face draining of color, leaving only a pallor of fear. Dick's gaze remained fixated, not fully diverting from Anno and his cherished, albeit rudimentary shield. That pure smile, that carefully safeguarded symbol of knighthood. It seared into his heart like a burning iron, transforming the last vestige of mockery into a cold fury. He abruptly turned his head. His eyes, sharp as ice blades, pierced Eli. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. "A duel? Very well, I grant you this opportunity. At this time tomorrow, in this very spot." The suppressed rage threatened to erupt from his chest. Dick's voice suddenly escalated, cracking the air like a whip. "Now get lost." Eli staggered back, frightened by the intensity of his gaze and the force of his shout. The final harsh words were swallowed back, as he struggled to escape the alley with a few followers, leaving only muffled groans of pain and hurried footsteps behind. In the alley, only Dick's heavy breaths could be heard, alongside the carefree murmurs of a new awe and the dirty little face of a girl peeking out from behind the foolish boy. Chapter 18. Do not overthink in this life. Dick was born the son of a noble. He often found himself perplexed. Why did some people revere him, while others showed no fear? Years of experience compelled him to contemplate this dilemma, a question he had never pondered in his previous life. Without having possessed it, he could not truly understand. He had yet to discover the perfect answer. But it seemed he had glimpsed a fragment of the truth. Once one has tasted the flavor of power for certain individuals, it is akin to indulging in inferior ale. The more one drinks, the thirstier one becomes, driving them to ascend recklessly. What people revered was not Dick as an individual, but rather the shadow cast by his identity, status, or resources. The higher one climbs, the grander and more lavish the cloak of power becomes, and the number of those who bow in deference increases correspondingly. Suddenly, Dick began to grasp why some became mad in their previous lives. It was a greedy yearning for more reverence, propelling an insatiable ascent. Power resembled a rough-hewn shield, reflecting the submission of others while distorting the climber's own thirst for control. The higher one stands, the more intoxicating the sensation of being gazed upon becomes, rendering it increasingly difficult to let go. Thus, Dick questioned himself. Do I desire more people to bow before me? No. A resolute voice within him declared. I wish only to refrain from bowing to more individuals. However, to compel others to lower their heads before him, he would have to ascend to the pinnacle of that tower of power. At the tower's peak resided his family, treating him as their own kin. In contrast, ensuring that he would no longer need to bow was far simpler. Possessing sufficient strength, allowing his family's banner to fly higher was all that sufficed. Having driven away the loathsome Eli Brown and his companions, Dick turned around. The alley had quieted, leaving only the large fool who incessantly muttered in new awe and the dirty girl huddled behind him. Sighing, Dick wiped his face. He had noticed something was amiss with the girl. She was not mute. She could produce sounds like off from her throat. Her eyes were bright. Yet she showed no reaction to his words, gripping the corner of a Nuaw's garment tightly. She could not hear. Dick sought someone to inquire about her, only to realize that the inhabitants of the alley had long since retreated, daring only to cast fearful and awed glances through door cracks or from a distance. The earlier conflict had instilled both respect and fear within this narrow passage. Never mind. Dick sighed again, tucking his slingshot back into the belt of his cloak. He crouched down, gesturing to Nuaw and the girl for quite some time, pointing to himself, then to the towering spire of the Seven Gods monastery at the end of the alley, mimicking a motion of moving forward. Ano simply stared, blankly murmuring, Ano. Nuaw. The girl hesitated for a long while before timidly extending her small hand to grasp the rough fingers of Ano, following closely behind Dick. The three of them slowly made their way to the entrance of the monastery. Upon reaching the doorway, the girl hesitated again, holding onto Ano without moving. Dick was in a quandary when, fortuitously, Bishop Morrison appeared in the distance, accompanied by two monks. Dick, Ano, and Yara? Bishop Morrison paused, seemingly recognizing Ano and the girl, his gaze ultimately settling on Dick's face. What is this? Dick succinctly explained that they had driven away the bullies from Eli's gang and discovered the unique circumstances surrounding Ano and the girl. Listening intently, the bishop's weathered face revealed profound compassion. He sighed deeply. My child, the seven gods will remember this act of mercy. However, he shook his head, his tone heavy. There are many more unfortunate souls like them in this city. May the light of the seven gods offer them solace. He turned to Dick, his voice softening. Calm, Dick. Let's bring them inside. They need a wash and something warm to eat. Dick's taut shoulders finally relaxed a fraction. He nodded, gesturing for Yara to lead Ano. Indeed, this clumsy giant was named Ano into the stone-carved entrance of the Seven Gods monastery. Perhaps it was the bishop's gentle and familiar demeanor. Or perhaps it was his accurate recall of Yara's name. But this time, Yara did not hesitate. Dick then realized that Ano was merely 10 years old, though his physique was remarkably advanced for his age. If Dick were a normal child infused with an excess of strength beyond his years, Ano was the opposite. Within a body as large and robust as an adult man's, his mind resembled that of an innocent child. 12-year-old Yara, conversely, was born unable to hear. Bishop Morrison indeed recognized them, sighing as he informed Dick that their mother was a regular at the church, often coming to pray for these extraordinary children. As for further details, the bishop could only shake his head in resignation, indicating that he was not well informed. He gently praised Dick's kind heart, but mentioned that the monastery lacked the resources to shelter these two children requiring special care. He even subtly cautioned Dick that the strict regulations of Everwinter Fortress, with its multitude of servants, might not be suitable for children as unique as Anno and Yara. After expressing his apologies, the bishop departed to attend to other matters. Now, only Dick remained, gazing at the two burdens before him. With the assistance of a nun, the two children underwent a brief cleansing. Anno, grinning foolishly, held a ceramic plate that had been licked clean, still savoring the remnants at the bottom with contented murmurs. His massive form appeared rather comical as he squeezed onto a small stone bench in the monastery corridor. Meanwhile, Yara delicately sipped a somewhat unidentifiable, mushy soup from her bowl. Her attire, relatively clean, was a testament to Anua's instinctive protection against filth. In this moment, as the dirt from her face and hair was wiped away, Dick truly beheld her beauty. She was striking, particularly her light green eyes, adorned with long, fluttering lashes reminiscent of tender leaves in a sun-dappled forest. Yet, the toll of prolonged malnutrition rendered her excessively frail. As Yara ate, she would occasionally lift her clear eyes, stealing glances at Dick, her gaze mingling curiosity with a subtle hint of caution. Dick could not help but rub his throbbing temples. In his past life, he had read the teachings of the wise, unable to intervene in the affairs of the world, feeling sympathy yet remaining a mere bystander, empathizing while being powerless. Those emotions had once pierced his heart like a dagger. But now, things were different. He was Dick Karstark of House Karstark. Gazing into Yara's expressive eyes and observing Anua's innocent demeanor, an unprecedented impulse surged within him. To stand idly by? Not in the monastery, nor in the castle. Dick murmured to himself, "Very well, if no one will take action, then I shall." It was certainly not merely Yara's beauty that inspired this decision. Let no one misconstrue it. Chapter 19. Magic the Workshop was suffused with the scents of wood shavings and leather. Ultimately, Dick enlisted Anua and Yara to assist him daily. Anua, a robust figure, effortlessly moved heavy timber and leather, laboring with a grunt as sweat drenched his back. Yara, on the other hand, was notably more reserved, quietly helping to clean tools or organize scraps. Yet her silence stemmed from a world of quietude. She could hear no sound. This posed a true challenge for Dick. Afternoons belonged to the lectures of Bachelor Viss. The scholar, with a slight headache, attempted to explain the history of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros to the fidgety, little chubby Torrhen Karstark. Torrhen squirmed in his seat, his thoughts already drifting outside. Occasionally, Dick would seize the opportunity to ask the bachelor questions, but more often than not, the scholar would merely wave him off, granting him the freedom to read. Thus, for several days, Dick immersed himself in a mountain of parchment. The quill's nib scratched against the coarse surface of the parchment as Dick bit down on the quill shaft, furrowing his brow, and quickly sketched. The paper was not filled with intricate mechanical diagrams, but rather simple gestures, annotated with vocabulary in the common tongue of Westeros. Bread, water. Come, thank you, good. Having once worked at a game company, the instinct to draw was ingrained in Dick's very being. Indeed, he wished to teach Yar sign language. Dick instructed the servants to clear the corners of the leather workshop, arranging it simply in the style of Bachelor Viss's workspace, laying a thick piece of leather over the wooden table as a workbench and nailing a few wooden shelves. At last, he had his own workspace. As for the Bachelor-S lessons, the scholar indicated that there was little left to teach him at this stage. Thus, after slipping out of the castle for his hunt at noon, Dick often plunged into the workshop, neglecting even his lessons with Bachelor Weiss. Naturally, Bachelor Weiss was at a loss, and he had no choice but to inform Dick's elder brother, the heir of House Karstark, Roger. Roger's approach was straightforward. The two soldiers responsible for following Dick in the morning need not engage in any other duties during the afternoon, but to stand guard at the workshop's entrance. Awaiting the return of their playful young master once he had had his fill of amusement, Dick remained unfazed, adorning the corners of his workspace with parchment covered in various gestures, which, from a distance, resembled mysterious talismans. Afternoons were dedicated to teaching Yara sign language. Yara learned at a slow pace, finding the intricate gestures as perplexing as an unfamiliar code. Dick exhibited great patience, commencing with the simplest signs. Once he had instructed her, he allowed Yara to practice against the wall while he busied himself with the trinkets from his memory. The workshop was abundant with leather for crafting belts. Yet Dick sought other materials: ropes, sturdy threads, and fabrics. Although he had sought assistance from Winterfell, his brother Roger merely shook his head with a sigh. "We cannot cultivate flax, Dick. This place is inadequate. We must wait for the next caravan to fortuitously arrive." A caravan? How long would that take? As ideas from his past life occasionally flickered through his mind, Dick resolved to conduct his own experiments. He had previously observed some monks carrying bundles of logs bound with willow branches back to the monastery to be split into firewood. His experimental subjects were precisely those willow bindings. He promptly enlisted his new companion, Arrow, and rushed to the monastery to collect a large heap of willow branches. Soon, the workshop echoed with the sounds of thud. Thud, thud. Dick instructed Arrow to wield a hefty wooden mallet to flatten the willow branches while he busied himself peeling the softened bark from the core. The stripped bark was soaked in a large barrel of water prepared by a servant. According to Dick's hazy recollection, soaking it for a few days before drying it out would yield material suitable for twisting into ropes. While Dick guided Yara in signing thank you, he pondered how to recreate the wondrous hand-operated rope-making device from his past life when an unforeseen event swept across the entirety of Winterfell like a chilling wind from beyond the wall. "Have you heard? The young lord of House Karstark, Dick, possesses magic." "Really? What sort of magic?" "The kind that enables the mute to speak." "By the Seven. Is that true? Such a young child?" "Absolutely. That mute girl, Yara, can now speak. It was young Lord Dick who enchanted her." As the rumors spread, becoming ever more fantastical and widespread, some claimed to have seen light emanating from Dick's fingertips, while others reported hearing mysterious whispers from the workshop. Yet, Dick himself remained utterly oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. His daily life remained remarkably structured, training, sneaking off to hunt, teaching Yara, and toying with vines and the hand-cranked braiding machine in his mind's eye. Until one overcast noon, his elder brother, Roger Stark, arrived with Uncle Tony Stark, Bishop Morrison, and several family knights. A large group burst into the bustling Belt workshop, directly blocking the entrance to Dick's modest workspace. The noisy workshop fell silent in an instant, leaving only the crackling of the fire. Roger cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness on his face. "Cough, Dick, my dear brother." He attempted to make his voice sound casual. "Could you perhaps, demonstrate your magic for us?" The word magic felt rather forced in his tone. Roger harbored no belief that his brother possessed any such sorcery. After all, he had watched Dick grow up and knew him well enough. Yet, the rumors had spread too fervently, even prompting Bishop Morrison to inquire personally, compelling him to confront this ridiculous tale in person. Dick, who was gesturing with a piece of vine bark, was startled by the commotion. He turned to survey the varied expressions of the crowd: Roger's helplessness, Uncle Tony's inquisitive glint, Bishop Morrison's scrutinizing gaze, and the knights' faces, a mix of curiosity and barely perceptible tension. He opened his mouth to explain, but deemed it too cumbersome. Perhaps it was best to proceed directly. First, he reassured Yara, who had been frightened and cowered in the corner, patting her shoulder to signal her not to fear. He then approached the wall adorned with parchment, turned to face the onlookers, and declared, "Watch closely." His voice rang clear in the quiet workshop. He raised his hand, pointing to an image on the wall depicting two hands crossed over the chest. "This signifies thank you." He mirrored the gesture precisely. Next, he indicated another sign, his palm flat and pressing downward. "This means quiet." Then he pointed to one more, fingers together near his mouth, mimicking an eating motion. "This represents bread." Finally, he gestured to the simplest sign, raising his thumb. "This denotes good." Upon completing his demonstration, Dick nodded to Yara. She timidly glanced at the room full of dignitaries, then, with utmost caution, began to replicate the gestures Dick had just shown. "Thank you, quiet, bread, good." Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, the meanings were unmistakable. Silence enveloped the small corner for several seconds. "Huh!" A knight was the first to shatter the stillness, his expression a mix of realization and a touch of disappointment. "So that's it. This is the magic that allows the mute to speak." He chuckled, shaking his head. "What a clever child." A faint smile of approval graced Bishop Morrison's stern visage as he nodded. "A remarkably ingenious method. This is a gift of wisdom, not sorcery. May the seven gods bless your benevolence." "The seven gods above. I have always said so." Roger seemed to have shed a monumental burden, his voice resonating with a hint of triumphant exasperation. "The Stark family possesses no magic. You have all witnessed it with your own eyes, haven't you? To some gestures, fit for the mute. Should anyone dare to spread such nonsense, beware that I may take their tongue. Dick mused silently. Oh, dear brother, I truly can. Perhaps even more potent than magic. The disheveled Uncle Tony remained silent, lingering at the back of the crowd, his gaze flitting between Dick and Yara, a knowing smile dancing on his lips, subtly winking at Dick while gesturing toward Yara. It was evident that the old rogue was projecting his own thoughts onto others. 7 gods. Dick found himself, for once, praying to the deities. Chapter 20. Bad news, good news. As the morning light crept over the castle's stone walls, Dick, accompanied by the guards, made his way to the leather workshop. Before the familiar scent of leather could reach his nostrils, a scene at the foot of the stairs halted his steps. 2 poorly dressed vassals, accompanied by a similarly frail boy, knelt shivering on the cold stone steps. Upon seeing Dick, they resembled startled birds, hastily bowing their heads lower, their rough hands clutching the silent boy's shoulders tightly. Dick sighed inwardly. These lower-born vassals were largely uneducated, making communication a cumbersome task. Through a mix of speech and gestures, he finally grasped their intentions. Whispers throughout the town suggested that Lord Dick could use magic to make the mute speak, a rumor that spread like wild grass in the squalid alleys. Although the knights and clergy were well aware that it was a misunderstanding, that Dick had merely taught the mute girl, Yara, to express herself through signs, the message had evidently failed to penetrate the castle's thick walls and reach the ears of this couple. To them, even the faintest glimmer of hope was a lifeline. The man trembled as he spoke. Great Lord, I beseech you to allow our child to speak. The woman bowed repeatedly, her eyes filled with humble supplication. Dick felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He leaned down to assist them, but the guards behind him instinctively tightened their grips on their swords. Once rumors take flight, akin to the chill winds of the north, they're difficult to quell. How could he convey that what he possessed was not magic, merely a measure of compassion? Observing the couple, tormented time and again by hope and fear, Dick ultimately nodded. Leave the child, he said gravely. Instantly, joy erupted on their faces, yet Dick swiftly doused their enthusiasm, his tone unyielding. Listen, I have no magic. I cannot teach him to speak. What I imparted was merely a form of gestures, using hands in place of mouth. Do you understand? Even if he learns, he will still be unable to speak. After sending the ecstatic yet bewildered couple on their way, Dick led the newly arrived mute boy into the workshop. Arriving at his workspace adorned with blueprints, Yara sat quietly in the corner, practicing sign language with her nimble fingers. Upon seeing Dick enter with an unfamiliar boy, she lifted her head, her clear and beautiful eyes sparkling with inquiry. Yara, Dick pointed at the timid boy, gesturing to her. The newcomer, you teach him what you know. He patted Yala's frail shoulder, then mimed, just like I taught you. Dick had no desire to start from scratch. After all, the master had tasks to attend to, and the disciple must bear the burden. Yala was, after all, his most esteemed apprentice. In the afternoon alley, Eli Brown, the eldest son of the Brown Knight, stood at the very spot where he had been beaten the day before. A prominent bruise adorned his right eye, resembling a badge of shame. Gripping the hilt of his wooden sword tightly, with the blade resting on the ground, he puffed out his chest and closed his eyes, striving to emulate a knight's composure. Yet, the panda eyes and his slightly trembling calves betrayed his anxiety. Sweat soaked Eli's forehead. He had been waiting for a long while. On the ground opposite him lay a wooden sword prepared for Dick. In the shadow of the alley's entrance, a few bruised boys cautiously spoke up. Do you think that Kid Dick wants to come? Impossible. Eli snapped his eyes open, his voice resolute, forcing down the tremors in his legs. Since he had accepted this duel in honor of the night, he could not dare to evade. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his gaze fixed intently on the alley's entrance, as if willing his opponent to appear. Meanwhile, inspired by a midday spark of creativity, Dick successfully fashioned a rudimentary hand-cranked rope-making machine from wood. Seizing the opportunity, he promptly instructed Anua to fetch the dried vine bark fibers he had prepared earlier. With his own hands, he cranked the machine, the gears creaking as he worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon. Watching the vine fibers transform into a sturdy rope the thickness of his pinky finger, Dick erupted with joy. It worked. But this rope-making machine needs some adjustments. He scrutinized the device, acknowledging its functionality, yet noting it was not entirely smooth and often snagged. Suddenly, Dick halted his actions. Have I forgotten something? He murmured to himself. Yes, I need both thick and thin ropes. Indeed, I must also weave some fine threads. Meanwhile, Scholar Visco rubbed his temples, having just concluded a grueling afternoon of lessons that had left him with a headache. He had been teaching the little chubby Tarenka Stark how to write, but the child managed to twist the simplest sentences into a convoluted mess. As he stepped out of the castle gates for a breath of fresh air, Scholar Visco spotted Dick Kashtark leaning against the doorframe, grinning broadly at him. Seeing his brightest pupil brought a wave of relief to Scholar Visco's heart, quickly followed by the familiar onset of a headache. Struggling students were a source of concern, but a prodigious talent like Dick, brimming with imaginative ideas, was equally capable of causing considerable trouble. Let us get to the point. Scholar Visco sighed in resignation, bluntly asking, "Do you need my assistance again?" Dick exaggeratedly clapped his hands. As expected of a teacher, I haven't even spoken yet, and you've already guessed it. He deftly pulled two items from beneath his cloak. In his left hand was the wooden rope-making machine he had crafted, and in his right was the coil of rope made from vine fibers. "Look, teacher, I made this." Dick beamed with pride. Bachelor Weiss took the object, his gaze immediately drawn to the rough-edged, yet ingeniously crafted wooden apparatus. As a seasoned toolmaker, he effortlessly flipped through it, his fingers deftly manipulating the movable components, instantly discerning its purpose. "Is this for rope making?" He marveled softly, casting a look of incredulous admiration towards Dick. "My boy, had it not been for that treacherous affair in the old town, I would have no doubt that your brilliance will one day earn you the chains of a university scholar." "Come now, teacher, you flatter me," Dick replied modestly. "However, while I have created this, it still feels rather clumsy in use. I was hoping you could assist me in refining it further." "Absolutely," Bachelor Weiss promptly agreed, his spirits lifted by the charming little device before him. "The principle is not complex. Improving it should pose no challenge." "Thank you ever so much, teacher," Dick exclaimed joyfully, snatching back the loop of rope and, with uncontained excitement, dashed away, his cloak billowing in the wind. Watching the jubilant figure of Dick retreat, Bachelor Weiss smiled and shook his head. Dick, with a light-hearted step, traversed the castle corridors and learned from a servant that his elder brother, Roger Stark, was in the second-floor council chamber deliberating with their uncle, Tony Stark. Without hesitation, he bounded up the stone steps and pushed open the heavy wooden door to the chamber. Inside, Roger and Uncle Tony stood by the enormous stone window, their brows furrowed as they whispered, pointing towards the shadowy forest beyond. The sound of the door interrupted their discussion, and both turned in surprise. "Dick," Roger exclaimed, observing his brother rush in like a treasure-bearer, tightly clutching a loop of gray-green material, momentarily taken aback. "Brother, uncle, look at this marvelous creation." Dick excitedly presented the rope. "What is this?" Roger inquired, puzzled. "I crafted it from the vines in the forest," Dick replied at a rapid pace. "I made this entire length just today at noon." "An entire length in one afternoon?" Roger's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took the rope, inspecting the intricate weave. His face quickly transformed with astonishment. "Well done, my boy. Truly impressive." Nearby, Uncle Tony Stark, a robust warrior with a hint of fatigue etched on his face, also became intrigued. Striding over, he took the rope from Roger's hands and, without hesitation, yanked it forcefully, his arm muscles flexing with raw strength. The rope emitted a taut creaking sound, yet remained steadfast. "Hey!" Uncle Tony's rugged visage broke into an expression of admiration as he released his grip and patted the rope with vigor. "This is indeed robust. An excellent piece. Far superior to what we have used before." Roger continued to examine it, barely concealing his excitement. "The material is truly vine? The very same vines that are so common and bothersome in the forest?" Dick shrugged, feigning innocence. "The material is indeed vines. However, dear brother, your beloved sibling has yet to have the opportunity to wander in the forest, so I cannot say whether they are as common as you believe." Roger paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, pulling Dick into an embrace. "Ha ha ha! Well done, my boy. This is splendid. It will prove to be immensely useful." The chamber echoed with Roger's laughter, a rare piece of good news. Uncle Tony, though visibly fatigued, appeared invigorated. Dick, puzzled, inquired what has transpired. Roger gestured reassuringly that all was well. The Raven had brought tidings from his father and mother. Their return was delayed due to matters concerning their grandfather's tribe, but they would return as swiftly as possible. The troubling news was that the traitors in the south were also stirring. Uncle had just returned from the stronghold and outposts along the Phantom Forest defense line. It was no wonder he had not been seen within the castle these past few days. "Uncle, is everything all right at the defense line?" Dick pressed. Tony chuckled lightly. "What are you fretting over the defense line for, you young rascal? Rest assured, those scoundrels are merely probing." He sighed, casting his gaze northward. "However, brother, you must hasten. The reports from the south suggest their movements are anything but trivial." Chapter 21, Proclamation. The biting cold wind sliced through Winterfell. This fortress, steadfastly guarded by House Stark on the borders of the realm, once instilled dread in the hearts of its enemies. Yet now, the inhabitants within felt as though they were suffocating under the weight of despair. The patriarch, Count Carlin, had not yet returned, leaving the immense burden upon his eldest son and heir, Roger Stark. Winterfell had dwindled to mere stones and timber. As a former bastion of war, its storeroom still held some weapons and armor, but critically lacking were artisans and workshops. In such a remote region, cultivating crops proved more challenging than raising children. Previously, they had relied on the steadfastness of Count Carlin. Now, Roger felt as though he had been stripped bare and cast into the frigid wilderness, plagued by sleepless nights filled with worry. Thus, when Dick burst into the council chamber, exuberantly announcing that he had fashioned some ropes, the news ignited a flicker of hope in Roger's otherwise dim eyes. "Can we produce more?" "A substantial amount. And can they be woven more finely?" Roger eagerly pressed on. "Could we collaborate with the leatherworkers to create new leather armor? Or, at the very least, mend the tattered old armor in the storeroom?" The territory desperately needed anything that could bolster their strength, even if it were merely a sturdy rope. Observing his brother's bloodshot eyes, Dick felt a weight in his heart. He forced a smile. "Brother, the greatest impediment is manpower." Roger's urgency instantly transformed into a mixture of regret and resignation as he released his grip and sighed. "There are none, Dick, truly none. Not even a handful of literate individuals, let alone skilled artisans." Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his graying hair and quickly added, "However, food, money, this I can provide. Dick, go to Scholar Viss and discuss the possibility of hiring some help in the town. Even if they're simple-minded, you can teach them. Any contribution, no matter how small, is worth attempting." This command bore a bittersweet weight. Dick nodded in silence, understanding the gravity of the situation. This time, he did not need to stealthily slip out of the castle. Tasked by his elder brother, he strode purposefully towards the Scholar Viss, accompanied by two silent guards. The scholar, scratching his balding head, listened to the request, and the few wrinkles on his face deepened, etched with difficulty. His voice, low and weary like worn gears, murmured, "I can arrange it. However, do not harbor too much hope. The reasons are clear to both of us. In Everwinter City, apart from soldiers, there are only hunters, fishermen, and lumberjacks. Those capable of moving are toiling away, barely holding the territory together. Why is the street so desolate? Who has the leisure to learn a new trade?" Hopes shattered like fragile soap bubbles. Dick felt a heavy knot in his chest as he gloomily returned to his makeshift workshop corner. Slumping onto a stool, his arms propped on the table, chin resting in his palms, his gaze was vacant. In the corner of the workshop, where diagrams of gestures adorned the walls, the mute girl Yara sat quietly. Opposite her, a small boy also kept his lips sealed, his eyes timid. Yara patiently and slowly demonstrated the gestures, while the boy struggled to imitate her, his movements stiff and clumsy, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At first, Dick barely paid them any mind. However, as he observed Yara's tireless demonstrations and the boy's earnest yet awkward efforts, a sudden spark ignited within his frozen thoughts. Human resources? Wasn't it right here, readily available? This could provide them a lifeline, teaching them a skill that could sustain their existence. Surely, there were more like Yara and this little boy lurking in the corners of the city. What of those children, born or rendered mute by misfortune? What were they capable of doing, aside from being supported by their families or fading into obscurity? By the seven gods! Dick sprang up from his stool, his eyes ablaze with fervor, the gloom lifting instantly. Those ludicrous rumors about him, making the mute speak, could go to hell. He would bear this burden. Now, this was the finest advertisement. Whirling around to his guards, his voice rang out, vibrant with excitement. "Listen, spread the word immediately, across the entire city. Any household with a mute child, wishing for their child to learn to speak, come to the workshop and find Dick Karstark. Right now, the guards, taken aback by his sudden outburst, straightened with a jolt at the intensity of his fiery gaze. Yes, Master Dick, they replied, turning briskly and striding out, the sound of their hurried footsteps echoing through the stone corridor. Dick glanced at Yara and the boy, who were now looking up in bewilderment. He slowly clenched his fists. Hope, perhaps, resided within these voiceless lives. In the grand hall of Everwinter Castle, a lavish feast was being held in honor of the returning uncle and knights. It was nothing more than a bit more watered wine than usual, yet the rugged men seemed satisfied. Dick entered, cradling the small kitten gifted by his brother, carefully handing it to his eagerly awaiting sister, Jenny, who beamed with delight. Sitting beside Jenny, he took the damp cloth and leisurely wiped his hands, then turned to assist his sister in the same manner, admonishing her, "Do not touch Fatbo during a meal." Dick had named the kitten Fatbo. The little girl nodded eagerly, anxiously clasping her legs around the kitten, which elicited a soft chuckle from Aunt Anna Stark, who covered her mouth in mirth. Anna's enchanting smile caused several young knights, who were secretly watching, to gaze upon her with admiration. Dick's manner of wiping his hands drew an exasperated roll of the eyes from his sister, Lysana. "Have you ceased being a rat catcher, now aspiring to be a magician? Are we?" Lysana quipped sarcastically. "Oh, how noble that sounds." This remark displeased Roger, who sat at the head of the table. "Lysana, this matter has already been clarified. The Starks do not possess magic." Lysana smirked. "I know. Of course I know that is not magic." She continued to mock. "And a mute will always remain a mute. Is being the master of 3 wild men not enough? Oh, by the way, wasn't it mentioned this afternoon that Dick is not satisfied with just one mute, but wishes to lead a whole group of mutes?" Roger frowned and raised his voice. "Dick is assisting the realm in solving issues. He is not leading a band of mutes." He looked uncertainly at Dick. Can it truly be done? Upon seeing Dick nod affirmatively, Roger's skepticism began to wane. Lysana, undeterred by the reprimand, retorted, "I have important matters too. My clever brother, you cannot only assist your elder brother. Do me a favor as well. Aunt has gifted me a harp, but this wretched place is far too cold. The instrument feels icy to the touch. Have a servant from your workshop craft me some leather protection." Her audacity reminded Dick of thoughtless relatives from his past life. "Working at a real estate company? That is splendid. Perhaps you could help find an affordable house." Shaking his head to dispel the unwelcome memories, he did not refuse Lysana. He had already intended to assist his elder brother in the trial of crafting leather armor, and the harp's leather protection would be simpler, making it a perfect opportunity to practice. Yet, Dick distinctly remembered that the harp was a gift from their uncle to Aunt, who cherished it dearly. He glanced at Aunt Anna, who wore a gentle smile. Very well, it was clear she was someone who would not refuse. Chapter 22. No one understands a sword better than I. With the brave attempt of the Mute Boy's family to confront the legendary Dick, rumored to possess magic, this precedent was set, coupled with the news spread by the guards and the absolute authority of House Stark in the realm, before dawn on the following day. Around 10 families with their voiceless children knelt before the castle gates. They chose not to go to the workshop, but opted to kneel here before the break of day, perhaps as a gesture of their sincerity. In a world devoid of entertainment, the internet, or the plethora of teachers stored on hard drives, Dick usually retired early and would rise with discipline at the first light. However, today he was remarkably awakened earlier than usual. Upon arriving at the castle gates and witnessing the figures kneeling beneath the torches, he profoundly felt the force known as hope. In the flickering light of the guards' torches, Dick observed the intertwining gazes of fear and hope, solemnly explaining and promising. "By the grace of the 7 gods, you need not fear. First and foremost, you must understand this. I, Dick Castark, wield no magic. However, I shall teach your children to speak with their hands. You may grasp this concept now, or perhaps not, but in a matter of sunsets, clarity will dawn upon you. Yet, the children's ability to speak with their hands does not guarantee that you will comprehend their words. If you wish to hear the voices of your children's hearts, the most effective method is for you to learn sign language yourselves." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Dick remained impassive, biding his time in silence. At times, the power of silence is profound, particularly when one holds the reins of control. Gradually, the murmur subsided. "I am aware of the various hardships you face." Dick raised his voice. "Indeed, it may be exceedingly challenging for you. Thus, I have prepared gesture charts, illustrated ones. You may refer to these charts to comprehend your children's signs. However, This is not without cost. The parchment and charts must be earned through your children's labor in the workshop. Once again, the crowd buzzed with discussion. At that moment, Roger Castark emerged from the shadows of the castle, adding, "The Castark family will also provide meals at noon and night for the children laboring in the workshop." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Long live the Castark family. Dick was taken aback. It appeared that this was what resonated most with the people. Roger, his elder brother, laughed heartily and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Fortune seemed to be favoring them. Following the morning's good news, Dick experienced an unexpected windfall during his midday hunting excursion. After toiling for so long, the 72 residues of the Earthly Fiend had finally begun to show signs of transformation. The swordsmanship hall had been restored. At that moment, in Dick's consciousness, the swordsmanship hall radiated with resplendent light. A subtle, mystical power began to manifest within him. Merely grasping a sword or any sharp object intensified this sensation. However, to bring this nebulous intuition into focus, the feedback from the fragmented scroll indicated that unlocking the secret arts within the swordsmanship hall required repair, and some of these arts seemed to demand little energy. A series of fortunate events filled Dick with a sense of harmonious synergy with the cosmos. His midday hunting in the town's alleys was imbued with renewed vigor. However, fortune often wanes unexpectedly after reaching a peak. Just as Dick reveled in his successful hunt, he encountered Eli Brown, the eldest son of Sir Brown, whom he had previously dealt with. Brown, accompanied by several bruised and timid youths, blocked Dick's path in the alley. Observing the fire in their eyes, Dick felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had indeed forgotten. After confronting the bully who had tormented Arno, he had agreed to the duel proposed by him. It is truly uncharacteristic of him to forget, given that it has been several days. Dick Castark, Eli growled through clenched teeth. Upon witnessing Dick scouring the streets with a slingshot in search of mice, and observing his awkward demeanor, it became abundantly clear that this fellow had not taken the duel to heart. "You have failed to uphold our agreement. Do you possess no chivalric spirit? What are your honest virtues? You are unworthy of being a knight." "Oh, is this a battle of words you seek?" Dick thought, a long-lost thrill of confrontation surging within him. "You are mistaken. I am not yet a knight. You. Eli's face turned an even deeper shade of anger. "Do not think I am ignorant. You have already undergone knight training at Everwinter Castle. You ought to embody the chivalric spirit. That does not make me a knight. I'm merely in training. I can adhere to such principles once I am truly a knight." Dick shrugged nonchalantly. Eli was nearly at a loss for words. How can you be so shameless? Clearly, his mind was momentarily derailed. Dick, observing Eli's discomfort, found amusement in the bully's flustered state and decided not to pursue the matter further, feeling rather benevolent today. "Are we not a duel? Have you even prepared a sword for me? Let us commence." What was the name of that lad from the Brown family again? Eli Brown. He nearly screamed, his voice cracking. Dick cupped his ear. "I heard you, no need to shout." Eli trembled with fury, forcefully thrusting a wooden sword into the crevice of the alley's stone ground, then stepping back while gripping another wooden sword, glaring at Dick with fiery intensity. The spirit of battle was unmistakable. To be honest, these bullies were indeed detestable. When Dick witnessed them tormenting Arno, he harbored thoughts of vengeance. However, after administering a sound thrashing, his anger had subsided considerably. Later, while teaching Yara sign language, he learned that they no longer bullied Arno, which eased his desire for retribution. Yet at this moment, gazing at the wooden sword embedded in the ground, a potent urge to engage surged within Dick. The recently restored swordsmanship hall from the fragment ignited an irresistible desire for the blade. Without hesitation, Dick secured his slingshot at his waist and approached to grasp the hilt of the wooden sword. An enigmatic sensation coursed through his body. He instinctively drew the wooden sword, the peculiar feeling prompting him to close his eyes. In that moment, Dick yearned to proclaim, "No one understands the sword better than I." In this world, the rules of dueling dictate that drawing a weapon signifies the commencement of battle. Dick unsheathed his sword, but closed his eyes before his adversary, an act that appeared to others as nothing short of ostentation. Eli, utterly enraged, had previously attributed his defeat to Dick's sneak attack, and he no longer dared to underestimate this younger opponent. With fury, Eli raised his wooden sword, unleashing a powerful downward strike aimed at Dick. Nevertheless, Years of nightly training compelled him to instinctively roar, "Rodent Slayer, Dick!" Chapter 23. Perfection as the formidable Eliabrin unleashed a furious swing of his sword. Dick remained with his eyes closed, undeterred. Eli, initially intending to test his opponent, decided to abandon caution and accelerated his strike towards Dick's arm, which held the sword one-handedly. Amidst the gasps of several bruised onlookers, the anticipated scream did not materialize. With a delicate push from his toes against the ground, Dick gracefully slid backward, evading the powerful blow. In that fleeting moment, he even had the leisure to raise his wooden sword to his chest, his other hand caressing the blade. His expression one of bliss, as if he were stroking a masterpiece. Eli, having missed his strike, showcased the results of rigorous nightly training, swiftly twisting his waist and pivoting, gathering momentum to deliver a fierce kick aimed at Dick's chest. The kick was swift and fierce, seemingly destined to connect. Yet, Dick maintained his posture, skillfully sidestepping at the last moment, allowing the seemingly certain blow to graze past him. Eli, having put too much force into his kick, found himself off balance. Stumbling forward several steps, he quickly turned back, raising his sword in a defensive posture, only to discover Dick still lost in his reverie. Eyes closed and absorbed in the moment. Eli's composure shattered. "Are you merely going to scurry around like a mouse?" This exasperated shout disrupted Dick's immersion. He furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and cast a cold glance at Eli. The irritation of not comprehending the nuances of their exchange was palpable, adding a touch of confusion to Eli's already furious expression, which struck Dick as somewhat amusing. Having ventured out at noon for a hunt with only a slingshot, Dick was taken aback when faced with Eli's wooden sword. Memories and insights from the recently restored swordsmanship hall surged within him, compelling him to draw his sword and savor the newfound rhythm within his body. This moment of introspection was abruptly interrupted, igniting a flicker of annoyance in Dick. While it lacked the mystical quality of sudden enlightenment often depicted in novels of his past life, the disruption of his concentration was undeniably irksome. A sudden desire to retaliate surged within him. Dick resolved to forego any further courtesy. "Not dodging, are we? Very well, then you best watch closely." Before the words had fully left his lips, he thrust the wooden sword upwards and hurled it into the sky above the alley. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this unexpected, yet vaguely familiar action. Some instinctively looked up, while others stared in confusion. Eli, regarding this duel with utmost seriousness and determined to redeem himself, focused intently, suppressing the urge to glance skyward. A cold smile crept across his face. "This trick again? Do you think I would fall for it a second time? Dream on." At the same time, a surge of excitement coursed through him. An opportunity had arrived. As Dick found himself unarmed, Eli swiftly raised his sword, executing a rapid thrust aimed directly at Dick's chest. However, to Dick, Eli's self-proclaimed swift strike appeared as if it were unfolding in slow motion. Without needing to retreat, he merely tilted his upper body slightly, allowing the wooden sword to glide harmlessly past him. In the same instant, his left hand shot out like lightning, deftly seizing Eli's hands that clutched the sword. Eli's eyes filled with shock and terror as Dick, showing no mercy, balled his right hand into a fist and struck down fiercely at Eli's unharmed left eye socket. The sound of impact echoed, a dull thud. Agonizing pain surged through Eli, forcing a cry from his lips as his body instinctively struggled backward. Yet, perhaps due to years of ingrained training, his hands remained firmly wrapped around the sword's hilt, unwilling to release it. Dick, still gripping Eli's left hand, did not immediately let go, as if sensing something, murmuring softly, 321. It was only upon reaching one that he abruptly loosened his grip. Eli staggered back 2 steps, pulled by the pain and the force. One hand pressed tightly against his injured, rapidly swelling left eye, while the other instinctively waved the sword in front of him, attempting to fend off any impending attacks. Just then, a warning cry erupted from the surrounding onlookers. "Look out!" Suddenly, the wooden sword Dick had thrown into the air descended. Its hilt pointed downward, as if guided by an unseen force, crashing down upon Eli's unprotected nape. Thud! Eli's scream was abruptly cut off. His body stiffened, eyes rolling uncontrollably upward, and he collapsed forward like a marionette with its strings severed, completely losing consciousness. The alley fell into a momentary silence, quickly shattered by the gasps of shocked onlookers. Eli's companions turned pale, their legs trembling in fear. Dick paid them no mind. He stepped forward, retrieving the fallen wooden sword from beside Eli. Then, with a gentle flick of his foot, he turned Eli onto his back, ensuring he lay comfortably. Squinting, Dick extended 2 fingers, comparing Eli's face like a meticulous artist assessing his model. He examined the bruise on Eli's right cheek, a gift from a few days prior, and then scrutinized the fresh, rapidly swelling bruise forming around his left eye, measuring them against each other. Satisfied, Dick nodded, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perfect. Now it's symmetrical. Delightful. With that, he casually twirled the wooden sword in his hand and turned his gaze towards the few trembling miscreants huddled against the wall, displaying what he believed to be an exceptionally kind smile. This expression caused them to recoil even further. Pointing at the unconscious Eli on the ground, Dick spoke with a light-hearted tone. Your brother Eli certainly has a remarkable quality of sleep. He can fall asleep so easily. However, it's quite chilly here. So hurry and take him back to cover him with a blanket, lest he catch a chill. Having spoken, he no longer regarded them, turning away while humming an incomprehensible, peculiar tune, and sauntered out of the dim alley with a light step. The sunlight enveloped Dick, revealing his buoyant mood at that moment. In this uplifted spirit, he did not pursue hunting any longer, but instead ambled towards the workshop. 2 guards, well accustomed to his escapades from the castle, awaited him with wry smiles, saying, Master Dick, you must come and see. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the workshop. It appeared that news had spread in the morning. Not only could the children from Mute families learn here, but they would also receive 2 meals a day provided by the workshop. This information swiftly circulated through the town. For those in good health who could earn food through labor, the prospect of working at the workshop for meals might hold limited allure. However, for the disabled individuals struggling to survive in the town's corners, it was undoubtedly a lifeline, an immense draw. Dick had long desired to alleviate the burdens of his family and his elder brother, Roger. He possessed the capability, yet lacked the manpower. Now these disabled individuals, who typically hid in the shadows of the city, might indeed assist the family in overcoming some challenges. Dick even noticed a few pallid men among them, their eyes alight with yearning, yet harboring a flicker of despair deep within. He learned that they had once served as soldiers for the family. Indeed, in this vivid world, rife with peril, how could soldiers escape injury or death? To perish in battle may be a straightforward fate, yet to be injured and disabled, how are they to confront the remainder of their lives in this backward era? Dick scarcely dared to fathom the profound despair that must entail. Once unaware, he now bore witness, and a surge of fervor welled within his chest. He felt compelled to act, and to act without delay. All those willing to join me. Dick's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, eclipsing the murmurs of the crowd. From this day forth, beginning tonight, the workshop will provide food. An eruption of astonished cheers erupted forth. Chapter 24. The workshop's upgrade. Observing the gathering crowd, Dick Castark felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon his shoulders. Yet, he would soon comprehend the formidable strength embodied by the name Castark. The remarkable influence within his own territory was sufficient to prompt assistance from various quarters. That afternoon, Viscato, accompanied by several monks, appeared on the scene. They delivered 10 improved wooden hand-operated rope-making machines directly into the workshop. The scholar promptly began to demonstrate, patiently instructing the bewildered newcomers. Meanwhile, the previously timid Yara summoned her courage. She led a group of children, rendered mute for various reasons, standing before a sign language chart and tirelessly teaching them the signs. Even more to Dick's astonishment, his uncle, Tony Castark, arrived promptly at the behest of his brother, Roger, leading a contingent of knighted soldiers. They swiftly cleared several idle wooden structures nearby, and with a series of resounding chops, they demolished the dividing walls, instantly connecting the spaces. The area has astonishingly expanded more than twice, with a remarkable speed. The workshop is bustling with activity, yet the initiator, Dick, appears somewhat at ease. However, every passerby casts warm glances filled with gratitude, anticipation, and yearning. These gazes resemble invisible flames, igniting a fervor in Dick's heart. A heavy sense of honor and responsibility weighs upon his shoulders. Unable to remain seated any longer, Dick abruptly rises and, under the astonished stares of the crowd, turns and rushes back to the castle. Do not misunderstand. He is not seeking to hide. In the hall, Dick's sister, Lysana Karstark, is joyfully listening to a minstrel song. Without a word, Dick strides forward, snatches the harp, and turns to leave. This sudden action leaves everyone bewildered. Lysana snaps back to reality, her brows furrowing as she screams, her sharp voice echoing through the stone corridor. "Dick, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Has the cold wind from the frontier scrambled your brain?" "My dear sister," Dick calls back without looking, his voice resonating in the stone passage. "Weren't you going to make a leather cover for this precious harp? I'm off to make it for you. No need to thank me so dramatically." Before he finishes his sentence, he vanishes around the corner. A bold thought flashes through Dick's mind like lightning. If he can create a cover for the harp, then wrapping a living being in leather would amount to crafting leather armor, wouldn't it? Unlike inanimate objects, living beings require significant alterations in detail. However, he decides to practice on the harp first to prove its feasibility. Returning to the bustling workshop with the harp, Dick finds sheepskin parchment to wrap around the instrument, meticulously tracing its shape along the edges. He cuts out the pattern, lays it on the leather, and slices it with precision. After several pieces of leather are punctured with red-hot iron nails and carefully sewn with fine cords, a perfectly fitting leather cover is completed. It will work. Absolutely. Dick immediately calls over Arno, instructing him to stand still with arms extended. He takes the sheepskin parchment and measures it against Arno's body, his thoughts racing. Yes. Just like the Roman legion armor from the games of his past life. The leather breastplate paired with shoulder guards will form the core. Then he will create leather arm guards, leg guards, and a skirt. Moreover, by disassembling the components, they can be worked on simultaneously, enhancing efficiency. If something goes wrong, replacements can be made easily. The downside is that gaps will be left exposed on the arms and legs. Fortunately, due to the harsh cold of the frontier, everyone typically wraps themselves in thick furs, which will partially conceal these gaps, preventing them from being as bare as Roman soldiers. Another challenge arises from the lack of sufficient fabric for lining. Dick decides to use fur directly. This will increase thickness for better defense and, crucially, provide warmth, achieving two objectives in one endeavor. Arno proves to be an excellent model. He stands motionless and cheerful for most of the day. His height and robust build ensure that the crafted pieces will fit an adult man perfectly. The leather armor is flexible and, when paired with adjustable belts, can accommodate various body types. Dick carefully removes the adjusted sheepskin pattern and begins to cut and distribute the pieces. The servants promptly set to work, heating iron nails to create holes and deftly stitching with fine cords. By the afternoon, a complete set of leather armor was astonishingly crafted. While waiting, Dick took the liberty of adding some embellishments, hot stamping the family crest. He summoned the guard at the entrance and had him don the new leather armor. Quite spirited. The guard moved his arms and legs, and Dick stepped forward to fine-tune the connection points of the chest and back armor, facilitating his bending and turning with greater ease. Handing the design to the astonished scholar, Master Weiss, Dick requested that he swiftly create a standard mold from wood. Dinner time was fast approaching. Leading the guard clad in the new armor, Dick returned to Winterhold with the harp, wrapped in protective leather. Inside the hall, the servants had just brought in steaming hot dishes. As Dick entered, the guard in the new armor followed closely behind. The Roman legion-style leather armor immediately captured the attention of all present. His elder brother Roger and Uncle Tony swiftly rose, hastening forward to circle around the guard for a closer inspection, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Uncle Tony even brandished a dagger, seemingly intent on testing the armor right there. The guard froze in fear, his throat tightening. Dick quickly intervened. "Hey, Uncle, we haven't even properly tested the defenses yet. Could you at least let him take it off before trying?" Tony, however, was quite agreeable, grabbing the guard's wrist and unfastening the buckle, swiftly removing the leather bracers and trying them on himself. He then lunged at the bracer with the dagger. Dick instinctively touched his own wrist, wincing slightly. Indeed, a clear small hole appeared on the bracer, yet it did not penetrate the thick leather lining. Uncle Tony nodded in satisfaction. Quite interesting. This level of defense will suffice. Roger also watched in admiration. Dick handed the harp, wrapped in leather, to his sister Lysana, informing everyone that the entire armor set had only taken an afternoon to create. With increased proficiency, they could expect even faster results in the future. This efficiency left Roger utterly astonished. He embraced Dick's shoulders, his joyful laughter echoing throughout the castle hall. Even Lysana offered a mild compliment. "Well, at least it looks quite good." She casually plucked at the strings of the harp. Chapter 25. Who did it? In the training grounds of Winterhold, the monotonous sounds of wooden swords and shields clashing reverberated. Dick practiced with Coach Rodka Stark, appearing somewhat distracted. He did not feel strained. Rather, he intentionally restrained his strength, wary of injuring the stubborn elder. Rod's hawk-like gaze quickly detected his pupil's inattention, intending to seize the opportunity for a surprise lesson. Ever since Dick had restored the swordsmanship hall in the 72 remnants of the earth, he had gained an inexplicable fluidity upon gripping a sword. Even when his thoughts wandered, he instinctively parried a surprise shield strike and adeptly dodged. The heavy wooden sword occasionally swung from his hand with one arm, graceful and unburdened, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. This sparring session increasingly frustrated Coach Rod. Abruptly withdrawing his shield and leaping back, he exclaimed, "Enough, Dick! I know you possess great talent." Was the training becoming monotonous? He gasped, believing the youthful exuberance had waned. Rod concealed his numb hand behind the shield and rubbed it. "That will suffice for today. Go prepare a saddle for your black horse. We shall depart the city tomorrow to teach you the art of riding." He lowered his shield and, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, "What name have you given that black steed?" Dick's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "It's called the Lost Beast, Coach Rod." Dick was not indolent. Rather, the legacy of swordsmanship had rendered the foundational training rather effortless, a truth he could not openly convey to his mentor. Thus, while managing the training, he pondered the request from his elder brother, Roger, to augment the production of leather armor. Contemplating the reallocation of manpower, he deemed a daily output of 10 pieces feasible. Lost in thought, he respectfully bowed to Rod's departing figure and made his way toward the stables near the castle gates. Upon reaching the stables, Dick caressed the smooth mane of the lost beast, which he had not seen for several days, contemplating whether to procure half armor for it. At that moment, his 3 wild servant companions, Saya and his son Sam, along with Cody, bowed their heads in greeting. Dick immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The trio kept their heads low, avoiding eye contact. His enhanced vision, a result of the fragmented scroll's fortification, caught sight of the bruises and bloodied abrasions that marred their wrists and necks. Dick furrowed his brow. "Lift your heads." What met his gaze were 3 battered faces. Saya bore the most severe injuries, with swollen cheekbones and a split lip. He endured the pain and respectfully repeated his greeting. Sam and Cody, youthful and spirited, displayed expressions of grievance, their eyes reddened and brimming with unshed tears. Dick surmised the truth with a growing fury. What transpired? Saya replied respectfully, "My lord need not worry. It is nothing of great consequence." The demeanor of the trio mirrored that of the 2 brothers Dick had encountered when they were being pursued. Enraged, Dick retorted with a bitter laugh. "Saya, do you believe your master to be blind?" He despised this attitude, which seemed to question his ability to protect his sworn servants. How could he consider himself a master if he turned a blind eye to his servants' suffering, accepting their fealty? With a piercing gaze, Dick surveyed the other servants and stable hands nearby, who were now silent and intimidated, numbering at least 15 or 16. He erupted in a thunderous shout, his voice carrying throughout a significant portion of the castle. "Everyone, put down your tasks and come here at once. Stand at attention." His furious roar startled the nightly guards at the city gate, prompting heads to peek over the castle walls. The servants before the stables, shaken by his wrath, huddled together, some trembling with fear, others numb, while a few stole glances at the 3 wild men, their eyes flickering. Dick pointed at Saya and his son, his voice as frigid as a winter gale. "Who did this?" A profound silence ensued. The crowd shrank back in fear, yet none dared to speak. In that moment, Dick suddenly realized that his usual gentleness might have been perceived as weakness, rendering him vulnerable to exploitation. "Huh, Dick, my dear nephew, this will not do." A boisterous laughter shattered the tension as Uncle Tonica Stark strode confidently from the castle. He was clad in the freshly crafted leather armor from Dick, evidently stripped from a guard. Deliberately, he flaunted the armor before Dick, puffing out his chest, and with a grin that revealed his teeth, he exclaimed, "Pay attention, Uncle. I shall teach you." Tony beckoned to a knight and a guard who were watching from a distance, then casually gestured toward a servant cowering at the edge of the crowd. The knight comprehended the unspoken command and promptly seized the terrified servant, dragging him before Tony. The servant crumpled to the ground, his voice trembling. "And no, my lord, it wasn't me." Tony shrugged, a cruel smile creeping across his face. My dear nephew inquired, "Who did it?" yet your response was, not me. Incorrect answer. Before the final word escaped his lips, he unsheathed his sword with lightning speed, raising it high above his head, accompanied by the rush of wind, and brought it crashing down upon the servant's skull. A muffled thud echoed, followed by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Dick's heart lurched violently. The onlookers, paralyzed with fear, sank to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. The servant, silent, collapsed, leaving a dark crimson stain spreading beneath his head. Without a glance at the fallen figure, Tony, leaning on his bloodied sword, leisurely signaled the knight and the stunned guard. Fetch another. Before the next accused servant could be dragged forth, he struggled and cried out, my lord. I know who it was. Tony, feigning regret, cupped his ear and shook his head. Incorrect answer. The sword fell once more, delivering another heavy blow. He kicked aside the fallen body, roaring like an enraged lion. Who did it? His voice reverberated, causing eardrums to buzz. The kneeling crowd shattered into chaos, several individuals shouting in frenzy, pointing haphazardly at 3 or 4 other servants among them. It was them. My lord. They did it. We swear. The accused trembled like leaves in autumn gale. Only then did Tony turn to the 3 members of the Saya family, displaying a benevolent inquisition in his smile. Is it these ruffians? The Sayas, drenched in cold sweat, nodded fervently, their throats too constricted to utter a sound. Tony burst into laughter, wiping the bloodied sword sheath against his boot before securing it back at his waist. Returning to Dick's side. Dick, this leather armor fits your uncle splendidly. What exquisite craftsmanship. Give me another set, perhaps something with a touch of grandeur. He appeared as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Observing Dick's stunned expression, Tony firmly grasped his nephew's shoulders and leaned closer, whispering, child, you are too kind. Remember, you are a Stark, and all here. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the prostrate crowd, were born to serve the House of Stark. At that moment, his elder brother, Roger Stark, emerged from the castle, a knight beside him whispering a rapid report. Approaching Dick, Roger exchanged a knowing glance with Tony. He spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. These individuals. He gestured toward the accused servants. Break their legs and throw them out of the castle. Dispose of the 2 on the ground as well. As if commanded to clear the stable's refuse, Roger turned to his bewildered younger brother. A familiar expression of resigned tolerance gracing his features. He clasped Dick's shoulder and began to lead him toward the castle, remarking, my dear brother, my clever brother, it appears there are matters you do not comprehend. He patted Dick's back, his tone soothing yet inherently cold. You are still young. However, you shall gradually acclimate. Members of House Stark must adapt. Uncle Tony watched the retreating figures of his nephews, a smile playing on his lips as his gaze drifted thoughtfully toward the castle walls. There stood 2 knights, resembling a father and son. The elder knight glowered sternly at the younger, who appeared pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he refrained from meeting his father's gaze. A mocking smile curled Tony's lips as he shook his head and returned to the castle. On the battlements, the knightly pair exhaled in relief once the Starks vanished from view. They are but a few wildlings, worthless vermin, hardly deserving of your concern. Did I not instruct you to ignore them? The elder knight's voice was low yet heavy with pressure. Father, I did not directly incite violence, the younger knight stammered, his voice dwindling under the elder's icy stare. I merely sent a message, stating that I found those 3 wildlings displeasing. Foolish, the elder knight hissed through clenched teeth. Those wildlings pose no threat to us. Will you lower yourself to insinuate? How do you know that others who harbor disdain for us will not seize the opportunity to act similarly? Can you withstand the wrath of House Stark? Chapter 26. The need of servants winter had long since departed, with the snow melted away without a trace. Yet Dick, traversing the halls of Winterfell, still felt a lingering chill. In 2 lifetimes, Dick had not been unacquainted with death. However, in his past life, those unsettling images were always obscured, glimpsed only in films and games where bloodshed was portrayed in a gruesome yet distant manner. To experience the violence and bloodshed so intimately was a first for him. The lingering scent of blood twisted his stomach, while his ears were filled with the echoes of screams and terrified cries, as if a certain liquid gurgled in the background. Roger Stark, draping an arm around Dick's shoulders, sighed deeply. Dick, with father absent and the traitors south of the haunted forest stirring, as the heir to our family. My duty is to strive for unity among us. Roger's voice grew somber. Father once told me that when someone swears allegiance, they should be welcomed to my table as a guest. Initially, I adhered to this principle. Yet, experiencing the reality has revealed its challenges. His gaze hardened. When I truly bore the weight of protecting our family, I discovered that even a sincere approach could be perceived as weakness. Naturally, changes must ensue. Dick, my beloved brother. Roger halted, pressing his hands firmly upon Dick's shoulders. In you, I perceive humility, valor, and compassion, virtues befitting a knight. You shall undoubtedly become a noble knight. However, Dick, you must grasp a vital truth. You must possess sufficient strength to convey to the world that these are virtues, not signs of weakness. Now, you may return to your chamber to rest, embrace the little cat Fatty, or venture to the courtyard to listen to the minstrel's performance. Upon returning to his room, Dick found his thoughts in disarray. Would those two servants perish? What kind of resentment might ignite in the hearts of those with broken legs and banished? Indeed, this is a barbaric era, reminiscent of a grim medieval world. Am I truly prepared to confront it all? Throughout the afternoon, Dick remained in his chamber, leaning against the cold stone window, gazing beyond the castle's high walls towards the perpetually gloomy sky beyond. Fatty rubbed against his legs, and seeing his master unresponsive, it lifted its round head, its feline eyes filled with confusion. In the afternoon, burdened by his thoughts, Dick cradled Fatty and made his way to the castle's library. Scholar Viscato was instructing his brother Turunka Stark. Upon seeing Dick, a flicker of surprise crossed Viscato's eyes, for this child had not graced the library in quite some time. Noticing the gravity etched upon Dick's brow, the scholar gestured for the chubby Turunka, who was fidgeting, to step outside for a while. As Turunka passed by Dick, he silently handed Fatty to him. The chubby boy joyfully embraced the kitten and dashed out of the library. "Child, what troubles you?" Scholar Viscato inquired with concern. Dick then recounted all that had transpired in the stable, ultimately voicing his doubts. "Master, is such punishment excessively harsh? Will not those who were expelled harbor resentment and seek revenge?" The scholar gazed at Dick for a long moment before softly sighing. "Dick, your heart is remarkably kind. Truly, you need not worry about their grievances or potential retribution. From the moment they were cast out of the castle gates, their fates were sealed. They are unlikely to survive the night." "What?" Dick exclaimed in shock. Viscato raised his hand, signaling him to quell his astonishment, and gently reassured him. "These matters may seem too cruel, even merciless, for you at present. As you mature, you will naturally come to understand the underlying truths." Then, lowering his voice, the scholar earnestly cautioned Dick, "Child, you should not easily accept the oaths of those three wild men and become their master, nor should you bring them into the castle." Viscato's words quickened, adding, "However, discussing this now is futile. The Winter Fortress must have already investigated their backgrounds, if they have not taken action. It signifies that they presently pose no threat. Furthermore, following today's incident, they will be isolated within the castle for a considerable time. One of the reasons for such severe punishment. To isolate them? Dick murmured to himself. Master Weiss patiently elucidated. They are not subjects of the territory, and this castle represents the very heart of your family's power. He cast a fleeting glance towards the library door, where he observed Torin frolicking with the plump dog. Returning his gaze, he lowered his voice further. Dick, you require a servant. He emphasized. You must beseech your elder brother for one. Dick appeared somewhat distracted. Master, I do not need a servant. I am unaccustomed to sleeping with someone following my every move. Master Weiss regarded this usually astute student with a sense of resignation, ultimately exhaling a sigh and raising his hand to scratch his smooth forehead. Meanwhile, in the conference hall on the second floor of the castle, Dick's elder brother, Roger, sat regally in the lord's high-backed oak chair, listening intently to a knight's report. This knight was one of the old warriors from the wall conversations, a veteran among the knightly lineage. Dick's uncle, Tony, lounged languidly by the fireplace, listlessly trimming his nails with a dagger. The hunting party from the northern Frostcold River has returned with news, the old knight respectfully reported to Roger, seated upon the lord's throne. There indeed existed a wild horse tribe, but they were recently scattered in a conflict. Roger nodded slightly, resting his chin on his hand. Very well, Sir Cohen Parker. Let's leave the matter at that for now. He shifted the conversation. Have you inquired about that Arno accepted by Dick in the workshop and the mute girl, Yara? Are they subjects of Winterfell? What is their background? A relaxed smile graced Sir Cohen Parker's face. My lord, I am well aware of this matter. Many are informed. Those two were indeed born in Winterfell, the offspring of a prostitute. Roger's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation, yet he remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. Arno appears more robust than an adult, yet he is scarcely 10 years old. The mute girl Yara is his sister, perhaps around 12. Cohen hesitated slightly. Arno is naturally simple-minded. He can comprehend speech, but can only utter the name Arno, his intellect forever that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. As for Yara, Cohen chuckled lightly. She is not actually mute. It seems she is deaf and cannot hear her own voice, thus she can only make ah sounds. His tone carried an irreverent edge. The daughter of a whore is still a whore. It won't hinder her future cries in bed. Roger's gaze turned suddenly frigid, piercing like a blade. A woman serving House Stark is no longer a whore. It seems you have yet to grasp this notion. Tony by the fireplace straightened instantly, halting his knife's motion, casting a cold look in that direction. Cohen Parker, realizing his gaffe, felt cold sweat saturate his back, and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee. My lord, I beg your pardon. You know I meant no offense. Roger rose, pacing to the stone window to gaze outside, his voice low and measured. I am well aware of that, which is why I shall afford you an opportunity for redemption. Disguise yourself, Sir Cohen Parker. Take your son and visit our old friends in the southern hometown. Bring back valuable news to demonstrate your loyalty to me. Yes, my lord. Cohen Park responded without hesitation, then bit his lip. My lord, please allow me to go alone. Let my son remain to serve you. Upon hearing this, Roger's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, and he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tony leaned back against the fireplace, leisurely resuming his nail trimming. Chapter 27. The struggle hooves shattered the cold morning light outside the eternal winter city. A few horses galloped joyously along the frostbitten riverbank, leaving the diminishing town far behind. As they plunged into the embrace of the wilderness, the horses seemed particularly spirited. At the forefront was a boy clad in leather armor, draped with a thick bearskin cloak. His thick, gray-white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his blue-gray eyes sparkled with the fragmented sunlight, bright and vivacious. Though youthful, he stood tall. He was Dick Stark. Dick, your hair seems even whiter. Following closely behind him was his mentor, Rod Stark, who held the reins of his sturdy brown-gray steed firmly, his gaze laced with curiosity as he observed Dick's tousled locks. Dick's cheerful voice floated back. Isn't that better? It resembles my mother's beautiful silver hair. Huh. Having distanced himself from the confines of the castle and town, Dick felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. Why ponder so much? Fate favored him. As long as he steadily repaired the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends, he would surely grow powerful, beyond anyone's reach. Worries? They were utterly superfluous. Go. Dick mimicked the knights from his memory, leaning forward, clutching his steed, Death Fong, to hasten its pace. Death Fong surged forward excitedly, but instinctively. Dick pulled the reins tightly to steady himself, inadvertently causing the horse to slow down and snort in displeasure. Rod's voice rang out just in time, tinged with a hint of exasperated amusement. Relax, lad. Loosen the reins. Steady your feet in the stirrups and brace your back. How can a horse gallop freely like this? Understanding immediately, Dick complied. Death Fong shot forward like an arrow, swiftly leaving Rod and the two guards trailing behind. Observing the exuberant figure ahead, Rod raised his hand to halt the eager guards. Let him enjoy himself. After frolicking enough, Dick circled back on Death Fong, wearing a radiant smile that sought praise. Rod, how did I do? Was I good? Quite impressive, lad, Rod replied with a smile, affirming the performance of the Stark family's second son, before shifting the conversation. However, riding in battle is an entirely different matter. As one wields a sword, it is essential to feel the undulations of the horse's back, merging all your strength with the horse's momentum into a singular force. Only then can you deliver a decisive blow to your adversary. Having said this, Master Rod drew his bow from the pocket by the saddle, demonstrating its use. As for mounted archery, that requires one's legs to exert force on the stirrups, dissipating the jolts of the horse. The upper body must remain utterly still. The steadier your posture, the more precise your aim. Rod secured the bow and looked at Dick. Since we are commencing your formal training in horsemanship, tomorrow we shall also begin archery practice. When feelings of frustration arise, a stroll outdoors, shouting and releasing pent-up emotions in an open space can serve as a splendid form of catharsis. As for horseback riding, This is a luxury Dick had never dared to dream of in his past life, and today he rode with great delight. With his spirits lifted, Dick slipped out of the castle, humming a nonsensical tune, and plunged into the alleys of the town, embarking on his little mouse hunt. The dilapidated arena of swordsmanship had been restored. The next plan was to gather some energy to acquire the prerequisite skill for sword control within the swordsmanship category. Once successful, he would be able to influence the trajectory of swords and other sharp objects. What an exhilarating prospect. It was imperative to obtain it. Yet, sometimes when luck begins to wane, it can persist for an extended period. Dick explored several streets and alleys, but alas, there was not a single mouse to be found, not even a trace of fur. This puzzled him. Where were all the little creatures he was accustomed to seeing in these dilapidated, chaotic alleys? Undeterred, Dick pressed further into the more obscure passages. After considerable effort, he finally made a discovery, albeit a grim one. Instead of living mice, he encountered several unfortunate rodent corpses scattered in the depths of the alley. Squatting down to examine them, he noted that these little beings had met tragic fates. Some appeared to have been slain by a barrage of stones, with pebbles embedded in their flesh. Others seemed to have been eviscerated by sharp implements, their innards splayed out. Goodness, how ruthless! What enmity could provoke such violence? As Dick muttered to himself, he followed the trail of these pitiful little bodies, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. After a while, a cacophony of chaos erupted ahead. "Eli, over there, there's one." "Where? You fool, where?" A familiar voice shouted in exasperation. Following the sound, Dick turned around a few corners and was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. It was Eli Brown, the very individual who had once sought to duel him, now sporting a pair of blackened eyes that Dick had bestowed upon him, accompanied by an even larger group of lackeys, each armed with slingshots. They were frantically shooting at a terrified mouse scurrying in a corner. Stones flew wildly, causing the mouse to squeak in distress as it darted about in a panic. The air was filled with exclamations from Eli's companions, such as "I hit it," and "That was me." The scene was utterly chaotic. Dick watched in astonishment and could not help but exclaim, "What on earth are you all doing?" The voice of the so-called enemy resonated deeply within Eli Brown, as if etched into his very bones. Despite Dick's voice being rather subdued, Eli managed to discern it amidst the chaos with remarkable precision. Abruptly, he turned his head, his comical panda-like eyes ablaze with fury, which to Dick merely exuded a sense of absurdity. Dick stifled a chuckle and inquired once more, "What are you all up to here?" To Dick's surprise, instead of escalating his anger, Eli's face lit up with pride as he flaunted before Dick. "I admit, Dick, you are quite remarkable," he proclaimed, puffing out his chest and raising his voice, "but I have uncovered your formidable secret." This revelation struck Dick like a cold splash of water, extinguishing his interest in the spectacle and tightening his chest with apprehension. Damn, have my identity as a traveler been exposed? Or has the fragment been discovered? What should I do? Should I silence them? How should I proceed? Just as Dick's internal alarm bells rang incessantly, Eli unveiled the truth. "The reason you are so impressive is that you have been hunting mice since childhood, which has honed your astonishing skills. I had truly underestimated you, mouse slayer," Eli declared triumphantly, brandishing his slingshot. "Now I have grasped the secret to becoming stronger. Just wait. I will train harder than you and surpass you in strength. Soon, I shall challenge you once more." The group of young followers behind him erupted into fervent cheers. "Get stronger. I feel like I'm truly getting stronger." Dick covered his face, momentarily at a loss for words. Reason dictated that he should feel fury, as this was a crucial component of his plan to acquire soul energy, now disrupted by this rabble. Yet, observing the exuberant group of lively youths pursuing mice and listening to their grandiose declarations of strength, he could only feel an overwhelming sense of absurdity and amusement wash over him. However, Dick's gesture of exasperation was perceived by Eli as irrefutable evidence of his great discovery, further solidifying Eli's confidence. The speechless Dick eventually sighed, burdened by a complex mix of emotions. "In a certain sense, you're not entirely wrong. Very well. As long as you are happy." He merely wished to distance himself from this boisterous crowd. Witnessing Dick's expression, a blend of bewilderment, disappointment, and a hint of retreat, Eli and his followers erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had achieved a grand victory. They then energetically plunged deeper into the alleys, embarking on a new round of mouse hunting. Dick, undeterred, attempted to take a wider route, hoping to find any stragglers. Yet, Eli and his crew, though not directly approaching him, persistently echoed their raucous hunting calls in the streets around him, with cries of hit and chase, reverberating in a relentless chorus. Ultimately, Dick succumbed to the overwhelming cacophony and the stark reality of his fruitless endeavors. He irritably concluded today's hunt, making his way back to the castle while mentally venting his frustrations. Damn those garlic birds. Such a bunch of adorable little nuisances, the seven gods. Chapter 28. Bullying the younger brother must be done early. The sunlight outside was a rare sight. Yet today, it reluctantly cast its feeble rays upon the grim stone walls of Everwinter Castle, failing to provide warmth and instead accentuating the desolation of this harsh land. Dick Stark leaned against the frigid rock, his visage more unappealing than the frozen earth itself. A seething anger brewed within him, making him want to pound the wall. He was so close, just a smidgen more of that damned energy. The thoughts spiraled repeatedly in his mind. The sword control technique seemed to beckon him from behind an almost imperceptible veil. With a mere sliver more of energy, he could unlock it. Yet, he found himself stuck at this torturous impasse, akin to having a fishbone lodged in his throat, neither swallowing nor expelling it, leaving him with a suffocating sensation in his chest. A scruffy dog, panting and meandering leisurely, strolled past him, its tail wagging nonchalantly. Dick, frustrated with nowhere to direct his anger, lifted his foot and delivered a light kick to the dog's rear. The dog yelped in surprise, scampering away with its tail tucked, barking back at him, its voice echoing through the castle. Dick glared at the retreating figure of the dog, curling his lip in disdain. What a wretched bark. At that moment, his rotund younger brother, little Chub, Torrhen Stark, was vigorously brandishing a gift from their Uncle Tony, a wooden sword adorned with golden paint, valiantly thrusting it at a few withered yellow weeds that had stubbornly pushed through a crack in the stone wall, providing comedic sound effects for himself. Without uttering a word, Dick strode over, snatched Torrhen's treasure away, and with a flick of his wrist began to mercilessly cleave at the weeds in the wall's crevice. With the wooden sword in hand, Dick instantly transformed into a master swordsman. The sound of slicing filled the air as grass clippings flew about. His movements were swift and fierce, and soon, all that remained were the pitiful roots clinging to the ground. There, I've cleared it for you. Dick nonchalantly tossed the wooden sword back to the nearly tearful Torrhen, feeling inexplicably lighter, as if a blocked pipe had been forcefully unblocked. He even smiled at his brother, waving his hand in a cheerful manner. No need to thank your dear brother. Wow, my grass, my sword. Dick. Torrhen gazed at his barren battlefield, and the wooden sword smeared with plant juices. Unable to contain himself any longer, he plopped down on the ground and began to wail, his voice louder than that of the earlier dog. Listening to the thunderous cries behind him, Dick shook his head and surprisingly hummed a disjointed little tune, striding away with a spring in his step. Depressed, it seems that the tears of his younger brother have temporarily dulled the melancholy that has enveloped Dick. In stark contrast to Dick's brooding demeanor, his elder brother, Roger Castle Stark, has been positively radiant these days. The workshop, formed by the collaboration of the disabled and children, is bustling with fervor. After adopting Dick's idea of modular production, the workshop has allowed different individuals to specialize in specific parts of the leather armor. Those who cut the leather focus solely on cutting, while the seamstresses dedicate themselves to stitching. This method has proven remarkably effective. The efficiency is astonishing. Roger heard that Dick referred to this as a production line. And how long has it been? 300 sets of leather armor. A grand total of 300 sets. Roger gazed upon the mountain of brand new leather armor stacked in the warehouse and patted Dick's shoulder with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, "My dear brother, your mind is truly resourceful at times." Even more exhilarating news soon arrived. A raven brought word from their father, Count Carlin, and their mother. They were finally concluding their long journey in the north and were on their way home. Furthermore, accompanying them were 500 formidable warriors from their mother's tribe, a reinforcement bestowed upon them by their grandfather. The entire Winterfell erupted in excitement, plunging into a flurry of activity. Roger orchestrated the manpower, commencing the construction of a temporary camp outside the city to prepare for the arrival of this grand returning party and their powerful allies. On that day, Dick accompanied his brother Roger and Uncle Tony Castle Stark outside the city to inspect the progress of the camp. The frost-cold river separated Winterfell from the northern shore, its icy waters flowing steadily, enveloped by fragmented ice. The river was not particularly wide, yet its depths were considerable. In this frigid land, fording the river was an unthinkable endeavor. Several sturdy flat-bottomed ferries were bustling at the shore as soldiers and sailors shouted orders, dragging and gathering more vessels to welcome the returning army from the north. As Dick observed the scene before him, particularly those frail ferries swaying in the cold wind, he couldn't help but frown and mutter, "This is rather inconvenient. The river isn't wide, and the current isn't swift. Why not build a bridge? It would be a one-time solution." Roger, who was directing the loading, overheard him, turning around with a bemused expression tinged with incredulity. "Build a bridge? Dick, my dear brother, do you think constructing a bridge is as simple as building a snowman? Over the years, our family has exhausted every ounce of effort to maintain this territory. It is a miracle that we can sustain our current situation. Where will we find the funds or energy to build a bridge?" Observing his brother's expression of how difficult can it be, he emphasized his point with a rhetorical question. "Moreover, do you truly believe that constructing a bridge is easy? Are you under some grand misconception regarding the very notion of bridge building? We lack even a single skilled craftsman." Uncle Tony, a weathered and rugged middle-aged man, chimed in, having approached upon hearing the exchange. With a sword at his side, he bore the distinctive aura of a man hardened by the elements. Tony chuckled, instinctively raising his hand to pat Dick on the back of the head, only for Dick to deftly evade the gesture. "Ah, young Dick, building a bridge? That's an intriguing thought. Yet, as my elder brother aptly stated, such endeavors demand substantial resources, effort, and the guidance of seasoned artisans. Here, we have plenty of men skilled in woodcutting, hunting, and combat, but none who can construct a bridge. Mere ideas are of little consequence. Do you suppose bridge piers can be simply plastered with mud? They must be driven deep into the riverbed. In this wretched weather, the icy waters could very well claim your life." He shook his head, clearly perceiving Dick's notion as rather naive. Dick rolled his eyes, disinclined to elaborate. He gazed at the rushing, frost-bitten river, watched the soldiers laboring diligently, and observed the skeptical expressions on his brothers' and uncle's faces, a flicker of defiance igniting within him. He may not grasp the specifics, yet he felt that they ought not to be so utterly powerless. However, pondering these matters proved futile. Dick's thoughts were more consumed by the controlling sword technique from the 72 fragments of Earthly Fiends, a skill just within his grasp. That slight void of energy pricked at his heart, causing him greater discomfort than the biting winds of the frost-laden river. As he gazed into the frigid waters, his mind drifted back to the remnants of the scroll. The sunlight danced upon the river's surface, reflecting dazzling ripples that forced him to squint. Chapter 29. Aunt and Uncle. The chilling winds along the frost-bitten riverbank had quieted. The drawbridge of Everwinter City had long been lowered, and the walls were teeming with soldiers and townsfolk, all eagerly anticipating what was to come. Dick and his siblings stood beside their elder brother, Roger Stark, and their uncle, Tony Stark, fixated on the dark silhouette on the opposite bank, drawing ever closer. The sounds arrived first, the thunderous hoofbeats of horses striking the earth, the groans of wheels traversing the frozen ground, and the clanging of countless sets of leather armor, chainmail, and weapons colliding. This was not the call to charge, but rather a heavy cloud rolling in from afar, laden with weariness, yet imbued with indomitable spirit. The ferries began to shuttle across the river. The first to set foot upon the southern bank were the soldiers of House Stark. Cloaked in thick capes, their weathered leather and chainmail bore the dust of the north. High above them fluttered the Stark banner, a black field embroidered with a white sunburst star. The flag cracked in the cold wind, resembling a beacon guiding them home. The crowd on the shore erupted into thunderous cheers, proclaiming, "It is the Lord." The Count's banner, whistles, and the sound of weapons striking shields resonated from the walls. Next across were reinforcements from Dick's Mother-S tribe. 500 tribal warriors, though not as orderly as the Stark soldiers, exuded a fierceness that surpassed them. Clad in patchwork fur armor and adorned with bone and tooth-laden caps, their faces and arms bore the deep blue war markings. Their weapons varied widely: massive bone hammers, long-handled curved axes, and enormous bone horns. The tribal warriors stepped silently onto the southern bank, their watchful gazes scanning the unfamiliar land and populace, radiating an innate sense of distance and the potential for ferocity. The ferries continued to shuttle back and forth, bringing more troops to the southern shore. The air was thick with the scents of sweat, horse manure, leather, and the cold, dusty essence of the northern tundra. The jubilant cheers of the crowd crescendoed, drowning out the sound of the flowing river. The soldiers pounded their chests and shouted the names of their brothers. Women stood on tiptoe, searching for their husbands and sons, while children darted between the legs of the adults. At last, the largest ferryboat reached the shore. Amidst a throng of loyal knights, a tall figure stepped onto the riverbank. Lord Karen Stark had returned. Clad in a heavy bear fur cloak lined with fine dark gray chainmail, his helmet tucked under his arm. He bore the marks of wind and frost upon his face, yet his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over his lands and people. Weariness was evident, but as the master of Winterfell and guardian of his family, his majesty remained undiminished, as if tempered by the northern gales, growing ever more profound. With a gentle wave of his hand, the clamor along the riverbank immediately subsided, leaving only the sounds of the wind and the fluttering banners. Behind him, Lady Helena, the Countess, also stepped onto the shore, adorned in a thick white fur coat embellished with tribal patterns, her posture regal. The elements had not marred her beauty. Her calm, yet piercing gaze conveyed resilience and wisdom. Roger stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice resounding. "Father, Mother, welcome home." Dick and his siblings, along with all the loyal vassals and soldiers of House Stark present, promptly followed suit in homage. Cheers erupted once more along the riverbank. "Welcome back, my lord, my lady." Lord Karen's eyes fell upon his eldest son, then swept over Dick and Torrin, before finally resting on the towering Winterfell. At last, a flicker of warmth thawed the frost in his gaze. His deep, powerful voice resonated above the wind. "All right, rise, children. We are home." The procession seamlessly merged into the already prepared camp. Lord Karen did not return to the castle, but immediately ordered supplies to be transported from the castle to the camp. Dick also noticed that several supply trains had vanished into the shadows of the haunted forest. Accompanying his father Karen and mother Helena, Dick entered the largest tent at the center of the camp, where he encountered his mother's sister and brother for the first time, Aunt Kalia and Uncle Daemon. Kalia sat beside the Lord's seat, one hand gripping a wooden goblet while the other rested on the armrest, her expression impassive as she regarded Daemon. The latter was clad in ornate, intricately designed leather armor, deliberately striking a pose. Dick recognized the armor as a product of the workshop. Upon the arrival of House Stark, their gazes turned towards them. As Mother Helena introduced her children, Dick covertly observed his aunt and uncle. Uncle Daemon was young and strong, his smile exuberant, while Aunt Kalia commanded respect, her eyes adorned with deep blue paint, accentuating a pair of sharp, hawk-like features. When her gaze swept across him, Dick felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce falcon. Uncle Daemon laughed heartily, embracing Dick's siblings. "These are all children of my sister, most of whom I am meeting for the first time, aside from eldest brother Roger." Lifting the somewhat stiff Dick, he learned from Roger that the splendid armor he wore was indeed the handiwork of Dick's newly established workshop, which brought him great joy as he hoisted Dick high. "Good lad, just like your mother, Helena. I adore this armor." Aunt Kalia's gaze softened momentarily, yet remained too formidable to meet directly. "Well, that is acceptable. However, the sigil of House Karstark is somewhat conspicuous." Count Kaelin awkwardly touched his nose, remaining silent as he took his seat in the high-backed Lord-S chair at the center. Kalia, sitting closely beside him, disdainfully shifted away. Lady Helena smiled, attempting to ease the tension. "Sister, enough, the children are present." Kalia remained unsatisfied, exclaiming, "Years ago, we agreed to let you marry him only because he promised to stay with the Falcon tribe. And what happened? He eloped with our tribe's most beautiful eagle. I must ensure the children know this man is a deceiver." Dick and his siblings exchanged glances, surprised to be privy to such familial revelations. Lady Helena, slightly flustered, replied, "I married Kaelin willingly. Moreover, the Karstark family's substantial support allowed the Falcon tribe to rise among the many tribes in the frigid wasteland. When the House Karstark was betrayed, how could my husband Kaelin remain at ease within the tribe? How could I refrain from following him south?" All right, I understand," Kalia interrupted, her gaze sweeping over Dick's siblings. "That is why we have come. We brought half of the tribe's warriors. The Falcon tribe will always be your home." Her voice was resolute, "and it shall forever be the children's home." Lady Helena, moved, stepped forward to embrace her sister. Count Kaelin raised the wooden goblet from the table and drank deeply, the cup creaking in his grip. Dick could discern the turmoil within his father's heart. It was Uncle Damon who smiled, attempting to lighten the mood. Tomorrow, we march south to deal with those rascals. Let's enjoy our reunion today, without such somberness. Dick, just released from the previous tension, instinctively exclaimed, "Tomorrow? So soon?" Count Kalen set down the slightly misshapen goblet, his voice grave. News from the south indicates that the enemy will soon attack the forward fortress along the trembling coast. The Ghostwood Forest cannot support a large army, but we are different. He turned his gaze toward Kalia, who nodded slightly. We must prepare in advance. Tony and Roger will stay behind, accompanying the main forces. Count Kalen then looked at his sister Anna Karstark, his tone softening. Anna, please take the children back to the castle. Await our good news. Upon hearing this, Dick excitedly stepped forward. Father, please allow me to accompany the troops. Master Rod is no longer my match. You may inquire with him. The atmosphere in the tent lightened. Mother Helena turned to wipe her eyes, smiling as she embraced Dick. Seeing the disbelief among the others, Dick grew anxious, lamenting his youth. Please believe me. I can challenge any knight to a duel right now. Count Kalen rose and approached Dick, his sturdy frame bending down as he placed his hands firmly on his son's eager shoulders. Dick, listen. Your elder brother, Uncle, and I are not in the castle, and Torrin is still young. He gestured for Dick to look at his younger siblings nestled beside Aunt Anna, along with his tearful sister Lysana. Promise me you will protect them. Chapter 30. The expedition. Dick stood upon the frigid stone walls of Everwinter Citadel, gazing down at the tumult below. Is this truly an expedition? The scene he had envisioned was one of neighing war horses, gleaming armor, soldiers lined up in perfect formation, and family banners fluttering in the wind, resounding like the verses of a grand ballad. Yet, what lay before him was a camp from which men were departing in disarray. A few knights rode ahead, leading the way, while soldiers clad in leather armor appeared somewhat presentable. However, Dick's gaze transcended them, fixating on the throngs pouring forth from the city gates. And his heart sank. Where were the soldiers? Those wielding unsheathed longswords were considered the most proper among them. Many others clutched pitchforks, sickles, and even hoisted shovels. They were evidently common peasantry, forcibly conscripted from their fields. A few mounted knights wove through the crowd, cracking whips and shouting commands in an effort to steer the chaotic mass in a singular direction. The cacophony of voices and the cries of livestock melded together, deepening the weight of anxiety in Dick's chest. Beside him, his Aunt Anna, sister Lysana, and younger siblings seemed oblivious to the disarray before them. His brother Torrin even stood on tiptoe, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he peered about. Only Dick wore a furrowed brow, his expression taut with concern. Dick, you are doing remarkably well, remarked Coach Rodka Stark, who stood nearby observing the scene, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The elderly mentor, his hair as white as snow, pointed to a squad of comparatively well-equipped, leather-clad soldiers below. That is the product of your workshop's labor. To distinguish friend from foe, the customary practice was to don a short cloak or mantle over the armor, embroidered with the family's crest. Rodka's tone brimmed with praise. But your ingenious idea to engrave the family emblem directly onto the leather armor is brilliant. It saves so much fabric. Does the enemy think they can impersonate us? They would have to strip away the entire armor, which is no simple feat. Yet, Dick could not muster a smile. He pointed toward the army composed of farmers, his voice laced with trepidation. Granduncle, do you truly believe these peasants wielding pitchforks and shovels possess any combat prowess? Before Dick could finish, a booming, confident voice resonated from behind him. What do you mean they lack combat prowess? His uncle Tonica Stark strode onto the battlements with a commanding presence. Tall and robust, his dark chainmail glistened with a cold sheen in the dim winter light, and the heavy black bear pelt draped across his back added to his formidable appearance. After surveying the departing throng with a steady gaze, he turned to Dick, his brown hair and thick beard swaying gently in the wind atop the citadel. Young Dick. Tonica's voice exuded the warmth of a seasoned elder, accompanied by an unmistakable air of battlefield experience. There remains much to learn on the battlefield, defending positions, pursuing fleeing foes, and clearing the aftermath of conflict. All of these skills will prove invaluable. Do not underestimate the farmers. When cornered, a hoe can shatter an enemy's skull. You must grow up quickly. He extended his large hand and affectionately tousled Dick's hair. Tony turned to Master Rod, his expression growing solemn. Uncle, I entrust Winterfell to you." The elderly Rod, with his head of white hair, nodded gravely, his gaze resolute. "Rest assured." Without further words, he patted Tony's armored shoulder, cast one last glance at Dick and the other children, and then turned, descending the castle wall with measured steps, leaving this stronghold to the young Stark heirs. Tony's gaze shifted to his sister, Dick's beautiful aunt, Anna Stark. The earlier sternness of a battlefield commander melted away, replaced by profound guilt and tenderness. Anna stood gracefully, her long brown hair tousled by the winds atop the battlements, a few strands brushing against her flushed cheeks, enhancing her charm. "Anna," Tony's voice lowered, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "I have failed to protect our father and our elder brother, and now I must burden you with the weight of caring for this household of children alone." His tall frame leaned slightly forward, as if attempting to shield his sister from the chilling winds of fate. Anna lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet her voice rang clear and resolute, like a river surging beneath ice. "Brother, do not fret for us. I will pray day and night to the 7 gods, asking for their blessings for your safe return. You must be sure to take the heads of several traitors. Avenge our father and our elder brother." Tony observed his sister's brave facade, suppressing sorrow yet remaining steadfast, and he solemnly vowed, each word striking as firmly as a hammer upon stone. "I shall. I swear I will. Uncle, you should really take me along." Dick could no longer contain himself and muttered, "You know I'm far better than those fellows down there." Upon hearing this, Tony's earlier gravity was instantly dispelled by Dick's childish bravado, erupting into hearty laughter. Indeed, I know. Our little Dick is quite formidable." He half squatted down, playfully winking at Dick, his mustache curling with mirth. "If you grow a bit taller and stronger, you would be even more impressive. You could take on 10 of them." Dick rolled his eyes in annoyance. Once Tony's laughter subsided, his expression returned to seriousness. He lowered his voice, sharing a secretive tone. "Listen, Dick, do not worry too much. I'll let you in on a little secret. Your Aunt Caitlin is a powerful changeling." "Changeling?" Dick gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. He recalled the ancient legends, as well as the children of House Stark and the three-eyed raven from the television series. This mysterious power, capable of controlling animals and peering into the distance, could only be possessed by those in the north who bore the blood of their ancestors and venerated the old gods. Tony was quite pleased with Dick's reaction and continued to unravel the mystery. Indeed, the enemy was numerous, with over 60 knights accompanied by no less than 6,000 soldiers. We, on the other hand, had merely 32 knights and just over 2,000 soldiers. He gestured towards the throng still pouring out below. "Look, including them. And the 500 valiant warriors from your grandfather's Falcon tribe who are coming to our aid." However, Tony's tone shifted dramatically, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a hunter. "The Shadow Forest is not a place where a great army can recklessly roam. They cannot, but we can. Your Aunt Kalia is an eagle spirit, and her companion is an exceptionally majestic eagle. She will guide the 20 elite knights personally chosen by your father, Carlin, along with 500 soldiers and 500 tribal warriors, who will traverse that deathly forest like shadows, unharmed, and strike at the enemy's weakest point." He clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. Moreover, Tony added, that old trickster Cohen Park has truly accomplished something this time. The intelligence he brought back is crucial. Noticing Dick's bewilderment, he tapped his forehead. He asked the one who exchanged a gold coin and the lives of 3 wild men for the lost beast. Only then did Dick realize that the conflict at the stables had been tied to this fellow named Cohen Park. According to several reliable sources, Tony's voice lowered, laced with a hint of cold amusement. The southern rabble's defense along the line of the Shadow Forest is as flimsy as a sieve. He winked at Dick. "So, lad, do not wear a frown. We are destined to win this war." After a brief pause, Tony's light-hearted demeanor faded, replaced by a more profound contemplation. "However, those scoundrels are advancing north along the edge of the Shadow Forest, closely following the trembling sea. Roger, and I must hold this line, and we must truly prepare for the worst." He nearly pressed his face to Dick's ear, his voice soft yet heavy as a sigh. "After we leave, the number of soldiers in Everwinter Castle who can wield a sword, counting every last one still able to breathe, is barely 100. Rob must take half of them to patrol the territory. Dick, you must understand," his voice bore a weight akin to steel, "the number of usable soldiers left in the castle is merely 50. This force, should dire circumstances arise, cannot even defend the shadow of the walls. Tony suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a dagger, locking onto Dick's eyes. Listen, if the situation collapses completely to an irretrievable extent, you must immediately take your aunt, sister, and younger siblings and find Rod. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Do not take anything. Rush out the castle gates by the frost-cooled river. We have prepared the ships to go directly to your grandfather's falcon tribe. Only there will you be safe. He patted Dick's shoulder firmly, a gesture that conveyed both silent reassurance and an unmistakable command. Do not worry, my child. This is merely the worst-case scenario. The tone shared by your father and me bore the gravity of warriors confronting an uncertain fate. Similar arrangements were made at the fortresses along the trembling coastline. No one dared to swear that they would stand unyielding. Tony's expression was unusually serious, even imbued with a sense of entrusted responsibility. Now, do you understand why your father entrusted you with the burden of remaining here? He does not underestimate you, Dick. He has entrusted this home and the future lineage of House Stark to you. Meeting his uncle's gaze, Dick suddenly felt the weight of responsibility become profoundly clear within him. He straightened his still slender back and nodded vigorously. Good lad. A smile of relief spread across Tony's face, and he tousled Dick's hair with a firm hand, as if to impart courage and strength. Rising to his feet, the black bearskin cloak billowed dramatically in the wind. He did not look back, but strode purposefully down the castle walls, nimbly mounting his horse. The magnificent steed neighed, carrying its armored master into the rear of the departing procession, soon vanishing amidst the swirling dust and throng of people. On the battlements, the biting cold wind seemed to intensify. Dick watched his uncle and the mixed company of elite and farmers fade into the distance until they disappeared from sight. As the clamor gradually subsided, it left behind an unsettling emptiness and silence. Silently clenching his fists, he closed his eyes and sent forth the most fervent and urgent prayers to the seven gods, as well as to the vague deities of his past memories. May victory be ours. May the gods bless us. House Stark must prevail. Chapter 31. The Deceiver. If life is a narrative devoid of a predetermined conclusion, then waiting serves as the scattered punctuation, elongated dashes, or intriguing ellipses within it. These elements do not carry substantial narrative content themselves, yet they dictate the chapter's tone and rhythm. It is within those seemingly blank pauses that the potential for a story's turning point brews. Within the cold, high walls of Winterfell, the Stark family's waiting became a slow torment. Master Roderick Stark entered the Great Hall thrice daily to report on the status of the lands. Each of his appearances was akin to a small stone cast upon the still surface of water, a reminder that time continued to flow. Aunt Anna Stark's vigil became a ritual. Time and again, she ascended the castle's highest tower, wrapped in a heavy fur cloak, her gaze stubbornly fixed on the blurred horizon, as though she could pierce through the haze and glimpse her loved ones on the battlefield. Sister Lyanna Stark confined herself to her room. The once vibrant songs of minstrels and the sound of harps had faded entirely from the castle. Within her chamber, only a stifling silence remained. Even the most spirited little fatty, Tormund, had changed. No longer tumultuous, she existed quietly like a delicate shadow. Curled in the corners of the castle, by the hearth in the great hall, at the staircase's bend, within the shadows of the corridor. With her round, glistening eyes, she anxiously followed the heavy footsteps of her aunt and the furrowed brows of her siblings. Young Jenica Stark seemed to sense the pervasive unease in the air. Whenever Dick lifted her, she would softly call out Father Karen and Mother Helena, her voice sweet and gentle. As for Dick in these days, he had completely subdued his heart, which yearned to soar. Thoughts of hunting and the latest contraptions in the workshop were cast aside. He was solely aware that his family needed him, not for grand deeds, but simply for his presence in that stone castle. Of course, Dick was not entirely idle. He quietly prepared a few portable packs, checked his water skin, and spent the remaining time almost entirely on the training grounds. Drawing the heavy longbow, knocking arrows, aiming at the target, he released the string. The arrows would either thud into the target's center or thump into the wooden wall behind it. He repeated the process incessantly. Knock, draw, aim, release. The frigid air coalesced into white mist with each breath he exhaled. Only this mechanical motion, the rhythm of the bowstring tautening and relaxing, could barely suppress the restless beast within him. Days turned into nights, 10 times over. On the morning of the 11th day, in the great hall of Everwinter Castle, the young Starks sat in silence, consuming the smoked meat and black bread served by the servants. The crackling fire in the hearth was the sole interruption to the stillness. Suddenly, Dick abruptly raised his head, his brow furrowed. He cocked his ear like a vigilant hound. "Did you hear that sound?" he asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Aunt Anna and Sister Lina exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. Torrin and Jenica merely focused intently on their plates. Dick sprang to his feet, the suddenness of his movement causing the stool behind him to clatter to the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the hall, racing toward the highest tower of the castle. Anna and Lina's expressions changed instantly as they grasped the situation, anxiously lifting Torrin and Jenica to follow closely behind Dick. The narrow stone steps of the tower were cold and steep. Dick ascended 2 or 3 steps at a time, and upon reaching the top, he agilely swung himself to grasp the edge of the stone window, climbing onto the rooftop. The biting wind filled his cloak, yet he paid it no heed. He listened intently, his body coiled tightly, all his senses directed beyond the castle, toward the gates of Everwinter City. Initially, the sound was indistinct, akin to the distant roar of ocean waves. Soon, however, it grew clearer. With an irrepressible joy and power, it thundered closer and louder, akin to rolling thunder. Cheers. The cheers of countless people. A radiant smile suddenly blossomed on Dick's face, dispelling the lingering gloom of recent days. Leaning down, he excitedly shouted to his family, who had just ascended to the tower's pinnacle, breathless and anxious. "It is cheers. Cheers of victory." In the narrow confines of the tower, Aunt Anna and Sister Lysana were momentarily stunned, soon overwhelmed by a wave of immense joy. They embraced tightly, inadvertently squeezing Torrin, who let out a yelp, while Jenny chuckled with delight. Standing atop the roof, Dick listened to the increasingly near and thunderous cheers. The heavy stone that had weighed upon his heart finally lifted. The fierce wind still howled, yet the long wait in Everwinter Castle had finally come to an end. After a time, the returning army triumphed, and the entire city of Everwinter was engulfed in a whirlwind of celebration. The frigid stone streets were drowned in jubilant voices. Bonfires crackled in the square, illuminating faces flushed with excitement and strong drink. Rugged songs, triumphant horns, and drunken cheers intertwined in a cacophony. Count Carlin, with grandiosity, commanded that the smoked meats and hard black bread from the castle cellar be brought forth, piled high in open spaces throughout the city. "Feast. As long as you can eat, it is all yours. This is the reward for victory," he proclaimed, riding through the crowd with a booming voice. The spoils of this raid exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the guidance of Dick's formidable aunt, the shapeshifter Kalia, and her eagle companion, an elite squad stealthily traversed the perilous Ghost Shadow Forest, targeting the rear camp of the traitorous Sarah's family. In a swift and unexpected assault, the complacent camp collapsed in an instant. Food, cured meats, weapons, and armor were seized in abundance, far more than could be transported. Ultimately, Count Carlin commanded a great fire to consume the unmovable supplies along with the camp itself. This inferno severed the Sarah's family's logistics, forcing the trembling sea of attackers to retreat in disarray. That evening, the Stark family hall was ablaze with light and uproar. The long table was laden with food and ale, the air thick with the rich aroma of roasted meats and honeyed wine. Count Carlin honored the greatest contributors, Kalia and Daemon, by inviting them to the head of the table, next to him and his wife, Helena. At the far end of the long table hung the massive banner of House Stark. Count Carlin abruptly rose, his imposing figure casting a long shadow in the firelight. His deep, resonant voice quelled the clamor. "Ladies and gentlemen," all eager gazes instantly focused upon him, "to your loyalty, to your valor, and most importantly, to our mightiest allies, the Falcon Tribe. It is their keen eyes that guided us to the enemy's vulnerabilities. Tonight, let us drink deeply. Long live House Stark. Long live the Falcon Tribe." The grand hall erupted with a deafening roar as glasses clashed vigorously, sending golden liquid splattering in all directions. Amidst the cacophony, Kalia took a sip from her cup. Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, shifted towards the rosy-faced Karen, her voice low yet piercingly clear amidst the din. "Karen, do not rejoice too soon. The Sellas family has merely suffered a loss of supplies. Their backbone remains unbroken. They will inevitably gather resources again. When the time comes, their forces will return with renewed vigor." The smile on Count Karen's face faltered slightly as he quickly scanned the reveling crowd around him, leaning forward with a hushed tone. By the seven gods, Kalia, lower your voice. Of course, I am aware. I understand what it means to have lost half of the coastal fortresses. It will not be long before those ruffians return like ravenous wolves, and our strength remains vastly unequal. For the sake of the old gods. Today, let us not dampen the spirits of our comrades. Kalia set down her glass, her brow furrowed, her tone laced with an undeniable gravity. Miracles do not occur twice, Karen. The next time will be even more arduous. The Falcon tribe is the safest bastion for you and Helena's children. She refrained from mentioning Winterhold, simply shaking her head gently. Lady Helena, seated beside Karen, swiftly reached out, gently resting her hand on Kalia's arm, and urged softly, "Sister, enough. Today is a day of celebration. These matters can be discussed another time." Kalia cast a glance at her sister and ultimately sighed, a weary resignation settling over her. "Very well. I shall defer to you." She lifted her cup once more, her tone regaining its tranquility. "The warriors of the tribe must return. Only a few will remain behind. Naturally, Daemon and I will stay temporarily. Furthermore, my elder brother and second brother will each send one child to Winterhold in due time to learn the art of the shapeshifter. Please prepare accommodations for us." A radiant look of delight blossomed on Helena's face as she nodded eagerly. "That is splendid. Of course, sister. Rooms have long been prepared for you, and the children will receive the utmost care." Count Karen thumped his broad chest with vigor, assuring in a booming voice, "Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. Winterhold will always welcome the kin of the Falcon tribe." However, just as Karen proclaimed his grand assurances, Kalia, turning her head slightly, uttered two chilling words in a tone barely audible beyond the dining table, yet clear enough for Dick to hear. "Liar." The hand of Count Karen, poised mid-thump, froze in mid-air, his exuberant smile suddenly stiffening into an awkward grimace, as if pierced by an unseen icicle. He opened his mouth, but ultimately just lifted the massive horn cup before him, downing a large gulp of wine, the frothy liquid splattering onto his dense beard. Chapter 32. Shapeshifter Winterhold, Mourning. Upon learning that Dick intended to practice archery, his uncle Daemon, a renowned archer from the Falcon tribe, approached with great enthusiasm, eager to offer guidance. Under Daemon's focused gaze, Dick inhaled deeply, steadily drawing back the longbow, his breath held in anticipation. With a gentle release, the arrow shot forth like a fleeting shadow, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. "Well done," exclaimed Daemon, his eyes glimmering with surprise as he clapped Dick firmly on the shoulder, his voice resonant. "You should come back with us to the Falcon tribe. I dare say, in a few years, you will surely become the most sought-after hunter on the plains." Dick merely lowered his bow with a calm demeanor, his expression unperturbed. He had received such accolades far too often to let them affect him, maintaining a heart as tranquil as a still lake, impervious to both praise and criticism. Yet, another matter pricked at his heart like a small thorn, prompting him to cautiously probe. "Dear uncle," Dick turned to Daemon, his tone laced with tentative inquiry. "I can't shake the feeling that Aunt Kalia's opinion of my father holds considerable weight. Although she certainly has ample reason to resent him for stealing away the most beautiful falcon of the tribe, my mother, Helena, I still sense something amiss." "Ha ha!" Daemon erupted into a hearty laugh, his robust voice resonating through the air. "There is nothing amiss, my boy." He leaned closer to Dick, lowering his voice conspiratorially, infused with a hint of mischief. "You may not know just how formidable your father, Karen, was in his prime. Every tribe across the plains has heard of blasting Bear Karen." Daemon straightened up, his eyes reflecting nostalgia and a touch of playfulness. "He was the dream suitor of many a maiden, though in the end, it was my sister, your mother, Helena, who captured his heart." He winked at Dick, continuing, "Yet, my other sister, Kalia, harbored her own secret admiration for him back in the day." As Daemon spoke, he flexed his muscular arms, showcasing his impressive physique. "In our tribe, strong men are ever so popular. Look at me, Dick, just like your uncle here." Dick's lips twitched slightly, wisely opting to overlook his uncle's exaggerated display of muscle. However, he found a certain delight in hearing tales of his parents' youthful escapades. It was a savory treat. Discovering that the formidable Aunt Kalia once possessed a youthful heart intrigued him. Yet, when he envisioned Aunt Kalia's present appearance, half her face adorned with deep blue paint and a sharp eagle eye totem outlined in white, This hardly aligned with the notion of youthful innocence. She certainly appeared formidable. Uncle Damon, evidently recalling his sister's imposing stature, saw his jovial expression instantly shift to one of anxiety. He grasped Dick's shoulders tightly, his grip quivering slightly. "Good boy. Listen to your uncle. This matter must not be shared with anyone. Especially, do not let my sister, your aunt, know that I told you. Not a single word. Absolutely not." His exaggerated tone resembled that of someone fearful of being snatched away by a fierce bird of prey. Dick gazed at his uncle in this state, momentarily at a loss for words. However, this recent exploration had significantly diminished the aura of authority and reverence that enveloped the elders. A curious sensation clawed at Dick's mind, igniting an insatiable curiosity about the shapeshifters. Are animal companions truly so obedient? Can they share visions? Is it indeed, as the story suggests, that one must roll their eyes to control animals? Countless questions swirled in his mind. This curiosity propelled Dick deeper into the castle, to the base of a solitary tower. It was said that this was the place Aunt Kalia had specifically requested to reside. At the entrance of the tower, a few men from the Falcon tribe casually leaned against the stone wall. Upon seeing Dick approach, they merely offered friendly smiles, neither hindering him nor indicating any intention to announce his arrival. One man gestured with his thumb towards the top of the tower. Kalia is above, on the highest level. Taking a deep breath, Dick ascended the spiraling stone steps, pushing open the heavy wooden door to the top floor. His eyes were immediately drawn to the majestic bald eagle perched on Aunt Kalia's arm. The eagle, sensing the presence of an outsider, fixed its sharp gaze upon Dick with piercing intensity. Almost simultaneously, Aunt Kalia turned her head. The pair of seemingly animated white eagle eyes on her forehead, coupled with the raptor's unwavering stare from her arm, converged upon Dick, engulfing him in an overwhelming sense of tension. "Aunt," Dick felt a dryness in his throat. "I came to see you." Aunt Kalia merely lifted her arm slightly. The bald eagle, as if receiving a silent command, suddenly spread its wings, creating a gust of wind, and shot out of the tower's open window, soaring into the vast blue sky. Only then did Kalia turn her attention to Dick, her lips seemingly twitching into what could be interpreted as a smile. Yet, against the backdrop of the blue and white totem, this smile appeared somewhat austere. "Child, you are quite brave," her voice, soft yet imbued with a unique raspy texture, echoed. "Few are those who approach me willingly, and even fewer are children." Dick's gaze involuntarily flitted between the eagle-eyed totem on his aunt's forehead and the eagle soaring outside. Kalia keenly sensed his curiosity, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. "Curious about the shapeshifters, are we?" "Yes." Dick nodded eagerly, as though his unspoken thoughts had been laid bare. "Aunt, could you tell me about the shapeshifters? What must one do to become a shapeshifter? After becoming one, how many animals can one control? And what does it truly feel like?" Questions erupted from his lips like a rapid-fire barrage. Kalia did not respond immediately. She sauntered to a quaint wooden table by the window, poured herself a cup of dark ale from a ceramic jug, and then leaned against the broad armrest of a chair. As she sipped her drink, she listened intently to Dick's incessant inquiries, her gaze profound, as if she could see far beyond him. Only when Dick finally ceased his questioning did Kalia set down her cup, emitting an ambiguous hum. Her tone was steady, each word articulated with clarity and strength. "My dear child, you pose too many questions, which puts me in a quandary." She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. "Surely you have heard tales of the shapeshifters? Such stories abound in the lands beyond. In these tales, shapeshifters appear only among the descendants of those who worship the ancient gods. Their most distinctive ability is to immerse their consciousness into the bodies of animals, perceiving the world through their eyes, hearing through their ears, and even controlling their actions." Dick nodded vigorously, like a child eager for the conclusion of a story, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. However, as far as I know, Kalia's gaze drifted to the white dots swirling outside, her voice tinged with a distant melancholy. "This ability is not exclusive to the followers of the old gods. In the northern realms of Ursos, within the profound forests of the Nophis Mountains, there are also legends of individuals possessing similar capabilities. They do not revere the ancient deities. As for how to control an animal companion, Kalia's focus sharpened once more upon Dick, her gaze almost scrutinizing. The method, though simple in explanation, requires one to close their eyes, take a deep breath, and delve into the ocean of consciousness to seek the existence that resonates with their soul. Just like my companion, the eagle, when my consciousness touches it, its awareness envelopes me like a warm torrent. In that instant, my senses are magnified infinitely. The subtle traces left by a hair darting across the ground, the undulating folds of distant mountains, the quivering of each leaf as the wind caresses the treetops. The entire world presents itself with an unprecedented clarity. In that moment, I am the eagle soaring freely beneath the vast sky. Kalia's voice tinged with an almost imperceptible yearning, but then turned grave. However, dear child, when consciousness fully inhabits the body of an animal companion, one's own corporeal form becomes a hollow shell. The senses gradually dull. Awareness begins to blur and dissipate. This is the most perilous danger. This threat does not arise from the external world, but from within. The longer one's consciousness lingers within the animal, the more one may become enraptured by that untamed freedom and acute perception, as if that is truly where one belongs. The deeper the enthrallment, the weaker the will to return, until one day, the path back is lost forever. At this point, Kalia shrugged, her tone imbued with a near-cruel calmness, and thus, death descends. As for how to become a shapeshifter, she gently shook her head, her expression obscured beneath the deep blue paint. To be frank, I cannot clearly articulate what the initial catalyst was. However, I do possess some insights on how to forge one's will, resist the allure of descent, and prolong the moments of clarity within a companion's form. Her gaze pierced sharply towards Dick. Do you wish to learn? Before Dick could respond, she waved her hand dismissively, a bittersweet curve forming at the corners of her lips. Never mind, child. Even if you wish to learn, your mother, my sister Helena, would never permit you to tread this path. The shapeshifter, Kalia, closed her eyes, as though bearing an invisible weight. Most outcomes are far from favorable. She reopened her eyes, the depths of her gaze steeped in heavy memories. The world admires the wondrous abilities of shapeshifters to command beasts, yet remains oblivious to the fact that such power comes at the cost of a tragically brief lifespan. Dick was taken aback. This shattered all the legends he had previously heard. Short-lived? This was entirely new knowledge. Animal companions, animal companions. Kalia softly repeated the phrase, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough rim of her glass. It may sound like companionship, but it is so much more than that. It is an amalgamation of consciousness, a symbiotic connection of souls. One might say it is our other half. Child, she fixed her gaze upon Dick, her tone somber yet resolute. Aside from the legendary dragons or certain magical beings in ancient forests, how many long-lived animals have you encountered? Dick was awakened to a chilling realization as a shiver crept up his spine. Eagles, wolves, bears. None seemed to enjoy long lifespans. Indeed, Kalia's voice carried a weariness. As if the dust had settled. The lifespans of animal companions are inherently short, coupled with the omnipresent dangers of the wild. Arrows from hunters, the onslaught of diseases, predatory foes, and the harshness of nature. Any misfortune could snatch away our other half's consciousness and soul. Perhaps, more accurately, it results in the severe damage and severance of consciousness and soul. She paused. The consequences are an agonizing torment that penetrates to the marrow, day and night. Furthermore, the vast majority of shapeshifters can only forge such profound bonds with a single animal throughout their lives. Losing a companion, carrying that fragmentation and anguish, we cannot survive long. Child, ultimately, it leads only to an end shrouded in endless suffering. The top of the tower fell into a profound silence, save for the faint whispers of wind from outside. Kalia's gaze weighed heavily upon Dick's heart, pressing down like a boulder. Now, child, after hearing all of this, do you still wish to become a shapeshifter? Chapter 33. The eagle guards its young. No. Kalia, the falcon. My child shall never become a shapeshifter. The resolute voice shattered the silence within the tower. The hurried footsteps struck the stone stairs like a rhythmic drumbeat. The door at the top of the tower. The door was forcefully pushed open, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep in. It was Dick's mother, Helena Stark, standing there, her chest rising and falling, her eyes brimming with suppressed fury. Sister, you know better than anyone about the shapeshifters. Her words faltered, as if something had lodged in her throat, abruptly cutting off her speech. She recalled the heavy fate that Carlia, her aunt, bore. It was a brief, yet burdensome destiny. Carlia, Dick's aunt, remained firmly seated in her high-backed chair, her expression unyielding. She did not immediately glance at her sister, instead taking her time to sip from her glass of spirits. The amber liquid glimmered coldly in the dim light. "Indeed, my dear sister." Carlia's voice was calm to the point of being icy, as she finally raised her gaze to Helena. "We both know that the fate of the shapeshifters is a brief one." A momentary silence enveloped the tower's summit, broken only by the lament of the wind weaving through the stone crevices. Carlia took another swig of her drink, her throat rolling as her voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable firmness. "But power is power. Look at this damned world, Helena. Whether it be the kingdoms of those kneeling in the south, or this land they derisively call the land of savages. Which inch does not rely on strength to stand firm?" Carlia brushed back her silver strands, ensuring they did not obscure her piercing eagle-like gaze. "Including this time, the formidable foes faced by the Stark family. If not for my assistance and that of my eagle companions, could we have breached their defenses?" Carlia's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, laced with an almost imperceptible disappointment. "Helena, have you been away from the tribe too long? Or perhaps you've grown too comfortable in your warm castle. Have you forgotten? The eagle dreams of the shapeshifters awaken only in the maidens. Only the soul of a maiden has the chance to forge a bond with the soaring eagle spirit." She slammed her cup heavily onto the rough wooden table, producing a dull thud. "And Dick is but a boy." Carlia scoffed, her voice tinged with weary indifference. "Helena, you are overly anxious, like a protective eagle guarding its young." She waved her hand dismissively, as if to banish the bothersome thoughts before her. "Now, take your child and leave. I am weary." "Mother." Dick quickly stood, grasping Helena's arm. "I was merely curious about the tale of the shapeshifters and sought Aunt Carlia's wisdom." "Aunt Carlia did not say she would teach me. Please do not worry." He then turned to his aunt, his expression apologetic. "Thank you for your story, and I apologize for troubling you." Helena, however, was overtaken by a deeper, more intricate worry. She gazed at her son, then at her sister's weathered yet still keen visage. Memories of those shapeshifters who had perished for the tribe surfaced, her own sister bearing the same curse in her guardianship. Helena's voice dwindled, carrying a subtle tremor. "Sister, I am merely afraid of losing him, just as we have lost so many of our beloved relatives." She refrained from naming them specifically, but that heavy past loomed over the hearts of the sisters like a cold stone. In the depths of Carlia's gaze, something flickered momentarily. That resoluteness was supplanted by a weighty tenderness. Looking at Helena, it was as if she beheld the stubborn, vibrant younger sister of years gone by. "There is no need for apologies, dear sister." Her voice softened slightly. "You and Karen's child are safe within my eagle's nest. Now, return, for the winds are rising." She leaned back against the chair, her gaze directed toward the leaden sky outside the stone window, lapsing into silence. As Dick descended the spiraling stone steps, his astonishment had yet to fully subside. The chilling truths and costs behind the shapeshifter were daunting. Yet what quickened his heartbeat was the corroboration of these revelations with the remnants of the 72 fragments of the earthly evil. The shapeshifter shared its soul with animal companions. While the soul division secret technique within the Hall of Soul Capture involved fragmenting one's soul, it had been wise not to act recklessly before possessing suitable mystical objects to contain the soul division, for the risks were considerable. The fragmented memories from the remnants resurfaced, cautioning against rash consequences. The realm of the soul was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Nevertheless, his thoughts galloped like wild horses into broader horizons. He recalled that the remnants contained techniques such as beast gathering and bird taming. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes sparkled. In the future, after proper restoration, what if he combined it with the soul division technique? It might prove even more formidable than the shapeshifter. He distinctly remembered that the previous master could also share the vision of the soul division. His ideas spiraled into the extraordinary. The Hall of Soul Pursuit was also mentioned in the remnants. If paired with the sword control technique from the Hall of Swordsmanship, wouldn't that be a rudimentary version of a flying sword? Dick could hardly contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together. The Hall of Soul Pursuit possessed the secret technique of soul vision, enabling one to see through walls and other barriers. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that the remnants were a veritable treasure trove. The secret techniques within could potentially intertwine in endless combinations. Immersed in his fanciful musings, his steps lightened. Just as he followed his mother, Helena, down the last step of the tower, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Uncle Damon, lurking behind several tribal warriors, peering out with a furtive demeanor. Huh, no wonder Mother arrived so swiftly. This rascal must have tipped her off. Observing his uncle's comical attempt to hide, which was utterly futile, shattered the solemn lens through which he viewed his elders. An idea sprang forth. Restoring the remnants required energy. With a twinkle in his eye, Dick donned the most charming smile and quickly approached Damon, grasping his uncle's arm. "My dear uncle." The voice of Dick resonated with the fervor characteristic of youth. "You are indeed the most formidable hunter of the Falcon tribe, are you not? Take your nephew out to witness the true art of hunting. Right now, let us venture beyond the city. Allow me to behold how you take down those great beasts." Damon, flattered by his nephew's praise, instinctively puffed up his chest, ready to boast with grandiosity. "Of course, little Dick, your uncle." Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling sensation enveloped him. He stiffly turned his head, meeting the cold, unfeeling gaze of his sister, Helena. Damon recoiled, his subsequent boastful words caught in his throat, transforming into a few awkward coughs. "Ahem, well, you're still a bit too young. Wait until you grow taller and broaden your shoulders. I promise to take you to hunt the fiercest Arctic wolves." Uncle's prowess? Oh, that is something remarkable. Once upon a time, Dick's expectant smile faded instantly. He had no desire to hear any more of his uncle's so-called glorious deeds. Very well, another opportunity squandered. Dick sulked, realizing that today he would have to sneak out of the castle once more to the streets of the town, to engage in a hunting competition for mice with that bothersome Eli Brown. Chapter 34. The revived market. Dick's aspirations and goal for the future burned within him like a glowing iron, igniting a fervor in his heart. To restore the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiend scroll and acquire its myriad formidable abilities. Merely contemplating this notion made Dick tremble with excitement. It was an irresistible temptation, serving as his greatest source of motivation at that moment. Aunt Kalia's words resonated profoundly. Power is power. Although a competitor had emerged in the town's mouse-hunting business, Eli Brown, Dick felt no fear. What a joke. That was a defeated opponent from his own ranks. In the hunting grounds, Dick could not afford to show weakness. Observant individuals may have noticed a remarkable spectacle unfolding in the town lately. A group of spirited youths, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, scurried through the filthy alleys, pursuing any mouse daring enough to show itself. The results were remarkable. The once ubiquitous gray shadows that had plagued the streets had nearly vanished. Initially, Dick was filled with fighting spirit, as his body gradually strengthened through the remnants. He became noticeably more resilient and agile. Moreover, the title of Mouse Slayer was not earned lightly. It was built upon the countless small mice he had vanquished. However, at times, Dick had to begrudgingly admit that numbers could indeed signify strength. That Eli fellow, accompanied by his entourage, had begun to resemble an increasingly organized force in their pursuit of mice. What is even more bewildering is the increasing number of little rascals trailing behind him. It is rather absurd to consider that in this desolate, entertainment-deprived world, a group of children could find amusement in chasing and slaying the occasional mouse. The mere thought caused a twitch at the corner of Dick's mouth. Observing the rabble in the streets, barking like a pack of mad dogs as they pursued the rare sighting of a mouse, he felt a surge of irritation and rubbed his temples. Oh well, out of sight, out of mind, he resolved to ascend the city wall for some fresh air, were it not for the need to hunt mice for their souls. He would not wish to linger even a moment longer in these dilapidated, filthy streets, reeking of refuse and the stench of sewers. As he climbed the stone steps on the inner side of the wall, the guards did not impede his passage. Noticing one guard hastily departing, Dick smirked, guessing with the merest flick of his toe that he was off to inform the castle. Below him lay a maze of chaotic rooftops, and in the distance, the ghostly forest loomed like a silent, verdant fortress. A gust of cool, damp wind swept past, momentarily alleviating the foul odor that clung to his nostrils and sharpening his senses against the incessant buzzing noise created by the hunting party below. Such a cacophony of adorable little ones. Dick muttered, leaning his elbows on the rough, cold parapet, shaking his head to dispel the clamor from his mind. The wind atop the wall grew stronger, tousling the white strands of hair across his forehead. His gaze transcended the town's disarray, settling upon the banks of the frosty river. What? Dick exclaimed, pointing towards the once desolate marketplace outside the walls, his eyes widening in astonishment. What was the meaning of this? How had so many people suddenly appeared? He turned to the guard beside him, who was striking a pose of vigilance while surreptitiously watching him. The guard quickly glanced in the direction Dick indicated, a mix of anxiety and eagerness in his voice as he replied, My lord, it is rumored that merchants from Pantos across the narrow sea have arrived. Even the savage tribes from across the frosty river have come to trade. Dick nodded as he listened, but his attention was drawn to the activity at the city gate. His young uncle Daemon was leading a band of fierce tribal warriors preparing to leave the city. Thanks. He called out hurriedly to the guard before dashing along the wall towards the gate, leaving the guard in a state of astonished bewilderment, muttering to himself, the noble lad. Thanking me? Uncle, Dick shouted, his voice drawing Daemon's gaze, akin to a magnet holding fast to the figure poised to step through the gate. Under the astonished eyes of Daemon, Dick appeared at the top of the steep stone steps. In the next moment, he leapt down the incline with just 2 powerful strides, propelled by a gust of wind as he flew down the steep staircase. This reckless act startled Daemon, who instinctively extended his arm from a distance, as if to catch a falling meteor. It was not until Dick confidently approached him that Daemon abruptly retracted his hand, his complexion drained of color, and he growled in a mixture of surprise and anger. Have you lost your mind? Yet Dick, seemingly unfazed, flashed a grin. You must be thrilled to see your dear uncle. Let me guess, you are heading out of town. Off to the market? Daemon sighed in resignation, accustomed to his nephew's audacity and cleverness. What scheme are you concocting now? All right, I get it. You want to tag along and witness the commotion, don't you? My uncle is truly remarkable. You guessed it all before I even spoke. Dick immediately showered him with unreserved flattery. Of course. Daemon proudly lifted his chin, striking a haughty pose. Come on, lad. Your uncle will take you to broaden your horizons. With Dick's timely compliments, the two arrived at the once desolate expanse outside the city. At this moment, it appeared as if enchanted, transformed completely. The narrow paths were teeming with people. The castle's subjects, fishy-smelling fishermen, hunters with their bows, a vibrant tapestry of humanity jostling for space. There were even farmers arriving from distant rural towns, weary from their journeys, driving their carts. Most striking were the tribesmen from across the Frost River, clad in coarse animal skins, their faces adorned with mysterious and wild patterns, observing their surroundings with both caution and curiosity. The market was brimming with an array of items, clearly sourced from various locales. Large logs exuding the scent of resin, undoubtedly from the lumber yards. Buckets teeming with lively fish, their odor pungent, were surely from the fishermen. There were also pelts, rabbit, deer, and even the rare skins of Arctic wolves and bears, likely brought in by hunters or tribesmen. Additionally, there were baskets filled with tubers, muddy and unmistakably cultivated by local farmers. The air was a cacophony of fishy scents, livestock, spices, and sweat, mingling amidst the clamor of vendors shouting and bargaining. The bleating of animals, creating a lively atmosphere. Daemon clearly had little interest in the ordinary stalls on the outskirts. With a clear objective in mind, he led Dick straight through the bustling crowd towards the heart of the market. There stood a noticeably refurbished wooden house, its doors and windows wide open, revealing an interior brimming with dazzling exotic treasures, piles of colorful spices exuding rich aromas, exquisite silks and velvets glimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Deeper inside were rows of gleaming, finely crafted swords, spears, and brilliantly polished armor. Undoubtedly, this was the core trading post of the prosperous city-state of Pantos, across the narrow sea. Chapter 35. The Golden Dragon of the Iron Vault. Welcome, welcome, friend from the vast wilderness. By the grace of the god of light, this wretched weather is unbearably cold. Dick and Uncle Daemon had yet to step into the shop of the Pantos Trading Company when a rotund merchant, clad in thick fur and adorned with a vivid satin robe, emerged with enthusiasm, his head topped with a fur hat. Rich Carl, this time I have brought an ample supply of gold dragons. Uncle Daemon boomed, gesturing towards a warrior from the Falcon tribe behind him. The burly man promptly stepped forward, thumping a heavy leather bag onto the ground. Spices. Exchange all of it for spices, leaving not a single coin behind. Daemon leaned closer to the stacked sacks of spices, inhaling deeply, his face instantly illuminated with rapture, his eyes sparkling astonishingly. From a distance, Dick was overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg wafting through the air, causing his nose to itch. Observing Uncle Damon in such a state of ecstasy, he could not help but ask curiously, "Uncle, is your nose perhaps seasoned by the spices? Can you still discern other scents?" Interrupted from his reverie, Damon paused, waving dismissively. "Away with you. What do you know, you little rascal? These treasures are more precious than gold. Just a whiff, and it soothes the very marrow of my bones." Dick keenly noticed Rich Carl, the corpulent merchant, signaling to two mercenary-looking individuals behind him. They promptly approached, straining to lift the large leather bag, which they then upended onto a nearby wooden table, revealing a cascade of gleaming gold coins, gold dragons. Dick stared in astonishment and whispered, "Uncle, where did you acquire such a wealth of gold dragons?" His tone was filled with skepticism, his gaze fixed intently on Damon. "Hey, you little rascal, what sort of look is that?" Damon feigned a strike at Dick's head, which Dick nimbly dodged. "Ah, your skills have improved. Enough with the wild guesses. I borrowed it from your mother, my dear sister Helena, right in front of your father, Carlin." "Ha ha." Damon recalled the moment, laughing heartily. By the old gods, you should have seen Carlin's expression then. He turned a bright shade of green. Though the rotund merchant from Pantos was fixated on the clinking gold dragons, his ears perked up at the mention of the local lord, Carlin. His small eyes gleamed brightly, and his face broke into an even more fervent smile. Bowing deeply towards Dick, his belly jiggled. "By the grace of the god of light, I am indeed fortunate. Oh, dear Damon, you truly are a remarkable man. Might this young gentleman be the esteemed lord's offspring?" Rich Carl of Pantos extends his most profound greetings to you, young sir. His tone was melodramatic, brimming with exaggerated flattery. "Just call me Dick," he replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the ostentatious praise. "Humility, what a noble virtue. I must express my respect for you." Rich hastily called out into the shop, "Quick, you fool, fetch me that finely crafted leather armor from the storeroom. I wish to present it to Lord Dick. Please do accept it graciously." A servant-like figure scurried out, clumsily carrying a piece of leather armor bound with ropes. Hey, Rich, you schemer. I am your esteemed patron. This is my first visit to your shabby establishment, and without a golden dragon to my name. You weren't so obsequious." Damon feigned dissatisfaction, then, as if recalling something, chuckled mockingly. "Leather armor? Huh, that trinket must be unsaleable now. And you intend to swindle me with it, you merchant scoundrel. Oh, my dear brother Damon, by the gods, curse my ill fortune." Rich exaggeratedly thumped his chest, his flabby flesh quaking. By the light, in previous years, leather armor was a hot commodity. Who would have thought that the esteemed House Stark could craft decent leather armor themselves? Alas, this entire batch of high-quality goods has gone to waste. "Alight, why do you not offer poor Rich even a hint?" Upon hearing this, Dick instinctively touched his nose and glanced at the so-called fine leather armor. Inwardly scoffing, it appeared thinner than those produced in his own workshop, with rough stitching. His gaze scanned the cluttered shop until it settled on a long sword in its scabbard hanging on the wall. "I appreciate your goodwill, Mr. Rich," Dick said flatly. "There is no need for gifts. Keep your goods and earn some coin." He pointed at the sword. "What is the price for this blade?" As Dick matured, he understood that although his family would eventually bestow a sword upon him, he didn't wish to wait. The rotund merchant immediately resembled a shark sensing blood, hastily directing his servant to toss the leather armor into a corner, while he personally retrieved the longsword, presenting it to Dick with an almost obsequious demeanor. He began to boast effusively, "Your grace possesses an eye for quality. This is the pride of Pantos, crafted by the master blacksmith." Dick unsheathed the sword with a metallic clang. The blade gleamed coldly, its pattern smooth and appealing, indeed appearing quite impressive. However, Dick was no expert in forging and could not discern its deeper merits. Ignoring the merchant's incessant prattle, he flicked his wrist, tilting the sword's tip towards the ground, and asked directly, "Just tell me, how many golden dragons?" Rich's smile instantly melted away, like lard in the sun. He extended a plump finger, his voice dripping with insincerity. "Fair, absolutely fair. For your esteemed self, just 10 golden dragons, my lord. You are truly getting a remarkable bargain." Dick raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that doesn't sound too expensive." "Ha." The fat merchant's smile widened, rubbing his hands together as he added, "That is 10 golden dragons minted by the Iron Bank, my lord. Pure and flawless, with the renowned Iron Bank seal. Rich emphasized the last few words. Dick keenly detected the distinction in Rich's words. Gold and dragons from the Iron Bank? Is there a difference from the ones we use? A stark contrast, my lord. The corpulent merchant puffed out his chest, as if proclaiming a sacred truth. In the frigid lands of the north and beyond the wall, one would typically require no less than 3 or even 3.5 locally minted gold dragons to exchange for a single gold dragon from the Iron Bank. And as for those war-torn southern realms, where lords whimsically fabricate their own currency, 5, sometimes 8, their inferior coins scarcely manage to procure a single gold dragon from the Iron Bank. The quality, alas, is woefully lacking. The merchant shook his head in disdain, and it was then that Dick came to a realization. Indeed, in this primitive age, the purity and credibility of gold coins vary immensely. When Westeros was unified and prosperous, matters were better. But in this chaotic era, to expect the nobility to mint coins of sufficient value is nothing short of a fool's errand. Over time, the Iron Bank, through its preeminent status and trustworthiness, has transformed its gold coins into a hard currency, a benchmark for measuring all value, a testament to the financial hegemony it embodies. Dick shook his head. Pondering this was premature. Thus, he weighed the sword in his hand and gazed at Rickard. This sword, in fact, demands 30 of the gold dragons commonly used in House Stark, does it not? The merchant's corpulent smile remained radiant, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. My lord, your calculations are astute. You hit the nail on the head. That is indeed the sum. Chapter 36. To be neither a good man nor a bad man. Outside Winterfell, in a marketplace, Dick no longer regarded the corpulent merchant, Rickard. Instead, he turned his gaze to his uncle, Daemon, who appeared utterly bored, seemingly affected by the pungent spices, and was inelegantly battling with his nostrils using his fingers. Dick remained silent, arms crossed, observing him intently. This scrutiny made Daemon uncomfortable, a shiver running down his spine. What are you staring at, you little brat? He blurted out, revealing a hint of flustered defensiveness. I have no gold dragons, not a single coin. I exchange it all for spices. A smile crept across Dick's lips as he leisurely pointed towards the large leather sack that had just been counted and securely tied. Dear uncle, the gold dragons within that sack have just been tallied. Exactly 896. My mother and father lent you these gold dragons, and given their character, they surely would not lend you an incomplete sum, would they? Thus, he deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze narrowing at Daemon. The only plausible explanation is that a certain honest and reliable uncle, prior to handing the sack over to Mr. Carl, rather conveniently reached inside and pilfered a handful. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? Generous uncle? You scoundrel! Daemon exclaimed, his face flushing in embarrassment, feigning anger as he raised a fist. A shrewd little brat like you is bound to get beaten up. You know, not at all likable. Dick remained unfazed, merely waving his sword lightly, murmuring in a tone just audible enough for Daemon to hear. With such a plethora of spices, I presume they ought to be returned to the Falcon tribe, correct? I wonder if Ant would be aware of this matter. Well, 30 pieces. You certainly drive a hard bargain. Uncle has procured them for you. Daemon, resembling a cat whose tail has been stepped on, promptly conceded. Swiftly, he extracted from his trousers a warm gold coin and, gritting his teeth, counted out 30 pieces, thrusting them into the hands of the portly merchant, Rich Carl. Take this. Scoundrel, consider yourself fortunate. The rotund merchant cast a disdainful glance at Daemon and hastily motioned for his servant to accept the warm gold coin, then turned back, his eyes narrowing into gleeful slits. Thank you, Lord Daemon. Thank you, Lord Dick. You two are truly my benefactors. Only then did Dick, satisfied, sheathe his long sword with a swift motion. Relishing the heavy metallic feel, he stepped back, observing the merchants, servants, and mercenaries as they began to unload the heavy sacks of spices. At that moment, from the shadows of the market corner, a multitude of figures suddenly surged forth. They pushed creaky wooden carts, clamoring eagerly, their voices tinged with a humble urgency. My lord, please employ us for delivery. Just a morsel to eat will suffice. Have mercy, my lord. We are capable. Affordable, my lord. Dick's gaze sharpened, and his heart tightened. Most of these individuals appeared disheveled, several staggering as they walked, clearly injured, and some were even missing arms or legs, their empty sleeves or pant legs fluttering in the cold wind. The wooden carts they pushed were crooked, threatening to collapse at any moment. Uncle Daemon, seemingly unperturbed, gestured for the tribal warriors to transfer the heavy spices into the precarious carts. Noticing the astonished yet deeply compassionate look in Dick's eyes, the last trace of ease vanished from Daemon's face, and he lowered his voice, sighing heavily. These are the wounded warriors who survived the last great battle. Our passage through the Shadow Forest and the ambush were relatively manageable. The true horrors unfolded at the main battleground along the trembling coastline at the forest's edge. Daemon's voice was as somber as the howling cold wind. Your family's ancient adversary, the Sellas family, amassed an army of over 6,000, descending like a hammer upon us. Your brother Roger and your uncle Tony, cobbling together forces, barely managed to gather 2,000 to defend. We could only retreat step by step, never allowing ourselves to falter. If the Sellassians were to breach our lines and charge to the gates of Everwinter Fortress, our valiant band that fought through the Shadow Forest would become a mere jest, lost souls wandering the earth. They fought with the old gods as witnesses, and they fought splendidly, truly commendable. They are men of iron. Daemon's tone was imbued with heartfelt respect and sorrow. He sighed heavily, the sound tinged with a metallic rustiness, shaking his head. The casualties were inevitable. Even if they willingly relinquished those accursed outposts and fortifications, they still lost several hundred valiant men. To die in battle could be deemed a form of release. Yet those who survived, wounded and broken, were a different matter entirely. He gestured towards the silent soldiers, pushing their carts with hollow gazes. Most of them were rendered incapacitated. It was said that the knights might receive some form of compassion. Yet what of the ordinary soldiers? Those common folk who had set aside their plows in response to the call? Were we not, in essence, a tribe, just the same? The last words were but a near-silent whisper. As they made their way back to the city, the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. The cold wind seemed to weep. Even the typically unruly men of the Falcon tribe, who feared neither heaven nor earth, displayed profound reverence and a barely perceptible sorrow as they observed those wounded soldiers straining against their burdens, wrestling with fate. Many stepped forward quietly, taking hold of the carts to share the load, their movements gentle yet strong. Uncle Daemon hurried back to the castle, soon returning with a considerable supply of smoked meats and dark bread, distributing them silently to the injured soldiers, offering whatever meager kindness they could muster in this harsh land of scarcity and struggle. Dick felt as if his heart were encumbered by a mass of frigid stones. Watching those figures hunched against the biting wind, exerting their last remnants of strength, even with their broken bodies, to push the carts laden with spices, he was struck by the mingled expressions of humble gratitude and profound despair reflected in their eyes as they accepted the scant provisions. A deep, soul-stirring empathy nearly suffocated him. In his previous life, beneath the red banner, he had not been molded into a virtuous individual, nor had he been shaped into a callous villain. He could not endure such silent sacrifice, nor the desolation of heroes who, after shedding their blood, still struggled in the mire. As the wounded soldiers pushed their empty carts, having already unloaded the spices at the castle, ready to depart with their meager rations, fading into the frigid twilight, Dick inhaled sharply, as if to quell the lump in his throat. He stepped forward, standing before the gathering, striving to straighten his back, allowing his youthful voice to pierce the cold air, clear and resolute. Please wait. Everyone. The soldiers halted their faltering steps, bewildered yet tinged with a hint of unspoken hope, turning their gazes towards the young Lord's son. Dick's eyes swept slowly across the faces ravaged by the elements, scars, and despair, and he raised his voice, enunciating each word with intent. Please convey this. Convey it to all the warriors who have fought and bled for the House of Stark. Tomorrow, at dawn, please come to the leather workshop outside the castle to find me. I, Dick Stark, shall await you there. Confronted by gazes filled with confusion, apathy, or the flicker of a faint flame, I exerted every ounce of strength to declare, I assure you, I will strive with all my might. For every valiant warrior capable of wielding a tool, I shall arrange a task suited to your abilities. May your wounded hands still provide bread for your families. May your future days find a reliable support. The Stark family shall never forget those who bled for him. The final sentence was nearly a roar from Dick, infused with the fervor of youth and an unwavering resolve. Chapter 37. Debate. The night at Winterfell was as bitterly cold as ever, seemingly capable of freezing marrow. Yet perhaps it was the second youth bestowed by reincarnation that surged within Dick Stark, his blood boiling with fervor, At this moment, in the vast council chamber on the second floor of the castle, which appeared particularly spacious due to the chill, he was engaged in a vehement argument with his elder brother, Roger Stark. Dick sought to ensure that the family provided support for those warriors who bled on the battlefield, sacrificing their lives or enduring lifelong disabilities, even if it were merely the most basic sustenance. However, in this world, such notions were akin to a fanciful dream. Never had a lord systematically or consistently compensated injured soldiers. Moreover, in this harsh land, the Stark family struggled for survival, with their financial and material resources already stretched thin. This was precisely the fundamental reason why his brother Roger, despite the sympathy in his eyes, remained resolute in his opposition. Lord Carlin Stark sat silently upon the lofty lord's throne. His weathered face resembled the frozen stones of Winterfell's outer walls, calm and inscrutable as his sharp gray eyes, illuminated by the flickering firelight, quietly surveyed the two quarreling sons. Uncle Tony Stark stood by the enormous stone window, his heavy fur cloak wrapped tightly around him, gazing out into the thick night and the howling cold wind. Occasionally, Tony would turn his gaze toward the young Dick, his expression complex, and he would emit a nearly imperceptible sigh. Dick's voice, tinged with urgency, rose in pitch. "I know this is difficult, brother." His mind raced, sifting through the fragmented memories of his past life, seeking more compelling arguments. But at the very least, can we not provide food? The castle, the walls, our town, many places are in need of repair. I could lead them to undertake these tasks. They still possess strength and capability. As Dick spoke with growing fervor, a new idea suddenly emerged. We can also repair the roads, clear the town. And what of Frost River? There is not a single bridge spanning its surface. I could attempt to lead them in building a bridge. All we require is sufficient food from the family. Surely this is preferable to allowing them to starve or freeze to death in the biting wind. Dick nearly shouted, his eyes fervently fixed on his father Carlin, yearning for support. Seven hells. Roger slammed his heavy oak table, producing a dull thud that echoed through the room. He glared at his much younger brother, his face a canvas of incredulous rage. "Dick, have you lost your mind? How old are you? How long have you wielded a real sword? Building a bridge? Do you comprehend the immense undertaking that entails? The manpower and resources required? The skilled masons and carpenters needed? The time it takes to withstand the icy torrents of the Frost River and the harshness of winter? I would gladly assist them by the gods. I have heart too, but how many times must I reiterate? This is not a matter for a handful of individuals, nor even a mere few dozen. There has never been a precedent for this, and we certainly lack the capability." Roger turned to their father, his voice heavy with fatigue and a hint of pleading. "Father, Dick is too young, too impetuous. This concerns the survival of our family, not a child's play." Dick disregarded his brother's biting remark about child's play, straightening his frail chest, his gaze unwavering as it met their father Carlin's deep-set eyes. "Father." He inhaled deeply, striving to imbue his voice with steadiness and strength. "I once read in an ancient scroll, it is the true army that can inspire courage and fearlessness in battle through unwavering support, while those who abandon their comrades are merely a rabble of brigands." Roger almost immediately countered, his tone laced with a stark pragmatism. "Be it army or brigands, Dick, only a sufficient number of strong soldiers, a multitude of armored knights, can fell the enemy on the battlefield and claim victory. Compassion does not fill a warrior's belly, nor does it protect the lands of Castark. The injured," Roger's voice trailed off, tinged with a barely perceptible pain, yet more so with the cold reality of their situation. They can no longer wield swords or charge forth. Compassion is a virtue, but in this eternal winter land, we cannot survive on compassion alone. A deeper silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the crackle of burning firewood and the incessant howling of the wind outside. Count Carlin's fingers, resting on his knee, stirred slightly. He rose from his bear-like stature and slowly approached Dick, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "My child." His voice was low and grave. "Do you truly understand the intricacies of road and bridge construction?" Dick clenched his jaw, meeting his father's scrutinizing gaze. "The wooden bridge, father. I can. I have seen the methods in books. It must be possible." "Father," Roger exclaimed, rising in agitation to interject. Count Carlin raised a hand, silencing him, his penetrating gaze once again fixed on Dick. "Child, I will not inquire about the source of your knowledge. A bridge is indeed necessary over the Frost River, Our family requires bridges to connect the desolate northern shores. Carlin's words were simple and unadorned, yet they carried an undeniable weight. Let go and take action. The food supplies will be managed by the family. He then turned to his eldest son, Roger, his tone imbued with both reassurance and undeniable authority. Let Dick have a go. It will not harm the family. Moreover, those who have bled and suffered for the family indeed require assistance. Meanwhile, the corner of your brother the Count's mouth twitched ever so slightly. It seems he always brings a surprise, does he not? The resources seized from the traders have yet to be fully relocated, and the ghostly forest still conceals a considerable amount. For the time being, food is not in short supply. Once a bridge can be erected over the frosted river, every effort will prove worthwhile. The Count's gaze fixed on Roger. This matter is entrusted to Dick. You have more pressing concerns. A cold fury ignited in Carlin's eyes. That scoundrel from the south wishes to exchange prisoners, using your uncle, the archers, along with the kin trapped in Deerhorn Fortress, as leverage. The bargaining chip is the 6 knights we captured during this raid. Roger emphasized his words. I need you and Tony to meet them on the trembling shores. You must ensure the return of your uncle and the others. Roger Karstark nodded solemnly. He looked at Dick, his eyes still harboring doubt. But since their father had made a decision, Roger could only choose to support it. He stepped before Dick, giving his brother's shoulder a firm pat, as if to encourage him while also bolstering his own resolve. Chapter 38. Fortune smiles. May good luck come to you the following morning, Roger, accompanied by his uncle Tony and a small contingent, departed from Winterfell under the thin and chilly rays of the morning sun. The support from their father and the encouragement from his elder brother filled Dick with a surge of warmth. Yet he also felt the weight of heavy responsibility. Count Carlin even assigned Sir Payne Brown, who had served loyally by his side for many years, along with a squad of 10 guards to him. Before dawn had fully broken, the castle's servants, under Payne's direction, began transporting sacks of grain, cured meats, and barrels of pickled fish into the workshop. As Dick approached the workshop with Sir Payne, the sight before him struck him profoundly. Before the workshop, an unexpectedly large crowd had gathered, no fewer than 200 souls. Most were ragged and disheveled, many leaning on crude canes, some with arms slung across their chests, and others who had lost entire legs, relying on companions for support. Yet, amidst this multitude, a myriad of eyes, clouded, weary, yet still gleaming with a flicker of fervent hope, were all fixed upon Dick, nearly causing the fervor within him to boil over. Despite the crowd's size, chaos was absent. At the forefront stood a sturdy man with empty pant legs, laboriously maneuvering a thick wooden staff to maintain order. A seasoned veteran of the battlefield, the line, though not perfectly aligned, remained relatively quiet as it formed into 4 columns. Upon seeing Dick approach, the sturdy man leaned on his staff, adopting a trained stance as he moved to stand before Dick, straightening his back with resolve. His demeanor and attire were considerably better than those of the most destitute of the wounded soldiers. A deep, robust voice resonated, imbued with a raspy timbre shaped by the trials of battle and a note of reverence. I am Karen Brown, formerly a centurion. He lifted his head, excitement shimmering in his eyes. We have been summoned to heed the call of House Stark. His words rang with authority, as if still echoing on the battlefield. The ranks of wounded soldiers behind him erupted in a deep, synchronized response. Who? Dick suppressed his own exhilaration and directed the 5 foremost men from the 4 columns to enter the workshop, collect provisions, and distribute them among their respective squads. The modest workshop could scarcely accommodate all. As the wounded men let out subdued cheers upon receiving their rations, Dick beckoned Karen Brown aside. In that moment, he gleaned from the knight's complex yet proud gaze that Karen was indeed his own brother. Even after losing a leg on the battlefield, Karen, as a knight's brother, need not worry about sustenance. Yet, upon hearing Dick's summons on behalf of House Stark, he had come, leaning on a wooden staff, to honor the oath he once pledged under the military banner, vowing allegiance to the Starks. Oath, Dick silently contemplated. In a world once brimming with information, that word seemed ephemeral, even tinged with irony. Yet now, in this frigid north, before this ragtag assembly of tattered yet resolute soldiers, he felt the weight of those 2 syllables, embodying a profound loyalty and responsibility. Dick's gaze towards Karen held newfound respect, and his demeanor grew notably solemn. You are all true warriors, Centurion Karen. However, I must confess that I am still quite unfamiliar with most of you. To me, You remain a centurion. Please, take charge of these 200 valiant souls returned from the battlefield. As you wish, my lord. Karen Brown thumped his right fist against his chest with a decisive motion, as if the absence of his leg had not diminished his warrior's instinct. Dick nodded and immediately began to organize. He instructed Karen to select 4 seemingly astute and reliable soldiers with relatively minor injuries to serve as aides. Subsequently, he divided the 200 wounded soldiers into 4 rough squads of approximately 50 each. The tasks were swiftly allocated. For the 2 squads with greater mobility, one team was dispatched to a distant lumberyard to procure timber for the repairs of the walls and future bridge construction, guided by skilled lumberjacks. The other team was assigned to a stony beach along the Frost River beyond the town, tasked with establishing a makeshift camp and developing a temporary quarry. For the 2 squads that were less able to travel or engage in heavy labor, one team was responsible for clearing the refuse and debris from the streets of the town, while the other was to assist in mending the damaged walls of the castle and the town. Most of these veterans were familiar with the construction of defensive fortifications. The logging and repair of the city walls proceeded relatively smoothly. The challenge arose at the newly opened quarry. Initially, the wounded soldiers managed to gather some scattered small stones from the riverbank. However, when confronted with the exposed, massive rock formations behind the bank, they found themselves at a loss. Everwinter Fortress lacked specialized stonemasons, let alone the tools and techniques required to hew great stones. At this juncture, fragments of Dick's knowledge from the information age came into play. He commanded that thick bundles of dry wood and dead grass be piled around the selected massive rock and set ablaze. The flames roared, heating the hard rock to a glowing red. Immediately afterward, water drawn from the frigid frost-cold river was splashed in buckets onto the heated surface of the rock. The sound of sizzling accompanied by a great plume of steam erupted. The hard rock, under the intense assault of hot and cold, cracked apart in an instant, shattering into stones of various sizes. The wounded soldiers erupted in astonished cheers, their gazes toward Dick filled with awe. The dilemma that had troubled them was resolved in such a magical manner by the young lord's son. Luck, in its strange ways, can be truly marvelous. Perhaps it was a response from the unseen forces acknowledging Dick's actions, or perhaps it was the good fortune bestowed upon him by the readers from beyond realms. His streak of luck continued. In the city, a group of wounded soldiers tasked with clearing the streets disturbed a multitude of little cuties that had been hiding among the debris while dismantling dilapidated walls of abandoned houses. They scurried out in a panic from every nook and cranny. What more could be said? Dick's eyes instantly sparkled, like the swiftest of hunters. He drew back his slingshot with near phantom speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air was relentless. The soldiers cleaning the streets soon discovered this peculiar interest of the young nobleman, which they deemed exceptionally brave. They spontaneously organized themselves to herd the frightened mice into a confined area, facilitating Dick's precise strikes. My lord, over here, we've cornered another nest. Quickly, block that exit. Don't let them escape. Well shot, my lord. Watching these former warriors, now exhilarated as they assisted in the hunt for mice, a peculiar thought suddenly arose in Dick's mind, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Goodness, was my previous method of scouring the world alone for mice really a bit foolish? Compared to the efficiency of the wounded soldiers helping to herd them, it was a world apart. Chapter 39, My Lord. Excellent archery. Perhaps at this moment, Dick truly stood upon the rise of fortune, as good news poured in continuously. Everwinter City, while referred to as a city, was actually modest in scale, with a single main road stretching from east to west, interspersed with a few narrow alleys. The streets, once riddled with potholes and mud, barely wide enough for 2 carriages to pass, have undergone a remarkable transformation. The wounded soldiers, in collaboration with the materials brought in from outside the city, are laboring with fervor. The method of road construction is straightforward yet effective. Filling in the hollows, the men chant in unison as they hoist heavy stone slabs with ropes, only to let them crash down, compacting the loose earth until it is as solid as iron. Subsequently, shallow drainage ditches are dug on either side of the roadbed, filled with crushed stones and pebbles from the frosty river, ensuring that rainwater drains away. Finally, uniformly shaped, smooth stones are laid on the surface, with gaps filled with crushed stone and thick river mud. Boil. A rudimentary yet sturdy stone road has emerged, free from the treacherous pitfalls that once plagued it. The restoration of the city walls is progressing at an astonishing pace. The walls, not particularly tall, are primarily constructed of stout logs arranged closely together. The wounded soldiers, working alongside the soldiers of Count Karen, dismantle the decayed or damaged timbers, replacing them with pristine logs freshly transported from the lumberyard. The sound of hammering is incessant as they reinforce the connections with remarkable efficiency. The entire city of Everwinter seems to have shed a layer of filth and decay, revealing a rugged yet vibrant new visage. The air is imbued with the refreshing scent of wood and earth. The most formidable challenge lies in the construction of the bridge. Dick employs a bold and direct approach. Using 6 groups of logs thicker than a man's waist, he weaves them together like the skeleton of a massive inverted basket, interlacing them for mutual support. In a narrow stretch of the frosty river, where the current is gentle, he firmly erects a semicircular wooden arch. This colossal structure spans the rushing waters, which churn and roar beneath. As soon as the construction is completed, a few audacious individuals climb atop, leaping and bounding like monkeys. It holds steady. Look, it's unwavering. Someone shouts excitedly towards Dick on the riverbank. Quality inspection? Dick stands on the frigid riverbank, hands on his hips, gazing up at the steadfast wooden arch that stands resolutely against the cold wind, a confident, almost arrogant grin spreading across his face. My eyes are the quality inspection. He is filled with an inexplicable confidence in the arch structure he has borrowed, dismissing the growing crowd on either side, murmuring and pointing. Doubts? Let them be damned. With the bridge frame secured, the most urgent task is to lay the decking. Dick doesn't wish to waste a single second. He mounts his horse, urging it forward towards the lumberyard. Sir Payne Brown and his guards follow closely, spurring their horses, stirring up a cloud of dust as they race to the lumberyard on the edge of the shadow forest. Dick needs to oversee the immediate production of a substantial number of compliant planks. Whether the bridge will be passable hinges on the next shipment from the lumberyard. Time waits for no one. The path to the lumberyard is a vague trail worn by the passage of humans and animals across the wilderness. The lumberyard is situated at the ominous edge of the shadow forest, rumored to be rife with traps for hunting animals. Dick has visited a few times before without incident. It seems fortune may indeed be on the rise. As Dick rides up to the entrance of the lumberyard, he hears the sounds of excited commotion from within. It turns out a formidable forest wolf has been ensnared in one of the outer traps. The beast, entangled by its hind legs, snarls fiercely, baring its fangs as it struggles desperately. Dick immediately leaped off his horse and pushed forward to observe. As he watched a robust lumberjack raise his axe to deliver a fatal blow, Dick shouted urgently, "Wait! Don't kill it!" In the astonished gaze of Sir Payne and the onlookers, Dick suddenly drew his sword, swift as lightning, and accurately thrust it deep into the gaping maw of the howling wolf. With a sickening squelch, the wolf's blood splattered, staining Dick's hand and half of his face. He displayed no fear. Instead, at the moment the wolf's blood splashed upon him, a feral ecstasy twisted his features into a near-manic grin. To the spectators, he appeared utterly deranged. Yet within Dick's heart, a singular voice resounded. Worth it. As the sword penetrated, life ebbed away in an instant, and a vast swirl of pale green and deep blue essence emerged, merging seamlessly into Dick's being. The hallowed halls of the martial arts of the earth demons trembled with a resonant force, and the 3 dim ancient characters for sword control glowed with renewed brilliance, awakening and restoring their power. Profound thoughts surged into his consciousness. Dick stifled his overwhelming joy and wiped the wolf's blood from his face. After swiftly detailing the specifications of the wooden beams on the bridge, he felt as light as a feather. Filled with pride, he mounted his steed, Deathstrider, and, amidst the lumberjack's bewildered gazes and the complex expressions of Sir Payne and the guards, he returned to the castle. Bathed in sunlight, he felt a promising future ahead. However, it seemed that his sense of accomplishment had unleashed a bit too much vigor. On the return journey, Dick's keen eyes spotted a tiny black racing across the distant sky. An uncontrollable impulse surged within him. Today he must take the shot. Observing Dick suddenly rein in Deathstrider and draw his bow, Sir Payne and the guards tensed immediately. Everyone unsheathed their swords, fearing an ambush or the presence of a ferocious beast, scanning their surroundings warily. Yet, following Dick's gaze to the sky, they saw a dot so small it was nearly invisible. The guards' shoulders slumped, their expressions peculiar. The unspoken translation of their looks might have been, puffed. Show off. Is he losing it? Dick paid no heed to their silent derision. He inhaled deeply, the frigid air filling his lungs, and drew back the bowstring. His instincts locked onto the target, but the newly awakened sword control technique granted him an unfamiliar sense of mastery, causing him to pause for 2 breaths. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the ever-diminishing, his brow furrowing slightly. Why did this trajectory seem familiar? No matter. He had to shoot. He was losing control. Whoosh. The arrow flew from the string, producing a faint tremor, transforming into a swift shadow aimed directly at the distant black. Initially, everyone watched with a bemused attitude, chuckling at the young master's antics, even Sir Payne shaking his head, until, miraculously, the arrow seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking the nearly vanishing dot with pinpoint accuracy. By the gods, 7 layers of hell. Did it hit? Truly hit. The entire party erupted into chaos. Exclamations of disbelief and jubilant cheers resonated, filling the air. Knight Payne's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, as utter disbelief replaced his previous understanding. He prided himself on being among the finest archers of the castle, yet upon reflection, he realized that he could never achieve such a feat surely. Only the most elite archers from the tales of the wilderness possessed such skill. How could this be possible? Knight Payne found himself ensnared in a tempest of profound self-doubt and cognitive disarray. Meanwhile, the astute guards galloped forth to retrieve the spoils. Before long, the guards returned. Their earlier excitement evaporated, replaced by an awkward demeanor. In their grasp was a raven, its head pierced by an arrow. "Ahem, my lord," the guard stammered, presenting the raven with trepidation. "Remarkable marksmanship. Your prey." Knight Payne's complexion shifted from pale shock to an ashen darkness. He stared at the lifeless bird, then at Dick, his lips twitching, rendered speechless. Dick, momentarily taken aback, quickly composed himself, rubbing his nose and feigning a confident expression. "Ahem, this must be the enemy's raven. Let us hasten to the castle. It might bear crucial intelligence." Without waiting for a response, fearing the weight of Payne's darkened countenance, Dick spurred his steed forward, racing towards the castle, leaving Knight Payne and the guards exchanging incredulous glances amidst the swirling dust. What was meant to come had finally arrived. During dinner, the Stark family gathered around the long dining table in the castle hall. The candlelight and the warmth from the fireplace dispelled the chill. Just as Dick slipped into his seat, his mother, Lady Helena Stark, circled the table and delivered a precise slap to the back of his head. Ouch! Dick recoiled, too intimidated to evade. "You troublesome little rascal." Lady Helena's brows furrowed, her voice laced with fury. "Your Aunt Caitlin has been painstakingly restraining her eagle companion. Fearful of harming the messenger of the skies, we have scarcely a dozen ravens in all of Winterfell. And you go and shoot down the strongest of them." Her ire escalated as she delivered another slap to his shoulder. "An enemy raven, you say? What a convenient excuse. That was your brother Rogers, sent back from the trembling sea front, carrying his message." Dick felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shifted the conversation, forcing a contrived smile. "Huh? News from brother? Is it good news? Father?" He glanced desperately at the stoic Count Carroll, who was slicing meat at the head of the table. Lady Helena, with an exasperated huff, answered on her husband's behalf. "Indeed, Roger's letter states that in a few days he shall return with Uncle Archer and his family." She paused, exchanging a meaningful glance with Count Carroll, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Lady Helena's voice lowered, tinged with an imperceptible worry. "Arriving alongside them will be the eldest son of our family's bitter rival, the Seraphis family. He will come as an envoy to Winterfell." Chapter 40. Repairs the sky gaze down upon the vast and desolate lands beyond the wall. The Frost River, originating from the towering, snow-capped peaks of the Frostfang Mountains, meandered gracefully until it flowed into the trembling sea. At this moment, along the narrow banks of a trembling river, a throng of people gathered. A brand new wooden arch bridge had been completed, spanning the river's surface. Excited children dashed across it, while more timid cautiously inched their way forward. Count Carlin stood by the riverbank, his usually stern visage betraying an unmistakable delight. He commanded several knights to lead their steeds across the bridge. Watching the horses pass without incident, Count Carlin suddenly turned and lifted his son, Dick, high above his head. "Well done. Ha ha!" The The Count's voice resonated with pride. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their joyous shouts echoing across the riverbank. Dick, though elated, harbored a tinge of concern befitting a pragmatist. "Father, the bridge is indeed finished, but I lack expertise in the preservation and moisture-proofing of wood. I cannot guarantee how long this wooden bridge will endure." Count Carlin waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. "The Shadow Forest holds an endless supply of tall timber. Worry not about such matters, my child." He set Dick down and patted his shoulder firmly. "Revel in your well-deserved acclaim." Dick offered a resigned smile, clearly needing to acclimate to the world's rugged principle of as long as it is useful. With the bridge completed and the city walls restored, the work on the roads remained an endless endeavor. Dick continued to lead the injured in repairing the roads, their efforts extending beyond the city limits. His ambitions were grand, aiming to lay stone roads capable of accommodating carts between the nearby villages, lumber yards, and quarries surrounding Everwinter City. The innate drive of a construction fanatic was deeply etched into his soul. However, compared to engineering feats, the serendipitous opportunity to repair a person brought Dick a greater sense of accomplishment. One afternoon, before the bridge's completion, Sir Payne Brown's eldest son, Eli Brown, returned to the workshop, challenging Dick to a duel. The venue was the same alley where their first duel had taken place. That afternoon, Dick arrived as promised. Eli wore a complex expression, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze on Dick, drawing the wooden sword embedded in the ground, its tip poised menacingly ahead. At that moment, a new lackey behind Eli suddenly spoke up with brazen arrogance. "Eli, kill this bastard." Before the word bastard could escape his lips, Eli furrowed his brow and turned. A powerful punch landed squarely on the lackey's mouth, sending him reeling backward, a spray of blood mingling with several broken teeth. Eli, vexed, shook his hand and coldly shrugged at Dick. He was insulting himself. "I merely obliged his request." His emphasis on the verb left Dick with a newfound respect for Eli. The lackey, momentarily stunned, then charged forward to deliver a few kicks to the moaning figure on the ground, muttering curses under his breath. Though his voice was low, Dick's enhanced hearing caught every word. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Insult him if you must. But do you really want to involve the lord and lady? Are you seeking your own demise?" Dick shook his head, dismissing the fool who had been dealt with, and paid him no further heed. Eli cast a complex gaze upon Dick once more, causing Dick to feel a slight unease. "I ask you, Dick," he raised an eyebrow, "is today's duel to determine who can glare the longest?" "You," Eli retorted, his anger flaring anew. He took a deep breath, his confusion evident as he spoke. "My father says I am no match for you at all." He tightened his grip on the wooden sword. "I have trained relentlessly these past days, believing I have made significant progress. Yet my father insists that there is too great a gap in our abilities." Dick suddenly understood. Sir Payne had witnessed him draw his bow and shoot a raven. Eli's gaze regained its determination, his teeth clenched with fervor. "But I refuse to accept that, even if it was my father's own words. Dick, unleash your full strength. Let's engage in a fair battle." With the opponent so insistent, Dick decided to hold nothing back. To beat him senseless seemed pointless, for the disparity in their strengths was far too vast. However, Eli's stubborn refusal to recognize reality compelled Dick to resolve the matter in a more direct and impactful manner. As Eli raised his sword to deliver a powerful downward strike, Dick moved. He sidestepped with a flash, swift as a wisp. He recalled a stunning moment from deep within his memory. The scene in the Imperial Guard where Ding Bang severed the embroidered spring blade. The wooden sword in his hand struck first, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, accurately colliding with Eli's descending weapon. Crack! A sharp echo. Eli's wooden sword shattered in response, leaving him with only half of it in hand. He froze, maintaining his downward stance, staring in disbelief at the broken sword. Dick no longer regarded him. He casually tossed his intact wooden sword high into the air and turned to exit the alley. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the wooden sword spun gracefully, landing with a solid thud back into its original sheath. From that moment onward, Eli Brown never again approached Dick of his own volition. Occasionally, Dick would catch a glimpse of him in the distance, the former bully now helping out in the workshop or carrying supplies for the injured. Yet, whenever Dick's silhouette appeared, Eli would promptly drop what he was holding and swiftly vanish into the throng. Dick truly experienced the embodiment of retreating 3 paces. Within the halls of Everwinter Fortress, Count Karen ordered the soldiers and knights to prepare for the arrival of the Celes family. He particularly instructed the knights to ensure the soldiers polished their weapons and armor, readying themselves with utmost vigilance as if facing a formidable foe. Dick could discern that his father sought to overwhelm the opposition through sheer presence. His hatred for the Celes family was profound, yet the might of his adversaries compelled his father to approach the situation with such gravity. Days later, a procession rounded the trembling coastline, making its way along the frost-bitten riverbank towards Everwinter City. Dick's elder brother, Roger Karstark, led the returning contingent. The pace of the procession was agonizingly slow. Everyone had horses and carts, yet their speed rivaled that of walking. At the center of the procession, a young man clad in exquisite armor and a cloak bearing a red emblem rode leisurely, taking his time. He appeared to be enjoying the sights, as if on a sightseeing tour. This is precisely the envoy of the Celes family, the eldest son, Cassio Celes. Roger furrowed his brow as he rode at the front, occasionally glancing back with a mixture of irritation and helplessness at Cassio and his cadre of over 20 elite guards. Roger was acutely aware of their intentions, observing with an air of audacity, although the crucial fortress outpost had not allowed them to approach. Their brazen scrutiny was both infuriating and exasperating. This situation, while displeasing to Roger, also stirred a flicker of admiration deep within him. He was the firstborn of the Celes family, the future heir, daring to boldly venture into enemy territory. As the party set foot on the newly paved stone road outside the city, astonishment spread among them, including Roger. Even more surprising was the wooden arch bridge spanning the frost-cold river not far ahead. Cassio Celes broke away from the group, striding directly toward the bridge. Roger did not intervene. He too was intrigued, eager to see the bridge constructed by his younger brother Dick. Cassio paused at the bridge's edge, admiring the intricate wooden structure, his eyes reflecting admiration. He turned to Roger, who had followed closely, and began to extol its virtues. No se porting pides vinis. What clever design. After a pause, he inquired with a smile, was it built by a young brother, Dick? Roger nodded, his expression serious, and said nothing further. The extent of Cassio's knowledge about his family left him feeling deeply unsettled. It was far from a good omen. Chapter 41. Disturbing news on that day. The Everwinter fortress was brimming with fully armed soldiers and knights, standing densely along both sides from the castle gates to the main hall. The air thick with an oppressive atmosphere of impending battle. The enemies of the Karstark family, the Celes family, had arrived. A red banner fluttered ominously, emblazoned with the emblem of a shield and a black rose. Beneath the banner, 25 soldiers clad in gleaming metal armor, also adorned with the family crest, escorted a young man into the castle hall. He sported a thick mane of chestnut-colored short hair. Dick stood half a step behind his elder brother Roger, secretly observing this traitor, the heir of the rival family, whom their father loathed. To his astonishment, he noticed an inexplicable resemblance between this young man and his brother Roger. Suddenly, it struck Dick. They had once been Karstarks. To be precise, Cassio Celes was, in fact, their distant cousin. In that moment, the gazes of the soldiers and knights in the hall, if transformed into swords, would have pierced Cassio into a sieve. The blood feud between their families had long since become irreconcilable. Yet, the young man appeared blissfully unaware of the predatory stare surrounding him. With a hint of a mischievous smile playing on his lips, he took a few steps forward and slightly bowed before the lord seated upon the throne, Kaelin. Cassio sends his regards, my dear distant uncle, he declared. Count Kaelin let out a derisive snort through his nose. What? Are you Celes folk planning to revert to the name Karstark? You don't even bother to ask if we would accept a bunch of traitors. The last two words were practically spat out through clenched teeth. Cassio Celes raised himself upright, his smile unwavering. Ah, you truly are a heartless distant relative. I wonder, do you extend such mercilessness towards the Stark family, yet to depart from Castle Black? It is rather daunting. He feigned a shiver. Spare me your nauseating theatrics, Count Karen retorted coldly. Even from afar, I can sense the foul stench of fear emanating from your very core. Rest assured, I shall not slay you today. I merely hope that upon your return, you retain even a shred of that pitiable sense of honor. Oh dear, your words wound the heart of kin. Cassio exaggeratedly spread his hands, feigning innocence. I personally escorted your dear brother, archuncle, and his family safely to Winterfell, unscathed. As for the remaining Starks, They simply require a modicum of time to pack their belongings. Moving is not a hasty affair. Kin. Karen's voice suddenly escalated, brimming with indignation. Your grandfather, that old scoundrel, led you traitors to raid Castle Black, resulting in my father's demise. This is what you call kin. Yet Cassio slowly shook his head, his tone deliberately corrective. You are mistaken, dear uncle. Perhaps you are misinformed in the north. Our family, the Cellas, has not shed the blood of kin. Your esteemed father perished in a self-immolation within the halls of Castle Black. As for your elder brother, indeed a warrior to be revered, such a pity. How old was I then? What could a mere child have done amid such tragedies? Moreover, my grandfather has served the stranger for years now. Have our two families not coexisted peacefully all this time? He paused, noticing Karen merely fixating on him with an icy gaze, devoid of any reaction. Cassio chose to raise his voice, drowning out the surrounding curses and clamor. We could entirely cease hostilities. Indeed, we could take it a step further and reunite as one family, as long as— he surveyed the room, his eyes gleaming with provocation. As long as you abandon the Stark name that invites calamity and adopt Cellas instead. You, Karen, would remain the Count of Winterfell. All present would retain their status. The workshops, markets, and ports of Castle Black would be wide open to Winterfell. A low, rumbling laughter escaped Count Karen as he raised his hand to silence the uproar of knights and soldiers that threatened to shatter the roof, allowing Cassio to hear the furious roars clearly. Do you hear that, scoundrel? That is the response from Winterfell. Surrender to traitors? Dream on. You should be grateful that the stranger took that old fool away early, sparing him from my blade. Karen. The feigned smile vanished from Cassio's face, replaced by a glimmer of coldness. They do not comprehend, nor do you, do they? Winterfell, never forget the fierce son of winter, that damned motto. In the past, our family was thrust to the Horn of Stone, cast to the eastern sea, placed before Castle Black. When we served as shields, did they ever consider we were blood relatives? The voice of Cassio reverberated through the hall, carrying a brutal clarity. You cannot be oblivious to the formidable strength of Cahair City at present. You cannot forget the days of Saran, that savage tribe. Now, the entirety of Seal Bay belongs to them. The armored knights alone number over 200. The soldiers are in the tens of thousands. Savoring the astonishment etched on the faces of those in the hall, Cassio dropped an even heavier bombshell. The Terror Fortress, to which the Saran family now pledges allegiance, wields power that has decisively eclipsed that of the North's king in Winterfell. Their knights and soldiers are as numerous as grains of sand along the shore. Carlin, tell me, how can we, bearing the name Castark and daily proclaiming eternal Cahair City, survive beneath the gaze of those giants? So, you chose to bend the knee and grovel before them. Carlin, enraged, slammed his hand against the armrest of the Lord's throne. To turn the blade upon your own kin. Coward, traitor. Every word that spills from your lips defile this castle. Leave, take your worthless knights, and depart my castle at once. Go back, cleanse your necks, and await my blade to send you one by one to hell. The anger on Cassio Silas's face faded, and he shrugged nonchalantly. Say what you will. He suddenly turned to the lady beside Count Carlin, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. Aunt Kalia of Dick. Once again donning a frivolous smile, he inclined his head slightly. I presume this is the esteemed Hawkeye of the Falcon tribe? We were quite impressed by your prowess last time. With that, Cassio no longer regarded anyone else. Turning on his heel and striding out of the great hall of Everwinter Fortress, flanked by soldiers who visibly exhaled in relief, their palms slick with sweat. The hall was swallowed by a stifling silence. The news Cassio had imparted fell like a boulder into a deep pond, sending ripples of chill throughout. Count Carlin rose, his gaze sweeping over the troubled faces of the knights and soldiers. Gentlemen, the Count's voice boomed, dispelling the pervasive gloom. Do not be daunted by that rabble's alarmist rhetoric. He has only revealed half the truth. Cahair City and the Terror Fortress are not without their adversaries. Winterfell, the North's king, remains an insurmountable wall. And we— he paused, his tone imbued with resolute conviction. We have already established contact with Winterfell. We Castarks are vassals of the North's king. We shall ultimately achieve victory. This declaration swept through the assembly like a gust of wind, dissipating some of the clouds of doubt, and the soldiers' spines seemed to straighten a fraction. Count Carlin waved his hand, Enough, you may disperse. The assembly bowed and retreated, leaving the hall increasingly vacant. The Count resumed his cold, lordly throne, gazing toward the door through which Cassio had vanished, his brow furrowed. And he sighed softly. This little rascal is proving quite troublesome. Roger, who had been silently standing before Dick, nodded in agreement and spoke in a low voice. It is said that the adversary we faced on the trembling battlefield by the sea is none other than him. Dick furrowed his brow and added quietly, Father should not have allowed him to set foot in Winterfell. Kaelin shook his head, weariness mingling with resignation. The Sellas family has clung tightly to him. Only Cassio can escort your uncle back, or they will not release him and his family. There is no way to refuse. He steeled himself. Very well, let your Uncle Archer come in. It has been far too long since I last saw him. At last, Dick was reunited with his uncle. Archer Castle Stark was ushered in, holding his pale-faced wife, Pena, with one hand while protecting their timid daughter, Layla, who hid behind them with the other. Dick had met this uncle during his childhood at Hornwood, where Archer had stood tall and spirited. Yet now, before him stood a gaunt, weary middle-aged man, his spirit seemingly bent under the weight of invisible burdens. Count Kaelin immediately rose, accompanied by his wife, Helena, and their children, to greet him. The two weathered men stood face to face, emotions swirling in their eyes, words lodged in their throats, unsure of how to begin. Finally, it was Kaelin who broke the silence, firmly patting Archer's frail shoulder and striving to sound lighthearted. Archer, what has happened? I remember my brother was never this frail. Archer Castle Stark gestured with his eyes for his brother to observe his own expanding waistline, forcing a bitter smile, his voice hoarse. I also recall my brother Kaelin as a warrior capable of wrestling bears. How did he transform into a plump bear himself? Before the words could settle, the two men suddenly opened their arms wide, embracing each other fiercely. That embrace held an overwhelming weight of separation, pain, and longing, almost exhausting their entire strength. Within the stern hall of Winterfell, where the chilling atmosphere still lingered, a different essence, one more resilient and warm, began to replace it. Members of House Castle Stark gathered, whispering, embracing, and comforting their long-lost kin, who had endured so much suffering. Though scars remained and blood feuds were not forgotten at that moment, the bond of blood became a hearth to ward off the bitter cold of winter. Chapter 42. Cassio Sellas. The frigid winds from beyond the wall lashed against the desolate main thoroughfare of Wintertown. A procession moved silently forward. The banners emblazoned with shields and the black rose emblem stood out starkly against the gray-white sky, marking the Sellas family's forces who had just been expelled from Winterfell. Except for the leading Cassio Sellas, the eldest son of the family, the entire entourage was enveloped in a tense silence. The hooves clattered on the newly laid yet frigid stone road, echoing monotonously, while the tightly closed doors and empty streets seemed to press upon them like invisible walls. Sir, a mounted knight beside Cassio leaned closer, anxiety evident in his voice as he whispered, Why is there not a single soul on this street? Cassius, however, bore an expression that was strikingly opposite, exuding an ease that bordered on contentment. He leisurely surveyed the desolate streets, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. Isn't this pleasant, John? Tranquil, without disturbances. Relax, trust me, there is no danger. He posed an intriguing question. Sir Knight John, may I ask you something? If you were the commander of an army, would you let your soldiers know that the enemy is stronger than you? John shook his head emphatically, declaring, Absolutely not. Their morale would shatter like ice shards. Precisely. Cassius's laughter echoed through the empty streets, somewhat jarring, yet dissipating the lingering chill. Karen, too, was apprehensive. He dreaded my words at Everwinter Fortress, not wanting more people to be aware of the situation. Salvaging morale was essential. As for the empty streets, Cassius chuckled lightly. He clearly wished to minimize contact between his soldiers and us, thereby exerting pressure. Look how frightened you all are, he teased, glancing back at the tense faces of the soldiers. As long as we head straight out of the city, Cassius spoke with an undeniable conviction. No one will suddenly appear to embarrass us. So calm your hearts. Sir John seemed somewhat persuaded, loosening his grip on the reins, though the doubt in his eyes remained. He anxiously scanned the silent street and lowered his voice. My lord, we have returned the Arkilkar Stark family, but what of our 6 captured knights? We haven't even seen a shadow of them. Why the haste? Cassius waved his hand dismissively. They'll be waiting for us outside the city, mingling with those kind souls who are escorting us away. With that, he surprisingly halted his horse, dismounting with unhurried grace. Cassius led his steed, the sound of his boots striking the newly laid stone road resonating clearly. "Ah, behold this stone path," he exclaimed, as if discovering a treasure, even crouching down to caress the smooth surface with his gloved hand. "Quite well done. That Karen's younger son, what was his name? Dick? A talent indeed. The little fellow who was peeking out from behind Roger in the hall must be him, right? So young." Cassius rose, his eyes gleaming with undisguised admiration and calculation. To be able to oversee bridge and road construction, he thought, should an opportunity arise, he must capture him alive. Such a talent would be a pity to kill. The soldiers behind him exchanged glances, unable to keep pace with Cassius's erratic thoughts. Seeing him dismount and walk, they too followed suit, causing the procession to slow considerably. Jon observed the unmistakable anxiety on the soldiers' faces and, mustering his courage, urged once more, "My lord, with all due respect, this is, after all, enemy territory. It will be prudent for us to depart swiftly." Cassio shook his head, a deeper smile gracing his face, imbued with an air of all-knowing confidence. "I ask again, why the urgency? Did I not assure you there is no danger?" He tapped his foot upon the solid ground beneath him. Kaelin still clung to the hope of overcoming us. He intended to rally the hearts of his kin with this hope, and would dare not relinquish those of our people still within our grasp. This was his Achilles' heel. "Yet, my lord, have we not exchanged Kaelin's own brother's family for our knight? This transaction has already compensated our losses. Why then should we return the remaining distant relatives of the Castarks still in our possession? Would that not be a loss?" "A loss?" Cassio chuckled lightly, as if he had heard a most amusing jest. "Why not return them? What purpose do they serve? Kaelin is now the patriarch of the Castarks. Since we have not retained his brother, what use are those distant relatives who refuse to submit? Keeping them would merely squander our provisions. Moreover," a glint of cunning flickered in Cassio's eyes, "my personal visit will only serve to instill further hesitation in Kaelin regarding the use of these people. Keeping them around will only cause him distress. Is that not preferable?" Jon was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "You mean your presence here can dissuade Kaelin from utilizing his own kin? Have I not demonstrated my familiarity with their familial affairs? Even delving into the dusty, forgotten accounts of old. Is that not evident?" Cassio retorted, his tone laced with mockery. "Kaelin must certainly be filled with paranoia, suspecting treachery among his ranks. The common soldiers are barely literate. The intricate details, especially those known solely to the upper echelons, could only have been divulged by someone of the knightly class. The Castark family extended a gloved finger, casually counting. Now, by my reckoning, there are merely 32 knights remaining. Oh, wait, do we not just slay 3 at the Trembling Coast?" Cassio paused, locking eyes with Jon, his tone unwaveringly certain. Thus, if my calculations are correct, he gazed confidently towards the approaching city gates. Outside, waiting to oversee the handover of our knight and to see us off, must be Sir Painbrow, the steadfast servant of Kaelin for many years. Kaelin would undoubtedly instruct him to set aside all affairs to specifically monitor our safe departure from his territory. Jon and the soldiers around him exchanged dubious glances, their expressions betraying skepticism. "Doubt it?" Cassio laughed heartily, unperturbed. "Fear not, the riddle shall soon be unraveled. Once we step beyond those gates, the truth will be revealed." Yet, Sir Jon's voice suddenly bore a note of concern. If that is truly the case, would it not place our old friend in an even more perilous predicament? Cassio shot him a glance, as though regarding a simpleton. "You might think that without my visit and those intimate conversations, Karen would remain oblivious to the treachery lurking among his ranks. Dangerous?" His tone suddenly hardened. "Having chosen this path and taken that step, one must possess the courage to confront everything. This is their decision." Cassio's voice, imbued with a nearly ruthless calmness, declared, "As long as we refrain from making contact and no longer disturb our old friends who continue to serve House Stark with unwavering loyalty." Cassio's gaze drifted towards the distant, overcast sky, murmuring as if articulating a vision of the future. "Our old friends will undoubtedly multiply." Ignoring Jon's hesitance, he strode forward, leading his horse along the new yet frigid stone road, striding confidently towards the city gates. Cassio Celeris walked at the forefront of the group, his back shielding the inquisitive eyes of those behind him. The visage that had recently radiated with overwhelming confidence and control now bore a subtle veil of profound concern. His tightly pressed lips parted slightly, and only the howling wind that brushed against his cheek could capture the barely audible murmur, almost swallowed by the roar of the gust. "Father, it is too soon. We should not launch our attack now. We must wait. We need to grant our old friends more time to infiltrate and strategize. What we require is the mastery of Winterfell, the complete conquest of Wintertown, not a devastating assault. Only then can we establish a foundation of knights and thousands of soldiers." A barely perceptible sigh dissipated into the wind. "Carho City, the Cern family, our Solaris family. We shall never remain mere pawns to be manipulated." The formidable gates of Wintertown finally materialized before the shield-bearing, black rose-emblazoned assembly. The gates stood ajar, resembling the gaping maw of a beast. Outside, a small contingent awaited quietly, led by an exceptionally tall and imposing figure clad in armor, riding a similarly magnificent steed. His visage beneath the helmet as unyielding as iron. It was none other than Payne Brown, the most trusted knight of Karen Stark, renowned for his loyalty. Upon seeing him waiting at the gates, the last remnants of concern vanished from Cassio Solaris's face. With a sudden pivot, he deftly mounted his horse, erupting into a hearty laugh as the astonished and reverent gazes of the knights and soldiers behind him surged. Ha ha ha! Chapter 43. Youth 5 years passed swiftly, akin to raindrops cascading from a roof. Initially, one could still hear the tinkling sound. In the blink of an eye, the entire roof becomes drenched and darkened. Those moments that seemed to stretch like centuries were merely grains of sand playfully manipulated by time. In the training grounds of Winterfell, dust swirled in the air. Dick Stark and Torrhen Stark donned their training leather armor. The wooden swords clashed violently, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the air. Each encounter sent a shiver through the ears of the onlookers. Torrhen's sweat flowed like a stream down his taut jaw, dampening the gray-white strands of hair on his forehead. Though younger than Dick, he had already matched his brother in height. Among the three brothers, his physique resembled that of their father, Carlin, being broad and robust like a young bull. He caught Dick's eye, glancing toward the gap at the edge of the arena, and let out a fierce growl. The wooden sword sliced through the air with a fierce wind, striking downward at an angle as if it sought to cleave through the very atmosphere. Dick's response was astonishing. Rather than evade, he executed a swift maneuver, his wrist flicking with lightning speed, the middle of his sword perfectly positioned to block. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. The force merely caused Dick's arm to dip slightly, his stance unyielding, as solid as a rock. All eyes were drawn to him. Dick radiated the vigor of youth, his striking silver hair glimmering with the cool sheen of moonlight, increasingly reminiscent of their mother. Beneath the magnificent silver strands lay a handsome face, almost sharp in its features. His chiseled profile resembled a finely crafted stone statue, with a straight nose and clearly defined lips that exuded a sharp yet elegant demeanor. His tall, athletic frame showcased muscles that rippled evenly beneath his leather armor, full of strength yet devoid of any bulk. "Well done, Torrhen," cried Martha Hawkeye from the sidelines, her voice crisp and resonant. "Wow, you're looking quite impressive, lad." Her sister, Erin Hawkeye, grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The two daughters of the Wild Hawkeye tribe, clad in fitted leather armor, embodied a graceful and athletic beauty, their eyes sparkling with untamed wildness as they watched the battle, occasionally nudging each other to share comments. Upon hearing the cheers, Torrhen's spirit soared, his chest heaving with renewed vigor. He withdrew his wooden sword and, with a roar, launched a flurry of relentless strikes at Dick. The whistling sound of the sword sliced through the murmurs from the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dick's sisters, Jenica Stark and Layla Starkpenia, stood elegantly together in exquisite noble gowns, their poised demeanor contrasting with the ferocity of Torrhen's attacks, causing them to furrow their brows slightly. The onlookers' gazes often drifted towards Dick's aunt, Anna Stark. She stood there like a blooming wild rose, fresh with dew. The gentle breeze tousled a few loose strands of her curly brown hair, revealing her smooth forehead and eyes that sparkled as if filled with starlight. At that moment, her beautiful face bore an expression of intense concentration. She instinctively took half a step forward, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. Yet, Dick remained remarkably composed. In response to his brother's ferocious and forceful onslaught, he refrained from a direct confrontation. His footwork was agile, akin to a dance of death. The wooden sword seemed to possess a life of its own, either blocking or deftly redirecting the force, guiding Torrhen's wild energy into the void. As Torrhen struggled to gain the upper hand, his breath came in heavy, labored gasps, veins throbbing at his temples, his movements becoming erratic and flawed. "Steady yourself, lad. Don't let your rage lead you astray." The seasoned veteran observing from the sidelines could not contain his loud reminders, his voice laden with experience. As Torrhen exerted himself once more, bringing his wooden sword down with a fierce swoosh, he awaited this very moment. A glint of determination flickered in Dick's eyes as he suddenly lunged forward. The wooden sword, like a sinuous serpent, glided closely along the inner edge of Torrhen's sword. With an astonishing twist of his wrist, the sword tip struck with the precision of a venomous bee, landing squarely on the sensitive inner tendons of Torrhen's wrist. A sharp gasp escaped Torrhen's lips as the agonizing pain coursed through him, rendering his fingers powerless in an instant. With a clatter, the heavy wooden sword fell limply to the packed earth, stirring a small cloud of dust. Before Torrhen could recover from the shock of the pain, Dick had already advanced. His movements were fluid, devoid of any hesitation. The blunt end of the wooden sword pressed lightly against Torrhen's throat, carrying an undeniable sense of finality. The arena fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being Torrhen's heavy, labored breaths. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the tip of the wooden sword resting before his throat, his face a canvas of intense frustration and incredulity. "Well done, Dick." Aaron was the first to shatter the silence, clapping vigorously, her applause resounding. Martha followed suit, her hands coming together in admiration, her face adorned with an unmasked smile of appreciation. The two cousins, clad in leather armor and exuding youthful vigor and candor, embodied the spirit of the wilds. On the sidelines, Jenny and Layla clapped demurely, marking the conclusion of the contest, their expressions reflecting the poise of noble ladies. Anna's face blossomed with a radiant smile, as bright as the sun, dispelling any tension. Though she refrained from cheering, her heartfelt pride drew the gaze of many, as if her smile illuminated the entire training ground. She exhaled softly, her tightly clenched fingers gradually relaxing. The soldiers and knights erupted in cheers and buzzing discussions. What swift skill! Truly, the offspring of Lord Karen is formidable, each one more fierce than the last. Young Master Dick's prowess could likely outmatch even the seasoned veterans, and young Master Torrhen's strength is indeed intimidating, albeit a touch reckless. Amidst the cacophony, Dick flicked his wrist, deftly retracting the wooden sword and stepping back. His breath remained steady, not a bead of sweat gracing his brow, as if the earlier fierce exchange had been merely a leisurely stroll. Turning to face the stunned Torrhen, his voice was calm, yet imbued with the weight of a brotherly admonition. "Impulsiveness is the privilege of beasts, Torrhen. You possess great strength, but harnessing it to your advantage is the essence of true power. Next time, maintain your composure." Torrhen bent down abruptly, almost snatching the wooden sword from the ground. He rubbed his aching and still tingling wrist vigorously, his cheeks flushed with the embarrassment of defeat. He grumbled, nearly shouting, "I don't need your guidance. Next time, I will definitely." His words trailed off as his gaze involuntarily darted towards the applauding Martha and Aaron, his eyes betraying a mix of youthful admiration and deeper frustration. He quickly raised his head, casting a fierce glare at his radiant and infuriating brother, Dick. His eyes were filled with disdain and reluctance as he stamped his foot in frustration. He turned away like a wounded creature, breaking through the crowd and rushing out of the training ground. Dick watched his brother's defiant and disheveled silhouette vanish into the shadows. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his brow and muttered softly, "By the seven, this damnable, restless youth." He was acutely aware of Torrhen's little schemes. This contest was entirely instigated by Torrhen himself. While others perceived it as a thrilling spectacle, for Dick, it was as effortless as playing with his younger brother. To put it bluntly, he was merely fulfilling his duty as an elder brother, serving as a practice target for his sibling. Standing still, Dick casually tossed the training wooden sword, which arced briefly before landing with a satisfying clack back in the weapon rack. His nonchalance prompted a wave of cheers from Aaron and Marcia. They darted towards him like jubilant little birds, surrounding him with their chattering expressions of admiration. The two pairs of sparkling eyes fixed upon him, unabashed in their affection, left Dick feeling flustered. Instinctively, he flicked his signature silver hair, a rush of exhilaration momentarily dispelling his feelings of helplessness. The sun was warm, his youthful body brimming with energy, and the cheers from the sidelines, coupled with the infatuation of the girls, made him acutely aware of one thing: youth. And this was his second chance at it. Dick inhaled the crisp, liberating air with greedy delight, his heart swelling with countless emotions. He had been reborn into a noble household in Westeros, wielding the golden finger of opportunity, endowed with a healthy and powerful new body. In his previous life, this would have been the quintessential dream start for a privileged heir, a surefire winner in life. How could he not feel exhilarated? How could he not revel in this sensation? Yet, as his gaze swept past the exuberance of those around him, it fell solely upon his cousin. A mix of joy and a deeper, more complex emotion washed over Dick, conflict and a tinge of heartache. They were blissfully unaware of his myriad thoughts. The daughters of the Falcon tribe experienced emotions like the fiery liquor by the campfire, direct, intense, and utterly unreserved, pure and fervent. Dick had made attempts to navigate this terrain. He had cautiously employed the concept of kinship to express a sense of distance, suggesting, compared to the Targaryen siblings, this is hardly anything. He had even privately sought the counsel of his mother and Aunt Kalia, hoping the elders would support a more tempered atmosphere. The response, however, was a derisive scoff. During a private conversation, Aunt Kalia had revealed to Dick the secret of the shapeshifters of the Falcon tribe. As she gazed upon her two lively nieces, her eyes brimmed with deep sympathy and a near-indulgent resignation. Dick, you do not understand. When a Falcon tribe girl and her eagle truly share a dream, when the eagle dream descends, that girl's heart will belong to the sky, to her eagle, to the sacred duty of her tribe. They do not live long, and after the eagle dream, they shall not marry again. This power cannot be shared with the outside world. This is the fate of the shapeshifters of the Falcon tribe. Her tone grew somber, laden with the weariness of acceptance. Thus, let Aaron and Marcia follow their own paths. I can sense that they're not far from the eagle's dream. This statement struck Dick's heart like a stone cast into ice. He gazed at Aaron and Martha, who were beside him, radiant with smiles and brimming with vitality, contemplating their future, where they would share their souls with the soaring eagles and sever ties of affection. A profound sense of unutterable tenderness and heaviness enveloped him. Do they understand? Dick's gaze fell upon their wild, luminous eyes. The answer was affirmative. There was no naivety in their depths, but rather a near-resolute acceptance. Strength, to protect the Falcon tribe, to safeguard their kin. For them, this was not a matter of choice, but an undeniable path etched into their very bloodlines. They had never contemplated resistance, nor would they ever regret it. He inhaled softly, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. With a brotherly gentleness, albeit with an imperceptible distance, he smiled at his cousins, saying, "All right, ladies, you're covered in dust. I must go wash up." Dick skillfully sidestepped, subtly extricating himself from their enthusiastic embrace, and strode towards the castle's main hall, temporarily leaving behind the clamor of the training ground and the fervent gazes of the young women. Chapter 44. The old bachelor Dick's father, Count Carlin Castark, had indeed not faced any significant disturbances from the treacherous Ella's family in recent years. Yet, Dick keenly sensed that the weight upon his father's shoulders had not lightened. Rather, it had intensified with each passing day. The Castar kin who had returned through prisoner exchanges had become a heavy stone in his father's heart. His uncle, Archer, had fared well, receiving significant responsibilities upon his return, taking charge of trade within the territory from Dick's mother. The true dilemma for Count Carlin lay with the children of his elder brother, a hero who was supposed to inherit the title but ultimately perished in battle for the family. These are the offspring of a hero. The Sellas family, who had returned Dick's cousins, undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Could they refuse to accept them? If they did not, or should an unfortunate incident occur, the Sellas family would only revel in delight. A cadre of insidious individuals. Dick's sentiments mirrored those of his father and brothers. Count Carlin's elder brother had sacrificed himself for the family, and his children would rather die than yield. The Count understood that he must strive to reclaim them and ensure their proper placement. This conundrum greatly troubled Count Carlin. He was a pure warrior, thrust into the role of patriarch only due to the family's drastic upheaval. Managing the delicate balance within such familial intricacies was not his forte. Fortunately, Dick's cousins were ablaze with a desire for vengeance against the Sellas family. They willingly cooperated with Count Carlin's every arrangement, primarily overseeing tax collection throughout the territory with utmost diligence. Leaving behind the pungent atmosphere of sweat and rust from the training ground, Dick made his way to his chamber. Along the way, knights, soldiers, and servants paused in their tracks to bow respectfully. The once mockingly bestowed title of Rat Slayer had long since faded into the annals of time. In recent years, Dick's reputation has permeated every corner of the Castark territory. He has led the disabled and despairing to establish leather workshops from the ground up. He has directed the incapacitated soldiers in repairing bridges, constructing roads, and dredging rivers. These tangible accomplishments have firmly linked the name Master Dick with hope. Even the desperate disabled in remote villages journey to Winterfell seeking him. Dick welcomes all. Once the desperate grasp hope, the strength they unleash is astounding. In the workshop, Yara has become Dick's right hand, and the scale of the workshop continues to expand, transforming the territory at a remarkable pace. Those gathered around him now number over 1,000, with their families and friends nearly covering the entire realm. Praise such as kindness and benevolence has swept across the frozen lands like a spring breeze. As he pushed open the door, a yellow blur darted out like lightning, heading straight for his face. Dick reacted swiftly, calmly sidestepping. He accurately grasped the nape of the yellow figure. At the same time, he pivoted lightly to dissipate the momentum. "Fatty, you've used that trick on me 800 times. It won't work." Dick laughed heartily, pulling the fluffy bundle into his embrace and ruffling its fur. "Meow, meow." In his arms, the now plump cat emitted a series of dissatisfied yet contented cries, its forepaws flailing. Dick changed out of his training leather armor, summoned a young maid, and instructed her to clean Fatty's litter box, filled with fine sand meticulously filtered from the frost riverbank. Unaware of the slight flush on the maid's cheeks, he stepped out of the castle. As Dick exited the castle gates, he was met with the warm greetings of the people. Unbeknownst to him, 2 pairs of eyes observed his departing figure from the shadow of the towering castle tower. They belonged to Dick's elder brother, Roger Castark, and the old knight, Cohen Park. Their conversation seemed to have concluded. Knight Cohen Park bowed respectfully. "My lord, do you have further instructions?" Yet Roger's gaze remained fixed on his brother, who was jovially conversing with the common folk in silence. "My lord?" Cohen Park cautiously reminded him. Roger slowly shook his head, letting out a barely audible sigh. "Father intends for you to rotate to Trembling Sea Fortress as the deputy commander. Exercise utmost caution. The threats are not solely from enemies beyond the walls. We will expedite the rotation of the fortress garrison. Once the rotation is complete, you will be the commander." Cohen Park's expression turned solemn as he affirmed, "Understood, my lord. I vow to defend the honor of Castark to the death." Roger's gaze finally returned to the old knight, suddenly inquiring, "What is your opinion of my dear brother Dick?" This question visibly took the old knight aback. He cautiously raised his eyes, glancing at Roger's inscrutable face, and chose his words with care. The name of Master Dick's kindness and benevolence resonates throughout the territory, and I wholeheartedly concur. However, Roger merely gestured for the old knight to depart. He turned once more, leaning against the railing, gazing toward the castle gates. A deep sigh merging with the wind. "What remarkable renown, my dear brother." Dick was departing the castle to bid farewell to 2 scholars. One was his mentor, the esteemed Viscount, and the other was Viscount's own teacher, the venerable Master Valentine Johnson. This Master Valentine, advanced in years, bore upon his neck 5 heavy iron rings, each symbolizing profound knowledge. Dick had only heard of him before, never having encountered the man himself. The reason was simple. The old gentleman was a thoroughgoing astromancer. He slumbered during the day and spent his nights gazing up at the celestial sphere. Naturally, Dick could not see the old scholar while he recuperated during daylight. And by night, when the scholar was lost in the cold heavens, Dick had long since succumbed to dreams. It was not until recently that Dick noticed Viscount's furrowed brow, learning that Master Valentine had expressed an urge to journey northward to the tribes of the wilds, even declaring his intention to venture to the land of eternal winter in the far north. This news greatly troubled Viscount. How could such an elderly scholar venture into the perilous wilderness, into a place from which there was no return? It was sheer folly. Having learned much from Viscount, Dick approached with concern. He discovered that the old scholar had become somewhat bewitched by the stars. The aged scholar muttered incessantly about how the night sky over the northern realms bore no resemblance to the celestial paths visible from the old town's academy. He felt compelled to seek a more northern view. With the scant geographical knowledge Dick had acquired in his previous life, he understood the reasoning, albeit uncertain if this world followed the same principles. Yet, in this age, it was difficult for people to encapsulate such astronomical and geographical laws. He dared not expound upon the revolutionary notion that the world is a sphere in front of the old scholar. Instead, Dick cautiously suggested, Master, perhaps you might also study the connection between the movements of the stars and the changes in seasons and climate. This could provide warnings and practical assistance to those beneath the sky, such as disaster forecasts or guidance for agricultural cycles. The thoughts Dick entertained were akin to weather forecasts or seasonal guidance. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the old scholar's fixation on the wilderness and the far north diminished. Nevertheless, he still insisted on embarking on a journey. He altered his plans to explore the entirety of the Castark territory. It seemed as though he had been persuaded, yet not entirely. Dick could only assist Viscount in arranging carriage, since Count Carlin had not formally accepted the fealty of the two scholars. Dick was compelled to request his father to dispatch 2 strong and experienced servants to accompany them for protection. At the entrance of the Seven Gods monastery, a simple yet sturdy carriage awaited. Yara, together with Arno, was assisting Viscount in transporting supplies and books. Upon seeing Dick approach, Yara's face instantly blossomed with a joyful smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Years have passed, and she has blossomed into a graceful young lady. Yet, standing beside the towering and robust Arno, she still appeared exceptionally slender. Yara swiftly communicated to Dick through sign language that the old scholar was waiting for him inside. Dick nodded with a smile, patted Arno's arm, who was grinning foolishly, signaling him to continue assisting. Scholar Weiss, upon spotting Dick, shrugged helplessly and gestured towards the interior with his lips. Understanding the hint, Dick quickly made his way into the temporary quarters of the old scholar within the monastery. Valentine Johnson, the scholar, was exceedingly aged. Time had carved deep lines into his face, and a thick fur hat concealed his sparse white hair. Upon hearing footsteps, the old scholar steadied himself with his oak cane and slowly rose. Child, you have arrived. Dick instinctively stepped forward to offer support. Johnson smiled gently, lightly pushing aside Dick's outstretched hand. In response to Dick's somewhat bewildered gaze, the old scholar leaned on his cane and ambled steadily around the room. You see, child, the scholar spoke with a voice imbued with profound calmness. I do not require your assistance. Of course, I understand this is entirely out of your goodwill. You speak quite directly, Dick remarked, scratching his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. I have already accepted your goodwill. The scholar paused, his starry eyes gazing at Dick, playfully winking. That carriage and the awakening of a stubborn old man. The scholar hesitated for a moment, tapping his cane lightly on the floor, his tone laden with meaning. Thus, for this old man, who temporarily does not require support, to accept your assistance would seem a bit excessive. He deliberately emphasized the word excessive. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to lay bare his thoughts, his gaze profound. Child, just as you assist those unfortunate souls, you have done more than enough, remarkably so. Dick instantly grasped the underlying message. How could he not? The smiles on his father, Count Karen, and elder brother, Roger, had gradually transformed from pride to complexity and entanglement. Dick was acutely aware of his position as the second son of the family. It was a hard and fast rule that the eldest son inherited everything. Yet deep within, he remained unperturbed. Possessing the 72 remnants of earthly fiends, Dick believed he could live freely. A tall tree attracts the wind, he said, I understand. He stepped forward again, gently grasping the old scholar's arm. This time, the scholar did not refuse. Dick spoke in a soothing tone, attempting to convey his calmness through his eyes. However, that carefree demeanor seemed not to escape the perceptive gaze of the old scholar. A tall tree attracts the wind. The scholar repeated this wise adage from a distant land, a flicker of understanding and deeper worry passing through his murky eyes. Since you comprehend such wisdom, why then does he allow Dick to assist him? Slowly walking towards the door, why does he still appear so unconcerned? Dick took the conversation, pushing open the door leading to the courtyard, where the gentle sunlight poured in. I simply wish to aid my family and assist those in need. After all, I possess this capability now. He gazed at Yara and Arno, who were bustling about in the courtyard, his voice calm. If all else fails, I shall relinquish it all. In any case, I never intended to gain anything from this endeavor. The old scholar turned his head to observe the youthful and vibrant Dick bathed in sunlight. His handsome visage radiating sincerity and tranquility, devoid of pretense. He remained silent for a few seconds, ultimately exhaling a deep, silent sigh, swallowing back a multitude of unspoken words. Chapter 45. Blinding eyes outside the city of Everwinter. Dick watched as the tracks of the old scholar Valentine Johnson vanished into the snowstorm before turning back, leading Yara and Arno in the opposite direction. Yara eagerly gestured in sign language. Sir, will you be visiting the workshop today? It has been quite some time since you last went. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I have been keeping your workspace tidy. Please, I, along with the children, wish for you to come see it. Dick smiled gently and shook his head. In an instant, Yara's bright eyes were clouded with profound disappointment and confusion. After escorting Arno and Yara back to the workshop, Dick returned to the castle. He donned his attire with precision, fetched his beloved longbow, and led out his steed, Deathspike. Mounting his horse, he headed straight towards the city gates, a routine he had adhered to unwaveringly for nearly 2 years. Whenever possible, he would venture beyond the city to engage in genuine hunting on the outskirts of the Phantom Woods. The Count Carlin no longer restricted the now tall and sturdy Dick, allowing him to roam the forest's edge under strict orders. Yet, this was sufficiently liberating. The young man rode forth daily, brimming with vigor, becoming a familiar sight in Everwinter. The townsfolk had grown accustomed to the 2 guards standing by the city gates, awaiting Dick's appearance. Dick did not deceive the old scholar. He had indeed let go. He seldom concerned himself with the workshop's affairs or the nitty-gritty of bridge building and road laying, intervening only when matters became troublesome. However, time possesses its own power. Even though Dick was merely the nominal head, the achievements of the workshop and the resilient injured soldiers deepened their respect for this young man. In a moment of clarity, Dick understood why. In his previous life, those high-ranking executives could bask in accolades. As long as their subordinates produced results, the halo of success would invariably shine upon them. Yet, Dick's heart was not aligned with such pursuits. What truly preoccupied him was the enigmatic scroll of the 72 remnants of earthly fiends lurking in the depths of his consciousness. Now a robust young man, how could he resign himself to forever remain in the city as a rat exterminator? Beyond the city lay an expansive realm, a brutal world where humans coexisted with beasts. Countless animals roamed the forest's edge, including ferocious predators. The souls obtained from hunting living creatures, both in quantity and quality, far surpassed those of mere rats. In the lumberyard years ago, when that lone wolf was ensnared in a trap, as its life faded, it released a sphere of light the size of a fist, enveloped in a soft blue glow. Only that solitary wolf spirit filled the final void of energy required for the sword control technique. In the ensuing years, Dick found himself confronted with an overwhelming array of remaining options from the 72 fragments of the earthly demons. Invisibility? Soul pursuit? Doppelganger? The multitude of choices left him in a quandary. Not long ago, the fragment sensed that the stored spiritual energy had reached a threshold sufficient to activate a new sanctum. However, the indecisive Dick made a bold choice. He invested all his accumulated spiritual energy deep into the sword art sanctum's sword mastery. Which spirited young man could possibly resist the allure of becoming a sword immortal? Yet, the outcome left him disheartened to the brink of despair. Aside from the brilliance of the sword art sanctum becoming even more resplendent, there was no further response. A clear message resonated, insufficient, far from enough. Dick, in his mind, gave a respectful thumbs up to the fragment. You truly understand the essence of pay to win. Following this experience, he was wary of placing all his bets in one gamble again. Nevertheless, there was good news. Firstly, the resplendent sword art sanctum elevated Dick's comprehension of sword and sharpness to new heights. Though he had not yet reached the realm of plucking leaves and flying blossoms, his accuracy and penetration with the bow and arrows had reached an extraordinary level. Even more surprising was that, after years of slowly absorbing the celestial energy, the fragment had once again activated a secret art sanctum, the mighty strength sanctum. A tremendous force surged through his entire being. The mechanism of the mighty strength sanctum was simple and brutal. By continuously infusing energy, one could attain a terrifying strength that seemed nearly limitless. Dick understood that this limitless strength was surely fraught with the same pitfalls as the sword mastery. But the initial rewards were undeniably tangible, just as exhilarating as when he had first acquired the sword control technique. Dick secretly tested his newfound abilities in the castle training grounds. He could effortlessly lift and even toss the heavy stone blocks that the strongest knights could only manage with great effort. He even snapped a discarded iron sword with just his fingers. The extraordinary power bestowed by the fragment seemed to carry the might to alter the very rules. Despite acquiring this formidable strength, Dick's physique remained slender and poised, not becoming overly muscular. The only notable change was in his silver hair, which had grown even more pure and dazzling, akin to condensed moonlight and frost. This only ignited Dick's fervor for hunting. At this moment, he had galloped to the city gates, poised to spur his steed, Deathhound, when he heard a bright call from behind. "Dick, wait for us, Dick." It was Aaron and Martha, the cousins from the Falcon tribe. They too rode horses, with a few robust tribesmen swiftly trailing behind them. "We just finished feeding the little ones," Aaron said, riding closer with a radiant smile. "Today we are taking them outside the city to practice flying. Why not join us? I can have the little Falcon Scout for you." Her tone was affectionate and natural. Dick, intrigued, asked, "Haven't you yet experienced the eagle dream? Are you really ready to let the fledgling go?" Martha, the younger sister, rode her horse close to Dick's side, boldly laughing. "Oh dear, you still have a trace of our Falcon tribe's blood. Falcons, the art of falconry is our livelihood. Even the fledgling hawks must learn to recognize the winds and paths." Her words elicited friendly laughter from the man behind them, and the youthful mirth dispersed the biting cold of the northern winds. Hooves crushed the snow beneath them as they galloped toward the edge of the ghostly shadow forest, painting a vibrant portrait of youthful exuberance. Two enthusiastic cousins insisted on accompanying him, and Dick felt no gloom. His past habits of thought made him instinctively wish to maintain distance. Yet from another perspective, how could one feel downcast when a lovely cousin willingly offers to fish or play video games together? Those who would feel disheartened likely fear their cousin discovering their inability to catch fish or revealing their lackluster gaming skills. But would Dick be afraid? Absurd. Weather-startled hares darted from the grass. Wild boars sprang from the thicket, or the occasional lone wolf appeared. As long as they entered within 200 paces of Dick, there would be no chance of survival. Arrows soared through the air, unfailingly accurate, flowing with grace and elegance. It was not that he could not shoot farther. The misfortunate crow from earlier was testament to that, but Dick deliberately controlled his range to within 200 paces for two reasons. First, such an extraordinary range needed to be concealed. Second, the fragment must successfully devour the souls, requiring the target to be ended by his own hand to conclude the cause and effect, and to be within that 200 paces. Even so, his remarkable archery skill left onlookers in awe. The admiration in his cousin's eyes nearly took on a tangible form. The tribal guards assisting in retrieving the prey could only express their astonishment. Every target faced by Dick met its demise with arrows piercing either their eyes or open mouths. A swift death, preserving the integrity of the pelts to the greatest extent. As for those panicked creatures fleeing with their backs to Dick, well, the arrows protruding from their posteriors were indeed somewhat unsightly. Yet, at least they too retained their pelts intact. Dick observed the guards bringing back hefty hares and wild boars. Arrows lodged in their hindquarters, and he rubbed his nose with a sly grin that only youth could possess. Chapter 46. Scarcity of food. Dick's thoughts, like snowflakes scattered by the winter wind, perpetually floated around the notion of becoming stronger. At this moment, even while situated in the grand family meeting room on the second floor of Everwinter Fortress, he found his mind drifting far away. Outside the window, heavy leaden clouds hung low, suffocating thoughts as if frozen in time. As the nominal leader of the wounded and overseer of the workshop, Dick was always summoned whenever Count Carlin convened discussions regarding the affairs of the territory. After all, the wounded were engaged in bridge building and road construction, while the workshop produced leather armor, all of which tangibly strengthened the House of Stark. Like his cousin who returned from the prisoner exchange and was tasked with overseeing the territory's taxes, Dick typically remained as silent as a stone upon an icy plain. At this moment, his uncle, Tony Stark, was reporting in a low voice about his observations while patrolling the domain, while Dick's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the hardwood table. His gaze fixed outside the window at the dreary grayness, his thoughts drifting as if he were daydreaming in a classroom of a past life. Dick. The deep voice of Earl Dick Caron shattered the silence like a block of ice, abruptly pulling Dick back from his reverie. He turned his head in confusion, meeting his father's face, which bore an expression of resignation. Observing his younger son's evident distraction, the Earl sighed. What I just said was also a matter of necessity. Do not take it to heart. He paused, his hawk-like gaze intensely focused on Dick. Are you even listening? A faint blush of embarrassment crossed Dick's face as he hastily replied, Father, you may proceed as you see fit. The words fell flat, devoid of substance. The Earl, recognizing that his previous remarks had not even registered in Dick's ears, sighed heavily once more, rubbing his brow. Beside him, his elder brother, Roger Stark, quickly intervened to explain for his brother, his voice steady yet tinged with urgency. Dick, Uncle has summoned 500 new recruits from the territory. We can manage with armor and weapons, but we are beginning to face a severe food shortage. Leaning back in a chair, Uncle Tony sank deeper into its embrace, lazily adding, the young ones in the territory have grown up, all capable of wielding arms, yet we have also welcomed a number of crying little ones. While an increase in population is a positive sign, what can this cursed land yield? Snow and stones, perhaps? Thus, we are running short on provisions. This is a common plight, albeit varying in severity. Roger took over, his fingers pressing firmly against the rough tabletop. The soldiers' rations must be prioritized. If those traitors led by Silas cease their harassment, we should gather our strength and seize the opportunity to retaliate. Therefore, Dick, the food allocated for the wounded units under your command from the family must be halted. The supplies from the workshops can remain unchanged. Those cannot stop. Dick straightened his back abruptly, his voice urgent. We cannot cease now. They rely on this for their survival. Roger furrowed his brow, shaking his head vehemently, his tone growing firm. Dick, over the years, you have sheltered far too many who are incapable of bearing arms. The numbers are overwhelming, but they depend on this meager food to survive. Dick countered, his hands unconsciously tightening into fists, knuckles whitening. Survive. Roger's voice rose, tinged with a vexation born of frustration. You even allow them to receive double rations at night. There are already individuals trading the surplus food in secret. The castle's granary is not an endless pit. It is nearing depletion. He leaned forward, his gaze sharp throughout the entire territory. There is still a continuous influx of people seeking you out. Those who have lost arms, limped, or gone blind. You never turn them away. Now, this group is nearing 2,000, Dick. 2,000 mouths to feed. The number of soldiers we can muster is nearly upon us. Our territory is facing a critical food shortage. We must prioritize those who can wield weapons and defend our homeland. Brother, the influx of newcomers has diminished significantly. Yes, I would venture to say that these are nearly all the people we have left. Dick endeavored to imbue his voice with greater persuasion, tinged with a hint of desperation. Just a modicum of sustenance is all we require to restore the bridges, smooth the roads, refurbish the towns, and even erect new fortifications and outposts. All of this would tangibly augment the strength of our family. Dick, fortifications? Outposts? Roger was nearly driven to slam his hand upon the table. The soldiers can repair them themselves. No lord is as burdened as we are. Supporting such a vast population of the wounded, we have reached our limits. This is not a matter of mercy. It is a question of survival. The very existence of our family hangs in the balance. As the tension between the two sons escalated, the Count, Lord Carlin, sat in silence, his expression dark, lightly tapping his fingers upon the armrest. Their uncle, Tony, cleared his throat, breaking the impasse with a voice tinged with a mischievous hint of chaos. Perhaps we could persuade the merchants who are nearing our shores? The fellows from across the narrow sea have been packing their ships with flour, selling it here at prices akin to gold. Archibald, their usually taciturn uncle, instantly voiced his vehement opposition. Absolutely not, Tony. Of course, it is exorbitantly priced. In times past, we had the Hornwood, where we could scrape by with some crops. Our Winterfell, aside from frozen earth and biting winds, naught can grow. Flour is indeed horrendously priced. It is precisely because of such lucrative profits that merchants dare to venture to our desolate land. Should you attempt to compel them, they will thereafter avoid Winterfell like the plague, viewing us as savages of the wilderness. In that case, it would be we who suffer the greater loss. If the trade routes are severed, We shall have no escape left. Archibald turned to the Count, his tone softening, suggesting, "Brother, what if we offered leather armor and fine hides to the southeastern Castleford, in exchange for some provisions with the lords of the First Men? They might have some surplus." Tony scoffed without reservation, interrupting his brother with a heavy dose of mockery. "My dear brother, they are, like us, a group of impoverished lords of frozen earth, equally starved, their bellies pressed against their backs. To place our hopes upon them? By the seven hells, it will be a miracle if they do not turn their sights on raiding our granaries instead." Seated in the corner, the cousin responsible for taxation, who had been mostly silent, hesitated before speaking. "Perhaps we could offer to waive a portion of the taxes in exchange, allowing the vassals to pay with food or game as tribute." Roger shook his head in resignation, promptly dismissing the notion. The forests have been open to all vassals for hunting. This is already the utmost generosity, barely sustaining survival across the lands. An increase in fur taxes might be feasible, but food is a far more daunting proposition. He cast a glance at Tony. Had an uncle just mentioned that the population was increasing in various regions, and they themselves might not have enough to eat, let alone surplus grain for taxation? The conference hall once again succumbed to a heavy silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of burning wood in the fireplace, as if providing an accompaniment to this dire predicament. At last, Count Karen spoke, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable resolve, sweeping his gaze across every individual present. "Enough. Despair will not resolve our issues." He turned his attention to Archer. "Archer, intensify the procurement of food. As for prices, we may allow some flexibility. Merchants seek profit, and as long as they can still earn, they will find ways to transport supplies." Next, he glanced at Roger. "Inform our northern hunting parties, as well as those venturing into the Phantom Forest, to escalate their efforts. Furs, meat, anything that can fill our bellies must be brought back." Finally, the Count's gaze returned to his younger son, his look as unyielding as the walls of Winterfell. "Dick, prepare your team for potential reductions in food supplies, even a complete halt. This is an order. The survival of the family takes precedence above all else." "Father." Dick's voice trembled with urgency, his throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. But upon witnessing his father's cold and resolute expression, all words of argument lodged in his throat. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, and he despondently sank back into the hard chair. To give up? No. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Dick's mind. There must be a way. A solution must be found. Chapter 47. Joy and sorrow. The biting wind, sharp as a blade, swept across the frostbitten riverbank, penetrating to the bone with its chilling embrace. Dick Karstark stood atop the lofty wooden arch bridge, allowing the fierce wind to tug at his striking silver hair. His brow furrowed tightly as he gazed down at the murky waters below, where fragmented ice was swept along, wailing as it surged toward the distant, hazy sea. The news of the family's food shortages weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a burdensome stone that rendered him breathless. Surely, he could not simply resign to fate. He murmured into the howling wind, his voice instantly torn asunder, dissipating into the air. As this thought emerged, it struck like a venomous thorn, piercing deeply into his heart. Memories of the scorching scene in front of the workshop surged forth. The war had just concluded, the smoke still lingering, and the open space was crowded with injured soldiers returning from the front lines. Men, missing limbs, bore faces etched with fatigue, their eyes hollow enough to wrench the heart. The vows of that year pierced through his recollections, erupting in his ears. "I swear by the honor of House Karstark, I shall ensure that every warrior who can still wield a tool is offered a worthy position. Let your wounded hands earn bread, granting you a pillar of support in life. House Karstark shall never forget those who bleed for it." A thunderous roar erupted before the workshop, rekindling the flickering embers of hope within the men's eyes. It felt as if it were yesterday. But what am I to do? Dick clenched the cold railing of the bridge, his knuckles turning white. The most fundamental necessity, food, deprived of sustenance. Those men who had painstakingly reclaimed their dignity. What fate awaits their wives, children, and elderly? Bowing his head, silver locks cascading over his brow, confusion etched upon his face. Beneath the bridge, a weathered fishing boat glided through the archway. The fisherman aboard caught sight of the striking silver hair, hastily doffing his cap in reverence, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. Dick forced a bitter semblance of a smile, offering a courteous nod. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him like a bolt from the blue. He abruptly raised his gaze, his keen eyes scanning the expansive river, scattered fishing boats struggling against the biting wind, most wielding rudimentary harpoons, while only a scant few employed tattered nets. "Hey, come ashore!" Dick shouted towards the drifting vessel. The small boat responded to his call, and the fishermen, escorted by guards, cautiously ascended the bridge, stammering in defense. "Sir, I merely wish to pay my respects." Dick shook his head, softening his tone. "Fear not, I have but a few questions. Do you usually fish with harpoons?" "Why, yes, sir." The fisherman lowered his head further. "What nets?" Dick pressed on, relieved to be discussing fishing. The fisherman exhaled. "We seldom used them before. The nets would easily tear, lacking sturdy ropes. But now, the workshop has produced strong lines, and some fellows are using simple nets to assist with the harpooning." "Are there many fish in the frost-laden river?" The fisherman grew bolder and candidly complained. "Indeed, yet they are too cunning. The water is painfully cold, and the fish swim fast and are difficult to catch." A spark ignited in Dick's eyes, decisiveness surging through him. He swiftly mounted his horse, exclaiming, "To the workshop!" His voice brimmed with long-lost zeal. Indeed, fish, this long-neglected source of nourishment. He berated himself for his earlier sluggishness. Clearly, there were fishermen on the frosty river, yet they relied on such primitive tools. Harpoons? Makeshift nets? An utter waste. It was time to showcase to the world what true fishing entailed. In this realm, none understood it better than he. Dick began to grasp anew, galloping back to Eternal Winter City, his heart ablaze with fervent hope and invigorated spirit. At the workshop, Yara gazed in astonishment as he burst in with fervor. Dick spoke rapidly, commanding the procurement of the sturdiest lines, enlisting the most adept children in rope-making, rolling up his sleeves to demonstrate personally. No need for intricate nets. A mesh this size will suffice. He indicated the size of a child's fist. "We must create an expansive net trap, akin to a colossal intestinal pouch for fish." His mind raced with survival techniques from his past life. It was unrealistic to drain the main river, yet numerous narrow tributaries upstream held the key to hope. After days of relentless effort, Yara, Arno, and the children collaboratively crafted several immense and resilient long net traps. Dick immediately sought out Karen Brown, the head of the infirmary. Though he limped on one leg, the man remained as robust as a tower. "Karen, gather a dozen capable and resilient brothers, equipped with tools and the 2 reinforced carts. Follow me." The team braved the biting cold winds, trudging along the riverbank until they soon discovered an ideal narrow tributary entrance. Here, the water was shallow, and the current flowed gently. Dick commanded the injured men, shouting robustly as they drove sturdy wooden stakes firmly into the riverbed's silt, securing the long, cage-like fishing nets between them, effectively constructing an underwater dam that completely obstructed the river's flow. Meanwhile, another group wielded long poles, positioned on both banks upstream, rhythmically splashing the water's surface, stirring up the silt from the riverbed. The sound was thunderous. "Hey, heave! Don't let the fish escape." Koren, leaning on Napole, limped along the shore, giving instructions with a booming voice. The fish in the river, startled and panicked, darted away, occasionally leaping from the water, shimmering like silver. The commotion within the net grew increasingly intense, from sporadic thumps to a cacophony of flapping, until the entire net began to roll violently, splashing water everywhere. Everyone on the shore held their breath, their eyes fixed on the churning surface. "Haul in the net!" Dick seized the moment and shouted with fervor. Dozens of injured men formed several groups to pull on the ropes, their synchronized shouts echoing through the valley. 1-2, heave. The heavy net was inching towards the shore. When the first cage of fish completely emerged from the water, an uproar of deafening, nearly frenzied cheers erupted from the bank. A bountiful harvest. The cage was brimming with lively fish, the larger ones as thick as an adult's arm, the smaller ones palm-sized, all jostling together, glistening with an intoxicating silver sheen under the sun. The 2 reinforced carts could scarcely contain this immense bounty, and the men excitedly used their large baskets to carry the remaining catch. Dick's heart raced with exhilaration. This was not merely a glimmer of hope in the face of a food crisis. These fish represented a profound connection he had forged, countless pale green, almost imperceptible specks of light were quietly drifting from the struggling fish, seamlessly merging into his very being. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. He gazed at the abundant yield, his smile wide and uncontainable. The injured men busily portioned the catch, the team returning triumphantly, laden with hope and bounty. The carts piled high with fish, the ethereal pale green specks wafting along the route. The excited boasts and laughter of the injured men created ripples like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up great waves in the villages along the way and ultimately in the city of Everwinter. Look, goodness, so many fish. Where do they come from? I heard it was a brilliant new method devised by Lord Dick. Incredible. Along the journey, gasps and cheers echoed incessantly. People surged into the streets, eager to witness this astonishing harvest. Dick, mounted on a grand steed, felt the devouring power within him, absorbing the subtle yet persistent flow of causation. A warm sensation filling him as a long-awaited, vibrant smile graced his face. The cart delivered the catch directly to the castle's smoking workshop. The servants, upon seeing the mound of wriggling fresh fish, were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a bittersweet smile. "My lord, there is too much. We cannot possibly finish it." Dick observed the vibrant and bustling scene before him, feeling the almost ceaseless warmth of a devouring energy within him. A profound sense of accomplishment surged forth, prompting a hearty laugh to escape his lips. Ha ha ha! The soldiers, servants, and onlooking villagers were all uplifted by this resonant laughter filled with strength and hope, their weary faces blossoming into smiles. However, amidst this cacophony of joy, at the highest tower of the castle, Roger Stark, the heir of House Stark, stood quietly by the icy window, his profound gaze pierced through the biting cold, resting upon his spirited younger brother below, as well as upon the towering pile of fish that symbolized life and hope. Chapter 48. The Heart's not a small river, of course, could not resolve the food crisis facing House Stark. Yet, solutions abound where challenges exist. Dick led a team, traversing 4 different river segments in a single day, yielding commendable results. The veterans guided the newcomers, teaching them the art of fishing hand in hand. The team was subsequently divided into smaller groups, spreading out like a net to all water bodies within their domain that might harbor fish. Dick understood the principle of sustainable fishing and issued a strict order. The mesh of the nets must not be smaller than the fist of an adult man. Better to catch less than to deprive the small fish of life, ensuring a future for their territory. The results came swiftly. Cartloads of fresh fish returned to the castle and village, genuinely alleviating the food shortage. The villagers were first astonished, followed rapidly by cheers. Their simple understanding was, of course, that the more food, the better. Roger, Dick's elder brother and the family heir, witnessed this and resolved to host a banquet to celebrate Dick's resolution of the food crisis. Family members, knights, and warriors from the Falcon tribe gathered in the hall, illuminated brightly by the flickering lights. The highlight of the feast was the fresh fish, grilled to a perfect crisp outside and tender within. The fish soup was creamy and fragrant, complemented by smoked meats and hearty dark bread, creating a sumptuous feast. The knights and warriors engaged in drinking contests, their faces flushed. They toasted to the lord and lady, to Roger, and some raised their glasses high in honor of Dick. A young knight, emboldened, raised a toast to the beautiful Anna Stark, eliciting a wave of laughter. The atmosphere was extraordinarily joyful, yet Dick partook of the meal slowly and abundantly. As the banquet drew to a close, the guests gradually dispersed. In the hall, Dick sat with 2 lovely falcons by his side, his cousins, Aaron and Martha, chattering away with sparkling eyes. His younger brother, Torrin, continued to eat, casting furtive glances at his cousins while eyeing the towering pile of empty plates before him, his expression a mixture of frustration and defiance, as if in competition with someone. Dick finished his plate, and just as the servant began to stack the empty dish, Torrin devoured another, piling it higher than Dick's. Brother Roger remained, holding a wine glass, watching Torrin with keen interest. Once Dick took his last bite and wiped his hands, Roger nodded towards Torrin and said, "Torrin, escort our lovely cousins back to their rooms." Torrin's eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded in agreement, though the 2 young ladies pouted, reluctant to leave. Roger turned to Dick, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Dick, follow me. I have a surprise." "Surprise?" Dick was puzzled but trailed behind Roger through a convoluted path, only to find himself at the door of his own room. Confusion enveloped Dick, as his expression clearly conveyed, "What is going on?" Roger raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face, and stepped aside. After you. As Dick pushed open the door, he was instantly taken aback. A row of young, beautiful maids stood respectfully, curtsying as he entered, their faces adorned with sweet smiles. Dick froze at the threshold, his mind a blank slate. What was his brother playing at? Yet, he quickly recalled the words of his tutor, Viscato. Dick, you need servants. You must ask your brother for them. Do you like them, my dear brother? Roger entered, closing the door behind him and gesturing toward the maids. You've been a great help, and your brother is grateful. But you never asked for anything, so I took the liberty of arranging for your attendance. They are all here. Feel free to choose whomever you fancy. After a brief pause, Roger's expression transformed into one of both mischief and a hint of distress. If you want them all. He leaned closer to Dick, locking eyes with him, his tone becoming serious. As long as you speak up, your brother will make it happen. Dick's gaze swept over the maids, then returned to Roger. His emotions tumultuous. His brother had misunderstood him. Unsure of how to clarify, he sighed softly and met Roger's gaze earnestly. Brother, you may be misinterpreting my intentions. Whether they be servants or maids, it truly is unnecessary. A flicker of disappointment passed through Roger's eyes. Dick hastily added, no need to choose. I trust your judgment, brother. However, he carefully selected his words. You might have a misconception about me. I am constantly aware that I am the second son of House Castark. I have my own aspirations. Perhaps you could understand it as a preference for hunting. There was no way to confess his pursuit of the 72 remnants of D. Shah. Roger listened quietly, his expression gradually easing into a gentle smile as he opened his arms. Dick understood that his brother's concerns had been laid to rest, and he stepped forward to embrace Roger. My dear brother, Roger clapped Dick's back heartily, his laughter ringing out, I merely wish to grant you a surprise. A reward you deserve. With that, he released Dick and resumed his mischievous demeanor, winking at the maids. All right, ladies, you may step outside now. Let my brother have some rest. He is still not accustomed to it, he chuckled. The maids filed out one after another, and Roger followed them out, the door closing gently behind them. Dick let out a sigh, moving to the corner to gather the plump cat, Fat Beau, cradling its squirming, furry head in his hands as he sat down. Outside in the corridor, Roger's footsteps gradually faded, yet the bright smile on his face vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed, leaving only a shadow of gloom. His gaze tumultuous with complexity. Was it disappointment? Anger? Or perhaps a deeper suspicion? He halted, leaning against the cold stone wall, Dick's words echoing in his ears. I prefer hunting. The younger son, Roger, muttered this phrase to himself, a trace of barely perceptible chill in his tone. Dick's achievements were monumental. The cheers of the common folk and the unmasked respect of the Falcon Tribe's warriors towards Dick were all too evident in Roger's eyes. As the heir, he needed to grasp everything, to discern what Dick truly desired. Power, status, or perhaps women. Bestowing maids was not merely a gesture. It was a test, a means of enticement, and a display of the elder brother's generosity and control. If Dick were to accept with eagerness, even exhibiting greed, Roger would find solace. A brother whose desires could be satiated with material gifts posed limited threats. He was even prepared to acquiesce if Dick were to demand, I want it all. Yet, Dick initially declined, although he later suggested that Roger arrange for selections, even invoking his status as the younger son to express propriety, and mentioned his preference for hunting. Roger remained unconvinced. He had witnessed Dick's commanding presence while fishing. Such composure was not characteristic of one merely content with hunting. This refusal resembled a veil, rendering Dick all the more elusive. Was he genuinely willing to be the younger son, or was there a deeper concealment? Had he invested so much energy into these matters merely as a hobby? The offerings he provided suggested that Dick was not particularly invested. Did he deem them unworthy? Did he negate their value? This sentiment was unsettling, even more so than if Dick were to demand more, which would alert him further. A brother who sought nothing yet possessed capability was exceedingly perilous. Roger pinched the bridge of his nose. Dick had resolved the food crisis this time and had emerged as a hero. Roger could not and would not act hastily. Yet, the vigilance and the doubts deepened by Dick's refusal had already been sown like a seed in his heart. He needed to observe more closely, to scrutinize Dick's every action, to ascertain whether he truly preferred hunting. Straightening himself, Roger inhaled deeply, the shadows of the corridor casting over half of his face, his eyes inscrutable and profound. Then he turned, his footsteps echoing in the vast hallway, imbued with an inescapable melancholy. He needed to contemplate meticulously how to arrange those two most beautiful and most considerate maids beside Dick in the room. Dick held Fatty in his arms, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts and sudden changes in his brother's mood outside. He only felt a sense of relaxation after fatigue. Having resolved the issue of sustenance and managed the evening banquet, he had temporarily dealt with his elder brother's goodwill. He longed for a moment of tranquility, his thoughts drifting once more to the pages of the fragment. Fatty let out a disgruntled meow, struggling to leap down. Dick released his grip, watching the plump cat nimbly bound to the windowsill, gazing out into the night. The night was still long, and the undercurrents of the Castark family seemed to have only just begun to stir. Chapter 49. Why? Before his transmigration, Dick was an utterly ordinary individual, devoid of lineage or connections, and during his school days, he never even held the position of group leader. Now, reborn as a noble young master, he naively clung to the notion that as long as he did not interfere with or vie for power, he could remain untouched. He believed that in due time, his family would understand his sincerity and accept his desire to be a mere idle person. Unfortunately, he failed to grasp that within this vortex of power, some identities cannot be evaded. Born into it, he was already part of the game, breathing air tainted with the rust of authority. Soon, Dick would experience an unprecedented taste of reality. Embarrassment akin to a scorching iron, anger like the hidden currents beneath an icy expanse, and a suffocating sense of powerlessness gripping his throat. A few days after the banquet, two young and beautiful maids were assigned to Dick's room. He did not refuse, knowing such an act would be futile. Just as guards shadowed him during outings, he had grown accustomed to this arrangement. To prove his words true, he refrained from participating in fishing, even if it meant sacrificing a considerable number of souls. It mattered not. He would make up for it through hunting. Thus, these days, Dick returned to his old routine, spending his time riding out with a bow and arrow, pursuing prey amidst the biting winds and sparse woodlands beyond the walls. However, tranquility did not last long. One evening, having just finished his dinner and intending to retire to his chamber, he was unexpectedly confronted at his door by his uncle, Tony Castark. Leaning lazily against the cold stone wall, Tony gestured toward the two maids tidying the room, winking and chuckling at Dick. "Ah, our little Dick seems to have truly grown up. Ha ha ha." His laughter carried a hint of mischief. Dick shrugged helplessly, too weary to offer an explanation. "What is it?" Tony's laughter gradually subsided, and the playful glint in his eyes transformed into a look of concern. He let out a heavy sigh, as if summoning tremendous resolve before speaking. "Dick, come with me to a place. Don't ask. You will understand when we arrive." With that, he produced a large, thick cloak that could envelop him from head to toe, offering it to Dick to conceal his conspicuous silver hair and features. Tony himself quickly donned a similar cloak. Though filled with confusion, Dick, trusting his uncle's usual kindness toward him, hesitated little before complying. Wrapping his cloak tightly around him, Dick silently followed Tony out of the castle. The guards recognized Tony, and none dared to impede their passage or follow them. As they walked through the nocturnal shadows of Winterfell, Dick was struck for the first time by the profound darkness of the northern night. It was a weighty blackness, as if it could consume all light. Only a few scattered torches at the intersections pierced the dense darkness, casting a feeble, flickering glow upon the cobblestones beneath their feet. Tony led him through a labyrinthine route, ultimately turning into the alley behind the only raucous tavern in the city. As they approached, the scene before them contrasted starkly with the oppressive silence outside. The narrow alley was lined with numerous torches, their flames dancing, casting ghostly shadows of a multitude of figures milling about. There was a throng of people, some clad in coarse linen, while most were drunken soldiers and knights, staggering in their revelry. The establishments lining the street were anything but respectable, and Dick grasped their nature with a mere glance. In the flickering light, several flamboyantly dressed women leaned against the shadows, their eyes casting lascivious glances at the passing men. Dick inwardly acknowledged the timelessness of such establishments. Nightlife, it seemed, bore a universal resemblance. Though it was his first encounter with such a scene, he merely raised an eyebrow, feeling no significant shock, as he had witnessed similar sights in his previous life. He recalled the persistent attempts of his former superior, Liu Dazhuang, to entice him into servitude by inviting a technician for his own benefit. What truly bewildered Dick was the purpose of his uncle bringing him here. He quickened his pace, grasping Tony's arm in disbelief, his voice a hushed mix of embarrassment and frustration. Wait, stop. My dear uncle, are you truly intending to let your nephew experience life here? By the gods, do you deem this appropriate? This time, however, Tony did not respond with his usual jovial demeanor. He simply shook his head silently, urging Dick to continue following him. With a sense of resignation, Dick lowered his hood further, nearly obscuring his face, and pressed on behind Tony into the depths of the alley, which reeked of cheap perfumes and inferior spirits. As they ventured deeper, the light diminished and the sounds of revelry grew sparse. Eventually, Tony halted in the shadow of a dilapidated wooden structure. He gestured subtly for Dick to look ahead. Curious, Dick leaned forward. Illuminated by the firelight was an imposing figure, nearly blocking the small door of the wooden shack, seated beside a modest pile of flames. That familiar, mountainous silhouette belonged to Arno, the giant who perpetually grinned and repeatedly uttered Arno. Beside him, nestled against him, was the diminutive form of Yara. At this moment, before the wooden cabin stood an elderly woman, her charm still evident despite the fatigue and worldly wisdom etched on her face. She forced a smile as she half-pushed, half-dragged two inebriated soldiers, swaying precariously towards the dilapidated wooden door. As the soldiers stumbled past Arno and Yara, they leered at Yara, whose youthful curves were beginning to manifest, and let out a lewd, suggestive chuckle. Yet, even in their drunken stupor, they seemed to comprehend the boundaries they must not cross, and under the woman's coaxing, they tittered and slipped through the door. With a creak, the wooden door closed behind them. Immediately, the sounds emanating from within the cabin pierced Dick's ears with startling clarity. His senses, heightened by the effects of the 72 residuals of earthly demons, became instruments of cruel torment. The woman's voice, strained yet unable to mask the pain and subservience, mingled with the coarse jests and gasps of the soldiers. Each syllable felt like a searing needle, mercilessly piercing Dick's eardrums. His body stiffened abruptly, as if his blood had frozen in an instant. For the first time, he loathed his cursed sensitivity. He wished fervently to become deaf. Outside, Yara remained oblivious to the distressing sounds. Perhaps she had long since grasped the nature of her mother-s activities within. Even though she and her brother had received sustenance from Dick's workshop, Arno's imposing frame resembled an insatiable abyss, demanding more money and food to satiate its hunger. Seated beside the foolishly grinning Arno, Yara unconsciously fiddled with a small stick, poking the fire intermittently. She buried her head deeply in the crook of her arm, revealing only her lovely eyes, which gazed vacantly at the flickering flames. The dancing light seemed to ignite within her clear gaze, morphing into a hazy yet profoundly stirring outline. Silver hair, a handsome profile, radiating the unique luminosity of youth that made her shy to meet his gaze. A faint, bittersweet smile involuntarily curved Yara's lips, casting a heart-wrenching sweetness across her expression. The firelight illuminated her cheeks, partially obscured by her arm, revealing a shy blush. Meanwhile, Dick, ensconced in the shadowy corner of the cold wall, felt as though struck by lightning, rendered utterly motionless. The unbearable sounds from within continued to assault his nerves. Anger, shame, an unfathomable sense of powerlessness, and an inexplicable feeling of humiliation coiled around his heart like countless icy serpents, gnawing madly. His mind went blank, akin to frozen gears that had come to a complete standstill. The broad brim of his cloak obscured most of his face, revealing only his tightly pressed, colorless lips. After what felt like an eternity, Dick finally managed to squeeze out a low, hoarse question through clenched teeth, as if dredging it from the depths of an abyss. Why? This query was directed at his uncle Tony, who stood silent as a stone beside him. Tony offered no response. He embedded his body deeper into the shadow of the wall, raising his head to gaze at the ink-like, starless night sky above. With no response from Dick, the suppressed volcano of his emotions finally erupted. He abruptly turned towards Tony, his body trembling violently beneath the cloak. As the dam of reason broke under the weight of his repressed fury, his voice contorted by extreme anger and humiliation. Why? Why did you bring me here all of a sudden? What do you intend to do? This uncontrollable roar, so stark in the relative silence of the alley, shattered the stillness that enveloped the cabin. The creaky door of the dilapidated wooden structure swung open, revealing two soldiers, disheveled and intertwined, stepping out while grumbling. Clearly still intoxicated, upon seeing Yara by the fire, they instinctively let out lewd chuckles, which abruptly ceased the next moment. They looked up to find the two shadowy figures cloaked in mystery at the corner of the cabin. Tony paid no heed to Dick's outburst. He slowly lifted his head, allowing his hood to fall back, revealing the face of the illustrious Castark family, known to all in Everwinter City. His expression bore no trace of mirth, only a chilling cold that froze the very air around him. Tony curled his lips into a cruel, emotionless smirk directed at the two soldiers. The drunken soldiers felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss in the midst of a scorching summer, akin to encountering the fabled, ferocious ice wolves of legend. The color drained from their faces, and cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads like a waterfall. Their legs weakened, and with a thud, they sank to the filthy, frigid ground, trembling like leaves in a storm. Tony coldly articulated a single word through clenched teeth: leave. As if granted a reprieve, the two soldiers scrambled away, crawling and tumbling, leaving in a panic, not daring to glance back. The commotion also caught the attention of Arno. He turned curiously, his massive form resembling a moving mountain. Even though Dick was shrouded in a cloak, Arno's innocent gaze seemed to recognize him instantly. Forgetting his earlier confusion, he beamed at Dick, waving his large hand enthusiastically, calling out as he always did, "Arno, Arno, Arno." His voice boomed with joy, although Yara could not hear. Arno's sudden movement and the soldier's reaction jolted her awake from the dreamlike glow of the fire. She turned to follow her brother, and, at that moment, her gaze met the cloaked figure in the shadow of the wall. Despite the obscured features, the familiar posture and the glimmer of distinctive silver hair peeking from beneath the cloak sent a wave of recognition through her. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, tinged with joy. Yet, in the next instant, she felt as if she had encountered the most terrifying nightmare, as all light was extinguished in an instant. Panic, fear, helplessness, and shame surged within her, culminating in an overwhelming despair that engulfed her like a frigid tide. As the slender stick that Yala used to poke the fire slipped weakly from her fingers and fell onto the cold stone floor, her cheeks, which had been flushed by the firelight, instantly drained of color, becoming as pale as parchment. Helplessly gazing at Dick's silhouette, her lips trembled, first releasing a stifled, fragmented sob, which soon escalated into an uncontrollable, heart-wrenching wail that pierced the suffocating air of the alley. The sharp cry, laden with despair and collapse, shattered the stillness. Dick seemed to hear once more, echoes from years past, the helpless, desperate screams that Yala had uttered when she and Arno were bullied. At this moment, in Yala's tear-filled eyes, the phantom of the silver-haired youth was swiftly receding amid her cries of despair, shattering and ultimately vanishing into the icy darkness. Chapter 50. The chill what girl does not yearn for love? This phrase encapsulates the secret and tender sentiments of youth. That longing resembles the buds of spring, adorned with morning dew and warmed by the rising sun, embodying the most genuine stirrings of life. It is as pure as a stream reflecting the moon, untouched by the grime of worldly calculations. Perhaps it is the unintentional glimpse of a boy's profile, a name lingering in the heart, or a mysterious melody carried by the evening breeze that sends ripples across the lake of a girl's heart. Yala is acutely aware of the chasm that lies between her and that noble youth. She carefully conceals everything deep within her heart, daring not to wish for more. When praying to the seven gods, her sole desire is merely to walk by his side. Yet tonight, that beautiful bubble she had cherished was ruthlessly burst. Feeling profoundly humiliated, Dick's anger surged, and he contemplated fleeing the suffocating scene. But just as he turned to leave, his gaze met Yala's eyes, brimming with despair. Her heartbroken cries echoed in his ears. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening him to the realization that it was he who felt shame, yet the one enduring the greatest humiliation and suffering was this innocent girl before him. Taking a deep breath, Dick forcefully pulled down his hood, suppressing the ire directed at his uncle, Tony Stark, along with the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He stepped slowly toward Yala, the girl he had once helped to escape bullying, who had now blossomed into an indispensable assistant in his leather workshop. Wait! The term leather workshop suddenly flashed through Dick's mind, and his thoughts raced like lightning. He recalled Viscount Wiscott, the scholar who was originally meant to manage the workshop. However, with the departure of the old scholar, Viscount Wiscott had also left Winterhold. And what of Dick? He had always seized opportunities to hunt outside the city, showing little enthusiasm for the management of the workshop. Who, then, is the true steward of the workshop? The answer is evident. Yara. Dick furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating Yara's stature and influence within the workshop. The people there, perhaps out of respect for him, had always heeded Yara's directives. As his thoughts deepened, Dick felt a sense of calm washing over him, as if he were on the verge of grasping the answer to the question why. He approached Yara, remaining silent, and with an open embrace, gently comforted her trembling shoulders, his fingers swiftly forming gestures before her. Everything that transpired tonight is not your concern. It is I who has entangled you. Do not weep. I cherish the sight of your smiling eyes. Yara's gaze remained fixed upon the silver-haired youth, tears cascading down like loose beads, her sorrowful cries unabated. Dick found himself at a loss, entirely unprepared for such a scene. The door of the dilapidated wooden cabin creaked open, and a slender woman, her face etched with extreme fatigue, stumbled out, her voice laced with urgency. Arno? Yara? Clearly startled by her daughter's weeping, when her eyes fell upon the conspicuous silver-haired youth before her, shock swiftly supplanted her anxiety. This was Dick's first encounter with her, yet she recognized the Lord's second son, nearly known to all in Everwinter City. Kind, benevolent, intelligent, the esteemed Master Dick. She was all too aware of her daughter's affections, and Yara's hidden feelings could not escape a mother-ass discerning gaze. Recalling the moment when she had guided two soldiers into the house, she realized that the young man had likely witnessed it all, causing her face to drain of color in panic. She longed to approach and soothe her weeping daughter, but her legs felt as though they were leaden, trembling with fear and weakness. With a thud, she collapsed onto the cold, muddy ground. Although Arno was perplexed, he immediately rushed to his mother's side, crouching down in an attempt to assist her. Arno! The woman, with her son's help, struggled to rise. Her gaze evasive, filled with trepidation and confusion as she bowed deeply to Dick, her words tumbling forth incoherently. And Master Dick, please. Her overwhelming terror rendered her speechless. Dick observed the woman's humble demeanor, Yara's desperate sobbing, and Arno's bewildered unease, feeling the sting of humiliation that had only just begun to subside. He realized that his continued presence here was a source of ongoing distress for them, a sensation he had only recently experienced himself. There is no need for such formality, madam. Dick's voice carried a hint of regret as he endeavored to appear composed. It was remiss of me to arrive at Yara's home unannounced. He turned to Yara, once more signing quickly and clearly, while addressing the woman. Given that you are aware of Yara and Arno's residence, I shall return to escort them tomorrow morning. I shall not intrude upon you any longer this evening. His movements were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. After speaking, Dick gently embraced Yara once more. Sensing that her tears had finally begun to subside, he then made a clear gesture. Wait for me tomorrow morning. Without lingering any longer, he resolutely turned away, his black cloak slicing through the still air as he strode away with purpose. The silver strands of his hair traced a cold arc in the dim light, swiftly merging into the shadows of the alley. Dick, wait! His uncle, Tony Stark, called out, trailing behind him. Dick remained oblivious until he rounded a corner and reached the main road leading to the castle, at which point Tony finally caught up, panting, and blocked his path. Hey! By the gods above! Tony spread his hands, feigning innocence with a touch of pleading humor. My dear nephew, with your clever mind, you surely understand that this matter has nothing to do with poor Tony. The initial fury had somewhat faded, and reason regained its dominion as Dick coldly glared at Tony, his voice as frigid as the eternal winter wind. Is it my dear brother Roger? Pausing, Dick's gaze deepened with complexity, as if he were peering into an unfathomable ice cavern, and he quietly added, his voice imbued with a barely perceptible weariness, or is it my father? Tony did not respond directly, but merely shrugged, stepping forward to unceremoniously drape an arm around Dick's shoulders, half pulling him towards the nearby tavern. Come, let's share a couple of drinks, my unfortunate uncle. A little alcohol will clear your mind. Dick did not resist, as the scalding humiliation and anger gradually cooled. The tumultuous and intricate thoughts pressed down upon him even more heavily. Chapter 51. The decision to depart in the raucous tavern. Upon seeing Dick and Tony Stark without their hoods, The best table immediately became available. Even the drunken patrons moved aside. As two large mugs of chilled ale were placed before them, Dick expressed his gratitude. He lifted one and downed it in one go. The coarse liquid washed down his throat, as if it sought to purge all the pent-up frustrations within him. Tony shook his head, taking a hearty gulp himself, sighing with satisfaction and nostalgia. Dick, you have always been different, quite special. Dick slammed his empty mug onto the table, signaling the serving maid for a refill. The icy liquid brought a momentary numbness. In what way special? Tony scratched his unruly beard and clicked his tongue. For example, you even say thank you to the serving maid across the bar. You, in this place. He gestured to the rugged surroundings. You're out of place. When I fled from the horned fortress with you in my arms, you were so small, not a peep, your eyes sparkling. Now that you've grown, you've become excessively good, impeccably good. Dick accepted the new drink, the sharpness stinging his throat. Old Bachelor Valentine has said something akin to that. That old man who gazed at the stars that night? Tony grinned broadly. What an amusing old chap, indeed a soft-hearted fellow. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice. Listen, Dick, the moniker the Rat Catcher is rather exhilarating. Alternatively, a reputation of being debauched would certainly surpass the current citywide acclaim of being clever and kind-hearted Dick, wouldn't it? Much less trouble. Dick scoffed, laced with self-deprecation and irony, like my dear Uncle Tony, perhaps? Ha ha ha. Tony, far from being offended, burst into hearty laughter, giving Dick a vigorous pat on the back. Indeed, if one wishes to be a debauched son, one ought to take it easy or meddle less in others' affairs. His insinuation was palpable. Dick shook his head. Some matters cannot merely be evaluated on the basis of ability, but rather on the principles of right and wrong. He glanced into his glass, swirling the wine. What about you? My discerning uncle, what lofty expectations do you hold? After all these years, what my aunt? What of your children? This inquiry struck a nerve. In an era where blood ties reigned supreme, Tony's bachelorhood stood out starkly. Tony's smile faded as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. Juliet Christie, the red-haired one. You must have seen her. We have a child. His gaze darkened. But what remains of the Karstark name? Just the Everwinter Castle and the frozen wasteland. The traitor Silas prowls like a bloodthirsty wolf on the ice. Either we vanquish Silas, and your father and brother may grant me a piece of land where life can thrive. Then Juliet will indeed be your aunt, and the child will be a Karstark. Or, if the gods are blind and allow the traitor to prevail, then let Juliet raise the child, naming him Snow or whatever she pleases. Tony paused, lowering his voice further. What do you desire, Dick? His gaze sharpened. What is it that you truly seek? No one knows what Dick Karstark genuinely yearns for. This is troubling. Tony began counting on his fingers self-discipline, kindness, politeness to all, even to the kitchen maid. He quipped, Are you aspiring to be a monk? No. Monks occasionally sneak off to the back streets. Perhaps you aim to be an ascetic, one who tortures himself? Tony's tone was a blend of jest and earnest inquiry. I'm not that virtuous. Dick's face flushed with the warmth of wine, fighting, frolicking in the woods, bullying younger siblings. I even flirted with the maid. He emphasized this point deliberately. Tony erupted with laughter. Fighting? Bullying siblings? Your father and I were far more ruthless in our youth. Flirting with maids? Before he could finish, Tony abruptly reached out, smacking a maid who was bending over to wipe the table, the sound echoing through the room. Smack! The maid jumped, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. Amidst the uproarious laughter in the tavern, Tony nonchalantly winked at Dick. Did you see that? Now that's what I call flirting. Not mere words. Even your brother Torrin has dragged a maid into an empty room. And what about you, Dick? Do you intend to humiliate us rough folk with your so-called virtue? Huh? Humiliate you? Dick's anger flared, and he slammed his wine glass onto the table, causing the liquid to splash. It is you who have humiliated me tonight. And you have involved the innocent Yara? Tony's smile vanished, replaced by a wry shake of his head. By the gods, this is not my doing. However, he sighed and leaned in, lowering his voice. You have performed remarkably well, nearly achieving the status of a hero. Dick, reputation does not suit a second son in our family. It is more perilous than any blade. Tony met Dick's furious gaze with patience. What transpired tonight was not intended to harm you. Who would sincerely seek to suppress their own hero? Only knaves and fools. And the Stark family, at least for now, is devoid of such fools. Do you wish for the workshop? Take it. Dick growled. Why must you humiliate me and Yara in this manner? I never sought to monopolize. How take it? Tony countered. Even if you do not go, Yara stands in the workshop as your representative. As long as you are in Winterfell, as long as Yara remains in the workshop, it will forever belong to you. No one can take it away. Tony took a sip of wine, a mixture of admiration and resignation. How much grain and iron has the leather armor from the workshop procured? Wherever your bridge leads, your name, merciful, kind, wise Dick, will follow. That is not a hollow title, Dick. It is power. It is the hearts of men. It is also a target. Tony leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting. I'm beginning to understand why your grandfather, the old man, sent the most capable Carlin to Winterfell, while he cast me to White Harbor. He chuckled to himself. None of us were obedient. Carlin went off to befriend the wildlings, while I slipped away to serve as a mercenary across the narrow sea. Your father likely now grasps why the old man acted as he did. Yet, understanding after the fact and perceiving beforehand are worlds apart. Dick fell silent, his fury replaced by a deeper, icy exhaustion. Why must it be this way? If only my father and uncles had remained at the Hornwood, perhaps there would have been no opportunity for traitors to arise. Tony regarded Dick with a bemused expression, shaking his head. My boy, there are no ifs in the face of power. I wonder if you have heard of a mercenary company across the narrow sea called the Second Sons. He paused. It is said they were once annihilated, yet they reformed. Can you guess why? Dick understood all too well that this world is never devoid of noble men of lower status, driven out and disregarded. He seized his wine glass and drank deeply, the cool liquid failing to extinguish the chill in his heart. I believe that accepting my brother's guards and mate had already made my stance clear, his voice laced with bitterness and impotence. After a long pause, Dick raised his head, his emotions settling into a cold determination. Tomorrow, I shall take Arno, Yara, and those 3 rescued servants and depart from Winterfell. Tony's eyes flashed with sharp intensity. Where to? The wilderness. Dick did not hesitate. There exists a tribe of wild men who have acknowledged their father as their leader, the largest hunting party. Hunting, I have proclaimed. It is the pursuit I desire, and that has never wavered. He turned to Tony. Why do you not believe me? Tony, visibly relieved, replied. Very well. The wilderness it is. By the gods above, I still have a plethora of words to dissuade you from the front lines or from leaving home. Dick shot Tony an annoyed glance. Did you not say that no one would truly part with my treasure? He sighed silently within. The clamor of the tavern seemed to be veiled behind a layer of water. Departing, temporarily departing, until Silas is resolved, until sufficient strength is amassed, until more secrets from the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiends are mastered, until one is adequately prepared to confront the bizarre legends of this world. At that moment, Dick gazed out at the profound night of Everwinter Castle, pondering where he could not venture. Chapter 52. The Free Folk Outside Everwinter City. The frost-cold river shimmered with silver in the morning light. Dick reined in his horse, halting at the riverbank. Behind him stood Arno, as sturdy as an iron tower, and Yara, like a shadow. Further back were the brothers Sam and Cody. They were the wild boys taken in years ago, now grown into sharp-eyed, robust young men. Their father, Saya, had an old leg injury, and Dick chose not to bring him along. He had intended to slip away quietly to avoid trouble. Yet his father, Count Karolka Stark, and his elder brother, Roger Karolka Stark, followed him to the icy riverbank. On the opposite shore, a dozen men stood at the shallow bank. Clad in heavy leather armor emblazoned with the Stark family crest, their hair and beards were unkempt, and they bore javelins, exuding the rugged essence of the nomadic tribes beyond the realm. These were the reinforcements Count Karolka had summoned from the allied tribe overnight. The cold wind whipped the river's moisture against their faces like knives. The Count sat astride his horse, his back straight as a frozen spear. As a lord, his visage was marked by a unique seriousness. However, Dick was privy to certain insights. His drunken uncle, Tony, patted him on the shoulder, exhaling the scent of alcohol, and said, Dick, do not hold it against your father. He was a pure warrior in his youth, the second son of the family, always preoccupied with how to grip the hilt of his sword, as the family's power was not meant for him. It was that upheaval that nearly toppled the Karolka family. Thrusting Karolka into the lordship, to safeguard the family legacy, he exerted every ounce of effort. Yet, waging war is unlike being a father, especially as sons mature. Their thoughts become as elusive as the winter winds of Everwinter, difficult to grasp. Karolka did not understand, nor could he manage it well. Dick could sense the concern concealed beneath his father's cold exterior, akin to a hidden current beneath the frozen soil, subtle yet palpable. Dick and his companions rowed across the wooden arch bridge. The men on the opposite bank hastened forward, and the leading father and son knelt on one knee before Count Karolka's horse. The elder man spoke with a booming voice. "Esteemed lord, your servant Austin, accompanied by his son Eli, has come to welcome the young master." The count, mounted upon his steed, surveyed the ice plains, his gaze settling upon Dick's slender party before finally resting on the kneeling father and son. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he uttered a single phrase, "Get up. Austin, take care of my son." As Austin and Eli rose, Dick hesitated for a moment, letting out a silent sigh. He dismounted and approached his elder brother, Roger, whose expression was a complex mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of evasion. Standing before Roger, Dick raised his fist, not with the intent to strike, but delivering a measured thump against Roger's sturdy shoulder armor. The dull sound echoed. Roger paused, gazing at his grinning, silver-haired brother. Dick spread his arms wide, his face adorned with an exaggerated smile. "Hey, after parting ways, are you not going to give your dearest brother a hug?" Roger's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His lips moved, but no words came forth. Observing this, Dick urged him persistently. "For the sake of Fatbo, come on." Roger, upon seeing his brother's mischievous grin, felt a weight lift from his shoulders, revealing a relieved smile. He took a step forward and embraced Dick tightly, patting his back twice with a strong hand, yet remained silent. Dick grinned but lowered his voice, saying, "By the way, the two maids in my room are not to be reassigned. Ensure they take good care of Fatbo. Do you hear me?" Amused, Roger chuckled, returning the gesture with a playful punch. "Got it, you little rascal." With a smile, Dick mounted his horse. He cast a final glance at the gates of Everwinter City. Enhanced by the geographical 7-2 residue scroll, his vision surpassed that of ordinary men. The morning light slanted through the shadows of the city gate, and Dick distinctly saw Yara and Arno's mother gazing at her children. As he raised his gaze further, he spotted their mother, Helena, accompanied by Aunt Kalia, watching him depart. Gritting his teeth, Dick abruptly turned away, tightening his grip around the horse's belly, and shouted, "Let us go." The hooves shattered the gravel along the riverbank as the group ventured into the stark morning light of the wilderness. However, Dick could not hear his aunt's words from atop the wall. "Kalen is nothing but a deceiver. Years ago, he broke his promise and ran away with you. It is only right that he compensates our Falcon tribe with one of his sons. In my opinion, Dick would be quite suitable." Dick also could not see his mother, Helena, rolling his eyes at his aunt. Upon crossing the frosty river and entering the wilderness, Dick immediately sensed a distinct change. No wonder it was called the wilderness. The view suddenly expanded. Towering trees were nearly absent, yet it was not a barren desert devoid of life. Instead, the landscape was dotted with low shrubs and wild grasses. The ground covered with a thick layer of green vegetation resembling moss or lichen, soft and yielding underfoot. Shadows of small animals flitted through the underbrush, and Dick suppressed the urge to draw his bow. Dismounting, he walked over to Austin and his son, who had not mounted their horses. "Is the tribe short on horses?" Dick inquired curiously. Austin quickly bowed, saying, "Young master, you need not dismount. The journey is long." He offered a wry smile. "The master requires war horses to face the southern threat, and indeed, there are no rideable horses left in the tribe. However, there are old pack horses in the camp for work." Dick nodded and continued walking. "Do not feel constrained. Simply call me Dick. No need for little master. If that feels uncomfortable, sir will suffice." He gestured towards the spears carried by the men, their tips resembling obsidian. "Is iron also scarce?" Austin patted the long sword at his waist, adopting a more relaxed tone. "That is manageable. While iron is indeed rare, there is always some to be found." Observing Dick's amiable nature, he felt at ease and began to praise Carlin. "Our master is exceedingly generous. Iron salt, pottery, each tribe on the plains would vie fiercely for such treasures." He thumped his chest, clad in leather armor. "Look at us, donning armor we once dared not dream of. By the way, what is the name of your tribe?" "The Hunter's Tribe," Dick replied. "We exist to hunt for our master." In truth, they were merely the forsaken souls of the plains, huddled by the Frost River, awaiting death. Thankfully, their master took them in, allowing them to survive together. Other tribes privately referred to them as the Hound Tribe. He paused, his gaze resolute. Yet we willingly serve as our master's hounds. Austin's son, Eli, could not contain himself. They are merely envious. Envious of us, who should have perished in the cold and hunger, yet now live more comfortably and abundantly than they. Dick, scanning his surroundings with curiosity, remarked, I once read that the lands beyond were inhabited by those who called themselves free folk, mostly clans. Why are there now so many tribes? Hesitating for a moment, Austin began to explain. According to the elders of the tribe, long ago, there was a commander of the Black-clad Legion, Jon Snow, who became the Duke beyond the wall. He distributed his spoils among his followers, the crows, and the southern nobles. The free folk who returned with him gathered together, forming tribes, seizing territory and people. Austin shrugged, a hint of resignation and irony in his expression. Clans or tribes? They all ultimately seek warmth in numbers and the acquisition of more resources. However, these new tribes are larger and less scrupulous, having learned the vices of the Southerners, beginning to enslave others. Free folk? Who even speaks of that anymore? Fortunately, the old gods favored us, and that black-clad Duke inexplicably ventured into the eternal winter of the far north, ultimately disappearing. This wasteland has not yet been divided. Upon hearing this, Dick's curiosity was piqued. To the north of the plains lies the eternal winter, correct? What exists there? Austin sighed, shaking his head with a rueful smile. I do not know. There, the unceasing blizzards rage, making it impossible to stand, let alone venture further. It is a vast expanse of white, shrouded in mystery. The elders often frighten children with tales of wights, giants, and even ice dragons within the eternal winter, yet none have ever laid eyes upon them. The group proceeded northward, circumventing several moss-covered low hills before turning towards the coastal winds. The tribe's encampment was not far from the stronghold of eternal winter, merely half a day's journey away. Shortly after noon, they arrived at the trembling shores, beside a steep cliff. A rugged encampment clings to the cliffside, delineated by the natural terrain and a crooked wooden fence. Numerous caves of varying sizes are hewn into the cliff face, with some entrances shielded by thick animal hide curtains, while others are adorned with rudimentary wooden awnings. A few stone and timber huts are nestled within the crevices of the rock. Wisps of smoke rise from several cave openings and the gaps in the awnings, mingling with the briny scent of the sea and the earthy aroma of livestock. The entire stronghold resembles a hive clinging to the rock wall, chaotic yet vibrant, coarse and primal, radiating a tenacious will to survive. Chapter 53. The seal's mockery in the early morning. Dick awakens to the distant sound of crashing waves. Opening his eyes, he finds himself gazing at the rugged ceiling of the cave. He sits up and surveys his new abode, spacious, measuring roughly 20 meters on each side. Curiously, it is adjacent to another cave of similar dimensions, resembling a twin cave. The ground has been leveled, each cave featuring its own exit. Arno and Yara reside on the opposite side of this twin cave, while the other two servants, Sam and Cody, live at the base of the mountain, conveniently close to the tribe stables to tend to Dick's steed, Death Beast. Stepping out of the cave, Dick is greeted by the morning light and the bracing sea breeze. The cave entrance is perched on a higher cliff, offering a splendid view of the shimmering sea, making it a desirable sea view residence. The entrance boasts a broad platform, upon which a spacious shelter constructed of wood and stone connects with the cave. Yara, accompanied by Arno, carefully ascends the cliff path, each carrying large wooden barrels. Upon spotting Dick, Yara's eyes light up, her smile curving like a crescent moon. She promptly pours water into a large wooden basin, fetching clean cloths, a wooden comb, and a wooden cup, insisting on attending to Dick's morning ablutions. Reluctantly acquiescing, Dick enjoys the service while admiring the vast ocean that links heaven and earth. Once tidied, Dick instructs Yara and Arno to remain in the cave for further organization, while he descends the cliff to the bustling clearing at the heart of the tribe. A considerable number of men have already gathered there, and fortune favors him today as he learns the tribe is preparing for a hunt, an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. Passing by the caves carved into the cliff, Dick observes women and children diligently crafting obsidian spearheads. The tribe members curiously regard the silver-haired youth, their master's son. Each time Dick's gaze sweeps over them, they reveal friendly, eager smiles. Silently assessing, he estimates that the entire tribe, including the elderly, weak, women, and children, numbers no more than 1,000. In the clearing, The men gather around campfires of varying sizes, enjoying their breakfast of uniformly roasted meat. Austin's son, Eli, sharp-eyed, spots Dick and promptly beckons him to join his group by the fire, where only the young are seated. Dick accepts a generous portion of roasted meat handed to him and begins to eat heartily. Among the youth, camaraderie flourishes effortlessly. Dick chewed on the somewhat tough yet flavorful meat, glancing around. "Where's Austin?" A young man with a faint scar on his face interjected. "The chief has gone to arrange for pack horses and carts. He will be here shortly." Eli, tearing at the meat, added in a muffled tone, "We need to prepare more spears. The hunting grounds are distant, necessitating an overnight stay, and there is much to carry." Dick pointed at a row of sleek, plump creatures hanging upside down at the edge of the clearing, resembling seals, and inquired, "Is it these that we hunt? Do we consume them as well?" "Indeed," Eli exclaimed, raising a half-eaten piece of meat, seal meat, abundant along the northern coast. However, their noses are too keen. They can detect human scent from afar and dive into the water at the slightest whiff. Austin's voice emerged as he returned, exhausted, and plopped down by the campfire, grabbing a stick to roast a piece of meat over the flames. With the chief's arrival, the young men subdued their playful banter, adopting a more solemn demeanor. Yet, the tribe was not overly formal. Everyone focused intently on devouring the meat, swiftly finishing their meal. Dick expressed his desire to join the hunt. Austin hesitated, his face reflecting inner turmoil. He feared that the young master's curiosity might disrupt the expedition. However, upon seeing Dick's resolute gaze, he ultimately sighed in resignation, conceding to the notion of let it be a disturbance. The men gradually rose, gathering outside the tribe. Dick noted that the fire remained ablaze, as women and children settled by the flames to continue feasting on roasted meat. This custom was indeed unique. Without a horse, Dick, accompanied by Sam and Cody, followed the tribe's procession of over 100 people as they trekked northward along the coastline. They camped for a night on the desolate shore. The further north they traveled, the more ice floes and icebergs appeared on the sea. Eventually, the group halted on a sheltered, elevated slope. Gazing out, the northern coastline was a vast expanse of white glaciers, with enormous icebergs floating densely on the water. Austin, wearied, looked at Dick with astonishment. After a day and night of travel, with only brief rests, the tribesmen were thoroughly exhausted. The two servants brought by the young master were utterly spent. Yet, this silver-haired youth appeared invigorated, his breath steady. This was beyond Austin's comprehension. "Sir, this shall be our resting point. Tomorrow we shall form 3 teams to encircle the seals." Austin paused, genuinely remarking, "Your stamina is truly remarkable." Dick merely smiled and nodded. He squinted, employing his enhanced vision, honed through the techniques of the 72 residuals, to gaze towards the north. In the far distance, on the glaciers and icebergs, numerous dark shapes lay sprawled about. Dick observed clearly, they were all seals, living souls. So many. The team swiftly erected a makeshift camp, assembling simple leather tents and establishing watch duties, using the night to recuperate. As dawn broke the following day, the members of the hunting tribe divided into 3 teams to venture northward. Dick instructed Sam and Cody to remain at the campsite, choosing to follow Austin and his son in their group. By midday, the party of over 30 paused briefly near a higher coastal terrain. The crowd retrieved a long wooden tube and mixed a certain herb with water to create a liquid, which they smeared on their exposed skin, leaving no part, not even their hair, untouched. When it was Dick's turn, Austin hesitated slightly, saying, "Sir, this is herbal juice used to mask scent. To successfully spear, one must approach within 100 paces. Without it, the seal's keen nose can detect a human scent from afar." Dick, however, showed no reluctance and took the mixture before Austin could finish speaking, applying it resolutely. This decisive action garnered warm smiles from the surrounding men, clearly indicating their acceptance of the young master. "Each person shall have 3 long spears," Austin announced, making the final arrangements. "Crawl forward, close the distance to 100 paces. Watch my signals, and throw together." Dick was allocated 3 obsidian spears, distributed by Austin's son, Eli. At that moment, Eli noticed that Dick lacked a spear thrower, the small hooked stick designed to enhance throwing distance. Eli hesitated before offering his own spear thrower, saying, "Sir, would you like to use mine?" Dick shook his head, declining the offer and signaling for the group to proceed. At the shore, countless seals lounged or frolicked. Suddenly, A group of humans sprang up from behind the nearby rocks. In the next instant, a multitude of spears rained down like a deathly storm. Many seals, caught off guard, were struck. The once dense gathering of seals erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions as they plunged into the water. It then dawned on Dick why the hunting tribe, despite possessing iron tools, opted for stone spears. Though many seals were hit by the descending stone spears, only 2 were impaled directly into the ground. The others, struck yet still intact, dragged their hefty bodies, bearing the spears, into the depths of the sea. If iron spears were to be used this way, no amount would suffice. The crowd rushed onto the beach, managing to capture only one severely injured seal that had not been able to dive into the ocean. 3 seals, amid such a dense gathering, with over 30 people throwing together, resulted in merely 3 captures. Naturally, Dick had not thrown any spears himself. The members of the hunting tribe assumed he refrained due to lacking a spear thrower, rendering his throwing distance insufficient. Others believed he had merely come to partake in the experience, satisfying a young man's curiosity. In the distance, several seals paused to glance over, while a few others opened their mouths and barked mockingly, rhythmically slapping their plump bellies with their short front limbs. 200 paces, Dick silently gauged the distance. He gently planted the 3 long spears before him, aligning them in a row. The moment had arrived. Like a flash of lightning, Dick seized one spear and hurled it with force. Using the momentum, he pivoted and swiftly grasped the second spear, launching it with vigor. Spinning once more, he grasped the final spear and, in a dazzling motion, released it. To the astonishment of onlookers, the 3 spears sliced through the air with incredible speed, impaling 3 seals that were rhythmically slapping their bellies and barking at the shoreline. Chapter 54. Mark the bold throwing, insufficient distance, strength to the rescue. As for accuracy, Dick certainly had the lock secured. Gazing at the 3 seals impaled upon the rocky shore, the men of the hunting tribe were utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless by their astonishment. 200 paces away, this young master hurled 3 long spears in succession, each striking a vital point, resulting in the capture of 3 entire prey. It is noteworthy that their group of over 30 had just completed a round of volleys, exhausted, yet managing to secure only 3. This remarkable feat left the leader, Austin, utterly flabbergasted. By the old gods, what on earth have I just witnessed? Reflecting on their departure, he had secretly worried that bringing young Dick along would ruin the hunt. Yet now, the entire team's bounty paled in comparison to what this young master had achieved alone. Austin's son, Eli, along with the impetuous youths in the group, now gazed at Dick with fervent admiration and excitement. A few quick-witted individuals had already dashed towards the rocky shore, eager to retrieve the 3 seals that had been so thoroughly dispatched. Meanwhile, Dick blissfully observed the 3 azure orbs merging into his being. Just as the members of the hunting tribe were swept away by their victorious euphoria, a new group emerged from behind a distant pile of jagged stones to the north. They approached with fierce determination. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Austin's countenance darkened, as if clouds had gathered. It was the Blackstone tribe. He growled a command. Rallying everyone, grab your weapons. Follow me. The 2 factions ultimately confronted each other beside the carcasses of the 3 seals, the tension palpable. The Blackstone tribe boasted a numerical advantage, numbering around 50, most of whom were clad in thick, unprocessed pelts, lacking any proper armor. Dick surveyed the scene, noting that amidst the ranks of the opposing tribe, there were even a few women bearing crude-boned spears, their faces painted with grass juice, feigning ferocity. In contrast, the hunting tribe, though only 30 strong, consisted of robust men, each adorned with well-crafted leather armor beneath their pelts, clearly better equipped. At that moment, a burly man with a gleaming bald head emerged from the Blackstone tribe. He wiped away the green grass juice used for disguise from his face, grinning to reveal a set of yellowed teeth as he directed a piercing sneer at the members of the hunting tribe. The pups of the Karen family have extended their claws. Haven't they? The brute spat contemptuously on the ground. This rocky shore is our hunting ground. You have trespassed. Unyielding, Austin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Dick, returning the mockery with a hearty laugh. What utter nonsense. Quentin, just because you claim this as your hunting ground, does that make it so? He exaggeratedly scanned the area, raising his voice. Where are the totems of your tribe? Or the grand name of Blackstone inscribed anywhere? I see nothing of the sort. The men of the hunting tribe erupted into laughter, their jeers filling the air. Indeed, Quentin, your skin is thicker than that of an old sea turtle. The bald, burly man named Quentin, however, was not offended. Instead, his smirk deepened, tinged with a sinister edge. He kicked at a seal carcass pierced by a spear at his feet and leisurely remarked, "Bark all you want, Austin. In any case, these 3 plump seals belong to us, the Blackstone." Beside Dick, the youthful Eli, brimming with indignation, could hardly contain himself, shouting, "Nonsense! These were clearly hunted by Lord Dick himself. You members of the Blackstone tribe have the audacity to act so shamelessly. Do you intend to steal them outright?" Quentin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze finally honing in on Dick, who was shielded behind Austin. He scrutinized Dick from head to toe without reservation, ultimately fixating on Dick's distinctive silver hair, a realization dawning upon him as he chuckled mockingly. "Huh, I wondered who it was. So, it's the little brat from the Karen family leading the charge? No wonder this old dog is barking so merrily today." As for Eli's claim that the seals were Dick's kill, Quentin dismissed it entirely. In his eyes, it was merely a puppy seeking favor with its master. His gaze swept past the standoff, greedily surveying the 3 additional seals piled behind the hunting tribe. With a crafty glint in his eyes, he suddenly waved his hand behind him. "Kulme, bring forth the 3 seals we just hunted from Blackstone." Several Blackstone warriors promptly dragged out 3 noticeably smaller and freshly bloodied seal carcasses, tossing them heavily onto the ground. Quentin placed his hands on his hips, adopting a demeanor of "I am being reasonable," and loudly proclaimed to both Austin and Dick, "Enough of this bickering. Let's adhere to the old ways of the wild." He thumped his chest with a dull thud, declaring, under the gaze of the old gods, "Let us engage in a sacred markabi." Quentin raised his hand, first pointing to the 3 small seals he had just thrown down, then gestured towards Dick's 3 large seals impaled on the rocks. Finally, he pointed with unreserved boldness towards the 3 seals behind the hunting tribe. "Winner takes all. All seals will belong to the victorious side. Do you dare?" As the words Markabi echoed, the once raucous beach fell into an immediate hush. Even the sea breeze seemed to hold its breath. The expressions of all present grew serious. The carefree look on Austin's face vanished, replaced by a spark of combativeness in his gaze. He instinctively rolled his shoulders, preparing to step forward for the challenge. "Very well, Quentin, I shall face you today." "Wait." Quentin abruptly raised his hand, halting him with a sly, triumphant smile. No, Austin. Today is not your turn to play with me, old dog." He held up a sturdy finger, emphasizing the rules. The sacred Markabi must be fought by the highest-ranking individuals from both sides, one-on-one. Quentin deliberately elongated his tone. "In ordinary times, you old dog would lead the pack." Then, his finger, laden with unmistakable malice, slowly and steadily pointed towards Dick. But today, Quentin chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Your esteemed master, the son of Karen, is present. According to protocol, it is his turn. We at Blackstone pride ourselves on fairness." He emphasized the word fairness with particular weight. "With Karen here, naturally, I, Quentin, shall accompany him. Now then," with Karen's offspring present, Quentin stepped aside, revealing a young, muscular man, half a head shorter than himself, whose fierce gaze bore down on Dick like a predator stalking its prey. "Let my son, Leo, engage with your young master. How's that sound? Quite fair, isn't it?" Chapter 55. Come here. Beyond the borders, on the desolate coastline, the ground was strewn with partially melted ice and snow, while the distant sea was dotted with floating ice blocks and icebergs. Amidst this icy expanse, a multitude of seals observed the standoff between 2 factions of humans. Faced with Quentin's challenge of Magpie, Dick did not immediately respond. It appeared to be a duel of sorts. While he was not afraid of confrontation, he was keen to observe if there were any additional rules beyond the necessity of having the highest-ranking individual step forth. Dick folded his arms, keenly observing the reactions of those around him. The Austin father and son duo, along with other men from the hunting tribe, wore peculiar expressions. Unlike the individuals across from him, they were well aware of Dick's capabilities. Throughout the journey, they had witnessed his prowess, particularly just moments ago. The seals he had struck with 3 precise throws from an extraordinary distance lay before them, stark and undeniable. Austin shot a glance at Dick, noting his engrossed demeanor yet his unwillingness to speak. As the tribal chief, Austin felt compelled to step forward, his expression a mix of complexity and reluctance. attempting to dissuade Quentin. Lord Dick is not of the Plains tribe. Macbeth does not apply to him. This scene only solidified Quentin's conviction of victory. "Oh, come now, Austin." Quentin scoffed. Who in the Plains does not know that the raging bear Karen was the most beautiful eagle of the Hawk tribe? Helena. There runs a trace of the Plains blood in Karen's offspring. Noticing Austin's conflicted expression, Quentin grew increasingly confident in his assessment and decided to escalate the situation. "Hey, that silver-haired lad, Karen's heir, surely isn't so cowardly. Is he?" He shouted at Dick, his tone dripping with provocation. "Make it snappy. Either fight or concede. Surrender all your game. Should you concede, this will henceforth be our Blackstone hunting ground. If you emerge victorious, we shall forever steer clear of you." With such words cast into the air, Dick shrugged, preparing himself for the impending challenge. Austin stepped forward to intercept him, shaking his head to signal him to pause. "The mark bet is sacred." He turned to Quentin, his voice lowering in gravity. "You think you can exchange your 3 little seals for the 6 we hunted? Do not claim that those 3 seals on the ground belong to you. If we are to engage in the mark bet, let it be under the witness of the old gods. Show us your sincerity." Quentin was utterly convinced that Austin was merely posturing. He chuckled heartily, scratching his bald head. "Am I to fear you, old dog? Let us adhere strictly to the ancient traditions of the mark bet. The victor shall be the esteemed warrior of both tribes. If my son Leo triumphs, you must fulfill all his demands. And if Carlin's offspring wins," Quentin paused, glancing at Dick. "Hey, silver-haired lad, the Blackstone will surely serve you well. Under the witness of the old gods, I speak no falsehood. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" With such a high stake, Dick appeared somewhat surprised, then chuckled as he approached Austin to inquire, "What other considerations should we be mindful of regarding the mark bet? It requires a one-on-one, bare-handed combat, with no protective armor allowed. We must remain within a designated area, unable to flee, until one party is defeated or concedes." Austin spoke quickly, still harboring some concern. He leaned closer to Dick to advise quietly. "Young master, while the mark bet is a sacred means of resolving disputes in the wilderness, few actually engage in it. If we lack confidence, we could decline. It ultimately leads to a mere brawl. We do not fear them." Dick smiled, shaking his head, signaling Austin to be at ease. Just as Austin was explaining, Leo, Quentin's son, abruptly discarded his spear, beginning to roughly tear off his fur garments. As he exposed his muscular, sinewy upper body, he fixed a ravenous gaze upon Dick, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Dick, momentarily at a loss for words, removed the long sword from his waist, handing it to Eli beside him while leisurely shedding his own clothing, not missing the opportunity to jest at his opponent. "Hey, brother, you can undress without tearing your clothes. Are you planning not to wear them again? It's quite cold." What else with the tearing and laughing? The members of the hunting tribe erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Engaging in a verbal sparring match to liven the atmosphere was Dick's forte. This left Leo momentarily stunned, his hands frozen mid-tear, the grin on his face faltering. Soon, his bare upper body flushed a deep crimson. Even the thick tuft of chest hair seemed to stand on end. Clearly infuriated, Leo could only manage to bark out, "Kid, I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Dick swiftly removed his upper garments, revealing a robust and athletic chest, the muscle definition sharp and powerful, yet not bulky. It was evident that his opponent was not adept at verbal sparring, and Dick felt no inclination to waste further words. As Dick strode purposefully to the center of the arena, warming up his neck and shoulders, Quentin, evidently eager to deny him any preparation time, bellowed, "Old gods bear witness. Let the match commence." Dick nodded, extending his palm and beckoning Leo with a curling finger, inviting him forth. This invitation ignited a powder keg within Leo's chest. With a primal roar erupting from his throat, Leo surged forward, his feet pounding the frozen ground, which cracked beneath him like spiderwebs. He charged at Dick like a frenzied battering ram, his fists, as large as cauldrons, howling through the air as they descended upon Dick's face with devastating force. The sheer force of his strike seemed capable of shattering icebergs. Dick's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he inhaled deeply, grounding himself. In an instant, the muscles of his left arm bulged, his palm opened wide, and he met the oncoming fist with resolute determination. A thunderous clap resounded, akin to 2 ancient trees colliding with tremendous force. The invisible shockwave radiated, sending shards of ice skittering across the ground. The frozen earth beneath Dick cracked and sank slightly, causing him to sway ever so slightly, yet his stance remained as firm as a rooted tree. Internally, he offered silent admiration to the Earth Fiend's 72 residuals. Leo's earth-shattering punch had only imparted a slight pressure upon Dick's palm. Empowered by the blessings of the mighty Hall, he effortlessly withstood the onslaught. Leo, seasoned in combat experience, quickly adapted. Failing to land his initial blow, he instinctively lifted his leg, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Dick's knee. Simultaneously, he retracted his fist, coiling it like a venomous serpent, poised to strike with lethal precision. Should Dick attempt to seize his fist, the coiled force would unleash a devastating blow. However, Dick chose not to grasp Leo's fist. Instead, he lifted his leg, striking first. He delivered an equally powerful kick, accurately colliding with Leo's incoming foot. A resounding thud echoed as immense force erupted, sending Leo staggering backward, nearly toppling to the ground. In this electrifying initial clash, Dick had managed to push the robust Leo back. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, and the members of the hunting tribe erupted in fervent cheers. Meanwhile, the Blackstone tribe grew tense, their faces paling. Quentin, who had anticipated a certain victory, now wore an expression as grim as stormy waters. Leo, steadying himself, bore an expression of disbelief that quickly morphed into a torrent of rage. His muscles bulged like iron, and with a low growl, he lunged forward once more, unleashing a barrage of heavy, thunderous punches upon Dick, each strike accompanied by the sound of wind being cleaved apart. Perhaps it was the thrill of his bare torso exposed to the biting cold wind, or perhaps it was the fervent cries of the surrounding crowd igniting Dick's ferocity. Even the dense congregation of seals in the distance seemed to act as a catalyst. What a sight to behold in Dick. He too clenched his fists, his gaze ablaze like molten lava, striking back with lightning speed, precisely parrying each of Leo's heavy blows. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony resonated like a war drum along the desolate coastline. The confidence and ferocity on Leo's face froze completely. He felt as if he were striking not flesh and blood, but an eternally solid black stone. Pain shot through his knuckles, and he could not suppress a muffled groan. The blood-pumping Dick showed no mercy, denying him even a moment to breathe. With a fierce downward thrust of his left arm, he deflected his opponent's punch, while his right fist, like a cannonball released from its chamber, tore through the air with a shriek, striking Leo's abdomen with devastating force. Ugh! Leo's eyes bulged in an instant. All his strength seemed to be driven back into his core by that one punch. His massive frame buckled in agony, while surged uncontrollably up his throat, and his face turned as pale as parchment. Dick was relentless, closing in like a shadow. Just as Leo bent over, Dick's left knee shot upward with all his might, delivering a powerful blow. Bang! A sound that sent shivers down the spine. The knee strike landed precisely on Leo's chin. His head snapped back uncontrollably, blood spraying from his mouth and nose in a dazzling arc. The impact lifted him off his feet, sending him flying backward. At this moment, Dick was consumed by an inferno of battle spirit. He stood firm, his right arm drawn back like a taut bow, gathering all his might into his right fist. Just as Leo's body flew back, exhausted from his previous efforts, the moment of annihilation arrived. Dick's right fist, charged with terrifying power, descended like a meteorite, carrying a destructive force. Boom! A sound so deep it sent chills through the heart. The imprint of his fist sank deep into Leo's chest. He fell like a lifeless sack stripped of its bones, crashing heavily onto the frozen ground, creating a sound that resonated with dread. The entire coastline fell into a sudden silence. Only the howling cold wind and the restless stirrings of the distant seals remained. Leo lay sprawled on the icy snow. A horrific fist imprint clearly marked on his chest, his eyes rolled back, body twitching slightly and gasping for breath. Dick slowly straightened, his silver hair billowing in the fierce sea wind. His chest rose and fell gently, his breath forming white mist in the frigid air. He cast a glance at Leo, lying like a pitiful mass at his feet, then raised his gaze, his eyes piercing like ice picks toward the pale Quentin. Quentin had long since become rigid, his warriors from the Blackstone tribe utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming might displayed before them. The previously fierce women, who had feigned ferocity, were now trembling as if caught in a tempest, struggling to withstand Leo's thunderous blows, followed by Dick's relentless triple onslaught. In a most primal and ferocious manner, Dick demonstrated to all the insurmountable chasm of power that lay before them. Even the members of the hunting tribe momentarily forgot to cheer, replaced instead by a chorus of gasps. Chapter 56. The seal bore it all. The resounding slaps of the seal against its belly shattered the coastal silence. The crowd of the hunting tribe erupted in ecstatic cheers. In this land, known as the Wasteland, strength reigned supreme as the sole law and the only pass. Even the divine favored those capable of bending steel with their might. Initially, Austin had harbored some concerns upon receiving the young master Dick. However, after days of companionship and arduous journeys, the silver-haired youth's amiable disposition and robust physique gradually assuaged his worries. Then came the breathtaking display of skill. 3 remarkable throws. The spear sliced through the biting wind, striking its target on the distant rocks with pinpoint accuracy. This scene left the warriors of the hunting tribe utterly speechless. In the sacred duel of Markby, Dick further solidified his dominance by crushing his opponent Leo with sheer, unyielding force. His indisputable martial prowess left everyone present in complete awe. As the fervor of battle subsided, Dick approached Austin's son, Eli, accepting his garments from the exuberant boy. With a playful jest, he remarked on the victor nearly freezing, lamenting the absence of someone to offer him clothing. Laughter echoed through the cold winds. Once clad in his attire and donning his longsword, Dick turned his gaze towards Quentin. Quentin was crouched beside his son Leo, intently assessing the situation. The members of the Blackstone tribe behind him exhibited a flicker of panic at Dick's approach, instinctively retreating. Dick paid them no heed, walking straight to Quentin and the unconscious Leo. He felt no fear for his own safety. My voice remained steady, he assured, but it may take a moment for him to awaken. He gestured to his chin, saying, well, it is normal to feel dizzy after receiving a solid blow to the head. As for other injuries, they will only sting for a while. Quentin silently removed his thick coat and draped it over Leo. He beckoned a few tribe members, their eyes filled with trepidation, to assist in carrying Leo away. Rising, the leader of the Blackstone tribe, his expression complex, stared at Dick for a long moment before finally exhaling a heavy sigh. Leo, I am well aware of his strength. Even I lack certainty in easily besting him now. Quentin's voice bore the weight of defeat. You are strong, son of Karen. We concede. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength to make a resolute decision. From this moment forth, whenever I encounter the hunting tribe on the desolate plains, I, Blackstone, shall undoubtedly retreat. Son of Karun, whatever your demands may be, Blackstone will spare no effort to fulfill them. A decisive and honorable man indeed, Dick nodded slightly. Once Quentin finished speaking, he prepared to lead his people back to the tribe to tend to Leo's wounds. The 3 smaller seals, originally belonging to the Blackstone tribe, were left behind. The members of Blackstone glanced back repeatedly, their eyes mingling with fear and sorrow for the lost prey. Yet Dick suddenly called out to them. Quentin halted. A deeper bitterness etched on his face, as he braced himself to accept any harsh terms. Today greed has clouded my vision, attempting to persuade my elder son to oppress a youth. Speak, son of Karun, whatever you wish. Dick merely smiled, approaching the 3 massive seals he had slain, forcefully extracting the spear that pierced their bodies. He circled the plump seals, nodding in apparent satisfaction. Then, with a swift motion, he kicked each one towards Quentin's direction. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy corpses of the seals did not strike Quentin. They rolled just beside his feet. Quentin abruptly opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut in tension, gazing at Dick in confusion. Dick shrugged, take your seals and depart. This unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Eli rushed forward, desperate to intervene. Sir, young master, this cannot be. His father, Austin, firmly grasped him, speaking in a low tone. Eli, the prey belongs to the young master. He has the right to dispose of it. Dick paid no heed to the reactions of Austin and his son behind him. He raised his hand, pointing toward a herd moving like black dots on the distant sea, offering Quentin a calm smile. We will hunt our own prey. Yours, we do not covet. Quentin was taken aback. He looked down at his feet, where 3 seals far larger than those they had left behind lay, then raised his gaze to the 3 small seals in the center, his lips moving silently. He reassessed the silver-haired youth before him. The complexity in his eyes gradually transformed into newfound resolve. He nodded decisively and waved to his companions. Drag the prey. Let us go. Quentin turned to Dick, his voice resonant and earnest. Son of Karun. Dick, please wait a few days. Blackstone will surely present a generous gift. With that, he ceased further words and swiftly departed the coast with his tribesmen, dragging the seals. Eli's admiration for Dick remained, yet his face now bore a mixture of confusion and discontent. Approaching Dick, he spoke with youthful candor. Young master, Macbee has won. The spoils should rightfully belong to the victor. Why would you give them the best three? You hunted them yourself. Dick gazed at the irate youth, raising an eyebrow. Though it was his first encounter with the Macbee duel on the wasteland, it was evident that the intent was to diminish the conflict rather than exacerbate it. His gaze swept over the retreating Blackstone team before shifting to the warriors of his own tribe. Since they had initially opted for Macbee instead of resorting to direct combat, why not resolve the discord entirely in the end? Austin's eyes brightened at his words. It appeared that this young master possessed not only strength but also insight. He stepped forward, playfully nudging Eli with his boot. You little rascal, pay attention and learn from the young master. Put your mind to work. He added with a smile to Dick. This lad has faced Leo 10 times and lost 9. Father. Eli's face flushed instantly, and with a shout, he turned and ran off, leaving a flurry of hurried footsteps in the sand. Dick and Austin exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Their mirth echoed along the desolate coast, infused with a peculiar warmth, as if even the biting cold wind had softened. All right, Dick said, regaining his composure, his gaze returning to the tumultuous sea, where dark shapes bobbed with the tide. Let us commence the true hunt. Warriors of the tribe, let us make our move. New prey awaits us. Raising his spear, his voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly in every ear. Roar! The warriors of the hunting tribe erupted with an even more fervent cry than before. Chapter 57. The new bow, the shivering coastal winds howled across the lengthy shoreline of the wasteland. As one ventured north, the immense ice floes increased, resembling shattered colossal armor strewn across the gray-blue sea. A multitude of seals congregated upon them, extending as far as the eye could see, transforming this icy expanse into the most bountiful hunting ground for the hunting tribe. Dick's presence rendered the tribe's ambush hunting remarkably efficient. His remarkable spear-throwing skills astounded all, as if blessed by the ancient gods themselves. Each strike resulted in the demise of 3 seals, sending the entire tribe into a frenzy of joy. Young master, use my spear. The eager Eli excitedly offered his spear, his eyes brimming with admiration. Other young men quickly followed suit. Dick smiled and waved his hand. Rules are rules. Eli. He looked towards Chief Austin. The chief stated that each person is entitled to 3 throwing spears. Harmony is hard-earned. I do not wish to disrupt it upon my arrival. He genuinely sought to integrate into the hunting tribe. This wild expanse and the untamed hunt rekindled a long-lost sense of freedom within him, his blood surging with exhilaration. More importantly, a continuous stream of prey provided a plethora of fresh life essences to infuse the mysterious 72 remnants of the Earth Shah. What was initially a 5-day hunt concluded in just 2 days with Dick's involvement. The laden pack horses creaked as they returned to the tribe's dwelling. As Dick once again stepped into the stone cave he called home, he immediately sensed a palpable transformation. The once charred stone walls had been polished to a smoother finish, and a thick, tanned leather curtain now adorned the entrance, shielding him from the biting cold winds. Most strikingly, beneath the entrance's awning stood a half-man-high oak barrel, from which steam rose, exuding the refreshing aroma of pine. As he comfortably settled into the warm water, enveloping him entirely, a satisfied sigh escaped his lips. Yara's strong hands were perfectly positioned, pressing against the area around his shoulder blades. The sharp cries of seabirds soaring above the cliffs intermingled with the distant thunder of waves crashing against the drifting ice, creating a rugged lullaby. Dick gazed at the massive icebergs in the distance, gradually tinted red by the twilight, and a long-lost sense of pure relaxation washed over him. Perhaps remaining here was indeed a wise choice. After returning with a bountiful catch, he would need to transport the prey to Everwinter City and then bring back supplies before embarking once more into the northern wilderness for hunting. The warriors also required rest. Yet Dick could not remain idle. He sought out Eli, who had been avoiding him of late. The young man was sullenly sharpening a stone spear, evidently still brooding over a defeat to Leo of the Blackstone tribe. It seems someone is still nursing a grudge, Dick teased. Young man, you must temper your temper. Illy, not lifting his gaze, muttered, indeed, the young master is both strong and generous. I cannot compare. The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable. He was clearly still upset about Dick's casual gift of game. Dick laughed heartily. Come now, do not wear such a sour expression. In a few days, Austin will return, and I shall have him bring something to broaden your horizons. He clapped Eli on the shoulder. For now, let us go. Do not sulk. Step outside, gather some provisions, and soothe your restless heart. Ha ha ha. Soon, the silhouettes of Dick, Eli, and several young men appeared on the desolate plains, armed with rudimentary hunting bows. They wandered through the cold winds and shrubs, in search of rabbits and foxes. Dick managed to collect a few scattered living souls while meticulously observing the bows used by Eli and the others. These homemade hunting bows were pitifully simplistic. The bow limbs were rough. Accuracy relied solely on instinct, and the draw weight was insufficient, only able to accommodate short, lightweight arrows. Barely adequate for small game. Dick recalled the recurved bows of the southern Viscatoan masters, powerful yet challenging to craft. While he could not fashion a recurved bow, he was adept at creating another type, the Penobscot bow. A few days later, Austin returned to the tribe, laden with supplies. On the pack horse, accompanying him were several carefully selected sections of fine yew wood, as per Dick's instructions. Dick immediately set to work, directing the tribe members to strip the yew wood of its bark and select 2 segments that were blemish-free and had straight grain. Each segment was approximately 1.8 meters long, a length that would allow for long arrows to shoot farther, enabling the bow limbs to store ample power. Following Dick's guidance, Yara carefully roasted the wood over the fire to remove moisture while Dick used a sharp stone knife to shape the wood, thickening the grip while gradually tapering the limbs towards the ends. Subsequently, he meticulously polished the bow's body with sandstone until it gleamed. After attaching a temporary bowstring crafted from tree bark fibers, Dick commenced the process of taming the bow. Repeatedly drawing it back, he meticulously observed the curvature of the limbs. Where the wood resisted bending too rigidly, he delicately shaved down the belly of the bow. Conversely, where it yielded too easily, he gently scraped away wood from the back. Through this iterative refinement, the limbs ultimately achieved a flawless arc. Dick then carved a string groove into the bow tip and replaced the initial string with a more robust composition of deer sinew and maple bark fibers. The most critical step followed. The 2 curved limbs were to be layered in reverse alignment. He secured them tightly with resilient sinew cords soaked for strength, transforming a single limb into a composite structure imbued with dual strength. Finally, he applied a mixture of resin and ochre powder to coat the bow, enhancing its resistance to decay. The grip was meticulously wrapped in soft deer hide, ensuring both comfort and a non-slip surface, adorned with the tribe's totemic patterns. When Dick presented this uniquely fashioned Penobscot bow, featuring dual-layered limbs and a reverse curve, both Austin and Eli gazed in astonishment. By the gods, Austin circled it, his rough fingers itching to touch, yet hesitating. What manner of bow is this? Dick offered no reply, instead thrusting the bow into Eli's hands along with a specially crafted long arrow. The arrowhead, meticulously inlaid with sharp obsidian shards, gleamed ominously. Eli accepted this formidable new weapon, feeling a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to draw the bowstring. The immense force of the dual limbs made his muscles strain, rendering the task far more challenging than usual. Aiming at a patch of frozen earth beyond the tribal wooden palisade, he released with a sudden motion. Thwack! The bowstring emitted a powerful, resonant twang. The arrow transformed into a swift, dark streak, soaring forth with astonishing velocity. Its trajectory exceeded any distance Eli had previously achieved, whistling as it sailed over the outer tribal fence. Come, let's see, Dick shouted, sprinting ahead. Austin and Eli, jolted from their reverie, hurriedly followed. They reached beyond the palisade, locating the arrow at Eli's aimed spot. The razor-sharp obsidian tip lay utterly shattered. Yet, even more astonishing was the fact that a significant portion of the shaft had embedded itself deeply into the frozen ground, as hard as rock. What power! Eli exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhilaration as he beheld the arrow sunk into the frost. Let me try, Austin declared, seizing the new bow from Eli's grasp. With his considerable strength, He effortlessly drew back the string, dismissing the broken obsidian tip entirely, extracting the fractured arrow from the earth and knocking it on the string. This time, he aimed at the tribe's sturdy outer wall, constructed from massive logs bound together, a robust barrier against the frigid winds of the wilderness and the onslaught of beasts. With keen focus, Austin's muscles coiled tightly, and he released with a ferocious snap. Crack! Bang! The arrow, propelled with a velocity and force more terrifying than that of Eli, struck violently against the wooden exterior wall. After a dull thud, a sharp crack signified the splintering of the wood. The arrow itself, unable to withstand the immense impact, shattered into several pieces, yet the thick log it struck bore a deep impression, with wood shavings flying in every direction. For a moment, silence enveloped the entrance of the tribe, as everyone stood astounded by the power of this new bow. What a range! What penetrating strength! If only the hunters of the tribe could be armed with such bows, they could secure advantageous positions for concentrated fire during hunts. Austin slowly lowered the bow, his rough fingers caressing the dented log, then gazing at the uniquely crafted double-layered bow in his hand, his eyes igniting with ecstatic brilliance as he abruptly turned to Dick. By the old gods, young master, this bow, it will alter the fate of our hunting tribe. Dick shook his silver hair, his demeanor translating to a nonchalant dismissal of concerns. As for the family, whether this new bow would stir up old rivalries mattered little to him. At that moment, he yearned for clarity of thought. Besides, they were in the wilderness. If pressed, they could always venture northward, seek refuge with Uncle Damon. He had yet to meet his maternal grandfather. Chapter 58. Hospitality. The people from the Blackstone tribe have arrived. Leading them was Quentin's son, Leo, a massive explosive muscle, accompanied by two heavily laden carts. Halting before the camp of the hunting tribe, upon seeing Dick once more, the fierce grin and threatening gaze that Leo had donned previously during their last encounter had vanished. At present, he appeared somewhat wholesome and unassuming, reminiscent of a robust neighborly lad. "Hey, Brother Dick," Leo beamed, gesturing for his men to lift the heavy furs covering the carts. Within, they were brimming with translucent black stones, obsidian. They refracted a profound luster under the sunlight. Leo proudly patted the mound of obsidian. "Look, our Blackstone tribe's obsidian is the finest quality across the entire wilderness. Even the renowned black-clad commander, Duke John, once praised it personally." His face radiated pride. Then Leo drew a dagger from his waist. The blade, dark and gleaming coldly, was fashioned from obsidian. Obsidian is often quite brittle, he elucidated, yet occasionally true rarities emerge, hard enough to rival iron swords. He brandished the dagger, its edge glimmering sharply in the air. "A gift for you, son of Karen. A formidable warrior." Dick accepted the dagger, its weight pleasantly surprising. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a peculiar caramel hue shimmering under the light, its texture even and exuding a sense of warmth. At the moment his fingertips brushed against the blade, the scroll of the 72 fragments of the Earth's evil trembled violently in the depths of consciousness, conveying a singular message: spiritual energy. Dick's heart raced. He abruptly lifted his gaze and urgently inquired, "Brother Leo, how much of this quality obsidian do you possess? Is it abundant?" Leo, taken aback by his reaction, scratched his coarse hair. "Very little, exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, in the entire Blackstone tribe, apart from this dagger of mine, only my father, Chief Quentin, possesses a short axe of similar quality." Disappointment washed over Dick's heart, yet he quickly found solace in the vastness of the world, believing there must be wondrous artifacts infused with the essence of the earth. However, the scroll's yearning for spiritual energy was insatiable. He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. "Brother Leo," Dick immediately declared, "I wish to visit the Blackstone tribe." His disbelief in Leo was not the issue. Rather, the significance of the spiritual energy to the scroll was paramount. He had to see for himself. Upon hearing this, Leo's face lit up with joy. In a land where strength reigned supreme, any tribe yearned to befriend formidable warriors. "Excellent. Splendid," he exclaimed, clapping Dick on the shoulder. "My father will surely be delighted. Come, let's return at once." That very day, Dick embarked on a journey with Leo's party, heading straight for the Blackstone tribe. The tribe's encampment was situated atop a black hill not far from the trembling coast. At the hill's base lay a vast open pit obsidian mine, were the evidence of extraction and heaps of, or were visible from afar. The tribe was evidently larger than the hunting tribe, with a broader territory and a thriving populace. Upon his arrival, Dick was warmly welcomed by Chief Quinton, Leo's father. It was already evening when they arrived. A massive bonfire blazed in the heart of the tribe, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. The tribe's people gathered around the fire, honoring this warrior who had shown brilliantly in Macbee and had once defeated Leo. Learning of Dick's keen interest in the rare obsidian, Chief Quinton generously presented his cherished sword axe to him. The blade was equally dark and profound, emanating an extraordinary aura. Indeed, the scroll within the ocean of consciousness once again sensed clearly spiritual energy. Its quantity remained scant, comparable to that of the dagger. Dick graciously declined Quinton's offer to gift him the sword axe and instead suggested, "Chief Quinton, I appreciate your generosity. Might I visit your mine tomorrow at dawn?" "Of course." Quinton readily agreed. "A trivial matter. I shall have Leo take you." As night deepened and the bonfire dwindled, the Blackstone tribe prepared the finest accommodations for their esteemed guest. Dick, a grand tent constructed of sturdy timber and thick leather, awaited him. Leo personally led Dick to the tent, and upon lifting the flaps, they were greeted by two young tribal maidens, clad in clean leather skirts. Their faces bore a blend of shyness and curiosity. Leo pointed at them and grinned at Dick, saying, "Brother Dick, make sure to rest well tonight. They will take care of you." He paused for a moment, deliberately adding with a teasing tone, "You see, the one on the left is my sister." This revelation left Dick utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that such hospitality would include this. "Thou!" Dick hastily called out to Leo, who was about to turn away, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Wait, Brother Leo, this is rather inappropriate. Perhaps it would be best to ask the ladies to leave." Seeing Dick's flustered and crimson-faced demeanor, Leo erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. The son of Karen. Dick. He pointed at Dick, unable to contain his amusement. "A formidable warrior. So, you too have your weaknesses. You wouldn't still be a novice, would you?" "Ha ha." His laughter resonated loudly in the stillness of the night. Dick's expression grew more somber, his gaze wandering. Leo, noticing this, became even more animated, having hit the nail on the head. Hey, cheer up, Brother Dick." He winked, his smile brimming with mockery. "This is fantastic news. For you, and for us at Blackstone. From now on, the Blackstone tribe will be your second home. You can come any time, and there will always be a place for you." He gestured towards the tent. "Those two will belong to you, Dick." "But," Leo deliberately elongated his tone, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. "If you have children, they must belong to Blackstone. Of course, if your Karstar family wishes for children, that is acceptable too, but then you must marry both of them. This is a privilege reserved for the victorious warriors of Macbee, the mightiest of fighters. Others cannot even dream of it, so just enjoy it." Ha ha ha. With that, Leo left no room for Dick to refuse, laughing heartily as he swiftly departed, leaving Dick standing at the tent entrance, caught in a dilemma. Inside the tent, the two young women, though blushing fiercely, possessed a bold spirit typical of the children of the wilderness. They nudged one another, giggling softly, and ultimately mustered the courage to boldly gaze at Dick with their sparkling eyes, inching closer to him. Dick felt at a loss, unsure where to place his hands, his face burning as if he could fry an egg on it. The two young women had already approached him, exuding the essence of youth and warmth. Outside the tent, the frigid winds of the steppes howled above the camp, causing the embers of the bonfire to flicker and dance. Just as the various divine readers from another world might imagine, that night, Dick merely engaged in a discussion about life and aspirations with the two tribal maidens. Do not overthink it. Chapter 59. The mad lad. The winds of the wilderness carried a chill, sweeping across the exposed obsidian veins. Dick Castak had spent a full 5 days traversing the open mines of the Blackstone tribe. His boots were caked with black crushed stone dust, and his fingers glided over countless cold, smooth surfaces. Yet, he had not unearthed a single piece of obsidian imbued with the peculiar spirit he sensed. Squatting beside a massive black rock, his fingers unconsciously scraped the tip of his dagger. Obsidian, a natural glass formed by the forces of nature, derived from the hot fissures deep within the Earth's crust or near volcanic lava. Did this imply that such extreme landscapes were likely to yield extraordinary artifacts infused with spirit? A thought struck him. Valyria, the apocalyptic ruins known as the Sea of Smoke. According to legend, a cataclysm had occurred when the 14 fire peaks erupted simultaneously, obliterating the magnificent freehold of Valyria. To this day, it remains shrouded in mist, seldom visited by humankind. Unlike the Blackstone tribe's mines, which have been extensively exploited and likely depleted of their essence, the Sea of Smoke was a true crucible. If given the chance, he must go. Returning to the hunting tribe empty-handed, Dick found life returning to the rhythm of the wilderness, tranquil yet fraught with the tension of survival. He did not idle away his time. Instead, he began instructing the members of the hunting tribe in crafting the Penobscot bow. This hastily constructed double-limbed longbow, though lacking the precision of finely crafted longbows, possessed formidable draw strength. Its quantity compensated for any shortfall in accuracy. When they ventured north once more to hunt seals, the hunters no longer needed to risk crawling within 100 paces to throw their stone spears. They formed ranks, drawing back their bows under Dick's command, and executed a coordinated shot at an elevated angle. Specially designed, elongated arrows were propelled skyward by the powerful bowstrings, and their descent imparted incredible penetrating force. The twang of the bowstrings resonated in unison. The arrows cleaved through the air, descending with a deadly shriek. The trained hunters could complete 3 shots in a single breath. The results were immediate. Aside from seals that fled into the sea with arrows lodged in them, each raid reliably netted around 10 catches. The time spent hunting in the north was significantly reduced. Upon returning from their encirclement, the men needed to recuperate, while Dick's energy remained unspent. He ventured deep into the wilderness to hunt alongside a few equally spirited young tribesmen. Wild rabbits, lone wolves, wild boars, and even a massive black bear fell to their prowess. These escapades also introduced him to other small tribes surrounding the hunting tribe. Gradually, Dick began to sketch a mental map of the tribal power dynamics in the wilderness. Small tribes like Hunting and Blackstone, each comprising hundreds or even thousands of individuals, proliferated like moss across the plains. Meanwhile, the once mid-sized tribes had either been absorbed or merged in recent years, ultimately forming 3 colossal entities: the White Bear tribe, dominating the north. Occupying the central region, renowned for their ferocity, lies the Fong tribe, alongside the Hawk tribe, situated in the vast northwestern valley of the wilderness, which is the maternal lineage of Dick's mother. Dick realized that only such formidable tribes would possess the mysterious and revered shapeshifters, who typically serve as priests. Some powerful, vassal, medium-sized tribes might also possess them, while smaller tribes like the Pursuit tribe remain untouched by such power. To reach the Hawk tribe, Dick must venture to the northwestern valley, a journey that entails traversing almost the entirety of the wilderness, fraught with distance and uncertainty. It is said that the fierce rivalry between the White Bear and Fong clans is particularly intense. Of course, peace is not a given among smaller tribes either. The laws of the wilderness are simple yet ruthless. Might dictates all. If one dares to challenge, let their fists speak. Dick immersed himself in this wild rhythm, becoming somewhat enamored with its primal essence, the clash of strength and the struggle for survival. Soon, tales of his exploits, or rather his new moniker, began to circulate around the Pursuit and Blackstone tribes. A silver-haired lad, brimming with vigor like a newly born bull, charging forth with gleaming eyes at the slightest provocation. Bellowing, mark my words. What vexed the tribal warriors even more was this lad's astonishing prowess in combat. With an almost fervent excitement, he fought with a fierce and straightforward style, relishing in direct confrontations, delivering blows that left opponents sore for days. Though exasperated, the warriors soon recognized that this silver-haired wildling fought with restraint, causing injury without taking lives. Before long, everyone knew he was explosive Bear Carlin's son. The nickname Mad Lad Dick spread like wildfire. Unable to best him in battle, many seethed with frustration, yet some, who revered strength, admired Dick's candor and tenacity, eager to forge friendships with him. Such are the rules of the wilderness. Dick felt a raw authenticity, and he genuinely appreciated it. One midday, after concluding a hunt, he had just bested a defiant tribal warrior outside. Sweaty and dusty, yet exhilarated, he returned to the Pursuit tribe's dwelling nestled against the cliff and called for Yara and Arno to prepare warm water. Soon, he found himself comfortably reclining in a large oak tub under the wooden awning at the cave's entrance, enveloped by warm water. Yara quietly sat beside him, feeding him mashed wild fruits with a wooden spoon, while Arno busied himself nearby with freshly heated water buckets. Relaxing against the tub's wall, Dick gazed out at the shimmering expanse of the distant sea. A profound sense of satisfaction from fullness, victory, and warmth surged within him. Unable to contain his joy, he let out an exhilarating roar toward the vast, empty sea. What a delight! Yara could not hear, and Arno had his back turned. Dick assumed this was merely an unreciprocated outburst. However, a deep, resonant voice, imbued with the chill of the north, suddenly echoed like a boulder splashing into water. The voice paused, scrutinizing. You, my boy, seem to be faring quite well here. Dick stiffened, abruptly turning his head. In a hazy mist, a tall, imposing figure loomed at the entrance of the wooden shed, resembling a moving mountain. The newcomer, clad in a thick fur coat, appeared weary from travel, his visage chiseled as if carved by a sculptor. It was none other than his father, Count Karanga Stark. Behind him stood the solemn Austin, along with Dick's cousin. The exhilaration on Dick's face instantly froze. He was unceremoniously soaking in a wooden tub, delicate petals of wildflowers cast in by Yara floating on the surface. Count Karanga's gaze pierced through the tub, scanning Dick's frozen form, the bewildered Yara holding a wooden spoon, and Arnold, who had paused with a bucket of hot water. His eyes held scrutiny, a hint of fatigue, and perhaps a trace of relief at seeing his son thriving. The air in the shed grew thick, with only the mournful sigh of the sea breeze and the sound of water sloshing in the bucket remaining. Instinctively, Dick wished to submerge himself in the water, but found it only more mortifying. He could only hold his head high. Father, Dick's voice was dry. What brings you here? He attempted to conjure a less awkward opening line. Chapter 60, Trapped. The Hunting Tribe. Dick Karanga Stark's cave dwelling. The flickering torchlight danced upon the rough rock walls. Count Karanga Stark waved away the others, leaving only Dick and his cousin, Riken Karanga Stark. This young nobleman was the son of the Count's elder brother. Rescued during the last prisoner exchange, Dick harbored some doubts. The glory of the new bow, the prestige gained within the hunting tribe, his father Karanga's dilemmas, and his brother Roger's jealousy made him anticipate that the Count's private audience would revolve around these matters. In his mind, Dick had already plotted a course northward to seek refuge with the hunting tribe. However, Count Karanga's complex expression revealed an entirely different and far more intricate issue. Dick, the Count's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable urgency. This matter must remain confidential. Your sister, Lysana, has gone missing. Dick's heart plummeted. Missing? More accurately, the Count's brow furrowed. She has run away. Tony and Roger are at the trembling coastal fortress. I must immediately attend to affairs there. Lysana is unlikely to head in that direction. Your mother and your uncle Archer have already entered the Phantom Forest to search. A complex glance swept over Dick and Riken. Now, both of you must set off at once. Pursue westward along the frost-cold river. She is likely attempting to circumvent the Phantom Forest via the frost-snow peaks to the west before veering south. The command came swiftly and unexpectedly. Dick had no time to summon his two servants, Sam and Cody, let alone bring along Yara and Arno. The Earl of Carlin had dispatched only 10 elite cavalrymen, and the group galloped forth amidst a heavy atmosphere, bursting out of the hunting tribe. The hooves shattered the icy crust, and the biting wind cut against their faces. It was not until this moment that Dick learned from his cousin Raken the true reason for his sister's departure. She had fled to escape an unwanted marriage. Though no formal engagement ceremony had ever taken place, it was the White Bear tribe that had expressed their desire for a union. Raken, bouncing on the rough back of his steed, explained, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind. They had sent envoys to convey their intentions. And it seemed your father was also inclined to facilitate this match. No one had anticipated that Lysana would so vehemently resist. He paused, just yesterday. Though the exact time is unclear, she went missing. Someone saw her leaving the castle with a wandering minstrel. Until then, I had been unaware, just yesterday afternoon. Upon returning from tax collecting downstream of the frosted river, I encountered two travelers cloaked and hurried in their passage. It was only upon hearing of Lysana's disappearance that I suddenly recalled one of them bore a striking resemblance to her. This was precisely why the Earl of Carlin hastily sought out the hunting tribe, commanding Dick and Raken to pursue westward. A bitter wave surged within Dick. The state of his family resembled a series of grim tableaus flashing through his mind. When his grandfather held power, he had ousted his father Carlin and uncle. resulting in the betrayal of their ancestral stronghold, the Stag's Horn, by a distant relative. Both his grandfather and uncle perished in the ensuing chaos, forcing the family to retreat to the winter hold by the Frosted River, where his father Carlin was reluctantly appointed as the clan leader. Yet, here he found himself, essentially exiled to the hunting tribe, and his sister, she had chosen to elope rather than remain within their crumbling family, which was already beset by storms of turmoil. Along the frigid banks of the Frosted River, Dick and his company pursued relentlessly for 2 days and nights. At last, beneath the vast shadow of the frost-snow-toothed mountains, they discovered, on the outskirts of a small town called Hog, the 2 cloaked figures described by Raken. They were huddled outside the town, seeking shelter from the wind, kindling a small fire for warmth. Without hesitation, Dick led his cavalry to encircle them. When the flames illuminated the faces of those battered by wind and frost, Dick's heart sank. They were merely a sorrowful middle-aged man and a timid young woman, not Lysana and her wandering minstrel. My lord Dick, you have finally arrived." To his surprise, the middle-aged man, upon seeing Dick approach on horseback, did not display panic but instead greeted him with an eagerness akin to that of a savior. Dick reined in his horse, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the man. "From your words, it seems you knew I would come?" A sense of foreboding began to swell within him. A middle-aged man wore a sycophantic smile on his face, eagerly exclaiming, of course, your sister, the esteemed Miss Lysana, bestowed upon me 3 golden dragons. She instructed me to don this cloak with my daughter and await you by the Frostcold River, heading west, just outside Lord Hogg's town. She also mentioned that upon your arrival, you would graciously reward us with an additional 10 golden dragons. I, along with my daughter, dared not linger for a moment. The man's hands rubbed together, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, darting between Dick and Raken, the implication unmistakable. It was a ruse, a complete smokescreen. Cousin Raken, enraged in an instant, turned pale, swiftly drawing the whip from his waist, prepared to strike the man fiercely. Terrified, the man cowered, hands shielding his head, his face a canvas of fear and immense grievance, clearly bewildered by the sudden wrath directed at him. "Stop!" Dick swiftly interjected, his voice cutting through the cold wind with remarkable clarity. After a brief silence, he cast a complex gaze upon the trembling man and the frightened girl, before shifting his focus to his still fuming cousin. "Brother, this man is merely a hired hand, unaware of the true circumstances. I possess no golden dragons at present. I beseech you to advance him 10 golden dragons on my behalf." "What? Dick, you intend to give him golden dragons?" Raken questioned, somewhat incredulous. Dick patiently clarified, "Brother, since my sister, Lysana Castark, has promised to pay the golden dragons, the Castark family must uphold its debts." He lowered his voice, advising Raken. "The innocent do not grasp the intricacies of this issue. They only recognize the credibility of the family they serve." Raken finally nodded in silence, mulling over Dick's words as he retrieved 10 golden dragons from his pocket and tossed them to the grateful middle-aged man. Dick gazed towards the imposing, icy silhouette of the frost snow peaks to the west, releasing a deep sigh. The smokescreen orchestrated by his sister had successfully diverted the pursuers sent from home toward the wrong path. It was likely that the direction sought by the Phantom Forest would yield no results. "We must return," Dick declared, turning his horse with a weary yet resolute tone. Raken and the cavalrymen followed suit, preparing to embark on their journey back. Just as this disheartening retreat commenced, a piercing, hoarse shout filled with incredulous joy sliced through the frigid air. "Young master! Master Dick!" Dick turned towards the sound. At the edge of the town, he beheld a ragged group of emaciated figures, laboring under the lash of a foreman, struggling to drag thick logs to repair a dilapidated wooden fence. Among these seemingly lifeless laborers, several familiar silhouettes emerged, including the stooped figure of the elderly, silver-haired scholar, Valentine Johnson, the once proud middle-aged man. Now gaunt and bearing the marks of a whip upon his face, is none other than his esteemed mentor, Viscontaine, and those 2 individuals, frantically waving their arms and calling out to him, are precisely the castle servants he had, before departing from the fortress of Everwinter, implored his father, Count Karen, to arrange for the 2 scholars. Without a moment's hesitation, Dick spurred his steed. The war horse surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the labor camp at the edge of the small town. Shock and fury erupted within him. Although Raken and the 10 cavalrymen were initially bewildered, they swiftly followed suit, urging their steeds onward at Dick's sudden outburst. The thunderous charge of 12 warhorses sent shockwaves through the town's guards, who mistakenly believed they were under attack. An enemy assault. The guards of this small town at the border of the Hogg family territory were seized by terror at the unexpected cavalry charge. The piercing sound of alarm horns instantly shattered the tranquility of the town. Behind the wooden palisade, soldiers, in a state of panic, poured forth like hornets disturbed from their nest, their lances raised nervously towards the approaching Dick and his men. Meanwhile, the two servants, still pleading for Dick's assistance, were met with vicious lashes from cruel whips, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. Silence. You seek death. The shrill cries transformed into heart-wrenching wails, echoing in the frigid air. Chapter 61. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Beyond the frontier, the towering shadows of frostbitten mountains loomed like iron, casting a chilling aura. Outside a small town bordering the territories of the Hogg family and the Karstark family, 12 warhorses kicked up clouds of dust as they charged forth. The thunder of hooves alarmed the town's guardian, Cliff Hogg, the nephew of the local lord. He hastily gathered his troops, bracing for an imminent threat. However, upon discerning the enemy's numbers, he steadied his nerves and commanded his soldiers to raise their spears, taking cover behind obstacles in preparation for battle. Dick Karstark rode up to the edge of the enclosure, pulling sharply on the reins of his steed, Deathbringer. He did not intend to recklessly storm the town, but rather, he had caught sight from afar of the dire situation. His mentor, Scholar Viscontaine, along with the elderly Scholar Valentine Johnson, trembling under the lash as they labored to move heavy burdens, while the two servants nearby bore the brunt of cruel beatings. Consumed by rage, Dick was determined to ascertain the cause and rescue them. How could the two scholars, particularly the aged Valentine, endure such torment? As he witnessed a soldier's whip poised to strike again, Dick could no longer restrain himself. He spurred Deathbringer forward, charging through the crowd that blocked his path, heading straight for the center. With a swift kick, he disarmed the soldier's spear, and with deftness, he lashed out with his riding whip, ensnaring the soldier's whip handle, yanking it away forcefully. Behind him, his cousin Riken and 10 cavalrymen followed closely, crashing into the encirclement of the town's soldiers. Dick dismounted swiftly, rushing towards the frail old Scholar Valentine and the equally dazed Scholar Weiss, who was supporting him, and inquired urgently, "Master, what on earth is happening? Were you not journeying through the family estate, penning treatises on agriculture and celestial phenomena with the old scholar?" Weiss's gaze was vacant. His lips moved, but no sound emerged. The elderly Valentine weakly lifted his head, his cloudy eyes straining to focus, his voice barely audible. "Am I not dreaming?" Dick, the town's guardian knight, Cliff Hogg, observed that this group of cavalry, upon breaching the encirclement, had not drawn their weapons, but had instead slowed and halted, which eased his apprehension. A cavalry without speed posed significantly less threat. Moreover, they appeared to recognize the rebels they had captured, and the family insignias emblazoned on the cavalryman's attire were familiar to Cliff Hogg. He adjusted his helm, puffed out his chest, and strode forward with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, "Hey, people of House Stark, this is Hogg family territory. I am a guardian knight, Cliff Hogg. What is your intent in charging into the town?" The two scholars were in a woeful state, and further questioning seemed futile. Dick, filled with wrath, turned to the interrogator. "I have a question for you. By what right do you strike my Stark servants? By what right do you compel my master and old Scholar Valentine into such toil? Were you Hogg family plotting?" A glimmer of understanding flashed across Cliff Hogg's face, soon morphing into a derisive sneer. "Those two servants? Huh, they did claim to be of House Stark. But who would believe the words of two acknowledged traitors?" He pointed at the trembling scholars. "As for them, lackeys of Hightower, yet they have never professed allegiance to your Stark family." This statement momentarily stumped Dick. He was suddenly reminded that in the current realm of Westeros, scholars were indeed regarded as pariahs in many quarters. The two scholars were undoubtedly under the protection of House Stark. "Now do you understand?" Dick observed his master's frail condition. Unwilling to linger on the matter, "We must go." "Wait," Cliff Hogg bellowed, raising his hand to signal his soldiers to tighten the encirclement. "Those two servants are yours. Take them away. But those traitors? You shall not take them." He huffed, "And state your names. To intrude upon my family's territory, without even a proper introduction? Is Stark so ignorant of decorum? I am Dick Stark." Witnessing the grim circumstances, Dick indeed forgot his manners. lacking the experience for formal negotiations with other nobles. The second son of Count Karen? Cliff seemed to have heard that name before. His gaze swept across Dick's conspicuous silver hair and youthful visage, a mocking grin spreading across his face. So, young Master Dick, by what authority do you engage in discourse with me? If Count Carlin himself were present to claim that Lord Stark is sheltering these two scholars, I would acquiesce. Or if your family's heir were to say the same, I would also comply. But you? He scoffed. Are you a knight? Ah, although beyond the wall, since the disappearance of Duke John, lords have taken it upon themselves to knight others. It seems that Count Carlin has not conferred knighthood upon you, his younger son, has he? You assert protection as if it were a mere whim? Preposterous. Ha ha. Cousin Riken furrowed his brow and stepped forward, softly advising Dick. He makes a valid point. In matters of noble negotiation, one's status must be commensurate, at the very least, not vastly disparate. Perhaps we should return and request Lord Count to draft a letter to Lord Hogg. Retrieving the individuals should not pose great difficulty. Dick's gaze swept over the frail old scholar, the day's teacher, and the two servants on the ground, who, despite their agonizing pain, had ceased their wails. Their eyes, now brimming with a fierce will to survive, fixed intently upon him. Dick slowly shook his head, back and forth. I fear they may already be lost. His thoughts raced, and suddenly, Dick's eyes sharpened like the frigid winds of the tundra. He lifted his hand, tucking the wind-tousled silver hair behind his ear. In the next moment, so swift that no one could perceive it, Dick's form shifted slightly, and he effortlessly drew a longbow from the side of the death beast. The motion of bending the bow and knocking the arrow flowed seamlessly, almost blurring. There was no need to aim. The bowstring sang. Bang! The arrow flew through the air. So sudden, so swift, so close. The crowd had no time to react. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing erupted. Cliff Hogg's iron helmet was sent flying. Only then did Cliff and his soldiers awaken from their stupor, their faces drained of color, instinctively bending down to evade. Riken and the cavalry behind Dick were similarly startled, drawing their swords from their sheaths. Yet the scene before them rendered everyone once more motionless. Clang! 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 The sharp sound of arrows striking the helmet rang out in a continuous barrage. Dick did not relent. His expression remained impassive, his movements ghostly quick, drawing the bow as if it were full moon, releasing arrows like shooting stars. One by one, the arrows expertly pursued the tumbling helmet in the air. 10 arrows. Each one struck true. The helmet was as if struck by an invisible hand, spinning and wailing, forcibly nailed above the small town. Cliff Hogg, aghast, turned ashen, his throat constricting painfully, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. He even forgot to issue a command for resistance. His legs felt as heavy as lead. Dick slowly lowered his bowstring, his icy gaze piercing toward Cliff Hogg. I am indeed not a knight. I lack the equal status to engage you in negotiation. He patted his quiver at his waist, his voice chilling. However, my arrows can engage you. I have 10 more arrows. There are 41 of you, but believe me, you can only be counted as 31. Upon seeing Cliff Hogg's face regain a hint of color, it seemed he was contemplating the advantage of 31 against 12. Dick smirked coldly, arrogantly gesturing toward his cousin. Yet, my cousin Riken Karstark possesses superior archery skills. He still has 20 arrows left. Well then, 31 minus 20. That leaves us with merely 11. Cliff Hogg's countenance, reminiscent of a Sichuan opera actor changing masks, paled once more. Dick's cousin, Riken, paused momentarily, yet swiftly regained his composure before anyone could notice, adopting a stern expression. He cast a malevolent gaze upon Cliff Hogg, scrutinizing him relentlessly, causing the latter to feel as though he were riddled with countless holes, a chill creeping over him. Cliff's face transformed from ashen to a ghastly gray. Stepping forward, Dick's voice, though low, was suffocating. Now, I shall depart with my 2 scholars and my servant. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing the town's soldiers lowering their weapons, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Who was in favor? Who was against? A profound silence ensued. No one responded. Only the wind whispered through the crumbling walls. No one dared to speak up, certainly not to declare in favor, and even less likely to oppose under Riken's ominous stare. Dick chose not to elaborate further, signaling for Riken and the others to assist. They swiftly helped the weakened scholar and the injured servant onto their horses. The hooves thundered across the frigid earth. kicking up clouds of dust as they departed from the border town under the rigid watch of Cliff Hogg and his soldiers. Chapter 62. The Choice Along the Frost-Cold River. Dick Karstark bore a heavy heart. His sister, Lyanna Karstark, remained unaccounted for. Fate offered a slight reprieve. At the border of Hogg territory, he rescued his mentor, the scholar Viscodo, the elderly scholar Valentine Johnson, and 2 servants. The 2 scholars and the servants, having endured great torment, were too frail to withstand the jolting of horseback, forcing the group to progress at a slow pace. Just after leaving the town, cousin Riken anxiously turned back repeatedly. "Dick, are they pursuing us?" Dick appeared unfazed, shrugging his shoulders. "Hey, Riken brother, that look you had earlier, that fierce demeanor. You resembled a master archer. Well done." His laughter echoed along the riverbank. Riken's shoulders slumped, still shaken. "Next time, if you want me to play the part of a master, do give me a heads up." My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. "But seriously," he said, his tone filled with admiration, "those arrows of yours were incredible. I never expected you to be such an expert marksman." Dick waved dismissively. "I've loved hunting since childhood. Practice makes perfect." During their rest, the scholars and servants cleaned themselves, consuming dry rations to regain some strength. It was then that Dick finally grasped the extent of their ordeal. 2 scholars, within the domain of House Karstark, found their celestial and agricultural data insufficient, prompting them to venture into the territories near Frostbite Tooth for further research. Disguised as merchants, their identities as scholars rendered them vulnerable to misfortune. However, while laden with precious manuscripts and data, an anomaly with their cart aroused the suspicions of the guarding knights as they passed through a small town at the border of Hogg. Upon inspection, their true identities were revealed through the books. The knights detained them, sentencing them to hard labor until they were rescued by Dick. In lamenting the manuscripts and months of painstaking data reduced to ashes by the guards, Scholar Valentine beat his chest in despair. Dick sighed internally, offering gentle consolation. As long as they were unharmed, all was well. Data could be regathered, manuscripts rewritten. As long as life persisted, knowledge remained eternal. The journey back was arduous. It took 2 days and 1 night to reach their destination, but returning with the scholars to Everwinter Castle consumed 4 days and 3 nights. Upon their arrival, Dick's mother, Lady Helena, and his uncle Archer returned empty-handed from the ghostly woods, just as Dick had anticipated, having found no trace of Lysana. Dick's aunt, Kalia, dispatched her eagle companion for a search, yet yielded no results. His father, Count Carlin Karstark, along with his elder brother Roger and Uncle Tony, had also returned from the trembling seaside fortress. In the second-floor council chamber of Everwinter Castle, the atmosphere was as frigid as ice. Dick's cousin, Riken, cautiously broke the silence. "Uncle, since Sister Lysana is adamant about not fulfilling her marriage pact, and we have been unable to retrieve her, why not let my sister take her place in the union with the White Bear tribe? Perhaps it could salvage some measure of honor." Count Carlin slowly shook his head. Fatigue etched upon his brow. "Were it not for my daughter, the betrothal would not involve the son most esteemed by the chief of the White Bear tribe. It holds little significance, and may even be perceived as an affront." He paused, his voice deepening. "Let this matter rest for now." His gaze drifted far away. "Perhaps we shall revisit it when my youngest daughter, Jenny, matures." Count Carlin sighed deeply, as if shedding a burden or conceding defeat. As for Lysana, there was no need to expend further efforts searching for her. She had chosen her path. Let her be. With the matter of Lysana set aside, Count Carlin shifted to another pressing concern, his voice regaining its authoritative tone. "Dick has developed new bows and arrows within the hunting tribe, boasting remarkable range and penetration, significantly enhancing hunting efficiency. This presents an excellent opportunity. I intend to summon 200 of their finest to establish a dedicated archery unit." His gaze turned to his eldest son. "Roger shall oversee their training and command." After a moment of hesitation, Count Carlin's gaze ultimately fell upon his second son. "Dick," his voice softened. "Child, you need not venture to the hunting tribe for now." Dick was momentarily taken aback, meeting his father's eyes. Then, a subtle, knowing smile graced his lips. It was as he had expected. If the matter were handled indirectly, jeopardizing Yara and Arno, Dick would have been incensed. At this moment, however, such a direct approach elicited little anger. He had no intention of vying for power. A dark thought surfaced. What if he were to defy this directive? With a sudden outburst, one might engage in a spirited debate. reminiscent of a melodramatic tale from a past life, embroiled in a struggle for succession with brothers at odds. Such thoughts flickered briefly, leaving only absurdity and a chill in their wake. However, Lady Helena, Dick's mother, remained far from tranquil. She abruptly rose, knocking over an empty wine glass, the shattering sound piercing the air. Her eyes aflame, she confronted her husband. You previously sent Dick to the hunting tribe, akin to banishment. Now he thrives there, as everyone can see, having crafted new bows and arrows. Do you wish to remove him again? Carlin, Dick is our son too. Helena's voice trembled with anger. Aunt Kalia, leisurely sipping her wine, cast a cool glance at Carlin. Carlin, do you truly harbor such disdain for Dick? The Falcon tribe would gladly welcome him. I'm certain my father and brother would be more than willing. Carlin, faced with the ire of his wife and the biting words of his sister-in-law, displayed a complex expression, rubbing his brow. Helena, I understand, but Roger is also our child. He is the eldest, more experienced, and more suitable to lead the new army. I assure you, he raised his voice. Once we defeat the traitors and reclaim our lost lands, I will ensure that a prosperous territory is granted to Dick. He shall not suffer. A deeper silence enveloped the council chamber. The family's plight weighed heavily upon their hearts like a colossal stone. Carlin's promise of needing time now felt feeble. He turned to the silent Dick, his tone softening slightly. My child, I know you cherish hunting, but it is not imperative to venture into the wilderness. The Shadow Forest also has a family hunting team. You may rest here at the castle for a while. Dick nodded calmly, yet resolutely declined the notion of rest. Very well, father. I understand. He raised his head, scanning the assembly. However, at dawn tomorrow, I shall go to the Shadow Forest. I am weary now, so I will return to my chamber. With that, Dick stood and left the oppressive council chamber without hesitation, his posture straight and his steps steady, devoid of any lingering resentment. Helena watched her son's retreating figure, her heart tightening with concern. She shot a fierce glance at her husband before hastening after him. The council chamber fell into a profound silence. The crackling of the fireplace echoed, illuminating Roger's somber face and Carlin's furrowed brow. Helena caught up with Dick in the corridor. Dick, my child. She grasped his arm, her eyes slightly reddened, uncertain of how to console him. Her heart ached with the injustice stemming from her husband and elder son, leaving her in a state of helpless anguish. Dick, she managed to choke out, why not heed your aunt's advice and go to the Falcon tribe? Seek your uncle and grandfather. Leaving here is surely better than enduring this. Dick halted, turning to gently grasp his mother's icy hand, offering a sincere smile. It truly is fine, mother. His voice was gentle yet resolute. My elder brother is indeed the exemplary heir, the family's hope for the future. Father's choices are made with consideration. I will not contest them, please rest assured. He gazed out at the dark green silhouette of the forest, his tone imbued with a light-hearted curiosity. The Shadow Forest is quite splendid. I indeed wish to witness it, having heard that the scenery there is remarkably distinct. Chapter 63. The hunters of the Stark family in the early morning. The biting wind whipped the fine snow against the heavy stone walls of Winterfell. Dickon Stark, draped in a fur cloak with a fine steel sword at his waist, a sturdy longbow slung over his back, and a quiver of arrows at his side, stood before the castle gates. His attendants, Sam and Cody, bundled in thick furs, led the horses Ghost and 2 other robust steeds, their saddles adorned with a hunting spear and a short axe. Lady Helena Stark clutched Dickon's hand tightly, her breath forming a white mist in the cold air. My child, the Shadow Forest is no trifling matter. Even experienced hunters must exercise utmost caution. Promise me be vigilant. A hint of unrestrained emotion quavered in her voice. I shall, mother, Dickon replied solemnly, feeling the chill of her fingertips and the weight of her words. Ellen Hawke stood behind Helena, her cheeks slightly flushed from the cold, her bright eyes fixed intently on Dickon, brimming with admiration and concern. Cousin Dickon, you vanished without a word last time, and now you are off again so soon. Beside her, Martha Hawke lowered her head, murmuring, you should join our Hawke tribe. A flicker of warmth surged within Dickon, only to be overshadowed by the melancholy of parting. He squeezed his mother's hand firmly and nodded to his 2 cousins. Fear not, hunting is my forte. By the way, there's Yara and Arno. Their mother seems unwell. Ellen, Martha, please watch over them for me. With that, he evaded the piercing gazes of his cousins and nimbly mounted his horse. Lady Helena thrust a soft leather pouch into his hand, containing provisions and precious healing salve. Dickon cast a final glance at the three women before him and tugged at the reins. "Let us depart." The hooves of the horses shattered the thin ice as the trio swiftly followed the old hunter arranged by Lord Carlo, vanishing at the road leading to the Shadow Forest. Upon entering the Shadow Forest, the light suddenly dimmed. The towering ancient trees interlaced their branches overhead, weaving a colossal cage that obscured the sunlight. The snow lay thick on the ground, while the shadows beneath the trees were cloaked in lush moss and decayed matter, exuding a damp, chilly aura. The air was biting cold, mingled with the earthy scent of soil, rotting wood, and the heavy aroma unique to the primordial forest. An unsettling silence reigned supreme, interrupted only by the distant, unidentifiable howls of wild beasts or the soft rustling of snow suddenly dropping from the branches, momentarily breaking the stillness. It felt as though lurking eyes were concealed behind the twisted rocks and dense thickets. Sam and Cody involuntarily tightened their nerves, gripping their weapons at their waists. Dickon inhaled deeply the frigid air. Rather than instilling fear, the forest's formidable presence awakened an exhilarating thrill deep within his veins. Over the next 2 days, Dickon exhibited astonishing hunting prowess. His senses, heightened by the enhancements of the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends, surpassed the acuity of ordinary men. As a snow hare cautiously emerged from beneath a moss-covered tree root, Sam and Cody remained oblivious, while Dick had already drawn his bowstring in silence. The arrow flew forth, piercing the hare's neck with precision. The following afternoon, a famished boar burst forth from the dense thicket of thorns, its massive tusks gleaming menacingly, charging straight at Cody's flank. The foul wind rushed towards him, overwhelming Cody with shock. In that critical moment, Dick swiftly drew his obsidian dagger from his waist, pivoting to strike with force. A flash of darkness surged, the dagger plunging deep into the boar's eye, penetrating its brain. The creature let out a piercing scream, propelled forward by inertia for a few more steps before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, splattering snow and mud just a step away from Cody. Pale-faced, Cody struggled to catch his breath. His gaze towards Dick was filled with an unprecedented reverence and gratitude. Each of Dick's actions was executed with precision and decisiveness, as though he were the sovereign of this forest. Sam and Cody were utterly captivated, silently tending to their quarry, their loyalty deepening profoundly. Soon, the horses were adorned with a bountiful harvest: snow hares, grouse, foxes, and that immense wild boar. On the evening of the third day, guided by the seasoned old hunter, they arrived at their destination, the hunter's lodge deep within the phantom shadow forest. Several low, long houses, constructed from sturdy logs and thick animal hides, were ingeniously nestled at the base of a colossal fishbeam tree. In the center of the camp, a great bonfire blazed, its flickering flames striving to dispel the forest's cold, damp atmosphere. Encircling the fire were a diverse assembly of hunters clad in thick leather coats. Some repaired their bows, others tanned animal hides, while a few engaged in hushed conversation, sharing strong spirits. Their faces bore the ruggedness of chiseled stone, their gazes sharp as eagles. The wooden walls were adorned with dried animal skins, massive antlers, and an array of hunting tools. The black and white sunburst emblem of the Castark family prominently hung above the main house's threshold. Under the warm glow of the bonfire, Dick stepped into the circle, flanked by Sam and Cody. His arrival was abrupt, prompting the hunters to rise in respect. Dick scanned the crowd, seeking the leader of this locale. His gaze soon settled on a figure rising from a wooden stump, clad in well-maintained chainmail and a thick cotton gambeson adorned with the Castark family crest. A long sword at his side, he was evidently a knight, James Park, son of the old knight Cohen Park. However, illuminated by the firelight, his complexion appeared unusually pale, betraying an evident panic. "Master Dick?" James's voice was dry and taut, his body instinctively recoiling. It was him. Sam and Cody fixed their gaze on James with burning hatred, their hands instinctively resting on the axes at their waists. Sam leaned closer to Dick and whispered, "Master, it was he who, with a cursed gold dragon coin, threatened our father and the lives of us 3 brothers, compelling us to relinquish the sold Sang Biao. The humiliation of that extraordinary black horse, Sang Biao, being forcefully taken from us surged within the hearts of the brothers. That cold gold coin felt like a disgraceful brand, deeply etched into their souls." James' complexion shifted from pale to crimson and then to an ashen hue, his gaze evasive, but seemingly not directed at the two savage servants. At that moment, Cody's voice tightened like a drawn bowstring, his finger abruptly pointing towards the shadows behind James. "Master, look at those people by the campfire." Dick's gaze immediately darted in that direction. Illuminated by the flickering flames, he clearly discerned the figures resembling hunters, their leather garments bearing an inconspicuous yet unmistakable emblem, the black rose crest. The Sellis family. Dick's eyes suddenly turned frigid, an invisible chill radiating from him, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had frozen in an instant. The crackling of the campfire seemed to fade away. James Park's face had entirely drained of color. The Sellis family hunters began to retreat slowly and silently, their hands inching toward their weapons. Chapter 64. Drawing the Sword. Sheathing the sword in the depths of the ghost shadow forest lay the Hunter's Lodge. The camp was nestled against the enormous, gnarled roots of a fishbeam tree. The campfire crackled, illuminating the seated hunters. However, when the figure of Dick Castark emerged at the edge of the firelight, the harmonious atmosphere abruptly froze. The Sellis family hunters reacted swiftly, leaping up, bowstrings taut, blades drawn, all aimed at Dick. The camp leader, James Park, son of the venerable knight Cohen Park, bellowed and rose to his full stature. His iron sword was unsheathed with a metallic clang, a flash of cold light. Yet the blade did not point towards Dick. It swiveled sharply, aimed directly at the Sellis hunters. His broad back was fully exposed to Dick. In the name of the gods, James' roar drowned out the crackling fire. The Castark hunters behind him were finally roused, startled as they drew their hunting knives, axes, and spears without hesitation, targeting their former drinking companion. A dense atmosphere of murderous intent enveloped the camp. This bizarre scene compelled Dick to suppress the urge to draw his sword, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. With his back turned to Dick, James displayed a complex expression under the firelight, yet his gaze remained as steadfast as rock. "Sheathe your weapons. Now, to bear your fangs at the son of the Lord within our Castark territory? Have you all lost your minds?" The Sellis hunters exchanged glances, showing no intention of lowering their weapons, maintaining a defensive posture as they slowly retreated towards the outskirts of the camp. James kept his eyes fixed on them, refraining from issuing a command to halt. Dick remained still as well, his gaze sweeping over his own hunters, who, astonishingly, did not intervene. Some appeared pale, their hands trembling around their weapons. Others were left in a state of bewilderment. A few seasoned hunters murmured, their gazes shifting between James and the retreating Selasians. The camp descended into an uncanny silence, punctuated only by the sound of receding footsteps and the crackling of the campfire. It was not until the Selasians had completely vanished from the firelight, disappearing into the edge of the forest, that James exhaled heavily, slowly sheathing his sword. He turned, casting a look of complex emotion at Dick, his throat constricting, yet unable to utter a word for a long while. Behind Dick stood two servants, Sam and Cody, their grips tightening around the axe handles, knuckles white, glaring at James with the ferocity of young wolves guarding their master. "Master," Sam's voice was a strained whisper, laced with anger and fear. "This man has betrayed us. He colluded with the Selasians. It's dangerous here." "Indeed," Cody growled. "We'll block the traitor. You must flee." James initially regarded them with disdain, but his gaze refocused on Dick, imbued with a sense of resignation and determination, even a hint of plea. "Listen, Dick Castark." His voice was deep and resonant. "My father, Cohen Park, and I have sworn fealty to Lord Carlin. This vow has never been forsaken. We hold our oaths dearer than life itself. In the past as now." James's chest heaved. "The situation here is not as you perceive. You may disbelieve every word I say, and I care not for your opinion of me or how you choose to deal with me." Dick's expression remained impassive as he subtly raised his chin, urging him to continue. Sam and Cody attempted to interject, but were silenced by a frosty gesture from Dick. Years ago, James's voice was hoarse. "All the land surrounding the Ghostwood belonged to Castark. This accursed forest is your family's exclusive hunting ground. How vast is the forest? How perilous? Wolves, shadow cats, and unnameable creatures eke out a living within. A hunter who does not band together is doomed." James surveyed the surrounding Castark hunters. The Selasian hunters of today, strip away that black rose emblem, and at their core, They are still the Karstark hunters who once traversed these woods and crossed icy rivers with us. They are not warriors arrayed for charge, knights, Master Dick. They are merely hunters striving to feed their families. James gestured broadly. They are brothers, cousins, companions who grew up together. Yet the forest has divided us. The families have split. One dons the Silesian-s black rose hide, while the other wears our black with a white sunburst. His tone bore profound weariness and candor. It is that simple. I, James Park, stand guard here with but one purpose: to provide sufficient sustenance for the trembling fortress along the coast, to ensure that the garrison's bellies are not empty. This is my duty and my father's promise to the Lord. Dick fell silent, while Cody beside him could not refrain from muttering a curse. Master, do not trust this traitor's deceit. Dick keenly sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere surrounding them. Upon hearing James's confession and the accusations from his servant, the Stark family's hunter was swiftly overtaken by a deeper fear, replacing the initial confusion etched upon his face. Their hands, once steady upon their weapons, began to tremble uncontrollably, eyes darting away, and cold sweat beading on their foreheads, a testament to their terror of the Lord's wrath. Reflecting on the perilous woods where both parties had once hunted in camaraderie, the implications of being discovered by the Lord's son were dire. Should their lord learn of this, the consequences would be severe. The term traitor was one that the Earl of Carlin loathed with fervor. Dick's heart sank. While James's words may have held some truth, the hunters, ensnared by fear, posed a greater threat than any adversary. They might well take reckless measures to avoid being branded as traitors and facing execution. It was imperative to stabilize their nerves. With decisive authority, Dick raised his hand, his voice firm yet measured. Enough, Sam Cody. Sheathe your axes. Reluctantly, the two complied, their vigilance unyielding. Stepping forward, Dick surveyed each Stark hunter, his tone resolute and clear. Everyone, put away your weapons. I have seen it plainly. It was you who, in a display of loyalty, expelled the Sella's family to protect me. He emphasized, this loyalty and bravery shall not be forgotten. The Stark family will remember those who stood for it. His words served as a decree of absolution. The hunters' taut nerves suddenly relaxed, their weapons lowered and sheathed. Voices of gratitude erupted in chorus. Lord Dick, we thank you for your keen insight. The crisis was momentarily averted. Dick turned to James Park, lowering his voice. James, I will verify your oath myself. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Did you not say that your duty was to supply meat for the trembling coastal fortress? James straightened, unflinching indeed. Very well, Dick replied, his expression impassive. We depart at once. I shall accompany you. Without surprise or hesitation, James nodded decisively. The camp became a flurry of activity. The hunters dispersed swiftly, extinguishing portions of the campfires, packing their gear, and tossing large slabs of smoked meat onto the wooden carts. The sounds of clattering iron, heavy breaths, and commands replaced the former silence. Dick stood aside, flanked by Sam and Cody, who remained alert, watching the surroundings. Chapter 65. Close the gate. The haunted forest beyond the wall was so dense that scarcely a ray of light could penetrate. Dick followed at the rear of the procession, observing the hunters laboriously pushing several carts laden with their quarry, slowly maneuvering through the thicket toward the trembling coastline. This wretched place bore no roads. Riding was a challenge, let alone maneuvering carts. The carts, departing from the hunter's lodge, relied solely on human strength to be pushed along. Navigating through the thicket was a formidable task, each step a battle against entangled roots and slippery moss. The biting cold beyond the wall spared them from the nuisance of snakes, insects, and vermin. Yet the wolves, bears, wild boars, and those elusive snow leopards not only abound, but are also terrifyingly ferocious. Dick pondered that perhaps this world, nourished by a hint of ethereal energy, surpassed his desolate homeland, Blue Star. Thus, these beasts were disproportionately large, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. It is said that within the forest, there exists a glacier wolf as formidable as a stout bull. However, throughout their journey, Dick had rarely taken action. He had witnessed what true hunter collaboration entailed. The group did not recklessly converge into a chaotic mass within the woods. A few seasoned hunters, like phantoms, had dispersed early on, moving swiftly and silently to scout ahead. Others had fanned out on either side and behind, their senses heightened, alert to any rustle in the foliage. Upon detecting danger, a mimicry of bird calls would resonate. At times, The group would immediately dispatch members to stealthily approach and eliminate any solitary beast. At other moments, they would swiftly regroup, standing back to back, armed with spears and bows. Intense confrontation with the encroaching pack of wolves. Observing their precise and clean movements, Dick noted the unspoken understanding conveyed through mere glances. It was then that he started to believe what James Park had previously mentioned, that hunters in the Shadow Forest must rely on one another for survival. With his taut nerves slightly easing, Dick began to engage in conversation with James beside him. It was then he learned that Dick's father, Count Karen, and his elder brother had been deliberating on rotating the station personnel at the trembling coast fortress. Once the rotation was completed, the position of frontline commander was originally meant to be handed over to James's father, the old knight Cohen Park. A few years prior, my father had bravely infiltrated the horned fortress occupied by that rascal Salas, bringing back vital intelligence regarding the enemy's precarious troop situation on the edge of Shadow Forest. The Count was quite pleased and subsequently promoted him to commander of the frontline fortress. But this cursed rotation, James spat, had been fraught with misfortune. The Salas family had recently gone mad, behaving like rabid dogs, harassing, probing, and orchestrating petty maneuvers every few days, thereby prolonging the rotation. And now, my father still bore the title of deputy commander. 3 days later, the towering, sun-blocking trees finally thinned, and the terrain became more navigable. Dick and his companions finally emerged from the oppressive gloom of the Shadow Forest. As they stepped back into the light, a squad of reconnaissance cavalry draped in heavy cloaks approached, their hooves thudding dully against the frozen ground. The leading cavalry captain evidently recognized James Park. After a brief exchange, he promptly dispatched 2 riders to accompany the group, escorting them toward the crucial seaside fortress. After traversing for much of the day, when the briny, icy sea breeze rushed to greet them, the family fortress on the trembling coast finally came into view. It stood majestically atop a steep cliff. Upon the fortress, a flag adorned with a white sunburst on a dark background fluttered ominously in the frigid wind. From the northern approach, where Dick and his companions drew near, the terrain was relatively gentle, making it suitable for resupply. Conversely, the southern side, facing the sea and potential adversaries, was steep and formed a natural barrier. This wooden fortress was constructed in a robust bastion style, with several protruding angles resembling fangs pointing in various directions, ensuring no blind spots for shooting. Dick's gaze swept across the fortress's outer walls, where the wooden barriers bore the harrowing scars of battle. Large areas of charred wood were clearly the result of fire, and several arrow towers had been skewed by heavy impacts, with jagged wooden splinters grotesquely exposed. Although the main gate had been repaired, dark red stains, remnants of a recent, brutal conflict, lingered near the hinges, silently narrating the horrors that had transpired. Accompanied by 2 cavalrymen, James Park engaged in negotiations, allowing Dick and his party to finally approach the battle-worn stronghold. The heavy wooden door creaked open slowly, accompanied by the groans of the winch. Once inside, the hunters immediately began to unload their spoils under James's direction, transporting the game from the wooden cart to the designated area. Dick stood in the small courtyard within the fortress, surveying his surroundings. While a somber atmosphere was to be expected in a war stronghold, the soldiers' expressions were taut. And just as Dick pondered this, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps approached. It was James's father, Cohen Park, the aged knight, clad in soiled, dark-stained armor, hurrying toward them with several equally armed and anxious soldiers. The old knight's face was etched with worry and fatigue. His gaze scanned the crowd before abruptly locking onto Dick, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. Without waiting for Dick or James to speak, he lunged toward James, suppressing his voice, yet laced with anger and dread. He growled, "You fool! Why have you brought him here? With only a handful of hunters." The old knight swiftly turned to Dick, his voice rising in urgency, filled with an undeniable sense of peril. "Leave, Master Dick. Get out of here, immediately." James, taken aback by his father's wrath and words, stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, an icy wave of dread slithered up Dick's spine, instilling a sense of imminent danger akin to a venomous serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, he vaulted onto the back of his steed, Savage Beast. Simultaneously, he barked at the equally stunned Sam and Cody move. Alas, it was too late. A triumphant and mocking laughter suddenly echoed, reverberating across the fortress courtyard. "Ha ha ha! Today is indeed favored by the seven. Look who has delivered themselves to us. Subsequently, another cold, authoritative voice commanded, "Close the fortress gates." A thunderous boom ensued. Behind Dick, the heavy wooden door thunderously fell shut, the resounding impact irrevocably severing any chance of retreat. The sound of the door crashing down echoed like a funeral bell, heralding doom. Dick's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He swiftly turned towards the source of the noise, only to behold a throng of armored soldiers converging aggressively on a few individuals from the direction of the fortress's main keep. Among them, he immediately recognized the young man at the forefront, whose sinisterly handsome visage had crossed his path years ago during a prisoner exchange at Everwinter Fortress. Cassio Sellas, heir to the Sellas family. Dick vividly recalled this audacious youth who, even then, had shown no fear in the face of Count Carlin, his words and actions brimming with bravado. Even Dick's father, Count Carlin, had afterwards furrowed his brow, remarking that the lad was a formidable adversary. How had he ended up here, in his own family's fortress? A glance towards the old knight, Cohen Park, revealed a face wrought with despair and urgency. Dick comprehended the gravity of his predicament. He had unwittingly stumbled into a perilous domain. Chapter 66. The Loyal Soldier by the Trembling Shore. This frontline stronghold of House Castark loomed ominously. The heavy door slammed shut behind Dick Castark, seemingly severing any vestige of freedom or escape. He forced himself to remain composed, his keen gaze scanning the traitors encircling him. Just moments prior, he had been observing the soldiers within the fortress, until the fortress commander, a rugged man, a knight trusted by his father, Carlin Castark, had personally torn from his cloak the emblem of loyalty, the white sunburst star. The jarring sound of the fabric ripping felt as though it had shredded the last shred of hope in Dick's heart. Those soldiers following Sellas, tear down the white sunburst star. The commander's shout resonated like a death knell. In an instant, the small square of the fortress erupted with the harsh sounds of metal scraping leather. The soldiers, those he believed were guarding the honor of his family, unsheathed their swords, turning them against the Castark emblem upon their own attire. Fragments fell like withered snowflakes, even among the old knight Cohen Park's contingent of fewer than 100 men. Some exchanged furtive glances, ultimately gritting their teeth and turning to join the ranks of the traitors. Dick's gaze swept across the square. At least 200 soldiers brandished their gleaming blades against them, while the walls glimmered with deadly intent. Archers had taken their positions, their arrows mercilessly aimed at this small group. The architect of this turmoil, Cassio Sellas, wore a smile that exuded control over the situation. He elegantly signaled his subordinates to shed their cloaks, revealing finely crafted armor emblazoned with the black rose insignia. Dick's pupils dilated in shock. 10 well-equipped Sellas knights. Cohen Park, my old friend, Cassio's voice, laced with feigned warmth, shattered the oppressive silence. We were just enjoying a pleasant conversation, weren't we? Look, your son has even brought along the son of Karen. TSK, TSK, TSK. He cast a glance at the pale-faced James Park, surrounded by anxious hunters. The terms we discussed earlier remain unchanged, and now we can additionally reward your son with an estate. What say you, Cohen Park? The old knight's face darkened instantly, akin to the bottom of a pot. The muscles on his wrinkled visage twitched. His gaze swept over the 2 furious loyal servants standing before Dick, then turned to the horseman who was intently watching him, and finally to his panicked son, James. It felt as though the air had solidified. Ultimately, the old knight took a deep breath. His chest swelled, and with an unusual calm, he articulated an oath with clarity. His voice, though not loud, struck the hearts of everyone present like the ringing of a war hammer. By the 7 gods, I, Cohen Park, vow to follow Lord Karen unto death with my iron sword. My shield shall eternally protect House Stark. This oath seemed to transport the old knight back to many years past, its resonance echoing in the small square, imbued with a resolute power. Hearing his father's vow, James Park trembled, and casting a bitter smile towards the besieged Dick, said, Dick, it is I who have brought you to this plight. No longer paying heed to the cowering hunters around him, James unsheathed his sword with determination and stepped boldly to his father's side, responding to the honor of their family through action. Cassio Sellas, exaggeratedly shaking his head in feigned sorrow, was nonetheless filled with cold calculation. What a pity! The terms and the newly added estate, when translated into golden dragons, would amount to several tens of thousands. Now, Cassio raised his voice, infused with fervent incitement. Soldiers loyal to our Sellas family, these golden dragons are now yours. His words ignited the greed of the traitors in an instant. The encirclement tightened abruptly, and the soldiers surged forward in excitement, the clash of swords echoing amidst the fervent shouts of loyalty to Sellas, resembling a pack of hungry wolves scenting blood. The loyal soldiers before Dick turned ashen, many nervously unsheathing their swords, the sound of metal scraping against metal piercing the air. Cassio observed this with satisfaction, raising his hands in a mocking gesture, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Quiet now, loyal soldiers. The sarcasm within his words slithered like the venom of a serpent. His gaze pierced through the throng, locking onto the silver-haired youth atop the warhorse Death's fury. I must have a word with my distant cousin. Right, Cousin Dick? Dick pressed his lips tightly together, offering no reply, his eyes swiftly scanning the towering spires, the narrow passages, and the gaps in the formation of the rebels. He was calculating, searching for any glimmer of hope. Do not be so aloof. A glance won't hurt. Cassio extended his hands. Dick, as you can see, within the entire fortress, I have over 10 knights and more than 300 soldiers on my side. Meanwhile, on yours, he scoffed contemptuously, Cohen Park and his son, 2 knights, accompanied by a handful of terrified soldiers. Look no further, Dick. You stand no chance. Noticing Dick's continued silence, Cassio adopted a tone of persuasion, his eyes glinting with cunning. Come join our Sellas family. I am aware that as a second son of Karen, you're not held in high regard within your family. What a remarkable talent you are, establishing workshops in the desolate winter fortress, caring for the wounded, repairing bridges and roads, and recently addressing the food shortages. Karen truly does not recognize your worth. Cousin, come to us, and your talents will find unfettered expression. At last, Dick withdrew his gaze from the walls, coldly fixing it upon Cassio, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Am I to betray my family merely because I am overlooked, Cassio? Do you think I am particularly soft-hearted? Cassio, instead of being angered, laughed, the sound jarring in the tense atmosphere. Oh, I had no idea, Dick, that you were such a tough nut. I truly do not wish to harm you. Wouldn't it be better to live and showcase your talents? He fixed his gaze upon Dick, his youthful visage partly obscured by silver hair. And Cassio's eyes glinted with mischief. I have heard of your passion for hunting and your encounters with Karen's loyal hound, the son of Payne Brown, in duels. Do not think, dear cousin, that I would deny you this opportunity. Right here, just the two of us, let's engage in a duel witnessed by the 7 gods. If you lose, you will come with me willingly. If you win, I shall allow you to leave unscathed. Duel. This word struck Dick's mind like a bolt of lightning, a glimmer of hope. Yet with so many knights on the opposing side, Cassio was certainly no honorable gentleman who would keep his word. Even if he won, would those 300 traitors and 10 knights simply let him go? They would likely unleash a storm of arrows upon him. He needed a variable, an opportunity to disrupt this deadlock. With a sidelong glance at the old Sir Cohen, a plan took shape in a flash. Seeing Dick's silence, Cassio assumed he was intimidated, his mocking smile growing broader. Is my cousin afraid? All right, you have yet to be knighted. TSK. The young must strive harder. Dick keenly sensed that his opponent seemed unaware of his true strength, oblivious to his recent victories in the wilderness. This could very well be a golden opportunity. However, Dick also recognized that Cassio's words lashed like a whip against the hearts of those soldiers who remained loyal to Karstark. He could feel the morale of his loyal soldiers wavering, as hesitation and fear spread like a plague. There was no time to waste. Dick resolved to act without hesitation. He gently nudged the flank of Death Howl, the robust northern warhorse, which promptly moved forward with an almost instinctive grace, stepping past Sam, Cody, and the soldiers in its path, halting beside the venerable knight, Cohen Park. Dick dismounted with a decisive fluidity, his movements exuding a sense of urgency. He thrust the reins of Death Howl into the old knight's calloused hands, leaning in to whisper in a voice barely audible to the two of them, Sir Cohen, whatever transpires, do not be alarmed. Prepare yourself. When I give the signal, gather the reliable men at the edge of the field. Be swift. The weathered face of the old knight instantly registered astonishment and confusion, but Dick had no time to elaborate, nor did he pause to ascertain whether the knight understood. With a sudden pivot, Dick strode boldly into the center of the invisible arena. Chapter 67. Provocation. Cassio Sellas, standing at the heart of the fortress, bore a smile that belied the cold scrutiny of his gaze, sweeping over the frenzied soldiers driven mad by the Golden Dragon. After years of infiltration, the stronghold of House Karstark had become little more than a hollow shell. The commander was his ally, and half the soldiers had turned to the Sellas family. Yet, this was insufficient. He desired more. Ideally, to use this fortress to ensnare the Earl of Everwinter, Carlin Karstark himself. However, Carlin remained as vigilant as an old wolf, always appearing with an elite guard far surpassing the norm. To make matters worse, Carlin seemed to sense the disturbance. The fortress was undergoing a change of guard, and Cassio could not afford to relinquish control. He feigned an offensive distraction to delay the transition. Simultaneously, he focused on the incoming new commander, the old knight Cohen Park. If he could win him over, the fortress would remain firmly in the grasp of the Sellas family. Indeed, it could become the perfect trap to ensnare Carlin. Cassio resolved to persuade him personally. Accompanied by 10 knights, he entered the fortress, demonstrating to the old knight his strength. Beneath the surface of the black backdrop adorned with a white sunburst, the interior had largely transformed into shields and black roses. Old Knight Cohen Park proved to be quite the challenge, slippery, neither refusing nor consenting. Cassio smirked inwardly. This old fellow was weighing his options. The gold and promises of the Sellas family were sufficient to corrupt any oath. A little more pressure would suffice. However, fate's goddess did not favor him. A figure burst into the fortress. Dick Karstark, the second son of Carlin. Dick's arrival was like ice water poured into boiling oil. Cohen Park's murky gaze sharpened instantly upon recognizing the bloodline of Karstark. This old fellow had resolved to adhere to his ludicrous oath. Any attempt at persuasion had utterly failed. Cassio felt a surge of frustration, soon replaced by a chilling intent to kill. One fortress officer and so many soldiers had vanished. Carlin Karstark could no longer be doubted. This matter had been irrevocably exposed. Carlin would never again set foot in this trap. After years of painstaking efforts, it appeared that all would be in vain. No, I cannot return empty-handed. Cassio's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed upon Dick Karstark. If he could not capture Karen, he would seize the latter's second son instead. This Dick, a longtime friend of Winterfell, had reportedly been the one to mend bridges and establish workshops, barely sustaining the precarious Karstark family. Yet, that reckless Karen had evidently underestimated the worth of his younger son. Capture him alive. Cassio resolved in an instant. It was understood that Dick had seemingly been tutored by the esteemed Visconti, a master craftsman. This explained how Dick had established workshops and repaired bridges. Intriguingly, the intelligence also indicated that this youth was passionate about hunting, yet had not even attained knighthood. What combat prowess could a young craftsman and hunter possess? Capturing him would be a matter of utmost ease. As Dick stepped into the training grounds, dust floated in the afternoon sunlight. He calmly regarded the fully armored Cassio Sellas across from him. The fine plate armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and the opponent appeared unhurried, his face betraying an unabashed confidence, as if Dick were already in his grasp. Unfazed, Dick seized the opportunity to voice his perplexities. Your Sellas family, first betraying, then renaming yourselves. Cassio, how do you manage to be so audacious, even self-satisfied? Do you not fear the wrath of Winterfell, the judgment of the North's king, the scorn of all the northern lords and those beyond the wall? Cassio erupted into laughter. Huh. It seems Karen truly looks down upon you, his second son. While others may be ignorant, Karen must surely be aware, yet you remain utterly oblivious? Ha ha. This man seized the opportunity to sow discord. Observing Dick's indifferent shrug, Cassio appeared to offer both explanation and persuasion, laced with feigned pity. Winterfell? I know Karen has made contact with Winterfell, but has there been any movement in recent years? They are preoccupied with their own troubles. The collapse of the wall has connected the lands beyond with the north, yet the region from Black Castle to the Eastern Sea is no longer under Winterfell's jurisdiction. It now belongs to the Terror Fortress. They have sealed off the passage between the lands beyond and the south. Long ago, after the disappearance of the Black Duke Jon Snow, the lands beyond became isolated from Winterfell, a disjointed assembly, each governing themselves in feudal entertainment. Your father's title of count is merely self-bestowed. Cassio lowered his voice, feigning resignation. The reality is harsh, Dick. Today, the Bolton family of Terror Fortress reigns as the mightiest force in the north. We must either submit to Castle Caho, to Terror Fortress, or face the annihilation. Do not harbor hopes for Winterfell. That is but a distant dream. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Dick. For this scenario diverged significantly from the portrayals of his previous life as dramas. Seizing an opportunity, he pressed for clarification. I recall from the chronicles that the Bolton family of Horror Castle had met their demise. Had they not? Cassio shook his head. That was eons ago. My knowledge is scant. However, historical records are not always reliable. The truth is, the Bolton family is currently at the zenith of their power. Cassio insinuated that Karen withheld the truth, ensnared in a vengeful reverie regarding eternal Caho City, reluctant to awaken from his dreams. He shifted focus to Karen's incompetence and his disdain for Dick. Dick, the Castark family belongs to Karen. The future lies with your elder brother, Roger. What can you, a mere second son, hope to gain? Your talents seem wasted. He persistently sought to undermine Dick's resolve. A sardonic smile crept upon Dick's lips. Whether it is worth it or not, should not be for you to determine. As for my father, my brother, my family, and my own blood relations, your concern is unwarranted. Dick paused, his words revealing a wisdom that transcended his years. Gains and losses? All that I have lost was never truly mine. All that I seek, I am bound by it. All things are at my disposal, yet none belong to me. Cassio appeared momentarily taken aback, mulling over the philosophical depth of Dick's words. Despite their complexity, he grasped their meaning. Dick continued, I desire very little. Without desire, one possesses strength. Without action, one can accomplish anything. Do you wish for me to betray my family? To forsake my own kin? Cassio, Severus, conceal your thoughts. Do not waste your breath. Immediately after, this state of mind resonated remarkably with the 72 remnants of the earth. Dick distinctly sensed that the consciousness of the remnant scroll was expanding its capacity to absorb the ethereal energies in the air. Cassio remained silent for a moment, his gaze revealing a mix of emotions. Without desire, one possesses strength. Without action, one can accomplish anything, he remarked, genuinely impressed. He sighed, as if lamenting, alas, it seems the final judgment must be left to the seven gods. Cassio's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor suddenly fierce. Are you truly prepared to draw your sword against me, Dick Castark? You are yet to be dubbed a knight. Think carefully. Behind Cassio, 10 knights erupted with fervor. Boy, open your eyes and see clearly. Our lord is the mightiest blade of Severus, the champion knight of the Horror Castle tournament. You are not a match for him. Sensing the commotion, Dick understood the source of Cassio's confidence, his glory and strength as a tournament champion. Although the title of champion resonated loudly, Dick felt no fear. The true challenge lay in his profound distrust that Cassio would honor the duel's promise. In this fortress, steeped in the influence of Severus and shrouded in obscured truths, the reality would be easily concealed. He must confront challenges far beyond a mere Cassio Celis. There are also the 10 knights, alongside the traitorous commanders and soldiers within the fortress. To break the deadlock and ensure his survival, he requires overwhelming power. Dick's hand gradually moved toward the hilt of his sword, his gaze as piercing as a cold star, fixated upon his adversary. The air in the training ground abruptly thickened, suffused with the aura of impending violence. Chapter 68. I shall send you flying from this place. Dick Castark stood upon the trembling shore. In the central square of his family's fortress, the icy stone bricks reflecting his solitary figure, he slowly drew his long sword, his movements steady yet imbued with a sense of resolution. His right hand firmly grasped the hilt, while his left held the unadorned scabbard. This iron sword, acquired from a Pantos merchant, glinted with a chilling light under the slanting rays of the afternoon sun, casting his silver hair in a glow akin to burning ice flames. The sword tip unwaveringly pointed toward Cassio Celis. By the witness of the seven gods, let the duel commence. Dick's voice, though not raised, penetrated the silence of the square with clarity. Upon hearing this, the mocking grin on Cassio Celis's face vanished in an instant, as if a mask had been stripped away, revealing a predator's intense focus beneath. He unsheathed his long sword with a reverse grip. It was not a two-handed greatsword, yet as it emerged from its sheath, the cold blade extended slightly longer than an ordinary longsword, exuding an ominous sharpness. With a clang, the valuable silver-inlaid scabbard was carelessly hurled to the ground. Cassio firmly grasped the hilt with both hands and slowly raised his sword. His gaze swept over the commonplace iron sword in Dick's grasp, a glimmer of absolute confidence flashing in his eyes. The sword he wielded was a trophy won by the champion knight at the terrifying fortress's martial arts tournament, a masterpiece that could slice through iron like mud. No longer hesitating, Cassio charged. He did not rush toward Dick, but instead advanced like a beast brimming with power, taking a single, forceful step forward. The longsword in his hand emitted a piercing sound as it cleaved through the air, unleashing his full might in a ferocious strike aimed at Dick's iron sword. The objective was clear: to shatter his opponent's weapon. Dick's pupils constricted as he instantly discerned his adversary's intent. He could not engage head-on, nor could he evade too swiftly. With a deft flick of his wrist, he angled his sword just in time. The lethal blow grazed the blade, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. Although his feet remained planted, beads of sweat began to form on Dick's brow. Having failed to destroy the sword with that initial strike, Cassio let out a low, guttural roar, his assault relentless. Transforming his slash into a cut, the cold edge of the sword lunged once more at Dick's iron sword, the angle sharp and merciless. Dick was forced to retreat a step. The blade skimmed perilously close to his front, causing a fine tear in his leather armor. Immediately thereafter, Cassio's onslaught erupted in full force. He moved like a tempest, each step sending debris flying, each sword swing infused with the strength to shatter gold and split stone. In his grasp, the long sword morphed into a silver tempest of death. The relentless assault of slashes, chops, and thrusts. Each strike carried the weight of a somber wind pressure. The target remained steadfastly fixed on Dick's ordinary iron sword, swaying amidst the tempest. Cassio aimed to compel Dick into a defensive stance, intending to shatter that mundane iron with the absolute superiority of his gleaming steel blade. Dick's figure struggled in the storm, retreating rapidly, awkwardly sidestepping, narrowly evading sweeping blows, and even resorting to desperate rolls to escape vicious upward strikes. The iron sword in his grasp resembled a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves. He relied solely on exquisite agility and foresight, narrowly dodging catastrophic collisions at the brink of disaster. The square echoed with Dick's labored breaths, the muffled thumps of his boots on the ground, and the terrifying shriek of Cassio's sword slicing through the air. To the onlookers, Dick appeared as though he were a wild beast cornered at the precipice of a cliff, relying solely on instinct and luck to escape the clutches of death. Each evasive maneuver was heart-stopping, as if he would be engulfed by that cold gleam at any moment. James Park, watching from the sidelines, was drenched in cold sweat. "Father, how can he keep dodging? At this rate, disaster is inevitable. Strike back." Cohen Park's brow furrowed in worry, his voice low and anxious. It was not a lack of desire to retaliate. It was an inability to do so. Cassio was cunning, his sword extending a full length beyond young Master Dick's. He deliberately controlled the distance to his advantage, slithering like a serpent and denying any chance for close combat. Every strike was aimed directly at young Master Dick's sword, with a singular, clear intention: to destroy it. Without a sword, what is there to discuss in a duel? In stark contrast to the tense and anxious atmosphere of the Park father and son, the Knights of the Cella's family appeared relaxed and at ease. With arms crossed and unabashed mockery gracing their faces, they watched. Though Dick's evasions were nimble, to them, each was fraught with stumbling peril, revealing the strain of his tenuous stance. The outcome seemed inevitable. A few knights even relaxed their grips on their sword hilts. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, Dick remained observant. Realizing an opportunity had arisen, he continued to evade while deep within his consciousness. The energies harvested from fishing and hunting, transformed into life force, were poured into the power hall from the scroll of the 72 remnants. In an instant, the power hall blazed with brilliance. A spectral image of a mighty bull emerged within the hall. The radiance continued to flicker, ultimately coalescing into the phantom of a colossal primordial elephant. A surge of ferocious power flooded through Dick's entire being, causing him to tremble. It was reminiscent of the moment he activated the sword control technique, an irresistible urge to unleash a barrage upon grasping a bow. At this moment, Dick could no longer contain his desire to erupt. He was on the verge of bursting forth. In the eyes of Cassio Celas, Dick, who had been desperately evading, suddenly transformed, his youthful visage reflecting an unmistakable change, trembling all over. "All frightened?" The knights of the Sellers family nearby could not suppress their derisive laughter. Cohen Park, the aged knight, along with his son, bore expressions of despair. Dick could no longer contain himself. Seizing the moment when he dodged near the knights of the Sellers family, he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and forcefully clashed against Cassio's descending longsword. The speed was astonishing, the force overwhelming. With a resounding crack, the sword sheath shattered. Cassio Sellers was caught off guard, his hands gripping the sword violently shaken, the flesh of his palms torn, and his fingers twisted grotesquely. The long sword slipped from his grasp, soaring high into the air. Yet, Dick's momentum was unbroken. He channeled all his recent gains into the realm of power, not merely to vanquish Cassio. He became a blur, gliding closer. Before Cassio's anguished scream could fully escape his lips, with a swift thrust, Dick's iron sword pierced through Cassio's right kneecap. One strike disabled both hands. Moreover, he aimed to cripple a leg. He would grant him no chance for resistance or escape. Just as Cassio's agonized escaped, Dick discarded the ruined sword sheath with his left hand. He did not even have time to retrieve the long sword embedded in Cassio's leg. With lightning speed, his right hand reached out, seizing the gap in Cassio's finely crafted armor, and with a powerful twist of his waist, he hurled Cassio toward the aged knight. Sir Cohen Park. Sir Cohen. Dick could only shout a warning. There was no time for anything else. With a tremendous force, he spun toward the nearby fortress commander. The hard stone floor of the fortress cracked underfoot. The mockery on the commander's face had not yet faded when Dick's heavy fist struck down upon his forehead like a meteor. Bang! The commander was lifted off the ground, flying backward. Dick propelled his strength and speed to the utmost limit. He seized one of the commander's ankles as he ascended. With a mighty heave, he flung him toward the direction of the old knight Cohen Park. At that moment, Cassio, still airborne, let out a wretched scream. Yet, Dick did not relent. He exerted force anew, stamping down with such ferocity that his boots shattered with a resounding rip. Like an arrow released from the bow, he surged forward, wielding terrifying power, charging fiercely toward the knights of the Sellers family. Chapter 69, Crushing. In the realm of Westeros, an insurmountable chasm lay between the commoners and the nobility. Even if one's ancestors basked in glory, once fallen, without divine providence, returning to nobility was nearly impossible. Cohen Park was among the fortunate, favored by fate. Many years ago, when the Stark family faced cataclysmic upheaval, in the face of treachery and the precarious defense of Winterhold, Count Carlin Stark recognized the valor and resilience of the seasoned warrior, Cohen Park. With a solemn gesture, Count Carlin bestowed his long sword upon Cohen's shoulder, elevating him to the esteemed rank of knight and granting him a noble title. This battle-hardened veteran, having endured countless seasons of hardship, fully comprehended the weight of such an honor. Subsequently, Count Carlin also knighted Cohen's son, James Park. Deep within, Cohen harbored immense gratitude and unwavering loyalty towards Count Carlin and the Stark lineage. At this moment, amidst the biting winds and the roaring waves of the tremulous coastal fortress, the old knight, Cohen Park, had resolved himself to face certain death. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he was determined to protect the Starks with his very life, in gratitude for the Count's benevolence. However, the fortress commander had turned traitor, aligning himself with the Sellers family, while the enemy leader, Cassio Sellers, advanced relentlessly. Yet, in this moment of despair, a remarkable act by Count Carlin's son, Dick Stark, upended Cohen's world. In the blink of an eye, Cassio Sellers, who had previously held the upper hand with a mocking smirk, found himself caught in a whirlwind of chaos. The next instant, before Cohen's aged eyes could comprehend, a powerful gust swept through, accompanied by a thunderous impact, sending the once mighty Cassio Sellers hurtling through the air as if he were a mere sack tossed by a giant. Not only Cassio, but the treacherous fortress commander was also swept away by this tremendous force, crashing violently toward Cohen. In that electrifying moment, Cohen perceived the presence of the warrior among the seven gods. The speed and strength exhibited transcended mortal limits. Sir Cohen, Dick's roar echoed, resonating in Cohen's ears a fraction of a heartbeat later, akin to thunder rolling through the heavens. The cry roused the astonished old knight, whose decades on the battlefield had etched resilience into his very being. Although he did not witness how Dick had turned the tide, he understood what was required of him in this moment. The two must not perish. They were pivotal. with a sudden surge of determination. The old knight seized the long spears from the hands of two dazed soldiers nearby. With lightning speed, he thrust the spears into the crevices of the stone slab, pressing down with all his might to secure them firmly. Bang! The heavy impact and the sound of flesh tearing resonated simultaneously. Cassio and the fortress commander collided forcefully with the spear shafts. The immense force bent the spears into crescent shapes. Cohen felt his arms tremble violently, his palms splitting. Had it not been for his seasoned experience in dissipating force, he would have been shattered by the impact. Cassio and the commander let out harrowing cries, ensnared by the spear shafts, rendered immobile. The old knight's heart was filled with a mixture of astonishment and elation. At that moment, he finally understood Dick's earlier whisper: no matter what happens next, do not be surprised. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Dick Castak moved with such swiftness that he became naught but a shadow. Barefoot upon the frigid stone, he harnessed a force more ferocious than the winds beyond the borders. Charging directly at the nearest Selah's knight, the mocking expression on the knight's face had yet to fade, and terror began to creep into his gaze. There was no time for reaction. A fist loomed larger in his vision. Thud! With a sound akin to a hammer striking an anvil, the knight's head snapped back, his helmet crumpling under the impact. He was propelled into the air, colliding with two of his companions, and the three tumbled in disarray. Dick showed no signs of slowing. The stone beneath his feet shattered as he utilized the momentum to slide sideways, twisting his waist and delivering another heavy punch, this time to the center of another knight's breastplate. Crack! The armor caved in. The knight's eyes bulged, blood foaming from his mouth, and his body flew backward, crashing against the stone wall before sliding down. Swift. Too swift. Dick's speed transcended the conventional understanding of combat. At that moment, the remaining 6 Selah's knights, their mocking smiles abruptly transforming into sheer horror, wore expressions that were both bizarre and comical. They shouted in panic, clumsily attempting to draw their swords. A glint of cold determination flashed in Dick's eyes, and he surged forward with even greater force. A towering knight before him, attempting to unsheath his sword, barely managed to draw it halfway when Dick's foot struck the knight's wrist. Crack! The sound echoed. The bones fractured audibly. The metal bracer twisted and contorted. The partially drawn sword was forcibly driven back into its sheath. The scabbard, along with the hilt, flew diagonally backward, yanking at the knight's leather belt. The knight screamed in agony, losing his balance as he was yanked off balance, tumbling and knocking over countless soldiers. Dick's movements were fluid. As he stomped down, his right hand shot out like an iron claw, seizing the wrist of another knight attempting to draw his sword on the right. Not only did he not hinder the knight, but he also used the momentum to pull and twist violently. The knight felt an overwhelming force pulling him forward. Dick arched his back, executing a ferocious overhead throw. Bang! The weighty steel-clad body crashed onto the stone floor like a battering ram. Cracks spread like a spider's web. The knight emitted no sound, his body convulsing, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and his sword slipped from his grasp. In one fluid motion, Dick seized the freshly unsheathed sword, the cold hilt igniting a silver gleam in his eyes. Clang! Clang! At that moment, the remaining 4 Selah's knights finally managed to draw their swords, the sound echoing like a belated death knell. They beheld their companions sprawled haphazardly, moaning in despair. Only then did Dick come to a complete stop. Barefoot, he firmly planted himself upon the cracked stone. He placed a foot on the chest of the convulsing knight beneath him, applying just enough pressure to elicit a groan from the broken bones. The cold wind tousled his disheveled silver hair, revealing a visage that was youthful yet stern. Like a demonic deity standing tall, Dick slowly raised the long sword he had just seized, its tip unwaveringly directed at the 4 trembling Sarah's knights. His voice, though subdued, pierced through the cacophony of the winds and the groans of despair, declaring, "Surrender and live. Otherwise, face death." The chilling proclamation reverberated throughout the courtyard, spreading an air of terror. The 4 knights, with swords aimed at them, turned pale, their hands shaking violently. In mere moments, the tide had turned, and so many knights had been vanquished, an astonishing feat achieved in the blink of an eye. Just then, Cassio Sarah's and the fortress commander had scarcely landed. "In the name of the warrior, do not move." Cohen Parker, The veteran knight bellowed fiercely, drawing his sword and aiming it steadily at Cassio's eyes. His roar echoed Dick's formidable presence, instilling fear in the surrounding soldiers. James Parker, the old knight's son, regained his composure and immediately unsheathed his sword, pressing its tip against the commander's throat. The soldiers, witnessing the gruesome scene on the ground, the agonized Cassio and the commander, turned their gaze to the barefoot youth who stood triumphantly over the knight's chest, his silver hair wildly billowing. Clang! At last, a soldier, overcome by psychological collapse, released his grip, causing his sword to clatter against the stone floor. Weak-kneed, he knelt and cradled his head in despair. Chapter 70. The storm had only just begun to brew. Surrender seemed to carry a contagious effect, individual resolve dissipating amidst the collective. At this moment, along the trembling coastline, within the fortress of the Castark family, this phenomenon silently spread. The fortress commander and his newly sworn master, Cassio of the Sarah's family, had been captured alive. Their elite squadron of knights fell before the silver-haired youth like stalks of wheat, broken and trampled. In the arena stood the youth Dick Castark, his silver hair stained with blood and dirt, wielding a long sword, exuding an oppressive aura that suffocated all in its vicinity. When the first soldier could bear it no longer, a clang resounded as his weapon fell to the ground. This seemed to signal a chain reaction. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons hitting the ground echoed in succession. The soldiers who had betrayed Castark, like wheat severed by a scythe, discarded their arms and knelt in submission. They prostrated themselves, trembling with fear, too afraid to meet the gaze of the silver-haired demon. The tumult of battle subsided. Within the fortress, only the mournful wail of the cold wind, the suppressed groans of the wounded, and the heavy breaths of the captives remained. Against the wall, the four knights of the Sarah's family quivered like chaff. Cohen Parker felt a slight loosening of his taut nerves. He continued to point his sword at Cassio, yet his gaze was firmly fixed on Dick Castark. The old knight's heart raced, filled with a mix of shock and elation. Dick's cold silver eyes scanned the kneeling soldiers, ultimately resting upon the four knights huddled in the corner. He stepped forward, his bare feet pressing onto the coagulated blood on the ground, producing a viscous sound. The noise was not loud, yet it resonated clearly through the frigid wind. By the seven gods, the victor had been determined. Now you must choose death or life. The four men turned pale, exchanging terrified glances. Ultimately, their courage utterly dissipated. The long sword clattered weakly to the ground. With trembling knees, the four fell to the ground in supplication. Dick exhaled a long breath of white mist, which quickly vanished into the icy air. The trembling seaside fortress had changed hands. Barefoot, Dick stepped onto the cold, rough stone slabs, advancing towards the fervent-eyed old knight. He caressed the long sword he had seized, glancing at the black rose emblem etched upon its blade. Shaking his head, his arms suddenly surged with power, and the sword, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, plunged down forcefully. With a piercing sound, the tremendous force drove the sword's tip unimpeded into the hard stone floor of the fortress, until only the hilt remained. Standing starkly like a solitary tombstone, Dick no longer regarded it and walked directly towards the incapacitated Cassio Solaris. Cassio's right knee had already been pierced by Dick's iron sword. Dick grasped the rough hilt and, without hesitation, pulled it out. A ghastly scream echoed once more, the excruciating pain momentarily clearing Cassio's dazed mind. He twisted his face, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Dick, filled with utmost terror and confusion. By the seven gods above, Cassio's voice was hoarse and fragmented. This is no mere mortal strength. Do the seven gods truly exist? Dick paid no heed to his astonishment, wiping the blood from the iron sword. Cassio was unwilling to accept this fate. The immense disparity and agony scorched his reason. With his fractured palm and contorted fingers, he desperately pushed against the ground, attempting to rise. The agony in his knee caused him to falter once more. Cassio struggled to turn towards the old knight, Cohen Parker, his voice deformed by pain and malice. Cohen Parker, old fool, do not forget, Dick harbors enmity towards you and your son, that ridiculous morning hound. Cassio gasped, malevolence flickering in his eyes. With such power now at his disposal, he would not spare you. Dick gazed at this wounded man, who still sought to sow discord in silence. However, he He noticed the sudden change in the expressions of Cohen Parker and his son. The old knight tightened his grip on the sword, while James instinctively took a half-step back, both cautiously stealing glances at Dick's countenance. The terrifying combat prowess Dick had just displayed was undeniably oppressive. Doubt could not be allowed to fester. Cassio, Sir Cohen offered the horse to my uncle, and my uncle subsequently gifted it to me. Thus, it ultimately was given to Cassio Stark. What could I possibly find unsatisfactory? Disregarding Cassio, whose visage resembled that of a lifeless corpse, and utterly steeped in despair, Cohen and his son bound him securely, a gesture that suggested a sense of relief. The old knight immediately commanded his loyal soldiers to firmly secure Cassio, the pallid fortress commander, along with the 10 knights of the Sellers family. At that moment, the bound fortress commander suddenly thrashed about, his voice hoarse and frantic as he bellowed. Do you think this is the end? The Sellers family will not let you escape. The army is not far off. Once they arrive, you shall all perish. This frenzied outcry heightened Dick's alertness. Although the fortress had changed hands, the peril had not dissipated. The walls, the small square, and these loyal soldiers kneeling around them were unreliable. Dick's gaze sharpened, and he lowered his voice, resolute as he commanded Cohen Park. Open the fortress gates. At once. Cohen executed the order without hesitation. Yes, my lord. He gestured for the soldiers to unlock the heavy gate. Dick continued with his orders, keep a close watch on Cassio. This commander and those 10 knights, apart from our own few soldiers. His eyes swept over the recently surrendered figures still kneeling. Everyone else must be expelled from the fortress immediately. The old knight's son, James, was taken aback by this. Though anxious, the recent events had instilled a newfound respect within him. My lord, the fortress is vast. A mere few dozen cannot even fill the walls. We must prepare for that army the traitor spoke of. My lord, you could enlist these surrendered soldiers, allow them to atone for their sins by guarding the fortress. Cohen Park whirled around, glaring at his son with ire, chastising him sharply. Fool. Silence. We hold the heir of the Sellers family in our grasp. This is the most formidable shield we possess. Lord Dick is right. Retaining these turncoats, who would betray for mere gold, will only invite disaster. He punctuated his words with a firm strike of his sword-esque scabbard. Execute the orders. Chastened, James turned pale, daunted in his silence. The old knight swiftly directed those loyal soldiers, whose eyes now shone with admiration for Dick, to act promptly. They dragged Cassio, the fortress commander, and the 10 knights to a corner for vigilant oversight, while simultaneously opening the heavy fortress gates. A frigid gust of wind rushed in. Dick re-established his position at the center of the fortress square, standing beside the black rose, sword embedded in the stone. His gaze slowly swept over the hundreds of fortress soldiers still kneeling, trembling in fear. Afraid? Dick's voice was steely. Indeed, traitors should rightly tremble. After a brief pause, he raised his voice. However, I, Dick Castark, in the name of the Castark family, present to you one final opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty. He deliberately emphasized the word loyalty, laced with irony. Now, you kneeling individuals, discard your weapons, shed your armor, and depart through this grand entrance unarmed. Proceed to Winterfell and report to my father, Count Karen Stark, the events that have transpired here today with utmost honesty. Time, of course, will dull the fear. Perhaps before long, some among you will once again find yourselves kneeling before the Sellers family, beseeching for their golden dragons. The choice is yours. Dick abruptly gestured towards the wide-open door. Now, begone. With a thunderous roar, the crowd erupted. Over 300 soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, surged forth like a swarm evading a plague, scrambling towards the exit. They jostled, trampled one another, cast aside their weapons, and frantically tore at their leather or chainmail fragments, fearing to lag behind. That chaotic tide, if it could indeed muster the courage to counterattack, would compel even Dick to retreat. Alas, fear had already crushed their resolve. Moments later, the fortress lay empty and silent, with fewer than 100 soldiers remaining. Those who had initially followed Dick and Parker, their eyes ablaze with fervor and loyalty, alongside the pallid captives, tightly bound. Dick stood in the center of the desolate courtyard, gazing at the dust clouds raised by the fleeing soldiers outside the gate. The fortress was momentarily in his grasp, but the storm was only just beginning to brew. Chapter 71. The storm, the sea breeze tousled the young man's silver hair. It could not disperse the furrow in his brow. Dick had been standing there for quite some time, gazing towards the distant horizon. The old knight, Cohen Parker, stood silently behind him. Should they abandon this recently reclaimed fortress, retreating to the safety of Winterfell with the captives? Or should they hold steadfast and await reinforcements? The two harbored differing thoughts. Dick, having never truly been on a battlefield, leaned towards the former. The number of soldiers within the fortress was far too scant, and they held the enemy's heir, Cassio Sellus. This was undoubtedly a significant bargaining chip. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was unprepared to retreat to Winterfell seemed the most prudent choice. However, the battle-hardened old knight had a different perspective. Cohen Parker, carefully weighing his words, spoke with utmost respect. "My lord, if I may be so bold, it is precisely because of our limited numbers that we must not rashly abandon the fortress as protection." The old knight gestured towards the desolate wilderness beyond the fortress. "Cassio Sellus is far too important. His family will never stand idly by. That young man dared to enter the fortress with only 10 trusted knights. This suggests there are traitors within the fortress, and that reinforcements are undoubtedly lying in wait outside, and in considerable numbers. We cannot reach Winterfell in a single day. Once we are out in the open, particularly at night, we risk encountering their ambush." The old knight paused, cleverly offering a compliment. "You're exceptionally skilled in combat, naturally unafraid, and surely capable of overcoming the enemy. Yet, amidst the chaos, the captives could likely be reclaimed or even escape. Moreover, should we relinquish this fortress so easily, we will be left with but a few scattered outposts behind us. In the future, the Winterhold will be directly exposed to the might of the Serres family. This stronghold is easily defensible yet challenging to assault, although our garrison is limited as long as Cassio remains in our possession. The enemy will hesitate to launch a direct attack, fearing the consequences." The old knight clenched his teeth, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "If they dare to assault, we shall bind Cassio to the battlements. His cries of agony will serve as our most potent weapon. The ravens of the fortress have already been released. The news will swiftly reach Winterhold. The Count will undoubtedly summon knights and soldiers for reinforcements with utmost urgency. We need only hold out for 4 days. No, perhaps even holding until the afternoon of the 3rd day will suffice." The old knight's assessment indeed carries weight. Dick pondered for a moment, refraining from stubbornly insisting on abandoning the fortress and retreating. "Sir Cohen, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall hold fast to the fortress." His gaze fell upon the old knight. "You possess greater experience in organizing defenses than I. Arrange everything as you see fit." Sir Cohen Parker promptly bowed, his right hand resting upon his chest, executing an exceedingly respectful knightly salute. "As you wish, my lord." It was a moment of solemnity. Dick observed the old knight's reverent posture, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. The enemy arrived more swiftly than anticipated, just as Dick regained control of the fortress. With the sun yet to fully set, soldiers of the Serres family emerged from the frigid winds outside the stronghold, as if they had risen from the very earth. They shouted and taunted, attempting to probe the strength of the fortress within. Dick stood atop the battlements, estimating their numbers to exceed 500, not lacking in the presence of cavalry. These were indeed the reinforcements Cassio had arranged in advance. The old knight's judgment proved correct. Behind the raucous Serres soldiers, a notably tall knight anxiously gazed at the indistinct yet imposing silhouette of the fortress before him. He was Sir John, a trusted confidant who had accompanied Cassio during the prisoner exchange at Winterhold. The appointed time had long since passed, and young Master Cassio Serres had not appeared, nor had the 10 elite knights made any contact. Sir John sensed that something was amiss. He immediately led the reinforcement troops closer to the fortress, attempting to ascertain the situation through a challenge. At that moment, several disheveled soldiers from the original garrison stumbled before his horse, collapsing in a state of distress. They spoke incoherently, their accounts of the upheaval within the fortress tumbling out chaotically. "A duel? Dick?" Sir John's brow furrowed tightly. Dick Castark, he recognized as the second son of Karen. Yet, the subsequent descriptions from the kneeling men grew increasingly bizarre. They spoke of the manifestation of the 7 gods, the descent of the warrior, bestowing upon that Dick incredible power, enabling him to vanquish the formidable young Master Cassio. The valiant knights were swept aside, their ranks shattered, Even the stronghold commander and his hundreds of soldiers were vanquished. The uneducated soldiers, trembling in fear, nodded in terror, their chaotic words and gestures suggesting a dire predicament. The seven gods had manifested. The warrior had transformed. The fury of Sir John ignited instantaneously. This was simply preposterous. He swiftly unsheathed his whip and lashed out at those still nodding in agreement. Crack, crack, crack. The piercing sound of the whip mingled with their anguished screams, echoing through the frigid air. Thick skin crabs. John's roar drowned out the howling wind. How dare you mock me? He abruptly retracted his whip, pointing toward the soldiers standing by, his voice as cold as ice. Come forth. Drag these babbling fools away. Beat them mercilessly until they reveal the truth. Within the stronghold, Dick listened to the ongoing commotion outside, seeking counsel from the old knight. Sir, shall we respond to their provocations? Or shall we bring Cassio Sellers to the ramparts now? The elder knight, Cohen Park, first signaled to his son, James Park, who awaited below the walls. The young James immediately understood. He led over 50 soldiers to gather densely at the battlements facing the enemy, creating an illusion of overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, the remaining 30 soldiers were spread out along other sections of the wall, maintaining vigilance. Once the arrangements were complete, the old knight turned to Dick and explained patiently and respectfully, My lord, the stronghold stands tall, and the terrain is to our advantage. There is no need to respond to their taunts at this moment. Silence will instead sow seeds of doubt in their minds, leaving them unsure of our true strength. Each moment we delay grants us more time to await reinforcements. As for Cassio Sellers, he is our most vital asset. To reveal him now would be premature. The optimal moment to play this card will be when the enemy is truly resolved to launch a formal assault. Dick nodded in agreement. Nightfall arrived as anticipated. True to the old knight's predictions, the enemy indeed initiated a tentative nighttime raid. Sparse torches flickered in the darkness as long ladders were propped against the icy walls. However, lacking heavy siege equipment, this small-scale incursion yielded little against the formidable defenses. Dick's display of strength during the defense was nothing short of astonishing. Those heavy ladders, which others would struggle to move, seemed weightless in his hands. He effortlessly seized the ladder's body, lifting both it and the climber as if tossing aside a bundle of straw. The old knight, Cohen Park, silently observed all of this, his conviction growing ever stronger. The enemy did not carry large equipment such as siege ladders or battering rams. This contingent was evidently assembled solely for support and disruption, lacking any preparation for a robust assault on the fortified stronghold. This realization allowed him to relax his taut nerves somewhat. The following day passed in relative tranquility. The soldiers of the Sellers family did not launch another attack, but rather began to establish their camp at a distance, below the steep slope. The old knight remarked that this was a positive development, as prolonging the standoff would be advantageous for their side. At dawn on the third day, the horizon where the sea met the sky was just beginning to brighten with the pale light of dawn. A deep, resonant horn sounded, piercing the quiet of the morning, echoing from all directions. Dick and the old knight rushed simultaneously to the highest tower. Surrounding the fortress, countless banners emblazoned with black roses fluttered in the dawning light, resembling a black tide crashing against the foundation of the stronghold. A densely packed array of soldiers stood in formation, their spears like a forest, gleaming with cold light, encircling the fortress to the point of impenetrability. A cursory glance revealed their numbers to be well over 3,000. The old knight, Cohen Parker, instantly paled at the sight. The Sellers family's forces had arrived with alarming speed. Chapter 72. He was anxious. He was anxious. In the morning light, the Sellers army surged like 3 torrents of steel, advancing from 3 sides toward the coastal stronghold of the Castak family. The only remaining flank was a cliff that jutted out sharply into the sea. As the army encroached, Dick Castak did not blame the old knight, Cohen Parker, at his side. At this moment, arguing whether to retreat or hold their ground was utterly futile. Instead, he humbly sought counsel. Sir Cohen, which side do you suggest I defend to alleviate the pressure most effectively? The old knight swiftly interjected, My lord, the enemy is advancing too rapidly, and their numbers are overwhelming. We must reveal our true capabilities. Dick's gaze sharpened as he instantly grasped what the old knight meant. He immediately commanded, Bring Cassio up here. The soldiers acted swiftly, dragging a figure whose mouth was gagged but still struggling up to the battlements. It was Cassio Sellus. Tighten him up. Use the wooden frame. Muffle his mouth securely. Compared to any champion knight, his tongue is the true weapon. Add another layer of armor. And put a helmet on him. Hey, you clever one. Change the helmet. Don't obscure his face. The soldiers complied, and soon, Cassio, bound like a tin dumpling, was firmly secured on the most conspicuous wooden frame atop the wall. The moment Cassio Sellus appeared, the previously surging Sellus army halted abruptly, as if crashing against an invisible dam. The offensive ceased, but the troops did not retreat. Dick pondered for a moment and ordered, "Bring the previous fortress commander up as well. And those 10 Sellus knights." Dick narrowed his eyes in observation. Beneath the city walls, there were more than 20 tall ladders alone, although the heavy siege machinery, such as battering rams, had yet to make an appearance. A steady stream of troops continued to gather in the rear of the enemy forces. He recalled a conversation from a few years prior with his uncle Daemon. The Sellus family could easily mobilize an army exceeding 6,000 men. This contingent before him was likely just the vanguard. True siege engines would undoubtedly follow closely behind. Carlisle Sellus. This middle-aged man bore a resemblance to Uncle Dick, serving as the patriarch of the Sellus family and the father of Cassio, Count Carlisle. His brooding gaze swept across the fortress walls, where 12 figures were lined up, bound to wooden crosses. His eyes finally locked onto the familiar, dejected figure in the center. Carlisle Sellus, with a stern and impassive countenance, showed no sign of emotion, merely gestured dismissively with his hand. The army retreated slowly, like the ebbing tide. In the temporary encampment of the Sellus family, at the entrance of a tent, Sir John knelt on the ground. Count Carlisle walked past him in silence. Behind him, a young man dressed in finery could no longer contain his fury and delivered a vicious kick to Sir John's back. Sir John stumbled forward, his body swaying. The young man, taken aback by the recoil, staggered backward a few steps. This embarrassment only fueled his anger as he shouted, "It's all your fault. You worthless fool. You caused my brother to be captured." The word captured echoed thunderously, as if it wished to reverberate throughout the entire camp. Inside the tent, the voice of Count Carlisle emerged with a cold huff. "Enough, Lucas Sellus," his voice commanded, imbued with undeniable authority. "Sir John, come inside. I have questions for you." Ashamed, Sir John rose and entered the tent. Count Carlisle sighed deeply, breaking the silence. "My son, I understand Cassio. He has always been so confident, one might even say arrogant." He paused, his tone becoming complex. "He always seeks to conquer Castle Stark at the least cost, to bolster our family's power. In terms of martial prowess, he is the champion knight of the tournament. In terms of courage, he dared to venture alone into Winterfell, confronting the Great Bear, Karen. He is by no means a reckless fool." Count Carlisle fixed his piercing gaze upon Sir John. "Sir John, you have always served at his side. Tell me, how is it that my son Cassio now finds himself bound and displayed upon the walls of Castle Stark?" Sir John, filled with shame and confusion, replied, "My lord, the fortress was clearly under Master Cassio as control at that time. You know the commander of the fortress is one of our own. Women, children, and even lands were granted to him by you. He could never betray us." Count Carlisle nodded slightly. "Indeed, that damned wooden frame upon the wall does house that fool." John continued to report. "Young Master Cassio initially intended to prevent the garrison's turnover. He believed that most of the fortress had surrendered to us, and thus he only brought 10 knights into the stronghold, hoping to directly persuade the newly appointed commander by Karen. However, the agreed-upon time had long since passed, and neither the young master nor his 10 knights emerged." Count Carlisle's face darkened considerably. "Is this all?" Knight John fell to his knees once more. "My lord, I was stationed outside the fortress, and truly I know not what transpired within. However, we captured several fleeing soldiers from the fortress, who bore expressions of disbelief and hesitation. After interrogation and torture, we even killed 2, but their accounts were incoherent and it was unclear whether to trust them." Count Carlisle nearly spat the order through clenched teeth. "Speak." According to them, John hesitantly revealed, a son of Karen had suddenly appeared within the fortress, Dick Karstark. Knight John, bracing himself, reported the mad ravings of the fleeing soldiers regarding the 7 gods manifesting, the warrior incarnate descending, and one man's power defeating hundreds, which caused Count Carlisle's expression to darken even further. A heavy silence fell within the tent. Count Carlyle slowly shook his head, suppressing the absurdity rising within him. Nonsense. Yet, something unforeseen must have occurred. It is an undeniable fact that my son Cassio is bound to the city walls. His eyes flickered with intensity as he murmured, "Karen's son? Dick? Karstark?" He then decisively commanded, "Bring him." He turned to Knight John. "And you, Sir John, arm yourself with a shield. We shall descend to the city." Inside the fortress, Dick appeared utterly bewildered. They specifically requested to see me? Or was it the head of the Sellers family himself? The old knight Cohen Park bore a respectful expression, laced with deep concern. "Yes, my lord. Perhaps we should continue to ignore them?" Dick pondered briefly, then shook his head. "We ought to see what they want. Did you not say we should buy time? This is also a delay." A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he armed himself with a bow and arrows. Dick ascended the city wall once more, approaching the wooden frame to which Cassio was bound. He reached out, deliberately striking Cassio's injured knee with force. Ugh! The gagged Cassio trembled in pain, struggling even more violently. "Do not make a sound. I am conversing with your father." Dick snapped, then turned toward the ground below, calling out loudly, "Hey, down there! I am Dick Karstark." Not far below the city walls, Count Carlyle, fully armored, with his helmet's visor down, was clad in heavy armor, standing before a massive tower shield. Over 20 elite knights surrounded him, poised as if facing a dire threat. The formidable display of protection left Dick momentarily speechless. Before arriving, I had indeed contemplated the opportunity to shoot an arrow at the chieftain of the Sellers tribe. Alas, the opponent was far too vigilant. Beneath the mask, the gaze of Count Carlyle was fixated intently on the silver-haired head peering over the city wall. A deep, resonant voice emanated through the mask. "Is that you, Dick? My dear distant nephew?" The tone was deliberately softened. Surely, this was a monumental misunderstanding. "How could you have bound your cousin Cassio? Release him at once, so we may converse properly." Dick scoffed audibly. "Old man, if you continue to treat me like a mere child, this conversation shall come to a halt." With that, he delivered a resounding slap to Cassio's injured knee. Cassio's body tensed instantaneously, emitting a stifled cry of anguish as he writhed violently on the wooden frame. Count Carlyle's voice betrayed a hint of urgency. "No. Stop, please." He abandoned all pretense, adopting a serious tone. "I have heard that Cassio was defeated in a duel. He is a champion knight. This is truly hard to believe." After a brief pause, Count Carlyle cast out a tempting bait. "How about this? My second son, Lucas Sellers, shall engage you in a fair duel. Rest assured, Lucas is far less formidable than Cassio. If you cannot best him, how can one trust that you could defeat the champion knight, Cassio?" The words carried a tinge of provocation and promise. "If you win, I shall immediately withdraw my forces. Should you lose, simply release Cassio, and we shall likewise retreat. Furthermore, we shall never speak of any means you may have employed to tarnish the sanctity of the seven gods' duel." He gestured toward an open space not far from the fortress gates. "The location shall be there. I assure you my army will remain at a distance and will not interfere." The old knight, upon hearing this, grew anxious beside Dick. "My lord, you must not. Absolutely not. This is undoubtedly a trap. Their intent is to lure you out." Dick's lips curled into a knowing smile, casting a reassuring glance at the old knight. "Sir Cohen, fret not. I am not foolish enough to be deceived." He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with calculation. However, Dick's gaze swept over the enemy forces poised below. The old fool down there is indeed growing desperate. Just as the old knight sighed in relief, believing Dick would refuse, he suddenly leaned over the city wall and shouted down to Count Carlyle Sellers with a clear and resonant voice, "I accept." Under the astonished and dismayed gaze of the old knight, he declared, "It is settled." Chapter 73. The Hunt in the Camp of the Sellers Family. As Count Carlyle Sellers stepped into the encampment, he pointed with his gauntlet fingers at the 5 most robust knights. You and the 3 of you, dismantle your armor. Lay down your weapons and helmets. Only carry wooden shields. Change into tattered rags." The knights dared not hesitate and immediately complied. "Move swiftly." Count Carlyle's gaze was icy as he disguised himself as a menial servant, heading to the vacant ground outside the fortress to prepare for the impending duel. He hunched his back, striving to mimic the demeanor of a true commoner. His voice sank to a lower pitch, laced with a fierce determination. The moment that silver-haired youth stepped into the center of the arena, he would be encircled and crushed like a wall. There would be no room for escape. Count Carlisle Sellers had never intended to engage in a ludicrous duel. Lucas Sellers, the Count's younger son, turned pale upon learning of his impending duel. He timidly approached his father, his voice trembling. "Father, I think I should remain in the camp." "You know why, you fool." Count Carlisle snapped, swiftly turning to seize Lucas by the shoulder with a grip as unyielding as iron, causing the young man to gasp in pain. "You should be able to see. There is no need for you to actually fight. Listen, cast aside your foolish hesitations. Do not forget, your elder brother Cassio's offspring possesses the bloodline of the terrible fortress." Observing Lucas's despondent expression, Count Carlisle felt a surge of disappointment, his tone grave. "Now, immediately, strip off that ridiculous noble robe. Don your armor. At once." Lucas recoiled as though struck, his lips moving soundlessly in fear and under the icy gaze of his father. He hurriedly fled the tent. Count Carlisle's eyes followed his son's retreating figure before turning to the knights standing solemnly within the tent. He drew his long sword with urgency, declaring, "There is no time to waste. Karen is bringing 2,000 reinforcements, racing to our aid. We must resolve this Dick Cass attack before noon. We must seize the fortress." He surveyed the assembled knights, his gaze resolute. "All cavalry, prepare to mount and stand ready. Regardless of the peculiarities of that silver-haired boy, surround him and charge immediately. All soldiers, launch a fierce assault on the fortress. We must take the stronghold. As long as we capture that Dick Cass attack." His voice faltered slightly, gripping his sword tighter. "Cassio still has hope." The knights responded in unison, pounding their chests in solidarity, their armor clanging in agreement. After the orders were given, only Count Carlisle remained in the tent. He stood there, encumbered by heavy armor, his sword lowered as his hand unconsciously pressed against the cold breastplate. The visor of his helmet lowered, concealing the anguish of his labored breaths and murmurs. "O seven gods above, please protect him. Cassio, my child, do not blame me." The Sellers' army withdrew, leaving the area before the fortress empty. Dick Cassatak stood upon the battlements, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. He observed the vacant ground below with keen interest, watching as several sluggish servants bent over, clearing the area with a clumsy absurdity. A short distance away, Lucas Sellers, clad in ostentatious armor, paced anxiously. Even from afar, Dick could sense his trepidation and fear, his hand trembling around the hilt of his sword. Count Carlisle Sellers, fully clad in armor, rode forth on his steed, a moving fortress of iron. He sat resolutely upon his horse, facing the castle walls, persistently urging the old knight. Cohen Park, who stood solemnly beside Dick. With both hands, he cradled a magnificent longsword, its scabbard inlaid with silver, and the exquisite black rose emblem on the hilt was distinctly visible. This was the sword of Cassio Sellers. "My lord," the old knight spoke respectfully, "your sword seems rather ordinary. Please, allow me to offer you this one. It is a fine blade." Dick's gaze shifted from the battlements, sweeping over the sword before resting on the old knight's face. In his eyes, a mix of reverence, anticipation, and fear intertwined. A smirk played upon Dick's lips. "What? Have you gleaned my intentions?" He jested, his tone playful yet tinged with a hint of mockery. "But I sense you fear I might falter and make a grand mess of it." Old Knight Cohen listened to the young man's peculiar banter, unable to suppress a wry smile. "My lord, I have lived for decades and have never encountered a warrior as formidable as you. You are akin to a hero from myth. At times, I question whether I am experiencing an illusion." At this, Dick could not contain his laughter, giving a hearty pat to the old knight's solid shoulder armor. Worry not, this is no illusion. There is no need to change swords, you understand. I wish to remain alive. Those pretentious fellows cannot thwart me." He winked at the old knight. "Sir Cohen, prepare yourself. Whatever transpires, do not be astonished." With that, he turned with flamboyance and strode forth through the slowly opening gates of the fortress. The gates creaked open with an ear-piercing sound, and upon seeing them ajar, Count Carlisle Sellers watched as the silver-haired youth emerged, excitement evident beneath the obscurity of his visor. Yet Dick, with a hint of mischief, halted just before the gates. "Not close enough." Count Carlisle, suppressing his emotions, urged with a voice that strained for steadiness. "Hurry, Dick. My son has awaited your arrival for quite some time. The arena is prepared. If you wish for me to believe you can best my family's champion knight, you must allow me to witness it firsthand." The Count deliberately overlooked the 5 servants at the edge of the arena. Dick's gaze swept over the robust servants, Lucas's pale face, and finally landed on the Count's cold helmet. A deeper smirk graced his lips as he resolved to proceed, stepping into the bright noon sunlight. He walked leisurely, his boots crunching on the gravel and dry grass, humming an incomprehensible tune as he made his way to the center of the clearing. The sunlight gleamed off his silver hair and simple leather armor, creating a dazzling spectacle. Count Carlyle's heart raced. This was the moment. He raised his hand abruptly, his voice booming across the open expanse, by the witness of the 7 gods. Begin. The declaration sparked like a lit fuse. In the arena, Lucas trembled violently, drawing his sword. The blade's edge, however, did not point towards the adversary. Instinctively, he retreated 2 steps, terror filling his eyes. Incompetent fool, cursed Count Carlyle inwardly as he forcefully kicked his son in the back. Caught off guard, Lucas stumbled forward towards the edge of the open space, and the 5 hunched servants instantly straightened up, their eyes glinting with menace. The 2 closest to Dick emitted a low, beastly growl, their massive bodies surging forth with astonishing speed, gripping heavy wooden shields tightly, akin to rampaging bulls. As they flanked Dick with a brutal charge, the edges of their shields tore through the air with a deafening roar. The remaining 3, slightly delayed, seized their shields, their intentions clear, as they swiftly maneuvered behind Dick, aiming to cut off his escape. In an instant, 3 shields formed a moving barrier, resolutely charging towards Dick's back. Encircling him, 5 men, 5 shields, the deadly noose tightened instantaneously, coordinated and lethal. Count Carlyle, no longer willing to wait, unsheathed his long sword, its cold gleam directed at Dick. Dick found himself surrounded on all sides. In the distance, from the direction of the Sellas family encampment, clouds of dust began to rise. On the fortress walls, the old knight, Cohen Parker, along with all the soldiers, witnessed this flash of a deadly trap. Even though they had anticipated such a turn of events, they could not help but exclaim in alarm, "My lord, be careful." Chapter 74. Can you still go on? Under the midday sun, countless eyes were fixed intently on the open space before the fortress, focusing on the young man who was about to be crushed by the wall of shields and trampled by iron hooves. Time seemed to freeze. In his ears, only the thunderous sound of the cavalry charge in the distance and the rapid closing of 5 wooden shields, akin to doors of death, remained. Dick Castark stood at the eye of the storm, his silver hair billowing wildly in the fierce wind. Faced with the imminent lethal encirclement from all sides, in the tsunami-like surge of iron, he raised his head slightly. There was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, a flicker of excitement ignited deep within his eyes. Although he was under siege, Dick astutely discerned that the 5 shield-bearers were the strongest and fastest among them. Meanwhile, the young man ahead, who had been kicked and was now staggering, was evidently the weakest. On horseback, fully armored, Carlyle Sellas' strength remained an enigma. Although mounted, he merely spurred his steed forward, sword raised slowly. In that fleeting moment, the wind pressure generated by the charging shield-bearers drew near. Dick remained motionless, his demeanor suggesting he was stunned by fear. Just then, as the attackers around him displayed wild joy, Dick's figure surged forward in an instant, a blur as he charged towards the resplendently armored Lucas Sellas. Behind Dick, the burly men on either side crashed their shields violently against his afterimage with a resounding thud. The force of their charge was matched only by the ferocity of the rebound. The ordinary wooden shields could not withstand such terrifying power and shattered explosively. The 2 men were thrown off balance, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. Dick paid no heed to what lay behind him as he confronted the sluggish Lucas. At that moment, the latter had just regained his footing, the fleeting joy of witnessing Dick on the verge of encirclement still lingering on his face, yet not fully realized. Too dull, too slow. Dick scoffed inwardly, his body surging forward as he seized Lucas by the wrist. As the absurd delight remained frozen on Lucas's visage, the colossal strength bestowed by the Temple of Power erupted with ferocity. Lucas was hurled backward like a mere punching bag, crashing into the 3 shield-bearing pursuers. Boom! The ejected Lucas struck the 3 burly men behind Dick with the precision of a projectile launched from a catapult, sending them tumbling in chaos. Witnessing such a brutal display, the armored Count Carlyle, head of the Sellas family, was suddenly inundated by the mad ramblings reported by Knight John. The thick-legged crab, It is indeed real. Although Count Carlyle drew his sword towards Dick, he had no intention of engaging directly in combat. Observing Dick effortlessly topple his 5 most formidable knights. Even as they struggled to rise and continue their pursuit, the Count was resolute in his desire to flee this terrifying locale, not wishing to linger for even a moment longer. In a state of sheer panic, he exerted all his strength to rein in his warhorse, which halted abruptly. Rearing its front hooves high in air, the Count sharply pulled on one rein, attempting to pivot the steed in place, showcasing his commendable horsemanship. Yet, Dick's momentum remained undiminished. Harnessing the force from flinging Lucas, he spun on the spot, his right foot striking the ground with tremendous impact. Boom! Dust and debris erupted from the shattered earth. Under the tremendous power, Dick's forward velocity skyrocketed. With another powerful step, his figure became a blur as he soared into the air. He landed a fierce kick against the side of the warhorse, which was in the midst of turning. Bam! The heavily armored steed was sent soaring sideways, defying gravity. The back legs, which bore the weight of its body, snapped with a resounding crack under the tremendous force. The warhorse let out a pained cry as it crashed down, pinning Count Carlyle beneath its bulk. The injured beast struggled futilely to rise, each convulsion eliciting a shriek of despair from the trapped Count. How tragic! Allow me to assist you. Dick halted before the fallen warhorse, grasping its broken leg. In the Count's wide-eyed terror, Dick astonishingly lifted the entire weight of the armored stallion, spinning it around before brutally slamming it down upon the 5 men who had just risen and were now rallying towards him. Boom! The place where those 5 stood was engulfed in a cloud of dust, as if struck by cannon fire, instantly overwhelmed. Dick cast a glance at the cavalry of the Sellas family, who had already surged up the slope beneath the fortress. He lingered no longer. Seizing the struggling Earl of Carlisle with his right hand, heedless of the Earl's injured lower half. Dragging him with cries of agony, Dick raced toward the fortress gates. As he passed by Lucas Sellas, adorned in splendid armor, he was astonished to find the man still capable of movement. Perhaps the armor had shielded him during the clash with the shield, yet now he writhed on the ground, moaning in pain. With a swift motion of his left hand, Dick hoisted him up as well. With one in each hand, he dragged the pair of father and son into the fortress like a dog being pulled along. As the gates thunderously slammed shut, sealing the outside world away, despair engulfed the Sellas knights, led by Sir John, along with the other knights and soldiers. Their hopelessness was compounded by the sight of 2 new crosses being erected atop the fortress walls, those of their sworn lord and his younger son. With rags stuffed in their mouths, they were hoisted high. This surreal and terrifying scene drove Sir John to the brink of madness. The cavalry and the encroaching soldiers were plunged into utter chaos. A strong assault, yet there stood the very Earl, bound upon the walls, commanding the attack. Observing this from the battlements, Dick erupted into a hearty laugh that soared to the heavens. Beside him, the fortress soldiers, caught in a frenzy of admiration, erupted in jubilant cheers. This cacophony struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the Sellas army below, exacerbating the turmoil. Countless soldiers, gripped by terror, discarded their scaling ladders and fled in disarray. Even many knights quietly urged their steeds away from the front lines. Witnessing all this from the battlements, the elderly knight Cohen Park found himself flushed with excitement, unable to articulate his thoughts coherently. "My lord, this is the moment of opportunity. Can you still manage it?" At the sound of these words, Dick momentarily faltered. "What do you mean by can you still manage it?" Dick feigned anger, declaring, "Of course I can." The old knight, brimming with enthusiasm, explained, "My lord, you need only take 50 men. No, 30. No, just charge out with anyone, and you can shatter this rabble below. They are already a scattered mass, destined to fail." With no further debate needed, Dick promptly instructed the old knight to personally oversee the important captives on the crosses. Time was of the essence. He swiftly descended from the walls, accompanied by the old knight's son, James Park, assembling a score of soldiers. They surged forth like a tiger, descending the mountain. The fortress gates opened once more, and the thunderous cries of battle rent the air. The leading white-haired youth, resembling a celestial being, descended from the heavens, swept through the chaos, sending men flying like chaff and horses tumbling like rotting wood. To instill the maximum sense of dread in his foes, Dick summoned the divine power bestowed upon him by the Hall of Strength. Rushing into the already terrified ranks of the routed army, He struck at anyone within reach and toppled horses with abandon. With an unmatched force, he sowed chaos and dread. If one were to gaze down from the skies upon the trembling shores before the stronghold of House Stark, the sight would be utterly astonishing. A mere handful of soldiers, led by a silver-haired youth, surged forth like a frenzied herd, trampling and scattering thousands of troops who had crumbled under the weight of their own fear. The guards bursting from a stronghold were driven to the brink of madness. On the battlefield, a leader embodies the courage of their soldiers, providing the very foundation upon which they dare to charge into the fray. A calm and resolute commander, who leads from the front, can solidify wavering morale into an indomitable shield. At this moment, the white-haired youth, who swept through the enemy ranks as if they were mere chaff, instilled not just bravery, but an almost fervent admiration. He inspired boundless courage, urging them to follow him into the jaws of peril. Bound to the crucifix on the city walls, Count Salus trembled in despair, shutting his eyes tightly. Chapter 75, Just a pinch, just a pinch. The fighting capability of an army relies not merely on numbers and equipment, but is fundamentally anchored in morale. The soldiers of Salus, witnessing their supreme commander captured, saw countless comrades scream in agony as they were hurled by the white-haired demon. Despair spread like a plague, and the thought that resistance is futile corroded the will of every individual. Leading the charge, Dick Stark found himself halted, not because he was incapable, but because below the slope of the stronghold, swathes of enemies had cast down their weapons, trembling as they knelt in surrender. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. They fell in droves, obstructing the slope and halting Dick's advance. Pursuit was impossible. He could only gaze further afield at the scattered remnants of the vanquished fleeing in disarray. His blood surged with fervor, yet Dick found himself perplexed. With so many in their ranks, capable as they might be, the number of combatants who could engage simultaneously was ultimately limited. Why did they not even attempt to flee? Had they resigned themselves to their fate? Those seasoned in the art of war, having faced defeat time and again, knew all too well the reason behind such a phenomenon. With a multitude of captives, Dick clearly lacked experience in handling such a situation. Fortunately, he had the old knight's son, James Park, by his side. James excitedly pointed out to Dick that the surrendered captives should discard their arms and gather at the wall outside the stronghold. With too few guards to contain the overwhelming number of surrendering foes, it was evident they could not be allowed entry into the fortress. "Quickly, my lord," James exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "There is the camp, the supplies of House Salus. If we delay, the fleeing army may recover, and, even if they cannot carry everything, they could wreak havoc upon what remains." As the fervor within him gradually subsided, Dick nodded in agreement. He swiftly left over 30 soldiers under James's supervision to guard the surrendered prisoners at the slope. He himself gathered the scant remaining 10 or so soldiers and hastened toward the encampment of the Salus family. The lack of manpower was indeed alarming. As Dick and his companions stepped into the Salus family camp, the sight before him was surprisingly orderly. The anticipated chaos and looting were conspicuously absent. Within the camp, a peculiar and subdued order prevailed. Countless swords, spears, and shields were brutally heaped together, forming a menacing mound of weaponry that glimmered ominously. Not far off, another small hill, constructed from various types of armor, chainmail, plate armor, and leather armor, reflected a muted light under the sun. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire camp. In the central clearing, Sir John, whom Dick had briefly encountered during the prisoner exchange at Everwinter Fortress, led over 20 knights and no fewer than 300 dejected soldiers, all kneeling in disciplined formation. Their heads hung low, and none dared to breathe loudly. The air was thick with heavy breaths and the occasional sound of rustling. Fear loomed like a tangible presence over each surrendering soul. Why had Sir John of the Salus family surrendered? At that moment, amidst the chaos and despair of the retreating soldiers, the words rang out like thunder in his disordered mind. The 7 gods manifest. The warrior incarnate descends. The white-haired demon single-handedly vanquishes hundreds. Initially dismissed as madness, these proclamations now resonated with undeniable gravity. The clan leader had been captured. The heir had been captured. The second son had also been taken. The Salus family was doomed. The true tide had turned. With a sudden clench of his jaw, Sir John exchanged glances with a few other knights, equally pallid and ensnared in confusion. There were hardly any words exchanged. Despair birthed determination. They surrendered. They surrendered immediately. Sir John decisively quelled the remaining turmoil within the camp, rallied the surviving officers, and commanded everyone to lay down their weapons, remove their armor, and kneel in submission. The speed of his actions and the resoluteness of his decision unexpectedly restored a semblance of order to the camp. Dick glanced at the soldiers beside him, trembling with excitement, their grips tightening around their weapons as they nervously swallowed. Then he turned to the center of the camp, where over 300 enemy prisoners knelt, their heads bowed in fear. An indescribable sense of absurdity washed over him. He felt somewhat dazed. The manpower was far too insufficient, and Dick found himself troubled. The prisoners on the slope would undoubtedly outnumber those in the camp. It seemed inappropriate to send so many captives from the camp over there. The supplies in the camp also required oversight. Never mind. Dick instructed the soldiers nearby to fetch some food from the supplies. After casually moving a few boxes, he settled down in front of the captives and began to feast heartily. His hunger was genuine. The continuous battles, the high-intensity charges, and the explosive moments had left Dick with a faint sense of fatigue and a profound yearning for sustenance. As a novice on the battlefield, he was unsure how to manage the numerous prisoners. The old knight was absent, leaving him without a confidant for counsel. Nevertheless, Dick understood that action was imperative. He could not allow the more than 300 individuals gathered to remain in a state of unending fear. When humanity is pushed to the brink of terror, it may, paradoxically, give rise to boundless courage. While eating, Dick waved to the somewhat familiar Knight John. "Hey, it's you," he called out. "Stop pretending. I know you're peeking. Come over here. Let's share a meal." As the complex and fearful expression on John's face softened, he rose and took a seat before Dick. The tension in the atmosphere noticeably eased. The only strategy Dick could conceive was to prolong their situation. Eventually, there would come a moment when they would be satisfied. Dick had never felt time drag on so slowly. He found himself engaging in awkward conversation with the knight across from him until nearly evening. Where was the old knight? Cohen Park? Knight John was on the verge of tears. He had already recounted tales from his childhood, including the incident of touching a girl's backside. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from outside the camp. A familiar voice called out, "Dick? Dick?" He had never realized how melodious his uncle, Tony Stark's voice was, like a celestial melody. Count Carlin Stark had arrived with reinforcements, just as the old knight had anticipated. It was the evening of the third day of their hold on the fortress. As they approached the stronghold, Dick's uncle Tony circled him incessantly, darting from one side to the other, occasionally patting this and that. He was astonished by Dick's extraordinary achievements, which Dick understood and appreciated. Until, hesitantly, Tony reached toward Dick's groin area. "What are you doing?" Dick exclaimed, seizing Tony's wrist in anger. Tony looked perplexed. "I need to confirm if you truly are the nephew I pinched in my childhood." Infuriated, Dick swiftly distanced himself from his indiscreet uncle. Tony continued to pursue him, calling out nonsensical phrases like "just a pinch" and "just one pinch." Chapter 76. Bloodline united the earth consumed the last traces of the setting sun. In the fortress hall by the sea, flickering torches illuminated the space, igniting the hearts of the Stark family members with fervor. Seated at the head of the table was Count Carlin Stark, flanked by his eldest son, Roger Stark. Surrounding them were knights whose expressions alternated between tension and excitement, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. As Dick Stark and his uncle, Tony Stark, had yet to enter the hall, the old knight, Cohen Park, was fervently delivering his final report to Count Karen. The situation was dire. "My son and I are prepared to die for our vows." Cohen's voice quivered with excitement. "Lord Dick, blessed and witnessed by the Seven, has triumphed in the duel. Cassio Celeris, the champion knight, lies incapacitated, both hands and knees ruined. The commander who betrayed our fortress has been captured by Lord Dick." He paused momentarily. "This fellow has suffered a severe blow to the head. He seems dazed." Incessantly shouting, "They all must die." Among the 10 elite knights who infiltrated the fortress alongside Cassio, 6 have been incapacitated and 4 have surrendered. Cassio Celeris has arrived with his army. He attempts to lure Lord Dick out of the city while shamelessly besieging him, and simultaneously, his forces launched an assault on the fortress. Lord Dick, like a deity, descended from the heavens. Not only did he vanquish the enemies besieging him, but he also captured Cassio Celeris himself and his second son, Seizing the moment of chaos among the enemy, Lord Dick led a charge, decisively shattering thousands of Selera's troops. Over 500 were captured right before the fortress. Just received word that over 300 more have been taken within the Selera's camp. Additionally, more than 20 knights have surrendered. Upon seeing Dick and Tony enter, Count Karen could no longer remain seated. Always serious, he rose with excitement. Roger, Dick's elder brother, gazed at his sibling with sparkling eyes, fixated on him. In the hall, all present, knights, soldiers, and vassals, cast incredulous, joyous, fervent, and exhilarated glances toward Dick. This glorious victory, accompanied by its legendary narrative, utterly astounded everyone, even rendering Count Karen momentarily speechless as he excitedly moved his lips without forming words. What is this? It was Dick's Uncle Tony who, chuckling, broke the atmosphere. Ha ha! Has it been so long that you no longer recognize him? This is Dick. I have confirmed it. Indeed, it is he, still as thin-skinned as ever. He mischievously winked at Dick, not even allowing a pinch. With Dick kneeling on one knee to pay respects to his father, Count Karen, the atmosphere in the hall ignited, erupting into more fervent cheers and discussions. Finally, when the guards dragged Khalil Selleris and his two sons into the hall, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Count Karen strode down from the high seat, circling the three captives, his gaze scrutinizing them like prey. Indeed, there is no mistake. Traitors. Khalil. Count Karen's voice was low, laden with deep-seated hatred. A dangerous glint even flickered in his excited eyes. These men were the very embodiment of his familial vengeance. He could scarcely contain the urge to tear them apart. Lucas, the second son of the Selleris family, now adorned in filthy, once grand armor, trembled as he knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. The patriarch, Kale Sellas, lay with multiple fractures in his lower body, crushed beneath the weight of a warhorse. He could only lean against his trembling youngest son, straining to prop himself up, his complexion ashen. Only the heir, Cassio, whose knees were rendered useless, continued to futilely struggle to rise. Clearly, he was unwilling to confront the Stark family in such a humiliating position. His gaze was filled with venom, teeth clenched in frustration. "Huh, Karen, do not revel in your triumph," Cassio rasped, his voice brimming with resentment and malice. "In the past, who was unaware, you suppressed your younger son for the sake of your firstborn, nearly exiling him to the wastelands. Huh, and now behold, your second son, Dick, possesses a power akin to that of an otherworldly demon. Ha ha ha." He erupted into maniacal laughter. Though his words remained veiled, the intent to sow discord was palpable, like a potent venom. Roger, Dick's elder brother, upon hearing this, burst into laughter as well, his mirth laced with unmasked derision, effectively silencing Cassio. "Cassio, have you been so thoroughly beaten by my brother that you've lost your wits?" Roger scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. "Once, I considered you a formidable adversary. Now, it appears you are but a shadow of your former self. Times have changed. Now, you three have become prisoners, and the name Sellas will soon vanish from this world." With that, Roger suppressed his laughter, turning to Dick with a fleeting look of regret, before kneeling on one knee before Count Karen, exclaiming, "Father, our family, once diminished to the Winterhold, has endured great injustice, particularly to Dick, who has achieved remarkable deeds. Now, with the impending downfall of the traitor Sellas, vast territories lost to our family shall soon be reclaimed. I beseech you, Father, grant Dick a fine fief as a reward for his monumental contributions to our house." Count Karen, whose countenance had previously been as cold as ice, now radiated a smile woven with relief, joy, and pride, ultimately erupting into a hearty laugh. Witnessing this scene, Cassio felt as though 1,000 serpents were gnawing at his heart. This was not the conclusion that should have unfolded. How unjust the seven gods are! Overwhelmed by a surge of defiance, he roared once more, "We have been defeated. What is there to celebrate? Did you not covet everlasting Kahair city? You shall face the Thorn family head-on. You will confront over 200 elite knights. You will face tens of thousands of soldiers. And the terrifying fortress, bang!" A dull thud silenced Cassio's frenzied outburst. He was forcefully kicked in the chest by Count Karen, sending him sliding backward. "Must you seek to disrupt my hard-won joy?" Count Karen seemed still not appeased, cursing as he prepared to deliver further blows. The incapacitated patriarch, Kale Sellas, with great difficulty, reached out to pat his youngest son, Lucas, who was nearly prone on the ground from the sudden violence. He let out a heavy sigh, alas. This lament caused Count Karen to halt in his tracks. Enough, Karen. Carlyle's voice bore the weight of resignation and fatigue. We concede. Take us and head south directly. There shall be no further resistance from the Cella's territory. He paused to catch his breath, emphasizing, but we must be swift. Cassio is not mistaken. If we delay, the city of Keho and the Fortress of Terror will respond, and it will be exceedingly difficult for Kashtark to reclaim his family lands in their entirety. More importantly, he raised his murky eyes to meet Karen's gaze. My firstborn has united with the second daughter of the Duke of Terror, and they have borne a lineage. Karen, you understand what this signifies. Should they realize and muster their forces to intervene, you will gain nothing. Father, Cassio, seemingly oblivious to his excruciating pain, struggled to lift his upper body, howling in disbelief. What are you doing? Carlyle painfully closed his eyes and shook his head vehemently. Child, we have been defeated, utterly vanquished. Struggling is of no consequence. The bloodlines originate from the same source. Celas can swallow Kashtark, just as Kashtark can absorb Celas today. Our bloodlines will merge, and it is the same. How can that be the same? It is not the same. Cassio bellowed in despair. Count Karen waved his hand in disgust. Silence. Remove him. Guards immediately stepped forward, dragging the still screaming Cassio from a hall. Approaching his incapacitated old adversary Carlyle, Count Karen looked down upon him, his eyes flickering with disdain. What have you done? He suddenly turned to the nearby guards, his tone laced with feigned reproach. This man is still of great use. He is gravely injured. Why has he not been treated first? What if he dies? He raised his voice sharply, commanding, come here. Strip him of his trousers. Treat his wounds at once. Strip him bare. Clearly, he intended to utterly humiliate his old rival before the onlookers. Upon hearing this, Carlyle's eyes widened in shock, and he struggled violently, the movement exacerbating his pain and twisting his features. Karen, you bastard. Observing Carlyle's futile struggles, Count Karen erupted in a resounding laugh, filled with vengeful delight. Ha ha ha, old fool. I wish I could tear you apart right now. To be defeated, yet still maintain an air of authority, is truly repulsive. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Take him away. Treat him well. Do not let him perish. As if anyone cares to see your decrepit form. The guards swiftly moved in. Count Karen, suppressing his mirth, strode confidently to the main seat. He surveyed the hall, his gaze finally resting on Dick. Dick, my child, you have achieved a great feat. You and the fortress guards have toiled valiantly. You shall rest at the fortress while awaiting the subsequent recruits of militia. They will escort the captives back to Winterhold. Dick immediately placed his hand upon his chest in acknowledgement. As the flames of battle ignited in Count Carlin's eyes, he proclaimed, Tony, Roger, we have come to provide support. Yet without even drawing our swords, we have savored a resounding victory. Inform all the knights who accompany us. Notify every soldier. Prepare at once, feed the war horses, and sharpen the blades. Tonight, we shall embark on a full-scale assault on the stronghold of Ceres, reclaiming the lands that have been stolen from us. Chapter 77. The acting lord. Those who frequently tread the battlefield surely comprehend that an army does not act in a frenzied manner. At this juncture, the enemy lord and his son had been decisively vanquished by Dick. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Dick's father and brothers had already descended southward with knights and cavalry the previous night. Reports have begun to filter in, indicating that the Ceres family encountered along the southern route offered little resistance, surrendering without a fight. His father and brothers even urged the infantry behind them, led by Dick's uncle, Tony, to hasten their pace. Before departing, Tony had lamented, What a remarkable nephew. I wish I could pinch him. I wonder what he looks like. What could Dick, leading the old knight of the fortress gates, do but maintain a stoic expression, ignoring his uncle's rude remarks? The old knight, Cohen Park, had finally fulfilled his aspiration of becoming the new commander of the fortress, beginning to discipline the surrendered captives. Indeed, Count Carlin had issued orders for the acceptance of the surrendering knights and soldiers, necessitating their disbandment, selection, and training. It is evident that the territory of House Stark is on the brink of expansion. The shortage of manpower rendered them unable to attend to many details. Not long after bidding farewell to his uncle, with the sun just rising above the trembling sea, the militia originally intended to support the fortress. under the command of Dick's mother, Helena, arrived, accompanied by Dick's aunt, Kalia. Among the incoming militia was an old acquaintance, Austin of the hunting tribe, leading over 300 clansmen. Together with a group of militia armed with new bows, they formed a contingent of nearly 1,000 archers. In any world, a mother remains the same. Helena, despite receiving news of her son's almost miraculous achievements, was now bustling around Dick, meticulously checking for any injuries. Thank the old gods. You are unharmed. My child, your father received a raven's message that the fortress commander has betrayed us, and you have captured the enemy's heir. The enemy will surely retaliate fiercely. The situation at the fortress must have been dire. Your father and brother did not hesitate for a moment, rallying every able man in the territory, even calling upon the hunting tribe from the wilderness. It is impossible for Dick not to feel moved. His family remained unaware of his special abilities, and even less did they know of his subsequent triumph in capturing the enemy leader, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. One could say that his father and brothers had gathered every capable warrior of the family to come to his aid. The unpredictability of human emotions is often perplexing. Yet, from another perspective, it is precisely this complexity that makes each individual unique. Child, I've left you with 500 militia. Hasten back to Winterhold. Torrhen is still young and rather reckless, which causes me some concern. Presently, Winterhold is inhabited solely by women and children. Your father has entrusted you with the responsibility of acting as lord in his stead. Dick's aunt, Kalia, still adorns half of her face with blue paint, her forehead marked with an eagle's eye, exuding the wildness characteristic of women from the frontier tribes. Ignoring her sister Helena's protests, she commanded her tribal guards to confront Dick in a display of strength. Observing Dick's unwavering stance as he held back the guard with one hand, even her painted eagle eye seemed to radiate intensity. Helena, hand over Dick to our falcon tribe. That wretched swindler, Karen. He should compensate our tribe for a lost son. Kalia exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Dick's shoulder through his clothing. Faced with his elder aunt, Dick felt quite helpless, while Helena, exasperated, tugged her sister away. Joining the ranks of the militia, the reinforcements did not enter the fortress but headed directly south. The journey back to Winterhold was remarkably smooth. They claimed to be escorting captives, primarily wounded soldiers. The unscathed were being absorbed and trained by the fortress, becoming new recruits for the family. The surrendered knights and cavalry were taken away by Count Karen. As for the disposition of the wounded soldiers, Dick was well acquainted. They were to be dispersed into teams for bridge building, road paving, and fishing. What truly troubled Dick was ascending to his father's lordly throne. Each day was filled with endless responsibilities. In times past, his father had the support of his mother, elder brother, uncle, and numerous knights. Now, in the cavernous council chamber of Winterhold, only the old Tutor Rod and his cousin Riken could offer scant assistance. Dick felt like a puppet ensnared by countless strings. Each day, he found himself buried beneath mountains of parchment and the incessant clamor of grievances, leaving no time even for hunting. On this particular day, he bore his agitation and resolved yet another heated dispute regarding the ownership of 2 fish, before finally erupting in frustration. He slammed his palm onto the heavy oak table, causing the ink pot to leap in surprise. Dick could no longer endure it. He immediately ordered the gathering of all knightly sons within the territory. Regardless of age, as long as they could comprehend speech, they were to assemble. Soon, the castle square was filled with 100 or more youths and children. So many? Are not our family knights quite few? Dick was initially taken aback, then became somewhat speechless, his lips twitching. The front row of children stood stiffly, attempting to appear composed, though one licked away a trickle of snot. Tutor Rod quickly stepped forward to clarify, though our family has few knights, they have certainly produced many offspring. Dick nodded in acknowledgement. He observed that while this group of knightly sons was not in formation and engaged in minor antics, they maintained a commendable quietness, devoid of anxiety or fear. There was no time for further contemplation. Dick ascended the steps and commenced his address. Esteemed guests, I'm the son of Karen and have assumed the role of regent. And you, as sons of knights, how can you lack status? I, the regent of Everwinter Fortress, declare that from this day forth, you shall all be the squire knights of Everwinter Fortress. As soon as the proclamation was uttered, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, the children brimming with excitement. Dick, with a beaming smile, did not chastise the ensuing chaos, but instead urged loudly, "Now, kneel on one knee and swear your oaths swiftly." Coach Rod looked upon the diverse group of children, all clamoring to pledge their vows, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Dick, will this lead to complications later on? What complications could arise? Our family is on the verge of rising, and we are in need of hands. This is a positive development." Dick continued to smile. "As for what follows, my father and brother will handle it. For now, let them assist in the management of our territory." Dick's gaze swept across the scene and caught sight of a figure hiding away, the son of Payne Brown. The very lad who had bullied Arno and had faced his retribution several times. You, Eli Brown. Do not think that just because your dark circles have faded, I no longer recognize you. Step forward. In Eli's incredulous gaze, Dick proclaimed, "I hereby appoint you as the leader of the squires." Dick swiftly organized the group of over 100 into 5 squads, each led by an older child, sending them out to patrol the territory and resolve trivial disputes. He himself would handle only the significant matters. Finally, Dick could breathe a sigh of relief, no longer burdened by endless mundane tasks. Though a band of youthful children handled affairs clumsily, and some are not pleased to be bested by them, at least they approached their responsibilities with sincerity, and the territory was beginning to take shape. As for the future, that could be addressed later. Chapter 78. Outside Everwinter Fortress, thick clouds churned ominously in the sky. Along the frost-cold river, lowly grasses swayed relentlessly in the tempestuous winds. Dick Karstark, accompanied by his 2 cousins from the Falcon tribe, Aaron and Martha, trudged forward against the biting winds sweeping the riverbank. The guards lingered at a distance, waiting. The cousins wore expressions of regret, laden with sympathy. Dick, however, bore a solemn countenance as he sighed and entered the cemetery outside the city. "You ventured into the Ghost Shadow forest not long ago, and soon after, Arno and Yara's mother passed away." Aaron's voice was fragmented by the wind. "With the 2 of us looking after them, no one dares to bully those poor siblings." Martha added, "Yet Yara always remains with Arno, spending endless days by their mother's grave outside the city." Now, tidings from the south bring good news. The family estate has been fully restored, and Dick is set to lead the kin of Everwinter Fortress southward, returning to the ancestral stronghold, Stag Castle. This marks the conclusion of his busy tenure as regent. Today, he has come to escort Yara and Arno, this brother and sister duo, southward. In the cemetery, the tall and sturdy Arno quickly spotted Dick and the 2 cousins. He immediately waved his hands with exuberance, repeatedly calling out Arno. "Arno!" Yara, kneeling beside Arno, turned her head in response. With his enhanced vision, Dick clearly observed that the girl's once beautiful eyes were now puffy and red, their glimmering tears swept away by the wind. Approaching the grave meticulously constructed from countless small stones, Dick gently placed a paper flower, crafted by his own hands from resilient parchment, atop it, securing a petal with a small stone. Arno joyfully pointed at his mother's tomb, gesturing and repeating, "Arno, Arno." In that moment, Dick comprehended his meaning. Arno was indicating that his mother resided within. "Do you know what your mother is doing in there?" Dick softly inquired. "Arno, Arno." Arno merely shook his head, repeating his own name in a daze. Indeed, Arno was likely unaware. Dick shook his head, revealing a faint smile. Not knowing is perhaps for the best. He then extended his hand to assist Yara, who was bowing to him. "Come with me. Let's go to Hornwood together with Arno." Yara nodded obediently, silently taking her brother's hand. As they departed, following the silver-haired youth, she turned one last time to gaze deeply at her mother's grave. Her swollen eyes seemed to silently convey, "Mother, please rest assured. My brother and I have found a good master." Hornwood, the ancestral stronghold of House Karstark, which had once fallen into enemy hands, was finally welcoming back its true master. At that moment, Dick's father and brothers were not within the keep. They were leading their troops in the arduous siege of Stodd's Point, determined to seize this castle. Crucial to their family's legacy, Dick's younger siblings, born later, had never set foot in this stronghold. In the face of the far grander Hornwood compared to Winterfell, they were exhilarated, immediately racing through the castle with their 2 cousins in tow. Lady Helena, their mother, stood in the courtyard, watching lovingly as her children frolicked. Though she was somewhat puzzled, why did Dick appear so calm, far less excited than his siblings? Indeed, it was much larger than Winterfell. Dick surveyed the towering stone walls and towers, contemplating quietly. Yet, in his eyes, the castle scale was merely adequate. having previously beheld the grandeur of the Forbidden City. This medieval fortress paled in comparison in both size and majesty. Upon entering, he had noted that the town outside the castle housed a population of merely 30 to 50,000, hardly qualifying as a true city in his view. Certainly, the villages along the banks of Hornwood River were far more densely populated and prosperous than the barren Frost River basin. Before long, Dick's father, Count Carlin, returned triumphantly with his troops. Hornwood was engulfed in a sea of jubilation. Wine flowed freely, bonfires blazed brightly, and the air was filled with sounds of celebration and cheers. Meanwhile, another piece of good news arrived. The delegation from Winterfell, having braved numerous perils, circumvented the Shadow Tower, evaded the blockade of Black Castle and Eastwatch, and is now poised to reach Hornhill. Rumors abound that among the delegation is a prominent figure of great stature from Winterfell. Count Caron has begun to make grand preparations for the reception, while also attending to necessary internal purges. Thanks to Dick's capture of the head of the Sealer's family, the Count was able to seize Hornhill and its surrounding towns without shedding blood. During the cleansing of the castle, a considerable number of letters were discovered. These missives served as evidence of the allegiance and even collusion of certain knights under House Stark with the Sealer's family during times of crisis. Count Caron did not immediately act against these opportunists, although he was unaware of the historical precedent in another realm, where Chow Chow burned treasonous correspondence after the Battle of Guandu. As the head of his house, he would naturally not destabilize his foundation in the wake of victory. He publicly declared, "Previously, the Sealer's family was immensely powerful. Even I struggled to safeguard myself, let alone the knights and vassals who owe me fealty." He refrained from disclosing the contents of those letters and unequivocally announced a policy of amnesty for past transgressions. The true target of Count Caron's reckoning were the traitorous families that bore the blood of his father and elder brother on their hands. For these betrayers, who had invited wolves into the fold, the Count harbored an abiding hatred that would not be easily forgiven. However, one thing perplexed Dick. Hornhill was indeed more vibrant and bustling compared to Winterfell, with a more pronounced commercial atmosphere. While leisurely wandering through the shops in the city, he was astonished to find that almost everyone who laid eyes on him displayed an unmistakable fear. Initially, he attributed this to the tense atmosphere resulting from his father's purge of the traitorous families. Yet, he soon realized that even the old soldiers who had accompanied him from Winterfell appeared particularly reserved and even slightly awed in his presence. Confusion swirled in his mind until he arrived at a grand and opulent storefront, seemingly owned by a merchant from the distant shores of Pantos. "By the light, it is you, the esteemed Lord Dick," exclaimed a rotund merchant, swathed in thick furs and adorned with a vibrant silken robe, a fur hat perched atop his head. As he joyfully emerged from the shop, "It is I, rich gal. Have you forgotten? That sword at your side, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. It is indeed the proud work of poor Rich, procured at great expense from Pantos's finest blacksmith." Dick recognized him as the cunning Pantos merchant known for his ability to boast of ordinary iron swords as legendary weapons. In the course of a rather awkward exchange with this merchant, Dick finally grasped the source of the people's trepidation. His brother, Roger Stark, had committed an exceedingly ruthless act in a recent pivotal battle. "My lord, the Count is truly valiant, having successfully reclaimed the family lands. It is indeed a matter of great admiration." Rich rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Your elder brother, a formidable general on the battlefield. It has now become widely known that he led the infantry to valiantly repel the cavalry charge from the elite troops of the Eastern Sea. Truly, he is an awe-inspiring commander." "Ah?" Dick keenly detected the unnatural flattery in the fat merchant's words. "What does this mean? Please elucidate." Rich wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and lowered his voice. "It has spread far and wide, my lord, regarding the blockade against the Eastern Sea Cavalry. The enemy charged fiercely, and your family's infantry was completely entangled in the fray. Just as the defense line was on the verge of collapse, your brother, Lord Roger, decisively ordered the archers to fire upon the entire combat zone." The fat merchant swallowed hard. "I have heard that your family possesses a new type of bow with terrifying power, capable of shooting far and with great ferocity. When that rain of arrows descended, the enemy cavalry suffered devastating losses and was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, the infantry was still fighting desperately." Dick finally understood the source of the pervasive, fearful glances. Chapter 79. the envoy and the unexpected guest in the early morning outside the city of Deerhorn. A silver-haired youth galloped forth from a splendid manor on the outskirts of a small town, accompanied by 2 strong servants. The trio racing towards the shadowy forest consisted of Dick Castack and the brothers, Sam and Cody. Deerhorn Castle lies at a considerable distance from the shadowy forest, making it rather inconvenient for the hunting enthusiast, Dick. Now, as a significant contributor to the family, Dick's opinions are highly regarded by all members of the household. Even the busy Count Carlin, after regaining vast territories, took special note of this matter. With a grand gesture, he designated the manor near the small town, closer to the shadowy forest, as belonging to Dick. The Count remarked that this was merely a small reward, and a greater one would befit his contributions to the family once he completed his pressing tasks. The manor is quite splendid, fully staffed with servants and maidens. Dick moved in with Yara, Arno, and the 3 wild servant sons, seldom returning to Deerhorn Castle. This was partly to gather soul essence through hunting to repair the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiend scroll, and partly to avoid the curious inquiries of his 2 younger cousins. At Deerhorn Castle, the 2 cousins from the Falcon tribe incessantly pestered Dick, probing into the depths of his prowess in combat. Truth be told, Dick has been enjoying his days in the manor. The residence is luxurious, the maids are beautiful, and the food is abundant. His beloved horse, Death Fong, is tenderly cared for by the trio of wild servants. The plump cat, Fatwave, has grown even rounder under Yara's attentive care. Dick spends his days practicing swordsmanship and indulging in exhilarating hunts. However, this tranquil existence did not last long. That evening, upon returning to the manor on horseback, Dick was respectfully informed by a servant that his uncle, Tony Castack, had arrived with a young visitor. In the grand hall of the manor, Tony languidly draped his feet over the table, occasionally gesturing for the servant beside him to refill his glass. Next to him sat a stranger, a young lad who appeared somewhat ill at ease. Upon seeing Dick enter, the boy immediately rose, looking even more flustered. "Don't be so daft. This is your cousin Dick. He is as at home here as you are." Tony initially addressed the youth with a hint of displeasure, then flashed a playful grin at Dick, nodding in his direction. "Remember your curiosity about whether I had children? Behold, this is my child with Christy, John." Dick promptly urged the boy to sit down, attempting to soothe his awkwardness while also feigning annoyance. "My dear uncle, why such a sudden revelation? I was ill-prepared for our first meeting. One ought to have a gift ready." Tony shook his head dismissively. "Nothing could be as sudden as your arrival. A dramatic shift in the family dynamics. A gift? What gift could compare to bestowing upon John the Stark surname?" He paused before adding, "I ought to bring him here to express gratitude for the family regaining so much land. Even I, who contributed little, have been granted 2 small towns as fiefdoms. John needn't even call him Snow." Suddenly, Tony winked at Dick. "Dick, are you truly not the least bit anxious?" "Anxious about what?" Dick replied, unchanged. "Of course, it is about the fief." Tony leaned inconspiratorially. "I have heard that Carlin intends to grant you the land where the Valerians once thrived. Are you not excited?" Tony, filled with envy and eagerness, gazed at the calm Dick, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, now the entire family believes you are indifferent to such matters." Having consumed a fair amount of wine, Tony began to ramble. "This world is truly peculiar. The less one seems to care, the more Carlin and Roger wish to bestow the finest gifts. Those who do care." Dick interrupted with a smile. "My dear uncle, surely you did not come merely for that. Speak, what else is on your mind?" "What else could there be? Your father Carlin has sent me to inform you to return to Horn Hill. The delegation from Winterfell will arrive tomorrow." As the morning fog enveloped Horn Hill like an unfinished woolen blanket, Dick's brother Torrin had already been waiting atop the castle walls for an hour. The breath escaping his nose formed delicate frost flowers upon the cold stone walls. Suddenly, a cloud of yellowish dust arose in the distance, prompting the boy to shout at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing against the castle's every stone. "They are coming. They have arrived." In an instant, the courtyard below resembled an overturned anthill as the guards of Horn Hill scrambled to adjust the angles of their spears. Dick's mother, Helena, stood at the very top of the castle steps, her fingers unconsciously caressing the wooden bracelet on her wrist. Dick also noticed his father Carlin, usually so stern, subtly shifting his throat as he repeatedly rubbed his right hand against the hilt of his sword, as if the cold metal could confer some strength. The sound of hooves grew ever closer beginning with a sporadic clatter that quickly crescendoed into a thunderous roar, as the valiant steed shattered the morning mist. A flag adorned with 3 verdant sentinel trees upon a brown background fluttered triumphantly in the wind. It belonged to the Tohar family of the northern city of Torrhen, whose ancestral motto is pride and freedom. Tony whispered explanations to Dick, revealing that his uncle Tony had ventured to the north, even serving as a mercenary across the narrow sea, thus possessing considerable knowledge of the various northern families. The howling northern wind seemed to pause momentarily. Beneath the Tohar banner, a corpulent man rode a towering steed, his belly protruding, stretching the armor to an unsightly degree. Could it be? Tony felt a surge of astonishment. It was Herman Tohar, the patriarch of the Tohar family, now the chancellor of the Northern King's Court, equivalent to the former king's hand. Herman cheerfully complained to the Count and Countess of Cairn standing on the steps. Didn't they say the lands beyond are becoming increasingly warmer? Just look at this damned wind. It is freezing. Without waiting for the stable hand to lead his horse, he dismounted with a nimble leap. Count Cairn hurried to greet him, and the 2 men came to a halt in the center of the square. Herman opened his arms wide, embracing Cairn with enthusiasm. Congratulations. You have successfully eradicated the traitors. His voice, tinged with the scent of wine and the weariness of travel, still resonated robustly. The news of victory reached Winterfell, and the king immediately instructed me to journey north with rewards. I did not delay for a moment. My gratitude to his majesty. Count Cairn expressed his thanks with an air of naturalness. At that moment, another flag pierced through the morning fog. Its ashen background bore the image of a tiered white tower, atop which blazed a fierce beacon, the banner of the Hightower family. As it emerged, a slight commotion rippled through the crowd. The Hightower family had exploited the betrayal of the scholars to invade the south, seizing vast territories, even in this distant land. Their notoriety had spread. Count Cairn's expression darkened, a layer of icy severity enveloping his countenance. Herman noticed and resignedly shrugged. The envoy of House Hightower, Abella Hightower, is unavoidable. He insists on accompanying us, having heard of the Stark family's recent glorious victories in the south, claiming this as a new diplomatic mission. Leaning closer to Count Cairn, he lowered his voice. In the north, aside from that rabble at Terror Castle, no one favors the Hightowers. However, with his status as an envoy, we cannot take direct action against him. Rest assured, he will not stir any upheaval in the north or beyond. Count Cairn nodded in agreement. Truly, a creature that neither bites nor poses a threat, yet is thoroughly repugnant. At that moment, from the Hightower carriage, a gaunt middle-aged man descended, coughing. He had deep brown hair and wore a deep red velvet cloak, its edges gleaming with silver thread, more radiant than freshly fallen snow. He smiled as he scanned the crowd, but when his gaze fell upon Dick's mother, aunt, and 2 cousins clad in tribal attire, he subtly furrowed his brow, only to immediately restore his smile. Yet, Dick keenly observed that Abella Hightower unconsciously touched the 7-pointed star necklace he wore. With so many eyes upon them, Count Cairn could not afford to act too dramatically. Fortunately, his usual demeanor is rather serious, so his cold expression while welcoming guests feels quite natural. The knights, along with their servants burdened with various boxes and crates, are bustling about, and there are even a few scholars from the Hittar family, their robes fluttering in the biting wind. As the atmosphere gradually turns chillier, Herman suddenly raises his voice. Kaelin, ensure there is ample wine today. I wish to hear the tale of your glorious victory. Sir Kaelin's voice remains steady as ever. The castle is ready. Please follow me. Dick suddenly recalls the stories he heard in his youth. When guests from the south arrive in the north, they always bring tidings of summer. Yet at this moment, he feels that the arrival of these individuals has rendered the air outside particularly oppressive, akin to the weighty stillness before a blizzard. Chapter 80. The Knights Beyond the Wall and the King's Knights in the Banquet Hall, beneath the stone-arched ceiling. The long hall is bathed in the warm glow of tallow candles. 12 intricately carved oak columns support the lofty dome. Behind the main seat, the black and white sunburst banner of House Stark hangs proudly. On either side, the green sentinel tree banner and the white tower beacon banner flutter. Herman Toha, the portly head of House Tohar, is surrounded as he ascends the steps to the main seat. He laughs heartily, raising a hand toward the Stark banner. Our king is absent, and there is no silver-gray wolf sigil here, so there is no need for formality. He pauses, his voice resonating. The journey beyond the wall is long. My king commands me to wield his authority. He gestures to Count Cailan, indicating that no kneeling is necessary in the king's absence, and then proclaims now, I, Wayne Stark, king in the north, lord of Winterfell, head of House Stark, do hereby declare, Count Cailan Stark of the Hornburg, formally accepts the fealty of House Stark. Cheers immediately erupt throughout the hall. Aligning with the king in the north to confront the threats from the south had long been agreed upon, though this may seem merely ceremonial. It is indeed a formal declaration. The long table stretches from the main seat to the hall's entrance, its oak surface laden with pewter platters piled high with roasted wild boar ribs, honey-glazed duck, and mountains of dark bread. Serving maids in coarse skirts weave through the crowd, pouring ale from their copper jugs, the froth occasionally splattering onto the polished boots of the knights. Hermon brings his gilded wine, cup down onto the table with a thud, the liquid splashing onto his burgundy velvet cloak. Cailan, the wine of this cursed place is surprisingly good. His laughter resonates, causing the ruby-encrusted hilt of his sword to sway absurdly, a comical counterpoint to his protruding belly. Yet, as this rotund man drinks heartily, his gaze remains fixed on Dick's beautiful aunt, Anna Stark. Dick glances in that direction, a barely perceptible cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turns his gaze to the window, where twilight is painting the castle's spires a gray blue. In the distance, the howls of wolves, nearly fading away, drift into the banquet hall, eerily mingling with the din of the gathering. Abella Hightower, holding a wine glass, wore a gentle smile as her gaze occasionally drifted over the unique tribal attire of Dick's mother and aunt. Where her eyes fell upon the eagle totem emblazoned on Aunt Kalia's forehead, she proposed in a southern drawl. Such a grand banquet would be regrettably lacking without the accompaniment of music. It is unfortunate that we did not bring a minstrel along. However, there are a few servants among us with commendable singing voices, albeit with a limited repertoire. How about they serenade you all with the song of the seven gods? This suggestion met with a slight nod of agreement from Count Carlin. Yet, as the religious hymn of the Song of the Seven Gods resonated, a peculiar sensation flickered through Dick's heart. Once the singing ceased, Abella Haidar once again raised her glass in a toast to Count Carlin. Congratulations, my lord. Your family's revival is within reach. I have heard that the Church of the Seven Gods beyond the borders is in a precarious situation. Please forgive my intrusion, for I am a devout believer. Might I inquire if conditions are any better within your domain? Count Carlin furrowed his brow. This Hightower had yet to discuss family matters or potential collaborations, and after such a lengthy visit, she chose to speak solely of the Church's plight. What particular troubles could the Church face? The nobles expelled to the outer lands had brought the faith of the seven gods, yet the indigenous people there predominantly worshipped the old gods. The Count's wife was a follower of the old gods, making this a topic he preferred not to delve into. Given how far Hightower is from the outer lands, your information is likely distorted, the Count replied flatly. The Church of the Seven Gods is thriving beyond the borders. Even our family's northernmost fortress, Everwinter Keep, has a church dedicated to them. There is no need for concern. Ah, I see. That is splendid news indeed, Abella responded, her tone humble. May I, as a devout believer, visit a few churches of the seven gods within your territory? Count Carlin's brow tightened further. Religious matters were relatively autonomous, although the Church of the Seven Gods was not as powerful in the outer lands as in the south. The reputation of the Hightower family kept the Count wary of her ulterior motives. After a moment's contemplation, outright refusal seemed inappropriate. Given the distance, it was unlikely that the various families in the northern territories could stir trouble in such a remote area. Ultimately, the Count reluctantly nodded his assent. With her objective achieved, Abella Hightower expressed her sincere gratitude and fell silent, content to sit quietly and savor her wine. The banquet at Deer Antler Keep stretched into the late hours of the night. Dick, however, did not remain until the end. He retired to his chambers early for rest. Yet, in the dead of night, Count Carlin knocked on Dick's door. In the midst of his son's surprise and confusion, the Count led the neatly attired Dick to the rear of the castle. There stood a towering fish-beam tree, its blood-red leaf casting shadows over several gravestones of varying ages. Count Carlin stood solemnly before the gravestones, silent for a long while. These two are relatively new, he spoke in a low voice. Here lie my father and my elder brother. The Count shook his head, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He did not entirely dismiss the situation. In my childhood, I heard your grandfather recount how, When our ancestors first arrived here, it was merely a quaint village. The Count's gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of time. Dick remained silent, simply listening intently. Now, this place has transformed into a grand castle, and beyond the castle, a thriving city has emerged. The prosperity of our family is unmistakably evident. Dick, your elder brother Roger is currently clearing the arduous stronghold of Stode's Corner, which serves as the bastion of the traitorous Silas. The circumstances are intricate and tangled, unlike those at Deerhorn Castle. Roger feels a sense of guilt towards you. He wishes to provide you with a clean fief, untainted by chaos. He is even reluctant to allow your hands to be stained with blood, fearing it may disturb your peace of mind in your own domain in the future. My child, I too desire to make amends. The Count turned, his gaze intense as it met Dick's. An opportunity has arisen, one that would greatly benefit you, me, and our entire family. Sir Herman, the Prime Minister of the Northern Kingdom, presented me with a request following the banquet. At this, Dick could not suppress a scornful laugh. That rotund man. His eyes were glued to Aunt during the entire feast. He cannot possibly be foolish enough to propose marrying her. Can he? Father, I have heard he already has a wife and numerous children. The Count paused in surprise before chiding. You impudent boy, what nonsense are you imagining? Sir Herman proposes a union between Winterfell and our Deerhorn Castle, between the Crown Prince of the Northern Kingdom and your Aunt Anna. Dick awkwardly rubbed his nose, reflecting on the implications. He had just been contemplating whether he should take action against the man should he dare to pursue his aunt. If this comes to fruition, your aunt shall one day be the Queen of the North. The Count's eyes sparkled with excitement. Our family will gain immeasurable glory and support. Herman also laid out his conditions. The Stark family must form an alliance with the Tohar family. Furthermore, to ensure the success of this endeavor, I must personally escort Anna to Winterfell. There is one crucial point. The Count's gaze fell upon Dick, filled with expectation. To demonstrate our unwavering loyalty to the King of the North, one of my sons must serve as the King's squire, destined to be knighted as a King's knight by the King himself. Dick, I wish for you to become this illustrious King's knight, rather than merely a knight beyond the wall, unrecognized in many parts of the continent. Chapter 81. An Open Secret. Herman Tohar. While the Prime Minister of the Northern Kingdom is ultimately not the king himself, such a significant matter as a royal marriage must be discussed with the distant monarch. The crux of the matter lies in the delegation stationed at Horn Hill, burdened with the ravens of Winterfell. While Winterfell itself is devoid of any ravens capable of returning to the outlying Horn Hill. Compounding this predicament, the once accessible northern route has been obstructed by the Black Castle and Eastwatch, forcing a convoluted detour through the frozen bay, traversing the Shadow Tower before returning. The journey is long, and the terrain is perilous and intricate, leaving the delegation and the Stark family ensnared in an interminable wait at Horn Hill. Herman Tully, however, exudes confidence. According to this rotund court minister, Dick's aunt, Anna Stark, is the most exquisite woman he has ever encountered. In the current delicate situation of the North, the Stark family is a crucial ally that Winterfell desperately seeks to court, and with Herman personally facilitating this affair, success seems almost assured. During one of Herman's drunken revelries, Dick seized the opportunity to inquire, thus uncovering the reason why the once-fallen Terror Castle, long thought to be vanquished, not only exists, but has re-emerged as a formidable adversary to Winterfell. This tale must be traced back to a time long past. Herman, his voice slightly slurred, began to reminisce. The fall of the Baratheon dynasty had left the North in utter devastation. Not only had the Stark family faced near annihilation, but the Tullys were similarly afflicted. Their ancestral seat, River Run, had been seized by the Ironborn, teetering on the brink of extinction. The losses were grievous. Even the then Lord of the Starks suffered greatly, having lost two of their leaders in quick succession. Fortunately, Queen Sansa ultimately rose to prominence, uniting the wildling chieftains, the noble houses of the Vale, and the forces of White Harbor and House Manderley. Under the guidance of the Queen and the Black Duke, they triumphed over Terror Castle. The Stark family regained control of Winterfell, and with the support of many, Sansa was crowned queen in the North. Herman shook his head, his tone growing more intricate. The Vale, White Harbor. Alas, Queen Sansa, by recognizing the Vale's sovereignty over the Three Sisters Islands, secured their allegiance. This, of course, incited considerable discontent among the Manderleys of White Harbor, who were in close proximity to the Three Sisters Islands. The Vale's forces rallied to assist the Queen in her victory over Terror Castle. It could even be argued that it was the Vale's cavalry that turned the tide in the pivotal Bastards' War, a decisive confrontation that dictated the fate of the North. The nobles of the Vale believed it unreasonable to toil without recompense. Their requests for rewards were quite reasonable, though they did not overreach. They sought the old towns of Cape Cryn and Bite Bay. Herman flushed crimson as he gestured. That territory belongs to White Harbor. The situation escalated dramatically. The delicate balance maintained by Queen Sansa was at risk. Herman shrugged, a look of resignation upon his face. At that time, the Mandaleys of White Harbor were abundant in wealth and maritime trade, yet lacking in knights and heavy infantry, rendering them no match for the elite cavalry of the Vale. Regardless of Sansa's attempts at mediation and condemnation, her efforts proved futile. The conflict intensified. Ultimately, the Mandalay family lost even White Harbor. The situation had devolved to such an extent that all the nobles of the North were watching closely. Faced with the lamentations of the Mandalay family, the Queen found herself compelled to take a stand, positioning herself against the nobles of the Vale. The outcome was somewhat awkward. Despite my profound admiration for Queen Sansa, I must concede that defeat is defeat. The chaotic skirmishes had reached a stalemate for many years, resulting not only in the failure to reclaim White Harbor, but also in the loss of additional lands. After such prolonged conflict, the nobles of the Vale had become fervently aggressive. At a moment when the situation appeared irretrievable, the Queen contemplated the possibility of Terrible Castle. Terrible Castle boasts an expansive territory and a substantial populace. Following her victory over House Bolton in the Bastards' War, the Queen initially envisioned transforming it into a stronghold directly under House Stark's command, thereby seizing this valuable land. Regrettably, the local inhabitants had grown accustomed to a millennium of rule from Terrible Castle, and sporadic resistance and non-cooperation had never ceased, draining her considerable energy rather than serving her purpose. Ultimately, Queen Sansa withdrew her forces. Under the escort of the Night's Watch from Winterfell, a young man named Robin Bolton arrived at Terrible Castle. The Bolton family once again assumed control of the stronghold, and with Robin Bolton, its vast territory and populace pledged their allegiance to Queen Sansa. It remains uncertain whether the Bolton family's motto, "Our blade is still sharp," held any mystical power, or if Robin Bolton was simply born to be a soldier. In his youth, he commanded the reformed army of Terrible Castle and remarkably drove the once mighty coalition of the Vale nobles back into the sea. Not only was he a capable warrior, but he also returned all reclaimed lands to their previous lords, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Queen Sansa. In a fleeting moment, the youthful hero Robin Bolton captivated countless hearts, and thus, the resurgence of Terrible Castle foreshadowed a formidable adversary for Winterfell. After absorbing this narrative, Dick felt a twinge of curiosity. "My Lord Herman, it sounds as if the Queen is quite astute. How could she later allow Terrible Castle to grow so powerful?" Herman leaned forward, his voice lowered as he mischievously winked at Dick. "My boy, let me share a little public secret. The esteemed Queen Sansa, though never married, has sired quite a number of children. Rumor has it that Robin Bolton is one of them." Herman succumbed to intoxication, his words trailing off into a meaningful silence. His heavy body slumped, and with the assistance of several servants, he staggered away from the banquet hall. Dick, holding his wine glass, found himself filled with genuine admiration for the legendary Queen Sansa. From the hazy memories of a past life as television series, he recalled how House Stark faced treachery in the South, nearly unraveling entirely. Sansa, possessing little beyond her bloodline, ultimately ascended to the throne of the North through alliances and a unification of various factions. At that time, Dick, like many viewers, felt that merely relying on Stark's bloodline could elevate her to the status of queen, rendering the narrative rather simplistic. However, upon hearing first-hand accounts of the ascent to power, he came to realize that while blood may serve as the foundation of authority, ascending that frigid throne requires far more than mere lineage. Each step is steeped in calculation, compromise, and unavoidable sacrifice. The finesse of the maneuvers and the difficulty of the choices made are far beyond the imagination of outsiders. Chapter 82. Arrival at Winterfell from the south to the farthest reaches of the north. The eternal winterlands are divided by the towering Frostfang Mountains. The west is left with ice and cold, while the east nurtures the vast shadow forest and desolate plains. At this moment, at the westernmost end of the collapsed wall, the ruins of the Shadow Tower welcome a contingent braving the snowstorm from the south. Leading the procession is a green sentinel bearing a flag that flickers in the blizzard, followed by a black banner emblazoned with a sunburst, while the white tower's signal flag flutters at the rear. The group comes to a halt, and servants and soldiers begin to bustle about in the swirling snow. Dick, mounted on his steed Doomhound, gazes at the undulating silhouettes of the ruins ahead, a tinge of regret swelling within him. This regret is not akin to the little imp from the television series, wanting to relieve himself atop the wall, but rather a lament for not witnessing the grandeur of the 700 feet high, 300 miles long marvel that defied the laws of physics before its collapse. He rides closer to the edge of the ruins, dismounts, and reaches out to touch the exposed massive stones, his fingertips exploring the cold, rough textures of their surfaces. Why does Dick intentionally approach this stone? Naturally, he seeks to probe whether the essence of the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends within him might react. He grows increasingly skeptical that what this world refers to as magic or magical power is essentially akin to the spiritual energy he knows. It is merely a matter of different dimensions and worlds adopting varied nomenclature. Perhaps elsewhere, it is labeled as elemental force, spiritual energy, or ether. Just as Dick immerses himself in these contemplations, he hears a voice behind him, the emissary of House Hightower, Abella Hightower, expressing her musings. Legend has it that the ancestors of the North's king, the Bilderbranden, seem to possess magical abilities. Abella, not pausing for Dick's response, continues with a sigh. Although ancient texts may lack precise documentation, Dick, are you aware that magic truly exists? Having watched the Game of Thrones television series in his previous life, Dick is acutely aware of the depths of this world's mysteries. Tales of magic occasionally resurface, and dragons, as magical creatures, are well known to all. Even the existence of certain powerful gods is not beyond the realm of possibility. Since Dick is not well acquainted with Abella, he does not delve deeply into these topics with her. While he cannot discern the intent behind the Hightower emissary's initiation of conversation, he seizes the opportunity to probe into the uncertainties that linger in his mind. Retracting his hand, which had failed to sense the aura, Dick inquired, "Lady Abella, I have heard that your Hightower family has tamed a creature capable of carrying humans through the skies. A great bird. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Abella chuckled, her laughter seemingly tugging at her throat and prompting a fit of coughing. "Oh, has this news reached beyond the borders?" she remarked. "Indeed, it is true." Regaining her composure, she confirmed with a hint of pride. "However, we do not refer to it as a great bird. It is a magnificent creature, a griffin, captured and trained through perilous endeavors from the distant continent of Sothoros." "A griffin?" Dick exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment. Noticing the silver-haired youth's reaction, Abella mistakenly assumed he was unfamiliar with the creature and patiently elaborated. "It possesses the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, adorned with wings and fierce talons." Dick was certainly aware of the griffin's appearance. Such fantastical beings were ubiquitous in the films, animations, and games of his former life. His surprise stemmed from the fact that, in the realm of the television series Game of Thrones, a griffin had never made an appearance. As for Sothoros, Dick could only vaguely recall it as a mysterious and vast land, densely forested and scarcely trodden, teeming with the unknown. This was undoubtedly a blessing bestowed upon the Hightower family by the seven gods. Abella continued her introduction, her words imbued with familial pride. Eventually, she shifted the conversation to inquire about Dick's beliefs, her tone subtly urging him to sincerely embrace the faith of the seven. This individual, with his fervent demeanor, resembled a zealous missionary more than a diplomatic envoy. Having departed from the ruins of Shadow Tower, the party continued southward towards Deepwood Keep. As the elevation decreased, the ice and biting winds gradually dissipated. The rotund Lord Hermon Tohar, the prime minister ahead of the party, appeared to be in high spirits. Engaging in animated conversation with Count Carol Karstark, their hearty laughter echoing along the desolate path. Although the southward route was rugged and challenging, it was blessedly devoid of human presence, allowing them to navigate without encountering any obstacles or mishaps. The party successfully passed through Deepwood Keep, loyal to the king in the north, and spent several days cautiously traversing the deep, silent, and towering woods of the Wolf's Wood. Finally, their destination loomed into view. The entire city of Winterfell gradually revealed its grand silhouette beneath the leaden sky. It was a colossal structure, assembled from countless dark gray boulders, interlocking in a formidable manner. The crenellations atop the city wall appeared to bear the jagged marks of an ancient giant's axe. The highest tower, crowned with a bell, was shrouded in a persistent gray mist. High above, the massive banner of the Iceborne Wolves fluttered in the wind. Guards clad in heavy wolf pelts patrol the area, their wooden spear shafts striking the frozen ground with a resonant thud, the gleaming tips of their spears glinting with a chill sharper than the icicles hanging from the eaves. With the esteemed Prime Minister Hermann personally leading the way, and the news of the future consort of the crown prince already circulating within the ranks, the entrance into the city proceeded with remarkable ease. Hermann did not directly escort Dick and his companions into the core of the main fortress, but instead temporarily housed the members of House Stark in his spacious abode within Winterfell. Lord Carlin and Miss Anna, please take a moment to rest here, Hermann said with a smile. Allow me to first pay my respects to His Majesty, and I am certain that you will be summoned shortly. This procedure seemed wholly reasonable. Initially, Count Carlin and Dick sensed no irregularities, suppressing their anticipation as they took a brief respite. They also sought to reassure the anxious Anna Stark, who was visibly nervous about confronting the unfamiliar court. However, the days slipped by. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Countless days passed without any sign of the Northern King's summons. Not only was there no word from His Majesty, but even Prime Minister Hermann, who had brought them here, seemed to have vanished without a trace. As the Prime Minister, Hermann's abode was naturally bustling with visitors. Yet the news of Anna Stark, the rumored future consort, residing there spread like wildfire. Curious and scrutinizing gazes congregated around the residence, adding to the mounting pressure and prolonged waiting. Count Carlin's brow furrowed tighter with each passing day, while Anna Stark was engulfed in a profound sense of unease, unable to find peace in either sleep or sustenance. Deep within Winterfell's main fortress, a young girl burst into her brother's room with a beaming smile, energetically flinging open the door. Reed, have you heard? Your fiancée, Anna Stark, has come to Winterfell. Sophia, how many times must I remind you to knock before entering? The young man, seated behind a large desk engrossed in his reading, looked up with displeasure, frowning at his impetuous sister. He had deep brown hair, dark as aged leather, and his gray eyes were nearly black with depth. He was none other than Reed Stark, the crown prince of the North. His sister, Sophia Stark, was the only sibling he had, the offspring of the Northern King, Wayne Stark. Ignoring her brother's admonition, Sophia excitedly divulged the latest intelligence. So many people have seen Anna. Everyone is marveling at her beauty. Who would have thought that such a lovely maiden could emerge from such a harsh land? That stubborn, rotund Hermann has finally done something worthwhile. Noticing her brother's continued indifference as he held his book, the girl pouted in discontent. Hey, Reed, aren't you the least bit curious? Should we sneak over to take a look at Hermann's house? At her words, Reed's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible shift, and his throat subtly moved as he contemplated her suggestion. He fell silent for a moment, eventually lowering his eyelids, his gaze returning to the pages of the book, his voice regaining its usual steadiness. There was no rush. He merely needed to heed his father's arrangements. Chapter 83. Doubts abound in Winterfell. After days of fruitless waiting, Rickon Stark began to seek out information when Hermann Tohar, the Prime Minister of the North, made his entrance. He arrived with a vast entourage. Countless court servants and maidens flooded into the chamber, respectfully surrounding Dick's aunt, Anna, as they commenced her grooming. This spectacle forced Count Karen, who had been on the verge of anger due to the prolonged silence, to suppress his ire. The rotund Prime Minister entered with a jovial demeanor, incessantly apologizing to the Stark family. Apologies for the wait. However, I have been negotiating immense honor and benefits for House Stark, which accounts for the delay. This explanation left Count Karen at a loss for words, though he pointed in confusion at the bustling court attendants. Is this preparation for an audience? It seems rather extravagant. Hermann chuckled, explaining, this is indeed a cause for celebration for House Stark, and congratulations to Miss Anna. Today is a fortuitous day. His Majesty has decided that the wedding will take place today. What? So soon? Dick could not help but interject at the very least. My aunt should meet the Crown Prince first, right? Such a significant union, although the Prime Minister has facilitated communications. The parties have yet to even lay eyes on one another. And now, to merge the audience with the royal wedding? Count Karen, equally astonished, fixed his gaze on Herman, his eyes brimming with inquiry, seeking a rational explanation. Yet, the plump prime minister merely smiled, evading a direct answer, instead responding with a question. Isn't this splendid news? The king, myself, the chancellor of finance, the minister of justice, the minister of military affairs, the bishop, many other officials have been tirelessly negotiating these past few days. Now that a decision has been reached, we must act swiftly. His Majesty can hardly wait to unite with House Stark. Leaden clouds loomed low, and flurries of snow lashed against the gray stone walls of Winterfell, the frozen boulders glistening with a cold sheen. Upon the battlements, the gray banner of the Ice Wolf fluttered fiercely in the gale, flanked by numerous other family flags, enhancing the solemnity of the scene. The city gates swung open, and a drawbridge spanned the frozen moat. Guards clad in black armor stood resolutely with spears at the ready. A throng of well-armored knights, their breastplates adorned with wolf head engravings, emerged, their northern steeds draped in ironclad barding. This grand procession escorted the carriage bearing Aunt Anna, advancing slowly. On either side, an honor guard of spear-wielding sentinels stood, their spearheads glinting coldly in the dim light. The steps at the end of the square were laid with a dark red carpet, upon which silver emblems were embroidered. Unable to contain her curiosity, Anna leaned out of the carriage, casting her gaze towards Count Karen and Dick, who rode alongside. "Brother," she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Am I truly to marry the prince today? What does he look like?" Clearly, the sudden arrangement left her enveloped in confusion and trepidation. Count Carlin exchanged a glance with Dick, both sensing an air of peculiarity surrounding the situation. Yet, with matters having reached this point, they could only strive to reassure Anna. "Do not worry," Count Carlin said in a steady tone. "Lord Herman has a point. Since it has been agreed upon, an early union may indeed be beneficial." Dick added, "I have inquired, and the prince is named Reed. I have heard he is a gentleman of refined demeanor." In his attempt to soothe his aunt, Dick keenly observed that the crowd gathered along the streets was sparse, most faces reflecting a look of bewilderment, clearly unaware of the unfolding events. For an occasion as grand as the wedding procession of the crown princess, why had there been no prior announcement to the citizens of the city? Was it a mere oversight due to haste? This thought deepened Dick's unease. Upon entering the main keep, Anna was ushered away by the butler and a throng of maids. Herman approached with a broad smile, one hand clasping Count Carlin's arm, while the other gently guided Dick's back, directing them toward the throng amassed in the hall. "Now that you are here, what is there to worry about? I'm always generous to my allies. Soon, a magnificent surprise awaits you. You will be grateful to me." He continued, "First, allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends." The hall buzzed with excitement. A multitude of northern nobles gathered in unity. The throne was positioned atop a dais in the Winterfell hall, facing the grand entrance. Behind the throne, the wall displayed the wolf banners of the northern kings throughout history, flanked by an array of swords and spears. At that moment, the throne sat momentarily unoccupied. Crafted from gray granite, the northern throne rose approximately 6 feet high, its armrests intricately carved in the likeness of direwolf heads, while the chair's back featured a relief of a recumbent direwolf. Ancient runes of the ancestors adorned its hexagonal base. The seat itself was trapezoidal, devoid of cushions. Under the flickering firelight, the shadows of the wolf heads appeared to writhe, the cold stone surface glimmering with scattered light. Chancellor Herman, accompanied by Count Carlin and Dick, melded into a gathering of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Justice, and numerous other nobles. Dick noted that on the opposite side, the crowd encircled a meticulously attired young man. The hall subtly divided into 2 distinct clusters of people, each clearly delineated. Herman seemed to sense Dick's gaze fixed upon the figure across the way. He raised his glass and chuckled softly in Dick's direction. "That is Reed Stark, His Royal Highness. The Prince." "The Prince? The one who is to become Anna's husband? My own uncle?" Dick and his father, Count Carlin, swiftly exchanged a knowing glance. The 2 groups in the hall were unmistakably representative of rival factions. Herman, the court chancellor, had orchestrated this union, forging an alliance with their family. Yet it was the prince who was destined to be Anna's husband. The Stark family appears to be caught in the crossfire of 2 factions. Just as Count Carlin and Dick exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, Herman took 2 goblets from a servant carrying a tray of wine. handing one to Count Carlin and the other to Dick. "Do you wish to approach?" he asked, shaking his head and chuckling lightly. "Look at the gentleman beside the prince. The Minister of Military Affairs, Count Geomormont from Bear Island. His gaze is rather frigid. I assent it. The minister is the late Queen's brother and the prince's uncle. We cannot afford to provoke him. As an ally and a friend," Herman lowered his voice, laced with temptation, "I suggest you remain patient. Greater surprises and benefits await us. I assure you, as an ally, I am generous. When the time comes, do not forget to express your gratitude." His words were laden with significant implications. Count Carlin and his son Dick felt their composure shaken by the weight of his suggestions, just as a squad of exceptionally well-equipped guards entered the hall, their helmets adorned with the fierce visage of a howling wolf, the king's personal guard. They swiftly cleared a broad path in the center of the hall. Herman promptly warned, "The Ice Wolf Guard has arrived. His Majesty the King is imminent." This was the elite guard established by Queen Sansa. He shrugged, "Indeed. It mimics the King's Guard of King's Landing." Soon, the last towering Ice Wolf Guard came to a halt at the entrance, took a deep breath, and proclaimed loudly, "Welcome. The head of House Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, and the King in the North has arrived." Chapter 84. The Queen and the Crown Princess inside the Grand Hall of Winterfell. All present respectfully placed their hands over their hearts in salute to the king. A man in his 50s, crowned and regal, entered. His deep brown curls were neatly arranged around his neck, with a few strands of gray falling across his forehead, his dark eyes seemingly shrouded in a veil of moisture. He was none other than the king in the north, Wayne Stark. Dick recognized him somewhat. He had been a guest at Herman's residence, having specifically conversed with the Stark family. Yet, what caused Count Carlin and Dick's pupils to dilate in shock was the sight of the king holding the hand of none other than Anna, the very relative who had just been taken away. Dressed impeccably, she was radiant yet trembled slightly from anxiety. Before the astonished gazes of Count Carlin and Dick, Wayne Stark, the king in the north took Anna's trembling hand and ascended the grand platform, seated beside her on the expansive throne. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. The meticulously groomed Prince Red and the Minister of Military Affairs, Count Geomormont, sparked an uncontrollable stir and suppressed gasps among the noble crowd gathered nearby. In the Grand Hall, the Prime Minister Herman, along with the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Finance, and numerous nobles from their faction, appear to have anticipated the unfolding events. Their faces adorned with calm, yet significant smiles. An elderly man, clad in the robes of the High Septon, stepped forward, his resonant voice cutting through the chaos of the hall as he proclaimed, "Our King, His Majesty Wayne Stark, Lord of Winterfell, under the blessings and witness of the Seven, today takes a new queen. The bride is Lady Anna Stark of House Karstark, daughter of the Earl of the Last Hearth." The announcement echoed throughout the realm, instantly replacing the prior tumult with even greater uproar. The cheers and well-wishes from the Prime Minister's faction surged, striving to overshadow all dissent. Meanwhile, the faction of the Prince and the Minister of Military Affairs descended into deeper turmoil, a mixture of furious whispers and astonished gazes enveloping them. The youthful Prince Raid, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on his father upon the throne and the unfamiliar bride beside him. Lords Karstark and Dick stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, their minds blank and utterly bewildered. A queen? At that moment, the Minister of Military Affairs, the prince's uncle, the Earl of Bear Island, Gor Mormont, erupted with indignation. "Your Majesty, the royal union with the lands beyond the wall. What should it entail?" His voice resonated as he addressed the king, who, gripping Anna's trembling hand, coldly interrupted him. "Today is not the time for delays. The Royal Council has unanimously approved the union with the lands beyond the wall. Is there any fault in that?" His piercing gaze bore into Gor Mormont. "The Mormonts, loyal to the north since the reign of Queen Sansa. Surely you have come to bestow your blessings upon your king, have you not?" Confronted by the king's frigid stare, Gor Mormont faltered, his face reddening as he opened his mouth to speak, but moments later he reluctantly knelt on one knee. "May the Seven bless our king." With even the prince's uncle, the Minister of Military Affairs, retreating, no dissenters dared to rise within the hall. However, the departing minister averted his eyes from the king and, upon glancing at Earl Karstark and Dick standing with Prime Minister Herman, his expression turned complex and cold. Just as the Karstark lord and Dick remained in a daze, King Wayne, seated upon his throne, called out to Karstark, The Earl of Last Hearth stepped forward. The king rose, descended from his throne, and approached the kneeling Karstark, gesturing for him to kneel. The guardian of the lands beyond the wall, Jon Snow, had vanished for countless years, leaving the nobles beyond leaderless, severed from the north. Today, by the authority of the King of the North, I declare, the king's voice resonated through the hall. The queen's brother, Karstark, shall be appointed duke and shall lead the lands beyond the wall. Let them return to the north. Dick gazed at his bewildered father, listening to the cheers of the prime minister and the assembled nobles, realizing he had become the son of a duke. However, Dick cast a glance towards Prince Red and the Stark family, fearing they were inevitably drawn into the tumultuous court intrigues of Winterfell. He spent the banquet in a state of confusion, following his equally bewildered father, Lord Carlin. As they exited the great hall, they encountered the court minister, Herman, awaiting them before the carriage. Lord Carlin, his face etched with frost, strode forward with purpose, seizing the rotund minister and pinning him against the carriage door. Herman, Lord Carlin's fury was palpable, yet he was compelled to restrain his roar. Are you mocking us? Herman's corpulent form swayed against the door, yet he remained unfazed, grinning amiably. What nonsense is this? Anna has become queen. You, Carlin, have been elevated to duke, ruling the land beyond. Are you not satisfied? Lord Carlin's anger surged. The Starks have no intention of opposing the prince, nor have we ever thought of breaking our agreement and becoming the laughingstock among nobles. What agreement have you violated? Anna has met Prince Red? They have a formal betrothal? As Prime Minister, how could I be unaware of this? Herman patted Lord Carlin's taut arm, still smiling. As for your claim of opposing the prince, Carlin, do you seek to marry into the royal family to reap benefits without any sacrifice? Heh, do you know how many families are clamoring to join the queen's kin? Herman's gaze took on a mocking tone. Without me, could your Stark family ascend so swiftly? Without me, you shall forever be regarded by the Northmen as mere country bumpkins from beyond the wall. Do you truly wish to oppose the prince? You may as well seek him out now and test that theory. The number of knights, nobles, and servants gathering at a distance increased, prompting Dick to step forward and gesture for Lord Carlin to heed his surroundings. Realizing the situation, Lord Carlin reluctantly loosened his grip, his countenance darkening with displeasure. You have reduced our Stark family to a laughingstock. Herman smoothed his wrinkled robes, his tone growing icy. I have only ever heard of the strong mocking the weak. I have never heard of the weak daring to ridicule the strong. Carlin, in the north, is there anyone more esteemed than the queen besides His Majesty the King? Lord Carlin, resigned, replied, to not mock in person does not mean one cannot deride behind closed doors. Herman, as if hearing a grand jest, exaggeratedly stared at Carlin. Do you wish to be a gold mine? Or do you aspire to be the beloved golden dragon? Carlin, you have taken a seat at the table of power. Do you still expect others to praise you behind your back? Chapter 85. The Count on Arrival. The Duke on departure the afternoon sun lazily spilled over the cobbled streets of Winterfell, yet could not dispel the gloom lingering in the brow of Duke Carlin Stark. This newly elevated Duke was poised to leave Winterfell, returning to his domain at Hornwood. Meanwhile, Dick Stark, now the Queen's nephew and a royal attendant, was required to remain in Winterfell until he was formally knighted, after which he could return to his family and be granted his own lands. Dick accompanied his father as they exited the opulent mansion generously bestowed upon their family by the king. The residence exuded an extraordinary grandeur, almost adjacent to the Lord's castle of Winterfell. Recently, the king had summoned Karen frequently, his words laden with esteem for House Stark. The king also reinstated the long-abandoned Shadow Tower at the westernmost end of the wall, dispatching royal craftsmen and soldiers to restore its defenses, intent on circumventing the blockade at the Night's Watch. Henceforth, Winterfell would provide House Stark with unwavering support from this vantage point, aiding them in reclaiming the entirety of the lands beyond the wall and re-establishing Northern Dominion. Father Dick caught sight of his father's clenched fist and spoke softly, attempting to shatter the stifling silence. Karen halted, turned back, and cast a deep glance at the resplendent yet confining residence, exhaling heavily as if to expel the turmoil within. Alas, his voice was low and hoarse, thick with remorse. I have truly erred gravely. My child, our family has achieved great victory and resurgence with your assistance. Far too smoothly, and it has clouded my judgment. I foolishly drew near to royal power, like a simpleton, believing in the honeyed words of Hermann Tohar. The Prime Minister, Hermann Tohar, was indeed the architect behind it all. Initially, he had proposed the betrothal of Dick's Aunt Anna to the heir of the North. Who could have anticipated that the outcome would see the king, under Hermann's ingenious arrangement, forcibly claiming the young and beautiful Anna as his own, directly elevating her to queen? This scandal, palpable and undeniable, thrust House Stark into the limelight, becoming a pivotal element of the king's absurd actions and entangling them in the vortex of courtly intrigue. Dick hesitated, but ultimately decided to divulge the idle gossip he had overheard in taverns and stables within the capital. Whispers abounded that His Majesty had a penchant for fine wines and was quite indulgent in certain pleasures. Many merchants were claiming that the expenses of courtly banquets had skyrocketed. He lowered his voice further. The king had previously disguised himself as a guest and met with Aunt Anna beforehand, indulgent in drink and lust. The king's usurpation of the prince's betrothal did not reflect the character of a capable ruler. In truth, Dick cared little for the king's competence. However, he recalled tales from his past life, which suggested that such folly could be blamed on a dreadfully beautiful woman. Should misfortune befall, his Aunt Queen Anna might be labeled a curse, becoming the target of public scorn. Duke Karen twisted his mouth into an exceedingly bitter curve. Indeed, how else could the Bolton family of the Dreadfort so brazenly contend with Winterfell? He firmly patted his son's shoulder, the weight of his grip conveying a sense of duty. Listen, after the king's night ceremony, do not linger. Depart immediately to our family. Return to our lands. Go to claim the fief granted to you. We must firmly control the lands beyond the wall. This is what truly matters, far more significant than the king's hollow favor. Yes, father, I shall remember. Dick nodded earnestly, as the father and son descended the broad steps in front of their residence. A corpulent figure materialized at the roadside with impeccable timing. Prime Minister Hermann wore his customary grin, seemingly measured to perfection, akin to a fox that had just pilfered a plump hen. Your Grace, are you departing already? It is truly disheartening, he remarked, slightly bowing, his movements displaying an elegance that belied his size. The affection His Majesty has shown towards the House of Karstark is indeed the envy of many. The reconstruction of Shadow Tower is sure to usher in a new era of prosperity and tranquility for the North. Duke Carlin, instantaneously donning a formulaic smile, nodded in return, suppressing all traces of anger and disdain deep within. The House of Karstark is immensely grateful for His Majesty's generosity, and we appreciate your efforts, Lord Hermann. Family matters are pressing, and we must return post-haste. We trust in your continued support here in Winterfell. Certainly, certainly, Hermann replied with a beaming smile. We are allies, are we not? As allies, I eagerly anticipate Queen Anna giving birth to a little prince soon. His words dripped with veiled implications. Duke Carlin and Dick could no longer maintain their facade of composure. They exchanged glances laden with mutual concern. The king in the north, Wayne Stark, was nearing his 60s. It was entirely plausible that, should Anna bear a son, Hermann, that old fox, would position himself against the heir, Raed Stark. At that juncture, he would likely present Anna and the newborn prince as contenders for the throne. This was clearly a subtle reminder to the Karstark family that any hope of reconciling with the current heir's faction was utterly futile. Just then, a crisp and orderly sound of hooves approached from afar. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. A contingent of knights, clad in dark gray armor and adorned with the roaring direwolf emblem, approached with solemnity. Leading the formation were 2 members of the Ice Wolf Guard, donning helmets that bore the same fierce insignia, escorting a beautifully crafted carriage emblazoned with the royal sigil of the direwolf. As the carriage door swung open, Queen Anna emerged, assisted by her dedicated handmaiden, dressed in a sumptuous deep blue velvet gown, draped in a pristine white fur shawl, and crowned with a delicate pearl diadem. She descended gracefully. Though her beauty remained undiminished, her countenance was shrouded in an inescapable melancholy, her eyes anxiously scanning for her brother's figure. Brother! Anna's voice quivered imperceptibly as she hurried toward Carlin. The Ice Wolf Guard immediately formed a semicircle around the Queen, Carlin, and Dick, shielding them within. Prime Minister Hermann maintained his smile, discreetly stepping back with his entourage, allowing space for the Karstark family. Duke Carlin gazed at his sister, a multitude of unspoken words lodged in his throat, ultimately escaping only as a deep sigh. Beside him, Dick keenly observed the delicate crimson marks faintly visible on his Aunt Anna's alabaster skin beneath the exquisite pearl necklace, a treasure of immeasurable worth. "I hear you are departing," she said, her eyes slightly reddening as she clutched her brother's hand tightly. "Please, be cautious on your journey. Rest assured, Anna, the winds and snows cannot deter House Stark," Carlin replied, squeezing his sister's hand firmly, conveying silent strength. In Winterfell, his voice lowered, laden with concern. "You must also take care of yourself." The Duke turned to Dick. "During your time in Winterfell, keep your aunt company." "I shall, father," Dick responded solemnly, acutely aware of his father's repressed anguish. As queen, Anna could not linger, and with the protection of the Ice Wolf Guard, she reluctantly boarded the carriage. Through the window, she gazed deeply at her brother and nephew until the carriage vanished at the end of the street. Duke Carlin inhaled deeply, as if to hold his sister's final presence within him. He patted Dick's back with a firm hand, whispering weighty words. "There is no turning back now. We cannot offend Herman, yet we must never trust him again. After the night of the king's ceremony, return home immediately. Do not delay for a moment." With that, he turned away from Prime Minister Herman, nimbly mounting his horse. Accompanied by his guards, Duke Carlin raised his whip and galloped northward, leaving only the hurried sound of hooves gradually fading in the afternoon sunlight. Chapter 86. The Squire's Camp. The sound of hooves faded into the afternoon light of Winterfell as Duke Carlin returned to his domain, and Queen Anna made her way back to the palace, leaving Dick standing alone. Prime Minister Herman Tohar approached him. "Do not be disheartened, Dick. Farewells pave the way for better reunions. Who knows, by our next meeting, you may be the esteemed knight of the king. Come, I shall take you to the Squire's Camp." The Prime Minister, ever smiling, offered both comfort and camaraderie to Dick. The Squire's Camp was a military encampment designated for noble youths and attendants of the king. Here, young blood from various northern families converged, a cradle for future knights, as well as a breeding ground for gossip, rivalry, and conflict. Upon reaching the camp, a figure emerged from the shadow of the heavy oak door, greeting them with an overly enthusiastic smile. Clad in finery, with polished new boots and meticulously combed chestnut hair, it was none other than Oliver Tohar, the Prime Minister's younger son. Herman, having personally escorted Dick to the camp, had specifically instructed his son to await them. "I feared you might feel out of place upon your arrival," he said, affectionately patting Dick's shoulder as if they were longtime friends. "Fortunately, my son Oliver is here in the camp to help you acclimate. You are both young men. You should grow close." A subtle alarm rang in Dick's heart, yet he maintained a facade of polite detachment. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Herman, and I appreciate you too, Oliver." Herman seemed to sense something amiss, and his smile widened. "If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have promised your father to look after you." With that, he offered a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. It must be acknowledged that this prime minister, despite his unscrupulous methods, was adept at navigating the complexities of court life, skillfully managing his interactions with others. As a favored subject of the king, Herman undoubtedly understood the king's virtues all too well. Upon encountering Dick's beautiful aunt in the outer territories, he likely began to scheme. Not only did he exploit Anna's beauty to curry favor with the king, but he also suppressed the rival heir. This maneuvering rendered the Castark family a subject of private mockery among the nobility. Yet they were constrained by their status as the queen's family and had no choice but to begrudgingly accept their fate, opting to continue cooperation for the time being. Oliver, Herman's son, remained oblivious to Dick's cool demeanor. He enthusiastically draped an arm around Dick's shoulder as they strolled into the camp, introducing him to the locations of the barracks, training grounds, and dining hall. Many young attendants looked on with curiosity. "Dick, His Majesty truly holds the Castark family in high regard. You must understand, the king's attendants are expected to be in his service from a very young age. Though I may seem your age, I've spent many years in the attendants camp. In another 2 years, those of us at this age will be officially knighted. I envy you. Only need to wait 2 more years." Dick was aware that the lordships would train the offspring of their vassals from a young age to ensure loyalty. 2 years is still too long, Dick murmured. Oliver, at a loss for words, could only exaggeratedly remark, "You truly are the queen's nephew." Dick smiled faintly, offering a dismissive reply. "I merely wish to become a royal knight as swiftly as possible. After all, which man does not aspire to knighthood?" However, the phrase royal knight fell like a stone cast into still waters. The initially curious gazes around him suddenly sharpened into scrutinizing and disdainful stares. Several attendants clad in the livery of other families came to a halt, their attention fixated upon Dick. He felt the provocation in their gazes, and the atmosphere near the camp gate grew tense. Oliver quickly grasped Dick's arm, whispering an explanation. "Brother, the title of Royal Knight is bestowed only once every decade. The king personally selects the strongest from the attendants' camp for this honor, and only one may be chosen." Dick paused, realizing not all attendants are knighted as royal knights. Oliver confirmed, "Certainly not. It is an immense honor. The other attendants are collectively knighted as ordinary knights." Oliver, somewhat exasperated, added, "Dick, even though you are the queen's nephew, this is not something you can simply claim." He then muttered under his breath, "Which irresponsible scoundrel informed you about the royal knights without clarifying the details? Who else could it be? It is none other than your cunning prime minister father." Dick, in his heart, berated Herman, that old fox, thick-skinned crab. This rotund fellow began misleading Father Kalen with the notion of the king's knight even beyond the borders, leading everyone to believe that becoming a royal attendant would grant one the status of a king's knight. With Dick's prowess, he was not concerned about failing to achieve it. He was merely irked to have been outwitted. At that moment, a tall youth with an air of arrogance scoffed from across the way. With his arms crossed, he cast a disdainful glance at Dick, his contempt unmistakable. "Huh, so you merely wish to hasten your ascension to the king's knight? Who do you think you are, boasting so brazenly?" It became clear that he was a country bumpkin from the outskirts who had wormed his way into the ranks of the attendants through connections. Dick furrowed his brow and glanced at the somewhat anxious Oliver beside him, surmising that this youth held significant influence. Deciding to avoid trouble on his first day at the attendant camp, Dick grasped Oliver's arm, intending to leave. However, trouble had no intention of letting him go. The scoffing youth quickly maneuvered in front of Dick, blocking his path. "Where do you think you're going? Did you not just claim you would secure the title of King's Knight? Why the cowardice?" He scrutinized Dick's armor, his eyes glinting with mischief. "We're all to be attendants from the same batch in 2 years. Why not have a little sparring session? Consider an introduction. I, Clay 7 from 7 City, extend a warm welcome to you, the one who slipped in through the back door." Oliver hastily whispered in Dick's ear, "This fellow is the second son of the Count of 7 City. He's quite formidable. Decline him, Dick." He quickly added, "The 7 family is aligned with Prince Reed. The prince's men are more capable than mine. We should make our exit." Upon hearing this, Dick understood. Indeed, divisions existed everywhere, even within the humble attendant camp, mirroring the factions of the court. He suppressed his irritation once more and resolved to depart. Yet, a statement from Clay 7 halted Dick in his tracks. Indeed, the Stark family from the outskirts is merely a cowardly clan that has risen through the influence of women. They wish to use their beauty to sow discord between the king and the prince. It is truly despicable. Initially inclined to overlook the affront, Dick could no longer restrain himself. Since this Clay 7 had invited conflict, he could hardly be blamed. If it was war they sought, then let it be war. No need for further words. "What? Does your statement imply that the 7 family intends to incite discord between the king and queen? You speak nonsense. I never meant such a thing." Clay 7, now agitated, realized that such remarks could bring serious trouble to the 7 family, given the current king's demeanor in the north. Dick smirked, thinking that this level of provocation could hardly be tolerated. Although Herman's cunning had indeed put Dick's family at a disadvantage, the queen was still the queen. With their positions now irreconcilable, there was nothing left to discuss. Initially intending to interact with you as a mere noble scion, I find myself instead embroiled in conflict. I am the queen's own nephew, the son of a duke. I shall no longer feign humility. I lay my cards on the table. Not only am I of noble lineage, but I also intend to deliver a sound thrashing. How I strike is entirely at your discretion." Crasaven was momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter. "Very well, I shall await your attempt to strike me." He did not believe that a rustic from the outer realms possessed any true prowess. Moreover, he noted that Dick was clad in leather armor, implying he had yet to procure proper plate mail upon joining the squire camp. "Come, noble lord, let's engage in a jousting duel." Oliver, standing beside Dick, had already covered his face in disbelief, fully aware that Crasaven excelled in jousting. Chapter 87. Sophia Stark at the gates of the squire camp in Winterfell, the oppressive air was shattered by the sound of galloping hooves. As Dick faced Crasaven's provocation, The thunderous approach behind him captured the attention of all the young squires. A cavalry squadron thundered forth, led by a rider astride a pristine white steed, its coat immaculate. The young lady upon the horse exuded poise, her deep brown hair billowing in the wind, clad in shimmering silver armor. The plates reflected sunlight like a flowing river of stars. 20 elite cavalrymen followed, their armor clanking in unison. It was Princess Sophia, Oliver exclaimed with excitement. The young squires at the gate erupted into a flurry of activity, their faces flushed with exhilaration, their gazes fixated upon her. Dick had glimpsed this northern princess from afar at a banquet. In his recollection, she always remained quietly beside her elder brother, Prince Raed Stark. Since the tumult surrounding the crown princess turned queen, the faction to which Dick belonged had tacitly maintained distance from the prince's circle. Sophia rode her horse to the camp gates, pulling sharply on the reins as her white steed reared up with a powerful neigh. Before the horse had fully steadied, she gracefully dismounted with fluidity and precision. The young men bowed and saluted, some with downcast gazes still ablaze with fervor. Sophia acknowledged them with a slight nod. She brushed aside the hair from her forehead, her curious gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Dick, her eyes sharp and luminous. "What is the purpose of your gathering here?" Her voice rang clear, tinged with restraint. Crayshaven immediately stepped forward, raising his voice in a tone laced with feigned cordiality. "Your Highness, you have arrived at an opportune moment. This newcomer has boldly proclaimed his intent to claim the title of King's Knight upon his entrance." He deftly sidestepped the uncomfortable history between the king and queen, striving to portray Dick as overreaching. "We must ascertain his capabilities. After all," he emphasized, casting a sidelong glance at the princess. "Even your cousin, Baedemor Mormont, a top contender in the squire camp, would not dare to make such a claim." Sophia regarded Dick with a glimmer of interest, yet she did not immediately respond to Crayshaven. Instead, she inquired, "Is Baedemor Mormont present in the camp today?" "Today. My designated attendant has failed to arrive." Oliver, standing beside Dick, quietly explained, "The princess's cousin, the Minister of Military Affairs, the eldest son of Count Geomormont, the heir to Bear Island, and the most formidable warrior recognized in the camp." He paused, lowering his voice further. "It is said that the princess admires those of strength." Upon learning of her cousin's absence, Sophia pressed her lips together in discontent. Her gaze returned to the two adversaries in the arena, her expression revealing a keen interest akin to that of an audience member. "Oh, are you two about to engage in a duel? I trust you do not mind my presence." Her tone left no room for refusal. Clay's heart soared at the prospect. Jousting was indeed his forte. The perfect opportunity to showcase his valor. To triumph over this outsider in the presence of the princess would be nothing short of splendid. "Of course, I have no objections. It is our honor to have your highness as a spectator." His voice boomed. "This duel is in need of a distinguished judge. Your Highness, you are most fitting for the role." Clay then discreetly instructed his attendant. "Quickly, inform everyone in the camp that the princess is at the dueling grounds." He was resolute in his intention to ensure Dick's humiliation before the gathered crowd. Dick raised an eyebrow. "Is this going to be such a grand affair?" Those who frequently engage in romantic pursuits surely understand that when a captivating maiden enters the fray, disputes among youths escalate to a whole new level. He saw right through Clay's intentions. Was this fellow not afraid of losing? Losing the privilege of choosing a mate is a dire consequence indeed. The circular arena of the attendants quickly became the center of attention. At its heart lay compacted yellow earth, covered with fine sand. Towering oak barriers surrounded it, lined with thick leather on the inside. At either end stood pointed archways. War horses and training lances were available in the camp. Yet full armor was required to be procured by the participants. As Dick and Clay rode into the arena through the archways, a crowd of attendants had already gathered, their murmurs erupting in a cacophony of chatter. Clay donned a gleaming suit of steel plate armor, his helmet obscuring all but his eyes, brandishing a training lance. He sat astride a chestnut warhorse clad in armor, exuding an intimidating presence. In stark contrast, Dick provoked a stir among the onlookers. He wore only a brown leather jerkin, with scattered iron plates in crucial areas, and he had not even donned a helmet. His silver hair shone brightly in the sunlight. Dick rode a common warhorse from the camp, lance in hand, appearing more suited for an outing than a duel. By the gods, has he lost his mind? Leather armor? No helmet? Such audacity! It seems he arrived just today and has not managed to procure proper armor. Is he too impoverished to afford it? Seeking death in the wilds. Clay's lance would show no mercy. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, confusion, ridicule, and even sympathy. Observing the armored Clay alongside Dick's meager attire, Princess Sophia, seated at the judge's table, furrowed her brow. She rose, her voice clear. Dick, if your equipment is not ready, the duel may be postponed. It appears that this princess possesses some wisdom, as Dick's thoughts were not solely focused on the duel. As the princess rose, he keenly observed a detail. The necklace in Sophia's hand, intended for the oath of judgment, bore not the heptagram, but rather a meticulously carved wolf's head of fishbeam wood. Its lines both simple and powerful, a symbol of the old god's faith. Yet Dick distinctly recalled that on the day his aunt ascended to queenhood, 7 high priests stood to preside. Did the king and the princess harbor different beliefs? Shaking his head, he followed the princess's gaze, glancing down at his leather armor, and smiled. Armed with the volume of the 72 remnants of earthly calamity and the blessings of the Hall of Power, he held absolute confidence in his physical prowess. He had assessed that even against an armored foe, he could overturn both man and steed in a collision. This leather armor sufficed. As for the princess's suggestion, Dick lifted his gaze to meet Sophia's concerned yet puzzled eyes. A confident smile curved his lips as he proclaimed, "Your Highness, there is no need to delay. Let me now." He paused, raising his voice. "However, if by some stroke of fortune I prevail, may I pose a question to you?" Such audacity. Who did he think he was? Winning in leather against plate armor, and still daring to ask questions? How brazen. His words were like hot oil splashed upon water, igniting the atmosphere instantly. Everyone believed this silver-haired youth had gone too far. Sophia, too, was momentarily taken aback by his provocative confidence, then laughed in disbelief. She cast a deep glance at Dick, her eyes seemingly conveying, "If you seek death, do not blame others." Choosing silence, she returned to the judging seat, her demeanor solemn. With both hands, she reverently lifted the fishbeam wolf head necklace before her chest, raising it high to let the sunlight cascade upon the wood's grain. Her clear and solemn voice resonated. "In the name of the heart tree, in the eyes of the old gods, I bear witness to this battle. This duel must adhere to the principles of fairness and justice. Any violator shall face divine retribution. The judgment of victory and defeat. The one who falls from their steed shall lose. The one whose lance shatters shall lose. The one whose helmet is struck off shall lose. Should either party willfully deviate from the charge, the judge shall cast a green flag to signal a pause. 3 violations result in loss. If one party shows signs of defeat, the judge shall wave a white handkerchief as a signal, and the victor must cease hostilities. Prepare for the commencement." As the oath concluded, a heavy horn sounded. The air thickened, and all eyes fixated on the ends of the arena, holding their breath in anticipation of the thunderous clash. Dick tightened his grip on the rough wooden lance, his gaze calm as he regarded the menacing presence of Cray Savon. Chapter 88. The lance duel. The sun blazed fiercely, and dust swirled beneath the pounding hooves. In the squire camp, the dueling grounds bustled with a throng of spectators. The day's main event featured the black banner of House Castark, emblazoned with the sun and star, facing off against the silver flag battle axe of House Savon. Dick Castark sat firmly astride the northern warhorse provided by the squire camp. Clad only in finely tanned, dark leather armor, his thick silver hair danced in the wind, a few strands sticking to his forehead, and a hint of nearly languid wild confidence graced his visage. Without a helmet, his eyes resembled a winter's cold pool, sharply locking onto his adversary. The oak lance he held seemed weightless between his fingers. Cray Seven, enveloped in polished silver-gray plate armor, resembled a moving fortress of steel, each plate reflecting the blinding rays of sunlight. His helmet, adorned with exquisite horns, concealed his face behind a visor, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with hostility and caution. His steed, draped in magnificent barding, moved with precision, a testament to rigorous training. He gripped his lance tightly, his posture impeccable, as if lifted directly from the pages of a manual, poised for action. Princess Sophia Stark occupied the most prominent seat in the viewing area, her slender fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, her eyes glinting with curiosity and intrigue. Oliver Tohar, the Prime Minister's son, stood behind the railing at the edge of the arena, vigorously waving his fist, shouting encouragement to Dick. "Brother, go for it." His voice, though faint amidst the surrounding cheers, carried an unmistakable sincerity of support. The trumpet signaling the commencement of the match sounded long and clear, slicing through the cacophony, and the arena fell silent. Save for the heavy breaths of the warhorses and the muffled thud of iron hooves striking the ground. Cray7 was the first to charge. He spurred his mount fiercely, the armored steed surging forward like a silver arrow released from a bow. The heavy hooves struck the earth with a heart-pounding thud. He leaned low, expertly balancing his lance. Over 3 meters in length, its tip aimed with precision at Dick Cashtark's heart. The silver armor gleamed under the sun, radiating an indomitable resolve, as if intent on piercing through both opponent and steed. Charge 7. Victory is ours. The cries of support for the Seven family rose high from the stands. In stark contrast to the thunderous assault, Dick remained remarkably composed. He did not bend forward as his opponent had. Only until Cray's horse crossed the midpoint did his eyes suddenly ignite with an intimidating brilliance. A low growl, akin to a beast's roar, erupted from his chest. He fiercely spurred the flanks of his formidable northern warhorse, igniting its primal instincts, and it surged forward with explosive speed. There were no flashy maneuvers, no deliberate evasions, not even a shield raised. Dick thrust his stout oak lance straight ahead, employing a raw, powerful motion. He still did not bow his head. The wind swept through his silver hair, revealing a chiseled face etched with fearlessness. This scene rendered the audience breathless. He exhibited no fear of the impending collision. Princess Sophia gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Oliver's cheers caught in his throat, his eyes wide with astonishment. The two steeds, like uncontrollable meteors, charged toward each other with destructive momentum, ready to collide at the arena's center. Time seemed to freeze. The tip of Cray7's lance, bearing the combined force of his sprint and the weight of his impeccable armor, collided forcefully with the lance that Dick had thrust forward. A masterpiece of precision aimed with intent. Boom! A heavy, muffled sound echoed through the air. The tremendous impact caused Cray7's lance to soar high, nearly slipping from his grasp. He teetered precariously on his steed, almost toppled by the force that surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to maintain his balance, while his shield proved utterly ineffective against the onslaught. In stark contrast, Dick's lance remained steadfast and unyielding. Beneath what appeared to be flimsy leather armor lay the rock-solid musculature and bones of Dick Cashtark, resilient as granite. The colossal force merely caused his upper body to sway slightly. At that moment, Dick's oak lance, infused with his full might, struck Cray7's breastplate with devastating ferocity. The sound that erupted was not a crisp fracture, but rather a thunderous explosion akin to a battering ram colliding with a city gate. At the moment of contact, Cray7's steel breastplate visibly deformed in a horrifying manner, forming a distinct, inward denting crater. Almost immediately, the lance, unable to withstand such inhuman power, began to splinter from its tip, the oak shattering into fragments that scattered like shrapnel around the impact site. A muffled scream of excruciating pain escaped from beneath Cray7's metal helmet, a sound so anguished it seemed as if he had been struck head-on by a rampaging mammoth. Fortunately, the training lances had blunted tips. The plate armor blocked the point's piercing thrust, but could not entirely dissipate the overwhelming kinetic energy. The force was so violent that it yanked him, along with his heavy armor, from the saddle. He was catapulted like a rag doll, his feet leaving the stirrups as his body traced a brief, desperate arc through the air. With a resounding crash, Cray7 fell heavily to the unforgiving ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The silver-gray plate armor he wore emitted a shrill cacophony of metal grinding and warping. His helmet askew, the faceplate shattered, revealing a pale visage twisted in agony and disbelief. He attempted to struggle, but the searing pain in his chest and the sensation of suffocation rendered his efforts futile. His startled warhorse neighed and stumbled away in fright. And what of Dick Cashtark? He remained firmly seated in his saddle, his body leaning back slightly only at the moment of impact, then rebounding to his original position like an unyielding pine. In his hand, only the shattered remnants of the lance remained. He casually discarded the broken shaft to the ground, producing a dull thud, as if casting aside a piece of useless firewood. He tightened the reins, and his northern steed reared up, issuing a triumphant, thunderous neigh. Dick gazed down at his struggling opponent, his expression devoid of exultation, embodying a calm that was as solid and immovable as a mountain. Sunlight cascaded over his flowing silver hair, igniting it like a silver flame. The arena fell into a profound silence. The spectators were left in awe, shaken by this raw, barbaric, and overwhelming display of power. Princess Sophia suddenly rose, her face a mask of incredulity. Beneath the unseen battle skirt, she instinctively tightened her legs, her eyes shimmering with a certain light. Oliver Tauhar, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped up, waving his arms and shouting hoarsely, "Did you see that? Did you see? This is Dick Cass Stark, my brother." Dick, indifferent to the roaring crowd, gently pulled the reins, guiding his steed with grace as it elegantly turned. Its iron hooves crunching over the scattered remnants of lances and splintered wood, producing a crisp sound as if shattering the last vestiges of his opponent's dignity. He did not glance back at Clay on the ground, but confidently rode towards Princess Sophia on the viewing platform. Chapter 89. The pulse of the blazing sun illuminated the wooden beams of the grandstand, casting shadows shorter than at noon. Suddenly the wind shifted, carrying the unsettled dust from the center of the tournament towards the spectators. The dust mingled with the salty scent of horse sweat, the tang of leather, and the aroma of shattered oak shafts. Princess Sophia Stark found this coarse fragrance more authentic than any perfume. The black banner of House Cass Stark, emblazoned with a sunburst, unfurled fiercely in the wind, its golden embroidery dazzling in the sunlight. Nearby, the silver flag battle axe of House 7 drooped listlessly, its poles swaying as if bereft of support. Unconsciously, Princess Sophia bit her lip, leaving a faint mark. At some point, perspiration had beaded in her palms, dampening the soft lining of her gloves. The silver-haired youth rode toward her. The iron hooves of the northern steed struck the dust, each step resonating like an invisible drumbeat, sending a slight tremor through her chest. The thin clouds hugged the azure sky, and sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting dancing patches of light on the ground where the silver-haired boy passed. He reined in a few steps before her, nodding slightly. His silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, revealing a sharply defined jawline. Sunlight filtered through his flowing locks, casting fragmented shadows on his lowered eyelashes. When the youth lifted his gaze, his eyes, reminiscent of a winter-esque cold pool, met hers directly. There was no exuberance of victory, nor any deliberate flattery. His gaze was akin to the northern wind sweeping across the barren plains, clear, direct, imbued with an almost unpretentious strength. Princess Sophia felt her face flush, instinctively tightening her legs once more. She had witnessed countless knights throw glances her way after tournaments. Those looks were like honey-coated hooks, always seeking to grasp something. Yet, the silver-haired boy's eyes held none of that. Instead, they contained a pure presence that made her heart tighten. It was not derived from heavy armor or sharp lances, but from a life force that emanated from his very being, capable of cleaving through storms and snow. The earlier clash between Dick and Clay was not merely a display of skill, but rather a primal declaration, an announcement of what true power entails. And at this moment, that power resided before her, cloaked in simple leather armor, imbued with the warmth of sunlight and the essence of dust. A strange thrill, carried by the wind that tousled the boy's silver hair, quietly ascended to the very core of her heart. She reassured herself that this was merely a tribute to the strong, a recognition of the instinctual reverence for power among the Northerners. Yet, when those piercing eyes turned towards her, she felt a momentary hitch in her breath, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "Your Highness?" Declima paused at the edge of the stands, perched atop his steed, perfectly level with the spectators. Noticing the princess still staring at him in a daze, he smiled and playfully reminded her, "Are you perhaps awaiting the victor to present you with a laurel wreath?" He shrugged in jest. "As you can see, I regret to inform you that I am without such adornments." Princess Sophia laughed, her smile radiant. "It appears you are quite formidable, Dick. Throughout history, jousting has demanded exceptional equipment, serving as a battlefield for both strength and wealth." She gestured towards him. "I have yet to witness anyone win so effortlessly. You must know my cousin, the most skilled in the retinue, Beta Mormont, could not best Cray 7 in such a contest. It seems you have yet to exert yourself fully." Dick felt a sense of indifference. This duel had scarcely ignited his fighting spirit. Surely, he wouldn't eliminate Cray 7 merely due to provocation? the queen's nephew, taking down a noble of the crown prince's faction. The prime minister, that rotund fellow Hermann, would surely be overjoyed. He dispelled such thoughts, his gaze landing on a particular ornament adorning Princess Sophia's chest. "May I pose a question, Your Highness?" The princess appeared to misinterpret the direction of his gaze. Even clad in silver armor, she could not help but blush, instinctively raising a hand to shield herself. Yet she soon lowered it, straightening her back, as if to present her youthful form before the silver-haired youth, her eyes sparkling. "I have decided that your duty rotation shall henceforth belong to me. I will arrange it with the head instructor of the retinue. And remember to come find me. Bring your questions." With that, her cheeks flushed. She feigned nonchalance and turned to depart. Duty rotation? Dick was completely in the dark about this matter. He swiftly dismounted and inquired excitedly with Oliver Tauha, who was hurrying towards him. It turned out that the king's attendants were required to stand guard at the palace every other day. Goodness, is this an otherworldly version of a work schedule? 2 days on, 1 day off? Dick felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, all due to that rotund Hermann's misguidance of the king's knight. Unbeknownst to Oliver, Dick was internally lamenting his prime minister father. He eagerly pulled Dick towards the gathering crowd around Cray 7. "What is the matter? You wouldn't happen to harbor a morbid curiosity, would you? A good thrashing would suffice." Dick assumed Oliver intended to take him to further humiliate Cray. He was unwilling to serve as the vanguard for the prime minister's faction. "Dick, what are you thinking?" Oliver quickly clarified. "You are the victor of the joust, and by tradition, you are entitled to the loser's weapons, armor, and even steed. Everything personal in the arena belongs to you. If you do not go to receive him, it would be the greatest humiliation for him. It would signify that not only have you defeated him, but you also disdain everything about him." Dick touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. He was indeed unaware of these intricate details. In the desolate lands beyond the frontier, brawls were not burdened by such elaborate formalities. Clay was seemingly unconscious. The attendants' quarters did not permit noble scions to bring their servants inside. Several close attendant friends were assisting him in removing his contorted breastplate, revealing large areas of his chest, bruised and discolored from where Dick's lance had struck. Despite the protection of tempered steel armor, he still sustained injuries, fortunately, none life-threatening. He lay at the edge of the viewing platform, while those around him fanned him vigorously, attempting to rouse him. With the enhanced vision granted by the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends, Dick observed clearly. Clay's eyelids occasionally fluttered weakly. Clearly, he was feigning unconsciousness. Dick understood this sentiment well. He had gathered everyone, intending to showcase his prowess in jousting before the princess. He had hoped to impress, only to be humiliated by his own arrogance in a single round. Such a degree of social embarrassment indeed made one wish to faint on the spot. Dick thought that his spoils were temporarily lost. Just then, a young boy beside Clay, though his gaze towards Dick was filled with fear, mustered the courage to step forward. "Clay's armor is a family heirloom. We cannot part with it. However, we are willing to offer compensation in gold dragons, if that is acceptable." Upon saying this, he and several other boys quickly produced 3 bulging coin pouches, which jingled as they moved. "Here are 3,000 gold dragons. Please accept them." Dick was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the young men of the prince's faction were quite united, and Clay's social standing was not as poor as he had thought. He weighed the heavy coin pouches in his hands and nodded. This jousting indeed brought in substantial rewards. Chapter 90. The daughter of Annie. The role of a royal attendant is both challenging and straightforward. They are all young scions dispatched by their noble families to express their loyalty, serving as attendants rather than servants, thus spared from menial tasks. The noble youths of the north gather in Winterfell, and their numbers are significant. Naturally, not everyone can be arranged to be close to the king. The younger ones are not truly assigned any duties. Their primary role is to follow knights to learn swordsmanship and literacy, as half-grown children are incapable of performing much labor. The true responsibilities fall upon those young attendants who are soon to be knighted. The places closest to the center of power are either by the king's side or in the side chambers of the royal council. Such positions are never granted to attendants merely by desire. One must either have a noble lineage or possess exceptional skills, and one must also win the favor of those in power. A step down are the rotating attendants for the king's children, a coveted opportunity that young attendants eagerly vie for. The remaining positions entail standing guard and patrolling throughout the palace, a burdensome task exposed to the elements, with little hope for advancement. In the realm of the prince, Dick had no desire to approach. Presently, serving as a rotating attendant to Princess Sophia Stark every other day was a rather agreeable task. At this moment, as the princess engaged in her studies of etiquette, he could conveniently steal away to the palace of his aunt, Queen Anna, to indulge in some refreshments. The King of the North truly knew how to savor life and doted upon his Aunt Anna. Fresh fruits from the southern lands of Westeros would arrive regularly, a luxury that was sorely lacking beyond the wall. It seemed that no matter the world, one could not escape the familiar refrain of "Lychee is here." Yet, as Dick observed, despite her elevation to queen, his aunt wore a perpetual expression of discontent. He could only share tidbits from Winterfell or recount some cold jokes he had heard in his past life to elicit a faint smile from Anna. Just then, a maid announced the arrival of Princess Sophia, naturally seeking her rotating attendant. Dick had assumed that the meeting between the queen and the princess would bear an air of awkwardness, given their similar ages and the recent upheaval of the crown prince's consort becoming queen. However, he was taken aback to find that Sophia and his aunt conversed quite amiably, addressing each other by their names without a hint of formality. Noticing the surprise etched on his face, Sophia, while pulling him out of the queen's chamber, playfully inquired, "Why do you look so peculiar?" "It is indeed a bit strange," he admitted, "to see you and the queen getting along so well." Dick nodded honestly and gestured to explain. "After all, the process of my aunt becoming queen was rather complicated." Sophia sighed in understanding, pausing to gaze at the snowy ground beyond the palace walls, softly murmuring, "What does it matter that I am a princess? Like your aunt, our futures have never been ours to dictate." Her words bore a weighty truth. But enough of that. She suddenly brightened, seizing Dick's hand and exclaiming, "Come, I have something wonderful to show you." They dashed through 2 palace walls, arriving breathlessly at the blacksmith shop in Winterfell. This was the royal forge, where burly blacksmiths toiled around the anvil. Upon seeing the princess accompanied by a young lad, they promptly ceased their work and bowed in respect. An undeniable excitement lit up Sophia's face. It was then that Dick realized the wonderful thing was to have a suit of fine steel armor custom-made for him. Following her instructions, he removed his outer garments, revealing a robust torso and arms, the contours of his muscles accentuated by the flickering firelight. Sophia stood nearby, her cheeks subtly flushed, unable to resist gazing at him. At that moment, an elderly blacksmith approached, holding a fist-sized cast-iron ball. "My lord, would you care to try this?" he said. This was a weight-testing sphere, which most boys would find impossible to lift, let alone move. Yet Dick effortlessly scooped it up, cradling it in his palm without a trace of strain. The old blacksmith quickly summoned assistants to bring forth 2 even larger and heavier cast-iron spheres. Dick set down the iron ball in his hand and effortlessly grasped 2 more, one in each hand. At the blacksmith's gesture, he began to walk in circles. "Goodness!" exclaimed the young blacksmith beside him. "This is the heaviest measuring ball we have here." Several other blacksmiths nodded in admiration. It is essential to note that crafting steel armor is not only time-consuming, but also heavily reliant on weight. If the armor is too thick, though it offers robust protection, it may become a burden that hinders movement. Judging by Dick's demeanor, he clearly had no such concerns. He held the iron balls aloft, allowing the blacksmiths to measure his physique with a flexible tape as it glided across his shoulders, back, and abdomen. As they departed from a blacksmith shop, Sophia's excitement had yet to wane. After a few steps, she reached out to squeeze Dick's arm, continuously exclaiming in awe, "By the old gods, is this truly a human arm? It feels as solid as iron." Dick felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny and seized the opportunity to inquire about a matter that had piqued his interest during their previous joust. "Your Highness, do you believe in the old gods? However, I noticed that Winterfell has a high septon, and it seems that His Majesty follows the 7. You are curious as to why my beliefs differ from my father's?" Sophia turned to look at him, and upon seeing his nod, she began to explain gradually. "Our Stark family has been devoted to the old gods for a millennium, yet our ancestors often allied with the South, which gradually introduced the faith of the 7 into the North. Thus, the members of our family are free to choose their own beliefs. I do not favor the 7, nor do I appreciate those scholars, and I hold a particular disdain for everything associated with House Hightower. Nowadays, the headquarters of the Faith of the 7 has relocated back to starry September in Old Town. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Dick shook his head, prompting her to continue. "The Hightowers once manipulated the scholars in the Citadel to control the nobles across the realm. Will they not employ the clergy of the Seven to do so again? But my father, she let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. He is utterly indifferent to all of this. Noticing the inquisitive look in Dick's eyes, Sophia seemed resolute and elaborated further. My father cherishes beauty far more than he does the throne. He delegates matters of the realm to the small council and entrusts them to his most loyal advisor, Herman Tully. You may not be aware, but the rift between the Prime Minister and my brother has long been sown. Now that your family has become entangled, you must exercise caution. Sophia gazed towards the patrolling guards on the distant city walls, lowering her voice even further. My brother advocates for reforms inspired by the Southern Hightowers, aiming to send knowledgeable individuals to assist the noble governance across the lands. Yet the nobles are not foolish. This is clearly an attempt to usurp power, which directly contravenes the feudal traditions upheld in the North for a millennium. The old nobles, led by Herman, are naturally vehemently opposed to this. Presently, my father supports your House Stark in maintaining control beyond the wall, which is why Herman seeks to draw you to his side. As the two ambled along the path strewn with pine needles, Dick suddenly recalled the furrowed brow of his aunt, the Queen. Perhaps her discontent was intertwined with these power struggles. Indeed, you need not worry excessively, dear Stark, for your Aunt Anna is the Queen, gentle in nature, and my father protects her, allowing her to remain untouched by these troubling matters. She sighed softly. We are all much the same, appearing to stand upon lofty heights. Yet beneath our feet lies a treacherous ice surface, ready to crack at any moment. As she spoke, they had already approached the vicinity of the princess's chamber. Sophia halted, retrieving a delicate wolf-head pendant from her bosom and placing it into Dick's hand. Take this. It is crafted from the teeth of ancient ice wolves, said to ward off misfortune. The pendant, imbued with the warmth of her palm, had rough edges that made Dick's palm tingle. He tightened his grip on the pendant, about to utter a word, when he noticed Sophia, her face flushed, turning away and waving her hand. You must return quickly. Dick understood the sentiment behind the girl's gesture, but he couldn't help but reflect on the tangled connections. His aunt had nearly become the princess's sister-in-law, seized by the king of the north to become queen. Wasn't Princess Sophia the daughter of his queen aunt? The complexity of their relationship was indeed bewildering. Chapter 91. The moon under the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person before me is the one I cherish. Time flew by like an arrow, a year slipping away before one could savor its essence. On this day, a rare day of respite had arrived, distanced from the clamor of the castle and the weight of responsibilities. Dick Stark often chose to venture into the ancient woods adjacent to Winterfell, engaging in the hunt. This vast and profound woodland served as the crossroads of northern legends and reality, where ancient tales of the children of the forest and the green seer lingered. Faces were carved into the gnarled fishbeam trees, silently watching intruders from the shadows. For Dick, hunting had become second nature, a skill honed through relentless practice, essential for the restoration of the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends. Frost crept silently upon the tips of the grass, with a longbow slung across his back. Dick moved like a specter deep within the wolf woods. The forest was unusually silent, save for the sound of his footfalls crushing dry twigs. He held his breath, his gaze sharp as it swept over a patch of sparse underbrush ahead. There, a solitary wolf, its coat dark and its physique robust, stood vigilant, scanning its surroundings as if sensing impending danger, a low growl emanating from its throat. Dick gently knocked an arrow, drawing it back against the string. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of another arrow slicing through the air coincided almost perfectly with the vibration of his bowstring. Two lethal arrows tore through the atmosphere like lightning. Dick watched as his arrow struck true, embedding itself into the wolf's left eye. Almost simultaneously, another arrow, whistling fiercely, pierced the base of the wolf's right ear. The fletching trembling. The solitary wolf collapsed with a thud, convulsing a few times before lying still. A chill ran through Dick's heart as he instinctively lowered his bow and shifted his stance, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze scanning the direction from which the arrows had flown. From the shadows of the forest, a tall, powerful figure emerged. A figure approached, clad in a deep brown, sturdy leather armor, draped with a forest green cloak adorned with the emblem of a bear's head. Beneath a thick mane of curly brown hair was a youthful visage, sharply defined, exuding the rugged essence of a northerner. In his hand, he held a robust longbow, his expression a blend of surprise and, more prominently, a scrutinizing pride. "Your archery is commendable," he remarked, his voice deep and resonant, tinged with the accent of Bear Island. Dick remained vigilant, having recognized the emblem on the cloak, a roaring bear, the sigil of House Mormont. "Your aim is not lacking. Merely a hair's breadth off," Dick replied evenly. "I am Dick Karstark," he introduced himself, a declaration of both identity and lineage. "Beta Mormont," the other responded, lifting his chin slightly. "The acknowledged strongest in the retinue before your arrival." Beta stepped closer, inspecting the arrow knocked on the wolf's eye, then scrutinizing Dick's silver hair, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Karstark, are you accustomed to life in Winterfell? It is significantly warmer here than beyond the wall." Dick sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt as he approached. Noticing Dick's continued caution, Beta shook his head. "I understand your concerns. However, having spent such time in Winterfell, have you witnessed what my father and the prince have done for House Karstark?" Dick reflected and realized he had not. The prince and the prime minister engaged in fierce political struggles, yet the queen and House Karstark had never been embroiled in them. "The ascension of the princess to queen was rooted not in your family, nor even in the prime minister, Heman Tohar." Beta paused, "but with our king." This statement carried profound implications. The old king of the north commanded a modicum of respect from Dick, though it was subtle and scarcely perceptible. The conversation flowed more freely, meandering from the beasts of the Wolfwood to hunting techniques, ultimately shifting toward the present state of Winterfell. Suddenly, Beta erupted into laughter. "I dare say you have encountered quite a number of challengers lately." He emphasized the word deliberately. "In the past, even as the princess's cousin, merely drawing near would provoke an array of self-important suitors eager to prove themselves, which was rather tiresome." Beta mimicked the demeanor of those suitors, chuckling once more. "Now, however, you and she are paired. Those young men secretly enamored with the princess must be seething with jealousy, undoubtedly breaking countless practice swords behind closed doors." A faint smile danced at the corners of Dick's lips. Beta's teasing was direct, yet devoid of malice, imbued with the forthrightness characteristic of northern men. "Indeed," Dick conceded, a hint of resignation mingling with a subtle pride in his voice. "There have been an increase in those seeking sparring opportunities, especially since he became Sophia's rotating attendant. This role allowed him to guard the princess more frequently, placing him under the scrutiny of many. Yet, Princess Sophia appeared utterly indifferent to the gazes of others, cheering for Dick's victories. At feasts, she naturally sat beside him, sharing sustenance. Without reservation, she gazed intently at him with her dark eyes, the admiration and intimacy evident. Sophia's enthusiasm was akin to the unreserved sunlight of a northern summer, direct and forthright. She would casually discover his fondness for ancient texts, seizing the opportunity to engage in discussions, and on frigid mornings, she would coincidentally bring along a pair of warm leather gloves. Her proximity, marked by candor, proved more irresistible than any deliberate allure. The pursuit of a man by a woman is often veiled. However, Sophia's fervor and pride effortlessly penetrated Dick's heart. He found himself increasingly anticipating the sight of her smile around the corner of the corridor, yearning for her to call out his name. Confronted with challenges born of jealousy, he no longer regarded them merely as nuisances. He particularly relished the duels with lances, the thunderous charge of long spears, an ultimate test of strength, skill, and courage. In truth, the stakes were more pragmatic. The victor claimed the entirety of the loser's armaments, a collection of long swords, pieces of breastplate, and purses filled with golden dragons. Each victory was accompanied by Sophia's cheers from the viewing platform and a sparkle in her eyes. Their relationship rapidly intensified under Sophia's relentless approach. Ultimately, on a snow-laden twilight, as Dick escorted Sophia to her chamber, he was abruptly pulled into her room. "I like you," she confessed, her declaration both straightforward and fervent. "It began the moment you unseated Cressaven in the arena. I wonder, can the ice of House Stark be melted by the fire of Winterfell?" Her candor surged into Dick's heart like a warm current, shattering the final barrier of ice within him. He reached out, gently brushing her cheek. "Your fire is capable of melting any frost." At that moment, it seemed as though the ancient stone walls of Winterfell themselves were imbued with a hint of warmth. Shortly thereafter, Dick presented Sophia with a gift, a dagger, its sheath and hilt crafted from dark ancient wood and leather, unadorned yet elegant. However, when Sophia drew it forth, A shadowy gleam emanated from its blade. The dagger, meticulously polished from pure obsidian, was extraordinarily sharp, its edges appearing nearly transparent under light, as if imbued with ancient frost. Among the tribes of the desolate plains, there exists a sacred duel known as Macbee. This is my prize after conquering the Blackstone tribe. It's beautiful, Sophia remarked, her fingertips delicately gliding over the cold, smooth blade. Dick nodded. It is sharp enough to protect you. Moreover, it possesses a unique quality, a hint of magic that renders it less brittle than other obsidian. This was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of his affections. Instinctively, he touched the wolf head pendant that Sophia had gifted him, resting against his chest. Sophia clutched the dagger to her heart, gazing up at Dick with deepening affection in her eyes. From that moment forth, the courtyards of Winterfell, the corners of the library tower, and the snow-laden edges of the Wolf Woods witnessed the presence of a pair of young figures. In the storeroom of Dick, the golden dragons and equipment acquired through victories silently bear witness to the fallen challengers behind this budding romance. Chapter 92. The Exile of the Crown Prince in Winterfell. Snow is a frequent visitor, layering upon layers, enveloping the ancient castle in a tight embrace. Within the castle's corridors and towers, the youthful Dick Stark finds himself inseparable from Princess Sophia Stark. Their intimacy requires no words. A shared glance, an accidental brush of hands, conveys the unique sweetness of their youthful affection. The ancient gray stone walls of the castle seem to lose some of their chill in the presence of this pair of star-crossed lovers. Their thoughts have already soared toward the promise of early spring. The decennial ceremony of the Knights of the Kingdom is on the horizon, a coveted honor sought after by all young squires. Dick vows to Sophia that he shall exert every effort to claim the title of Knight of the Kingdom. When he seizes this honor, it will be the day he requests the hand of Sophia from the King of the North, Wayne Stark. This anticipation warms their fervent hearts like a bonfire on a frigid night. They envision their union, adorned with glory, as a fortress against the harsh cold of the north. However, as this sweetness flourishes in the corners of the castle, the hall of Winterfell erupts into a storm. The heavy oak doors are shut tight, yet they cannot muffle the fierce arguments within, the voices cutting through stone walls, echoing in the empty corridors. Mercy for women. Prince Red, a sharp, elevated voice pierces through, belonging to Prime Minister Hermann Tohar. The cavalry of the Dreadfort has intruded upon our lands with swords drawn. They are no lost travelers. Forgiveness? Your mercy will only invite the derision of that old fox, House Bolton. It will let all treacherous lords believe the claws of Stark have dulled. Following this, the voice of Prince Red Stark, suppressing his fury, resounds. Lord Hermann, fear cannot be exchanged for loyalty. It will only sow the seeds of hatred. Shall we smear our walls with the blood of captives? How is that different from House Bolton? Moreover, Winterfell has not formally declared war on the Dreadfort. There is still room for negotiation. Not formally declared war? Hermann's voice rises sharply. The treachery of the Dreadfort is known to all. What you must do now is act like a true Stark heir, sever the heads of those serpents, and hang them at the castle gates. Let everyone witness the fate of betrayal. Enough. This discussion ends here. A deep, impatient growl erupts, overpowering all arguments. King Wayne Stark sits upon the throne, appearing utterly exhausted from indulgence. Silence envelopes the council chamber, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Prince Red Stark strides out, his face ashen, lips pressed tightly together, eyes burning with humiliation and indignation. His boots echoing coldly against the stone floor. Prime Minister Hermann Tohar exits soon after, his expression artfully controlled, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips, while his elongated eyes remain icy and calculating. He adjusted the fur-trimmed sleeves of his attire and strolled toward the king's study, his peripheral vision seemingly unconsciously sweeping over the direction in which the prince had departed. Hermann Tohar ascended the spiral stone staircase leading to the study. The fireplace roared with flames, casting the towering silhouette of King Wayne Stark against the wall adorned with maps. Your Majesty, Hermann spoke with a tone of respectful gentleness. He approached the oak desk and poured a glass of deep red wine. Wayne did not turn around, a vague response emanating from the depths of his throat. Hermann cradled the glass and placed it on the corner of the table beside the king. He lowered his gaze, his voice soft and tinged with grievance. His Highness the Prince is too young, and given that I aided your majesty in securing a new queen, it is only natural for me to harbor some resentment. For a moment, the king's posture stiffened. Gradually, he turned to face Hermann, his expression inscrutable, save for his profound eyes that resembled a frozen abyss. Casting a heavy gaze upon Hermann's countenance, Hermann slightly bowed his head, averting the scrutiny, yet his words continued to pierce like delicate icicles. Young men often place too much weight upon love. He sighed softly, laced with resignation and concern. The king remained silent, a subtle fissure appearing in the icy depths of his gaze. He lifted the wine glass, his knuckles whitening from the force, the deep red liquid swirling within. He did not drink, merely fixating on the undulating liquid. The study was enveloped in the crackling sound of the fireplace, the air thick with tension. Hermann stood with hands at his sides, eyes focused on the ground, his lips slightly curling into deeper lines. The fire cast heavy shadows beneath his lowered eyelids. Days later, a storm, accompanied by thunder more ferocious, erupted in the king's private banquet hall. The long table was draped with pristine linen, silver candelabras illuminating the exquisite tableware. King Wayne occupied the head seat, his countenance dark. Prime Minister Hermann sat just to his right, carving venison. Prince Red sat to the king's left, closely flanked by his sister, Sophia. Dick, serving as the princess's attendant, stood beside Sophia. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a tempest, the only sound being the gentle clinking of cutlery. Inevitably, the conversation returned to the captives of the Terror Fortress. Hermann set down his knife and fork, elegantly dabbed at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, regarding the spies of the Skinning family. The captain of the guard has reported that the executioner's block and executioner are prepared for tomorrow noon in the castle square. Father, Red's face bore a stubborn earnestness. Please reconsider. Executing them will only expedite the division of the North. When has the Stark family needed to prove their strength with the blood of innocence? Innocence. King Wayne's voice, though not loud, resonated like a boulder crashing into an icy lake. He set down his wine glass. The cavalry of the Terror Fortress that invaded my lands, are they innocents in your eyes? To forgive them is to betray those who fought valiantly. Red, where do your sword and your heart truly lie? The king's chest heaved violently as he pointed toward the door, each word like an ice dagger. Get out. Get out of Winterfell. Go to the Long Lake camp. Start with the lowest of soldiers. Go see if their blood burns hotter than your cheap mercy. Until you truly comprehend the weight of responsibility, the cost, and the ironclad laws of the King of the North. Return only when you are ready. Now leave. The final roar echoed like thunder. Raid staggered slightly, initially in disbelief. Gazing into his father's frigid eyes, he bowed deeply, almost as if his spine might break. Then, like a prisoner marching toward the gallows, he walked step by step, silently and stiffly, out of the banquet hall. Sophia stumbled into Dick's room in the dead of night. The cold wind swept in with flurries of snow, causing the flames in the fireplace to flicker wildly. She was without a cloak, her hair in disarray, her complexion devoid of color, lips tinged with purple, and her body trembling. Dick, with a voice choked with tears, she threw herself into Dick's embrace, the force nearly causing him to falter. She clung desperately to the fabric of his back, her forehead pressed against his neck, her scalding tears instantly soaking his skin. I pleaded with him, truly beg my father, Sophia's voice shattered and soaked in despair. I knelt outside the study, begging him not to send my brother to Long Lake. She trembled all over. Father would not see me. That old fox, Herman, came out and said, she sobbed, that His Majesty was in a foul mood and advised me not to make matters worse. Then I heard him roar from inside, telling me to go away. Sophia's cries gradually diminished, morphing into suppressed sobs, her body still trembling uncontrollably. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Dick, reflecting the despair of a drowning person grasping for the last piece of driftwood. Dick, how did things escalate to this extent? What am I to do? I do not wish for my brother to be cast out from Winterfell. Chapter 93. Position. The Prime Minister's residence, adjacent to the main fortress of Winterfell, was constructed from black stone with heavy doors. The emblem of the Tohar family, a trio of green sentinel trees against a brown backdrop, was engraved above the entrance, glowing faintly in the dim light of the day. Dick Karstark inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, the northern wind lashing his face with icy particles. yet it could not quell the rising tide of distaste within him. Were it not for Sophia's tear-stained eyes, he would never have set foot in this place. The door opened silently. Accompanied by a servant, Oliver Tohar emerged, his face perpetually adorned with a hint of a smile. "Dick," his voice carried a genuine surprise. "You have finally graced us with your presence? Come in, it's warm inside." Warmth enveloped him, infused with the fragrant aroma of burning pine, dispelling the chill from outside. The hall was modest in size, yet extravagantly furnished. Thick merino carpets, silver candlesticks, and vibrant tapestries adorning the walls, depicting scenes of hunting and warfare. Prime Minister Herman Tohar sat in a large oak chair by the fireplace, a hefty book spread across his lap, a glass of deep red wine at his side. The fire danced across his smooth, well-maintained face, illuminating his deeply set eyes, resembling two dark pools. "Dick Karstark." Herman's voice, though not loud, strangely eclipsed the crackling of the fire, imbued with a silken quality. "What a rare visitor we have. Oliver has mentioned you numerous times." He closed the book and casually set it aside, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, showing no intention of rising. At the subtle indication of his gaze, Oliver wisely took a step back. Dick approached the fireplace, the warmth of the flames enveloping his cold armor, yet he felt no trace of heat. "My Lord Prime Minister." He nodded slightly, his gesture impeccable, yet his voice was as cold and unyielding as iron. Herman's lips curled into a slight arc, a smirk that hinted at his profound understanding of the situation. "Let me guess," he said leisurely, raising his goblet to take a sip, the deep crimson liquid leaving a moist trace at the corner of his lips. "You have come here for our sorrow-laden princess, have you not? The matter concerning Prince Reed is indeed regrettable. This old fox sees through everything. The prince advocates for the mercy of captives. His transgressions are not so grave." Dick fixed his gaze on Herman's eyes, attempting to capture a ripple of emotion from the depths of that inscrutable pool. "Within Winterfell, who is unaware of your differences with the crown prince?" "Differences?" Herman chuckled softly, as if he had heard something amusing. "Young man, in the chess game of power, we refer to that as a stance. Is Prince Reed so soft-hearted as to release the wolves from the Terror Fortress? That would only encourage them to sharpen their claws, awaiting their next opportunity to tear apart the North's flesh. His Majesty, the King, is wise to exile him, allowing him to reflect on the harsh laws of this northern winter." Herman set down his goblet, leaning slightly forward, the firelight flickering in his eyes. "As for me, I am merely a dutiful prime minister, alerting His Majesty to the potential threats posed by certain individuals. Nothing more." Dick's voice grew somber, laced with a barely perceptible hint of inquiry. "Is it truly worth such a tumult over this stance? Even," he paused, recalling the discontent of his Aunt Anna, "even at the expense of the innocent?" The image of Anna's sorrowful face, now a queen, flashed fleetingly in his mind. "At the expense of the innocent?" Herman's smile deepened, taking on a particularly cruel edge. "Your aunt ascended to the role of queen, and House Stark has become a noble line of great stature. Is this not a glory that others would covet?" "Glory?" Dick nearly spat the word through clenched teeth. "House Stark values commitment and dignity far more. The transformation of my aunt from the crown prince's consort to queen bears the marks of a barbed whip upon the face. If you had directly facilitated her ascent to queenship, my family, at the very least my father, would have regarded you as a benefactor rather than." He left the thought unvoiced, the unsaid words piercing sharply amidst the crackling of the fire. "Benefactor?" Herman laughed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence, his deep laughter reverberating within the warmth of the room. "Dick Stark, your sword can easily fell a warhorse, and your strength is unmatched in the north. You shall undoubtedly become a warrior as formidable as the legendary Dawnblade. Regrettably, your intellect remains ensnared in the childish phase of scrambling for sweets." Herman withdrew his smile, his eyes, deep as fathomless pools, fixed intently upon Dick. "Your gratitude? Your camaraderie? They hold no significance for me. Have you heard of the rules for joining a band of brigands? A newcomer must be stained with blood, preferably having dealt a blow to an adversary, thus sharing in the debt of blood, to be considered one of their own." He gazed at Dick, each word articulated with crystal clarity. "Your gratitude bears no weight for me. The blow you have struck against the prince is of paramount importance to me." What Herman sought was not the support of House Stark, but rather the irrevocable rift between House Stark and Prince Rhaegar. He desired the prince to be isolated and forsaken, He wished for Rhaegar Stark to perish. The prince is the son of his majesty. Dick's voice was dry. A son personally exiled by an enraged king? A trace of cold derision lingered at the corners of Herman's mouth. A prince stripped of his father's affection and trust? An heir destined for a future shrouded in darkness? Dick, you are a warrior. You comprehend the vicissitudes of battle. When an enemy is fated to fall, will you show mercy and allow them to rise again for another strike? Herman shook his head slightly, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible, condescending pity. Prince Rhaegar is already a dead man. It is merely a matter of time. He paused for a moment, his gaze deepening once more, as if penetrating through Dick to glimpse the sorrowful maiden deep within Winterfell. As for you, your heart is here for the princess, and I can understand that sentiment. Ah, youth love. Herman lifted his goblet, yet did not drink, merely gazing into the deep crimson liquid, akin to staring into flowing blood. His voice became softer, imbued with a peculiar, prophetic allure. Princess Sophia is a clever girl. The wisdom of ice and snow flows through the Stark lineage. She may be sorrowful now, but soon she will come to understand. Indeed, she might even express gratitude for all that transpires today. Herman raised his gaze, his eyes meaningfully scanning Dick's youthful and vigorous form. You believe in your strength, and I believe in mine. Neither is mistaken. It is merely a question of where this strength is wielded. The snow and intrigue of Winterfell are far too intricate and prone to rust for a blade like yours. Perhaps the lands of House Stark, or any realm that requires a keen edge, might be the rightful haven for your grasp upon the hilt. Herman waved his hand. Go back. Return to your princess. The order to depart has been given, wrapped in honey yet laced with arsenic. Chapter 94. Change. The black stone gates of the Prime Minister's residence closed behind Dick, severing him from the false warmth and the stark fog of naked political machinations. The northern winds instantly enveloped him once more, carrying the unique, bone-chilling coldness of Winterfell. He strode purposefully towards the tower where the princess resided, each footfall echoing dully upon the frigid stone steps. Herman's words, "She will be grateful for all that transpires today," coiled in his mind like the whisper of a venomous serpent. As he pushed open the familiar oak door, intricately carved with vine motifs, Sophia's figure came into view. She was seated on a soft couch by the window, the vibrant flames of the hearth casting a warm glow upon her fair profile. Dick perceptibly noted the transformation in her demeanor. The swelling beneath her eyelids, a remnant of her recent tears, had diminished significantly, although a gossamer veil of melancholy still lingered upon her brow. The heart-wrenching sorrow that had once threatened to engulf her had indeed subsided. Sophia sat with her back straight, no longer curled in the frail manner of the previous days. Upon seeing Dick enter, she lifted her gaze, her lips even blossoming into a gentle, reassuring smile, though the warmth of that smile did not fully reach the depths of her eyes. "You have returned," she uttered softly, her voice considerably steadier than before. Dick approached and settled beside her on the couch, taking note of her attire. A newly fashioned deep blue velvet gown, its neckline and cuffs adorned with delicate silver embroidery, a style befitting the noble maidens of the North on significant occasions. Her hair had been meticulously arranged, woven into intricate braids, and adorned with a petite silver hairpin shaped like an Arctic wolf's head. "My father was willing to see me today," Sophia remarked naturally, offering him a honey berry from a small dish on the nearby table. "I accompanied him for a stroll in the sacred woods." Her fingertips casually brushed against a book splayed open at the edge of the couch, and Dick caught a glimpse of the heraldic emblems of the prominent families of the North depicted upon its pages. "And the Queen?" he inquired, accepting the berry but merely holding it between his fingers. Sophia's tone remained calm and unperturbed. "I sent her some spices that have just arrived from White Harbor." Her gaze drifted towards the overcast sky outside, her voice tinged with an intentional lightness. "I passed by the West Tower earlier and encountered the Minister of Military Affairs, my uncle, and exchanged pleasantries." The Minister of Military Affairs, Giamormont, the Earl of Bear Island, stood as a pivotal supporter of the princess faction. Yet Hermann Tohar had just unabashedly revealed his murderous intent towards Prince Red before him. Sophia had begun to engage with the court officials. Hermann's prophecy, that gratitude, weighed heavily on Dick as he observed Sophia's tranquil profile, a visage he cherished yet now felt somewhat alien. In the evening, within the great hall of Winterfell, the immense stone fireplace blazed with thick logs, dispelling the winter's chill, yet failing to alleviate the restless ambience infused with the warmth of spices. Today marked the name-day feast of Sophia Stark. Due to Prince Red's absence and the potential upheaval regarding the inheritance of Winterfell, the gathering was shrouded in an unusual atmosphere, laden with intrigue and ambition. The nobles, adorned in resplendent garments, engaged in a cacophony of laughter that echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling of the hall, yet their gazes, sharp as that of a hawk, scrutinized the king, queen, and the radiant princess seated in the honored position. Dick Castark, cloaked in armor and shrouded in shadow near the stone columns of the hall, appeared starkly out of place amidst the lavish spectacle surrounding him. He observed Sophia, seated alongside her father, King Wayne, receiving waves of congratulations and accolades from the nobility. She wore a long, pristine gown adorned with silver embroidery, and atop her head rested a tiara-like headpiece studded with delicate moonstones, her face illuminated by an impeccable, princess-like smile as she acknowledged each respectful bow. In the ebb and flow of glances, hers occasionally met with those of the Minister of Military Affairs, Count Geomormont, the Treasurer, and even the Prime Minister, Herman Tala. The presentation of gifts commenced. Exquisite boxes and opulent chests were brought forth in a continuous stream by the servants. Chrysvin was among the first to leap forward, cradling an open ebony box containing a ruby-encrusted Valyrian steel dagger, gleaming with a cold light. "Esteemed princess," he proclaimed, his voice resonant and laced with deliberate ostentation. "May this ancient blade safeguard your path to future glory." His provocative gaze brazenly swept over the shadowy figure of Dick. Next was Oliver Talha, presenting a complete ensemble of vibrant, striking bird-of-paradise feather shawls and fans from the Summer Isles, eliciting a chorus of low gasps from the ladies present. Other attendants and noble scions followed suit, offering lavish gifts. Perfumes from across the narrow sea, exquisite tapestries woven with Milray lace, a whole crate of golden wine from Qingting Island, and even a chestnut-hued colt rumored to possess purebred Dothraki lineage showcased outside the hall. Each offering surpassed the last in both value and splendor, eliciting a rising tide of admiration and astonishment. Behold, these are indeed gifts worthy of a princess. And what a Castark boy! Surely he hasn't come empty-handed? What could a second son possibly present? Perhaps he cowers in the shadows, too timid to emerge. Chrysvin's mocking voice cut through the air as he deliberately gestured toward Dick with a condescending tilt of his chin. "Dick, where's your gift? Has it yet to arrive from beyond the wall? Or do you intend to perform a display of your valiance for the princess?" Laughter erupted from the entourage surrounding him. Sophia maintained her smile from her elevated position, yet her gaze subtly searched the crowd, tinged with an unmistakable hint of yearning. When her eyes finally rested upon Dick, that anticipation gradually morphed into a flicker of confusion and disappointment. Time trickled onward, as the twilight was consumed by the encroaching night. When the final gift, a necklace strung with dozens of perfectly round pearls from the Eastern Sea, was presented, yielding a chorus of admiration, a brief silence enveloped the hall. All eyes, filled with either derision, sympathy, or mere curiosity, were fixated on the silent young attendant cloaked in shadow. In this day and age, who does not know of the princess's frequent companionship with this silver-haired youth? The smug satisfaction etched on Clesaven's face was nearly palpable. At that moment, the heavy oak windows and doors of the hall were abruptly thrust open. A fierce, biting wind, laden with snowflakes, surged in, causing the flames in the hearth to flicker violently and the candlelight to dance erratically. Everyone instinctively recoiled, murmurs of discontent and astonishment rising among the crowd. Dick stepped forward, first bowing slightly in gratitude to the Ice Wolf guards beside his Aunt Anna. Without their assistance, his gift could not have come to fruition. He urged everyone to gather by the window or on the balcony. Beneath the cloak of night, two burly servants, clad in thick leather coats and hooded cloaks, were laboriously hoisting a massive, heavy clay cauldron along the castle's walls. Within the cauldron, a certain molten substance churned with a blinding, heart-stopping golden-red radiance, emanating an astonishing heat that clashed violently with the frigid wind, warping the very air around it. What in the world is happening? What is that? The servants, undeterred by the surrounding commotion, moved with steady and swift purpose. Under the astonished gazes of all, the two men let out a low roar, channeling their strength to hurl the heavy cauldron outward. The golden-red molten stream erupted like an enraged, roaring dragon, bursting forth from a window and tearing through the profound night of Winter Castle. Boom! A deep, thunderous explosion resonated beyond the cold stone walls of the castle, akin to the roar of an ancient beast. In an instant, the entire inner courtyard was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Countless golden red, blazing white, and fiery orange sparks cascaded like a celestial shower, spilling forth from the furnace of the gods, wildly splattering against the cold stone walls and the deep night sky. Erupting in a frenzy, they leaped, twirled, and stretched, leaving behind dazzling trails of light that intertwined to form a colossal luminescent tapestry covering a significant portion of the castle. The molten metal detonated upon contact with the frigid stone and cold air, transforming into countless ephemeral blossoms of dazzling, untamed brilliance. Towering trees composed purely of light and fire surged forth from the darkness, their branches sprawling, silver blooms cascading like waterfalls, adorning the ancient black stone walls of Winter Castle with a flowing, burning layer of golden foil. A spectacle of fire and silver, a night without end. In the depths of the night, the breathtaking scene of myriad sparks shimmered like fireworks, reminiscent of a simple name from Dick's past life, Ironflower. Within the hall, an eerie silence reigned. All laughter, mockery, and chatter were utterly stifled by this sudden, unimaginable spectacle. Every individual, whether a lofty king or queen or the most humble servant, stood in awe, crowded at the window or rushing to the door, gazing outside at the radiant spectacle that illuminated the entire courtyard, as if to incinerate the night itself. Their faces reflected pure, overwhelming astonishment. Crasaven's mouth fell agape, while Princess Sophia covered her mouth tightly with her hands. Her eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, mirroring the breathtakingly brilliant flower trees outside, filled with incredulous joy and profound emotion. The light danced upon her pristine gown and moonstone adornments, flickering and blazing. Dick beheld the miracle he had crafted from memories of a past life, watching as the brilliance illuminated Sophia's profile, etched with wonder and awe. Yet, Hermann Tohar's whispered words of gratitude fell upon his heart like a splash of icy water. The explosive iron flowers in that moment bore an unsettling beauty reminiscent of a doomsday revelry in his eyes. Chapter 95. The flicker of a spark the spark in Winterfell had extinguished, leaving only wisps of stubborn smoke clinging to the stone walls, the air thick with a heavy, charred aroma. The throng of the banquet had dispersed, and the main fortress returned to the deep silence of night. Within Sophia's chamber, the flickering firelight cast elongated shadows of the two upon the stone walls, their forms intertwined in an ambiguous embrace. The scent of sweat lingered, entwined with the warmth of recent joy. Sophia lay on her side, her cascading chestnut hair spilling over the pillow, her cheeks flushed with the remnants of passion, rendered even more exquisite in the dim, quivering candlelight. Her fingertips, imbued with a languorous warmth, gently traced Dick's sturdy chest, her ink-dark eyes gazing at him, glimmering with a tender, aqueous softness. Dick, her voice, tinged with post-ecstasy huskiness, yet oddly serene, spoke. The tournament for the title of King's night is approaching. Dick, eyes closed, savored her touch, still enveloped in the warmth of moments prior. He responded softly, tightening his embrace around her. Fear not, I shall prevail. Once I obtain that title, I shall approach his majesty. He paused, the unspoken words hanging in the air, to fulfill the vows they had once exchanged, to request her hand in marriage. Suddenly, Sophia's fingers stilled. She propped herself up, the silk coverlet slipping from her shoulders, the candlelight accentuating her graceful contours. She regarded Dick, and the tenderness in her gaze receded like a tide, replaced by a calmness that bordered on the unfamiliar. Dick, this time, let it be for Beta Mormont. Dick's eyes flew open, as if doused with cold water. What? He questioned, doubting his ears. Let it be for Beta Mormont, Sophia reiterated clearly, her tone devoid of jest. My cousin, the eldest son of Count Geo. He needs the title of King's Knight. It is of great importance to him, and the support of the Minister of Military Affairs is equally crucial. Dick felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, instantly sitting upright as the thin blanket slipped away. The warmth that had previously enveloped him vanished, replaced by a chill that surged from his very core. Let go for her. He fixed his gaze on Sophia, his voice taut with shock and fury. akin to a bowstring pulled to its limit. Sophia, have you forgotten what we vowed? Removing the king's knight is the only way I can stand before your father with honor. Petitioning for your hand in marriage. It is our shared oath. You now ask me to relinquish it? To appease your cousin? In exchange for his father, Geo-Mormon support? Sophia did not shy away from his burning gaze. Instead, she confronted it with a determination that Dick had never before witnessed in her, a resolute hardness. She slightly raised her chin, the candlelight flickering in her eyes, revealing something both icy and fervent. Dick, look outside. Behold Winterfell. My brother has been exiled. The bloodline of the North's king now rests solely upon my shoulders. Her voice, though not loud, bore an unyielding strength. The claim to the throne is within reach. My father has but one child left. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means I, Sophia Stark, am poised to be the heir of Winterfell. In the future, I shall be the Queen of the North. She extended her hand, her fingertips attempting to once again caress Dick's taut cheek. Her tone softened yet laced with undeniable resolve. I love you, Dick. That will never change. We can be together, eternally united. But my father, the king, will never consent to marry the future Queen of the North to a noble second son. Not even if you are extraordinarily valiant. Not even if you become the king's knight. Nor if you were to gain a small fiefdom. Dick violently swatted her hand away, his movement brusque. He threw himself off the bed, his bare feet meeting the cold carpet, an icy wave surging from his soles to the crown of his head. So, he turned, his tall figure casting a colossal shadow in the candlelight, nearly enveloping Sophia, his voice low and terrifying. So what do you mean? You wish for me to exist as a shadow, concealed behind the queen's chamber curtains? To climb into your bed when you desire? To become your kept man? Sophia's complexion paled instantly, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by a more potent determination. Do not speak so harshly. She raised her voice, tinged with impatience. You remain the person I love most. We are merely seeking a different way to be together. I need you, Dick. I require your strength, your loyalty. Aid me, help me ascend to that position. Once I am queen, what in the north besides the crown can I not offer you? We shall remain together forever. Silence. Dick bellowed, a wave of absurdity and disgust washing over him. Betrayal. Utter and complete betrayal. She not only betrayed her vows, but also sought to use him as a stepping stone to power and a plaything in her bed. He abruptly raised his hand, grasping the pendant that hung around his neck, a wolf's head meticulously carved from the sharpest canine teeth of an ice wolf, its fangs bared and lifelike. This was a gift from Sophia, symbolizing their pure and fervent oath. The cold wolf's tooth pressed against his palm as Dick looked down at it, then at the still, beautiful, yet strangely unfamiliar girl before him. Do you want me to be your whore? Dick's voice was frigid, devoid of any tremor, yet more chilling than any roar of anger. Sophia's lips pressed into a pale, straight line, the last vestige of softness in her eyes frozen solid. She threw aside the thin blanket, standing barefoot on the cold ground, straightening her back as if donning invisible armor. Her dark eyes locked onto Dick's, burning with an unadulterated and unmistakable fire of ambition. I am the blood of the North's king. The goddess of fate will not allow me to demean myself by becoming the lady of a mere lord. My destiny lies upon the throne of Winterfell. I, Sophia Stark, shall become the Queen of the North. Dick's fingers clenched tightly, the joints producing a painful friction as he bowed his head for one last glance at his palm, where the warmed wolf's tooth pendant lay. The fangs remained sharp, the wolf's eyes still cold. Yet they could no longer reflect the girl who had sworn an oath to him beneath the moonlight. Then he released his grip. The wolf's tooth pendant fell straight down, tracing a brief and resolute silver line through the dim candlelight. The soft chime of its impact on the carpet echoed lightly, yet it rang out like a death knell between the two. Dick turned away from the fallen token, no longer regarding the woman on the bed, whose gaze burned with ambition. He swiftly turned, snatching up the clothes discarded on the floor, striding towards the door. The heavy oak door swung open, the cold draft from the corridor rushing in, causing the flames in the fireplace to flicker violently. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, vibrating the frame with a dull hum. The King's Knight, his final words pierced through the thick door, resonating with a steely resolve that clearly penetrated the room. I have made my decision. With my sword. Chapter 96. Not even the seven gods can stop me. I have spoken. The mist over the great lake in the north lingers year-round, as if consuming the size of those far removed from the center of power. Achdak, once the heir to the north, sank silently like a forgotten pawn into the cold waters of this lake. The whirlpool of the court never forgives the defeated. Exile equates to obliteration. The news of his death merely confirmed that ancient and cruel law. A royal bloodline stripped of protection often struggles to survive in the wilderness of power. In the training grounds of Winterfell, banners fluttered and voices rose in cacophony. The decennial king's night coronation ceremony stood as one of the North's most significant events. Upon the elevated platform, the king of the North, Wayne Stark, sat regally upon his throne, accompanied by the newly appointed queen, Anna Stark, the chancellor, Hermon Tohar, and the minister of military affairs, Geo Mormont, stood solemnly at either side, while nobles from various realms filled the observation platform, the air thick with reverence and anticipation. In this moment of collective attention, the king's commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, declaring a momentous decision. Princess Sophia Stark shall be the heir to the North. The eruption of cheers echoed like thunder, reverberating off the ancient stone walls. The supreme honor of the king's knight stems from the tradition of the retinue. Noble youths from across the lands enter the camp to serve the king. And upon reaching adulthood, they engage in contests, with the king personally bestowing the title upon the strongest among them. The rules have always been straightforward. Enter the dueling arena. Accept challenges until none dare to oppose, and the victor emerges. However, this time, the rules have subtly shifted. The most visually captivating jousting contests have been replaced with pure foot combat. Behind this nuanced change, the shadow of the new heir, Sophia, seems to flicker. She is acutely aware of Dick's terrifying dominance in jousting, a realm where he has repeatedly vanquished challengers for her, amassing a realm of undefeated gold dragons. Foot combat may potentially diminish his absolute advantage. According to an unspoken understanding, it should have been the eager young attendants who fought first, with the acknowledged champions of the retinue entering last. Yet, it was Clay 7 who first leapt onto the sandy, dueling ground, his gaze fixed like a hawk, locking onto Dick Stark amidst the crowd. Dick's voice carried a feigned nonchalance, yet his eyes brimmed with provocation. I hear you've been feeling rather low lately. Why not come up and stretch your limbs? His words bore a weighty significance. A cold smirk curled at the edge of Dick's lips, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode confidently into the arena. Without uttering a word, as Clay's sword tip thrust forward, Dick's form approached like a specter. He did not even draw his sword. With his left hand, clad in steel gauntlets, he swiftly seized Clay's wrist and, with a deft twist, sent him sprawling. Clay felt an overwhelming force that he could not resist, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurled violently into the sand, his sword slipping from his grasp in utter disarray. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, Clay's dismal defeat did not mark the end of the challenges. One after another, attendants seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, leaping onto the dueling ground with Dick as their target. The war of attrition had commenced. Above, Chancellor Hermon Tohar wore a barely perceptible smirk. Indeed, the princess is remarkable. She is born to adapt. In a shadowy corner of the observation platform, figures cloaked in heavy capes and obscured insignias whispered amongst themselves. The leader's voice was hoarse, laden with a strong regional accent. Wayne, that old wolf, has taken his son's woman and driven his son to death. How foolish can one be? His daughter, too, possesses a woefully narrow vision. Such a formidable warrior, yet utterly unaware of the art of persuasion, resorting instead to such base tactics. How many is this now? He inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the silver-haired figure in the arena. A subordinate murmured in response, 23. TSK, TSK, TSK. The leader shook his head, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes beneath the shadow of his cloak. His sword has yet to be unsheathed. The incredulity in his voice was palpable. In the duel arena, Dick's gaze was as frigid as the ice of a deep winter. Faced with his 24th challenger, he displayed no intention of drawing his sword. The opponent charged with a fierce roar, the glint of his blade flashing menacingly. Dick merely sidestepped slightly, evading the lethal edge, and with the swiftness of steel, his right foot lashed out, striking precisely at the junction of the opponent's breastplate and abdominal armor. A dull thud echoed. The challenger, along with his sword, was sent sprawling, crashing heavily onto the hard ground outside the arena, struggling for some time, yet unable to rise. Silence enveloped the training ground. The throng of attendants remained numerous. Yet none dared to advance a single step. All eyes were riveted upon the silver-haired youth in the center. Powerful, absolutely powerful, having vanquished 24 foes in succession. None could compel him to draw his sword. What was even more astonishing was his uncanny ability to control his strength with pinpoint precision, defeating foes without inflicting serious harm. This was not merely a display of might. It was an exhibition of effortless confidence and mastery. Not a single drop of sweat had fallen. His chest rose and fell with an extraordinary steadiness, as if the fierce battle of moments ago had merely been a warm-up. An intangible pressure radiated from him, intimidating every soul harboring thoughts of challenge. Sophia Stark sat poised in the stands, her gaze locked with Dix across the arena, observing him steadfast as a mountain. Unfazed by the 24 challengers he had bested, an indescribable complexity seized her heart. Deep within that emotion, it felt as though something immensely precious had shattered irreparably, leaving behind a chilling void. Yet in the next moment, she straightened her spine, her nails digging deep in her palm, nearly breaking the skin. No, she silently screamed within herself. I am a crown princess, the future queen of the North. What does personal valor matter? Even the legendary Dawnblade must bow to Targaryen. My choice is not mistaken. Cold resolve swiftly replaced her momentary wavering. Her gaze hardened like iron once more. Dick's eyes pierced through the clamor of the crowd, seemingly comprehending the finality and denial reflected in her gaze from the high platform. The last flicker of lingering thought extinguished like a candle in the wind, leaving only a seething rage burning fiercely within him, almost threatening to burst forth. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes sweeping across the arena like a tempered blade, finally resting upon the robust young man beside the Minister of Military Affairs, Beta Mormont. A thunderous roar erupted from him, drowning out all whispers and gasps of astonishment. Beta Mormont. The roar resounded with a clangor of iron and blood, proclaiming his unwavering determination. Such meticulous arrangements were all made to pave the way for him, were they not? Today, as the Knight of the Kingdom, I shall not be hindered, even by the 7 gods. Chapter 97. The Technique of Shelling Beta Mormont, a towering figure, heavily stepped onto the duel arena. His thick brows knitted together, his gaze complex as it fell upon Dick, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Dick, I swear, this predicament is not of my choosing, nor of my design. He offered a bitter smile, tightening his grip on the battle axe. I merely wish for a fair fight based on strength. Dick remained unmoved. You stand here, relishing the fairness of a war of attrition that drains my stamina. I endure the unfairness while you reap the benefits. That is the reality. He slowly drew the unadorned iron sword from his waist. An ordinary weapon procured from a Pantos merchant, its blade gleaming with a cold, hard sheen in the pale daylight. Now, I begin to comprehend the position that old Fox Hermon spoke of. Words are futile. Let us commence. With a mighty roar, Beta Mormont unleashed a battle cry characteristic of the warriors of Bear Island, his massive axe descending with a force capable of cleaving both knight and steed. Dick moved. His form melded with the wind like a phantom, executing an exquisitely light sidestep, narrowly evading the axe's blade. In the fleeting moment when Beta Mormont's tremendous power fell short, Dick's ordinary iron sword suddenly came alive. The sword's light flickered like a striking serpent, swift enough to leave only a faint afterimage. Not a slash, nor a block, but an exquisitely precise thrust, a deft flick. With a delicate sound, Beta Mormont felt his right wrist expertly dislodged at an astonishing angle, the lock slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. A great shock coursed through Beta Mormont's heart. He had never imagined the sword could be wielded in such a manner. He roared in anger, attempting to sweep the axe horizontally to drive back this enigmatic opponent. Yet, Dick's sword was swifter. The iron blade seemed to possess a life of its own, gently touching upon the trajectory of Beta Mormont's axe, using the force to pivot, drawing close to Beta Mormont's left side like a wraith. The blade slid silently into the narrow gap where the shoulder plate met the breastplate, akin to the most dexterous probe. With a swift sound, the resilient leather strap snapped. Beta Mormont's left shoulder plate immediately lost its support, sagging heavily, revealing the underlying leather armor and his robust arm. A significant vulnerability was laid bare. Startled and furious, Beta Mormont instinctively raised his left hand to steady the drooping shoulder plate, attempting to mount a defense. Yet, Dick would not grant him that chance. The sword's momentum was relentless, flowing like water. His footwork was unpredictable, darting around Beta Mormont with agility. Each evasion perfectly timed to avoid the axe's deadly edge, while every strike landed precisely at the weakest junctions of the armor. The tip of the iron sword, the spine, even the sword's edge, all became the most lethal of instruments. It was no longer a weapon for slashing, but rather an exquisitely precise armor-piercing cone. With a sharp sound, the sword tip glided across the hidden clasp beneath the right side of the breastplate. A deft flick of the blade sent the fastening leather strap of the breastplate's abdomen flying apart with a loud pop. The iron sword, adhering closely to the edge of the armor, executed a rotational cut, severing the resilient leather cord with a hissing sound. One heavy steel armor piece after another fell away, as if stripped by an invisible hand under Dick's masterful swordsmanship. Greaves, arm guards, shoulder plates, and the front segment of the breastplate. Each flash of the sword was accompanied by the heavy thud of metal striking the ground and the piercing sound of leather being torn apart. Beta Mormont, the heir of Bear Island renowned for his strength, now resembled an awkward puppet, futilely swinging a massive axe, unable to even graze the hem of Dick's clothing. The pride he took in his might and formidable armor appeared laughably fragile and ridiculous in the face of Dick's lightning-fast, superbly refined swordplay. He felt as though he were not in a battle, but being peeled away layer by layer. The once deafening silence surrounding the dueling arena had been utterly shattered, replaced by increasingly loud, uncontrollable gasps and exclamations. By the gods, he is disarming Beatum. How is this possible? It's merely an iron sword. What exquisite swordsmanship! Each strike seemed to be a work of art, like a crab being shelled. In the viewing platform, the nobles were left speechless, unable to comprehend this unprecedented style of combat. This time, it was not a matter of overpowering strength, but rather an ascendance of skill, a complete humiliation. In the shadows of the corner, several figures cloaked in heavy robes were rendered utterly silent. The leading mysterious figure, with eyes that blazed with a terrifying brilliance beneath his hood, fixated intently on the silver storm that was Dick, his breath quickening. His deep voice, tinged with barely concealed excitement and a hint of insidious greed, resonated. Did you see that? Did you see? He possesses more than just brute strength. This swordsmanship, he hasn't even exerted his full power. Such talent, such strength, squandered by Winterfell. At all costs, he must be acquired. The Fortress of Terror needs a sword like this. As the final piece of the breastplate was sent flying by Dick's sword, Beta Mormont was left with only a sweat-soaked linen shirt clinging to his upper body. His robust arms were exposed to the cold air, and his violently heaving chest revealed his utter exhaustion and profound shame. His complexion turned ashen, his gaze vacant, and his hand gripping the massive axe trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of conceding or begging for mercy. Yet, Dick did not grant him the opportunity to speak. In that fleeting moment of Beatum's mental collapse, a fierce glint flashed in Dick's eyes. His body sank slightly, and with a sudden thrust of his left foot, he propelled himself forward. A thunderous crash echoed. This kick landed squarely upon Beatum's broad chest, now devoid of armor, unleashing a terrifying force that was beyond human comprehension. Beta Mormont, with his formidable bear-like physique, was unexpectedly hurled through the air like a projectile from a catapult, his feet leaving the ground as he soared through the sky. He traced a high arc over the astonished crowd, accompanied by gasps and the sound of splintering furniture, before crashing down with a thunderous thud in front of Princess Sophia Stark. Dust billowed around him as Beta Mormont lay sprawled on the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness. Princess Sophia, seated gracefully in her chair, instantly paled, drained of color. She stared at the fallen, disheveled Beta Mormont, then shifted her gaze to the figure standing defiantly in the arena, a silver-haired warrior wielding a sword. King Wayne Stark, awakened by the commotion, widened his eyes, dark circles beneath them, as he beheld the chaos before him and the dazed Beta Mormont. His drowsiness transformed into a spark of fury. He abruptly rose, trembling finger pointed at Dick in the arena, poised to command the apprehension of this audacious squire. Queen Annikar, Stark swiftly rose, her lips curving into a perfect smile of astonished delight, her voice ringing clear with joy. May the gods bless the North. Under your wise leadership, your majesty, Winterfell has birthed such an extraordinary knight, a paragon of martial prowess and swordsmanship. This is perhaps the most formidable king's knight the North has ever seen. What a blessing for the North. Anna's words fell like refreshing rain, instantly dousing the king's burgeoning wrath. Herman Tohar promptly followed suit, bowing deeply and resonating with a loud voice. Such talent has emerged in the North, all due to your Majesty's sagacious rule. Hail to your Majesty. Hail to the North. King Wayne Stark, momentarily taken aback by this sudden praise, turned his gaze towards the silver-haired figure who had single-handedly vanquished numerous adversaries and had now bested the strongest of the Squire camp. Indeed, such a powerful warrior belonged to his retinue and was destined to be anointed as the king's knight. Was this not the most potent testament to his authority as the king of the North? The previous minor incident and disrespect paled in comparison to such brilliant achievements. Splendid. Well said. The king's frown was swiftly replaced by a look of triumph, his laughter booming with satisfaction. May the gods favor the North. His gaze swept across the assembly, observing the sullen squires, who now dared not challenge him, finally resting on Dick, as he proclaimed with gravitas, from this moment forth, Dick Karstark shall be the king's knight of this session. The king paused, seemingly wishing to bestow an even greater honor. His keen eyes scanned the nobles before him, ultimately alighting on them with a hint of slyness. I grant you, as a knightly fief, the Black Castle, which guards the throat of the North and the outer lands. May you use this stronghold as a foundation to achieve new glories for the kingdom. At this proclamation, many nobles, well versed in the affairs of the North, felt a chill run through them. The Black Castle? The foreboding fortress, long held by the Bolton family, is hardly a blessing. It is in truth a mere hollow decree. The king has conferred legitimacy in name, directing the newly forged sword, Dick Karstark, towards the kingdom's most perilous adversary, the Terror Fortress. In the training grounds, all eyes are fixed upon this moment. The solemn sound of the horn resounds again, heralding the birth of a new king's knight. Dick Karstark kneels slowly, accepting the accolade that embodies both glory and chains. His head bowed. No one could discern the gaze concealed beneath his silver hair, whether it is a frozen flame or a chilling abyss. Only the ordinary iron sword, dust-laden and thrust into the sand before him, silently recounts the extraordinary battle of the Shelling. Chapter 98. The iron sword turns north. The biting northern wind, laden with snowflakes, lashes against Dick Karstark's cheeks. He halts his steed outside the colossal shadow of Winterfell's gates, casting a glance back at the somber, snow-laden city. The horn falls silent. The clamor of the accolade dissipates. Dick's fingers caress the unremarkable Pantoy's iron sword at his side. The title of King's Knight once represented a pathway to familial glory in the eyes of his father, Karen, a stepping stone for the Karstark family into the heart of Winterfell's power. For this, his father was beguiled by the words of the court's chancellor, Herman Taha. Anna would become the crown prince's consort, and the Karstark family would ascend to prominence. Entering the retinue would render the title within arm's reach, an alluring vision indeed. Ensnared by the allure of false promises, his father readily surrendered his sister Anna. What was the outcome? A sordid power transaction, with a consort of the crown prince transformed into the queen. Dick's Aunt Anna became the deepest thorn in Prince Red's heart and the most effective tool for Herman to suppress him. The Karstark family directly ascended to the status of noble lineage, reaping benefits and hollow fame. Yet their family honor was nailed to the pillar of disgrace, clinging to the powerful and offering a daughter for glory. The title of King's Knight, seemingly within grasp, was an additional bait. Dick and his father had thought that enduring a few years would naturally lead to the title upon becoming the king's attendant. It was only through the fragmented words of fellow attendants and the reminders from Oliver Taha, the Chancellor's second son, that he discovered the truth. The title of King's Knight could only be claimed by vanquishing all competitors within a retinue. Life in Winterfell is akin to a thorny thicket adorned in splendid robes. Dick's prowess draws attention, the most piercing of which comes from Princess Sophia Stark. Her proximity is akin to the warmth of winter sun. The tender feelings between the youth blossom under the shadow of power. They once strolled together in the Weirwood Forest, sharing secrets in the library tower. That time was fleeting, as fragile as ice crystals. However, when Prince Red was cast out by the king's disdain, and Sophia was elevated to the position of heir apparent, everything changed. The crown of power had not yet graced her brow, yet its cold glimmer had already reflected in her eyes. At that moment, Dick comprehended the truth. His emotions were nothing in the face of Sophia's awakened desire for power. She opted for the path of authority, and he, Dick Castark, became the first to be cast aside. The gift of the North's king, the Black Castle, was nothing short of a blatant mockery. A fortress long occupied by the Bolton family, a mere promissory note, a command directing his newly sharpened sword towards the Terror Castle. Dick scoffed internally, yet it was fitting, holding nominal power now, he would ensure his rightful claim in the future. Winterfell appeared enraptured by the allure of power at every level. The heavy gates creaked open, emitting a sharp, grating sound. A small troop emerged, led by Queen Anna Castark and Prime Minister Herman Tohar, followed closely by their guards. Queen Anna, clad in a dark, thick woolen cloak, bore a beautiful yet weary visage, her gaze towards Dick imbued with a warmth that contrasted with the biting cold. This woman, who sacrificed her happiness for her family, possessed a resilience akin to the snowstorms of the far north, intertwined with a hint of fatigue and solitude. She had attained the honor of a queen, yet lost so much more. I feel as though I can scarcely remember what the snow beyond looks like. Anna's voice was soft, yet it struck Dick's heart like a hammer. No fire in Winterfell could thaw the heart buried deep in frozen ground. Dick, return and manage your lands well. She paused, her eyes sweeping over Dick's youthful face. Your father's original intent was for the family. Please tell him I bear him no hatred. Without elaborating further, Anna reached out and gently patted the back of Dick's hand, which gripped the reins tightly, a gesture filled with care and wistfulness. Then, she turned her horse and, surrounded by her guards, returned through the gates. Her elegant attire rendering her silhouette frail and solitary. Herman Tohar rode forth, a characteristic smile adorning his face. He urged his horse to match Dick's pace, gazing towards the northern snowfields. A breathtaking victory, Sir Dick, he proclaimed, his voice rich and resonant. The art of disarmament is indeed astonishing and, moreover, unprecedented. The Majesty has bestowed upon you the Black Castle. Despite the Bolton's occupation, it signifies the kingdom's highest expectations of your capabilities. He deftly avoided the term utilization. Dick maintained a distant gaze towards the horizon, his tone indifferent. You flatter me, Prime Minister. Herman chuckled lightly, his understanding of the world evident. In this land, power itself is the guarantee of survival. He shifted his tone, speaking with depth. Winterfell resembles a colossal cage. Yet you, Dick Castark, are no mere caged bird. Your wings belong to a broader, harsher sky. The brick walls, the regulations, and certain individuals here will only bind your talons and obscure your vision. He slightly tilted his head, observing Dick's expression, his voice lowering to a whisper. Power is akin to the finest wine. Some sip and become intoxicated, while others become ensnared within it. Her Highness Sophia has chosen her own path, one that demands she navigate the thorns alone, allowing no shadow to obscure her brilliance. And your strength deserves a true battlefield. He subtly conveyed to Dick. The princess has opted for the throne of power and solitude, no longer the Sophia of yore. Winterfell, along with all it symbolizes, is unfit for him and that transformed princess. I have come to Winterfell and lingered here for so long, all thanks to Lord Herman. Have I not? A cold smile curved at the corners of Dick's lips. Herman shook his head, his smile unwavering, yet his eyes sparkled with keen insight. Look, whether it be elevating your family to new heights or bestowing upon you the title of King's Knight, I have fulfilled my promise in the end, have I not? I have merely acted as a prime minister ought to, respecting and wielding this power. Now, Sir Dick, you have chosen to return to the lands beyond with your strength. A wise decision indeed, for there lies infinite potential for strong. There, your sword will truly dictate fate, rather than being merely a pawn on another's chessboard, or a mere shadow beneath the throne, constrained from shining. He raised his hand in farewell. Go forth, young eagle. I eagerly await the sound of your resounding cry across that land. The future? Who knows? Perhaps we may yet collaborate when our goals align. Herman's words served both as a farewell and an investment, a subtle hint towards the future. He recognized Dick's strength and potential, understanding that the young man's departure from Winterfell to the lands beyond was akin to a dragon returning to the sea. His rise was inevitable. Rather than nurturing enmity, it is far better to extend goodwill. Dick looked deeply at Herman. He offered no further words, merely nodding in farewell towards Hermon and Winterfell. Then, he abruptly spurred his horse, which neighed and reared, kicking up clouds of snow. He did not look back. The cold wind seeped into his cloak, the icy air filling his lungs, bringing with it a painful clarity. The silhouette of Winterfell diminished behind him, ultimately blurred by the swirling snow. Ahead lay the vast, snow-laden expanse of the north, the direction towards the lands beyond, towards the territory of House Stark. The second son of House Stark, newly anointed as the king's knight, armed with strength and swordsmanship, bore the resentment of being used, the pain of betrayal, and a chilling understanding of the nature of power. Like an unbound ice arrow, he soared towards the next chapter of his destiny, one filled with iron and blood, snow, and the true battlefield of freedom. In a tower of Winterfell's walls, a maiden gazed into the distance at the vanishing silhouette of the silver-haired knight, whispering softly, "I have not erred in my choice. He will regret this." Yet a black obsidian dagger was tightly clenched against her chest, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Chapter 99. The wolf's forest encounters a familiar face. The biting northern wind whistled through the towering ancient trees of the wolf's forest, producing a mournful wail. Dick Stock hoorde notvat, his silver hair flowing in the wind like scattered strands of ice. He declined all servants and soldiers arranged by his Aunt Anna, embracing solitude. This was not arrogance, but rather an absolute awareness of his own strength. Alone, he felt more at ease and keenly alert. The longbow in his hand seemed to extend like an arm, each draw and release imbued with chilling precision. In the distance, a grouse foraged in the snow, only to fall in response to his aim. A snowshoe hare leapt from the underbrush, impaled against a tree by his arrow. Each shot struck true, the reverberation of the bowstring heralding the arrival of death. He skillfully hung the game behind his saddle, ensuring sustenance for his journey. As the sun dipped westward, he halted by a partially frozen stream within the woods. He deftly prepared a plump elk, igniting a campfire and roasting the tender ribs over the flames. Fat dripped into the fire, crackling as a rich aroma wafted through the trees. Leaning against a massive frozen boulder, he appeared relaxed, yet every sense was taut like a drawn bowstring. The frigid air, warmth of the flames, the scent of charred fat, and the murmurs of the stream blended with the subtle sounds of controlled breathing and the rustle of armor. Many, at least 100, like silent wolves, quietly encircled him from all directions, blocking every avenue of escape. Dick remained seated, slowly moving the roasted venison away from the fire, his hand resting on the hilt of his Panto's iron sword. The flickering light of the campfire reflected 2 cold stars in his eyes. What delightful meat! What swift arrows! What an alert young man! A booming voice shattered the stillness of the woods. The crowd parted, revealing a burly man draped in a black cloak with crimson trim. His rugged features and sharp gaze resembled that of an eagle, none other than the enigmatic Bader Bolton, master of the Dreadfort, who had secretly observed the duel in Winterfell. His voice, resonant and forthright, carried the straightforwardness characteristic of the North. Bader approached the campfire without ceremony, sitting cross-legged opposite Dick, his gaze fixed on him with pure admiration. Dick Stark, the Knight of the King. TSK, Wayne Stark, that fool softened by wine and women, dares bestow you a title? His meager temperament cannot even encompass the glimmer of your sword's edge. Vader seized a piece of well-roasted venison, unperturbed by the heat, and tore into it heartily, juices flowing down his beard, his actions robust, yet imbued with a certain grandeur. Look at what he has done. He has stolen his son's woman, favored serpents like Tohar, and turned the North into a pot of spoiled broth. Vader's voice resonated with strength, unabashedly proclaiming his ambitions. And my bloodline can be traced back to the true Queen of the North, Sansa, in terms of qualifications and spirit. The seat in Winterfell should have long been occupied by another. Join me, Dick. The gates of the terrifying fortress stand wide open before you, promising you a glory that far surpasses the illusory honor of the Night King and a true dominion. Stark, I can offer you the respect and space that you fail to provide. Just utter the word. Dick's gaze swept over the silent yet formidable soldiers behind Bolton, ultimately resting on Badel, whose face radiated sincerity and boldness, unwavering and serene. Lord Bolton has graciously extended his favor. The Karstark family, once proud lords of Castle Carhold, now finds their ancestral stronghold occupied by the Sayre family. Is your invitation sincere enough to compel the Sayre family to return to us what they have stolen for over a century? His tone dripped with unabashed derision. Badel's smile remained undiminished, even more forthright. Castle Carhold? That is a matter of years long past. Today, your Karstarks have taken root beyond the wall, and your rise there is imminent. Why cling to grievances of yore? Broaden your perspective, young man. The terrifying fortress does not withhold its generosity from true strength. I am no hypocrite like Stark, the Black Castle, or Eastwatch. A mere nod from you would suffice. At that moment, Dick's gaze fixated on a hooded figure behind Badel, whose posture betrayed a certain frailty. The individuals seemed desperate to conceal themselves, but the stiffness and weakness of their knees revealed their presence. A gust of wind swept by, slightly lifting the edge of the hood, unveiling a face Dick would never forget. Cassio Solaris, the heir of the Solaris family, once the champion knight of the terrifying fortress, now a traitor to his lineage, whose knees and hands he had shattered at the trembling fortress by the sea. A chilling fury instantly seized Dick's heart. Cassio Solaris, this wretch who sullied the family honor and ought to be rotting in a dungeon. How could he possibly be lurking behind Badel Bolton? His father, Carol Karstark, loathed traitors to the core. How could he allow this betrayer to escape unscathed? Unless, has something gone awry at Hornhill? This thought surged into his mind, bringing a shiver of icy dread. If even the guarding of a crippled traitor has faltered, then surely Hornhill is in turmoil. How could he be here? Dick's voice suddenly turned frigid, akin to a piercing icicle, his gaze riveted on Cassio as if to pierce him anew. Badel followed his gaze, his genial smile unwavering, even tinged with a sense of entitlement. Oh, you mean Cassio? The Bolton family would never abandon one of its own. Rescuing him is but a trifling matter. Is this not 100 times more commendable than Stark's coldness? He spread his hands, as if to showcase the camaraderie and strength of the Boltons. Dick slowly rose to his feet. You have rescued the traitor of my family and brought him before me. The firelight danced behind him, casting his upright figure like a sword drawn from its sheath, its shadow looming against the cold rock wall. An invisible, suffocating pressure permeated the air. Is this a show of defiance directed at me? Bardell furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Dick's vehement reaction. Why so fervent, young man? If you can save him, I can certainly capture him again. Dick's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination. Take him down. Seize this Bolton. Only by possessing a formidable bargaining chip can we swiftly uncover the happenings at Deerhorn Fortress. No sooner had he spoken than Dick sprang into action. The inhuman strength bestowed by the 72 remnants of the earth erupted instantaneously. He was like a silver streak tearing through the air, his target unmistakably fixed on Cassio, who stood behind Bardell. Yet his true intent was to flush Bardell out or seize him directly. Stop him. The bravado that once adorned Bardell's face was swiftly replaced with astonishment and urgency. Instinctively, he retreated briskly while gesturing with his hand. He indeed held a respect for Dick. But the youth's sudden surge of aggression, along with his speed and strength, far exceeded Bardell's previous estimations. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a desire to avoid senselessly losing his elite in this desolate forest, and even more so, to refrain from battling a young man he admired. Several elite Bolton soldiers reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing their swords and attempting to obstruct the rampaging Silver Wolf. Yet Dick's speed was astonishing. His iron sword remained sheathed, yet he wielded the scabbard with ferocity. Bang, bang, crack. The dull thuds of impact and the sound of bones shattering resonated almost simultaneously. The two burly men at the forefront were sent flying, armor and all, as if struck by a frenzied behemoth. The dent in their breastplates was visible, blood spewing forth as they toppled over others behind them. The third soldier, wielding a curved blade, had his weapon deftly knocked away by the scabbard, his hand instantly crushed in agony. Before the pain could register, a booted foot struck like a battering ram against his abdomen, launching him into the air and crashing him against a withered tree as thick as a bowl. Such terrifying power, such inhuman speed. The wolf forest transformed into a coliseum for Dick's unleashed strength. His figure flickered amidst the shadows of dead wood, snowdrifts, and flickering campfires. With each appearance came the resounding thud of impact, the groans of armor, and the anguished cries of the fallen. The scabbard in his hand morphed into the most ferocious of blunt instruments, sweeping and smashing with unstoppable force. He did not seek to kill. Rather, he aimed to clear a path with the utmost brutality, heading straight for his objective. Bardell, shielding Cassio, continued to retreat, witnessing his once proud elite fall like chaff before Dick. His eyes brimmed with shock, confusion, and a hint of offended anger. Bardell, while fiercely directing his soldiers to encircle, shouted at Dick, "Stop! We are not enemies." Chapter 100. Concern deep within the wolf forest, silence intermingled with the scent of blood. Dick's gaze was fixed upon the formidable Bardell Borton, his ears attuned to no other sound. A cold fire burned in his eyes, a heart-wrenching anxiety over the potential turmoil at Deerhorn Fortress. He must seize them, capture this Borton leader and that traitor, only by swiftly prying open the truth. His onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with the resolve to shatter every obstacle. The sword sheath transformed into a nebulous shadow, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the air. Boom! Another knight of the Bolton, attempting to impede his advance, was sent flying, both man and shield, the latter splintering into fragments. Dick surged forth like an unstoppable avalanche, mercilessly trampling over the fallen foes, each step eliciting a groan from the frozen earth beneath. He was now less than 10 steps away from Badal Bolton, who was desperately retreating to shield Cassio. The bravado on Badal's face faded, leaving only a solemnity tinged with a hint of desperation. He drew his sword with a swift motion. It was a menacing two-handed broadsword. "You madman!" Badal bellowed as he continued to back away, the heavy blade positioned before him, ready to confront the lethal charge of the Silver Wolf. Behind him, Cassio's eyes brimmed with malice and despair. A glint of cold fury sparked in Dick's gaze, his strength surging like a tempest through his limbs, his target locked. Badal. He aimed to subdue this terrifying lord of the fortress in one decisive blow. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, the hardened frost beneath was dented, stones scattering in all directions. He launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by the biting wind and murderous intent, his hand, infused with dreadful power, outstretched, fingers curling like iron claws, aimed directly at Badal. The speed was so immense that it left only an afterimage on the retina, just at that electrifying moment. When fate hung by a thread, a clear yet enraged shout rang out, "Stop!" A slender figure darted forth like a moth drawn to flame, emerging from Badal's side, unwavering as she spread her arms wide, resolutely positioning herself between Dick's hand, brimming with terrifying might, and Badal. The distance was too close. The velocity was too swift. The fierce wind generated by Dick's colossal hand, capable of crushing stone, collided with the girl's hood like a tangible shockwave. Whoosh! The hood was instantly torn away by the violent gust, as if ripped by an invisible force. Time seemed to momentarily freeze in Dick's vision. What met his gaze was a youthful face, flushed with anger and fear, radiating a vivid crimson hue. Her emerald eyes blazed with unyielding fury, like two boiling lakes of jade, unflinchingly challenging the wrath of this ferocious beast. Her pale, golden hair, freed from the confines of the hood, cascaded like a waterfall of molten gold, dancing wildly amidst the icy gales and the scent of blood. Strands even brushed against the back of Dick's hand, suspended in midair, imparting an unexpected coolness and delicate sensation. In that instant, she resembled a crystalline rose blooming defiantly amidst a blizzard, fragile yet fiercely resilient. Dick's overwhelming force, intent on destruction, encountered an invisible barrier upon meeting her verdant, fiery gaze, astonishingly restrained by her extraordinary composure. His hand, capable of rending stone, halted a mere half-inch from the smooth, radiant expanse of the girl's forehead, still carrying the remnants of the gale. The wind that swept through the air tousled her golden locks and caressed her trembling lashes, quivering with excitement. "You," the girl's voice, heightened by fury and tinged with an imperceptible tremor, pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield with remarkable clarity. "You madman, barbarian, my father sincerely extended his hand to you. With such earnestness, yet you resorted to violence without a second thought. How can there exist such an unreasonable person as you in this world?" Dick's hand remained suspended in midair, his fingertips brushing against the warm breath exhaled by the girl. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him as his gaze transcended her furious visage, locking onto the serpent-like Cassio Sellas lurking in the shadow of Bedell. Sincerely? Dick's voice dropped to a low growl, yet it still bore an icy chill as he pointed towards Cassio, each word striking the ground like a dagger. And what of him? Cassio Sellas, a traitor to my Stark family, who has sullied our honor, a wretch that ought to have perished. Why is he lurking behind your father? The Bolton family rescued him. What does that signify? Dick's gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over Bedell and the girl, revealing his unabashed anxiety and inquiries. His very presence here, unharmed, was a testimony to the mark I left upon him. There could be but one possibility. Something had gone awry at the Horned Fortress. It might have even been attacked. His final words erupted from between clenched teeth, steeped in suppressed rage. The girl, Lola Bolton, was momentarily taken aback by his words. The furious flush on her face dimming slightly as a flicker of astonishment and understanding crossed her emerald eyes. She glanced back at her father, whose face was ashen yet still protective of Cassio, and then at her resentful brother-in-law, as if in that instant she comprehended the source of Dick's fury. Are you worried about your family? Lola's voice softened, laced with incredulity and absurdity. Is that the reason behind this? What else could it be? Dick retorted coldly, his hand finally lowering, yet his muscles remained taut, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. Lola inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to regain her composure. She turned to face Dick, her verdant eyes meeting his, brimming with a sense of misunderstood grievance and an urgency to clarify. You fool. How long has the Sellas family occupied Horned Fortress? Rescuing someone from the dungeons is as simple for us as plucking a fruit from our own backyard. What does this have to do with attacking your Horned Fortress? My father genuinely admires your strength and, out of sincerity, came to meet you. Who could have known that you? She stamped her foot in frustration, her pale golden hair flying once more with emotion. Like a wild barbarian, you lay hands without discerning right from wrong. At that moment, Bedell Bolton let out a heavy grunt, propping his mighty sword against the ground, surveying the wounded soldiers sprawled around him, their groans echoing. As the muscles of his face convulsed, he gazed at Dick with an expression of profound complexity, mingling shock at the other's terrifying prowess, pity for the knights and soldiers, and a simmering anger at the offense he felt. Yet, buried deep within, there lingered a trace of incredulous admiration. Bader spoke in a low voice, laced with suppressed fury, yet also imbued with a certain noble candor. Lola was right. Capturing Cassius was merely incidental. You are formidable, astonishingly so, yet your reckless bravado is laughable. The crackling campfire accompanied the pervasive scent of blood carried by the cold wind. Dick remained rooted in place, his gaze sweeping over the furious young woman and the complex Duke of Bolton. The icy doubt had not dissipated. Rather, it sank deeper within him under the weight of the other's brazen demeanor. How could one trust those who consort with traitors? He slowly straightened his back, the shattered sword sheath pointing towards the ground, his voice darkening as he declared, Silas is a traitor to Castark. To stand with him is to stand against me. This matter shall not end here. His gaze finally brushed over Bader and Lola. You had best pray for the safety of my family. Chapter 101. Sometimes, an adversary understands you better. The wolf forest returned to silence, save for the crackling of the fire, the howling of the wind and snow, and the suppressed groans of the wounded. The scent of blood lingered, a testament to the brief yet brutal conflict that had just transpired. Bader Bolton, his daughter Lola, and Cassius Silas remained in place, gazing towards the direction where Dick Castark had vanished, as if still pinned by that chilling presence. After a long silence, Bader exhaled a cloud of white breath. He surveyed the surroundings. The 100 elite knights he had brought were mostly down, though no one had perished. Many bore fractures and other severe injuries, rendering them incapable of further combat. He truly has departed. Lola's voice trembled, uncertain if it was from lingering fright or excitement. Indeed, Bader replied, bending to retrieve his heavy sword, sheathing it slowly, fatigue etched on his face. Cassius spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Your earlier warning proved to be correct. I once believed that 100 loyal knights by my side would suffice to handle any unforeseen circumstances, to showcase my strength and sincerity, and to ensure absolute safety. I was mistaken. He shook his head, his gaze returning to the empty woods, as if he could still see that overwhelming figure. Such power transcends reason. It cannot merely be countered by sheer numbers. A twisted expression, a mix of hatred and fear, contorted Cassius's pale face. My lord, he is a monster. He cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Bader nodded, his gaze sweeping over Cassius's mangled leg. Rescuing you is merely the first step. Bolton shall not forget Silas's loyalty. There will be a future opportunity for your reunion. He shifted his tone, his eyes sharpening. You harbor hatred for him and have faced him in battle. Beyond his extraordinary strength, what else do you know? Any detail could prove invaluable. Cassius took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. This man is peculiar. He seems to place great importance on family. It is said that during his childhood, when the Stark family was on the brink of collapse, he endeavored to assist them through various means, establishing workshops, repairing roads, and even personally caring for the wounded veterans. Even though his father, Karen, appeared to hold a certain disdain for his younger son, suppressing him and later exiling him to the wild tribes, he persisted in his efforts. It seems that family holds significant value for him. Beside him, Lola could not help but interject, her azure eyes filled with realization. Was his sudden, frenzied attack earlier provoked by the belief that we had assaulted his home and harmed his kin? It certainly appears so. Cassio nodded grimly and continued, noting his perplexing sense of morality. Whether within the confines of their family as territory or on the open plains, he treated his soldiers and even servants with extraordinary kindness, never resorting to oppression. There has been no rumor of his avarice either. Strangely enough, as a nobleman, he seems remarkably disinterested in women. There are no tales of him consorting with maidservants or frequenting brothels, which is utterly astonishing among the aristocracy. Cassio's tone was laden with incredulity. Lola blinked. Her youthful curiosity piqued, tinged with a hint of the malice often found in Westerosi speculation. Could it be that he favors men? Such inclinations are not unheard of within noble circles. But Cassio immediately shook his head. Not likely. After being swindled by that old fox Herman into Winterfell, he quickly became infatuated with Princess Sophia. It is said they indeed shared a romantic liaison. He appears rather susceptible to such affections, perhaps even naive or foolish. Lacking experience in matters of love and easily drawn in, Bardell Bolton listened, his rugged brow furrowing tightly. As a standard noble immersed in the power dynamics of a quasi-medieval world, he found it incomprehensible. No thirst for power? No indulgence in carnal pleasures? No accumulation of wealth? What then does he pursue? Surely, he must have some interests. Indeed, Cassio asserted, his tone growing even more peculiar. Hunting. He is obsessively passionate about hunting, to the point of madness. It is said that from a very young age, even before he could handle large beasts, he began hunting mice. He earned the derogatory nickname rodent slayer from other noble youths, yet he remained unfazed by their mockery. Later, after being exiled to the wilds, where the struggling tribes recognized Karen as their lord, he, as Karen's son, attained a revered status and had no need to worry for his sustenance. Yet, he still participated in every hunt, and even when the tribal hunters returned to rest, he would scour the plains with a few companions in search of game. As though possessed, Lola gasped in astonishment. Could such formidable strength be derived from this frenzied pursuit of hunting? Impossible was the resolute rebuttal from Bardell Bolton, who categorically dismissed the notion. I have encountered numerous hunters from the north, seasoned and skilled, yet none possess such terrifying power. While hunting may refine one's techniques and courage, it cannot bestow this extraordinary gift. Bader gazed at the last remnants of sunlight being devoured by the wolf forest, his tone tinged with a sense of fatalism. This world is perpetually unfair. Every few years, formidable individuals, favored by fate, emerge. They are destined to be extraordinary, endowed with strengths or talents beyond the reach of mere mortals. After a moment of contemplation, Bader pondered, thus we observe Dick Castark, endowed with superhuman strength, profoundly valuing family, possessing an eccentric moral compass, eschewing indulgence, yet harboring an extraordinary passion for hunting. Cassio hesitated before adding, one more thing, my lord. This information is difficult to verify, but through various inquiries and my own experiences, I have formed a rather peculiar impression. Dick seems never to take a life. Both Bader and Lola turned to Cassio. He continued, at least, in all the records and rumors I could find about him, be it disputes in the Castar territory or conflicts with wildlings or other factions on the plains. Even during that battle at the trembling seaside fortress, he appeared ruthless, incapacitating and injuring countless individuals. Yet, he seems to possess a strange respect for human life, or perhaps a personal code. But this is merely my intuition, and it could be mistaken. Additionally, upon meeting him again, he seems to have grown more irritable and impulsive than before. Vader caressed the hilt of his sword, his gaze profound. People change, they grow, it is entirely natural. A young man who cherishes family, possesses peculiar morals, and revels in the hunt. A powerful and contradictory figure. Vader murmured softly, only injuring, never killing. Suddenly, he turned to his daughter, who had been listening quietly, a smile gracing his face. "Lola, my daughter, have you not always complained that the suitors I arranged for you are but weaklings unworthy of you, yearning for a true strongman?" Lola paused, her beautiful azure eyes meeting her father's with a glimmer of intuition. Vader gestured towards the direction where Dick had vanished, raising his chin. "Look, the true strongman stands before us, young, powerful, and according to Cassio's description, seemingly innocent in matters of love. My daughter, you are more beautiful, bolder, and more charming than that scheming princess from Winterfell. Why not take a chance? Pursue him and court him in your own way." "My lord," Cassio exclaimed. Shock and disapproval etched across his face. "This is far too dangerous. He has just—" Vader interrupted him, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority, precisely because he has just revealed both his strength and his vulnerability. He gestured for the two knights beside him to escort the eager Lola as she disappeared into the woods. Bardell's gaze became exceptionally sharp and profound. Periodically, the world gives rise to formidable individuals who possess the power to alter the trajectory of fate. The towering Duncan could single-handedly bring an end to civil strife. The fearless Balistan could determine the victor of the 9 copper coins war. This world holds a deep admiration for the strong, and Dick Castark, despite his youth, has already displayed a terrifying prowess that far surpasses the legendary heroes of old. Not even 100 steeds could hinder his advance. We, more than anyone else, now comprehend his might and his vulnerabilities. To attempt to seize this crucial thread of destiny before he becomes entirely enigmatic would be the gravest folly and a profound loss. Cassio said with difficulty, "But what if we fail?" Bardell Bolton laughed heartily. "I shall seize every opportunity fate bestows upon me. Yet I, Bardell Bolton, shall also always be prepared to confront any possible outcome fate may present. We shall return back to the terrible fortress. We need more strong individuals, more knights, more soldiers, a stronger stronghold. Since this world has begun to unveil its perilous side, we must become more perilous than the danger itself." Chapter 102. A taste of the feast. The night in the wolf forest was as dark as ink spilled and solidified. The cold wind, swirling with snowflakes, traversed through the woods, emitting a low, whimpering howl, as if countless invisible spirits were wandering in the darkness, lurking. Dick Castark found a rocky cliff, slightly elevated, allowing him to overlook a small clearing in the woods. After clearing the accumulated snow, he swiftly ignited a bonfire. The orange flames leaped up, dispelling the surrounding chill and unsettling darkness, casting his tall figure against the jagged stone wall, flickering unpredictably. He hung the hind legs of a plump wild deer over the flames, the fat dripping into the fire with a sizzle, releasing an intense aroma of meat that slightly mitigated the forest's inherent chill. Just then, the crisp and sudden sound of hooves shattered the brief tranquility, drawing closer from afar. Dick's grip on his sword tightened instinctively, his muscles recalling their vigilant state, his eyes sharp as an eagle beneath his silver hair, fixed upon the darkness from whence the sound emerged. The crimson-skinned cloak of the Bolton family's flayed skin emblem caught Dick's attention. He furrowed his brow, noticing they had reined in their horses, not approaching. Soon after, a magnificent white steed emerged, and a young lady deftly dismounted, her movements exuding the characteristic vigor of a northern noblewoman. She tossed the reins to a knight and waved her hand. 2 knights hesitated momentarily, but under her undeniable gaze, they ultimately turned their horses around, silently merging back into the darkness from whence they came. Lola Bolton, alone, strode directly toward Dick's bonfire. She approached the fire without hesitation, even naturally reaching out to turn the perfectly roasted deer legs, as if it were her own camp. Dick was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What peculiar behavior did this flayed-skin woman exhibit? He curled the corners of his mouth, revealing unabashed sarcasm. What? Has the Bolton family fallen so low that they cannot afford a decent dinner for their own daughter? Or is it a tradition of the Boltons to feast on the scraps of others? Counting you. This marks the second time today. Lola lifted her head, the campfire casting a warm glow on her youthful, vibrant face. Her pale, golden hair shimmered like molten gold, and her emerald eyes sparkled with a bold, direct light, unwavering as they met Dick's mocking gaze. Karstark, your grilling skills are far inferior to your swordsmanship. You flip too late, and the other side is nearly charred. She offered her critique before addressing his question, her tone resolute. I am not here to mooch. Then what brings you here? To admire the night view of the Wolfswood? Or perhaps to continue your father's unfinished recruitment? Dick's voice remained icy, laced with suspicion. He simply could not fathom why this Bolton girl had the audacity to approach him alone. Lola clapped her hands, placing her hands on her hips, her figure illuminated by the firelight, exuding a wild beauty. I am here for the honor of House Bolton. Her voice rang clear, imbued with a unique candor. You threatened earlier, saying, you better pray my family is safe? Childish. Absurd. She raised her chin defiantly. My father says that what has not been done has simply not been done. The Dreadfort may have a notorious reputation, but we stand by our actions. Why should we, the Boltons, bear the blame for any misfortune that might befall your Karstark family, let alone endure your juvenile threats? Lola stepped closer, almost at the edge of the fire, her piercing gaze fixed on Dick. You don't believe me, do you? You think the Boltons are deceitful, that nothing we say can be trusted? Fine. She pointed to herself. I, Lola Bolton, daughter of Lord Balon Bolton, stand before you. I will accompany you. See for yourself. Investigate personally. If you ultimately discover that the attack on your family, the harm done to your kin, has even the slightest connection to House Bolton, her voice was resolute, bordering on reckless, then I shall be by your side. At that point, do with me as you will. Let my blood cleanse the stain of your doubts and insults against my family. Is that satisfactory? Dick found himself utterly at a loss for words. He had envisioned countless scenarios, even the possibility of another ambush, yet he never anticipated such a simple, direct, almost brazen justification. Gazing into the depths of her clear, tenacious eyes, the tension in his heart, wrought by the extreme worry for his family, subtly eased. At this moment, she was offering herself as a sort of human guarantee. He fell silent for a moment, averting his gaze from her piercing stare, his tones softening somewhat. There is no need for such measures. You may return. The Night of the Wolfswood is not a place for you. To Dick's astonishment, Lola remained completely unfazed, instead settling herself upon a flat stone beside the fire and crossing her arms. Return? My night has been driven away. In this pitch darkness, with the forest teeming with ravines and wild beasts, you expect a fragile maiden to find her way back alone? Lola blinked her emerald eyes, suddenly adopting a slightly provocative expression. Hey, silver-haired one, you are a knight, are you not? Is the chivalry of House Karstark merely to abandon a noble lady in the perilous woods at the dead of night? Before Dick could respond, a long, haunting wolf howl pierced the stillness of the night, echoing from the darkness nearby. It was swiftly followed by a second, a third, an unending chorus of howls that intertwined, a chilling wave of murderous intent sweeping in with a howling wind. The provocation and feigned composure vanished from Lola's face in an instant. She leaped up, instinctively moving a step closer to Dick, genuine fear flashing across her countenance. Stray strands of golden hair whipped about in the wind, brushing her pale cheek, while the flickering firelight danced in her azure eyes, reflecting both the vibrant flames and the unfathomable darkness. The bravado she had feigned was replaced by a palpable vulnerability under the warm glow of the campfire. Yet Dick remained unperturbed. He did not immediately reach for the iron sword at his side. His gaze swept through the darkened woods where several points of eerie green light flickered to life, floating closer like will-o'-the-wisps, imbued with hunger and greed. Stay by the fire, he said softly to the trembling girl beside him. Turning, he retrieved the longbow and quiver hanging from his saddle. He nocked an arrow with fluid precision, without the slightest hesitation. Drawing the bowstring back, he summoned inhuman strength, the muscles taut yet seemingly effortless. The wolves' glowing eyes became the most conspicuous targets amidst the inky blackness. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, nearly drowning out the howls of the wind and wolves. In the next heartbeat, a short, anguished wail emerged from the darkness, a pair of green lights extinguished in response. Dick's movements were relentless. He drew another arrow, knocked it, and released. His actions flowed seamlessly, embodying a rhythm of cold efficiency. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows were unleashed in rapid succession, each twang of the bowstring accompanied by the mournful howl of a wolf and the snuffing out of another pair of green eyes. The speed was astonishing, seemingly guided by instinct rather than aim. Lola's initial terror had long since been eclipsed by the unfolding scene before her. She stood with her mouth slightly agape, her azure eyes fixed unwaveringly on the silver-haired youth beside her. He stood before the campfire, his figure tall and unwavering like a pine, his profile hardened by the firelight, his gaze focused and serene. Each shot was a harmonious blend of power and precision, exuding a paradoxical charm that was both intensely calm and fiercely violent. The howls of the wolf pack transformed swiftly from whimpers and menacing growls into panicked cries. As the remaining green light retreated in disarray, ultimately vanishing into the darkness, leaving only a few reluctant, distant howls and a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Dick slowly lowered his longbow, returning the remaining arrows to his quiver as if it were a trivial task. He turned his head and discovered Lola staring at him, the flickering flames of the campfire dancing in her clear eyes, revealing a newfound complexity and brilliance that had not been there before. Chapter 103. Riding the morning light pierced through the shadowy wolf forest, dispelling the chill of the night. The embers of the campfire still glowed faintly as Dick prepared to continue his northward journey. Lola, rubbing her eyes, sat up. Her light golden hair was somewhat disheveled, yet it accentuated her wild and charming demeanor. She watched Dick as he tightened the girth of the saddle, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Hey, silver-haired one, are we just leaving like this?" Without turning, Dick replied, "What else should we do? Stay to watch the sunrise? Have you forgotten something?" Lola stood, brushing the dust off her leather skirt, and approached him, her azure eyes sparkling with mischief. "What about me? How do you intend to accommodate me? My knight has fled in terror, and I drove my horse away yesterday. In retrospect, that was rather foolish. Surely, you cannot abandon me alone in this desolate wilderness?" Dick cast her a sidelong glance. "You can walk back to the terrifying fortress on your own." "Walk back?" Lola exaggeratedly gestured. "Look at this forest. It's rife with ravines, wild wolves, and beasts. As a delicate noble lady, you expect me to traverse this wolf-infested forest alone? Has the knightly spirit of House Castark been devoured by dogs?" Her arguments were sound, yet tinged with a hint of stubbornness. Noticing Dick's silence, Lola seized the moment. "You intend to return to the outer territories. Just south of House Castark lies the Black Castle, now under our terrifying fortress's jurisdiction." Observing his expression, she continued casually, "My father has always admired you. He mentioned that if you are willing, we can negotiate the governance of both the Black Castle and EC View as a gesture of friendship." She paused, her cheeks flushing slightly, lowering her voice, "Even as a bonus, a daughter of the Borton family to assist you in management." This was a straightforward invitation and a subtle hint of an alliance. Dick shot her a glare, but her eyes were so clear that he found it difficult to be angry. "Have you acquiesced?" Lola noted his lack of opposition, her face breaking into a triumphant smile. "Good, then it's settled. Off to the outer territories." The question returned to its origin. How to travel? Lola shrugged her shoulders. "I have no horse. Am I to walk on my 2 legs to the outer territories?" Her gaze darted toward Dick's warhorse, and suddenly, with a cunning smile, she deftly grasped the saddle, stepped into the stirrup, and mounted the horse, shifting closer to him. From her elevated position, she looked down at Dick, her azure eyes full of provocation. "What are you waiting for? Are you truly afraid to ride with me, the illustrious Dick Castark? Or are you concerned about losing control?" She intentionally puffed out her chest. Dick was momentarily taken aback by her audacious move, but soon felt a surge of provocation. He snorted, grabbing the saddle and swinging himself onto the horse, his chest nearly pressing against Lola's back, his arm wrapping around her as he took the reins, pulling her partially into his embrace. "Afraid?" His deep voice dripped with mockery, warm breath brushing against her ear, causing her to tense slightly in his embrace. Riding together, the one at a disadvantage is certainly not me. Stay in line. Do not play with fire. Yet, The corners of Lola's mouth betrayed an upward curve. She could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his body and the firmness of his muscles, combined with a blend of leather, cold iron, and male essence that quickened her heartbeat. Rather than behaving herself, she intentionally leaned back with the rhythm of the horse, each jolt drawing them closer together. Dick's face tightened as he struggled to ignore the soft sensation against his chest and the fragrant scent of her hair. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. He tightened his arms, steadied the reins, and commanded in a low voice, "Hold on tight." The war horse began to trot, the bumps intensifying. Lola gasped, instinctively leaning back, nearly embedding herself completely in Dick's embrace. She could even feel the powerful thudding of his heart against her back. A blush crept up her cheeks, yet her azure eyes sparkled with excitement and the thrill of cunning. Two figures, one silver and one gold, pressed close together, riding the same steed, traversing the gradually melting snow of the forest as they headed north. Silence enveloped them, not awkward but charged with tension and an undercurrent of ambiguity. After several days of travel, the silhouette of the Shadow Tower appeared on the horizon. This ruin had been revitalized, its rough yet sturdy wooden and stone structure rising from the ground, with arrow towers soaring high and a brand-new wolf-headed banner fluttering in the cold wind, proclaiming Winterfell's absolute dominion. As they approached the outpost, a familiar, boisterous voice resonated across the snowy expanse. "By the Seven Hells, look who it is! The mightiest knight of House Stark has returned." Dick reined in his horse, revealing a rare, genuine smile. His uncle, Tony Stark, strode out with familiar nonchalance, unkempt and bearded, his gaze sharp and teasing. "Uncle Tony!" Dick dismounted, his boots sinking into the snow. Tony laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder, but his attention quickly shifted to the horse, where Lola was gracefully sliding down, landing slightly unsteady as she steadied herself on Dick's arm. Tony's eyes lit up. He whistled and winked, jabbing Dick with his elbow while lowering his voice to a conspiratorial chuckle. "Well, look at you. You've picked up quite the fiery little wildcat. Where did you find her? This fair skin and golden hair. She can't be a girl from beyond the wall, can she?" Dick's face flushed with embarrassment, and he coughed awkwardly, casting a cautious glance at the wolf banners and soldiers surrounding them. He pulled his uncle closer, whispering through clenched teeth, "Keep it down. Do you want to draw everyone's attention? She is Lola Bolton." "Bolton?" Tony's teasing demeanor froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, "The Boltons of the Dreadfort? The people of the Flayed Man? How on earth did you get entangled with them?" "If Winterfell finds out." Tony wore a look of astonishment, as if his worldview had been shattered, unconsciously tugging at his disheveled beard. Dick responded with a profoundly complex look, one that conveyed a silent plea of its complicated. "Please do not ask further." Tony stared blankly for a moment, then gazed at Lola, who stood gracefully, the morning light illuminating her delicate profile and vibrant form, a striking contrast against the rugged surroundings. He turned to his extraordinarily powerful and stoic nephew, astonishment fading to reveal a blend of understanding and teasing intrigue in his expression. Suddenly, Tony chuckled again, nodding to himself and murmuring softly, "Well, that's just fine." The formidable, akin to the nocturnal allure of honeyed flames, invariably draw the most moths and the fairest butterflies, regardless of their kind. Understanding this, the elder wore an expression that suggested, "I have been there. I comprehend." He patted Dick on the shoulder. At that moment, Lola turned to Tony, offering him an impeccable courtesy. Her azure eyes sparkled with clarity, while a subtle, cunning smile graced her lips. "Good day, sir. I am Lola. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sir Dick fortuitously came to my aid during my moment of disorientation. She intentionally employed vague and harmless phrases. Tony responded with a chuckle, his gaze sweeping between the two like a spotlight, laden with meaning. "Now, to matters of substance." Tony reined in his jest and spoke earnestly. "Your father has instructed me to escort you. Your tenure as the king's attendant has concluded, and it is time for your family to bestow upon you the status of knight and the corresponding lands." He continued, "He has directed me to take you directly to Difficult Castle, as Stod's Point has been prepared. Henceforth, it shall be the foundation of your fiefdom." Hearing that the family domain remained intact, Dick felt a slight relief. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired about a pressing concern. "Uncle Tony, what transpired at Horned Fortress? How was Cassio rescued?" Tony's expression darkened instantly, and he spat in frustration. "Damn it, do not mention it. A sheer oversight. Horned Fortress has been occupied by the Celery's family for years. and there are always die-hard loyalists who have discerned the layout of the dungeons. They took advantage of a shift change during patrols to orchestrate the rescue of that lad. He took a breath, noticing Dick's furrowed brow, and quickly added, "But rest assured, the Celery's patriarch and his second son remain imprisoned in the deepest, darkest dungeon. They are as trapped as a bird without wings. Occasionally, we bring out their old comrades for exhibitions. Useful indeed." Tony surveyed the surroundings, his tone shifting to one of resolute assurance. "Do not worry. They cannot upheave anything." Chapter 104. Sprouting beyond the northern borders, under the banner of dark with white rays of the sun, a troop braved the wind and snow northward. Dick Karstark was en route to the territory that rightfully belonged to him, Difficult Castle. They traversed the gradually reviving forest of shadows beyond the borders, ultimately arriving at the pinnacle of Stodd's Point. Difficult Castle stood there, overlooking the Deepwater Harbor, once deemed the Cursed Land. It had been reconstructed by the ancestors of Karstark and was now claimed by the Celery's family, but it was about to welcome a new master. By the harbor, the venerable knight Cohen Park and his son James Park led nearly 100 spirited retainers, standing in orderly rows to respectfully greet Dick's arrival. Many of their faces bore expressions of excitement and reverence, aware of the triumphs achieved in the coastal stronghold. While outsiders may not know, the people within the Karstark domain were acutely aware of their lord's formidable prowess. At the forefront of the crowd stood the mute Yara and her brother Arno. Yara held the plump cat, Fat Bob, tightly in her arms, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she gazed at Dick, filled with dependence and delight. Dick's eyes swept across the youthful retainers, many of whose faces were strikingly familiar. These were the very youngsters he had summoned to assist during his tenure as the acting lord of Everwinter Castle, due to a lack of available hands. They were all sons of the knights of House Karstark. He initially believed that after his resignation, these individuals would manage the aftermath. However, to his astonishment, his father, Duke Carlin, decisively designated this group of young scouts who had undergone preliminary training and had developed a deep affection for him as his foundational support. Such is the unpredictability of fate, Dick could not help but twitch his lips. "Well, I must take my leave." Tony clapped Dick on the shoulder. "Your father and brother are making significant moves, with their primary target being Castle Casterly. Those noblemen from beyond the wall, emboldened by their isolation, dare to use the long-missing black-dressed Duke Jon Snow as an excuse to deny the legitimacy of the guardian of the North appointed by the king. It's time to awaken them. I must hurry to assist. You should manage your own territory well, keeping an eye on Black Castle and Eastwatch to the south. Although they appear quiet now, proximity demands caution." With that, Tony winked at Dick and Lola, mounted his horse, and swiftly departed with a contingent of Stark soldiers. Uncle Tony had gone to the front lines to provide support, yet Lola Bolton made herself at home in the castle, as if she were the rightful mistress. Standing atop the battlements, Dick surveyed his domain and port, assessing the situation. The conditions here were indeed favorable, with fertile land, abundant fishery resources, and immense trade potential. He muttered to himself, "The only threat arises from Black Castle and Eastwatch. Is this trivial matter truly worth your concern?" Lola's voice interrupted him, leaning against the wall. Her golden hair danced in the sea breeze. "My father intends to recruit you. Black Castle and Eastwatch, along with myself, could all be yours." Her words were both candid and enticing. Dick shook his head, his resolve unwavering. "I am the nephew of Queen Stark, a knight appointed by the king himself. House Casterly shall not betray Winterfell. Moreover, the Serwyn family are traitors to House Casterly, and the Serwyn family that occupies Castle Carhold has also aligned with you Boltons. We are destined." Lola scoffed. "Is it uncommon for adversaries to exist within the same faction? Have not the son of the king in the north and the chancellor been engaged in a deadly rivalry? Now that you are a lord, you ought to consider your own interests. Shall I then become like the Serwyns?" Dick retorted. Lola did not respond directly. Turning away, her expression deepened as if she were about to unveil a secret. "Do you know how the Bolton family fell and then rose again? Everyone remembers the Bastards' War, the defeat of Ramsay Bolton, and the near annihilation of House Bolton. But many are unaware that when Sansa Stark was still the Lady of Winterfell, she was forced into marriage with Ramsay Bolton during his dark reign over the north." Lola lowered her voice. "They bore a son, my ancestor, Robin Bolton. Sansa escaped and ultimately became queen. To regain control over the power of Winterfell and to withstand the pressures from the Vale's nobility, She acknowledged Robin Bolton's lineage and reinstated him as the Duke of Winterfell. Thus, the blood of House Stark flows through our very veins. The ancient royal blood of the North. Lola gazed intently at Dick. Look at Winterfell now. The king seizes his son's betrothed, while the prime minister clings to the mad king and suppresses the heir. What chaos and incompetence! How can such Starks lead the North? The strong consume the weak. This is the law of the world. Even the mighty Targaryens, with their dragons, are not exempt from the turmoil of blood and fire. Lola stepped closer, her tone laced with potent allure. Dick, you possess such power at this tender age. You are destined for greatness. Yet, it seems you fail to comprehend that this world venerates strength above all else, often beyond your choice. The powerful will never tolerate their subordinates wielding uncontrollable strength. If you pose a threat to them, you become dangerous. If you can significantly endanger them, you are exceedingly perilous. Dick, how can you possess immense power, yet lack the heart of a true warrior? Her words resonated with the brutal realism and cold logic characteristic of House Bolton. Days passed as Dick busied himself with surveying his lands, fortifying defenses, training new recruits, and contending with Lola's omnipresent figure and probing words. He supervised the practice of his attendants at dawn, inspected the port and tenants by afternoon, and reviewed documents by night, each day consumed by labor. Under his governance, Hardship Castle gradually regained order, and merchant ships began to appear in Deepwater Harbor. On a tranquil afternoon, a guard approached with news. My lord, Lady Kalia has arrived, accompanied by 2 maidens of the Falcon tribe. Dick stepped outside to greet his Aunt Kalia, her hawk-eyed visage still striking. Beside her stood 2 poised young women, his cousins, Aaron and Martha. Upon seeing Dick, their cheeks flushed, their eyes sparkling with admiration and shyness. Dick, Kalia began, her voice both gentle and resolute. The Stark family rises anew, no longer requiring my skills as a shapeshifter to fend off threats. I wish to avoid further entanglements. Her words carried deep significance. Your father is intent on unifying all the nobles beyond the wall. This is no longer a sanctuary. I plan to return Aaron and Martha to the Falcon tribe. They have awakened the Eagle Dream and must return to ancient traditions for their education. However, the journey traverses perilous territories. I wonder if you might spare the time to escort your unfortunate aunt and cousins? Dick nodded promptly. Of course, Aunt. It is my duty. Yet, his brow furrowed as he glanced southward, clearly troubled by the threats posed to Black Castle and Eastwatch in his absence. Suddenly, Lola Bolton chuckled lightly and stepped forward. Her emerald eyes sparkled as she cast a glance at Dick. Fear not as you head north. Leave the southern matters to me. It is time I return home. With me here, I assure you that neither Black Castle nor Eastwatch will send a single soldier to harass Hardship Castle. Her words brimmed with confidence, infused with the distinct pride characteristic of the misses of the Bolton family. Subsequently, she rose to her tiptoes, leaning close to Dick's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids, and her voice, a mere whisper audible only to the 2 of them, conveyed a tone both enticing and provocative. Do not worry, my knight. I shall safeguard our home. She paused, her hand gently resting on her flat abdomen, her azure eyes sparkling with bold anticipation as she uttered a secretive murmur meant solely for herself. In these days, a seed that belongs to you is taking root and blossoming here. Chapter 105. Near joy and distant woe, the morning mist enveloped the difficult fortress like a delicate veil. The biting winds at Stoddard's Corner remained sharp, yet had begun to carry a hint of gentleness. Dick Karstark stood outside the castle gates, his gaze not immediately directed at the departing guard, but rather, with a touch of resignation, he observed a small dispute unfolding before him. Lola Bolton, the 3rd daughter of the Duke of the terrifying fortress, was currently smiling mischievously as she attempted to wrest the plump fat cat raised by Dick from the arms of the mute Yara. Yara clutched the fat cat tightly, her face flushed with determination as she shook her head vigorously, silently protesting with an air of urgency. The fat cat seemed to sense the unease, squirming in her embrace and emitting faint whimpers. Don't be so stingy. Lola's voice rang clear as a bell, laced with a hint of feigned petulance. She looked up at the approaching Dick, playfully winking. Dick, shouldn't you present me with a parting gift? She continued, I find this large cat quite suitable. It is warm and adorable, just the companion I need to stave off boredom on my journey. Before Dick could respond, Lola swiftly snatched the fat cat from Yara's arms. her movements so quick that Yara was caught off guard. "Look how much it adores me," Lola proclaimed triumphantly as she held the fat cat, even though it appeared quite stiff in her grasp. She cast a glance at Yara, whose eyes were reddened and on the verge of tears, and a victorious smile curved her lips as her gaze meaningfully flickered towards Dick. Or is it that a certain nobleman is reluctant? Or perhaps a particularly special little maid feels the same? The jealousy and probing in her tone were unmistakable, as she clearly noted Dick's particular attentiveness towards the silent girl. Dick observed Lola's capricious demeanor, exuding an air of "I shall be willful, and what can you do about it?" He then turned his gaze to the helpless Yara, fully aware that this was merely a small act of defiance from a young lady before her departure, or perhaps a certain declaration. "Rest assured, I will take good care of it." Lola was well aware that Dick would not publicly confront her over a mere pet. A radiant smile blossomed on Lola's face, as if she had achieved a significant victory. Content, she clutched the still struggling fat cat and turned toward the carriage. Just before boarding, she deliberately glanced back, waving the fat cat's furry paw in the direction of Dick and Yara before she finally entered the carriage. Dick watched as the guards escorted the carriage away, until the convoy transformed into a mere speck on the horizon. At the foot of the stone steps, the aged knight Cohen Park stood resolutely in his heavy cloak, seemingly unfazed by the earlier spectacle. Though his hair had turned frosty white at the temples, his posture remained unwavering. After concluding his official duties with the old knight, Dick approached the castle's side entrance. The mute Yara stood in place, her eyes slightly reddened, her hands empty, gazing vacantly in the direction where the convoy had vanished. Noticing her lingering sorrow, Dick gestured soothingly, assuring her to take care of the castle and herself. "In just a few cycles of sunrise and sunset, I shall return, and I promise to bring back Fipo." Yara lifted her head to meet his gaze, nodding vigorously, then gestured back, conveying the sentiments of safety and waiting. Dick understood her message. A faint smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of joy. He gestured back. "I promise you." Soon, the gates of the formidable castle swung open once more. Dick Karstark led the charge, donned in a deep gray, fur-trimmed uniform. Behind him followed 20 elite attendants, each mounted on hardy northern steeds, fully equipped and exuding a silent ferocity. In the midst of the procession rode Dick's aunt, Korea, along with her two nieces, Erin and Martha. They were wrapped in warm cloaks, their beautiful faces peeking out from beneath their hoods. Several burly guards from the Falcon tribe flanked them. As the hoofbeats struck the thawing frozen ground, the convoy steadily journeyed northward. Viewed from above, this line of men and horses resembled a dark ink stroke on the expansive canvas where snowfields met limestone, resolutely advancing towards the colder north. The land traversed by this ink line was no longer the desolate wasteland it had been mere months prior. Korea rode alongside Dick, her keen eyes scanning the roadside. Initially driven by habitual vigilance, her attention was soon captivated by the sights along the way, revealing her astonishment. The ruins of estates once ravaged by war and pillage now appeared transformed. Numerous new wooden structures had risen, replacing the charred remnants. Artisans and villagers busied themselves like industrious ants, transporting timber and erecting stone walls. The rhythmic sounds of heavy hammers and saws echoed through the crisp air, replacing the former silence. In the distance, wisps of smoke, emblematic of stability and vitality, curled up from the chimneys of several completed dwellings. The road itself had undergone a metamorphosis. The once muddy pits and scattered stones had been cleared and leveled. Although it could not be deemed a wide thoroughfare, it was at least passable for carriages. Some critical sections had even been simply paved with gravel, a clear indication of significant effort. Most striking were the cultivated fields flanking the road. Vast expanses had been meticulously cleared, the black ash from burning and the rich brown soil intertwining to outline neat furrows. The melting snow had nourished the earth, rendering it fertile and brimming with promise. Faint figures could be seen in the fields, early risers busily inspecting the land, making final preparations for sowing. On the distant slopes, one can even glimpse the newly planted saplings, intended to serve as windbreaks and soil stabilizers. Though tender, they stand resiliently. The speed of recovery here far exceeds my expectations, Dick. Korea's voice, tinged with awe, dispelled the coldness of the group. I have heard that Stodd's Corner is the birthplace of the treacherous Sellers family, which has been repeatedly purged nearly reduced to a desolate wasteland. How you have managed to restore vitality in such a short span is remarkable. She turned her gaze to her nephew, who was intently focused on the road ahead, his profile marked by strong lines, with little trace of youthful innocence remaining. His eyes mirrored the reviving land, deep and serene. Your father and your brother Roger. They wielded flames to exact vengeance. Yet you, Korea's words carried a hint of complexity, seemed to comprehend how to bestow greater value upon that which the sword protects. You have breathed life into your domain. Dick's gaze returned from the distance. I merely provided them with order, tools, and the hope for survival. The seeds and iron farming implements exchanged for grain from Deerhorn Fortress and Winterfell are far more effective in stabilizing hearts than swords. By recruiting the displaced, distributing land, and promising tax reductions for the initial 3 years, I enable them to muster the strength to rebuild their homes. Repairing the roads allows merchant caravans to bring in essential supplies, facilitating the export of the territory's produce. Furthermore, Dick pointed towards the newly visible watchtower in the distance. Resuming patrols and eradicating sporadic banditry ensures they can sleep soundly. Korea chuckled softly. This demands immense energy and time. I have even heard that you have ventured less into your beloved haunts. This is not like the old you. She was aware of her nephew's extraordinary enthusiasm for deep forest hunting. The cold wind stirred a few silver strands of hair on Dick's forehead. With the territory newly established and much to be done, every moment is precious. The forest remains. It will not vanish. However, missing the planting season means many will endure hunger once more. Korea gazed deeply at Dick, her words tinged with concern. Your father, Carlin, is now the Duke beyond the wall, a guardian of the frontier. His status has changed, and he has become increasingly formidable and inscrutable, making him difficult to approach. Roger, too, resembles your father more and more, his actions growing increasingly decisive and ruthless. She sighed softly. Yet you, Dick, seem unchanged, still someone whom others wish to draw near. But Korea shook her head, self-reflecting. No, you have changed significantly. Your current strength is almost superhuman. Power transforms a person, Dick. Much like titles and authority have altered your father, rendering him unfamiliar to me. I recall that silver-haired boy who climbed the high tower of Everwinter alone, in pursuit of the tales of shapeshifters, as if it were but yesterday. Korea fell silent, gazing ahead at the endless plains and distant mountains, her expression drifting into contemplation. She seemed to truly see the figure of a silver-haired youth, persistent and curious, from many years ago, gradually overlapping with that of the composed and formidable young lord before her, only to slowly separate once more. Chapter 106. The grand gathering. The procession delved deeper into the desolate expanse beyond the border, where the landscape appeared primal and boundless. The sky loomed high and distant, a stark, pure cerulean. An endless expanse of snow blanketed the undulating hills and frozen marshes, resembling a solidified white ocean. The black rock mountains rose like the spine of a colossal beast, piercing through the snow cover and extending to the horizon. Amidst this vast scenery, other moving dark figures gradually came into view. At first, there were a few riders clad in thick animal skins, armed with bows and arrows, surveying Dick's party from afar. Their gazes were sharp as eagles. Upon confirming there was no threat, they nodded in acknowledgement or turned away. As they advanced, such groups multiplied, some herding long-haired yaks laden with goods, while others comprised elite warriors, all largely heading in the same direction. Dick's Aunt Kalia reined in her horse and pointed towards a distant banner that flapped in the wind, adorned with the fierce totem of fangs. She said to Dick, "Look, the mark of the Fong tribe. We need not traverse the entire wasteland to return to the Falcon Gorge. Just take us to the Fong tribe." Dick cast a questioning glance. Kalia explained, "There is a tradition in the wasteland." The cold wind lifted her cloak's hood, revealing her sharply defined profile. Every few years, the major tribes gather. The priests communicate with the ancient gods, selecting a time and place to hold a grand assembly. Ostensibly, it is to determine the great chieftain who will lead all tribes. At this moment, Ellen, standing behind Kalia, could not resist interjecting. Her voice, tinged with familiarity and jest regarding the unspoken rules of the gathering, chimed in name only is it for selecting the great chieftain. In reality, no one can truly be chosen. Martha nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the rules are too fearsome." Kalia smiled slightly and took the floor again. Ellen speaks the truth. To aspire to be the great chieftain, one must stand alone in the arena and accept the sacred challenge of the Magpie. However, this challenge imposes no limits on the number of participants or the duration. Even those who have previously lost, provided they possess the courage, may enter the arena to challenge the one standing there. Ellen eagerly supplemented, gesturing animatedly. Imagine this. Even if you defeat 10, 20 of the strongest warriors, as long as you remain standing, there could still be a 100th challenger who believes they are in good form and wishes to step up. This is not an election. It is an endless battle until only one remains upright. No one has ever truly managed to last until the end, earning the respect and submission of all tribes. Therefore, Kalia concluded, this grand gathering has long since transformed into a stage for the youth of the tribes to showcase their valor and make a name for themselves, evolving into a vital occasion for inter-tribal communication, trade, and the resolution of grievances. This time, the priests have chosen the location of the event to be the Fong tribe. Our Falcon tribe will also participate. Kalia's gaze swept across the desolate plain, seemingly recalling distant memories, and her tone softened. Your father, Kalen, shone brightly at such a gathering in his youth. He triumphed over 9 warriors, his fierce determination and strength astonishing all, earning the admiration of the most beautiful eagle of the Falcon tribe. She smiled. That would be your mother, Helena. Dick's mind conjured the tender yet resilient visage of his mother, juxtaposed with the imposing, stern countenance of his father. It was challenging to associate both figures with the romantic legends that surged passionately across this barren landscape. As they conversed, a rapid and orderly sound of hooves approached from behind. A company of approximately 90 riders galloped forth from a snow slope, skilled in horsemanship, clad in leather armor, and armed with longbows and throwing spears. At the forefront was a robust, middle-aged man with sharp eyes. Dick recognized him as an old acquaintance, Austin. Upon noticing the Stark family emblem on Dick's banner and his silver hair, Austin's face immediately transformed into one of respect. He gestured for the company to slow down and approached with a hand over his heart, bowing, "Young master, what a surprise to encounter you here." He was the chieftain of the hunting tribe, having already pledged allegiance to his father, Kalen. Austin appeared quite pleased. Are you headed to the Fong tribe for the gathering? Perfectly. My companion Eli and I are also en route. Please allow us to accompany you. Dick nodded. Of course, let us travel together. Thus, the two parties merged, their numbers swelling to over 100. Their momentum intensified as they continued towards the Fong tribe. The closer they drew to their destination, the more frequent the encounters with other groups became. As the sunset painted the snowfield in golden red hues, they finally reached their destination. The camp of the Fong tribe sprawled across a vast, sheltered valley, impressively large. Countless tents dotted the snow like mushrooms, with a massive stone circle and bonfire at the center. Towering totem poles adorned with carvings of beasts and deities stood sentinel. The air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, the sharp tang of mare's milk liquor, and the distinctive bustle of a gathering crowd. Everywhere, one could see tall tribesmen draped in furs and adorned with bone and tusk ornaments, their voices booming, their fierce gazes unabashedly scrutinizing the newcomers. The presence of sturdy yaks and neighing warhorses underscored the tribe's might and martial spirit. Just as Dick and the others reined in their horses, searching for the Falcon tribe's banner, a voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing the clamor of the camp. Oh, let me see who has arrived. Is that not my remarkable, formidable, and handsome nephew? The crowd parted, revealing a tall man striding forward with open arms. His face was adorned with a bushy beard, his hair wild, clad in a splendid fur coat, yet open at the front to reveal a muscular, hairy chest. Around his neck hung a large string of beast tusks and bronze medallions, clinking as he ran. It was indeed Dick's long unseen uncle, Damon. He rushed towards Dick's horse, nearly dancing with joy, his radiant smile almost blinding and his voice loud enough to unsettle the nearby horses. By the old gods, Kalia, my dear sister, have you finally coaxed Dick back to the tribe? Ha! Dick, I have heard of your achievements by the trembling sea. Look closely, you pups of the Fong tribe. The weaklings of other tribes. A true warrior has arrived. Completely disregarding that Dick was still mounted, Damon extended his large hand, akin to a fan, and vigorously slapped Dick's calf. Fortunately, Dick's robust physique saved him. Another might have fractured a bone. Daemon exclaimed with excitement. Get down. Come down, so I can have a proper look. Oh, what a presence. What muscles. TSK, my nephew is indeed remarkable. He carries the noblest blood of our Hawk tribe. Suddenly, he turned to the curious and challenging tribal warriors drawn by his booming voice, thumb pointing at Dick. His voice rising another octave. Remember this well? This is my nephew, Dick Castark. Your so-called first warriors of the tribe are mere lambs before him. As he boasted, he surveyed the surroundings with pride, as if Dick's glory was entirely his cultivation. Then he pivoted back, eagerly nearly pulling Dick down from his mount. Hurry, come with me. The finest tent, the strongest drink, the most succulent roast. I have prepared all for you. This journey must have been arduous, right? Fear not, with your uncle. It will feel just like home. Daemon wrapped his arm around Dick's shoulders, almost dragging him deeper into the camp, while calling out to Kalia, Hurin, and Martha to catch up. Hurry along. Ha ha. Tonight we shall celebrate in style. Let the other tribes hear what formidable allies have joined our Hawk tribe. Daemon's boisterous welcome, imbued with his unique flair, created ripples like a stone cast into a lake at the entrance of the Fong tribe camp, attracting countless gazes. Under the captivity of his uncle, Dick could only smile helplessly as he stepped into this gathering place filled with the wild and restless spirit of the tribe amidst the clamor and commotion. Chapter 107. Silverhair what? The Lord of the Difficult Fortress? Daemon, Dick Castark's uncle, felt his exhilaration extinguish instantly as if swept by the frigid winds of a harsh winter. Upon learning that Dick had not been coaxed by Kalia to join the Hawk tribe, but had instead become the lord of the difficult fortress at Stod's Corner, this visit was merely to escort his aunt and cousins, and he would soon return to his own territory. Daemon's face, once flushed with excitement, fell in an instant. You're not here to join our Hawk tribe? Dick nodded affirmatively. Daemon murmured to himself, I thought. He sighed heavily, his face etched with profound disappointment and despair, as if a rare treasure within his grasp had suddenly slipped away. Yet, he was Daemon. His despondency lasted but a fleeting moment. He abruptly lifted his head, his large hand once again seizing Dick's arm, his tone imbued with an earnestness that brooked no refusal. No, you cannot leave, just yet. You have yet to meet your grandfather. Daemon invoked the name of the old chief, Kasimodo. Your father will arrive at the Tusk tribe in a few days. If he learns that his beloved grandson came and left without even a glimpse, he would surely peck me to death with his ancient falcon's beak. Dick, you must stay, at least until you have met your grandfather. Realizing he had never encountered this blood relative, Dick felt compelled, both emotionally and rationally, to pay his respects. He pondered briefly before replying, I shall await my grandfather's arrival and see him before returning to Hard Fortress. Instantly, Daemon sprang back to life, his eyes darting with excitement. Fear not. Uncle shall ensure you are anything but bored these coming days. This gathering promises to be most exhilarating. In the days that followed, Dick remained in the vast and boisterous encampment of the Tusk tribe. Rather than confining himself to the tents of the Falcon tribe, he wandered among the gathering areas of various tribes, observing and engaging in conversation with relatively friendly tribespeople. Through these observations and dialogues, Dick gained a deeper understanding of the power dynamics within the vast wilderness. Presently, the plains were gradually coalescing into a triad of the most formidable tribes, with smaller factions aligning themselves accordingly. Dominating the central region of the plains, blessed with the finest hunting grounds, was the host of this gathering, the Tusk tribe, with a large population and valiant warriors. It was said that as many as 5,000 brave souls could mount their steeds to engage in battle, making them the most powerful force at present. Their emblem was the fierce boar Tusk totem, and their warriors were renowned for their fearless valor. To the northwest lay the White Bear tribe, relying on their harsh environment and robust physiques, boasting approximately 3,000 warriors. Second in strength only to the Tusk tribe, their totem was the White Ice Bear, with their warriors generally tall and imposing. Meanwhile, in the far northeastern corner of the plains resided Dick's mother's tribe, the Falcon tribe. Although they fielded a smaller number of warriors, around 2,000, they stood resilient due to their advantageous terrain and unique legacy of the shapeshifters. Upon mentioning the shapeshifters, Dick learned that all three of these major tribes possessed an ancient lineage of this unique ability. The Falcon tribe was exemplary, as his aunt Kalia was a powerful shapeshifter bonded with the spirit of the eagle. The shapeshifter of the White Bear tribe was bonded with a fierce white giant bear. whose strength and defense were formidable, rendering it a veritable moving fortress on the battlefield. In contrast, the shapeshifter of the Tusk tribe was often underestimated, being bonded with a massive wild boar of the plains. This beast is by no means a docile domestic pig. Its tough hide and dense flesh make it akin to a war chariot in its charge, and its formidable tusks can effortlessly pierce through leather armor and even rend the belly of a horse, exhibiting a ferocity that rivals that of bears and tigers. A formidable new contingent has arrived, bearing the banner of the White Bear Totem. The people of the White Bear tribe have come. Shortly thereafter, a towering and robust young chieftain, draped in a heavy cloak, accompanied by several equally formidable guards, made his way directly to the encampment of the Falcon tribe. The visitor is none other than Craft White Bear, the young chieftain of the White Bear tribe. Craft's gaze swept over the crowd before finally settling on Dick's conspicuous silver hair, and he asked in a gruff voice, "Are you a member of the Castak family? The brother of that runaway bride?" Dick stepped forward with a calm demeanor. "I am Dick Castak." He was prepared for a confrontation. To his surprise, Craft did not display any anger. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. The old chieftain's decisions are his own. Perhaps the failed union was the will of the old gods. Craft scrutinized Dick's handsome visage and striking silver hair, and suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing his stark white teeth. Indeed, silver hair is quite remarkable. The Castak family carries the bloodline of our vast plains. That is true. You are not without merit. I can only surmise your sister must be quite beautiful. What a pity. With that, he ceased his words, nodded at Dick, and turned to leave with his entourage, leaving the members of the Falcon tribe exchanging bewildered glances. This action displayed a certain gravitas and elusiveness befitting a chieftain of a great tribe. Dick watched his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of curiosity toward the White Bear chieftain, which led to an even greater question. He had noticed that among the Falcons, White Bears, and the Tusk tribe, the presence of silver-haired individuals, while not universal, was markedly higher than in the South. Even his own silver hair was inherited from his mother, Helena, of the Falcon bloodline. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned to his Uncle Damon and inquired, "Uncle, why does it seem that there are quite a number of silver-haired people among the great tribes of the plains? I recall that such hair color is quite rare in the South, except for those legendary Targaryens who ride dragons. Am I right?" Damon chuckled. "Interestingly enough, this does have a connection to the dragon-riding Targaryens." He glanced around, leading Dick to a more secluded area, and spoke in a hushed tone. "In the past, some warriors from the north followed that night's watch commander, Jon Snow, and witnessed the power of dragons firsthand. It was truly cataclysmic. Some of them returned to the north and brought the tales back with them. We, the people of the plains, are not like the southern nobles, who speak in convoluted ways. We revere the most direct form of power." Damon's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. The power of dragons represented the ultimate strength. Silver hair, violet eyes, the ability to command dragons, possessing Targaryen blood, in the eyes of many, signified a potential for wielding such power and eligibility, even if it was merely a distant hope. Thus, from that point onward, a trend began to flourish across the plains, embracing the beauty of silver hair. There has been an unwavering desire to infuse the clan's lineage with a trace of the so-called dragon blood. Although it was later revealed to be nothing more than fanciful dreams, those possessing the silver-haired trait became exceedingly sought after. Over the years, the number of individuals with silver bloodlines in several prominent tribes naturally surpassed that of other regions. Damon patted Dick's arm, his tone brimming with pride. "Your mother was the most dazzling silver eagle in the tribe, with suitors lining up from the Falconess Gorge to the Frostbite Teeth." Realization dawned upon Dick as he uncovered this intriguing historical connection. With the conversation veering towards tales from beyond the borders, he seized the opportunity to voice a long-held question. "I read in some southern texts that giants and mammoths once roamed the lands beyond. Why have I never encountered them? Do they truly exist?" "Ha ha ha. My dear grandson, giants and mammoths?" Your inquiry is reminiscent of an inquisitive little eaglet. A resonant, aged voice echoed from behind. Turning around, Dick beheld an elder striding forth, flanked by a throng of warriors. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet his complexion remained rosy, his stature still imposing, and his gaze sharp, all while he smiled warmly at Dick. It was none other than his grandfather, the chief of the Falcon tribe, Quasimodo the Falcon. Quasimodo approached Dick, delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder, the weight of which momentarily startled Dick. Who can say what the old tales truly hold? He began, waving his hand dismissively, only to shift his tone, a flicker of mystery dancing in his eyes as he lowered his voice. I've never seen them myself. Yet, in the ancient legends of the icebound shores west of the frostbite teeth, some claim to have glimpsed towering figures through the dense fog and heard thunderous roars. There are even more outlandish tales of a land of eternal winter, untraversable by any, where a slumbering ice dragon lies. He clapped Dick on the back, his laughter resounding heartily. Who knows? Perhaps only the old gods hold those secrets. Kasimoto's laughter echoed through the bustling camp, imbued with the unique boldness and depth of experience characteristic of the elders from beyond the borders. Chapter 108. Returned to the territory after spending several days at the camp in the heart of the plains, Dick Cashstack finally encountered his grandfather, Kasimoto the Falcon. This brief sojourn allowed him to feel the rugged pulse of tribal life, yet his heart remained tethered to his domain and responsibilities. Thus, he bid farewell to his kin, preparing to embark on his journey home. Accompanied by his retinue, Dick traversed the raucous camp of the Tusk tribe. The air was thick with the mingling aromas of charred meat, the pungent scent of horse sweat, and the restlessness of the crowd. As they neared the edge of the encampment, a deliberately heightened mockery and raucous laughter drew his attention. The source of the commotion was a rough-hewn circle of stones, designated for the Macbeth duel. Layers of onlookers surrounded the arena. Within the circle, Eli, the son of the chief of the hunting tribe, stood with his face flushed and fists clenched, glaring fiercely at a larger warrior from the Tusk tribe. His father, Austin, stood outside the circle, his countenance ashen. Yet bound by the traditions and rules of the tribes, he could not directly intervene in the young men's contest. Look who it is, sneered a fanged warrior. His scarred face twisted in derision as he crudely gestured with his thumb towards Eli. Isn't that the little hound of the hunting tribe? What brings you and your father, who has pledged allegiance to the southern nobles, out from your warm doghouse to our arena of true warriors? Another fanged warrior spat, his voice booming. Hunting? What do you hunt? The bones thrown by the southerners? You wear collars around your necks and have long forgotten how to run and hunt across the snowfields. To call you hounds is an elevation. Begone, little pup. There were more jeers. This Macbeth arena was a stage for those of free blood, for the true children of the wilderness, not a place prepared for livestock that kneel and lick boots. Each remark struck Eli and all the warriors of the hunting tribe like lashes from a whip. The sting of humiliation seared through them. Eli, youthful and impassioned, could no longer endure the taunts. He let out a furious howl, akin to an enraged young wolf. He lunged into the arena, targeting the first fanged warrior who had spoken, Samuel Fanged. This man was the son of Lars Fanged, the old chieftain. For honor, Ili Bilovith. However, courage could not compensate for the stark disparity in strength and skill. Samuel, a more seasoned and robust warrior, easily evaded Eli's wrathful charge. He did not even exert himself fully, as if toying with Eli, blocking his strikes with powerful arms and deftly tripping him. Eli lost his balance and stumbled forward. Samuel, instead of seizing the opportunity to attack, forcefully shoved him from behind, sending him sprawling in the muddy snow, resembling a clumsy doll tumbling down. Laughter erupted louder. Samuel placed a foot upon Eli's back as he struggled to rise, pushing him back into the mire. Eli lifted his head, his gaze inadvertently crossing the crowd to meet Dick Cashstack, who had halted, his expression inscrutable as he observed the scene. A more malevolent grin crept across Samuel's face as he raised his voice, ensuring that all present, particularly Dick, could hear his words clearly. Look, the Duke of Carlin's loyal hound, indeed only worthy of lying in the dirt. Your master is watching over there, little pup, and your performance surely brings great honor to your southern lord. Is this the sort of creature the Cashstack family raises? Dick's brow furrowed slightly. He had no intention of engaging in the affairs of this wild tribal gathering, yet the insults were directly aimed at his family and his father. The hunting tribe, recognizing his father, Carlin, as their master and shaming them was an affront to the Cashstack name. Seeing that Dick did not respond immediately, Samuel assumed he was intimidated and grew bolder in his tone. Hey, you silver-haired lad, Dick Cashstack, I have heard that you possess the blood of the wilderness coursing through your veins. It appears that the feeble southern lineage has prevailed, rendering you timid. Merely observing your dog being beaten like a coward. In this arena, do you not possess the courage to step forth? At that moment, Dick heard a familiar booming voice. His uncle, Damon, had somehow pushed his way to the front of the crowd, excitedly waving his fists at him. "Dick, my dear nephew, show them what you are made of. Let them witness the might of the Falcon bloodline." Not far away, his grandfather, Quasando, silently stood amidst several tribal elders, his sharp hawk-like gaze fixed upon him. Although he did not speak, the slight nod of his head conveyed a sense of approval and anticipation. Dick inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air. He knew there was no turning back. He unsheathed his sword, handing it to a companion nearby, and began to remove his armor piece by piece. The chainmail, breastplate, and arm guards clattered to the ground, producing a dull thud. Soon he shed his shirt, revealing a robust and well-defined torso. Although not as exaggeratedly muscular as some of the tribal warriors around him, each muscle held incredible strength. The cold air met his skin, causing his blood to warm slightly. He stepped into the stone circle. Seeing Dick finally enter, Samuel grinned, finally removing his foot from Eli's back. Illy, shame, was assisted down by his companions. "You have some courage, Castark," Samuel remarked, cracking his thick neck with a sound. "Let me see what your Duke father has bestowed upon you." His words trailed off abruptly as Dick sprang into action. Without any warning, he moved with such speed that he appeared only as a blur. The crowd barely registered the motion before Dick was upon Samuel. Samuel reacted swiftly, unleashing a roar as he swung his massive fist, resembling a bowl, towards Dick's face. The force behind the blow was enough to fell a stout stag. Dick did not evade. He did not even attempt to block. Instead, with a simple yet decisive motion, he extended his right hand, palm open. A resounding thud echoed as Samuel's formidable punch was effortlessly caught in Dick's single hand, halted midair. At the point of contact, a subtle ripple of energy seemed to pulse. The cruel grin on Samuel's face faltered, replaced by shock and disbelief. He attempted to retract his fist, but found Dick's grip as unyielding as iron. With a cold glint in his eyes, Dick tightened his fingers fiercely. A sickening crack resounded. Samuel let out a piercing scream, agony coursing through his crushed knuckles. Yet this was not the end. Dick, maintaining his grip, yanked Samuel towards him with tremendous force, sending the larger man sprawling forward, utterly off balance. Meanwhile, Dick's left leg swung up like a battle axe, delivering a rapid knee strike that landed squarely in Samuel's unprotected abdomen. Ugh! Samuel's eyes bulged in an instant, all sound being forced back into his throat as the acidic mixture of stomach contents erupted uncontrollably. His massive body curled up like a boiled shrimp lifting off the ground. Dick released his grip, and Samuel was propelled nearly 10 feet away, crashing down like a heavy, tattered sack, rolling a few times before becoming motionless, his body twitching involuntarily. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, broken only by the howling wind. From the moment Dick entered until Samuel's dismal defeat, the entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye. Too swift, too powerful. Dick gradually retracted his leg, casting a cold glance at the unconscious Samuel before turning to leave the stone circle. However, a towering warrior from the Fong tribe, his body adorned with rippling muscles and his face painted in menacing war paint, roared as he leaped into the arena, blocking Dick's path. "Halt! Castark! The Macbee challenge is not yet over." Dick's steps faltered. Suddenly, he recalled the laughter of his Aunt Kalia and his cousins along the way. Once the Macbee commenced, one must endure an endless series of battles until no one dared to challenge further or until one succumbed. He surveyed the surroundings and saw countless ignited gazes filled with awe, defiance, and the spirit of combat. Chapter 109. Conquest. The cold wind swept through the stone circle at the heart of the Fong tribe camp, stirring up fine snow dust, yet failing to disperse the palpable fervor and hostility that hung thick in the air. Dick Castark stood in the arena, his silver hair damp with sweat, clinging to his sharply defined forehead. His bare torso exuded white steam, reminiscent of a hot spring in an eternal winter, with fresh claw marks and bruises adorning his robust muscles like savage war tattoos. Lying scattered around the perimeter were dozens of warriors from various tribes, their groans of agony serving as the most direct accompaniment to the Macbee event. With a swift and decisive shoulder throw, Dick slammed a tenacious warrior from the Ice Flow tribe into the muddy snow. The opponent struggled briefly, but ultimately failed to rise. A brief silence enveloped the onlookers. leaving only the sound of the wind and heavy breathing, both Dick's and everyone else's. This silence was not born of fear, but rather a momentary speechlessness in the wake of overwhelming power. From Samuel of the Fong tribe to the agile warrior of the Black Raven tribe, then to the wrestler from the Giant Rock tribe and the berserker of the Bonebreaker tribe, followed by the predator of the Tundra Wolf tribe. One by one, the young heroes from the vast plains leaped into the stone circle, showcasing the proud fighting techniques of their respective tribes. Without exception, the silver-haired youth swiftly crushed his opponents with attacks that were succinct, violent, and astoundingly precise. Dick moved with an energy that seemed tireless, his actions devoid of any delay, his strength showing no sign of waning. Each strike resonated with a dull thud or the heavy sound of bodies crashing to the ground. This was not merely a contest. It was a grand exhibition of personal might, a stark interpretation of the ancient law of the wasteland. Power is truth. The ranks of the Falcon tribe were already in a frenzy. Dick's uncle, Daemon, shouted hoarsely, his face flushed as he waved his fists, seemingly eager to join the fray on behalf of his nephew, despite knowing he would likely last only a few rounds. Yes, let these fellows experience the true strength. The blood of the Falcon never shies from a challenge. The young members of the Falcon tribe surrounding Daemon were equally fervent, each of Dick's victories filling them with pride, their cheers never ceasing. Dick's grandfather, Kwasimdo, maintained the dignity of a chief, yet the slight lift of his chin and the unmistakable fervor in his gaze spoke volumes. He did not even attempt to quell Daemon's exuberant shouting, as if it were a manifestation of his own inner emotions. Conversely, the atmosphere among the Fong tribe was frigid. Lars Fong wore a grim expression, gripping the hilt of his bone knife tightly. His trusted companions exchanged glances, muttering curses in hushed tones, yet within those curses lay an undeniable flicker of fear towards the monster in the arena. Kraft the White Bear, along with his warriors, maintained an almost frozen silence, resembling silent giants on the snowy plains, observing coldly. Kraft's gaze was fixed on Dick, assessing each exertion and evasion with intensity. Shock and gravity replaced any initial condescension, yet his resolute face betrayed no inclination, only profound contemplation. He had once been bound in a marriage pact with the Kastak family, which fell apart when the bride fled, leaving him with a complex perception of this Kastak scion. Just as the onlookers believed the challenges would momentarily cease, an exceedingly robust, almost corpulent figure pushed through the crowd, stumbling into the stone circle. This individual was tall and broad, resembling a moving mountain of flesh, with a bushy beard nearly obscuring half of his face, and greasy hair haphazardly tied at the back. He wore a filthy leather coat, open at the front, exposing his furry, ample chest. Most unsettling were his small eyes, which fixated on Dick's bare torso and handsome visage, glimmering with an unusual fervor. His thick lips parted in a grotesque grin, a droplet of glistening saliva escaping. He emitted a chilling, guttural chuckle, his voice coarse, beautiful, strong, and beautiful. The newcomer was Gorm of the Rock Shatter tribe, notorious in the wasteland for his immense strength and even stranger proclivities. Dick furrowed his brow, not out of vigilance, but from a visceral revulsion. The gaze felt as if something viscous and slimy had crawled over his skin. Little beauty, let Gorm hug you. Just a hug, and you'll understand my goodness. Gorm rubbed his large hands together, saliva flowing freely, and with earth-shaking steps, he opened his arms to pounce, his posture resembling not a duel, but a nauseating entanglement. The onlookers erupted into a stifled laughter mixed with a few disdainful hisses. Dick's gaze turned icy. In the instant that the corpulent figure was about to descend upon him, he moved, not retreating, but swiftly gliding to the left, narrowly evading the repulsive embrace. Gorm stumbled forward, turning around just in time to see Dick's figure closing in. Dick was reluctant even to lay a hand upon him. At the moment they crossed paths, he sank his weight low, his right leg shooting out like a steel whip, executing a rapid and fierce sweeping kick that landed precisely on Gorm's hefty right ankle. A horrid scream escaped Gorm, transforming his discomforting grin into a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. His massive body lost support and collapsed with a thunderous crash, akin to a mountain of flesh crashing onto the frozen earth, splattering a mixture of mud and snow. The entire sequence transpired in a dizzying blur. Dick scarcely cast him a glance. He retracted his leg, maintaining a composed demeanor, as though that formidable kick capable of cleaving a giant tree was merely a casual flourish. The arena fell into an eerie silence once more, only to erupt into a crescendo of applause more fervent than any prior, a blend of astonishment, laughter, and utter admiration. This dramatic tableau, executed with such decisive efficiency, alongside the unabashed disdain, strangely ignited a fire within the hearts of all the young members of the neutral tribes. Great Chief Austin, the chief of the hunting tribe, nearly leaped in his excitement, his voice hoarse yet filled with unparalleled exhilaration. Great Chief. The voices of Eli and all the hunting warriors coalesced into a torrent of fervor. Daemon from the Falcon tribe paused for a moment before erupting into even greater laughter and cheers. Well done, my nephew, Great Chief. The youth of the tribes echoed in hoarse agreement. Leo from the Blackstone tribe summoned every ounce of his strength to shout, Great Chief. Subsequently, those who had previously been defeated by Dick from the Giant Rock tribe, Bone Split tribe, Ice Flow tribe, Thunderwolf tribe, and even some from the Fong tribe were entirely captivated by this strength, this momentum, this dramatic victory. They were left with nothing but pure admiration for the strong. Raising their arms in unison, the roar swelled like a rolling snowball, ultimately merging into a deafening chorus that swept across the arena. Great Chief. Great Chief. Dick Castak. Great Chief. The tumultuous sound reverberated, shaking the camp, as if even the distant snow-capped mountains were responding to the cry. Countless arms rose like a forest, pointing towards the figure at the center of the stone circle. Dick stood there, breathing heavily, sweat mingling with melting snow cascading down his sculpted physique. The intensity of this wheel battle was truly overwhelming. Amidst the almost earth-shattering fervor of cheers, two areas of silence were particularly striking. The White Bear tribe remained uncharacteristically quiet. Chief Craft of the White Bear gazed deeply at Dick, who was being hailed by the masses, his expression a complex enigma. He and the robust warriors behind him resembled rocks amidst a raging torrent, their silence a testament to their measured observation and contemplation. In stark contrast, the Fong tribe was enveloped in an unbearable stillness. Chief Lars of the Fong tribe wore a countenance as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. The deafening cheers for the great chief surged like a tsunami, almost toppling the bonfire and uprooting tents within the Fong tribe's camp. This cacophony was a pure tribute to strength, yet it pierced the heart of the elderly Chief Lars like red-hot needles. His complexion shifted from a deep purple-black to an almost dark plum, his emaciated frame trembling slightly with rage. He gazed at the silver-haired youth in the center of the stone circle, the second son of the Stark family. This half-hearted southern noble had, against all odds, nearly secured the title of the Great Chief recognized by all tribes of the wasteland in this ancient Magpie arena. No, absolutely not. The Fong tribe would never permit the emergence of a great chief to overshadow them, especially one with southern blood coursing through his veins. Lars's malevolent gaze swept over the frenzied crowd, eventually landing on the direction of the Falcon tribe, fixating on the smiling Quasimodo, who was stroking an eagle. He knew he must shatter this damned atmosphere. He had to find a justification. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to emit a sharp, piercing howl, reminiscent of an old wolf cornered. Silence. This roar barely managed to quell the tide of cheers, capturing everyone's attention. The crowd gradually quieted, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity, directed towards the grim-faced Lars. Pointing at Dick in the arena, Lars's voice quivered with agitation. The great chief? Him? A young noble from the south? One who donned silks, drank wine, and grew up in a warm castle? His words fell like cold water into boiling oil, igniting unrest, especially among those from smaller tribes who were already wavering. Magpie is an ancient tradition of the wasteland. It exists to select the strongest warrior among us. It is not a playground for southern folk. Lars waved his arms, attempting to incite emotion. No matter how skilled he was, his roots lay in the south. He could be here today and return to his father's side tomorrow. Why should the affairs of our wasteland be influenced by outsiders? Why should he be allowed to become the great chief? The words and deeds sparked a flurry of whispers. The exclusivity of the wasteland is a deeply entrenched notion. At that moment, Chief Quasimodo of the Falcon tribe stepped forward. Though not tall in stature, the old chief stood as solid as a cliff, with the falcon on his arm, issuing a menacing shriek. Laos. Quasimodo's voice resonated like a thunderclap, silencing the clamor. Cease your narrow rhetoric. Dick Castart's mother is my daughter. Helena Falcon. He bears the purest blood of the Falcon lineage. How can he not be considered one of the Wasteland tribe? The warriors of the Falcon tribe erupted in supportive roars. Dick's uncle Damon, incensed, shouted, "Old Fong, if you can't handle defeat, just admit it. Spare us your nonsense." Lars was momentarily taken aback, his complexion darkening as he retorted sharply, "Half. He is ultimately but half. Who knows if that other half, that noble southern blood, will one day lead him to forsake the wasteland?" Realizing that the argument regarding bloodlines was unyielding, he swiftly conceived another core tradition of the wasteland, one he believed could decisively undermine Dick. He raised his voice, nearly screaming, "Fine, even if he possesses half of the wasteland blood. But what of it? The Macbee determines the strongest warrior, yet the true strength of our wasteland tribe does not solely reside in individual prowess." He spread his arms towards all the tribes, seeking their support. "Our closest allies, our mightiest power, is the spirit of the beast with whom we share our bonds. It is the companion of the shapeshifter." Upon hearing this, many elders and warriors instinctively nodded. Indeed, while individual valor is significant, it is the shapeshifter capable of forging bonds with formidable beasts that embodies the pinnacle of the Wasteland tribe's combat prowess and serves as one of the cornerstones of the tribe's survival. A mere victory in hand-to-hand combat seemed to lack something essential. Sensing agreement among the crowd, Lars clung to this glimmer of hope, his tone growing increasingly fervent. "He wishes to be the great chief? Fine. Let us adhere to the true rules of the wasteland. Let him prove he can not only defeat unarmed warriors, but also withstand the might of our true war beasts. Otherwise, his title of great chief is but a hollow claim. I, the Fong tribe, shall be the first to reject him." Chief Quasimodo sneered. "Lars, put away your tricks. Are you suggesting that your Fong tribe sent forth that lumbering wild boar, known only for rooting in the mud? This Macbee stone circle is hardly spacious enough for its antics." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Although the boar bonded with the Fong tribe was fierce, it would undoubtedly be clumsy in this arena of one-on-one combat. Lars's face flushed crimson, yet he seemed prepared for this reaction. His cold gaze suddenly shifted to the silent faction of the White Bear tribe, resting upon the tall, stoic young chief. "Craft White Bear." Lars's tone dripped with provocation and derision. In the wasteland, who does not know that the White Bear tribe's White Thunder is the true sovereign of the land, a symbol of power and majesty? "Chief Craft, are you, the White Bear tribe, truly willing to witness a young man, possessing merely a fragment of the wild bloodline, and never having stood shoulder to shoulder with the colossal beasts, don the illustrious crown of great chief solely through brute force, presiding over our tribes? If he can conquer the mightiest war companion of the wasteland, then my Fong tribe shall have no recourse. Otherwise, this title would be as fragile as a fortress of sand, easily toppled." All eyes instantly converged upon the White Bear, Craft. He remained silent, his resolute visage betraying no emotion, yet his gaze toward Dick was imbued with profound complexity. As one of the three principal tribes, the White Bear tribe harbors its own pride, and the sudden emergence of a great chief instilled within him a multitude of doubts. Although Lars's words were laced with malice, they struck at the very heart of his and many tribes' unvoiced sentiments. Moments later, Kraft spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. "The White Bear tribe respects strength as well as tradition. The bond with the shapeshifters is indeed a core component of our power in the wasteland." His gaze shifted to Dick, filled with scrutiny and resolution. "Dick Castak, I have witnessed your strength firsthand. However, our White Lightning is a living legend of the wasteland. Should you manage to defeat it in direct combat, I, Kraft the White Bear, shall, on behalf of the White Bear tribe, acknowledge your title of Great Chief, and support you wholeheartedly, without reservation." His words resonated with authority, embodying the directness and grandeur characteristic of the White Bear tribe. He neither outright rejected nor hastily accepted. Instead, he proposed an ultimate challenge that bordered on the impossible. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. White Lightning, that is a true behemoth, rivaling the ancient mammoths. It is the guardian of the White Bear tribe, possessing the strength to shatter ice walls and rend mammoths asunder. To allow it into this stone circle for a duel, even the fervent Damon fell silent. A look of concern etched upon his face. Chief Quasimodo furrowed his brow in trepidation. Yet Lars of the Fong tribe wore a cold smirk, reveling in the success of his scheming. Dick stood amidst the throng, bearing the weight of their collective gaze. He was poised to express his disinterest in vying for the title of Great Chief in this wasteland. However, as his eyes met those of his grandfather, the elder seemed to discern his thoughts and shook his head. Dick comprehended the meaning behind his grandfather's gaze. This was not the moment to decline. To refuse now would offend all tribes of the wasteland. He inhaled deeply, resolve hardening in his eyes. Craft the white bear had turned, gesturing to a figure clad in priestly garb behind him. The individual nodded and, under the protection of the warriors of the white bear tribe, seated himself, producing an ancient horn crafted from the tusks of some colossal beast. Drawing a deep breath, he closed his eyes and forcefully blew into it. A moment later, his eyes rolled back. The deep, mournful, and piercing sound of the horn resonated throughout, overpowering all noise, as if it were a call from the depths of antiquity. As the sound of the horn reverberated, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant edge of the camp belonging to the White Bear tribe. The ferocity of the roar was terrifying, akin to thunder exploding in one's ears, infused with unparalleled ferocity and strength, causing the very earth to tremble and instilling dread in the hearts of all who heard it. Moments later, a palpable vibration coursed through the ground. Once, then again, heavy as if a colossal beast was drawing near. All eyes, including those of the Fong tribe, turned in terror towards that direction. Emerging from the throng was a moving snow mountain, gradually coming into view. It was an enormous white bear, its shoulders towering above that of a warhorse. Its body as massive as a small fortress. Its sturdy limbs resembled stone pillars cloaked in white fur, each step reverberating with a deep resonance. Its fur, a pristine white, bore traces of ancient frost and yellow-gray stains, adding to its formidable presence. The immense paws could effortlessly crush rock, with exposed claws resembling bench-short swords, glinting ominously. Most chilling were its eyes, glowing with a cold, intelligent yellow light, fixating relentlessly on the diminutive figure of a human in the center of the stone circle. The White Thunder, a living legend of the wilderness, instantly seized every sound and breath in the air upon its arrival. The previous cheers, debates, and doubts paled into insignificance before this absolute, primordial, and overwhelming force. The great bear unleashed a more ferocious roar, exhaling plumes of white steam, and with earth-shaking strides, it advanced toward the stone circle. Chapter 111. Fists of Thunder. The entry of the White Thunder was akin to an avalanche descending, its colossal form parting the crowd. Its pale yellow eyes burning with primal and icy wrath, fixated firmly on Dick Castark at the heart of the stone circle. It stood nearly as tall as two grown men, its thick fur concealing muscles as resilient as steel. Each step it took caused the earth to emit a low groan, and even the bonfire flickered violently in response. A pure, suffocating sense of oppression enveloped the scene, rendering the previous struggles of humanity trivial in comparison. Chief Craft of the White Bear tribe wore an unprecedentedly grave expression as he stepped forward, his voice cutting through the bear's heavy breaths. Castark, listen. Abandoning honor at this moment is not disgraceful. The rules of Macbai are but shackles, especially for you. Facing the White Thunder unarmed is tantamount to suicide. Our priest can only barely guide its fury, not control it. This is a battle you should not confront. In the crowd, Dick's Uncle Damon, unable to contain his anxiety, nearly leaped into the stone circle, shouting hoarsely, Dick, don't be foolish. This cursed place has never had such rules. You've already swollen the faces of those Fong bastards. No one dares to underestimate you. However, the Fong tribe would not let this opportunity slip away. Old Lars remained silent, his face clouded with gloom, while his son Samuel and several tribesmen began to jeer provocatively, their voices sharp and piercing. Oh, is our half-blood warrior about to falter? Samuel scoffed. What happened to that earlier bravado? Is the blood of the Southerners trembling before the true power of the wilderness? Return to your warm nest, young Lord Stark. Another tusked warrior chortled. The title of Great Chief requires the spirit of the wilderness. It seems that half-blood is ultimately thin. Encountering a true deity has made you quail. Dick observed the strained faces of the warriors from the Falcon tribe, belonging to his mother, and noted the profound chill in his grandfather Kasimoto's eyes. Taking a deep breath, the frigid air of the tundra filled his lungs, banishing all distractions. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he subtly shook his head at Craft. then turned towards the Tusk tribe. He swept his silver hair back from his forehead, revealing a handsome visage marked by dangerous intensity. With a slight shift in his center of gravity, he assumed a combat stance, facing the oncoming White Thunder, which bore down upon him like a colossal, snow-capped mountain. The massive bear was thoroughly incensed by the provocation from this diminutive creature, unleashing a deafening roar that resonated with tangible force. It reared up, casting a shadow that engulfed Dick, its enormous paw slamming down with the ferocity of a battering ram, tearing through the air with terrifying winds. Dick did not confront it head-on. In a split second, his body glided sideways with ghostly swiftness, an astonishing fluidity in his movement. Boom! The bear's colossal paw crashed down where he had just stood, scattering stones and frozen earth, leaving behind a shocking, deep crater. By the gods! Someone gasped from the sidelines. The members of the Tusk tribe, witnessing the scene, grew increasingly boisterous. Dodge. Let's see how long you can evade. White Thunder, turn him into mincemeat. With a heart as cold as ice and eyes sharp as blades, Dick focused intently, striving to capture the rhythm of the bear's movements. Though its strength was cataclysmic, the beast's massive frame and relatively simple attack patterns ultimately revealed fleeting openings. He unleashed the full potential of his enhanced physique from the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiend, navigating through the storm of the beast's relentless assaults, slams, and bites. The bear's toothy maw narrowly grazed his body several times, the stench of its hot breath making his skin prickle, with the shadow of death looming ever closer. After several narrow escapes, Dick seized an opportune moment. The bear's powerful lunge missed its target, its previous strength depleted and new power yet to be gathered. He charged forward, the frozen ground beneath him cracking with each step, his entire being tense like a bowstring drawn to its limit, all focused in his right fist. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a straightforward yet formidable punch that struck the thick shoulder muscles of the bear's foreleg like a cannonball. Bang! A sound resounded, heavy as a defeated leather hide, yet resonating with the clarity of metal, erupting with explosive force. The colossal bear emitted a howl intertwined with agony and astonishment, its massive form unexpectedly swaying as it staggered back a step from the force of single blow. Dick felt a tingling sensation in his fist. The recoil was truly astonishing. In that moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Every warrior from the tribes widened their eyes, as if witnessing a miracle. Had he truly repelled the White Thunder? A warrior from the Blackstone tribe murmured in disbelief, his expression a canvas of incredulity. His strength could rival that of a living legend from the wasteland? The members of the White Bear tribe were most astonished, fully aware of the terrifying power of their guardian beast. Kraft, the White Bear, had his pupils constrict suddenly, and for the first time, a look of near stupor appeared on his resolute face. The taunts from the Fong tribe abruptly ceased, as though their throats were constricted. Samuel Fong stood with his mouth agape, his expression frozen in shock. This direct confrontation had allowed Dick to ascertain the true level of his opponent's strength, formidable and unmatched, yet still within the realm of the earthly forces he could contend with. Confidence surged within him, and his fighting spirit ignited like boiling oil. No longer would he merely evade. He began to actively maneuver around the colossal bear, his steps as nimble as the wind, each pause and advance executed with pinpoint precision. His fists and legs transformed into heavy war hammers, striking fiercely at the bear's flanks, shoulders, and even its robust hind limbs whenever an opportunity arose. The resonating thuds echoed continuously. Although he could not easily pierce through the bear's thick hide and sinewy flesh, the accumulating pain ignited the deepest ferocity within White Thunder. It had gone completely mad. White Thunder rose on its hind legs, towering like a white mountain, looming over Dick with overwhelming force. In that moment, Dick's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of opportunity. He forcefully stomped the ground, the explosive impact propelling him with tremendous rebound, his dodging figure leaving a blur in its wake. Skillfully evading the bear's assault, Dick seized the chance as White Thunder rose, grasping its side fur, and, using its momentum, vaulted onto the bear's back. White Thunder let out a thunderous roar of fury, its massive form twisting with an agility unbefitting its size, thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge the insect on its back. It even stood upright, spinning its body, colossal claws sweeping through the air with fierce winds, narrowly missing Dick on several occasions. It opened its cavernous maw, contorting its neck to strike at Dick with astonishing angles, its interlocking fangs grazing perilously close to his flesh, inciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. "Be careful!" Ankalia could not help but shout sharply. Dick's cousin, Erin, clutched her sister Martha's arm tightly, her face as pale as a sheet. Chief Quasimodo of the Falcon tribe clenched his fists, while the falcon on his arm emitted a sharp warning cry. Chapter 112. The White Thunderbows. The Wasteland returns home. Dick Castark, amidst this frenzied dance of power and death, pushed his agility and balance to their limits. He clung to the back of the colossal bear, his legs gripping like iron pincers, his body hunched low against the fur, seeking balance and an opportunity amidst the violent jolts and spins. He targeted the bear's relatively vulnerable ear roots, neck, and joints, delivering punches that fell like raindrops with unerring precision. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike was immensely heavy, imbued with the power to pierce through defenses, eliciting a mournful cry that intertwined pain and fury from the giant beast. The bear's struggles grew increasingly frenzied, even attempting to topple backward, attempting to crush Dick beneath its immense weight. Yet Dick always seemed to anticipate its movements, leaping aside at the last moment. And when the creature exposed its vulnerabilities in its attempt to rise, he would ascend like lightning, landing precisely in place to continue his terrifying onslaught. The scene was primal, savage, yet imbued with a breathtaking beauty of raw power. A solitary human engaged in the fiercest of battles with the totemic beast of the wilderness in the most unadorned of ways. After countless rounds and enduring numerous heavy blows, the struggles of the White Thunder visibly diminished, its wild howls gradually fading into pained, reluctant whimpers. Its massive body heaved heavily, movements becoming slow and cumbersome. Ultimately, its forelegs buckled, crashing to the ground, its colossal head drooping in exhaustion, emitting heavy, intermittent gasps. In its pale yellow eyes, rage and madness slowly receded, replaced by an ineffable weariness, profound pain, and a hint of bewilderment and fear born from being conquered by sheer strength. It ceased to attack, even slightly averting its gaze from Dick. Standing upon its broad, platform-like back, Dick's silver hair was soaked with sweat and the beast's scent, his chest heaving violently. Skin dotted with beads of sweat and shallow claw marks, yet his spine remained as erect as a javelin. He refrained from further assault, calmly gazing down at the subdued giant beneath him, his eyes radiating the majesty of a ruler. A deathly silence enveloped the camp, broken only by the crackling of the campfire and the bear's labored breaths. Suddenly, a roar erupted, more fervent than a volcanic eruption, a cheer that threatened to overturn the frigid night sky. All the warriors of the tribe, regardless of their lineage, succumbed to a frenzy. They beat their chests, expending every ounce of strength to roar, their faces etched with the most primal forms of awe and reverence. "Great chieftain! Chieftain of the wilds!" The calls surged like a tsunami, shaking the entire icy expanse. Here, ultimate power was the supreme authority and faith. Kraft the White Bear was the first to step forward, his face devoid of doubt, replaced solely by pure admiration. He approached Dick, striking his chest with his right hand, the sound reverberating like thunder, then knelt on one knee, lowering the head that had never bowed to outsiders. "The White Bear tribe submits to you, great chieftain. Your strength has conquered the heart of the White Bear. Your courage has earned us eternal friendship." He fulfilled his promise, wholeheartedly devoted. Lars Fong, his visage ashen, surveyed the utterly frenzied scene around him. As he beheld even the White Bear tribe bowing in submission, he understood that the outcome was irrevocably sealed. His lips trembled, and ultimately, in a struggle against the overwhelming humiliation and resentment, he reluctantly grasped his son Samuel's hand and, along with the throng, lowered his head. The Fong tribe had succumbed. One by one, the chieftains of various tribes stepped forward, pounding their chests and pledging their fealty. Dick Castark, the youth of noble southern lineage, was crowned the universally acknowledged great chief of the wasteland, thanks to the earth-shattering mark by. At that moment, Quasimodo the Falcon stepped forth. He raised both hands, his resonant voice eclipsing the cheers. "Warriors of the wasteland, hear me. I know that today's crown was not initially sought by Dick. He intended to descend southward, to return to his territory. It was the relentless provocations and insults that compelled him, in defense of his family and maternal lineage. To step onto this arena of marked by. Was this not mere coincidence? This is the will of the old gods, is the decree of the divine. These words caused Lars Fong's facial muscles to twitch, as if an unseen force were continually striking his countenance. The cheers erupted once more, intermingled with fervent prayers to the old gods. Austin, the chieftain of the hunting tribe, who acknowledged Duke Karen as his lord, shouted with fervor, his voice trembling with excitement. Great chief, as the great chief, one cannot lack a retinue befitting his majesty. Since all tribes have submitted, each should provide half of their warriors to form the great chief's guard. This proclamation doused the fervor on the faces of many lesser tribe chieftains like a bucket of cold water. Half of their warriors? Such a demand threatened to drain the very foundation of their tribes. The atmosphere shifted subtly, with hesitance and fear seeping into the cheers. Though none dared to oppose Dick out of fear of his formidable presence, a silent resistance began to spread. The hunting tribe and the falcon tribe, however, maintained that this was a symbol of tradition and the authority of the great chief. Dick observed all of this, the subtle shifts in expression, and understood the unspoken sentiments within. He stepped forward, slowly raising his right hand. This simple gesture rendered the crowd instantly silent, all eyes fixated upon him, awaiting his final decree. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating clearly in every ear. I have received your loyalty. However, the authority of the great chief should not be built upon the weakening of the tribe's foundational survival. Every warrior's foremost duty is to protect their kin and homeland. Dick's gaze swept over the visibly tense lesser tribe chieftains, his tone resolute. Half is unnecessary. Each tribe shall provide 1/10 of their warriors. This is my command. The impact of his words was immediate. Worries and hesitations melted away like snow in the sunlight, and the faces of nearly all the tribal chieftains revealed expressions of profound relief, which soon transformed into heartfelt gratitude and deeper respect. The 10 draws are indeed not excessive. In a small tribe with fewer than 100 members, the number of warriors produced scarcely exceeds 10. The voice of the great chieftain's supporters is more fervent and sincere than ever before, filled with reverence. Kraft, the white bear, promptly responded, declaring, "The white bear tribe shall provide 300 warriors." Kasimodo, the falcon, proclaimed loudly, "The falcon tribe shall contribute 200 warriors." Lars, the tooth, with a shifting countenance, ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "The tooth tribe shall offer 500 warriors." With the largest population base, 500 is but a simple calculation of 10 draws. Other tribes, both large and small, such as Blackstone and Pursuit, swiftly reported their numbers. Soon, a formidable assembly of 2,000 warriors, meticulously selected for various tribes, was established as the great chieftain's guard amidst this fervent and orderly atmosphere. The wilderness beyond the borders coalesced under the banner of this young silver-haired chieftain in an unprecedented manner. The icy winds of the plains seemed to subtly shift their direction. Chapter 113. Cloud of Doubt. Dick Castart's ascension to the position of chieftain of the plains signifies far more than a mere change in title. The power dynamics across the wilderness are rapidly being reshaped by the biting winds. The Tooth tribe, once ambitious and expanding its influence over the years due to its substantial population, has long aroused unease and vigilance among other tribes. The White Bear tribe and the Falcon tribe stand as formidable powers of secondary tier. Under the unspoken pressure exerted by the Tooth tribe, a fragile, tacit understanding has formed between them to mutually balance the expansion of the Tooth. However, this understanding has yet to solidify into a robust alliance. Dick's rise is akin to a boulder cast into a delicate pond. As the grandson of Kasimodo, the chieftain of the Falcon tribe, he naturally commands the unwavering support of the Falcon tribe and its allied factions, owing to the blood of the Falcon coursing through his veins. With unparalleled courage, he has directly defeated and subdued numerous warriors from the plains, even conquering the colossal beasts of the White Bear tribe with bare hands, thus earning their respect and loyalty. Overnight, the once loosely affiliated two major tribes and many smaller tribes within their sphere of influence were tightly united under Dick, the great chieftain's banner. This effectively dismantled the Tooth tribe's dominance, even plunging them into a state of counteraction and encirclement. Lars, the Tooth, could only bury his resentment deep within. At least on the surface, he must submit to this new order forged by the will of the old gods and absolute power. The celebratory bonfire blazed fiercely in the cold night, the sizzling of roasting meat crackling in the air, mingling with the aroma of strong spirits and the bold songs of warriors. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, Dick did not succumb to the intoxication of victory. He calmly commenced the first step of power consolidation, the placement of the newly formed 2,000-strong Great Chieftain's Guard. He stood elevated, his voice cutting through the clamor. Warriors of the Plains, from this day forth, you shall no longer be solitary warriors of disparate tribes. Instead, you shall become the formidable sword that defends the entire order of the Wasteland and the majesty of the Great Chief. This guard unit shall be named the Wasteland Chieftain's Guard. His gaze swept across the crowd, settling upon the boastful uncle, who was extolling the prowess of his nephew while embracing a female warrior. Daemon the Falcon, startled by the sudden attention, Daemon stood upright with a jolt. Yes, Great Chief. His face flushed from excitement and alcohol, his chest puffed out proudly. I appoint you as the commander of the Wasteland Chieftain's Guard. Do not let me down, nor bring shame upon the Falcon tribe. At your command, Great Chief, Daemon declared, I shall ensure that the guard becomes the sharpest spear of the Wasteland. Daemon thumped his chest with exuberance, the sound resonating, his pride evident. While this appointment was undoubtedly influenced by familial ties, Daemon's valor and unwavering loyalty undeniably suited him for this role. Next, Dick's gaze turned to a young face in the crowd, one marked by a hint of complexity. Leo Blackstone, the young man, who had once fallen to Dick's hand, hesitated briefly before swiftly stepping forward, kneeling on one knee. Great Chief. His voice carried an air of surprise and solemnity. I appoint you as the deputy commander of the guard. You have proven your strength now. I need you to assist Daemon in uniting the warriors from various tribes into a cohesive force. This appointment sent a clear signal. All tribes, as long as they pledge loyalty, shall find a place in the new order. Leo bowed deeply. In the name of the old gods, I vow to serve you to the best of my ability. Having arranged the core personnel of the guard, Dick approached the largest bonfire, leaping onto a massive log. The cheers gradually subsided, and all eyes turned to him. Chieftains of the tribes, priests, warriors, Dick's voice rang out powerfully. Tonight, we gather here by the will of the old gods and the courage we share. I, Dick Cartstack, the Great Chief, hereby establish the rules. The traditions of the Wasteland shall remain unchanged. The internal affairs of each tribe shall continue to be managed by your chiefs and priests according to ancient customs. The Great Chief shall never interfere. This declaration brought a discreet sigh of relief from many chieftains, particularly those of smaller tribes. However, Dick's tone shifted. From this moment forth, if disputes arise between tribes that cannot be resolved internally, acts of plunder and vendetta must be reported to me, to be adjudicated by the Great Chief. No tribe shall engage in large-scale conflicts in secret, and violators shall be deemed public enemies of the Wasteland, to be jointly hunted down by the Chieftain's Guard and the other tribes. He understood that in this vast and fragmented wasteland, a great chief who sought excessive centralization and interference in the internal matters of every tribe could not endure for long. Rather, it would swiftly incite rebellion. His foundation lay in the southern Stod's Corner, where he was recognized more as a leader who had gained respect through consecutive victories over the Mac-B and the conquest of colossal beasts. His paramount objective was not integration, but rather consolidation. Capitalizing on the current momentum of victory, he sought to establish a preliminary set of rules aimed at reducing internal discord and presenting a united front, thereby solidifying the loose tribal alliances to facilitate his influence and control. A fragmented yet orderly wasteland, capable of heeding commands, held far greater value than a forcibly unified realm rife with undercurrents and incessant rebellion. As for the Wasteland Chieftain's Camp, he did not intend to transform it into a permanent standing army. His vision extended far beyond the immediate. The warriors of the Wasteland Chieftain's Camp were not meant to be fixed in place indefinitely. Dick announced, I shall implement a rotation system. Each year, the tribes will send forth new warriors to serve, replacing those of the previous year who will return home. This decision garnered him considerable favor among the chieftains. Moreover, Dick foresaw the broader implications. The rotation system would afford him the opportunity, year after year, to cultivate, influence, and win over the finest warriors of the Wasteland. The barren expanse lacked iron, quality weapons and armor, food, salt, and many resources commonly found in the south. He could readily utilize the output from Stod's Horn to provide enhanced equipment and supplies to the rotating warriors, even bestowing upon them personal rewards. Over time, those who benefited from his generosity and witnessed his strength would return to their tribes, becoming a vital support for him. The wasteland would truly evolve into an inexhaustible reservoir of elite soldiers and a strategic stronghold for him, amidst the height of the celebratory atmosphere. With the aroma of roasted cattle wafting through the night and laughter echoing among the revelers, a warrior from the Falcon tribe, accompanied by several weary, armored figures, hastily traversed the crowd to approach Dick. The weariness of their long journey was etched upon their faces, and their boots were caked with mud and snow melt. Among them was a young man whom Dick recognized as James Park, the son of the venerable knight Cohen Park, who had been overseeing daily affairs in his absence. Upon seeing Dick, James immediately knelt on one knee, his voice urgent and tense. "My lord, Lord Dick, we have finally found you." The joy in Dick's heart instantly chilled. Cohen Park, entrusted with governance at Stod's Horn, would not have sent his son into the wasteland without grave cause. He gestured for James to follow him into the tent behind, immediately inquiring in a low voice, "James, what has transpired? Why the haste?" His gaze swept over James's weary and anxious countenance, and several thoughts raced through his mind. Had there been trouble in the territory? Was there an internal rebellion? Or perhaps from the south? Could it be that during his absence of over 10 days, Black Castle and EC Lookout had seized the opportunity to launch an attack? That seemed unlikely. Based on James's timing of arrival in the wasteland, he must have set out shortly after Dick's departure, 6 or 7 days prior. In this era of limited communication, how could the South have mounted an assault without preparation? At this moment, Duke Karen, James's father, has already assembled a grand army at his side. It is inconceivable that they would choose this moment to engage in a direct confrontation. "Speak plainly, James." Dick's voice carried an undeniable authority. Chapter 114. The urgent order. The cold wind swept through, swirling the embers of the festive bonfire and bringing with it the scent of distant lands. The spacious tent temporarily shielded them from the songs and revelry outside. "James, rise and speak." Dick's voice was low and steady, imbued with an air of unassailable command. "Tell me, has something transpired at Stode's Corner? Or has the South finally lost its composure?" James Park stood, his face a blend of exhaustion and relief, hastily shaking his head. "No, my lord, your lands are safe. Black Castle and EC Watch remain utterly still, showing no signs of mobilization." A weight lifted from Dick's heart, yet his doubts deepened. "Then why have you so urgently ventured into the wilderness to seek me?" "It is an order, my lord, from your father, Duke Karen." James retrieved a letter sealed with wax from a leather pouch and respectfully presented it. "By the time the messenger reached Stode's Corner, you had already departed for several days. My father deemed this matter urgent, commanding me to take the finest guides and guards to follow in your wake." Dick took the letter, crushing the sigil of the Daystar of House Stark that adorned the wax seal. He swiftly scanned his father's somewhat rugged handwriting, his brow furrowing with increasing concern. The missive was concise and direct. He was to set forth immediately to rendezvous with Duke Karen's army stationed by the banks of the Milk River, east of Frostfawn. Dick raised his eyes. "What has transpired with my father and brother?" "This letter is vague. They command a formidable force. Cannot they even capture a single castle?" James inhaled deeply, beginning to relay the information provided by Duke Karen's emissary in greater detail. Over the past 2 years, through Winterfell, primarily via Shadow Tower, a steady stream of supplies and support had enabled Duke Karen to successfully reclaim territories seized from the Sellas family. Dick's father and brother had recruited and reorganized most of the original Sellas soldiers, sifting through and incorporating those knights willing to pledge their loyalty, thus significantly augmenting their strength. Under the Duke's banner, there now stood over 10,000 battle-hardened soldiers, alongside 100 armored knights. James spoke with a hint of reverence. With a robust army, well-equipped and well-supplied, not long ago, the Duke believed the time was ripe. He decided, under the guise of safeguarding the lands beyond, to formally demand the loyalty of all nobles along the banks of the Milk River, west of Frostfawn, to unify the territories and establish his authority. James hesitated briefly, yet the outcome was that they proclaimed their allegiance to the Black Duke, Jon Snow. They insist that unless the Black Duke himself absolves them of their oaths, they cannot swear fealty to another duke. Dick nearly erupted into laughter. Jon Snow, that figure long lost to the annals of history and legend? Such an excuse is so poorly constructed that it borders on an affront. Thus, my father and elder brother opted for brute force, Dick articulated. Indeed, my lord. The Duke believes a decisive show of power is necessary, targeting the formidable Locke family of Castle Black. According to prior intelligence, the Locks could muster no more than 2,000 soldiers, with a mere 20 knights among them. The Duke is convinced this would be a straightforward rout. Dick could envision the confidence radiating from his father and brother at that moment. 10,000 against 2,000, 100 knights against 20. This was almost a guaranteed victory. The army advanced towards Castle Black, intent on a swift resolution to intimidate the lesser foes. Yet trouble arose. Dick calmly stated the conclusion. James wore a wry smile. Indeed, my lord, tremendous trouble. Everyone underestimated those mountain nobles. The Duke's formidable strength did not intimidate them. Rather, it compelled them to unite. As the Duke's forces marched toward Castle Black, nearly all the lords on the eastern side of the Frostfang Mountains dispatched their troops, some with hundreds, others with dozens, and even a few minor lords personally leading their militias. They all converged upon Castle Black. How many did they muster? Dick inquired. Close to 8,000 soldiers, my lord. Although their equipment and training are far inferior to ours, they are familiar with the terrain and hold the high ground. Coupled with the Locke family's own 2,000, a full 10,000 enemies gathered near Castle Black. What complicates matters further is that they seemingly cobbled together dozens of knights and additional cavalry. Now, both sides are evenly matched. Dick fell silent, contemplating, then posed the crucial question, what of Shadow Tower? Winterfell has stationed over 2,000 soldiers and numerous knights there. Given my father's support from the king in the north and the hand, why does the garrison at Shadow Tower refrain from deploying to assist us? Even a flanking pressure would suffice. James shook his head, his expression tinged with resignation. The commander of Shadow Tower has stated that he has not received direct orders from Winterfell to engage. He continues to follow previous commands, opening the passage and providing supplies, but has opted to observe concerning direct involvement in military actions against the nobles beyond the wall. He claims his primary duty is to safeguard the wall passage. A fine example of observing. This is likely not without the influence of the king in the north, who seeks to leverage House Stark's power to consolidate the nobles beyond, while simultaneously desiring to prevent House Stark from becoming overly prosperous and rapidly expanding in strength. Thus, the stalemate ensues. Dick concluded, we do not hold a numerical advantage. A forceful assault on a stronghold like Castle Black would undoubtedly incur heavy losses and may even result in failure. James nodded in agreement. The Duke made several tentative assaults, yet to little effect, as the Locke family and their allies resisted fiercely. Amidst the turmoil faced by your father and brothers, a knight who had surrendered offered a suggestion. Who, you ask? Sir John, my lord. He was once a subordinate of Cassio's Sealorus and witnessed firsthand how you fought at Trembling Sea Fortress. He paused momentarily, choosing his words with care. He had seen how you engaged in battle. He advised the Duke that the current stalemate might only be shattered by your valor. He claimed he had never encountered anyone capable of fighting as you do, even able to unseat a warhorse. He believed that your presence on the battlefield would greatly uplift our soldiers' morale. Dick was taken aback that the knight who had surrendered became the most ardent admirer of his prowess. James concluded. Thus, the Duke urgently dispatched a messenger to Stode's Corner, summoning you to the camp without delay. My father deemed this matter crucial to the Duke's strategy and the honor of House Stark, and therefore could not afford any delay, commanding me to fetch you back. The tent fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the distant sounds of the celebration on the plains. Dick's gaze swept over his father's letter. The hurried script seemed to convey the anxiety prevailing at the front lines. Rising, he tucked the letter away. The celebration of the Plains chieftain was not yet concluded, yet orders from the south had arrived. I understand, James. Dick's voice regained its calm. He lifted the tent flap, the cold wind stirring the silver strands of hair at his forehead, as he cast his gaze toward the southern mountains blanketed in ice and snow. Chapter 115. Objective. Hog's Domain. The biting wind sliced through the expansive plains, stirring fine snowflakes that lashed against the advancing troops. 2,000 warriors of the plains formed the chieftain's guard, marching silently southward, clad in heavy furs, armed with rugged weaponry, their faces smeared with frost-resistant grease and tribal totems. Their eyes gleamed with sharpness. The procession resembled a massive black python winding its way across the vast snowy expanse, emanating an aura of lethal intent. At the forefront, Dick Karstark rode atop a towering steed, his silver hair tied back, revealing a sharply defined profile. Draped in a heavy cloak, a long sword hung at his waist, his stature as upright as a pine. Even among this fierce assembly of plains warriors, he stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a calm, yet formidable presence that was difficult to behold directly. On a distant, towering hill, Quasimodo, the chieftain of the Falcon tribe, stood alongside his daughter, Kalia, gazing at the contingent gradually disappearing into the southern snow mist. Quasimodo's hair and beard were white, his face etched with the marks of time. Yet his gaze was akin to that of a true eagle. Leaning on a rough-hewn staff adorned with an eagle's head, he spoke slowly. He has departed, like a young eagle leaving its nest to soar into broader skies. Kalia, a shapeshifter, possessed a gaze deeper than that of ordinary folk. He is no longer a fledgling. Father. Her tone carried a hint of imperceptible pride. I observed him transform from a mere boy into the formidable figure he is today. At the trembling fortress by the sea, he could face a dozen armored knights alone. In this desolate expanse, he has triumphantly vanquished scores of the mightiest tribal warriors, even subduing the colossal beast of the White Bear tribe with his bare hands. He indeed possesses an awe-inspiring strength. Quasimodo nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on the faint black lines in the distance. Yet, what is truly remarkable is the manner in which he wields this strength. His conquests are not solely achieved through brute force. He compels those proud warriors to follow him willingly, not merely out of fear. This is an innate charisma that resonates deeply within the hearts of men. The old chieftain paused, his staff gently tapping upon the frozen earth beneath him. I have heard the tales sung in the south. They speak of the conqueror Aegon, who commanded dragons and brought the 7 kingdoms to their knees beneath an unparalleled flame. People dread an invincible strength. However, his voice grew deeper, imbued with the wisdom of the ages. There are always those who can comprehend fear, even master it, and in the face of despair, unleash an unmatched courage. Kalia, the songs of mortals celebrate courage. The greatness of humanity lies in its valor. Legend has it that even Aegon, with his dragons, faltered before the courage of the Dornish, losing one of his own. Ultimately, the unification of Westeros relied not solely on fire, but also on alliances and compromise. Quasimodo shook his head slightly. Some individuals, once they acquire world-shattering power, forget they were once mortal, viewing all life as mere insects. They will never grasp the terrifying strength and courage that those called humans can unleash when defending what they hold dear. Kalia looked at her father with mild surprise. You possess such profound knowledge of Southern history. Quasimodo's lips curled into a knowing smile. After the collapse of the Wall of Despair, this land ceased to be the traditional beyond the wall. The noble eagle lacks fangs and the might of a great bear, yet we soar high and see far. Kalia laughed, the cold wind tousling her hair. So you, this old eagle, have early on placed young Aaron among Dick's ranks. Martha is quite displeased about it, claiming you are too biased. What is there to be displeased about? Quasimodo replied dismissively. When the next rotation of tribal warriors occurs, let Martha take Aaron's place. Let them witness and experience it firsthand. They will eventually become the tribe's priestesses. They must broaden their horizons beyond mere tents and bonfires. Quasimodo's gaze turned once more towards the south, becoming distant and profound. Some individuals not only possess formidable power, but are also innately adept at wielding such power. These beings are the born monarchs. The wind sweeps across the hills, stirring the whispers of the elderly, scattering them into the vast and frigid air, imbued with a sense of prophetic destiny. The cold wind, laden with snowflakes, lashes against Dick's sharply defined visage. His silver hair flutters gently in the breeze, and his gaze is fixed upon the southern horizon shrouded in snow mist, profound and composed, as if capable of penetrating the distance to discern the circumstances beyond the mountains. His face, inheriting the deep contours of his mother's lineage and the resolute lines of his father's, reveals little emotion, only a tranquil determination. Suddenly, Dick tightened the reins, and his warhorse neighed, its forehooves rising before crashing heavily onto the frozen ground. He raised his arm, making a clear gesture. The entire moving contingent of the Wasteland Chieftains' camp slowed almost in unison. The warriors, though puzzled, stood steadfastly, awaiting orders. "Turn west." Dick's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the nearby leaders, imbued with undeniable authority. "West." James Park rode closer, his face etched with confusion. "My lord, are we not to continue southward to rendezvous with the Duke?" "The Duke commanded us to hasten to the main camp." Dick's gaze remained fixed on the west. "We shall proceed directly to my father's main camp. With so many of us, the provisions we consume along the way serve merely to facilitate travel. Upon reaching the camp, we accomplish nothing but fatigue." He paused, finally turning his head to look at James. "A fortnight ago, from north to south, all lords on the eastern side of the Frostbite Mountains have emerged to support Castle Castor at the southern end, correct?" "Yes, my lord," James nodded. "Thus, Castle Castor has assembled nearly 10,000 troops." Then Dick's voice exuded a serene control. "Which house governs their northernmost territory?" James hesitated, then seemed to recall something, his eyes widening slightly. Dick did not wait for an answer, but continued, his tone laced with an undeniable reminiscence. "The wasteland lies just north of them. I remember traversing the frost-cold river to their furthest northern domain." Dick's words momentarily faltered, brushing against memories of his fugitive sister, before he swiftly moved on. "It is the territory of House Hogg. Their castle must be exceptionally vulnerable at this moment." As his words fell, a robust and exuberant voice erupted nearby. Dick's uncle Damon slapped his thigh with vigor, his face illuminated with realization and a combative gleam. "I understand. Let us pursue them from behind. Their forces are all clustered at Castle Castor, leaving their homeland as nothing but an empty shell. We shall pierce through them from the north, like a scalding knife slicing through frozen fat." Damon's crude metaphor, as the leader of the chieftain's camp, precisely articulated Dick's strategic intent. Dick did not deny. Instead, he turned his gaze forward and accelerated his pace. He issued a calm command. "Objective, Hogg's domain." The troop, akin to a colossal beast awakening from slumber, traced a sharp arc under the guidance of the silver-haired youth. Chapter 116. Reunion. The frosty river, murky and frigid, carried fragments of ice as it flowed silently eastward. Once the northern bastion of Hogg's domain, this barrier was effortlessly crossed on this cold morning. 2,000 warriors from the desolate outer plains formed a silent and fearsome tide, stepping onto the soil of Hogg's domain. At the forefront of the formation, Dick Castak reined in his horse, halting. His silver hair fluttered in the biting wind. His profound gaze swept over the sparse trees on the southern bank and the faint outlines of fields and villages in the distance. Without uttering a word, he simply raised his arm, making a subtle gesture. The serpentine mass behind him came to a standstill, demonstrating an unsettling obedience. High above, an almost imperceptible shadow circled. It was the falcon of Aaron, his cousin, its keen eyes having already absorbed everything ahead. "What do you see?" Dick's voice was calm, inquiring of the girl beside him, who gazed skyward. Aaron, her expression somewhat vacant, was sharing the view with her aerial companion. After a moment, she blinked, regaining focus. "Empty, Cousin Dick. The nearest town has only a few old men with pitchforks and a handful of lethargic guards. There appears to be no substantial resistance." Dick nodded slightly. All of this had been anticipated. Every able-bodied man in Hogg's domain had long been summoned by their lord to march southward to Castle Keep to confront his father's army. What remained were merely hollow nests and lambs awaiting slaughter. "Advance," he commanded softly. The dark tide surged once more, propelled by an unstoppable momentum toward the south. The ensuing march, rather than a battle, resembled an armed procession. As they approached the first village, wisps of smoke curled upward. When the silhouettes of the warriors from the plains loomed like a storm cloud, the piercing alarm bells rang out in panic. Yet the sound seemed utterly feeble and desperate. A few gray-haired sentinels, clad in faded cloaks, trembled with their spears in hand. They gazed upon this disordered yet menacing army and wisely discarded their weapons, kneeling by the roadside in supplication for mercy. The women and children of the village peered fearfully from behind wooden windows, mothers clutching their children tightly. Muffled cries pervading the cold air. Their imagined visions of plunder, slaughter, and flames had yet to materialize. Those warriors, resembling wild men with their fierce glances, did not break ranks. None ventured to kick down the humble doors. They merely passed through the village in silence, like a cold tide flowing around the rocks. Occasionally, warriors cast their gazes towards the granaries stocked with provisions for the winter, their eyes betraying the innate yearning for sustenance characteristic of the nomadic tribes. Yet at such moments, their glances inevitably drift towards the commanding silver figure at the forefront of their ranks, causing them to suppress their inner restlessness and forge ahead. Lord Dick had issued a stern decree: no harassment of civilians, with their sights firmly set on the castle. His command, coupled with his formidable power, the victories along their path, and the tangible rewards they reaped, had effectively subdued even the most unruly of tribal warriors. Dick did not divide his forces to occupy these villages, for such an endeavor would be futile. Instead, he simply ordered the emptying of the granaries and armories, replenishing the supplies for his troops. The warriors, brimming with enthusiasm, joyfully loaded sack after sack of grain and large cuts of salted meat onto the packhorses, their faces radiant with the delight of harvest. Following this young chieftain, the battles were effortless, and the spoils were substantial, far surpassing the meager rewards of contention over a few hunted beasts on the desolate plains. A deep-rooted sentiment of awe, self-interest, and allegiance to the strong took root in their hearts. The convoy, accompanied by several captured village leaders and trembling guards, continued its southward march. Soon, the stronghold of the Hogg family, Hogg Castle, with its low towers and rudimentary walls, appeared on the horizon. Within Hogg Castle, the Lord's nephew, Sir Cliff Hogg, was blissfully lost in a warm slumber. Approaching midday, he remained nude, entwined with a similarly unclad maid, deep in dreams within the Lord's chamber. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the aftermath of indulgence. Sir Cliff, alarm, it's bad." The frantic cries and urgent knocks jolted him awake in a rough manner. "Leave me be," Cliff grumbled irritably, pushing the woman aside, his voice laced with annoyance at the disruption of his dreams. "Has the sky fallen? It's the savages. They've crossed the river. They're already outside the castle." The voice outside was tinged with desperation, almost weeping. Savages? Cliff's drunkenness and drowsiness were abruptly dispelled. He hastily donned a pair of trousers, threw on a coat in a haphazard manner, neglecting to wear shoes, and stumbled out. As he was pulled and dragged by the guards up onto the castle walls, the sight before him plunged him into an icy dread. On the open ground outside the castle, a formidable army had completed its encirclement. Those warriors, clad in animal hides, bore fierce visages, their eyes glinting like wolves stalking their prey. They remained silent, a stillness more terrifying than frenzied shouts. At the forefront of the ranks stood a silver-haired figure astride a tall steed, a sight as blinding as silver flames. Though the distance was great, Cliff Hogg recognized that face almost instantly. The very visage that had haunted his nightmares countless times, the silver-haired youth who had repeatedly shot arrows to dislodge his helmet at the border town, subjecting him to humiliation and terror. How could it possibly be him? A chill surged from the soles of Cliff's feet straight to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he recoiled, ducking behind the parapet, his hands clenching his helmet tightly. In a reflexive motion, he yanked down his visor with a resounding clank, as if it could shield him from the unpredictable arrows of fate. The old guard beside him regarded his comical terror with a peculiar expression. Taking a few deep breaths to feign composure, Cliff cautiously peeked over the parapet, his voice trembling as he called down, "Dick Cashtark, what do you intend to do?" "Didn't I return everyone you captured back then? If you're still dissatisfied, I can offer you gold dragons. We can negotiate any amount." His words elicited a profound silence from below, swiftly followed by a raucous, thunderous laughter that erupted from a rugged voice. Beside Dick stood a towering man, bearded and brawny, known as Damon the Falcon, who laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Compensation? Gold dragons? Are you still trapped in a dream, you fool? Look around you, lad. We've come to seize the castle. Open the gates and surrender, lest my grandfather Damon takes it upon himself to dismantle your shabby bird's nest." Cliff Hogg suddenly awakened from a stupor, his face turning ashen. He recalled with a jolt that his uncle, Lord Hogg, had long since marched south with all the elite soldiers of the territory to aid Castle Castark. Now Hogg Castle was left with fewer than 50 old, weak, and infirm guards. Attempting to maintain a facade of bravado, he stammered, "Why, you shan't succeed. Hogg Castle is impregnable. We can withstand until reinforcements arrive." At that moment, a young woman clad in tribal attire, Erin, lifted her head, her cold voice dripping with unabashed mockery. Impenetrable? Are you referring to the 47 terrified souls behind those walls? 10 of whom are busy hiding bread in the kitchen. Would you like my eagle to fly a little closer and count them for you? Cliff Hogg felt as if struck by lightning, his last shred of hope utterly shattered. Dick Cashtark finally spoke, his voice steady yet imbued with a chilling pressure, carrying clearly to the battlements. Cliff Hogg, open the gates. I swear by the name of the Cashtark family, if you relinquish your feudal resistance, I shall not harm the household of Count Hogg. I will also ensure the safety of those who surrender. He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. But should my warriors commence their assault? His words trailed off, yet the warriors of the wasteland below seemed to receive an unspoken signal, letting out a low, menacing growl as they began to strike their weapons together, creating a threatening cacophony. Countless bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the castle walls, their faces contorted into grotesque, expectant smiles. The terrifying display caused every guard atop the walls to tremble in their legs. In despair, Cliff Hogg closed his eyes. He felt that every encounter with this silver-haired man brought him nothing but calamity. The last time, dignity was trampled upon. This time, it seems that he is on the brink of losing everything. Observing the pale, fearful faces of the guards surrounding him, he understood that any form of resistance would be futile. Open the gates, he said despondently to the captain of the guards, his voice as dry as sandpaper. The heavy gates creaked open, and Cliff Hogg emerged, dejectedly surrendering his sword. He was brought before Dick Stark's horse, raising his head to behold the serene, deep-eyed, silver-haired youth atop the steed. Cliff was filled with bitterness and a sense of absurdity. He never imagined that you would become the Knight of the North in Winterfell. Once he had mocked Dick, claiming he was not even worthy of the title Knight, forcing Dick to negotiate with arrows. Yet now, truly, the glorious Knight of the North. Lord Stark, he deliberately emphasized the phrase Knight of the North. Dick's lips curled into a slight, almost mocking smile. Sir Cliff, the one standing before you could also be the great chieftain revered by all tribes beyond the wall. However, you have surrendered. Now, I shall abide by the chivalric code. So you need not worry about House Hogg. Cliff was taken aback. Your principles are indeed flexible. At this, Dick burst into laughter. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. Chapter 117. Breach in the courtyard of Hogg Castle. Flames danced, illuminating faces twisted with excitement. The conquest did not bring the anticipated bloodshed and chaos, but instead yielded bountiful rewards far beyond the wild warriors' expectations. The doors of the warehouse stood wide open, with sacks of grain, slabs of salted meat, and barrels of pale ale being continuously transported onto requisition carts. The air was thick with the rich aroma of food and fat, a scent that inspired the tribesmen, accustomed to hunger and scarcity, more than any battle cry could. However, the true elation blossomed from the armory. When Dick commanded the distribution of the iron weapons and armor stockpiled by House Hogg to his chieftain's guard, the scene nearly spiraled into chaos. These warriors from various tribes, many for the first time, touched the cold, heavy steel. Their rough fingers greedily caressed the sharp edges of swords, weighing the heft of iron axes, emitting low growls of awe and longing. Look at this. It can withstand a cleave. A warrior clumsily donned an old iron-plated cuirass, excitedly showcasing it to his companions, though the armor was evidently too tight for him. A dramatic scene unfolded in a corner of the courtyard. A particularly tall and sturdy warrior from the White Bear tribe excitedly seized a helmet with a nasal guard, attempting to fit it onto his massive, fluffy-haired head. The helmet became lodged above his brow. No matter how much he grimaced and strained, it would not budge an inch lower. Amidst the raucous laughter of his peers, the colossal figure was evidently unwilling to relinquish his precious iron relic. With a low growl, he forcefully hurled his helmet to the ground and seized a battle axe from his side, striking down ruthlessly at the rear of the helmet. A piercing clang echoed as the metal was indeed cleaved open by sheer brute strength. Discarding the axe, the giant grasped the helmet's sides with his enormous hands, veins bulging at his temples. With a muffled grunt, he forcibly warped the iron helm, triumphantly managing to fit it onto his head, albeit awkwardly. The deformed helmet rendered him even more fearsome, yet the giant seemed unfazed, grinning widely and emitting a coarse, satisfied chuckle. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd, only to be succeeded by an eruption of louder cheers and applause, filled with admiration and understanding. For them, Waste was an unforgivable sin. Any means of acquiring and utilizing such precious iron was worthy of commendation. Dick stood quietly on the steps of the main fortress, observing the scene unfold. His silver hair glinted coldly in the torchlight. While weapons were relatively sufficient, alas, there was a scarcity of armor, and its quality was haphazard. Dick slightly tilted his head towards his cousin Aaron, a hint of barely perceptible regret lacing his tone. Aaron's gaze shifted from the warrior who had modified his helmet, her bright eyes blinking in surprise. To them, this was already a boon from the old gods. "This is a gift," Aaron softly remarked, her voice imbued with the pragmatic spirit of the denizens of the wasteland. In the desolate bare claw slope, a rusty iron dagger could trade for 2 plump sheep and a sack of oats. She fully comprehended the fervor of those warriors below, even deeming it natural. However, in the next moment, her eyes wandered to the soldiers gathered around numerous campfires, ravenously devouring the black bread, salted meat, and hot soup provided by Hogberg. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of youthful concern that belied her otherwise mature demeanor. Leaning closer to Dick, she lowered her voice, imbuing her words with a conspiratorial tone. "Cousin, are they truly consuming it just like that? I mean, could this food be poisoned?" Aaron's anxiety was not unfounded. In tribal lore and the clandestine knowledge of the shapeshifters, poison was a treacherous tool often wielded by nobility. Before Dick could respond, Damon, who was greedily gnawing on a roasted leg of lamb nearby, overheard her words and was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing, followed by a hearty laugh. His greasy hand nearly patted Aaron on the back. "Ha ha ha, my dear little Aaron. Your concern is as comical as fearing that a snow wolf would be slain by a rabbit." Damon wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. "To poison over 2,000 of us brave souls who can wrestle ice wolves with our bare hands? How much poison would that require? At least 2 full carts. And it must be mixed thoroughly. How dreadfully dull must the Hog family be to entertain such thoughts? In this modest fortress, 2 large carts of poison are always on standby." A faint smile curved upon Dick's lips as he gently gazed at Aaron, elucidating. "Aaron, the prospect of orchestrating a mass poisoning of an army is exceedingly daunting. It necessitates an unfathomable dosage, coupled with the assurance that it takes effect simultaneously. Our warriors do not partake in meals concurrently. Some stand guard while others patrol. Furthermore, his eyes scanned the flickering lights of the windows high above the main keep. The family of Count Hog is under stringent surveillance there. We possess a safeguard far more potent than any antidote to poison. They would not dare, nor is there any need for them to do so." Dick turned his gaze toward the somber sky in the south. "In comparison to the elusive notion of poisoning, I find myself more concerned about another matter. Time. We must penetrate their defenses before frostbite, the eastern territories of the mountains, receive word and respond." The respite proved fleeting. After a hearty meal and a change of gear, the Wasteland Vanguard transformed once more into a relentless tide of war. Dick honored his commitment to Cliff Hog, refraining from slaughter, yet he stripped away every resource available for warfare. He did not even leave personnel to occupy Hog's castle. To hold a solitary fortress was of no significance. The troop, laden with captured carts, pack animals, and the dejected members of the Hog family, surged southward like beasts unshackled from their chains. The subsequent advance morphed into a veritable armed procession, a tempest of despair interwoven with bounty. As Dick had anticipated, all territories east of the Frostbite Mountains had depleted their forces, sending them to the southern battlefield of Castle Castor. What remained were only hollow fortifications, terrified old folk, women, and children, along with symbolic feeble guards. The vanguard swept forth with unstoppable momentum. They traversed villages, emptying granaries. When they approached a castle, often the mere presence of 2,000 fearsome tribal warriors at the gates, combined with Aaron's accurate report of the meager defending forces, would prompt the castle doors to creak open in despair. Resistance was negligible and swiftly crushed. Yet the spoils were astonishingly rich. The supplies of a single castle are limited, but as one fortress after another was breached, the amassed weapons, armor, food, and fabric, every resource of war, was ruthlessly confiscated. Dick promptly distributed the majority of the provisions. The Wasteland Vanguard rejuvenated at a visible pace. Bone spears and stone axes were entirely discarded, and the warriors wielded iron swords and long spears. Leather garments began to show signs of iron plating. With chainmail, and even a few complete breastplates emerging. Almost every warrior donned various styles of iron helmets, though mismatched in design and size. No one needed to modify their helmets with their battle axes anymore. The eyes of the warriors burned with a fervor for combat and an insatiable greed for wealth. Victory came with such ease, and the rewards were bountiful. The young silver-haired chieftain's prestige soared to its zenith in their hearts. As Dick's company finally approached the southern tip of the Frostbite Mountains, poised to gaze distantly at the battlefield of Castle Cast, they beheld a chain of territories on the eastern side of the mountains, thoroughly pierced and rendered paralyzed. Among the ranks were over 300 pallid captives of noble lineage, the offspring of various lords. The warriors of the chieftain's guard were now equipped with new weaponry, fierce and spirited, though their armaments were not uniform. It was here, in this relatively open hilly terrain, that they collided head-on with a hastily assembled coalition of approximately 1,000 men, dispatched to return to their stronghold. This coalition was hastily cobbled together by several lords from the eastern side of the Frostbite Mountains, who had personally led their troops southward. They had just received the alarming news of their stronghold being attacked by a mysterious army and were rushing back in a state of acute anxiety. Then, they beheld a nightmarish sight. A formidable army, equipped in a haphazard yet astonishingly effective manner, far outnumbering them and exuding the scent of blood from the wilds, surged forth from their northern direction, from the very heart of their homeland, like an avalanche. The coalition was instantly engulfed in profound shock and chaos. Their formation began to waver, and disbelief and terror were etched upon the faces of the soldiers. Among the ranks of the coalition, a middle-aged nobleman clad in ornate armor, adorned with a bison emblem on his helmet, Count Hogg, was desperately attempting to stabilize the morale of his troops. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the flanks of the fierce army, where a group of captives, dressed respectably yet in disarray, were being held. His pupils dilated in horror. He recognized the familiar attire of his dejected nephew, Cliff Hogg. Immediately after, he saw his wife and daughter surrounded by tribal soldiers, trembling in fear. By the 7 gods, the color drained from Count Hogg's face, and his long sword nearly slipped from his grasp. All his shouts and command were caught in his throat, leaving only an unconscious, desperate whisper. Chapter 118. Infighting and the dawn of the white flag in the open terrain at the southern edge of the Frostbite Mountains. 2 armies faced each other unexpectedly. The savage warriors pressing in from the north stood silent as mountains, their eyes glinting with primal ferocity. Conversely, the coalition hastily returning to aid their stronghold was in disarray, panic spreading among the soldiers. Count Hogg's gaze was unwaveringly locked on his captured family. He saw the pallor of his wife's face, the trembling figure of his daughter, and his good-for-nothing nephew Cliff, who looked like a drenched sparrow, dejected and forlorn. By the 7 gods, the Count murmured, his long sword trembling slightly in his hand. The lords beside him soon discovered their own kin, cries of shock echoing in succession. "That is my wife and my son. My goodness, how could they all be there?" The allied camp was instantly engulfed in chaos, faced with the grim reality that the lives of their loved ones lay in the hands of the enemy. Any semblance of fighting spirit crumbled to dust. Dick Karstark spurred his horse a few paces forward, his silver hair billowing in the cold wind. He did not draw his weapon, but simply gazed calmly at the tumultuous army across from him. "Retreat!" Count Hogg shouted hoarsely. "All troops withdraw." The allied forces ebbed away like a receding tide, retreating at a pace several times faster than their advance. In the hall of Castle Cast, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. The lord of this domain, Count Ulrich Locke of the Locke family, sat at the head of the table, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the oak surface. Surrounding the long table were the lords of Frostfang, from the eastern mountains, each bearing a pallid countenance. "This is impossible. Did we not prepare defenses against the Ghostwood Forest to the east? How could such a multitude of savages emerge from the north?" A bearded count slammed his fist onto the table, causing wine glasses to rattle. "My castle is guarded by 30 elite soldiers. How could it possibly be breached overnight?" Count Hogg let out a dry, sardonic laugh. 30 elite soldiers? You and I both know those so-called elite are merely feeble old men and weaned children. All our true forces have been brought here. Another lord leaned forward anxiously. But that is an army of 2,000 savages. Are there not only scattered barbarian tribes beyond the wall? Clearly, we have underestimated Karstark. At last, Ulrich Locke spoke, his voice low and weary. Scouts report that Carlin's second son has not only unified the tribes of the plains, but has also declared himself a great chieftain. The hall erupted in uproar. Unify the plains? How is that possible? Those savages have been engaged in feuds for generations, even more so than we. Yet that silver-haired lad has accomplished it, Count Hogg said darkly. And he now stands at our doorstep, holding our fates in his hands. A stifling silence enveloped the hall. Count Hogg suddenly rose. Gentlemen, we may need to face reality. The era of the black-dressed Duke, Jon Snow, has long since ended, since Winterfell has conferred the title of the new guardian beyond the wall upon Carlin Karstark. Acknowledging his status may be our wisest course of action. A tall, slender count scoffed. Oh, so you plan to kneel and beg for mercy so soon, Hogg? I recall not long ago, you vowed to stain the snow with Karstark's blood. Hogg's face flushed crimson. When your wife and daughter are in the enemy's grasp, then we can discuss honor. The slender count surveyed the room with a mocking smile. Speaking of which, how is it that I have heard whispers that someone's territorial boundaries have recently shifted southward, conveniently swallowing up some fertile lands from neighboring realms? Hogg rose abruptly. What do you mean by that? The meaning is clear, the slender count replied leisurely. It seems someone may have long since conspired with the Karstark family. Otherwise, why would your nephew? He deliberately paused, casting a sweeping glance at the assembled lords. Oh, my apologies. I meant the son you procured from your brother's wife, who fortuitously remained in the castle when the enemy attacked. How conveniently he was captured unharmed rather than executed on the spot. A collective gasp filled the hall. Count Hogber's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, his finger trembling as he pointed at his adversary. You! How dare you! Who is unaware of the embarrassing tales surrounding your family? Do I need to publicly recount how your father's title was acquired? It is said that the old count met his end rather suddenly, and now we witness your father's downfall. Enough! Ulrich Locke struck the table with a fist, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. With a great enemy at our doorstep, we bicker like market harpies. Count Hogber scoffed, pushing back his chair. Well then, be my guest. He strode out of the meeting room, the door slamming behind him. An awkward silence enveloped the assembly, broken only by the crackling of burning logs in the fireplace. Ulrich's son, Aerys, leaned closer, whispering, Father, should I follow him? I fear Count Hogber may. Old Locke gently shook his head, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips. No need, my child. He surveyed the remaining lords. Observe them. Following his father's gaze, Aerys noticed several lords discreetly vacating their seats, attempting to slip out unnoticed. The rest had formed small groups, engaged in hushed yet fervent debates, each face etched with fear and calculation. However, if Hogber was to preserve his family's power, as any prudent lord would, Ulrich interjected, his voice lowered. The tide has turned, Aerys. When one sees the ship beginning to sink, wise men do not argue over who should steer, but rather seek lifeboats. Old Locke rose slowly, patting his son's shoulder. Remember, in dire straits, the loyalty of nobles shines like the winter sun, bright yet devoid of warmth. Ultimately, each will choose their own path. Aerys turned to his father. Then what path should we choose? Ulrich did not respond immediately. His gaze traversed the raucous hall, as if penetrating the stone walls to glimpse an uncertain future. We choose survival, my child, whatever the cost. At that moment, a snow-covered sentinel burst into the hall. Breathless as he reported, My lord, the barbarian horde has begun to camp on the southern slope. They have even bound men before their camp for display. Panic erupted within the assembly. Several more lords hastily rose to depart, disregarding even the customary farewells. Ulrich quietly observed the commotion before softly instructing his son, Go prepare a white flag. Father, this, Ulrich offered a wry smile. Sometimes surrender is not a disgrace, but rather a necessary wisdom for survival. The Stark family has triumphed in this war. Lord Ulrich Lockhart cast one final glance at the tumultuous hall before turning away, leaving behind the lords who continued their quarrels, much like a spectator departing early from a performance, indifferent to the remaining acts on stage. Night was about to descend upon Castle Castor, yet no soul would find rest this evening. Chapter 119. The Night Watchers of the Camp Castle Castor. The not particularly towering gate creaked open, the heavy wooden doors emitting a long, weary sigh that echoed through the frigid air. Outside, on the eastern side of the Frostfang Mountains, all the nobles still standing, along with the Lord of Castle Castor, Count Ulrich Lockhart, had laid down their arms, removed their gloves and helmets, and stood silently in the snow. When Duke Carlin Stark, his imposing figure emerging from the shadows of the gate, appeared, the once rebellious lords knelt in unison, their heads bowed low as if bent by the wind like stalks of grain. Snowflakes fell silently upon their colorful cloaks and cold shoulder plates. Dick Stark, mounted on horseback and positioned slightly behind his father, observed the scene in silence. He witnessed his father, Duke Carlin, accept the sword offered by Count Ulrich Lockhart and then extend a large hand in a gesture of rising. The nobles gradually stood up, their faces a mixture of submission, trepidation, and a hint of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. There were no cheers, no uproar, only the mournful howling of the cold wind across the plains and the fluttering sound of banners. It was a solemn ceremony befitting the conquerors. Dick's gaze swept over the faces of the nobles, catching sight of Count Hogg, who was eagerly searching among the liberated families. Upon spotting his nephew, wife, and daughter safe and sound, he visibly relaxed, his form slightly hunched. The victors accepted the submission of the vanquished, as his only right. And Dick was the linchpin in this unfolding drama. His Wildelin's vanguard had pierced through the coalition's spine like a cold dagger from behind. Now, the Stark family was no longer merely the nominal guardians beyond the wall, but had truly seized control of the vast lands stretching from the realm of eternal winter to the Frostfang Mountains. Under his father's command, the once nearly 10,000 soldiers and over 100 knights had swelled to 20,000 with the addition of these submissive noble forces, effectively doubling the number of knights. Furthermore, thousands of warriors from the wild tribes now stood as a powerful and loyal force for Dick personally. The Stark family had indeed risen. That night, the hall of Castle Castor was ablaze with light. To celebrate their victory and to curry favor with the new ruler, Count Ulrich Lockhart was to host a grand feast. The long table was laden with golden roasted game, a whole roasted lamb, and barrels of ale, the aromas mingling with the scent of charred wood, filling the hall. The ladies and maidens of the castle were adorned more splendidly than usual, weaving among the guests and adding a touch of soft color to the banquet. However, the most striking and emotionally complex guests in the hall tonight are those noble lords and their families, who not long ago were held captive by Dick's desolate vanguard as hostages and bargaining chips. In a certain sense, this moment may represent the greatest gathering of the northern nobles before the banquet begins. Duke Karen, his eldest son Roger, and his brother Tony found Dick, who was still in the camp inspecting the equipment. "Dick, come along," Duke Karen said with a rare air of ease and satisfaction. "The Locke family has prepared a feast, and you, the hero of the evening, should not be absent." His uncle Tony chuckled and patted Dick's shoulder with vigor, winking as he added, "Indeed, lad. Stop fiddling with those iron trinkets. It's warm inside the castle, and there is plenty of wine. Moreover, I've noticed several lovely maidens among the ladies of the Locke and other families, their eyes sparkling like those of young fawns. They surely wish to make the acquaintance of our young chieftain." Dick shook his head, sheathing his polished iron sword. "You all go ahead. I will remain here." Roger furrowed his brow. "Dick, this is highly irregular. We have triumphed. This is a moment for celebration. Father requires all family members present to showcase the unity and strength of House Stark." "I am not interested in displaying strength," Dick replied calmly, yet with an unyielding resolve. "Safety is paramount. We have all entered the castle, while the army remains outside. He paused, refraining from uttering the phrase Red Wedding, and continued, "If something were to happen inside, the outside would be left leaderless." Tony erupted into laughter, finding Dick's concerns utterly absurd. Something unexpected? What could possibly go wrong? The Locke family has been cowed since the day they surrendered. Besides, Sir Payne Brown is guarding every corner of the gates and walls with our most loyal soldiers. Not even a strange mouse could slip in. "Dick, you're being overly cautious. This is a feast of victory. Nothing will occur." Yet, Dick's demeanor remained resolute. He held no trust in the so-called safety within the castle walls. "Father, I will stay here," he emphasized slightly. Seeing his determination, his brothers and uncle could only reluctantly depart, with Uncle Tony muttering about fine wine and beautiful maidens as he left. Halfway through the banquet, Count Ulrich's son, Ares Locke, arrived at the Star camp outside with several servants carrying large barrels of ale and roasted meats. "My Lord Dick," Ares said, his face adorned with a warm smile, "my father sent me to extend his gratitude to the valiant warriors, a small token of appreciation for the generosity of House Stark." Dick did not refuse and nodded. signaling his men to accept the food and drink. However, he remained clad in armor, even fastening his cloak with precision. He orchestrated the rotation of patrols and sentries, ensuring that at least half of the personnel remained alert and vigilant during the distribution of food and drink. Under his command, the barracks operated with remarkable order, and the soldiers, reveling in their rewards, maintained their discipline. Ares Locke observed the camp with an air of casual indifference, yet beneath his gaze lay a subtle scrutiny. He leaned closer to Dick, attempting to bridge the distance. "My Lord Dick, truth be told, witnessing today's spectacle reminds me of the shared tribulations our families have endured." He sighed, his tone growing heavy with melancholy. Following the demise of Robert, the usurper of the Baelish dynasty, Westeros was engulfed in the maelstrom of the War of the Five Kings. The northern nobility descended southward, shedding blood, only to be forgotten and betrayed in the end. Your city of Carhold, our Locke family's ancestral stronghold, was ultimately consumed by those we once considered kin, while we were cast aside like refuse, exiled beyond the realm. Dick's motion of polishing his sword sheath momentarily faltered as Ares lamented. Yet, the future undoubtedly belongs to House Stark and a formidable heroes such as yourself. After a brief silence, Dick inquired, "Ares, I find myself curious about the Lord in Black, Jon Snow. What became of him? Did he leave any heirs? Where exactly was his domain?" Ares' eyes brightened, sensing he had struck upon a topic that would please the formidable young man. "You have posed the right question, my Lord Dick. There are some old souls in the castle who recall tales of the Lord in Black." He lowered his voice. "Duke Jon Snow left no heirs. It is said that in his later years he became somewhat peculiar, growing taciturn, even a bit mad. My grandfather encountered him a few times in his youth and mentioned that he would often mumble strange words." "What words?" Dick pressed. "Bran and dragons," Ares replied, his voice tinged with mystery. He repeatedly murmured Bran and dragons. Eventually, during one winter, he insisted on journeying north to the land of eternal winter, and he never returned. It was as if he had been consumed by the ice and snow, vanishing without a trace. "Bran and dragons," Dick echoed softly, his brow furrowing. The fate of Jon Snow seemed shrouded in a mist more elusive than the snowstorms beyond the wall. This was both reminiscent of the story he knew and filled with perplexing deviations. "Indeed, it is quite strange, isn't it?" Ares shrugged. "That was over 50 years ago. But the castle of Carhold he left behind has now welcomed a new, more powerful master." He raised his cup once more, toasting to Dick. Dick lifted his goblet to his lips, yet his gaze drifted beyond the campfire, into the profound and endless darkness of the north, as if yearning to pierce through time and snow to glimpse the ultimate fate of the Lord in Black. The snow continued to fall, and history appeared buried beneath the ice, revealing only scattered and eerie facets. Chapter 120. Feast and vigil. The main hall of Carhold echoed with revelry, the cacophony nearly threatening to topple the stone-vaulted ceiling. In the grand fireplace, flames danced joyously, casting a warm glow upon faces flushed with the effects of alcohol and hearty fare. The long table was laden with exquisite dishes generously provided by the Locke family. Castle servants diligently played the bagpipes and beat the drums, their lively melodies momentarily banishing the shadows of war and the humiliation of defeat. Duke Carlin Karstark occupied the head of the table, his posture still erect, though his brow betrayed the solace and satisfaction brought forth by victory. He graciously received toasts from nobles, responding to their sincere or sycophantic compliments with the steadiness of a rock, only occasionally exchanging a knowing glance with his eldest son, Roger, whose eyes sparkled with the pride of the Karstark family's ascendants. Roger Karstark endeavored to maintain the gravity befitting an heir, yet the slight lift of his chin and the glimmer in his gaze revealed the tumult within. This conquest, achieved without bloodshed, surpassed his wildest expectations when he first accompanied his father to war. Meanwhile, Tony Karstark had long cast caution aside. With his collar open, he held a massive horn cup in one hand while the other casually encircled the waist of a passing maid, his boisterous laughter drowning out the music. He boasted to several nobles, their expressions slightly awkward, about the valor of the Karstark family, particularly his own, and the fearsome prowess of the Plains warriors, all under the wise leadership of his nephew. "I dare say, you ought to have done this long ago," Tony exclaimed, his breath laced with the scent of wine as he patted one noble on the shoulder. "Following Duke Carlin is far superior to the long-gone Black Duke. Coolme, let us toast to the new order beyond the wall." The hall was thick with warmth, a lang of alcohol, the aroma of meat, sweat, and a certain insincere camaraderie, painting a vibrant picture of victorious revelry. Yet, just beyond the thick stone wall, the atmosphere was markedly different. The main encampment of the Karstark family was orderly, with campfires arranged methodically, their flames burning steadily, dispelling the cold of the north, yet failing to diminish the solemn vigilance that permeated the air. There was no clamor, no music, only the occasional snort of warhorses, the faint sound of metal clashing, and the rhythmic, heavy footsteps of patrols. Dick Karstark remained clad in armor, stained with the dust of battle, resembling a silver statue standing sentinel beside the largest campfire, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the encampment. The provisions of wine and meat sent by the Locke family had been distributed, yet he himself had only a cup of water and a piece of hard bread before him, the food virtually untouched. He did not interfere with the soldiers' moderate relaxation, but vigilance was doubled, and the frequency of patrols remained unyielding. Over half of the warriors were ordered to remain alert, their weapons within easy reach. His chieftain's guard had long since adapted. They quietly savored their meals, conversing in hushed tones, their eyes sharp as they remained ever watchful for the dangers that might lurk in the darkness, just as they did during night watches on the plains. The entire military camp resembled a slumbering beast, seemingly tranquil yet taut with muscle, ready to spring forth and devour at any moment. Aerys Locke stood at the periphery of the encampment, silently observing all that unfolded. The fervent smile that once adorned his face had faded, replaced by a profound sense of emotion and a subtle, barely perceptible awe. What he beheld was not a young hero intoxicated by victory, but rather a commander of chilling composure. He chose not to intrude further, respectfully bidding farewell to Dick before swiftly returning to the castle. High within the main keep, Count Ulrich Locke's study window framed his gaze as it pierced through the cold night, directed towards the orderly military camp beyond. He observed the clearly visible arcs of patrolling torches, forming an invisible ring that steadfastly safeguarded the encampment. As Aerys gently pushed open the study door, Ulrich did not turn. "Is he still outside?" The elder Locke's voice was deep and calm. "Yes, father." Aerys closed the door, insulating himself from the raucous festivities below, his tone imbued with the gravity of a report. "Lord Dick has not removed his armor. The rations of food and drink were distributed among the soldiers, yet he himself has scarcely partaken. The camp was under stringent vigilance, the density of sentinels and patrols far exceeding ordinary necessity, as if the specter of war still loomed." Ulrich slowly turned, candlelight flickering in his profound eyes. "Is this the will of your father?" Duke Carlin revels in victory within the hall, yet entrusts his younger son to ensure that swords remain unsheathed. Aerys pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I do not know. Duke Carlin and Lord Roger seem immersed in the festivities, while Lord Tony is particularly audacious. Could this be a test for us? A test?" Ulrich mulled over the term as he approached the hearth, extending his hand to warm himself by the fire. The victors in revelry are often the most vulnerable. How many feasts throughout history have culminated in bloodshed? Duke Carlin is a formidable commander. Does he perceive the shadows lurking behind glory? He paused, lowering his voice further. "It appears that the ascendance of the Karstark family is no mere coincidence. They merit our utmost investment." Aerys listened with bated breath, comprehending the weight of his father's words. Ulrich fell silent for a moment, seemingly arriving at a final resolution. At last, he raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as they bore into his son. "Aerys, at the edge of the Ghost Shadow Forest, 3 guests from the south still reside in the manor. You know to whom they belong." Aerys' complexion shifted slightly. "Father, are you implying terror?" "I'm aware of whom they represent." Ulrich interrupted, his tone brooking no dissent. "The situation has changed. Castle Karstark has welcomed a new master, and our Locke family has made its choice." He approached the desk, emphatically tapping the surface with his finger. "We must eliminate any potential sources of concern for Duke Carlin. It is time to sever ties with the past entirely. You are to eliminate them with precision, leaving no trace behind." Aerys inhaled sharply, fully aware of the implications of this command, which severed any potential ties with the fortress of terror. He gazed into his father's resolute eyes and nodded solemnly. "I understand, father." Before dawn, they would vanish without a sound. "Excellent," Ulrich remarked, a faint expression of weariness yet relief crossing his face. "Proceed and prepare. Tomorrow, all families shall accompany Duke Karen to his stronghold, the Horn Fortress. On the following morning, the biting wind persisted, yet the sky remained clear. In the open grounds outside Castle Castor, a formidable procession was assembling. The main force under Duke Caron's command, along with newly allied nobles and their retinues, and the resplendently equipped yet ominously silent wasteland chieftains, formed a grand and imposing convoy. According to ancient tradition, the nobles of the vanquished were required to present their swords as a token of surrender before proceeding to the victor's stronghold. Before the ancestral hearth, they would formally pledge their fealty to the family's sacred tree. This was not merely a ritual. It was a pivotal step in establishing a new hierarchy, transforming the act of surrender into a solid feudal contract. Count Ulrich of Frostbite led all the nobles from the eastern side, impeccably attired yet not fully armed, quietly awaiting their turn in the ranks. Their expressions were even more submissive than the previous day, devoid of hesitation or calculation, replaced instead with an acceptance of the inevitable and a reverence for their new lord. This reverence deepened after Ares returned with news concerning the night watch of Dick Castor. Duke Caron sat astride his steed, surveying the vast assembly and the subdued nobles, his spirit soaring. He raised his hand, proclaiming, "Let us depart. Our destination is the Horn Fortress." As the sound of the horn echoed, the procession stirred like a waking dragon, beginning its slow march southward towards the power center of House Castor. The wheels crunched over the frozen ground, and the thunderous clatter of hooves heralded a transformation in the power dynamics beyond the frontier, irrevocably rewritten from that moment onward. Chapter 121. The oath of the southern tide behind the Horn Fortress lies a tranquil place encircled by ancient stone walls. Here, the clamor of the great hall and the heat of the hearth are absent, replaced only by the mournful whispers of the cold wind brushing through the treetops and the gentle sound of snow-laden branches. A towering fish-leaf tree stands sentinel, its pallid trunk etched with profound visages, and its blood-red leaves, undeterred by winter's chill, resemble congealed blood, appearing particularly eerie and sacred beneath the gray sky. Beneath this tree, several gravestones of varying ages stand quietly, cloaked in a thin layer of snow. They mark the resting places of the Castor family's ancestors, silently witnessing the rise and fall of their lineage and their vows. In this moment, the ordinarily solemn grounds have transformed into the epicenter of power. To the east of the frost and snow teeth, all surviving noble lords approached in succession, kneeling on one knee beneath the ancient heart tree to pledge their allegiance to Duke Caron Karstark. They removed their gloves, placing their bare palms directly upon the cold, root-strewn earth, reciting their oaths of fealty to the Karstark family and its newly appointed guardian of the north. Their breath crystallized into white mist in the frigid air. Their voices, unlike the echoes in the great hall, were absorbed by this sacred ground, rendering the moment more solemn and irrevocable. Duke Caron stood before the heart tree, his presence as formidable as a mountain. He did not take a seat upon any throne, for before this revered tree and the ancestral tombstones, any artificial seat would seem an affront. Caron's countenance, cast in the dappled shadows of the crimson leaves, appeared particularly stern, his gaze sweeping over each oath-taker as if he could pierce through to the authenticity of their hearts. His eldest son, Roger, stood to one side, tall and striving to maintain the dignity of the air, yet the excitement and ambition reflected in his eyes, illuminated by the blood-red foliage, were difficult to entirely conceal. Uncle Tony stood on the opposite side, uncharacteristically subdued, casting furtive glances at the gravestones as though fearing to disturb the slumber of their ancestors. Dick Karstark lingered at the edge of the shadows, his silver hair glinting coldly against the backdrop of the scarlet leaves. He bore witness to it all with a calm demeanor, as if the ancient magical grounds resonated faintly with the 72 fragments of earthly demons within him. Though his heart remained largely untroubled, this ceremony of allegiance felt more like the inevitable culmination of his southern expedition, a preordained act scripted long ago. Yet under the heart tree, it carried an air of fateful gravity. Midway through the ceremony, an unexpected guest quietly entered the periphery of the gathering, guided by the guards. Cloaked in a dark traveler's mantle, he was slender, with tousled chestnut hair, intermittently stifling low, rasping coughs. It was Abella Hightower, the envoy from the Hightower family in the north. His arrival incited a subtle stir and numerous curious glances. for the Hightower family seldom ventured into the remote expanse of the north. After the oath-taking concluded, Duke Caron's eyes fell upon Abella, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Clearly, he was not pleased by the arrival of this fervent devotee of the Seven. However, when Abella respectfully offered his words of congratulations and engaged in a brief, hushed conversation with Caron and Roger, Dick astutely noted a subtle shift in the demeanor of his father and brother. It was a cautious acceptance, weighed against the benefits, as the earlier sense of rejection noticeably waned. What had Hightower offered? Dick pondered inwardly. The die was cast. Dick's thoughts had already soared back to his own domain, the arduous stronghold of Stodd's Corner. In merely 20 days of sunrises and sunsets, he had transformed into the great chief, commanding 2,000 warriors of the wasteland, and had aided his family in establishing dominion over the north. Behind the glory, the number of warriors under command surged dramatically. Considering the 2,000 soldiers originally recruited and trained by the difficult fortress, it implies more than 4,000 mouths to feed. Family support may alleviate immediate concerns, yet it is hardly a sustainable solution. The territory remains in a state of recovery, and sustaining such a large army imposes significant financial and material strain. Dick's gaze swept over the lavish meals laid out on the long table for the nobles. Even the salt used by the nobles was merely a dull brown, a coarse powder laced with impurities and a bitter taste. A thought crystallized in his mind: salt. Pristine, pure, and precious sea salt. Dick recalled having seen an ancient method of extracting sea salt in a video from a previous life. This endeavor requires manpower, location, and knowledge. Dick approached his father and elder brother with a request. "Father, the difficult fortress is in dire need of revitalization. I ask for the assistance of Bachelor Valentine Johnson and Bachelor Viscatoin to be transferred to my territory to help me manage affairs." Duke Caron, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement almost without hesitation, a hint of relief on his face, as if to say, "You have finally asked for something." Roger immediately expressed his support as well. "Of course, Dick. Your merits are sufficient to warrant more." Duke Caron's voice boomed. With a wave of his hand, he not only readily agreed to the personnel transfer, but also generously added further gifts. "In addition, I will allocate a shipment of grains, oats, barley, legumes, and cured meats, 50 carts in total, sufficient to sustain your army for a time." This generosity exceeded Dick's expectations, and he offered his sincere thanks. Having resolved a significant concern, as Dick exited the hall, he was halted by a gentle yet slightly hoarse voice. "My Lord Dick." Abella Hightower had appeared at his side, wearing a humble smile. "Lord Abella," Dick responded politely, albeit with a sense of distance. "The deeds you accomplished at Trembling Sea Fortress have spread throughout the north," Abella continued, his tone imbued with a bard's admiration. "The soldiers proclaim that witnessing your fighting form was akin to seeing the embodiment of the 7 gods' warriors descend upon the world." Dick's heart sank slightly. His strength was attributed to the 72 remnants of the earth, and he had no desire to be associated with any deities. Soldiers require tales to inspire their morale. Dick subtly shifted the conversation. "I am more curious as to why Mr. Hightower is present at Horn Fortress. I had assumed your responsibilities lay primarily within Winterfell." Abella cleared his throat gently and smiled. "The Hightower family's mission to illuminate the path ahead sometimes requires us to venture further afield. The formidable Stark family has taken on the role of guardians beyond the wall, a significant shift in the northern landscape. Thus, our family should naturally send envoys to convey congratulations and goodwill." His words were smooth yet vague. "Goodwill?" Dick's tone remained flat, concealing a trace of barely perceptible sarcasm. The Hightower family's recent endeavors to illuminate seem to have ignited considerable conflict in the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and even Dorne. Even beyond the wall, we have heard whispers of Old Town's ambitions. Dick shrugged, remarking that it was indeed difficult to foster closeness with them. Abella, far from being offended, chuckled lightly, her laughter interrupted by a fit of coughing. "Cough, cough. Lord Dick, you speak plainly. Sometimes, maintaining neutrality and refraining from aiding either side is a rare and commendable stance." Dick remained silent, observing him quietly. Abella lowered his voice. "It is all about human agency, Lord Dick. Your forebears were formidable individuals, and now that the family's great troubles have been resolved with your esteemed position, it is time to look towards the future. They envision greater possibilities. For instance, forging closer ties with equally venerable families." He cast a significant glance at Dick, "Your brother, Lord Roger Karstark is to wed Miss Daenerys Hightower, the second daughter of our esteemed Hightower family. In that instant, Dick comprehended the underlying reason for his family's shift in attitude. A union with one of the most powerful yet troublesome families from the South could indeed elevate the Karstark family's influence across Westeros, serving as a counterbalance to Winterfell. No wonder they had ceased to shun this devotee of the Seven. So it was. Dick's face remained impassive as he offered, "Congratulations to the Hightower family. And my brother as well." Abella accepted the lukewarm congratulations with a smile, then shifted the conversation. "I have sought you out not only to convey my felicitations, but also to express a personal goodwill. You see, King S Landing has already begun to decline, and the High Septon has long since relocated the Holy See back to the Starry September in Old Town. The Citadel stands as a beacon of wisdom, while the church serves as a sanctuary of faith." He coughed, yet his words were remarkably clear. However, whether scholars or monks, they are first and foremost human, and humans often, inevitably, become beholden to power or serve specific agendas. Beneath the radiance of Old Town, shadows also dwell. Dick narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Abella. Abella met his gaze with poise, stating, "The Citadel and the Starry September profoundly influence us, and in turn we." He straightened his frail form slightly. "Miss Daenerys is deeply influenced by the ideals of the Citadel, fostering closeness with scholars while growing somewhat distant from the faith of the Seven. And I," his voice lowered, rich with implication, "I am a loyal servant of the Seven. What I wish to convey is that after Miss Daenerys marries into the Karstark family, her representation of the Citadel may not align closely with one whom soldiers privately refer to as the incarnation of the warrior of the Seven." Having spoken, he once more offered a humble bow, leaving behind a significant glance before merging into the distant crowd, the echoes of his low coughs gradually dissipating in the air. Dick stood rooted, his gaze profound. Truly, conflict is ever present. The clamor of loyalty continued, the fires burned bright, yet he sensed a subtle undercurrent from the south, laden with the scent of tomes and incense, quietly surging over the stone walls of Hornhill. Chapter 122. Wealth building and dual trust. The biting cold wind swept in from the trembling expanse of the gray-green sea, carrying with it icy particles and a heavy, briny scent, lashing against the newly constructed earthen walls of Stodd's Corner. This coastal territory was undergoing a transformation at an unprecedented pace. As a newly appointed lord of this land, Dick Karstark stood upon a slightly elevated slope, his silver hair simply tied back, his gaze calmly surveying his domain. Sturdy timber structures replaced some of the dilapidated shanties, and newly cultivated fields of frozen earth stretched inland. A contingent of newly trained militia patrolled along the coastline, their movements still somewhat awkward, yet beginning to display a semblance of order. In the designated workshop area by the sea, where Dick had invested much of his effort, wisps of white smoke curled upward, merging with the mist of the ocean. Dick's uncle, Daemon, now the commander of the Wasteland Vanguard, strode over, his leather boots crunching on the frozen ground. "Hey, Dick, that old coot Cohen is complaining about my men, scaring his fresh recruits." Daemon's voice boomed, imbued with the ruggedness characteristic of the wasteland. "In my opinion, forget formations. Just instill some grit." The corners of Dick's mouth lifted slightly as he refrained from turning his head. "Discipline and grit are both indispensable, Uncle. The knights are responsible for the shield and sword of our territory, while your men are the sharpest spear." Daemon scratched his unkempt beard, still finding the rules somewhat awkward. Yet he had long since come to respect Dick's judgment. "All right, I'll heed your advice, but you must include me in the next hunt. I've been cooped up in this cursed place for too long. My bones are itching." Hunting. Dick sighed inwardly. How he longed to ride deep into the forest, pursuing the deeper powers within the seven remnants of the Earth Fiend. Yet, the responsibilities of lordship bound him like an invisible chain, anchoring him firmly to this spot. Military training, territorial disputes, and resource allocations consumed his energy, leaving him with scant time for himself. However, the very act of building and developing was a manifestation of power, an advantage rooted in memories from his past life. The territory's economy, reliant solely on limited agriculture and sporadic trade with the port, was woefully insufficient. Dick cast his gaze towards the tumultuous, quaking sea. The salt of this world was mostly coarse and bitter, tinged with gray-brown impurities, yet it commanded a hefty price. He recalled an ancient and effective method for purifying sea salt. He summoned his mentor, Viscadoan, a bald, unaccredited yet practically experienced scholar, along with the silent mute, Yara. During the days of scarcity in Everwinter Fortress, the three of them had collaborated to establish a leatherworking shop, enduring the initial hardships. We need to build a new workshop, not for leather, but for salt. Yara raised her clear eyes, quietly nodding in understanding. Viscadoan, however, appeared somewhat intrigued. The process of extracting salt from seawater is exceedingly fuel-intensive. It is perhaps not merely boiling. Dick presented a meticulously crafted sketch. We shall harness the power of wind and sun. He elaborated on the procedure, excavating tiered evaporation pools, utilizing tides to introduce seawater, and through multiple sedimentation and natural evaporation processes, concentrating the brine, ultimately precipitating salt in crystallization pools. The most crucial step involves dissolving the initially obtained coarse salt, filtering, and recrystallizing it to eliminate impurities, yielding pure, snow-like salt. Bachelor Weiss listened wide-eyed, and soon his balding head gleamed with excitement. Brilliant, truly brilliant. My lord, this method resembles an esoteric mastery of scholars. Implement it, Professor Weiss. Yara will assist you in managing the laborers. Dick commanded, recruit the impoverished from the territory, as well as those who can no longer fight due to injuries, and provide them with employment. Just as we did at Winterhold, the workshop swiftly took shape. With the assistance of Bachelor Weiss and Yara, the process quickly fell into a smooth rhythm. When a first batch of white, delicate, and utterly non-bitter salt crystals shimmered under the sun before Dick, everyone involved held their breath. It was unlike any salt they had ever encountered. It was as pure as the first snow of the north, with a taste that was both pristine and potent. The news spread rapidly, first stirring the merchants from Pantos at the port. A rotund merchant, brimming with excitement, stammered, "How much? We want as much as possible. The price? We can negotiate based on the weight in gold." This monumental development finally captured the attention of Duke Karen. He and Roger personally arrived from Stag's Horn. Upon witnessing and tasting the snow-white salt and understanding the immense profits it promised, even the composed Duke Karen could not conceal his astonishment. "Dick, you have once again exceeded my expectations," Karen stated solemnly in Dick's lordly hall, his gaze complex as it fell upon his second son. Roger's eyes reflected a blend of excitement and a subtle hint of envy. "Father, the value of this snow salt is astonishing. We must proceed with caution." He used the term we. At this, Dick lifted his eyelids slightly, but chose not to elaborate. "Indeed." Duke Karen nodded, his expression growing serious. "Dick, do your utmost to keep the origins of this salt confidential. From this day forth, we shall uniformly assert that it is a rare mineral salt discovered in the far north of the eternal winter, which we shall name snow salt. All trade will be conducted through Stag's Horn to obfuscate its true nature." Dick merely inclined his head slightly. "Father, I fear this secret cannot be kept for long. We shall keep it as long as we can," Duke Karen decisively replied. "In the meantime, the family will be responsible for protection and sales. With profits, the family shall take 70%. Duke Karen abruptly paused, casting a guilty glance at his second son. "The family will take 50%, and your territory will take 50%. This will fortify Stode's Horn and significantly bolster the family's power." Dick had no objections. The protection of his family was indeed essential. The value of the snow salt far exceeded even Dick's most optimistic forecasts. It swiftly became the most significant source of wealth for Stodd's Corner and, by extension, the entire Stark family. The landscape of the territory transformed at an astonishing pace. Roads were repaired, granaries filled with provisions, and an increasing number of larger merchant ships began to dock at the port. The air of prosperity began to dispel the harsh chill from beyond the wall. A steady influx of golden dragons and resources poured in, and Stodd's Corner along with the Hornwood grew prosperous at a visible rate. Dick's life became busier. He patrolled the territory, trained the army, and managed workshop affairs, spinning like a top in his relentless duties. Yet, as he witnessed the smiles gradually spreading across the faces of his subjects and felt the land reviving, a profound sense of fulfillment welled within him. This was an achievement distinct from breakthroughs in swordsmanship or increases in strength. Just as he completed a batch of tasks and prepared to take a brief respite, a servant delivered 2 letters. One bore a seal of gray wax, stamped with the sigil of the dire wolf, originating from Winterfell. The other was sealed with a dark red wax, marked by the grotesque emblem of the flayed man from the Dreadfort. Dick's gaze lingered on the two letters, his expression becoming inscrutable. Chapter 123. The storm of bloodlines. The cold wind swept over the freshly turned earth and the fragrance of timber as Dick Stark stood atop the fortress walls, surveying the bustling territory below. The sounds of craftsmen hammering, soldiers drilling, and livestock bleating intertwined, forming a vibrant symphony of life. The inhuman strength within him lay dormant, akin to a slumbering behemoth, while the knowledge from his past life provided insights for construction that surpassed the confines of this era. In his hands lay two sealed letters, one adorned with the sigil of Winterfell's dire wolf, and the other bearing the mark of the flayed man from the Dreadfort. His fingertips paused for a moment on the dire wolf seal before he ultimately chose to open the letter from House Bolton first. The wax shattered, and as he unfurled the parchment, he found a somewhat erratic yet clear and assertive script. Dick could almost envision the glint of mischief and fervor in Laura Bolton's bright eyes as she penned these words. To Dick Stark, the Eagle of the North. Or should I call you, my beloved knight? I hope this letter finds you before your lands are blanketed by snowstorms. And I also hope you remember me, Laura Bolton, the girl who caught you in the Wolfwood and rode alongside you on a single horse. The Dreadfort remains as cold as ever. Yet recent events have set the blood here ablaze. A faint smile unconsciously crept across Dick's lips as he recalled the bold, spirited girl who was anything but ordinary for a noble lady. My father, Duke Bader, has decided to no longer endure the feeble rule of Winterfell and the furtive whispers of that fox, Herman Tallheart. We shall proclaim a truth to all the families of the North, a truth that has been deliberately forgotten for many years. The man currently seated upon the throne of Winterfell, Wayne Stark, does not possess the pure and noble lineage that is purported. At this revelation, Dick's smile faded. He continued to read on. Who is his father? No one can assert with certainty. Perhaps he is a lowly squire, or a smooth-talking minstrel. Who can say? But he is certainly not of the Stark line as they claim, descended from some long-forgotten branch of the family. His bloodline appears dubious and base when compared to ours, the Boltons, and even lacks the nobility of your Karstark lineage. And we, the Bolton family of the Dreadfort, assert with particular emphasis in this correspondence that our bloodline stems from the formal union of Queen Sansa Stark and Ramsay Bolton. Both Stark and Bolton can trace their heritage back to the age of heroes, ancient and esteemed. Thus, the progeny of their union possesses a greater claim to rule the North and don the crown than that of the ambiguous lineage of Wayne Stark. It is self-evident. My father ought to be the true Lord of the North. Dick inhaled a breath of frigid air. This was no mere private grievance. It was a public declaration of war. The Dreadfort had finally revealed its long-hidden fangs, attacking the very legitimacy of Winterfell's rule through the fundamental issue of bloodline. This move was exceedingly ruthless. The latter part of the letter softened in tone, as if Laura feared that such a vehement declaration might provoke Dick's disdain. She began to recount a familial secret, a tale concerning her grandfather. Dick, I know this may sound utterly mad, but please bear with me. I am not defending Ramsay Bolton, my infamous great-grandfather. He was a monster, a butcher who rose to power as a bastard, and he received the fate he deserved. Ultimately, he was defeated in the Bastardess War and met his end at the hands of his own wife, Queen Sansa, by Houndess justice. This is a well-known fact, beyond dispute. Yet, it is equally undeniable that the marriage between Ramsay and Queen Sansa did indeed exist, witnessed by the old and new gods and by all of humanity. During that nearly year-long marriage, which was undoubtedly a nightmare for Queen Sansa, they did indeed bear a child, my grandfather, Robin Bolton. It is said he was a premature infant, frail as a whelp in the biting wind. Everyone believed he would not survive that winter, including Ramsay himself, who sought merely to gain legitimacy through marriage. Showing no concern for the child, a knight named Walden Wyllis, known as Ironleg Walden, was the most trusted captain of the guard to my great-grandfather Ramsay, loyal to the Bolton house, and perhaps with a modicum of reverence for the Stark bloodline. Ironleg Walden secretly cared for and protected this infant, ensuring that this pitiable child survived. Warden, a scion of the Lysewell family, intertwined with our Bolton lineage through marriage, stands as our most devoted vassal. He harbors skepticism towards the ruthless Ramsay, yet he places his hopes in the infant bearing both Stark and Bolton blood. In the dark hour when Ramsay faced defeat and the Bolton family faced reckoning, Ironleg Warden made a profound sacrifice. He surrendered his own son, of similar age, to take Robin Bolton's place, enduring the wrath of the executioners. With the life of his own child, he safeguarded my grandfather Dick, who could feel the weight and cruelty that the letters backbore. Behind the Game of Thrones, blood is invariably shed. When the nobles of the Vale, under the pretext of demanding recompense for the Bastards' War, greedily sought to annex northern lands and even laid siege, forcing the Northern Alliance into retreat, Queen Sansa found herself in dire straits. She desperately needed every strength to withstand the external threat. Iron Leg Warden, accompanied by the now teenage Robin Bolton, arrived at Winterfell, presenting him before his mother, Queen Sansa. Queen Sansa confirmed Robin's identity. This matter had nearly become an open secret among the Highborn. Ultimately, it was my grandfather, Robin Bolton, who, with the fierce courage of the Boltons and the wisdom of the Starks coursing through his veins, united the remnants of the forces at Harrenhal with other families loyal to the Starks, driving the avaricious Vale lords back into the sea. My grandfather, Robin Bolton, restored all reclaimed territories to their respective families and demonstrated unwavering loyalty to his mother, Queen Sansa. At the conclusion of her letter, Laura's tone grew resolute and enticing once more. Thus, Dick, you see, we are not rebels, but rather reclaimers of what rightfully belongs to us. The Bolton family possesses a lineage more pure, noble, and indisputable than that of the current Lord of Winterfell. The title of king in the north rightfully belongs to my father. Consider this, Dick. The Stark family was likewise exiled beyond the wall, enduring scorn. When a new era dawns, whom shall you pledge your loyalty? A king of uncertain lineage? Or a true sovereign capable of restoring ancient honor and order while bestowing generous rewards upon the faithful? You know my feelings for you. I sincerely hope we can be together. Laura Bolton folded the letter gently, her gaze drifting southward, as if she could pierce through the mountains to glimpse the silhouette of Winterfell and sense the surging ambition of Harrenhal. The winds of snow and storm were approaching. In his hand, another letter from Winterfell felt particularly burdensome at that moment. Chapter 124. The ashes of cold letters beyond the wall, at Stonedrake, atop the ramparts of Hardhome. Dick Stark gazed at the other letter in his possession, the one from Winterfell. The sigil of the Ice Wolf appeared cold and silent. Ultimately, he broke its seal. The handwriting on the letter is elegant and meticulously crafted, exuding a deliberate grace, characteristic of Sophia Stark. The opening of the letter from Dick lacks lengthy titles, merely presenting a simple name, as if they still shared the intimacy of old. It brings invigorating news of your father, Duke Caron, who has successfully unified the lands beyond the wall, becoming a true guardian of those realms. Please convey my most heartfelt congratulations to him, as well as to your entire family. The Northern Territories are rendered more complete due to your family's achievements. The Stark family shall not forget the efforts and sacrifices of its loyal vassals. I have also heard of your elevation to the lordship of Stod's Corner, a title most deserved. Dick, I am genuinely pleased for you. You have acquired your own domain, which is nothing short of splendid. Do you recall our dreams of the day when you would earn the respect of the world through your sword and wisdom? You have now accomplished that. Dick gazed impassively at the words. Her joy, articulated with impeccable sincerity, brimmed with the appreciation and encouragement a princess and heir might extend to a capable vassal. Yet, he discerned the calculated undertones in her lines. House Stark's consolidation of the lands beyond the wall and its burgeoning power warranted her joy, a sentiment measured against the value of political leverage. However, Dick knew the North situation had recently grown tumultuous, shadows gathering ominously. The tone of the letter shifted to one of gravity, as if revealing heartfelt concern. Surely, you have sensed this as well. Certain families, blinded by ambition, have begun to spread vile rumors, attempting to undermine the very foundations of Winterfell and question the purity of my father's bloodline. These lies are despicable and hollow, yet they spread like a plague, ensnaring the ignorant or those with ulterior motives. What Lola termed proclaimed facts in her correspondence have, in Sophia's hands, morphed into malicious rumors. The Bolton family may have exaggerated, perhaps even fabricated, but Sophia's outright dismissal of these claims as lies is, in itself, a form of embellishment. Is truth truly significant? In the face of power, truth is often the first to be strangled. I cannot help but feel concern for you, Dick. The genuine tone of concern within the letter resonates profoundly. Your domain of Stod's Corner borders the territory of Eastwatch, under the influence of the ominous Castle of Terror. The family controlling Eastwatch, entrenched in the ancestral lands of your family, is the Cern family. They're the most loyal minions of Castle Terror. And these savages never conceal their animosity towards the Starks and the Karen Starks. Dick's fingertips gently tapped against the cold stone wall. The Cern family, who, following the Bastard War, were installed in Cahor as a reward by Jon Snow and Queen Sansa, belonged to the Wildling tribe. In the past, the Stark family utilized the ancestral castle of House Karstark to reward their allies and solidify their dominion. However, time has transformed those once allies into adversaries, now threatening Winterfell. The descendants of the original lords of Karhold must now bear the bitter fruits of this historical legacy. The irony of the situation caused a subtle smile to grace Dick's lips as he reflected on the decisions made by Winterfell in those days. He shook his head. Sophia's concerns, though heartfelt, were not solely for him, Dick Karstark, but rather for the nascent military might of the Karstark family, which should not be underestimated. The tone of the letter shifted unexpectedly to one of softness, tinged with an almost imperceptible melancholy. Dick, sometimes I reminisce about the moments we shared in Winterfell, the training grounds, the library's corner, the sacred woods, and my chambers. Those memories hold significance for me. I often ponder if the world were simpler. Perhaps we would not have arrived at this juncture. Dick read quietly, his heart betraying no tumult. These nostalgic words seemed like meticulously crafted lines, intended to evoke his past affections and soften his stance. She had chosen power, arrogantly believing that Dick should find contentment in being the shadow behind her authority. A clandestine lover. Now that he and his family's strength were burgeoning, she sought to ensnare him once more with the warmth of their shared past. Dick, your talents and strength far surpass those of ordinary men. The House Karstark has risen to become the sole sovereign of the North, its power and prestige rivaling that of any great house. Yet, therein lies a poignant twist. Alas, such is the caprice of fate. As the second son, you are destined never to inherit the headship of House Karstark or the title of Duke of the North. Such is a profound regret. Today, I am the Crown Princess, the future Queen of the North. My marriage transcends personal sentiment. It concerns alliances and the stability of the kingdom. The Crown Princess must unite with the most formidable heir to ensure a seamless transition of power and the perpetuation of House Stark. Dick, if only you were the rightful heir, many things would be different. My father, the King of the North, might not oppose the union of a Duke heir with such strength and potential with the Crown Princess. That would forge the most stable alliance in the North. Perhaps we would not have to part ways. She refrained from voicing the provocative words directly, merely presenting him with the harsh reality and an alluring possibility. Look, the only barrier between us is your identity. How wonderful it would be if you held a claim to inheritance. This was the most subtle yet venomous insinuation. She was encouraging him, or rather, tempting him to contend with and challenge his elder brother and father. Dick sighed, "Yet you're not worth it," gently placing the letter down. He gazed into the distant leaden sky, and further still, the snow-capped mountains. Sophia Stark, beautiful and intelligent. Yet now, from head to toe, every strand of her hair was steeped in the desire for power. She measured all values solely by power and utility. Love, old affections, were merely chips for her to barter and manipulate. Dick saw through this exquisite stationery. She did not care for him. She only valued the strength behind him. If the Stark family had not truly unified the lands beyond, would this letter have found its way to him? She cared not for the harmony within House Stark. She merely wished for its power to be entirely at her disposal, even if it meant indirectly controlling it through him. The cold wind whipped through Dick's silver hair. He was acutely aware that as long as he possessed the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends, he would stand invincible, more real and potent than all this hypocrisy. Silence enveloped him as he approached the blazing hearth within the castle. Dick brought a corner of the letter filled with false greetings, insincere concern, subtle provocations, and power calculations close to the flames. The orange-red tongues of fire leapt up swiftly, greedily consuming the parchment, devouring the cold elegance of the words, and erasing the last vestiges of false warmth from the past. Ultimately, all was reduced to a pile of charred ashes, scattered by the northern winds, vanishing amidst the bustling clamor beneath the fortress. Chapter 125. Rotation and turbulence. The morning chill had yet to fully dissipate. Yet the training grounds at Stode's Point were already abuzz with voices. A new batch of warriors from the tribes beyond the lands, clad in furs and coarse leather, Their eyes, a blend of wildness and anticipation, stood in line to receive their armor and weapons. The blacksmith's assistants brought forth crates of brand new axes, broadswords, and iron-clad shields, and with each distribution, a wave of suppressed awe rippled through the crowd. The old knight, Cohen Park, stood upon the stone steps, his grizzled beard quivering slightly in the cold wind. He gazed at the jubilant warriors donning their gear and felt a momentary disorientation. A year had passed since Lord Dick Stark had become the master of this land and instituted the rotating system of the Wild Chieftains camp. This marked the first official rotation. Each tribe dispatched new warriors according to their quotas, replacing the veterans who had served for a year. Many chieftains were immensely grateful. The rotation alleviated the demographic pressure on the tribes and afforded more warriors the opportunity to venture southward to witness the wealth of the southern territories, even bringing back precious iron goods and rewards. Yet Cohen understood that the young lord had a broader vision. The rotation system meant that year after year, Lord Dick would have the chance to cultivate, influence, and win over the most elite warriors of the wilderness. The plains were lacking in iron, grain, salt, and the common goods of the South, while Stode's Point could provide these. As time passed, those warriors who had been graced by the Lord S might return to the tribe, becoming the backbone of his amicable forces. The wasteland was transforming into a boundless reservoir of quality troops and a strategic stronghold for Dick Cashtack. It was truly beyond imagination, the old knight murmured to himself. He still recalled the scene from a year prior upon his arrival. The Cape of Stad and the difficult fortress had once been the stronghold of the traders of the Cashtack family. Under the vengeful purging by Duke Karen and Lord Roger, this land had been nearly drenched in blood. All nobles, estate owners, and even the wealthiest townsfolk with the slightest connection had suffered devastating blows. In this quasi-medieval realm, the aristocracy monopolized all wealth and knowledge. Their sudden disappearance meant that the territories fell into paralysis and silence. Even during Lord Dick's pursuit of the honor of the King's Knight in Winterfell, the cleansing had not fully ceased. When Cohen was dispatched to assume command of the defenses, he encountered nothing but ruins, scorched earth, and an oppressive silence. He despaired, believing that it would take a decade, perhaps even longer, for this place to regain its former glory. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the resonant clanging of metal. The newly arrived tribal warriors were clumsily yet eagerly trying on their newly issued chainmail, their faces alight with childlike joy. For them, a complete suit of armor was often a treasured heirloom of the tribe. Dick Cashtack's heart had also been stirred by what his father and brothers referred to as cleaning up. Out of guilt, they had bestowed this relatively fertile land upon him as his territory, promising to clean it up. Only upon witnessing it firsthand did he grasp the cruel implications hidden behind that word clean. Yet, Dick did not dwell on the past. He utilized his knowledge as a traveler to refine sea salt. Today, the salt fields along the coast of Cape Stad produced pristine, delicate snow salt, far superior to the coarse salt commonly found. Once introduced, this salt sparked a frenzy among merchants from across the narrow sea, who were willing to exchange vast quantities of grain, ingots, manufactured weapons, and even gold coins for it. Wealth began to pour in. The stagnation that once plagued the territory resumed its motion, with mills operating day and night and caravans from the south arriving in a steady stream. The once desolate town gradually regained its vitality as new freemen and craftsmen, under protection, began to rebuild their homes. The market was graced with previously rare goods, finely milled flour, southern fruits, high-quality woolen fabrics, and even books. Dick promoted a group of knights' sons whom he had favored in Everwinter Castle, appointing them as squires regardless of age. Now, over 30 of the older and more exemplary among them had been knighted and assigned to various regions of the territory to assist in governance. The newly recruited army was trained by Cohen and the robust, yet loyal uncle, Daemon, with the castle lacking a lady of the house. Day-to-day affairs were managed by two sworn young wildlings, brothers Sam and Cody. The workshop and market had been entrusted to the capable and silent mute, Yilla, along with Dick's mentor, Viscadoan. A new ruling faction centered around Dick Cashtark is beginning to take shape. However, Dick is acutely aware that governing a territory recently cleansed by bloodshed is no simple task. Communication relies primarily on horses and ravens, with edicts rarely leaving the castle. Many farmers in remote villages may remain oblivious to the change of lord, still believing that the former traitorous family retains control. Consequently, Dick has been exceedingly diligent over the past year. He has tirelessly patrolled the lands, made appearances before the newly recruited soldiers, presided over courts, distributed provisions, and dealt with petty criminals. His presence must be indelibly etched in the memories of the populace to gradually supplant the old lord and establish new authority. Only recently has everything begun to fall into place. Dick, the lord, can finally take a moment's respite from his exhaustive efforts. In the woods, the sharp and urgent sound of arrows slicing through the air resonates. Whoosh! Another arrow strikes true, piercing the eye of a stag 200 paces away. The stag collapses, its hooves flailing momentarily before it lies still. Remarkable! Cousin Dick, the young maiden, Martha, the falcon, exclaims, leaping from her horse and rushing towards the prey, her face aglow with admiration. She has just rotated to Stodd's corner, taking over from her sister, Eileen, and had previously been following Dick's aunt, Kalia, in the falcon tribe, learning the ways of the shapeshifter. Dick Kashtark sheathes his longbow, a rare smile of relaxation gracing his features. Draped in a heavy wolf pelt cloak, his tall figure exudes formidable strength. Even in casual repose, he commands an imposing presence. The labors of the past year have left few traces upon him, rather adding an air of gravitas and authority. Merely basic skills, he remarks in a measured tone. Beside him, his uncle Damon exuberantly urges the horse onward. What a splendid shot, Dick. Those antlers are quite impressive. They would look magnificent hanging in your hall. He never misses an opportunity to boast and praise his nephew. Yet, on the other horse, Eileen the falcon wears a sullen expression. Tugging at the reins, she gazes at the jubilant Martha and the smiling Dick, unable to suppress her discontent. I've been here a year, and my cousin spends all his time darting between the study and the construction site, hardly finding a moment to dine together. Now, as I prepare to leave, he has time to take the new sister hunting. Her tone is tinged with bitterness, concealing the unique grievances and jealousy of youth. Upon hearing her words, Dick can only smile with resignation. Over the past year, he has indeed dedicated himself wholly to the revival of the territory, with little attention to anything else. Now that the rotation period is upon them, Eileen must return to the Falcon tribe. Eileen, you have witnessed the state of the lands with your own eyes. Dick slows his voice to explain. In the beginning, everything was in disarray. I could not afford to be distracted. Now that matters have found their stride, I'm finally able to enjoy a brief respite. Your assistance has always been appreciated. Erin pursed her lips, although her mood had yet to fully recover. She refrained from further complaints. Martha circled around the majestic stag, attempting to extract the arrow while exclaiming, "What strength, Dick! Your archery is nothing short of miraculous. I dare say even the finest hunters of the tribe could not surpass you." Damon, standing nearby, burst into hearty laughter, as if the praise were directed at him. Meanwhile, at the same moment, the direction of the trembling sea heralded an impending arrival. On the distant horizon, a colossal silhouette of sails gradually emerged. A fleet was cleaving through the gray waves, making its way toward Horn Bay. Among them, several towering ships bore distinct emblems upon their sails, a tiered white beacon, flames flickering atop, against a backdrop of azure fields. This was the sigil of House Hightower. In contrast, other, more agile vessels, their prows adorned with intricate, exotic carvings, displayed black banners featuring a golden seahorse encircled by silver waves. This was the standard of the Sea King of Braavos. The formidable fleet silently proclaimed its strength and wealth as it slowly entered the frigid waters beyond the wall. Chapter 126. North and South. Horn Bay and Old Town. In the Grand Hall of Horn Bay, dozens of stout torches blazed, illuminating the stone walls. A massive oak table was draped with vibrant satin, reflecting the glow of silver candelabras and gilded goblets. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meats and the sweet scent of honeyed wine, while musicians in a corner played lively tunes, nearly drowned out by the raucous chatter of the gathered guests. Dick Kashtark stood at one side of the hall, a goblet in hand, observing the centerpiece of this grand wedding, the union of his brother, Roger Kashtark, and the second daughter of House Hightower, Dennis Hightower. The bride wore a deep blue velvet gown, adorned with silver-threaded embroidery, and the Hightower emblem shimmered upon her chest. Her deep brown tresses were intricately styled into a complex updo, embellished with delicate pearls. In stark contrast, Roger donned the gray and white attire of House Kashtark, embroidered with their sunburst sigil. Who would have thought such a splendid feast could be found beyond the wall? A slightly hoarse voice remarked beside Dick. Turning, he beheld the slender figure of Abella Hightower. The envoy of House Hightower still wore her dark robe, occasionally covering her mouth with a handkerchief to stifle a cough. The generosity of House Hightower had greatly enhanced the festivities. Dick raised his cup in salute. My brother is indeed fortunate to have found such a match. Abella inclined her head slightly. A union of our houses brings mutual benefit. Their exchange was abruptly interrupted by a sudden blast of horns. The hall door swung wide, and a servant hurried in, making a beeline for the main table where Duke Carlin sat. Moments later, Dick's father rose, gesturing for the musicians to cease their playing. Esteemed guests, Duke Carlin's voice resonated with authority. We are fortunate to witness a union that intertwines the tenacity of a northern frontier with the wisdom of the southern realms. At this moment, a precious gift commemorating this union approaches from the sea. Another fleet of the Hathor family has arrived at Horn Harbor. The hall is soon filled with a cacophony of discussions. Duke Karen smiles, gesturing for silence, then invites all guests to proceed to the castle's observation deck. Dick follows the throng up the stone platform, the cold air immediately enveloping him. Gazing into the distance, he observes dozens of large ships newly anchored in Horn Harbor. Most conspicuous among them is a towering ship, its sails emblazoned with the Hathor family's white beacon insignia. There are also banners with a black background, adorned with golden seahorses encircling silver waves. Bravos, Dick murmurs to himself. The Iron Bank, ever in pursuit of profit. Unbeknownst to him, Abella has rejoined his side. Please accompany me to the dock. You shall witness the gift the Hathor family has bestowed upon the newlyweds. Dick nods in agreement. The dock is already bustling with activity. Sailors are unloading heavy wooden crates. Dick observes boxes filled with provisions, fabrics, and tools being transported ashore. But what captures his attention most are a dozen scholars clad in gray robes, accompanied by a peculiar assortment of crossbows. What are these? Dick inquires of Abella. Scholars from the Citadel, or rather, former scholars, Abella explains, a hint of pride gracing her lips. Some of them found themselves at odds with the Citadel's ideals, while others prioritized practical gain. The Hathor family has provided them with an opportunity to showcase their talents. Now, they will serve the Karstark family. She gestures towards the crossbows. These are the latest designs from the Hathor workshop, boasting a range twice that of ordinary bows, capable of penetrating the thickest plate armor. I believe they will greatly benefit the defenses of the frontier. Dick approaches to inspect the weapons. They are exquisitely crafted, combining design elements from Westeros and the Free Cities, with metal components polished to a brilliant shine. Impressive, he honestly remarks. The Hathor family is committed to integrating the strengths of various traditions, Abella states. We preserve ancient customs while embracing new technologies. Dick chuckles softly. If I recall correctly, the Hathor family has always been devoted to alliances. Abella laughs at this, though she cannot suppress a cough. Families of all ranks, even those of former royalty, are enamored with Hathor women. With that, she raises an eyebrow at Dick. The unloading continues, as the townsfolk at the harbor gaze in astonishment at the bountiful gifts arriving from the south. Dick realizes that this union is indeed yielding tangible benefits for the Karstark family, just as his father had hoped. Not only is the acquisition of resources and talents paramount, but even more crucial is the alliance with the formidable families of the south. Although Hightower may not fully grasp the concept of distant alliances and nearby assaults, their actions unmistakably reflect this strategy. The two return to the banquet hall, finding solace in a relatively quiet corner, each holding a silver goblet brimming with deep crimson wine. I have heard that tensions are escalating in the south. Dick cautiously interjected. Rumor has it that the Hightower family is embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Free Cities, to the extent that they have divided Dorne into two factions. Abella gently cleared his throat and dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. The news travels far, even reaching the lands beyond. However, the reality is far more intricate. He sipped his wine and continued. The Free Cities indeed wield considerable influence across the narrow sea. Had it not been for our Hightower family, they might have successfully invaded Westeros long ago. The capture of Sunspear and Dorne stands as irrefutable evidence. Dick furrowed his brow in contemplation. So, does this imply that the narrow sea now wholly belongs to the Free Cities? How then did your Hightower fleet safely navigate to this place? Abella wore a subtle smile. The narrow sea is indeed narrow, which allows the Free Cities to easily dominate much of the waters. Yet, the cities themselves are not a monolithic entity. Braavos remains relatively neutral, maintaining extensive trade relations with the Hightower family. Our fleet departed from King's Landing and traversed the northern waters of the Narrow Sea, which fall under Braavos' jurisdiction. In fact, as you can see, Braavos even dispatched a convoy to escort us. Dick pondered this insight. Abella continued. Their priorities are always self-serving. The Iron Bank is concerned solely with whether debts are repaid and if maritime trade flows smoothly, while Tyrosh and Mir are engrossed in political maneuverings. The Hightower family capitalizes on these divergences, fostering amicable relations with some of them. He sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Unfortunately, the great families of Westeros only fear the strength of the Hightowers, remaining oblivious to the fact that we are still at the forefront, repelling the potential incursions of the free cities. Dick gazed at the swirling liquid in his goblet, realizing that the absence of a powerful central dynasty rendered the political landscape of Westeros far more intricate than it appeared. Suddenly, Abella began to cough again, this time for a more extended period. Once he regained composure, he offered a sheepish smile. I beg your pardon. The northern climate is rather unkind to my old ailment. Nevertheless, I firmly believe this union will herald a bright future for both families, even if my niece, Daenerys Hightower, tends to gravitate towards the Citadel and away from the faith of the Seven. With that, Abella playfully winked at Dick. Dick raised his goblet in salute. I sincerely wish for the same. Abella returned the gesture to the warrior embodiment of the Seven. Dick furrowed his brow, politely holding his goblet as he distanced himself from this fervent devotee of the Seven. The banquet continued into the deep of night, the guests reveling in drink and laughter, celebrating the union that bridges the North and the South. Dick occasionally cast his gaze toward the darkened sea beyond the window, pondering the implications of Abella's words regarding the southern situation. Chapter 127. Preparations. Within the conference hall of Castlehorn, a robust oak table dominated the center, its meticulously polished surface gleaming with a muted luster in the flickering firelight. New tapestries adorned the stone walls, depicting the sunburst emblem of House Stark amidst vibrant hunting scenes, woven with lively wool patterns. The crackling fire in the hearth dispelled the unique chill of the north, while the intricately carved beams overhead featured delicate elk designs. A recent addition to the decor. Metal candlesticks lined the walls, sturdy tallow candles burning steadily, illuminating the space with a warm and inviting glow, a rare brightness in the frigid winter of the north. Even the stone floor was covered with a floral carpet from the south, a luxury once unimaginable in the Stark family domain. Seated at the head of a long table was Karen Stark, his visage appearing particularly resolute in the dancing flames. Lady Helena occupied the seat to his right, exuding her usual grace and composure. Dick chose a slightly off-center position, his gaze sweeping over the family members present. Uncle Tony wore a broad smile, occasionally casting appreciative glances at the serving maid. His elder brother, Roger Stark, seemed somewhat distracted, absent-mindedly stroking the hand of his newlywed wife. This new addition to the family, Dany's Hightower, sat beside Roger, clad in an elegant deep blue velvet gown, adorned with the Hightower sigil at the collar. She inclined her head slightly, her demeanor humble, yet her keen eyes meticulously observed everyone in the hall, capturing the subtle nuances of each conversation. A black raven from the south brought tidings of blood and iron. Duke Karen's deep voice shattered the silence, his hands resting flat upon the table. Castle Terror has openly rebelled. The flayed man banner of Bolton stands opposed to the Stark's dire wolf along the banks of the White Knife. It was said that Bader Bolton had summoned his vassals, with forces pouring forth from Castle Terror like a swarm of ants. Winterfell has also sounded its horn. The nobles loyal to Winterfell are gathering at the banks of the White Knife. A murmur arose within the conference hall. Dick noticed Dany's gently touch Roger's arm, whispering something to him. Roger then spoke up. Father, do we have accurate intelligence on the strength of the Bolton forces? Reports indicate that the army directly controlled by Castle Terror comprises approximately 50,000 soldiers, with the support of vassals potentially raising the total to 80,000. Karen's voice was heavy with concern. More alarming is the fact that they possess 20,000 cavalry and nearly 2,000 knights. The Tully family, occupying our ancestral seat at Castle Caho, alone has provided Bolton with over 30,000 soldiers and 5,000 horsemen. The very name of House Tully was like an unhealed wound, piercing the hearts of every Stark. Duke Karen let out a low growl. Do not forget the fierce winter sun. Forever loyal to Castle Carho. At that moment, a rare smile suddenly illuminated Karen's face. Good news had arrived from Winterfell, for Queen Anna had given birth to a healthy prince. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference hall grew exuberant. Lady Helena, Dick's mother, gently patted her heart and exhaled deeply. Tony laughed heartily, striking the table with enthusiasm. The other Stark family members engaged in fervent whispers of excitement. May the old and new gods bless Anna's child. This shall serve as an unbreakable bond between our family and the royal lineage. Uncle Tony raised his cup, exclaiming a toast to the young prince. May he grow strong and become a great king of the North. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Dennis Hightower leaned slightly forward, her voice clear yet cautious as she interjected into the conversation. This is indeed wonderful news. However, I recall that the King of the North had previously appointed Princess Sophia as the heir apparent. With the arrival of a prince, will there be any adjustments to the line of succession? A hush fell over the hall, as everyone comprehended the weight of her inquiry. Duke Karen pondered for a moment, gently tapping his fingers on the table. A female heir typically only ascends the throne in the absence of a male successor, or under certain exceptional circumstances. King Wayne designated Sophia as heir because he had no sons at that time. Roger chimed in, Dennis is correct. Now that there is a prince, it is highly probable that the king will reassess the succession issue. According to tradition and law, male offspring take precedence. Indeed, Dennis added softly, skillfully presenting this perspective as if it were Roger's rather than her own. This presents an opportunity for our Stark family. The queen is Anna, and the prince carries the bloodline of House Stark. We ought to support the prince's claim to the throne, as it secures our family's future. Dick observed his new sister-in-law quietly. Her words were humble, yet everyone was precise. Duke Karen surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately resting on Dick. Dick, you should also weigh in. After all, you are now a lord of the realm. Furthermore, the princess, the affair between Dick and Princess Sophia, which had once unfolded in Winterfell without resolution, was no secret. All eyes turned to Dick, who remained composed. Dennis speaks wisely. Supporting Winterfell is not solely a matter of my father being the appointed protector of the realm. It is also because my Aunt Anna and the newborn prince share our bloodline. This is a pragmatic choice, rooted in both legal principles and familial ties. Duke Karen nodded appreciatively. The Stark family shall lend our full support to Winterfell in its struggle against the treachery of Castle Terror. As the protector of the realm, I command directly over 10,000 soldiers and 100 knights. Combined with the support of our vassals, we can muster approximately 20,000 troops and 200 knights. In the eyes of all present shimmered a sense of pride. A few years prior, the Stark family had been driven to the desolate Winterfell by traitors, on the brink of collapse. Now, they had evolved into a formidable force not to be underestimated. Carlin cast an approving glance at Dick, who had revitalized the Horn of Stod in a remarkably brief period. He had not only recruited and trained 3,000 soldiers, but also commanded over 2,000 tribal warriors as the warlord of the Wastes, forming the Wastes chieftain's camp. In total, he commanded more than 5,000 soldiers and over 30 knights. Dick nodded slightly, accepting his father's acknowledgement. Carlin proceeded to assess the military strength of the two houses to the south. Winterfell boasted approximately 60,000 soldiers, 10,000 cavalry, and 1,000 knights. In contrast, the Dread Fort had 80,000 soldiers, 20,000 cavalry, and as many as 2,000 knights. More troubling still was the presence of the Bolton family in the vicinity of Eastwatch and Seal Bay to our south, which indicated that we might soon face their threat head-on. Dick's uncle, Tony, ground his teeth in anger. Perfect. We can settle both new grievances and old scores. Those savages who have encroached upon our ancestral lands. Duke Carlin surveyed the room, his voice resolute as steel. Once the formal decree from Winterfell arrives, the Stark family shall march southward, for the king in the north, for Queen Anna, and for the newborn prince, and to reclaim all that is rightfully ours. The meeting concluded amidst a fervent atmosphere. Family members gradually departed the chamber, each face a blend of tension and exhilaration. As Dick passed by Daenerys, he courteously inclined his head to acknowledge his sister-in-law. The daughter of House Hightower returned the gesture with a smile, though her eyes flickered with a hint of concern. Chapter 128. The Call to Arms. Heartbreak of a letter the air in the Horn of Stod was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn tight. The shadow of war had eclipsed the once bustling activity, replaced by a palpable urgency that was both orderly and grim. Commands swiftly emanated from the Lord's Hall of the Dreadfort, like stones cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the entire domain. The seasoned knight, Cohen Park, executed his tasks with unyielding efficiency. Messengers rode swiftly upon their steeds, traversing the villages, manors, and outposts within the territory. They conveyed the Lord's orders that all conscripted soldiers were to assemble at the Dreadfort without delay. In the ensuing days, the roads were alive with soldiers hastening to their designated locations. Their expressions were a blend of fear of war and obedience to their lord's command. Led by the elders or knights of their respective villages, these conscripted soldiers coalesced into a stream, ultimately pouring into the makeshift camp outside the Dreadfort. Simultaneously, the 30 newly appointed knights under Dick's command played a pivotal role. They rode their war horses through the camp, their voices hoarse from incessant shouting. Following Cohen's directives, they organized the conscripts by region, appointed temporary captains, and distributed standardized weapons retrieved from the storerooms, primarily spears, iron swords, and shields. The artisans erected canopies at the edge of the camp, diligently repairing armor and sharpening weapons with a rhythmic clanging. Maintain your ranks, you fool. Do you wish to be a target for the denizens of Terror Fortress? A young knight bellowed at a bewildered recruit. However, he soon patted the recruit's shoulder and offered him a piece of black bread. Only when you are well-fed can you wield your spear with strength. Do not bring shame upon Lord Stark. In contrast, the encampment of the Wasteland chieftains presented a different scene. Warriors from various tribes, accustomed to the rigors of military life, meticulously inspected their armor and honed the edges of their battle axes. These formidable fighters, possessing robust physiques and keen gazes imbued with the wild spirit of the plains, represented the sharpest spear in Dick's hand. "My lord, the 2,000 warriors of the chieftain's camp are fully prepared," announced Dick's Uncle Damon, striding into the Lord's hall clad in pristine chainmail, his face alight with a combative spirit as he reported with exaggerated flair. "The lads have heard that a battle is imminent, and they are as eager as wolves scenting blood." Dick stood atop the battlements, gazing down at the gathering throng below, resembling a swarm of ants, as the army took shape. 3,000 conscripts, 2,000 warriors from the plains, alongside the existing corps guards, amounted to over 5,000 troops rapidly assembling under his command. The machinery of war had commenced its relentless operation. At that moment, a guard announced the arrival of his uncle, Tonica Stark, accompanied by Lady Gillichrist and their son John. Dick welcomed them into the Lord's Hall. Tonica, as boisterous as ever, embraced Dick heartily, his voice booming. "My dear nephew, look at you, now a grand lord commanding an army. It truly fills this uncle with envy." Lady Gillichrist appeared somewhat uneasy. She had witnessed Dick's transformation from the young boy who once sought her aid at Winterfell to the formidable lord commanding thousands. She gently nudged the young boy beside her. John Stark, with his freckled face and bashful demeanor, nervously approached, unable to meet Dick's gaze. "Dick, my lord," he stammered. Gillichrist's voice was soft, tinged with apology. "Please forgive our intrusion, especially during such a busy time." "Not at all, my lady," Dick replied kindly, his attention shifting to the boy. "John, it has been quite some time. You have grown considerably." John's face flushed crimson as he falteringly responded, "Why, yes, my lord Dick." Unable to contain himself, Tonica interjected, wrapping an arm around Dick's shoulders with warmth. "Hey, Dick, we are family, so I shall speak candidly. You see, John is no longer a child. It is time he experiences the world. I understand the customs dictate that attendants should start young, and John's age is a tad awkward, but—" He patted his chest emphatically. "You are my most valued and promising nephew. I entrust him to you without an ounce of worry. Keep him close by your side, allowing him to polish your armor, tend to your steed, and sharpen your sword. He can be of service in any capacity. Encourage him to learn genuine skills, not merely trivialities." Though his words lacked refinement, Dick could discern the sincerity embedded within, accompanied by a subtle plea. It seemed that the uncle yearned to secure the best future for his son, genuinely believing in Dick's character. Julie added, her voice imbued with concern and hope, "My lord Dick, we recognize this is unconventional. Yet, he truly admires you. He has heard of your every deed. We simply wish for him to have the opportunity to follow you and become a person of integrity and strength like yourself. We implore you." Dick nodded slightly, turning to John. "What are your thoughts, John?" "War is imminent. Accompanying me will be perilous and arduous. Jon abruptly lifted his gaze. Despite the tension etched on his face, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. I fear not the hardship, my lord. I wish to learn from you. I aspire to be a true knight. His voice trembled with excitement. Observing this family of three, the clumsy yet earnest uncle, the mother brimming with hope, and the youth filled with admiration and anxiety, Dick comprehended that this was more than a mere request for a squire. It was a familial entrustment and acknowledgement. Very well. Dick consented. Jon Stark, from this day forth, you shall be my squire. Seek out Yara outside. She will provide you with suitable armor and equipment. Remember, from now on, your words and actions shall reflect my honor. Jon's face instantly illuminated with immense, incredulous joy. He nearly leapt with excitement, hastily kneeling on one knee, clumsily yet vocally affirming, yes. My lord, thank you. I shall not disappoint you. Tony erupted in hearty laughter, playfully thumping Dick's arm, only to wince from the recoil, while Julie's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. A swift horse from Winterfell bore formal orders to Dick. He unfurled the parchment, swiftly scanning its contents. The command was directed to his father, Duke Carlin, yet the matter was of utmost importance. A fierce battle erupted at the White Blade River between the forces of Winterfell and those of the Terror Fortress, with circumstances dire. The army of Bottle Bolton exhibited formidable combat prowess, particularly that substantial cavalry that had forcibly crossed the river, compelling the troops of Winterfell to retreat and regroup. To alleviate the immense pressure on the front lines, Winterfell urgently required the Stark family to descend from the north and launch an offensive against the Eastern Sea and Black Castle, which were under the control of the Terror Fortress, striking at the flanks and rear of their forces, thereby compelling them to divide their ranks for reinforcement. Time was of the essence. Dick promptly issued orders for the entire army to prepare for departure, intending to rendezvous with the main forces at Hornhill before heading south. The clarion call of war had sounded. The Stark family was finally set to reveal their fangs and plunge into the south. However, on the eve of the great army's departure, a letter from the south quietly arrived at the difficult fortress, intended solely for Dick Cashtark. The wax seal bore the familiar emblem of the Flayer. Lola, under the flickering candlelight, carefully unsealed it. The handwriting on the page was not as vibrant and forceful as before. It appeared somewhat hasty and uncertain, with one or two ink blots, as if the writer had lingered in contemplation for an extended period. Dick, she wrote, omitting all titles and playful epithets, I hope this letter reaches you before your departure. I have heard some news regarding Cashtark and yourself. I know you have chosen your path, while I, born into the Bolton lineage, must follow mine. It seems we are always positioned on opposite sides of fate, are we not? This was true during our initial encounter in the Wolfwood, and it remains so now. I did not pen this letter to defend my family or to plead for anything. Once war begins, only iron and blood can determine the outcome. I merely wish to impart a few words before you step onto the battlefield. I cherish the fleeting moments we shared on horseback, and I miss the frost and snow that lingered around you. Those are the most vivid and luminous memories of my life. I once sincerely believed that perhaps one day, but it appears the gods have not granted us such a blessing. My father is resolute in seizing the throne, while your family is destined to defend the Starks. The divide between us is not merely the white knife. Therefore, this is likely my final letter to you. In our next encounter, we may find ourselves as mere adversaries. The thought of this pierces my heart like icing needles. Dick Cashtark, farewell, my beloved knight. May the old and new gods watch over your safety. Forever unable to ride alongside you, Lola Bolton. The letter trembled slightly between Dick's fingers. He could almost perceive, through the hurried script, the vibrant young woman seated by the window of the Dreadfort, grappling with the emotions of loss and struggle as she penned this farewell. He remained silent for a long while, gazing outside where the campfires of the assembled army flickered like a sea of stars. Chapter 129. Eastwatch the biting wind cut through Dick Cashtark's coal visor. He tightened the reins, his steed, Death's Maw, exhaled white vapor on the frost-laden ground, restlessly pawing the earth. Behind him, a phalanx of nearly 1,000 soldiers from Difficult Fortress stood in solemn silence, their spear tips glinting with icy brilliance under the pale light of dawn. Further afield, his uncle Daemon led 2,000 wildlings, who appeared far less organized. Clad in their shiny new armor, wielding battle axes, their eyes resembled a pack of wolves seeking prey, cautiously surveying the silent castle ahead. Eastwatch. The fortress at the easternmost edge of the wall stood like a forgotten black fawn, towering over the storm-battered tide flats of Seal Bay. The low stone walls, ravaged by the briny sea winds, appeared weathered and time-worn. Several towers silently pointed towards the overcast sky, devoid of any fluttering banners. The atmosphere was eerily still. Dick subtly raised his hand, prompting the army behind him to cease all-minute movements, leaving only the mournful sound of the wind. He had embarked from his stronghold, the arduous fortress, journeying southward, yet the scouts, disturbances, or even minor skirmishes he had anticipated were conspicuously absent. The path leading to East Sea Watch lay unobstructed, as if they were merely engaged in a military drill. This unusual tranquility caused Dick's doubts to burgeon like creeping vines within him. "James," Dick spoke, his voice sounding somewhat muffled behind his visor. A young knight promptly urged his horse forward. He was the son of the seasoned knight, Cohen Park, agile in movement, and bearing the youthful vigor distinctive to his age. "My lord, take some men and scout ahead. Be wary of traps and ambushes." "At once, my lord." A glimmer of excitement flashed in James Park's eyes. He selected 10 young soldiers and stealthily made his way towards the desolate city. Dick's gaze remained fixed upon their figures. He observed as James led his team cautiously around the outer walls before carefully entering the yawning gates. Time ebbed away as the cold wind whipped snowflakes against Dick's armor, producing a brittle sound. After a considerable interval, James's silhouette re-emerged. He galloped back, his earlier excitement now replaced by profound confusion, reining in his steed before Dick. He shook his head. "My lord, the city is deserted." His voice brimmed with disbelief. "The gates were not even fully closed when we entered. There are no soldiers, no guards. Most of the warehouses are empty, save for some immovable debris." This was utterly confounding. Dick remained silent, his brow furrowed beneath his visor. An empty city? The command of his father, Duke Carlin, echoed in his mind. The last time Dick's elder brother had employed the new bow, a dual-limbed longbow designed with the knowledge from his past life. Simple in construction, yet boasting a range far exceeding that of a conventional longbow, albeit with slightly diminished accuracy, had severely crippled the cavalry in this area. The main force of the Saran family's cavalry was engaged in a fierce battle along the southern front with the army from Winterfell, making it unlikely for the East Sea Watch cavalry to replenish their ranks. Therefore, seizing East Sea Watch with the strength at Dick's disposal should pose no significant challenge. Even if immediate conquest was unattainable, it would effectively distract the enemies of Black Castle, creating a more advantageous opportunity for his father and brother to mount their assault on Black Castle. Meanwhile, Duke Carlin himself led a formidable force of 10,000 troops, uniting with the Locke family of Castle Crag and other recently allied nobles from beyond the wall, totaling over 20,000 men, directly advancing upon the larger and strategically more critical Black Castle. Everything had been meticulously planned, yet now broaden the search radius, Dick commanded. "James, take 2 squads and scout westward. Assess the situation at Greenguard Fortress and other outposts. The rest will remain vigilant while I enter the city." The orders were swiftly executed. Dick personally led the beleaguered soldiers of the fortress, advancing slowly into East Sea Watch. The interior of the castle appeared even more dilapidated than its exterior. The narrow streets were deserted, with only the biting wind stirring the accumulated snow and debris. The stone houses on either side had their doors and windows tightly shut, yet Dick's keen perception could sense that behind those thick wooden planks, pairs of terrified eyes were watching them intently. He did not trouble the local populace. Instead, he commanded his soldiers to secure the main streets and towers. "My lord," a squad leader reported, confusion etched across his face. "We have searched everywhere. There is not a single soldier to be found." From the locals, they learned that the Cern family had vacated the area a few days prior, leaving in a great hurry, with even the ships in the harbor having departed. Not a single vessel remaining. The small military port of East Sea Watch was now desolate, the only sound being the gray-green waves lapping against the cold stone dock, producing a monotonous echo. The warships that had once been anchored here, under the command of the Cern family to control Seal Bay, had long since vanished. Ascending to the highest tower, Dick surveyed the frigid Bay fortress. Had the Cern family truly abandoned East Sea Watch? What were their intentions? Were they concentrating their forces to fortify Black Castle? As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky with a haunting shade of crimson. James Park returned with a reconnaissance team, his youthful face marked by the elements and deeper perplexity. "My lord, we explored to the neighboring Greengard fortress, and it too is deserted." He panted, clearly having hurried back. "Completely abandoned. There isn't a single civilian left. It has turned into a forsaken military stronghold." "My lord, what on earth is happening?" Dick offered no response. He simply gazed at the sunset sinking gradually below the horizon, a sense of unease swelling within him. The Cern family, and the formidable fortress behind them, could not possibly relinquish such a pivotal stronghold along the perilous Great Wall so easily. This unusual retreat was beyond his comprehension for the moment. "Relay the orders," Dick commanded, his voice resonating sharply in the chilly dusk. "My army is stationed within East Sea Watch. Have my uncle Damon lead the chieftains guard to camp at the original site outside the castle, and reinforce vigilance both inside and outside the walls, remaining alert for any night assaults. No one is to let their guard down without my command." Though the night passed in eerie silence, devoid of any incident, this overwhelming tranquility pressed heavily upon everyone's hearts. As dawn broke, with the first light of day barely illuminating the sky, Dick immediately issued an order. "Send swift horses westward to report to the Duke regarding the vacated status of East Sea Watch and Greengard Fortress, and caution them to remain vigilant." Before he could finish his words, his exceptional hearing prompted him to abruptly turn towards the winding road to the west. A dark figure was racing along the path, moving with great speed. Dick squinted his eyes, his extraordinary vision piercing through the morning mist in an instant. Approaching was a knight, the sunburst emblem emblazoned upon his breastplate, though caked in mud, remained discernible. It was a knight of the Castark family. Yet the sight of a knight caused Dick's heart to plummet. The armor was severely damaged, riddled with marks of blade strikes, and stained with dark crimson blood and filth. The cloak was tattered beyond recognition, its original hue almost untraceable. The knight slumped upon his steed, his body swaying with the galloping horse, exuding an air of utter exhaustion. Yet, the manner in which he urged the horse forward bore an essence of desperate madness. His haggard face was etched with an ineffable urgency. Dick raised his hand, halting the messenger who was about to depart.